Chapter 1. The Erasure Technique of the Sovereign. Year 774 of the AD era. 7th Universe, Earth. Satan City, Satan Bank, bang, bang, bang. A group of robbers, armed with firearms, unleashed a relentless barrage upon the bank's security personnel. In the blink of an eye, the guards were reduced to a mere mass of lifeless bodies. Hey, hurry up and hand over the money. Faster. Do you wish to perish? If you dawdle any longer, I will end your life. That fellow earlier serves as your example. Move quickly. Do you hear me? The robbers shouted at the bank staff, their voices echoing with menace. The terrified employees trembled, their bodies quaking as they diligently stuffed bundles of cash into sacks, timidly handing them over to the assailants. Boss, we've secured the money, one of the robbers reported. Excellent. Let's make our exit. The leader laughed heartily. We shall return once we've squandered this fortune. Rat-a-tat-tat. With that, the leader unleashed a volley of gunfire, spraying the area indiscriminately. In the next moment, he charged out, engaging in a fierce gunfight with the police outside. The robbers' firepower was overwhelming. The officers were pinned behind their squad cars, too fearful to show their faces. Ha ha ha! You imbeciles! The robber leader cackled, intensifying his assault. Rat-a-tat-tat. However, amidst the chaos, the leader suddenly sensed a decline in their firepower. Shoot! Keep firing! Use up every last bullet! He commanded his subordinates, his voice rising in urgency. Yet, his minions stood frozen, staring blankly at their hands. Where are guns? What sort of absurdity is this? What are you doing? The leader barked, turning to glare at his underlings. In that moment, he felt a sharp pang in his head. You fools! Why have you lost the weapons that are more precious than your lives? He shouted in anger. His subordinates looked at him, bewilderment etched on their faces. We don't even know where the guns went. They simply vanished in a thin air. Look at me. As a robber, the gun is life when the gun is gone. So am I. The leader proclaimed, raising his machine gun high. Swish! In the next instant, the weapon in his grasp inexplicably vanished. Before the eyes of all present, it had mysteriously disappeared. The leader stood frozen for 3 seconds, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Where's my gun? The weapon that is more vital to me than my own existence? It has vanished without a trace. Boss, your gun is gone. One of the subordinates exclaimed, wide-eyed. The leader scratched his head in confusion, but then, in a sudden realization, he slapped the hapless underling to the ground. It's not my gun that has disappeared. How dare you speak in such a manner? It seems as if I have truly lost my firearm. Yet, I possess one crucial weapon that must not be discarded. Boss, what shall we do if our guns mysteriously vanish? The underlings exclaimed in panic. What else is there to do? We must flee at once. The boss bellowed. With a roar, the vehicle ignited, and the robbers swiftly sped away into the distance. However, scarcely had they escaped when a youth radiating a golden glow suddenly appeared, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon the assailants. In no time, the robbers were subdued by the shimmering, golden-haired boy. After incapacitating the criminals, the golden-haired youth made a hasty retreat. The police stood in utter disbelief, their faces etched with confusion. What on earth had transpired? Tian observed the unfolding scene from a distance, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Tian had traversed dimensions. He found himself in the world of Dragon Ball, transformed into an ordinary earthling in this realm, where even a mere gesture could shatter stars. Tian felt his insignificance profoundly. During this time, he witnessed terrifying events such as the Saiyan invasion of Earth and the Cell Games. Fortunately, in recent years, Tian experienced a sudden awakening of a system. Upon perusing the system's name and description, an exhilarating wave washed over him. The system was simply titled Erasure Technique. According to the system's details, the Erasure Technique is categorized into 7 levels: Bronze, Silver, Gold, Platinum, Diamond, Starry, and Sovereign. At the Bronze level, one's strength could reach 100 times that of Frisia, capable of erasing human or animal organs, objects, or even a corner of a building. The system indicated that by erasing 1,000 items from individuals, such as clothing or body parts, and eliminating a corner of 10,000 buildings, one could advance. The Silver level allows one's strength to reach 1,000 times that of Frisia, enabling the erasure of a person or an entire building. The Gold level grants a strength of 10,000 times Frisia's, allowing one to effortlessly erase a multitude of individuals or a large city upon completing designated tasks. Restorative abilities are also granted. This implies that upon attaining the Gold level, previously erased items could be restored. The Platinum level bestows a strength 10 times that of Beerus, along with the ability to create, effortlessly erasing an entire planet. At the Diamond level, one's strength is 100 times that of Beerus, capable of erasing an entire galaxy with a mere gesture, mastering instantaneous movement, and erasing gods. Of destruction, the starry level grants a strength 10 times that of angels, allowing one to erase an entire universe with a wave of the hand, as well as the power to erase angels. Just moments ago, Tian waved his hand, effortlessly erasing the firearms of those robbers that, of course, Tian also meticulously erased the other gun possessed by them. If I don't take the opportunity to accumulate some experience, I would be remiss to myself. At this moment, the robbers had already been subdued by the police. Boss, why do I feel like my gun has vanished too? One of the lackeys inquired. What? Me too. Another lackey exclaimed, his face a mask of terror. Boss, what about you? Yet another lackey asked the leader. How can my gun possibly be gone? What are you all talking about? The robber leader replied sharply, even extending a delicate finger. Boss, your voice has become rather effeminate. The lackeys chorused in unison. A few police officers exchanged glances, rendered speechless. You lot. A bunch of weaklings coming to rob a bank, and you've managed to leave us in this state. The officers advanced and delivered several firm kicks to the robbers. What embarrassment it was. We allowed a group of weaklings to bring us to this state. Subsequently, the police gathered in hushed whispers to their astonishment. They discovered that all the robbers' firearms had vanished. Or had their weapons gone? Chapter 2. They must have been erased. Hand over your weapons. A police officer bellowed. The robbers stood in stunned silence. Their morale shattered. They realized they possessed no weapons. Their sole remaining firearm had disappeared. Would they have a stand to relieve themselves or sit? The thought of such a fate drove the robbers to despair, each one clutching their heads in sorrow. They did not wish to sit while relieving themselves. Meanwhile, Tian watched from a distance, secretly amused. Why choose to be a robber of all things? In the midst of it all, they had even lost their guns, hadn't they? Tian was eager to swiftly ascend to the silver tier of Erasure. Thus he felt no need to show any mercy towards these bank robbers. This was undoubtedly a source of valuable experience points. Currently, Tian was merely at the bronze level, the most rudimentary form of Erasure. His physical strength was 100 times that of Frisia. How much is Frisia's 100 times? Tian was certain that the Frisia referred to here was the one with a combat power of 120 million, not the golden Frisia. If it were the golden Frisia, that would indeed be exhilarating. His physical strength is 100 times that of Frisia. This implies that Tian's combat power is approximately around 10 billion. In this era, 7 years post the Cell Games, a combat power of 10 billion is hardly significant. Gohan's combat power might have even reached 100 billion by now, wouldn't it? Wait, perhaps that calculation is flawed. It refers to Frisia's physical strength being 100 times. Physical strength. This does not equate to combat power. For Tian does not engage in combat. Why Tian, apart from the act of erasure, possesses no other abilities that he has attempted to harness energy waves, yet all efforts have culminated in failure. In fact, he currently lacks even the skill of flight, commonly known as air dance. Nevertheless, Tian feels indifferent about this. Why should I learn energy waves when I can simply erase? He muses. Once I perfect the art of erasure, I shall stand against the Omni-King. I wonder who shall prevail, who seeks to erase me, or I who can erase him. As for the formidable combat prowess of Son Gohan and others, Tian remains unconcerned. No matter how high your battle power, can you withstand my erasure technique? Nonetheless, to be prudent, he acknowledges the necessity of expediting his upgrades. Once I achieve the silver tier, my physical strength will escalate to 1,000 times that of Frisia. Time indeed passes swiftly. Son Gohan has matured into adulthood. He must be attending school in Satan City. Tian reflects, inhaling deeply. Prior to his departure, he had already identified his target, the Orange Star High School in Satan City. He intends to erase unnecessary elements, such as superfluous textbooks. First, he shall ascertain whether an upgrade is feasible. If so, he plans to transform the school significantly and, while at it, intercept Biddily, allowing Son Gohan to remain single. Hey, who did this? It doesn't seem like the work of the police. A girl's voice suddenly calls out from behind Tian. Her voice is melodious, akin to a lark serenading the dawn. Simultaneously, he catches a whiff of an alluring feminine fragrance. Turning to glance behind him, he is taken aback to find Biddily standing there. How curious that his thoughts of her have manifested into reality. The girl before him is indeed Biddily, just 16 years of age, but already possessing a fully developed figure, with 2 braids cascading over her shoulders. Tian surveys her from head to toe, noting that she is far more enchanting than her portrayals in comic books, and on television, the real-life charm is truly captivating. Biddily gazes at the subdued robbers in the distance. her expression one of bewilderment. Who did this? Do you know? She inquires again. It was the Golden Warrior, Tian replies with a smile. The Golden Warrior? It's him again. Biddily furrows her brow. I came all this way specifically for this. That Golden Warrior is quite the meddler. Indeed, indeed. Tian chuckles heartily. By the way, I must ask, were there guns? Biddily queries once more. Well, that delves into the realm of metaphysics. They must have been erased. Tian ponders. Biddily is left speechless. Biddily cast a deep glance at Tian. How could this possibly relate to metaphysics? What do you mean by erased? I fail to comprehend your words. To put it simply, erasure is a process from existence to non-existence. Tian elucidated. Humph. Do you take this for a fantasy novel? Biddily scoffed and turned to leave. I shall not entertain your nonsensical ramblings. You have thrust the conversation into the realm of metaphysics. Miss Biddily, I too have witnessed it indeed. It was the Golden Warrior, a middle-aged man, interjected, hastily approaching her. His speed was remarkable, his strength formidable. He effortlessly caught up with the fleeing robbers and dispatched them with a flurry of blows. That I am already aware of the Golden Warrior. My inquiry pertains to the whereabouts of the guns held by the robbers. Biddily inquired with curiosity. Ask Tian, perhaps he knows. The middle-aged man replied with a wry smile. I am Tian, I am aware. Tian interjected, pointing to himself. Biddily, middle-aged man. Audience. It truly is an instance of erasure. It is that miraculous. Do not doubt it. Tian explained with a smile. Biddily no longer wished to engage in conversation. Do you still aspire to promote your metaphysical pursuits? By the way, on a related note, the middle-aged man suddenly recollected, addressing Biddily, the Golden Warrior bore your school emblem. As he spoke, he gestured toward the school badge hanging from Biddily's waist. Biddily was taken aback. Could the Golden Warrior be a student of our school? Are there such individuals within our institution? How coincidental. I, too, am a student of Orange Star High, Tian remarked. Biddily cast another penetrating glance at Tian. Why is it that you seem to be everywhere? Deciding to ignore Tian, Biddily thought. I have no common ground to discuss with a classmate who dabbles in metaphysics. Yet on another note, how did the guns in the robbers' possession vanish? Was it an illusion? Or were these robbers merely playing a prank? However, judging by the scene, those were indeed genuine firearms. Did you not observe the numerous bullet holes in the bank's walls? I truly cannot fathom this. Biddily refrained from further conversation and strode directly towards Orange Star High. Tian followed at a leisurely pace. Is it you, the classmate engrossed in metaphysics? Biddily was taken aback and turned to look at Tian. Chapter 3. Classmate Sun Wukong. Yes, indeed, it is I. Tian nodded. I'm also a student of Orange Star High. Ah. Biddily politely acknowledged. I do not believe we have crossed paths before. This is my first day reporting, Tian replied. Orange Star High. Biddily returned to her classroom and sat at her desk, turning to observe the golden-haired youth, Sharp, beside her. Sharp boasted a cascade of golden locks. Hey, Sharp, could you possibly be that enigmatic Golden Warrior? Biddily inquired. I wish I could say so. But regrettably, I spent the morning at the club, studying. I hardly had time for such escapades, Sharp replied, shaking his head. Biddily, I heard that the robbers' firearms mysteriously vanished on sight. Is that true? A female classmate, Alicia, asked curiously. It is indeed true, Biddily nodded. I cannot fathom how it occurred their weapons simply disappeared. Biddily, it's not just the guns in their hands that have vanished. It is said that an important firearm has also gone missing. Alicia whispered shyly in Biddily's ear, her cheeks flushed. Biddily was momentarily at a loss for words. What is this significant weapon they possess? She inquired with a hint of confusion. Biddily, must you be so direct? Alicia's face flushed a deeper shade. What is the matter with your face? Biddily questioned, bewildered. The robber's gun has vanished, yet your complexion is reddening? Oh, it's nothing. Really, Alicia wiped her brow. You truly lack a sense of romance, don't you? How could you not grasp such matters? She swiftly redirected the conversation. Let us discuss the Golden Warrior instead. At least that is a tangible reality. You are correct, interjected the bespectacled man seated in front. Recently, there have indeed been reports on Tushio regarding the mysterious disappearance of numerous belongings from apartment 8. Mysteriously vanished? Where could they possibly have gone? Biddily pondered aloud. Perhaps we should consult the heavens. Maybe they hold the answer, Alicia replied, alluding to the sky. Suddenly, a visage of Tian surfaced in Biddily's mind. I would never inquire of you, she retorted. What items have gone missing? Send me that Tushio news article so I may see for myself. Biddily produced her phone and addressed the bespectacled man. All right, he acquiesced, locating the article on his device and sharing it with Biddily. Upon perusing the news, she found the comments far more intriguing than the article itself. I, too, have experienced mysterious disappearances. How peculiar. I have searched high and low to no avail. What vanished from upstairs? After waking from slumber, the blanket that once covered me had simply disappeared. Moreover, I have a habit of sleeping in the nude. Just to clarify, I am a girl. Wow, a girl? A rare catch indeed. Tell us, did a thief break into your home? No, I securely locked the door. And I was alone in the house. I can assure you, no one entered. Could your blanket have rolled beneath the bed? I thoroughly searched every corner of my home. Even reviewed the surveillance footage. I certainly do not have a habit of sleepwalking, yet the blanket has vanished. Where could it possibly be? The comments below speculated wildly about the blanket's whereabouts, with some accusing the girl of jesting. I am not joking with you. Do you truly think I would find amusement in such a prank? She replied, exasperated. This situation is exceedingly bizarre, losing merely a blanket. And yet the police refuse to take action. I suppose I shall have to seek it out myself. Biddily glanced at the comments left by others, each more peculiar than the last. Some even spoke of losing body parts, such as missing arms or legs. Biddily found herself unable to discern any sense in it all. The more she read, the more it seemed to delve into the realm of the inexplicable. Indeed, that classmate named Tian was eerily accurate in his observations. How could such bizarre occurrences transpire? Biddily, perhaps it would be wise to refrain from reading these articles. Experts have suggested that these individuals are merely experiencing delusions due to extreme fatigue, explained the bespectacled man. Take, for instance, the girl whose blanket vanished. Investigations revealed she had longed for a boyfriend and was unaware of her actions that fateful night. Biddily cleared her throat softly. Your statement leaves me in a difficult position. Additionally, experts have analyzed the phenomenon of lost items, suggesting that it may be due to the emergence of black holes in the universe. There seems to be an expert for every theory imaginable. The bespectacled gentleman continued. I have indeed heard about the disappearance of objects. Eliza replied, it is rather peculiar, and to this day, it remains a mystery. Let us discuss the Golden Warrior. The bespectacled man said with a smile, I must admit, I am more intrigued by the Golden Warrior. Suddenly, Eliza inquired, is the Golden Warrior stronger than your father, Biddily? Do not speak nonsense, Eliza. The bespectacled man chuckled. Biddily's father is none other than Mr. Satan, the world champion who once saved the earth. There is no one in this world more powerful than him. Hee. Indeed, I was merely asking. Please do not take it seriously, Eliza giggled. Just then, the homeroom teacher entered the classroom, clearing his throat. An immediate silence enveloped the room. Outside the classroom, Tian and Sun Wukong stood together. Hello, I am Sun Wukong. I look forward to our future interactions. Sun Wukong extended his hand to Tian, wearing a friendly demeanor. Yes, I look forward to it as well. My name is Tian. Tian nodded and shook hands with Sun Wukong. From today onward, our class will welcome 2 new students, the homeroom teacher announced. Beckoning to Tian and Sun Wukong outside, you 2 may come in. After you, Wukong, Tian smiled. Thank you. Sun Wukong shyly scratched his head and stepped into the classroom, with Tian leisurely following behind. Hello everyone, I am Sun Wukong. Please take care of me. Sun Wukong introduced himself. Chapter 4. I am Tian. Please take care of me. I am Tian, he said with a slight smile. Oh, both of them are quite handsome, especially that student named Tian, who is simply stunning. He is undoubtedly my type. Eliza's eyes sparkled. Sun Wukong is also quite attractive. I want both of them. Biddily was taken aback. Isn't that Tian? He really joined our class? Well, I suppose he is here now. These 2 new students appear to be bookish types, Sharp remarked with a smile. That seems likely. I quite like that type. Eliza giggled. You 2, please find a seat. The homeroom teacher instructed Tian and Sun Wukong. Over here. Eliza waved her hand towards Tian. Tian and Sun Wukong walked towards Eliza together, with Tian leading the way and Sun Wukong following behind. Tian took a seat right beside Eliza, while Sun Wukong sat next to the bespectacled gentleman, one in front of the other. Thank you. Tian expressed his gratitude to Eliza. My name is Eliza, and I look forward to your guidance, she said, gesturing towards the girl sitting beside her. This is Biddily. You will surely be astonished to learn that her father is none other than the world champion, Mr. Satan. However, Tian found little reason to be surprised. Do you possess an understanding of this world? Surprisingly, while Tian remained composed, Sun Wukong, seated in front, was taken aback. What, Mr. Satan? Sun Wukong exclaimed, turning in astonishment towards Biddily. Biddily offered no response. Look, Sun Wukong seemed startled, Eliza remarked with a smile, while Tian maintains his calm demeanor. He must have known Biddely's true identity all along, wouldn't you agree? Biddily? It is indeed a pleasure to see you again. Tian greeted with a smile. Wait. You two have met? Biddely inquired, perplexed. Yes, at the scene of the bank robbery this morning, Tian was also present, Biddely replied. Wasn't it said that the Golden Warrior appeared as well? Eliza questioned, her surprise evident once more. What? The Golden Warrior? Sun Wukong curiously asked. What is that? I can't shake the feeling that this Golden Warrior is somehow connected to me. You must be new here, Sun Wukong, Eliza stated. Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded. So it is quite normal for you to be unaware. Allow me to elaborate, Eliza continued. In the past 10 days, this valiant warrior has made 3 appearances. He is a remarkably strong boy with golden hair styled in a handstand position, and at times, he radiates a golden light, which is why we refer to him as the Golden Warrior. He is quite famous around here. Indeed, they are speaking of me, Sun Wukong thought. Recalling his 2 previous visits to the school, in addition to this morning's encounter, Biddely cast a penetrating glance at Sun Wukong's back. Although she was looking askance, she could discern a hint of his expression. Doubt began to creep into Biddely's mind. I have inquired of eyewitnesses regarding the events. They mentioned that the Golden Warrior wore our school's emblem, dressed in a white shirt and brown pants, with a rather unassuming style that resembles your attire precisely. Biddely remarked to Sun Wukong. Really? Eliza echoed, gazing intently at Sun Wukong, her astonishment palpable. Sun Wukong chose silence, feigning ignorance of the conversation. Fortunately, Tian had claimed that seat. Had he been seated with them, he surely would have revealed his true identity. Thank you, Tian, Sun Wukong sighed deeply. Though you insist on leaving, I remain seated before you, unable to perceive your words. Over there, kindly maintain silence. The teacher directed towards that direction. It was only then that Biddily and the others settled down a bit. Perhaps we should ascertain the truth before making judgments. Do you truly believe that individual possesses the qualities of a warrior? Sharp chuckled softly, adding, moreover, he does not even have golden hair. Indeed, he appears rather feeble. It seems he hardly traversed any distance from the school to our class. And look, he is already sweating, Elisa remarked with a smile. Perhaps he should consider taking some supplements to bolster his vitality, Tian chimed in. Sun Wukong interjected. What are you saying? I am the most powerful man on earth. No, even in the vast universe, I am the foremost being. Who dares to claim I am weak? Of course, in Sun Wukong's current perspective, the term universe referred solely to the 7th universe, as he remained oblivious to the existence of other realms. My sister is an exceptional doctor. She could help you with your health. Sun Wukong, if you wish, I can take you to see her after school, Elisa proposed. Are you speaking to me? Sun Wukong replied with an awkward smile. You are the one sweating the most here, Elisa noted. Sun Wukong was disinclined to continue the conversation. Is my perspiration a sign of weakness? Is it customary for you to speak of others in such a manner? By the way, Sun Wukong, do you live at home or rent an apartment? Elisa inquired with curiosity. Well, I come to school from home every day, Sun Wukong responded. That is of little consequence now. Elisa shook her head and quickly turned to Tian, blushing as she asked, What about you, Tian? Sun Wukong remarked, So all this time, you were merely interested in Tian? You may directly inquire with him. Why do you need to ask me another question? Sun Wukong was at a loss for words. I reside in apartment 8 over there, replied Tian. Apartment 8? I've heard of that place. It has already made headlines on today's news, Eliza exclaimed in astonishment. It is said that strange things often vanish from that building. Who knows if it's true or merely a rumor? Tian scratched his head, pondering. It seems I cannot excessively exploit the peculiarities of a single location. This is quite surprising. I had no idea it had made the news. Perhaps I should choose a different place next time. The most ridiculous part is that there was a girl in a single apartment who was fast asleep when her blanket mysteriously disappeared, Eliza remarked. Tian nodded thoughtfully. By the way, was she dressed while sleeping? He inquired. Eliza responded. Is that really the crux of the matter? As she wiped the sweat from her brow. It is indeed the crux, Tian insisted. Ahem, according to her own account, she prefers to sleep in the nude, Eliza replied. What a pity. Do you happen to have her address? Is she beautiful? Tian asked with a hint of anticipation. Chapter 5. The vanishing baseball. Eliza covered her forehead. Speechless at the moment, she rolled her eyes at Tian. Really, Tian, that's enough. This isn't the way to joke around. Clearing her throat, she redirected the conversation. What about you, Wukong? Where do you live? I worry that continuing this discussion with Tian might lead to complications. You always manage to extinguish the conversation. My family. Oh, son Gohan is filled with excitement. Did you not just say it was unimportant? You have now inquired of me. My home is in the Eastern District 439. A quaint village. Son Wukong smiled and said, Eastern District 439. Eliza exclaimed, suddenly leaping from her seat, exclaiming loudly, Are you joking? Wukong. That place is over 1,000 kilometers away from here. Is this endless? Can we not be so loud? The homeroom teacher could no longer bear it. Realizing her outburst, Eliza quickly sat down and softly asked Sun Wukong, How did you get here? Even by jet, it would take several hours. Well, indeed, it is quite time-consuming. It's rather exhausting, Wukong replied awkwardly, nearly revealing too much. What a blunder. Thus, today's mathematics lesson concluded amid the clamor. The mathematics teacher departed the classroom with a grim expression. The next class was physical education. Today's PE class will be organized into teams for a baseball match. The PE teacher announced, Hey, do you two understand baseball? Sharp inquired of Tian and Sun Wukong. I don't, Tian replied, shaking his head. If it were basketball, I'd have some knowledge, but baseball does not interest me. I only know about bases and home runs. Sharp remarked, You Biddily. Eliza, not understanding baseball, yet speaking so confidently. I sense there is more to your words. And you, Wukong? Eliza asked Sun Wukong again. Well, I haven't played. But I understand the rules. Wukong scratched his head. That's splendid. Understanding the rules is sufficient. Sharp smiled. You will be on my team. You'll guard right field. Understood? Biddily turned to Wukong and emphasized, Right field. Understood. Wukong nodded and ran to the right. Meanwhile, Tian sat amongst several cheerleaders. Upon seeing Tian's handsome appearance, the cheerleaders surrounded him, engaging in light banter. Eliza and Biddily exchanged glances, their expressions conveying mutual exasperation. He must be feigning ignorance of baseball, Eliza remarked to Biddily. I believe he simply wishes to mingle with the cheerleaders, Biddily huffed. Yet, Sun Wukong felt a surge of anxiety. I must perform poorly, he thought. Recalling his mother and Aunt Bulma's warnings that if his identity were discovered, it would cause upheaval. Once that occurred, attending school would become impossible. In this world, aspiring to be an ordinary person is indeed a formidable challenge. Meanwhile, Sharp was preparing to pitch. The ball would be thrown by Biddily. Sharp, I will not allow you to hit. With a mischievous smile, Biddily suddenly hurled the baseball towards Sharp. Sharp, keenly observing the approaching ball, swung his bat with precision. Whoosh. The baseball soared towards the position where Tian stood. Oblivious to the impending danger, Tian was engrossed in conversation with his cheerleader companions. Oh no. The ball is off course. Sharp exclaimed in alarm. Disaster. Biddily rushed to intervene, but it was already too late. Tian had sensed the baseball hurtling in his direction and, unfazed, merely waved his hand gently. In the blink of an eye, the baseball vanished into thin air. At that moment, Sun Wukong swooped in from a distance, appearing directly in front of Tian, ready to catch the baseball. Yet, there was nothing to catch. Sun Wukong was momentarily bewildered. Where did the ball go? I distinctly saw it flying this way. How could it have disappeared? Everyone stood in stunned silence. Where's the ball? Sharp's eyes widened in disbelief. It vanished? Biddily echoed, equally astonished. I also saw the ball seemingly disappear, Elisa replied, perplexed. What on earth just happened? The physical education teacher inquired as he approached the scene. Teacher, the baseball has disappeared. Sharp reported. What? Disappeared? How could that be? The teacher looked bewildered. It vanished right before our eyes, simply disappeared. Sharp insisted. Stop joking. That's impossible. Did someone hide the ball? The teacher reprimanded. Hand it over. It's just a baseball. Say, did you hide the ball? Tian directed his question at a lovely cheerleader standing nearby, glancing at her chest. Am I that small? The cheerleader retorted. Tian, you are shameless. Besides, you've hidden too. Tian continued with a teasing grin. The cheerleaders collectively rolled their eyes in exasperation. The physical education teacher wiped his brow in silence. Can we refrain from such antics? Is that really a baseball? Surely it cannot be that size. I must have been mistaken. My apologies. Forget it. Let us just bring out a new ball, the teacher decided, realizing it was futile to dwell on the vanished ball. After all, a single baseball wasn't worth much, and they could often be damaged. Before long, a new baseball was procured. Sun Wukong, still confused, remarked, What just happened? I didn't even see how that ball disappeared. It should not be said that even I could not discern where the ball had vanished. It felt as though it had simply evaporated into thin air. Wait a moment. During class earlier, classmate Eliza mentioned that in the apartment number 8, where classmate Tian resides, inexplicable disappearances have occurred. This incident even made it to the news. Perhaps I should check my phone to uncover what transpired. But what about the ball? Where has it gone? Sun Wukong scratched his head, increasingly enveloped in confusion. How peculiar. Sun Wukong certainly did not suspect Tian, for there was not a trace of energy fluctuation emanating from him. Even if there were, it would be divine energy, which Sun Wukong found entirely reasonable not to sense. Meanwhile, Tian squinted his eyes, gazing in the direction of Shapu. Is this fellow being deliberately mischievous? Did you intentionally hit the ball to me? Chapter 6. Oh no. Quickly, dodge. Tian examined the situation closely and noticed Sharp wearing an expression of remorse. It appeared that Sharp had not meant to send the ball his way. It must have slipped from his grasp inadvertently. Since it was not intentional, I shall refrain from erasing your components. Otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to transform you into a true weakling. Presently, Tian had a considerable distance to traverse before achieving the silver-level erasure. One cannot indiscriminately erase everything they encounter. After all, patience is key in such matters. Tonight, I could perhaps erase the front door of that girl who sleeps in the nude and then wander around, admiring the scenery of her abode. Having ventured into the world of Dragon Ball, it would be remiss of me not to engage with a few charming ladies and converse about ideals, as that was my original intention. Moreover, my timing seems rather off. Bulma has already been taken by a pig. I might as well pursue Videl instead. The baseball game resumed. Pitch again, Videl, Sharp instructed. No matter what, you won't hit me. Videl retorted. Bring it on, Sharp challenged. Suddenly, Videl swung her arm fiercely, sending the baseball hurtling towards Sharp. Bang! Sharp expertly positioned himself and swung the bat, launching the baseball high into the sky. Damn it! Videl exclaimed, with a magnificent leap. Son Gohan soared to a height of 8 meters and effortlessly caught the soaring baseball. The students present, with the exception of Tian, were left astounded. Oblivious to the awe around him, Son Gohan hovered in the air, contemplating how to send the ball flying once more. The runner on third base began to sprint, knowing that if the ball reached third base, he could be tagged out. I must throw it to third base, Son Gohan murmured, gently releasing the ball downward. The student at third base, are you human? Bang! The student at third base was struck by a baseball that fell from the sky, sending him out of bounds and tumbling beyond the field. Sun Wukong also descended leisurely from the air. Haha, out of bounds, time to switch fields. Sun Wukong chuckled. However, after laughing, he was suddenly taken aback. Oh no, did I go too far just now? This could be troublesome. You are truly remarkable. You just leaped to a height of 8 meters. The PE teacher found today to be filled with odd occurrences. First, the baseball mysteriously vanished. Then, this new student effortlessly jumped to a height of 8 meters. There was another student who was even more outrageous. It seemed he was also new, and upon arriving, he hurried over to join the cheerleading squad. Doesn't the teacher exist? Sun Wukong replied nervously. Just luck? The classmates suddenly came to a realization. But how can that be called luck? Some expressed their doubts. Nonetheless, the baseball game continued. Tian sat among the cheerleading girls, savoring the essence of youthful femininity. Feeling elated, the next batter was Sun Wukong, who swiftly approached with a baseball bat in hand. Biddily wore a contemplative expression. This classmate named Sun Wukong seemed extraordinary. What will that guy's batting be like? One classmate speculated. I don't know, but he looks quite impressive, another remarked. Are you batting from the left? The physical education teacher inquired, noticing that Sun Wukong was holding the bat incorrectly. Is that not allowed? Sun Wukong asked, taken aback. It's fine, but your technique is inverted. The teacher explained. Inverted? Sun Wukong was momentarily bewildered. It's up to you, the teacher replied, unsure of what else to say. At that moment, Sharp was also preparing to pitch. The first ball mysteriously vanished just like that. The second home run was caught by that kid. I must hit hard next. You would do well to keep your distance. Otherwise, be wary of the dire consequences. Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, felt a twinge of anxiety within. If this continues, I shall only draw more attention to myself. Perhaps I should exercise caution and refrain from striking the ball any further. If I exert even a modicum of force, I fear I might shatter it upon impact, causing it to vanish entirely. Who knows, I might be blamed for the mysterious disappearance of objects. I shall consult Uncle Piccolo about these inexplicable vanishings later. For now, I must navigate through today's lesson unscathed. Whoosh! Sharp delivered a powerful pitch. The baseball hurtled directly towards Gohan's face at an astonishing speed. Yet, to Gohan, it appeared as though it were moving at a snail's pace. Similarly, it posed no challenge to Tian, whose physical prowess surpassed that of Frieza by 100-fold. Although Tian lacked the ability to emit energy waves, his keen observational skills and agility remained unaffected. "Oh no, get out of the way," Biddily shouted in alarm. Bang! The baseball struck Gohan squarely in the face. "Ah!" Sharp was left utterly astonished. "You foolish individual, why do you not take evasive action? Do you wish for me to strike you down?" With a resounding thud, the baseball rolled off Sun Wukong's face and onto the ground. The physical education teacher stood nearby, utterly stunned. Did he truly endure that with his head? Surely. That must be deemed a dead ball, Sun Wukong inquired, glancing back at the teacher. "Why, yes," the teacher stammered, wiping his brow and nodding in resignation. Elated, Sun Wukong seized the ball and dashed off. "How splendid. I can reach base without having to hit, and it goes unnoticed. I am indeed clever." Sharp was left utterly astonished. How could this fellow be unharmed? Is his head made of iron? Videl also sensed that something was amiss. This classmate named Sun Wukong was growing increasingly peculiar. Thus concluded the day's lessons. After school, Tian and Sun Wukong arrived at the storage room. In this high school, lockers were available for storing textbooks. "Wukong, have you decided which extracurricular activity to join?" Sharp approached him with a question. "Oh, I haven't made up my mind yet," Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head. "Perhaps you should consider joining the boxing club," Sharp suggested. "You are even stronger than I imagined. You would undoubtedly become an outstanding competitor." "Ah, I am not keen on joining any extracurricular activities for now," Sun Wukong responded hastily, glancing at Tian beside him. "No, let Tian participate." "Tian? Better not," Sharp remarked, speechless. This Tian is nothing but a notorious flirt, having already captivated a female classmate on his very first day at school. "Are you still participating in the boxing club? I find Tian to be rather insincere. By the way, Gohan's home is quite far away, leaving him little time for extracurricular activities." Just then, Eliza approached, coming to Gohan's aid. Indeed, Gohan nodded. "Gohan, shall we head back together? Would you mind giving me a ride?" Eliza smiled. Chapter 7. Gohan's journey to the temple on Earth. "I apologize, but my vehicle can only accommodate one person." Gohan politely declined. "Why not consider moving to Satan's City?" Sharp suggested. "Tian, I happen to live near apartment 8 as well. How about giving me a ride?" Eliza inquired once more. "How can you even ask, Eliza?" Tian rolled his eyes. "Gohan has already turned you down. Do you really think I would agree?" Eliza's expression slightly changed upon hearing Tian's words. "Your manner of speaking is rather blunt. I shall take my leave now. You may continue your conversation." Sun Wukong hurriedly made his exit. Tian." Eliza pouted, her countenance displaying discontent. Tian truly lacks consideration for others. Sun Wukong remained oblivious to the remarks. After departing from the school, Sun Wukong hastened his pace, while Biddily quietly trailed behind him. Biddily was perplexed. It was all rather peculiar. Why? With such a distant residence, did Sun Wukong not opt for a vehicle or an aircraft? Sun Wukong had long been aware of Bidilly's presence. He swiftly turned the corner of a building and ascended into the sky, appearing instantaneously atop the building. Biddily, catching up, was taken aback to find Sun Wukong had vanished, her expression one of astonishment. Sun Wukong, meanwhile, let out a sigh of relief as he departed the city on his Nimbus cloud. The hustle and bustle of urban life is truly exhausting, he mused. It requires considerable effort for the Golden Warrior to remain undetected and to execute a mysterious disappearance. What could be the reason behind this? Sun Wukong muttered to himself, retrieving his phone to search for news regarding the inexplicable disappearances at apartment number 8. To his surprise, he discovered that not only had items mysteriously vanished from apartment no. 8, but numerous objects throughout Satan City had also inexplicably disappeared. What could be the cause? How could so many things simply vanish? It did not seem like a prank. If it were merely one person's belongings that had mysteriously disappeared, one might conjecture that they had merely misplaced them. However, the disappearance of so many items is indeed troubling. I shall consult Uncle Piccolo. Even if he is unaware, Dandy should possess some knowledge. After all, Dandy is the god of Earth. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong ascended on his Nimbus cloud, heading towards the location of the temple. Biddily, having lost sight of Sun Wukong, felt momentarily disoriented. Just then, she focused her gaze and spotted Tian advancing in the distance. Is that Tian? Biddily paused in surprise. I sense that Tian is also quite suspicious. That baseball mysteriously vanished just as it approached him. What could be the explanation for this? Could this incident be related to Tian? Moreover, Tian coincidentally resides in apartment number 8, where the news reports indicated numerous mysterious disappearances. Is there truly a connection between this matter and Tian? He had previously mentioned that it seemed as though items were being erased. Erased? A process from existence to non-existence? Regardless, school has already ended. So I will follow him for a while. Biddily quietly trailed behind Tian. Having lost track of Sun Wukong, I certainly cannot afford to lose sight of Tian as well. At the very least, I know where you reside. As for Sun Wukong's home, it could easily be found through the academic office. However, that seems unnecessary. First, I shall observe Tian. Biddily stealthily followed him, while Tian strode confidently ahead. He had long sensed Biddily's presence behind him. Although Tian lacked combat skills, his physical resilience was undeniable. He was acutely aware of any disturbances in his surroundings. Biddily, what are you doing following me? He inquired. Did I not mention that I understand how those things disappeared? At first, you were skeptical. Now, do you begin to doubt me? Never mind. If you wish to accompany me, so be it. You'd better come home with me. Then I'll casually remove your clothes. I can even gain some experience points. Not only can I earn experience, but I can also admire your. Tian wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Tian walked at a leisurely pace ahead. Careful not to let Biddily lose sight of him. If it weren't for the fact that we're classmates, I'd have already stripped you bare. As he strolled along, Tian suddenly noticed a small house with a red light glowing inside. A woman of the night stood there, waving at him. Tian smacked his lips. It's been so long since I've seen a place like this. Who would have thought I'd encounter one in the Dragon Ball world? Overwhelmed with excitement, Tian couldn't help but wave back at the woman. Then, with a swift motion, he removed all her undergarments. Plop! Through the glass window by the door, Tian watched as the woman's chest suddenly sagged downward. The sight was rather spectacular. She seemed momentarily stunned. What on earth is happening? Where have my clothes gone? Why is it only the inner garments that are missing while the outer ones remain intact? Could it be that I am haunted? Upon noticing Tian gazing into the red-lit room, Biddily was rendered speechless. This incorrigible flirt, she murmured to herself. What are you staring at? You have just entered high school. Are you only interested in such women? However, what left Biddily even more speechless followed. Tian unexpectedly strode directly towards the direction of that house. Surely, you would not wish to enter, would you? You must dare to enter, or I shall hold you in contempt. Furthermore, I shall impede your progress. I cannot allow you to become such a person. Tian strode to the threshold of the house. With a sharp click, the door swung open. Come in and have some fun, beckoned the woman. Seemingly unperturbed by her own attire's sudden disappearance, she understood well the adage that the customer is king. Moreover, the visitor was none other than a handsome young man. Engaging in a bit of amusement would not be detrimental. What are we playing? Tian inquired with curiosity. Dear child, I shall introduce you to the most meaningful experience of your life, the woman giggled. The most meaningful experience of life? Tian pondered. Indeed. Come in quickly and do not be shy, the woman waved him in. The most meaningful experience in my life is gaining admission to university. Can you assist me? Dear sister? Tian stated earnestly. The woman, taken aback, covered her forehead, displaying a look of utter disbelief. Whose child is this? At your age, do you not yet comprehend what the most meaningful pursuits in life truly are? How can you say that you are doing this for college? I am at a loss for words. Chapter 8. Vic. Perhaps it was the work of an artificial being. Go on, amuse yourself. The woman suddenly felt as though she was squandering her time. It was you who summoned me here, and now you tell me to amuse myself. Sister, you are truly insufferable. Tian Dao. Bang. The woman slammed the door shut. I have nothing more to say to you. I will never seek out a middle school student again. Tian scratched his head. Could you allow me to finish my thoughts? I will focus on getting into university first before we spend time together, if that is agreeable to you. Why have you closed the door? Biddily was nearby, eavesdropping silently. Upon hearing Tian's words, Biddily was taken aback. Is the most meaningful thing in Tian's life merely gaining admission to university? I never expected Tian to be such a studious individual. Could it be that I have misunderstood him all along? Yes, I must have misjudged him. I realize now that my thoughts were too narrow-minded. Biddily was deeply engulfed in self-reproach. Tian continued his forward journey, while Biddily discreetly followed in his wake. In the temple, Sun Wufan encountered Piccolo and Dandy above. Wufan, It has been a long time, Dandy greeted warmly. Piccolo also patted son Wufan on the shoulder, displaying an affectionate expression. Uncle Piccolo, Dandy, son Wufan smiled. What brings you here, Wufan? Did you not mention you were going to Satan High School recently? Piccolo inquired. Uncle Piccolo, today is my first day of registration, son Wufan nodded, and I just came over after school to see you. What a good child. Piccolo responded with a smile. Is there anything interesting happening at school? Do share it with us, Dandy said with a gentle smile. I have indeed discovered something rather peculiar. Son Wufan's expression turned serious as he promptly retrieved his phone, opened a news app, and showed the relevant articles to Dandy and Piccolo. Oh, something mysterious has vanished? Piccolo paused momentarily. That is indeed quite strange. I have not been following this matter, so I am unaware. Dandy gently shook his head. It seemed Uncle Piccolo was also in the dark. Son Wufan looked up at Piccolo. I do not know. I have not been keeping track of this issue either. Piccolo replied. What do you think it could be, Uncle Piccolo and Dandy? How could things just disappear without a trace? Son Wufan asked, puzzled. Perhaps it is merely an exaggeration. Things do not vanish without reason. They must have a destination, Piccolo analyzed. Yes, I too believe they wouldn't simply disappear. Could it be that someone has rapidly transferred these items? Dandy speculated. But who would do such a thing? Son Wufan inquired. And what would their purpose be? Perhaps it is just a prank, Piccolo mused. That cannot be, Uncle Piccolo. Son Wufan shook his head. During physical education class today, a baseball flew toward one of my classmates. I was about to help my classmate catch it, but the baseball suddenly vanished, disappearing mysteriously before my eyes. What? Even you did not see how it disappeared? Piccolo was taken aback. Indeed, I did not witness its disappearance. It felt as if it had simply ceased to exist. Son Wufan nodded. Perhaps it had been a long time since he had practiced, causing a significant decline in his focus and reflexes. Piccolo contemplated for a moment before voicing his thoughts. How could Uncle Piccolo be so? Even if I do not train, I remain remarkably strong. Son Wufan chuckled. It's just like this. After Piccolo finished speaking, he moved in an instant, vanishing from sight. In a mere blink, he reappeared behind Son Wufan. With a swift motion, Piccolo snatched Son Wufan's backpack and, with extraordinary speed, handed it to Mr. Bobo, who stood nearby. After completing this feat, Piccolo returned to his previous position. Huh? Uncle Piccolo. What are you doing? Son Wufan was taken aback. Take a closer look. Do you notice anything missing? Piccolo inquired with a smile. Missing something? Son Wufan paused, then checked his belongings. Upon inspection, he realized his backpack was gone. Where is my backpack? He exclaimed in surprise. Soon after, he spotted Mr. Bobo holding it. When did my backpack end up in Mr. Bobo's hands? Son Wufan was astonished. I just took your backpack and handed it to Mr. Bobo, Piccolo replied. See, I told you that you haven't trained in a long time. Your reflexes are even slower than mine. Ha ha ha. Yes, yes, Son Wufan sheepishly scratched his head. However, Wufan, as long as you dedicate yourself to training, you will undoubtedly reach the pinnacle of your former self, Piccolo encouraged. Well, Uncle Piccolo, now that the world is at peace, I see no need to train, Son Wufan smiled. I prefer studying. My greatest aspiration is to become a great scientist. Forget it. I know you won't heed my advice regardless. Piccolo shook his head. So, are you suggesting that there are individuals at our school who are even stronger than I am? Son Wufan pondered, adding, is it possible that someone could be as powerful as you, Uncle Piccolo? But who could that be? Dandy questioned, puzzled. There are only a few individuals on Earth stronger than the current Wufan. Aside from Uncle Piccolo, there is also Vegeta, right? Other than them, there shouldn't be anyone else, he reasoned. It doesn't seem like Vegeta's doing. Don't forget about the androids, Piccolo mused. Androids? Son Wufan was taken aback. Androids 17 and 18 have also been revived. At that time, Krillin used the Dragon Balls to bring back everyone slain by Cell, including androids 17 and 18, Piccolo speculated. Indeed, and these two androids lack any discernible energy, making it entirely normal for you, Wufan, not to sense their presence. Dandy remarked, however. Haven't androids 17 and 18 turned over a new leaf? They shouldn't have any reason to engage in such antics at our school, right? Son Gohan found this perplexing. Although 17 and 18 are not inherently malevolent, they certainly cannot be deemed virtuous either. Piccolo speculated. Perhaps they are merely indulging in some mischief. But that is merely conjecture on my part. Chapter 9. Gohan, have you found yourself a girlfriend? Well, I shall pay closer attention to those around me, Son Gohan nodded, his mind racing like a film reel as he swiftly recalled the individuals present during physical education class. It seems 17 and 18 were absent, which is rather curious. I will keep an eye on your surroundings as well, Piccolo stated. Thank you both. It's getting late, and I must return. Before I do, I'll seek out Bulma, son Gohan declared. Here is your backpack, Mr. Bobo stepped forward, handing Gohan his belongings. Thank you. Gohan expressed his gratitude, securing the backpack. Next time, be more careful not to lose it again, Mr. Bobo smiled. Son Gohan fell into a brief silence. Well then, Uncle Piccolo, dandy, I'm off. With that, son Gohan soared into the air. What business do you have with Bulma? Piccolo casually inquired. I wish to ask Aunt Bulma to help conceal my identity. Attending school poses challenges beyond my belongings mysteriously disappearing. My identity itself is a significant issue. Son Gohan scratched his head. I'll elaborate later, Uncle Piccolo. Until then, with those words, son Gohan transformed into a streak of light, swiftly heading towards the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation. Upon his departure, Piccolo and Dandy exchanged glances. Dandy, what are your thoughts on the inexplicable disappearances? Piccolo inquired. There has never been a precedent for such occurrences. Let us be vigilant regarding Satan City for the time being, Dandy suggested. Agreed, Piccolo nodded. Could this be the handiwork of androids 17 and 18? Dandy speculated. Let us observe before drawing conclusions, Piccolo replied. Didn't you mention that 17 and 18 were involved in some wildlife sanctuary? Indeed. Logically speaking, they should not be so idle. Dandy shook his head, feeling somewhat baffled. I share your sentiments. Piccolo nodded. Then why did Uncle Piccolo imply that 17 and 18 were responsible? Dandy queried. Puzzled. There is no grand reasoning behind it. Someone must take the blame, after all. How else could Gohan focus on his studies? Piccolo remarked with a knowing demeanor. Dandy, Uncle Piccolo. Your reasoning is undeniably sound. I must personally visit Satan City. Be careful, Piccolo. We must not encounter a monster beyond our capabilities, Dandy voiced his concern. If such a creature truly exists, it might just add a bit of spice to our peaceful lives, Piccolo replied with a gentle smile. Leaping gracefully from the temple and soaring towards Satan City. At the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, Bulma, with a cigarette poised between her fingers, observed Gohan thoughtfully. Oh, you wish to conceal your true identity and desire a completely different transformation? Indeed. Is there a feasible method? Gohan inquired eagerly. Of course. I am a genius, after all. Bulma replied with a slight smile. We can transform your outfit into particles like the capsules, allowing you to don it whenever necessary. Really? Then I shall rely on you. Bulma, Gohan exclaimed, brimming with excitement. It is quintessentially Gohan to not allow villains to escape. Bulma chuckled. Very well, I shall assist you. It will take approximately 2 hours. I truly appreciate your help. Gohan expressed his gratitude as he retrieved his phone and settled onto the sofa, awaiting patiently. Bulma, observing him, remarked, This is not like Gohan at all. Since when did you start looking at your phone? Are you playing games? Oh no, just checking the news, Gohan replied pensively. Refocusing his attention on the news regarding the vicinity of Apartment 8. Bulma approached to take a glance. News from Satan City's Apartment 8? She mused, momentarily taken aback. It's already making headlines. How curious. It previously required a search to uncover, yet it has garnered official attention so swiftly. Is there something amiss? Gohan, do you know something? Bulma inquired. I consulted Uncle Piccolo and Dandy. They speculated it might be the work of androids 17 and 18, who swiftly relocated items, Gohan explained, scratching his head. If it truly was them, I couldn't sense their presence due to their lack of energy. Androids 17 and 18? Bulma echoed, momentarily stunned. Yes, it must be one of them, Gohan confirmed with a nod. Well, this isn't my forte. I shall proceed to prepare your transformation attire, Bulma stated, taking a puff of her cigarette as she made her way towards the lab. By the way, Bulma, where is Trunks? Gohan asked, momentarily diverting his attention from the news. As there was little clarity to be had, Trunks might be in the gravity training room, undergoing rigorous training with Vegeta, Bulma responded. Uncle Vegeta? Gohan remarked, surprised. Trunks is now of the age to commence formal training, hence Vegeta is teaching him combat techniques. Bulma smiled, remarking that Vegeta wished to train Trunks to surpass Gohan in strength. Ah, ha ha ha, that is indeed a formidable challenge, Gohan chuckled in response. Bulma then busied herself with matters concerning the transformation attire, while Gohan wandered around Bulma's home. Have you entered high school yet? Doctor. Briefs happened to pass by and greeted Gohan. Hello. Today marks the beginning of the new term. Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. Have you started dating anyone? Doctor? Briefs inquired with a smile. Not yet. It's only the first day, and I hardly know anyone, Gohan replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Keep striving, Gohan. I've heard that Krillin is still single. Poor fellow, Dr. Briefs lamented, taking a sip of coffee. Haha, perhaps that's because Uncle Krillin lacks a nose, Gohan quipped. You make a valid point, Dr. Briefs mused, nodding thoughtfully. Krillin's looks might not meet the standard, prompting him to seek alternatives in other areas. Indeed, Gohan laughed heartily. Chapter 10, Didi, would you like to come over to my place? Keep it up and find yourself a girlfriend soon, Doctor. Briefs encouraged as he patted Gohan on the arm and hummed a little tune while departing. Gohan pondered, is having a girlfriend truly that significant? Should I consider finding one at school? Perhaps not. I am here to focus on my studies. My aspiration is to become an exceptional scientist. If I were to start dating now, I would likely be distracted by romance. I must dedicate myself to my studies. I aim to gain admission to the finest university. That is my life's ambition. With resolve, Gohan continued his search. Where is the gravity chamber? This place is vast. I always get disoriented here. As Gohan searched for the gravity training room, he suddenly spotted Trunks running out from one of the rooms. Gohan, when did you arrive? Trunks, clad in training attire with a towel draped around his neck, was visibly sweaty. I just got here. I heard you were training with your father? Gohan smiled. Yes. Trunks nodded in affirmation. At that moment, Vegeta approached from a distance. Hello? I hope I'm not interrupting. Gohan quickly greeted him. It seems your body has become sluggish. Do not forget to train, even amidst world peace, Vegeta remarked as he passed by Gohan and continued on his path. Yes. Gohan nodded. Gohan, what shall we play? Trunks asked. Have you seen the news, Uncle Vegeta? Son Gohan did not respond to Trunks' words. Instead, addressing Vegeta's silhouette with a remark. Vegeta gradually came to a halt. Do I strike you as someone who would concern himself with such trivial matters? He retorted without turning around. Recently, mysterious disappearances had been reported near Apartment 8 in Satan City. Son Gohan elaborated, Uncle Vegeta. Do you have any idea what's going on? Don't inquire about such matters from me. You should consult Piccolo, Vegeta replied before leisurely departing. Something has vanished. What does it have to do with me? Is it my concern? Son Gohan had merely asked out of curiosity, not expecting any substantial revelations. Perhaps, as Uncle Piccolo and Dandy suggested, it was indeed the doing of androids 17 or 18. Only they seemed devoid of any energy signature. Satan City. Apartment 8 was named as such because it was conveniently located near Highway 8. After traversing into this realm, Tian lost his parents at the tender age of 5. Fortunately, with the wisdom from his past life, he managed to wash his own clothes and prepare meals, fully capable of self-sufficiency. His parents left him with this sole apartment, where he had resided ever since. Had it not been for the recent awakening of his erasure technique, Tian might have led an unremarkable existence in the Dragon Ball universe. Lacking extraordinary talents, he remained an ordinary human from Earth. What do you possess to confront the myriad challenges that the future may hold? Even Tian contemplated constructing a robust underground sanctuary, pondering if it might provide refuge from the relentless pursuit of Majin Buu. However, after careful consideration, Tian ultimately decided to abandon this notion. For during the reign of Majin Buu, the Earth itself was laid to waste. Surviving such a cataclysm would indeed be a rarity. The sole means of enduring was to perish once, thereafter to be resurrected by the dragon. Fortunately, Tian had awakened the art of erasure, which irrevocably altered his destiny. As Tian departed from school, he deftly eliminated numerous superfluous textbooks, thereby enhancing his own experience. At that moment, he stood at the threshold of his apartment, ready to return home. Unbeknownst to him, Biddily stealthily trailed behind, concealing herself behind a corner. Upon Tian's entrance into the building, Biddily hastily followed suit. Yet, upon her arrival, she discovered that Tian had vanished. Momentarily taken aback, she quickly glanced towards the two elevators, one stationed on the 10th floor, the other on the 18th. Tian had just entered. It was implausible for him to have ascended so swiftly. Could it be that he opted for the stairs? Indeed, it must be so. I shall pursue him. With this thought, Biddily promptly entered the stairwell and ascended with fervor. However, just as she reached the midpoint of her ascent, she unexpectedly encountered Tian. Biddily, what brings you here? Tian inquired with a cheerful smile. At that moment, Biddily found herself at a loss for words. I understand. Your family must be quite affluent, and you have a residence here, do you not? Tian remarked with a smile. Yes, indeed. Biddily nodded vigorously. Tian, you are truly remarkable. I had yet to devise a reason for my presence. You have seemingly conjured reasons for me. On which floor do you reside? Tian inquired. Which floor? Biddily pondered, finding the question rather intricate. I suddenly could not recall the exact floor of my residence. Thus I was searching floor by floor. The elevator was too sluggish, so I resolved to take the stairs. Biddily chuckled softly. I see. Tian nodded. What brings you here, Tian? Biddily promptly shifted the topic. I reside on the 11th floor, Tian replied. The 11th floor, you say? Let me think about which floor I live on. Biddily raised her head, resting her chin on her hand in contemplation. No need to think too hard. Since we fortuitously met in the stairwell, would you care to visit my home? Tian proposed. Visit? Biddily mused. Indeed, a visit, Tian confirmed. I should perhaps display subtitles. This way, it would be clearer for you. After all, the pronunciation of speak and to do is identical, so it is quite normal if you cannot discern it. Sounds good. Biddily did not object. Given that Tian had approached her, it would be rather impolite not to visit his home. Did you bring your homework? Let us return home and complete it together, Tian suggested. I did bring it. My backpack is right behind me, Biddily nodded. Yes. Let us work on our assignments together. It was a perfect opportunity for me to investigate the reasons behind the disappearances occurring here. Collaborating with you on homework seems a splendid approach. Perhaps through repeated sessions, I might uncover the specific cause. I generally prefer taking the stairs, as the 11th floor isn't particularly high, so I seldom use the elevator, Tian remarked with a smile. Occasionally using the stairs is quite beneficial. It serves as a form of exercise, akin to climbing a mountain, Biddily agreed. I absolutely adore mountain climbing, Tian affirmed eagerly. I prefer to ascend your mountain. Conquering its peak feels exhilarating. The thought alone stirred excitement in Biddily. Do you enjoy mountain climbing? Why are you gazing at me? Am I a mountain? The two individuals ascended the stairs. By the way, Biddy, which floor did that girl who enjoys sleeping in the nude reside on? Tian inquired with curiosity. Biddy replied, Are you serious, Tian? Do you truly have such an affection for that girl who sleeps in the nude? Chapter 11. Living on the floor below me? Who knows? Biddy let out a huff. Do you not wish to investigate the disappearance of their belongings? Tian inquired with a smile. Your words seem to bear some weight. I shall consult my police acquaintance, Biddy mused, nodding in contemplation, feeling that Tian's assertion held merit. Since you wish to investigate, and I too harbor the desire to uncover the truth, let us embark on this endeavor together with utmost sincerity. Are you also intent on investigating? Biddy casually asked. Dialing the police. No, I simply wish to observe the girl who sleeps in the nude, Tian declared resolutely. Biddy fell silent, holding her phone for a prolonged moment without uttering a word. Hello, Miss Biddy. At that moment, Biddy's call was answered. Greetings, officer. Biddy suddenly regained her focus. May I inquire about the matter at hand? The police officer asked. I would like to inquire about the case regarding a girl from apartment 8 whose blanket has gone missing, Biddy responded. Miss Biddy. The issue of mysterious disappearances has already been delegated to the appropriate authorities, the officer replied. Could you provide me with her specific apartment number? Biddy asked. I am currently at apartment 8, and I wish to take a look. Certainly, please hold for a moment. The police, being courteous to Biddy, swiftly located the girl's residence via their computer system. It's 1002, Biddy exclaimed. 1002? Tian was taken aback. It seems to be directly beneath my own abode. Directly beneath your residence? Biddy wiped her brow. Indeed, Tian nodded. No wonder her blanket has vanished. Perhaps I inadvertently brushed it aside while I slumbered. Thankfully, I did not sweep away the floor itself. Had I done so, I would likely have tumbled directly into her bed. What a peculiar sensation. No, I must ensure to sweep my floor tonight. First, I shall ascertain whether she is pleasing to the eye. If she is not, I shall retain my floor. The two swiftly ascended to the 10th floor, with Tian merely accompanying Biddy on this errand. Are you investigating how things vanish? Haven't I already told you? These items have been erased. It is a process of transitioning from existence to oblivion. I might as well confess that I am the one responsible. Of course, even if I were to erase something right in front of you, you would be unable to uncover anything. For me, it is as effortless as a mere wave of the hand. The two soon came to a halt at the door of room 1002. Biddily inhaled deeply before stepping forward to knock. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a youthful girl with golden short hair. Upon seeing this young woman, Tian's eyes widened in disbelief. Is that not number 18? She lives right below my apartment? How was I unaware of this? When did she move in? Wasn't she supposed to be living with Clint? Could it be that they had a quarrel? Is that why number 18 relocated here? It is certainly a possibility. Who are you? Number 18 inquired, glancing between Biddily and Tian, her expression frosty. Ah, hello. I am Biddily. I am here to assist the police in their investigation regarding the mysterious disappearance of certain items, Biddily quickly explained. You? Assisting the police in an investigation? No. 18 frowned. Aren't you still in high school? Yes, we are indeed high school students, but I often lend a hand to the police in matters within my capability. Biddily replied. Please, come in. After a brief silence, number 18 invited Tian and Biddily into the room. May I ask how you would like to be addressed? Biddily inquired, delivering a discreet kick to Tian as she spoke. Have you never encountered a beautiful woman? Look at the way you appear. Upon encountering this woman, I felt as though your very soul had vanished. Tian suddenly regained his composure. The beauty of the woman referred to as 18 was truly remarkable. Indeed, today was a day worthy of celebration. The mere thought of 18 being in the same room as Biddily stirred an exhilarating excitement within me. I wished to strip away the garments of both of you. First, close the door, close the door. Let not others catch sight of this moment. With a gentle kick, Tian secured the door shut. I am Lazili, announced 18. Taking her seat. A wave of exhilaration surged through Tian's heart. Indeed, she was 18, for her true name was Lazili. It seemed that 17 was named Lapisai. Well, let 17 be forgotten. He had become inconsequential. Lazili, allow me to introduce myself. I am Tian, residing in 1102, he said, revealing that he lived just above them. Oh, 18 glanced back at Tian, offering no further comment. Biddily remarked, you begin to introduce yourself upon seeing a beauty? Yet, I must admit, this blonde woman is indeed quite stunning. It's no wonder Tian appeared so entranced. Lazili, when did you move in? I was unaware that a gorgeous blonde resided below us, Tian inquired curiously. I have been here for quite some time. I seldom use the stairs or the elevator. 18 replied impassively. I typically exit through the window. It is entirely understandable that you cannot see me. Miss Lazili, I have heard that your blanket mysteriously vanished during the night. Could you please recount the circumstances? Biddily inquired. Did I not express this clearly in the comments on the news? It simply disappeared without any warning, replied 18. How peculiar, Biddily murmured. I have also heard that many items have been mysteriously disappearing from our apartment 8 recently. Tian pretended to be a wolf with a big tail. I hope I do not discover who is responsible for this. Otherwise, I will not let them off lightly. 18 huffed. Lazili, do you live alone? Tian asked. Of course, who else would be here? 18 responded with a blank expression. What about your family and children? Tian pressed further. Children? On what basis do you assume I have children? Do you think I am of an advanced age? 18's expression turned cold. Biddily shot a fierce glare at Tian. Are you capable of conversing? Tian inquired. This girl appears quite youthful, no more than in her 20s. How could anyone assume she has a child? Is your child named Marin? He asked. Marin? I am uncertain of what you are referring to, number 18 replied, furrowing her brow. Chapter 12. Disrobing number 18. Oh dear. It must be my mistake, Tian chuckled. Could it be that number 18 is not with Krillin? There seems to be some discrepancies in history as I know it. However, such variations are not uncommon, especially considering my unexpected presence in this Dragon Ball universe. Perhaps my existence has subtly altered the timeline, resulting in number 18 remaining single to this day. How delightful. I wonder if Bulma has been pursued by that pig. The likelihood of Bulma being single seems quite slim. If we calculate the years, Bulma must be in her 40s now, right? Never mind. Let Bulma continue her escapades with that pig. I am content with number 18 in Videl. In the future, I shall summon a few angels for amusement. I wonder if I can disrobe the angels as well. I must strive for that. My sincerest apologies for any offense I may have caused, Tian quickly expressed. Miss Lazuli, may I wander about your room? Videl requested. Feel free, number 18 replied nonchalantly, though the probability of discovering the reason behind any missing items is rather slim. Even I am baffled by how the blanket vanished. You are merely an ordinary girl. Can you be found? Yet, it may not be a bad thing. Since this girl is acquainted with the police, it could be advantageous for her to assist in my search. How peculiar it is. Who would play such a prank as to come to my home and steal my blanket? It hardly resembles the antics of Sun Wukong and his companions. Did not Sun Wukong perish? Could it be Vegeta? Yet, it is unlikely that Vegeta would engage in such trivial pursuits. Might it be Krillin? who harbors a secret affection for me. That seems improbable as well. If it were indeed that little bald fellow, I should be able to sense any disturbance in my room. Aside from those few, I truly cannot fathom who else would dare to pilfer my blanket. I sincerely hope I do not catch you. Not only have you stolen my blanket, but you have also glimpsed into places that ought to remain unseen. Biddily wandered about in the abode of the 18th, yet finding the reason seems rather unlikely. Biddily, how are things? Any new discoveries? Tian inquired with a hint of anticipation. Not particularly. It has been 2 days since this incident, has it not? Biddily shook her head. The scene has been compromised. There are no signs of anyone entering our home, the 18th remarked nonchalantly. Perhaps a small thief managed to enter through the window, Biddily pondered. Acknowledging that although it was the 10th floor, such a possibility could not be entirely dismissed. Perhaps, the 18th replied, disinterested in further debate with Biddily. You say it might be possible, then perhaps it is. Do you think there could be someone with extraordinary abilities capable of erasing anything? Tian prompted deliberately. On the 18th, both Biddily and another girl turned to gaze at Tian. Subsequently, the two lovely young women ceased their engagement with him, particularly Biddily, who rolled her eyes at Tian. Are you once again speaking of metaphysics in my presence? This time, you actually claim that someone possesses some extraordinary skills? The more you speak, the more absurd it seems to me. Of course, on the 18th, I shall not believe the words of Tian. For such matters are utterly unprecedented. One might say that someone swiftly snatched the blanket from my body, and I might just entertain the notion for a fleeting moment. He possesses extraordinary skills, effortlessly erasing my blanket from existence. I can hardly believe it. In that moment on the 18th, as BD and I doubted Tian's words. He casually flicked his fingers behind his back. Suddenly, the garments worn by BD and me vanished without a trace. Tian admired the sight of us in our bikinis, finding it utterly captivating. The abrupt disappearance of our clothes stripped away any sense of mystery. Yet, the allure of a partially concealed appearance can indeed spark the imagination. To harmonize with BD and me in our bikinis, Tian followed suit, discarding his outerwear as well. That was a set of clothes I had spent a considerable sum to acquire, now vanished in an instant. It seems I must attain a golden level of erasure magic to restore what has been lost. Today, for the sake of the two of you, I have made quite a sacrifice. That outfit was earned through my hard work. Can you imagine? A deity, proclaimed to be the future sovereign of all, must toil on earth to make a living. Had I foreseen this, I would have returned home to don a more modest attire. Nevertheless, it matters not. Perhaps I shall seize the opportunity to borrow some funds from Biddily. After all, your family is quite affluent, is it not? In the future, I shall be the most magnificent deity in the entire universe. Would you lend me some money? In return, I shall gift you a universe. Am I not generous? Very well, let us settle on that delightful decision. Nowadays, the garments adorning Biddy and Android 18 have mysteriously vanished. They have disappeared without a trace. Tian scrutinized each one. Biddy's attire was rather kawaii, a snug outfit adorned with a bear pattern. In contrast, Android 18 presented a more alluring visage, epitomizing the essence of mature femininity. Particularly, her ensemble of purple form-fitting attire was enough to ignite one's imagination. Tian, dressed rather casually, donned only a pair of loose-fitting shorts. The three exchanged glances, but more accurately, Tian was fixated on the two stunning women before him. Seizing the opportunity, he indulged in a few more lingering looks. Next time, I shall gradually strip away all of your garments. It must be done little by little. One cannot devour a feast in a single bite, for that would ruin the experience. I revel in the thrill of mystery. Ha ha ha. Tian chuckled to himself. Is it not amusing? I have tasked you with investigating a mysterious disappearance, and now it seems your attire has vanished as well. Hurry and check. Biddily immediately came to her senses, hastily shielding her body with her hands. Tian rolled his eyes. It would be best if you did not obstruct any further. I have already savored all that is worthy of appreciation. What can you possibly obstruct now? Moreover, if I desire to see, can I not? Not only can I see, but I can perceive even more clearly. Number 18 appeared remarkably calm, swiftly snatching a distant bed sheet and wrapping it around herself. And then, there was naught that followed. Number 18 showed no inclination to assist Biddily in finding clothing. Biddily, do not be preoccupied solely with wrapping yourself in the bedspread. Do not forget about me. In a state of disarray, I hurried to the bathroom and shut the door behind me. What transpired? Where have our outer garments vanished? Tian was acting as if he were a cunning fox. Put on your clothes first, remarked number 18 with a huff. Do you have any men's clothing? Tian inquired. None, but I have a dress, Would you like to wear it? Number 18 replied. Tian then pondered. What if the clothes are lost once again? No need. I shall return home to find a set, he said, leisurely humming a tune as he opened the door. Number 18. How dare you hum a tune? It appears that the ones at a disadvantage are myself and that girl. You truly have not suffered any loss at all. Tian swiftly ascended the stairs to find an outfit to wear. Subsequently, he descended and knocked on the door. Just a moment, your classmate is changing clothes. Replied number 18 from within the room. I have seen all that needs to be seen. She need not concern herself with such trivialities, Tian asserted confidently. Number 18 and Biddily exchanged a quick glance. Before long, Biddily had changed into a set of clothes belonging to number 18. Fortunately, their body proportions were quite similar. Once adorned in the outfit, Bidilly's expression shifted dramatically. She then approached and opened the door. Biddily harbored no suspicions about Tian, as she felt he was rather innocent, left with nothing but a pair of oversized shorts. The three of them donned their attire, yet suddenly felt a pang of discomfort. The previous scene seemed like a fleeting dream. Tian sighed in contemplation. What did you just say? Number 18 inquired, her tone tinged with irritation. You are taking advantage of the situation while pretending to be innocent. What on earth transpired? Why have our garments vanished so suddenly? Tian, feigning nonchalance, inquired once more. The occurrence is indeed peculiar. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would have found it utterly unbelievable. Biddily furrowed her brow. Now do you believe it? Number 18 sighed. Even I failed to discern what transpired. This time, my clothes simply vanished into thin air. Previously, while I was asleep, my blanket disappeared. I suspect I may have been careless then. But what could have happened this time? There was no one else at home. Why did my clothes disappear without a trace? Who could be playing such a cruel prank? It's infuriating. Do you have any idea how much my outfit cost? Tian exclaimed resentfully. That was the salary I earned in a month. And now, it has mysteriously vanished. Isn't that maddening? Observing Tian's face contorted with anger, number 18 and Biddily never anticipated that the instigator of this incident was none other than him. I hope I do not catch him. Tian gritted his teeth. I shall demand compensation. Number 18. Biddily, is this merely a matter of money? The pressing issue is how did the clothes disappear? Why would they suddenly vanish without reason? Moreover, 3 sets of clothes vanished all at once, right before our very eyes. Should we involve the police in this matter? Tian asked. Would it not be rather embarrassing to admit? Number 18 fell silent. Biddily was equally at a loss for words. Your assertion is undeniably valid. Should this matter be officially recorded, the implications could be rather troubling. If the room contained only myself and lazily, it would hardly be a concern if word got out. However, the presence of Tian complicates matters significantly, especially since his garments have also vanished. Moreover, do you suppose that if we linger here a while longer, our attire might also disappear? Tian scratched his head and inquired. 18th. Biddily. Silence. Biddily retorted with evident irritation. Do you still wish for our garments to vanish? Did you not see enough just now? I have already allowed you to behold my form. Am I to wed you in the future? My father says that if a girl has shown her body to a boy, she is destined to marry him. Wait a moment. Miss Lazuli has also been seen by classmate Tian. Does that mean Miss Lazuli is to wed Tian as well? Are we to share a husband? Biddily's thoughts wandered excessively for a moment. If our clothing were to vanish again, I would surely uncover the reason. Number 18 huffed softly. Tian waved his hand gently. And then, number 18's outer garment inexplicably disappeared. This time, Tian merely erased the clothing from number 18's form, leaving Biddily and his own garments intact. After all, number 18 had provoked me. Number 18, have you discovered the reason? Tian inquired eagerly. Turn around. Biddily glared. All right then, Tian replied leisurely, turning his body away. It was just as well. Everything that needed to be seen had already been seen. Moreover, there would be ample opportunities in the future, especially since number 18 resides just below my apartment. Should I simply erase this floor? Transform this residence into a 2-story abode? Why not embark on a renovation? It would save me the trouble of demolishing walls. With just a wave of my hand, the walls would vanish. It seems feasible. For a moment, Tian found himself lost in thought. If the king were to learn that Tian possessed the ability to erase things for renovations, he would likely be reduced to tears. You are the most magnificent deity in the entire universe. Are you intending to become a contractor? Number 18 swiftly surveyed the surroundings, attempting to discern who had rendered her attire mysteriously absent. How would one even begin to search? It seemed rather implausible to find it. With a tinge of skepticism, Number 18 cast a glance at Tian. Could it be this fellow's doing? It seemed unlikely. Even if he were responsible, how could he have accomplished such a feat? Could he possibly make my clothing vanish right under my nose? Is he a magician? He hardly presents as one. Rather, he resembles a frivolous scoundrel. Number 18 quickly donned a brand new outfit, her expression icy as she stepped outside. Ahem, you have quite an array of clothing, Tian remarked, observing her. Number 18 retorted. Is the quantity of clothing the main issue here? Tian secretly reveled in the thought of seizing an opportunity to eliminate all her garments, ensuring she could not step outside, not even sparing the sheets. Have you two made any progress in investigating the mysterious disappearance of items? Number 18 inquired, her demeanor frosty. It seemed someone had mentioned earlier that if any clothing were to vanish again, the cause would undoubtedly be discovered. Tian scratched his head. Number 18 fell silent. You ought to speak less. Biddily snapped, exasperated. You are certainly capable of extinguishing the conversation. I sincerely apologize, Miss Seeley. I shall thoroughly investigate this matter. Today has been quite intrusive, remarked Biddily with a wry smile. I shall not see you off. With a huff, Number 18 exclaimed. Biddily promptly took Tian's hand and exited the room. Bang. Number 18 slammed the door shut with force. So, Biddily, have you discovered the reason? Tian inquired. I am at a loss, completely devoid of clues. Biddily shook her head. Perhaps your mention of metaphysics holds merit, as it is possible that something or someone has erased it. Chapter 14, Bardos, is someone speaking of you? You have finally acquiesced to my perspective. Tian remarked with a smile. Biddily silently regarded Tian. Allow me to gather my thoughts. During the daylight heist at the bank, you were present. Subsequently, the gun in the robber's hand vanished. While attending physical education class, you were also there. Then, the baseball disappeared. After school at Miss Seeley's residence, you were once again on site, and our clothing went missing. Coupled with your reputation as a notorious flirt, I cannot help but find you rather suspicious. Biddily scrutinized Tian from head to toe. Why do you gaze at me thus? I am dressed, Tian replied. Biddily retorted. Does this matter pertain to clothing? Let us visit my home, Tian suggested. Since we are here, this floor is of little consequence. Biddily felt disinclined to speak. Is this merely a matter of a single floor? Very well, since we are here, visiting your home could be worthwhile. I happen to have some suspicions about you. Perhaps we might uncover a clue there. Very well, then I shall intrude upon you, classmate Tian. Biddily nodded. No intrusion at all, Tian smiled. He led Biddily upstairs and opened the door to his home. Entering his abode, one would find it impeccably clean. The dust on the table had been deftly wiped away by Tian himself, as if honing his experience. He even contemplated taking on some cleaning tasks to earn a little extra. With just a flick of my wrist, the room transforms into a pristine state. Even if it doesn't become spotless immediately, a few more flicks would suffice. Moreover, any unnecessary items in Tian's residence had also been dispatched. He didn't even possess a wastebasket at home. Why would I need one? With a simple wave, the refuse vanishes, and I can gain experience points from it. After all, waste is still a part of one's possessions. Upon entering Tian's home, Biddily was left utterly astounded. Is this truly a boy's dwelling? It is astonishingly immaculate. I have heard from the internet that boys' homes tend to be quite chaotic, even more so than Biddily, who finds the floor impeccably clean and gleaming. After arriving at Tian's residence, Biddily was hesitant to move, fearing that she might inadvertently leave footprints on the pristine floor. You can take off your shoes, Biddily suggested. There's no need to. It's fine, Tian replied, inviting her to make herself comfortable. Please, feel free to sit however you like. Biddily was puzzled. What do you mean by make yourself comfortable? I sense there's more to your words. Reluctantly, she decided to remove her shoes as she couldn't bear to dirty the smooth surface. I hope my feet don't smell. Tian casually inquired. Biddily's face flushed crimson at that moment, almost wishing to flee. Is this how you converse with girls? Please, sit however you like. Tian urged once more. Biddily found herself at a loss for words. You always manage to conclude your thoughts so eloquently. I find myself at a loss for words. Thus, I reluctantly took a seat on the sofa. Would you like something to drink? Tian inquired. Just some plain water will suffice, Biddily replied, expressing her gratitude. Plain water? Does that mean milk? Tian scratched his head, puzzled. Are you saying you want to drink my milk? I meant boiled water. Biddily replied, somewhat exasperated. Oh, so that's what you meant. Tian nodded in understanding. Moreover, if you're drinking milk, just say you're having milk. What do you mean by drinking your milk? Biddily retorted, a hint of irritation in her tone. While you're in my home, isn't it just my milk that you're consuming? That seems reasonable, doesn't it? Tian pondered. Never mind, Biddily felt her eloquence faltering. Tian poured a glass of boiled water for her. With a huff, Biddily accepted the cup. She glanced at the transparent glass. Even the cups in Tian's home were impeccably clean, devoid of any smudge. It was quite surprising to discover he was such a cleanliness enthusiast. Tian, do you live here by yourself? Biddily asked. Indeed, Tian nodded. You could move in with me. Living alone feels quite lonely. I knew you wouldn't say anything pleasant. Why would I want to come to your home? Biddily deflected the conversation. Don't you live with your parents? My parents passed away when I was 5 due to illness, Tian responded. I'm sorry, Biddily quickly apologized. It's all right. I've managed on my own all these years. Tian smiled. You said your parents passed away when you were 5? Biddily suddenly realized. Yes, Tian nodded. Did you live in an orphanage? Biddily asked with a hint of sympathy. I certainly took care of myself. I've been able to look after myself since then. Tian smiled. After my parents' passing, I've lived in this apartment. Biddily was taken aback. You were able to take care of yourself at just 5 years old? You are truly remarkable. When I was merely 5 years old, I was still engrossed in playing with dolls. Since we find ourselves with some leisure time, shall we collaborate on our homework? Suggested Tian. Certainly. Replied Biddily with a nod, as she set down her backpack and retrieved her textbooks. Tian and Biddily situated themselves together, embarking on a delightful session of homework. Let us cultivate our bond through this exercise, taking our time, for there is no rush. The erasure technique must be enhanced, just as our relationship ought to flourish. As long as I elevate my erasure to the silver level before the emergence of Majin Buu, all will be well. A silver-level erasure boasts a physical strength 1,000 times that of Frieza, equating to a staggering 100 billion battle power, though it may not rival Majin Buu. Should you dare to provoke me, I shall erase you, for the silver-level technique has the power to obliterate a person, though it seems it cannot eradicate a deity. By deity, Tian speculated that it likely refers to the Supreme Kai and those above him, excluding the deities of Earth. This evening, I shall erase all of Android 18's family's garments to accumulate experience points. After all, why should you reside beneath my dwelling without so much as a greeting? I had thought you had allowed that swine, Krillin, to ravage you. Thankfully, that is not the case. As Tian diligently completed his homework, his heart brimmed with delight. My life is on the verge of transformation. As the future supreme deity of the universe, is it unreasonable to aspire for multiple wives? Not at all. Once I master the art of creation, I shall bestow a new visage upon Bardos. In the 6th universe, within the realm of the gods of destruction, Achoo. Bardos suddenly sneezed. The god of destruction, Kampa, paused momentarily in surprise. Bardos, is someone speaking of you? Kampa inquired. Perhaps, Bardos replied nonchalantly. You should investigate. Perhaps when you obliterated that planet last time, that fleeing individual was uttering your name in a corner, Kampa suggested. What if you were to do something inappropriate with your photograph? Bardos retorted. What do you mean? Bardos shivered, feeling somewhat uneasy. This matter must be thoroughly investigated. If what Lord Kampa said is indeed true, it could be quite distressing. Bardos promptly took out her staff and conducted a brief search in the 6th universe. I must find out who is murmuring about you. I'll go and deal with them immediately. Kampa rolled up his sleeves. However, Bardos found nothing. The individual she located was indulging in a grand feast, seemingly harboring no ill intentions. No, Bardos shook her head. It's not him. Have we been overthinking? Kampa pondered. Indeed. It must be that Lord Kampa was merely overthinking. Such jokes should not be made. Bardos rolled her eyes. By the way, that fellow Beerus is still asleep, right? Kampa inquired. Yes, he is still slumbering, Bardos affirmed with a nod. While he sleeps, shall we continue our search for the Dragon Balls? Kampa grinned. There should still be 3 Dragon Balls in our universe. We must covertly acquire them while he is asleep. Very well, Lord Kampa, Bardos responded. Whoosh, whoosh. The two transformed into streaks of light in different colors, swiftly merging into the starry sky and darting towards the 7th universe. 7th universe, Earth, Capsule Corporation headquarters. 2 hours later, Bulma had successfully crafted a transformation outfit for Gohan. Gohan donned the transformation watch on his wrist. I just pressed this red button, right? Gohan asked. Yes. Bulma nodded. Wonderful. Mom, please make another one for me. Trunks eagerly gazed at Gohan. Smack. Gohan pressed the red button on the watch. Whoosh. A red and green ensemble instantly enveloped Gohan's form, accompanied by a helmet appearing atop his head. Gohan admired himself in the mirror. Ah, I look quite formidable. Gohan nodded in satisfaction, laughing heartily. This is fantastic. Indeed, Bulma smiled. Mom, why is Gohan's helmet green? Trunks asked curiously. Green is an eco-friendly color, Bulma explained. We must pay attention to environmental protection. That's right, and Bulma is correct, Gohan nodded. I think I'll pass. Trunks wiped his brow. Is green truly just an eco-friendly color? It seems to imply something else when worn on the head, doesn't it? Besides, Gohan doesn't even have a girlfriend. The green hat doesn't signify anything. Bulma clarified. And Bulma? What do you mean? Son Gohan is not particularly well-versed in these matters. It's quite all right. What matters is that you find it appealing, Bulma remarked with a smile. It looks quite imposing. I really like it, Son Gohan replied with satisfaction, pressing the blue button above. Whoosh. In an instant, Son Gohan's transformation attire vanished, reverting to his original outfit. Aunt Bulma, Trunks, I must take my leave, Son Gohan stated. Bulma and Trunks escorted him to the door. Kinto-1, Son Gohan called out loudly. The flying Nimbus swiftly approached from a distance. Son Gohan lightly leaped onto the Kinto-1. Do visit again. Trunks waved goodbye to Son Gohan. Thank you, farewell. Son Gohan waved back. Whoosh. The Kinto-1 soared into the sky, rapidly heading toward the direction of Mount Payos. Since Satan City lies between Bulma's home and Mount Payos, Son Gohan would need to pass through Satan City on his way back. Kinto-1, let us return home. It is getting late, so let us proceed at full speed. Son Gohan instructed the Kinto-1. Whoosh. The Kinto-1 accelerated. Hee. With this transformation, no one will doubt me anymore, Son Gohan mused to himself. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Right. Passing through Satan City on my way home after transforming means I can fly over without being recognized, and I can reach home quickly. Although I feel a bit guilty towards Kinto-1, I can fly faster myself. With that thought, Son Gohan stood up. Kinto-1, shall we have a race? Son Gohan smiled. Snap. As he spoke, he pressed the red button on his watch. Instantly, a layer of green attire enveloped him. Whoosh. Son Gohan soared into the sky. The Kinto-1 kept pace beside him. However, in the blink of an eye, Son Gohan left the Kinto-1 far behind. Kinto-1, I will keep accelerating. You cannot catch me. Son Gohan waved to the Kinto-1. Before long, he had outpaced the Kinto-1 entirely. Soon, Son Gohan found himself hovering above Satan City. In Satan City, in apartment number 8. The deafening roar of a sports car engine pierced through the tranquility of Yi Tian's home. Yi Tian furrowed his brow. You have disrupted my studies. Who possesses such a lack of decorum to drive with such a cacophony? Yi Tian sighed resignedly. There will always be individuals devoid of civility. Yi Tian silently approached the window, gently waving at the roaring sports car. Oh, how I shall deal with you, driving with such noise. Biddily immediately stepped forward. Though they were on the 10th floor, Biddily glanced in vain, unable to discern the location of the sports car. Shaking her head, she chose to remain silent. On the road outside, Sun Wukong swiftly spotted a speeding sports car. He noted the reckless velocity of the vehicle, descending from the heavens, even in his transformed state. He felt compelled to announce his transformation. In the next moment, Sun Wukong plummeted towards the ground. Just as he landed, his eyes widened in astonishment and disbelief. The sports car had vanished in an instant. Only 2 individuals were left suspended in the air, completely bewildered, their spirits nearly escaping in fright. Where's our car? Brother, where's the car? The younger brother inquired. If you ask me, who can I turn to? The elder lamented. We're doomed to fall to our demise. Chapter 16. Sun Wukong. Number 17, number 18, come forth. Estimating our current speed at 180, the younger brother wailed, I only hope we can fly a little longer and die with dignity. The elder responded, no one can leave this world alive. The younger brother added. The elder fell silent. Brother, there is someone ahead. The younger brother's eyes sparkled as he spotted Sun Wukong in the distance. Let's run him over. Let us find a scapegoat, the elder declared fiercely. Brother, it sounds as though we can steer this thing, the younger brother sobbed. Smack. Smack. Sun Wukong swiftly surged forward, catching the 2 unfortunate souls. They felt as though their souls were about to escape, drenched in cold sweat, unable to regain their composure for quite some time. What just transpired? Where's our car? Are you both all right? Sun Wukong inquired. Who are you, boy? Did you steal our car? The elder, suddenly alert, glared at Sun Wukong. I stole your car? Do not jest. Sun Wukong retorted, perplexed, though I too am unaware of how your vehicle disappeared. Its sudden vanishing before my very eyes is indeed remarkable. The elder and the younger brother fell silent for a moment. You two, you cannot drive at such reckless speeds. It is exceedingly perilous. An accident was nearly averted. Son Gohan admonished, "You must ensure to drive carefully in Satan City from now on." The older brother retorted, "Are you joking with us? Our car is gone. What are we supposed to drive?" Son Gohan coughed, scratching his helmet. Indeed, what has transpired? How could the vehicle have vanished so suddenly? Was it truly the work of the 17th or 18th? Must I transform into a Super Saiyan to track their movements? It seems plausible, for without transformation, I stand no chance against those two androids. However, I shall not transform just yet. First, I need to properly educate these two. I mean to say, even if we had a car, we cannot drive recklessly. Son Gohan reprimanded. "Who are you, you weirdo?" The older brother asked darkly. "Look, he is wearing a green hat. Ha ha ha. It must be that his girlfriend is cheating on him." The younger brother laughed heartily. "I don't have a girlfriend." Son Gohan shouted, then mumbled. "You just asked me who I am? Well," he began to ponder deeply. "Are you just now thinking of a name?" The older brother said coldly, "I am the masked warrior of justice, Saiyan masked hero." Son Gohan raised his right hand gently, placing his left hand on his hip, striking a pose he believed to be quite heroic. Saiyan masked hero? The older brother was taken aback. "Ha ha ha, this guy is just a hick." The younger brother cackled. "Not only is he wearing a green hat, but his outfit is so tacky and his name is so outdated. Indeed, I have never seen such a ridiculous hick." The older brother mocked. Son Gohan trembled with rage. With a forceful stomp, he struck the ground, creating a large crater in the asphalt. Cracks radiated outward, resembling a desiccated landscape. "I put in considerable effort to come up with that name," Son Gohan declared. "What a beautiful name, truly lovely." The older brother quickly interjected. "I apologize," the younger brother hastily added. "We can assure you that even if we have a car in the future, we will never speed again." The older brother wrote a letter of assurance. "Yes, my brother, and I will absolutely refrain from speeding." The younger brother echoed. "You may leave now." Son Gohan nodded in satisfaction. The older brother and younger brother hurriedly made their exit, only to collapse in a back alley, weeping. "Brother, we spent a fortune to rent that car," the younger brother sobbed. The older brother felt a pang in his heart. How could a sports car vanish so mysteriously? Who would believe such a tale? As he gazed at the departing figures of his elder brother and younger sibling, Son Gohan fell into a deep contemplation. This time, I witnessed a vehicle vanish right before my eyes. Yet, the two individuals within the car seemed perfectly fine, continuing their uniform motion. Could it truly be the work of androids 17 and 18? Perhaps I should investigate further. With a sudden burst of energy, Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan and ascended into the air, hovering weightlessly. "Hey, 17 and 18, I've spotted you. Come out immediately," he shouted loudly. In apartment 8. Room 1002, Android 18 evidently heard Son Gohan's voice and approached the window to gaze into the distance. She spotted a peculiar figure adorned with a green helmet, radiating a golden aura. A Super Saiyan? Android 18 paused momentarily, pondering who it might be. With Goku having perished in the Cell games, this person's physique suggested he was none other than Goku's son, Gohan. Vegeta would certainly not don such attire. Ah, so it is that boy Gohan. Never mind. He is not someone I can provoke. After all, he has the power to defeat even Cell. I shall pretend I cannot hear him. What brings you to seek my company? Feel free to shout as much as you desire. Had you been aware of my residence, you would have come directly to my abode. You remain oblivious, which is why you find yourself shouting so loudly. It is perplexing to comprehend your intentions. Number 18 silently observed the situation. The room was enveloped in darkness, and during this twilight hour, it was indeed strange for Sun Wukong to have any visibility from outside. Number 17, Number 18, could you please refrain from your antics here? The recent mysterious disappearances are undoubtedly linked to you, Sun Wukong exclaimed vociferously. Number 18 felt an overwhelming surge of frustration. What connection do I have with these mysterious vanishings? My own blanket has inexplicably vanished as well. Who am I to seek redress? She clenched her fists, initially contemplating a confrontation. However, after a moment of reflection, she ultimately abandoned that thought. I cannot best him in a fight. What would be the point of stooping to his level? Besides, I am not responsible for these incidents. I am just as puzzled about the disappearances as he is. Should this happen again, I shall not let you off so easily, Sun Wukong threatened. A flash of anger crossed Number 18's face. You insolent fool, Sun Wukong. Do you expect me and Number 17 to take the blame for the missing items? On what grounds do you presume that it was either I or Subject 17 who orchestrated this? Let us ponder this matter thoughtfully. I have come to a realization. Neither Subject 17 nor I exhibit any fluctuations in our energy signatures, rendering us imperceptible to their senses. Thus, do you truly believe that it was I and Subject 17 who were responsible? Could you not use your brains for once? Number 18 shook her head and chose to ignore Son Gohan. Chapter 17. Do you see who it is? Suddenly, a figure flashed beside Son Gohan, appearing nearby. Is that Uncle Piccolo? Son Gohan looked at Piccolo with delight. What in the world are you wearing, Gohan? Piccolo said with a wry smile. What are you talking about? Uncle Piccolo, don't you think my outfit is quite stylish? Son Gohan laughed heartily. Piccolo fell silent. When did Uncle Piccolo arrive? Son Gohan inquired again. I arrived here before you, Piccolo pondered. So, you witnessed that Car's sudden disappearance as well? Son Gohan asked. I did, Piccolo nodded. Did you see who was responsible? Uncle Piccolo? Son Gohan hurriedly questioned. Piccolo shook his head. Was it not Android 17 or 18? Son Gohan asked again. It should not be them. The speed of this individual was so extraordinary that even I could not discern it clearly, Piccolo replied solemnly. It seems somewhat inappropriate to pin the blame on 17 or 18 now. If we continue to hold them accountable, this child, Gohan, may become utterly confused. On the street, you shouted for number 17 and number 18 to come out. Do you believe they would respond? If they were willing to emerge, they would have done so long ago. The question remains, where is the vehicle? Where has it vanished to? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. I do not know. It feels as if it has simply disappeared into thin air, Piccolo remarked. How could it vanish without a trace? Is it possible that a terrifying monster has once again emerged on Earth? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow. Perhaps, Piccolo nodded, and moreover, this individual exhibits no signs of energy fluctuations. It is impossible to sense his presence through any means. Could it be that someone from Trunks' future has manifested again? Sun Wukong speculated. That is not an impossibility, Piccolo pondered. In any case, I possess a foreboding sense. Wukong, you must exercise caution. I understand. Sun Wukong's expression grew serious. In apartment 8, Biddily stood by the window, gazing into the distance. Tian, do you see those two hovering in the air? Biddily exclaimed, astonished. Yes, Tian nodded. Unfazed. You seem utterly unperturbed, Biddily remarked. What is there to be astonished about? It's merely flying in the sky, Tian replied. You speak as if you can fly as well, Biddily retorted, speechless. Isn't it just flying in the sky? Can you fly? No. Tian shook his head. Compared to Biddily, you seem to speak of it with such assurance, yet I am willing to learn, Tian smiled. Whom shall I learn from? Biddily inquired. I, too, am contemplating which mentor might be most suitable, Tian replied. Do you not think that individual resembles the one who appeared during the Cell Games? Biddily asked, gazing at Piccolo in the distance. Indeed, quite similar. Your eyesight is commendable, Tian acknowledged. I possess too. Zero vision, Biddily proclaimed proudly, squinting into the distance. Although the figure was not entirely clear, it indeed bore a resemblance to the character from the Cell Games. Have you never heard of Demon King Piccolo? Tian queried. Demon King Piccolo? What is that? Biddily responded, taken aback. What a pitiable fellow. He was once a formidable figure in his time, Tian lamented, reflecting on how swiftly he had been forgotten. Who is that? Biddily asked in confusion. Look it up yourself. Do not expect me to inform you of everything. Tian retorted. It would be better if you didn't say anything at all. High above, Piccolo suggested, let us depart from this place and deliberate further. Very well. Uncle Piccolo, I should return home as well, Sun Wukong nodded. With a swift motion, the two departed the scene. Piccolo, on his way back to the Earth Sanctuary, cautioned Sun Wukong to exercise great care and not to act recklessly. Our adversary lurks in the shadows, while we remain exposed, entirely unaware of their true strength. What if they possess the ability to make someone vanish without a trace? What? Make someone disappear without a trace? Sun Wukong exclaimed, startled. It is not without its possibilities. Piccolo mused. What if the recent disappearances are merely the monster's method of harvesting experience? Uncle Piccolo, what are you saying? Do you think this is a game? Sun Wukong wiped his brow. In any case, be cautious, Piccolo advised. Without knowledge of our opponent's true identity, we must tread carefully. Understood, Uncle Piccolo, Sun Wukong replied, his expression serious. He, too, recognized the need for caution. That car vanished right before my eyes, and Uncle Piccolo was present as well. Neither of us witnessed what transpired. How could the car have disappeared? Where could it have gone? Uncle Piccolo, should we search for that sports car? Perhaps finding it will yield some clues. Sun Wukong suggested thoughtfully. You make a valid point. I shall return to the sanctuary and enlist Dandy's assistance, Piccolo nodded. I appreciate your help, Uncle Piccolo and Dandy. Son Wukong responded. Return home safely, Wukong. Big gently patted Son Wukong on the back. All right, Son Wukong nodded. The two then took their leave. In apartment 8. After finishing her homework at Tian's house, Biddily also expressed her intention to depart. Tian refrained from any inappropriate actions towards Biddily and did not remove any of her clothing. Such matters are not to be rushed. They shall unfold gradually. Once Biddily has left, I shall venture out to enjoy myself. Biddily remained oblivious to any peculiarities in Tian's behavior, aside from his occasional irritating remarks. Well then. Tian, I shall head home, Biddily said as she adjusted her backpack. I'll accompany you, Tian offered. No need. I would even hope to encounter a robbery. Biddily replied with a smile, knowing he would likely feel despondent. Whether one encounters a robber is of no concern to you, but as a gentleman. One should escort the girl they admire home, Tian asserted with righteous conviction. Biddily was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that Tian was confessing his feelings to her? They had only known each other for a day. Have you truly developed feelings for me? That cannot be right. Do you not fancy the blonde girl downstairs? Do I? Asked Biddy, her cheeks flushed. Indeed, I have quite a few crushes, Tian nodded. Biddy's face turned from red to purple, and she became infuriated. Tian, you are insufferable, Biddy exclaimed angrily. There are many who find me intolerable. You must take a number, Tian replied with a smile. Humph. Biddy huffed, opening the door and striding out of the room. Chapter 18. Accompanying Biddy home, Tian leisurely followed her. It was merely a jest. Was it truly necessary to become so agitated? Tian consoled her. Humph. Biddy replied curtly. For the sake of our shared study sessions, at least muster a smile, Tian suggested. I have no desire to smile. It simply escapes me. Biddy rolled her eyes. Regardless, I am determined to escort you home, Tian grinned. Humph. With that cheeky grin of yours, Biddy pouted. Although Biddy appeared disgruntled, a warmth enveloped her heart. The sensation of being accompanied home by a boy was, to her, rather peculiar. As they walked further, Biddy's anger began to dissipate. She recognized that Tian was merely teasing her. Upon reflection, she realized there was little reason to be upset. Tian and Biddy walked side by side. And as they traversed the path, Tian consistently observed the surrounding buildings. Whenever he spotted something displeasing, he would gesture as if erasing it from existence. Biddy, however, remained oblivious to this. This is my first time in this area, Tian mused. This was originally the outskirts of Satan City, Biddy explained. It only began to flourish after the municipal government relocated nearby. Just look at that prison for evidence. A prison? Tian exclaimed, taken aback. Prisons are typically constructed on the outskirts, away from population centers. Biddy pointed toward a distant large structure. That is the prison. Tian's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Are there still criminals inside? Not many. Really, it mainly houses temporary offenders now. Those who are truly sentenced to prison have been relocated far away, Biddy clarified. Temporary offenders? Tian's interest waned slightly. For instance, some human traffickers. The government has yet to establish effective policies. Many advocate for capital punishment, yet for reasons unknown. It has not been implemented, Biddy continued. It may also be a concern that executing traffickers could drive them to desperate measures. However, that presents a contradiction. If trafficking is a capital offense, it might reduce such crimes. So, there are quite a number of traffickers incarcerated here. Tian focused on the crucial point. Yes. And for now, their fate remains uncertain. Biddily nodded, acknowledging the presence of not only human traffickers but also corrupt officials. Tian felt a surge of excitement. When I return, I shall erase all of you, he declared. Though my current abilities do not allow for the complete obliteration of a person, I can certainly diminish some of your components. Each of these actions contributes to my experience points. As they proceeded, Tian accompanied Biddily, remaining vigilant and subtly erasing various bothersome elements along the way. For instance, he dealt with dog owners who neglected to leash their pets by erasing the only leash-like object from their possession. Similarly, he eliminated the tools of those who carelessly littered or relieved themselves in public. While these were minor infractions, they did not hinder Tian's accumulation of experience. He was determined to impose consequences on anyone who displeased him. Good habits must be cultivated from a young age. One should not wait until a crucial part is lost to lament the unfairness of the situation, for by then it would be too late. I have arrived, Tian. Biddily indicated a magnificent structure in the distance. Good night. Tian nodded in response. Be cautious on your way. I have heard that the nights have been rather perilous lately, Biddily advised. Rest assured, with my tall and handsome stature, who would dare to trouble me? Tian smiled. Biddily replied, say whatever you wish. A young man returning home should encounter no issues. Until tomorrow, she waved goodbye. Indeed, until tomorrow, Tian nodded. After bidding farewell to Biddily, he stealthily circled the prison. Unfortunately, he could see nothing within. However, despite the lack of visual access, Tian closed his eyes and was able to sense the precise locations of everyone inside. Although he could not perceive their breaths, he could certainly discern their forms. How might one describe this sensation? It was akin to the divine perception found in a realm of immortals. Indeed, it was the essence of such perception, allowing one to sense all beings and objects within a radius of 100 meters. Tian, showing no inclination for courtesy, casually waved his hand and erased a portion of the components from the human traffickers. Whether they would survive henceforth hinged solely on their fortune. For the moment, they felt no pain. The true amusement would arise once the remnants of their injuries began to register. After completing this deed, Tian sauntered away with nonchalance. Upon returning home, he found himself unsatisfied and decided to extend his senses to the residence of Subject 18. At this hour, she had already succumbed to slumber. With another flick of his wrist, he casually obliterated all garments within her dwelling, leaving not even a sheet behind. Being an artificial being, and with the current season being neither too cold nor too warm, there was no risk of her succumbing to illness. Even in winter, given her constitution, she would not suffer from any ailments. This evening had proven remarkably fruitful for Tian. Judging by the pace of his erasure tonight, he surmised that within approximately 10 days, he would likely ascend to the silver tier of erasure techniques. A sense of contentment enveloped him. Moreover, to avoid arousing the attention of Biddily, he had predominantly erased items located over 100 meters away during his return. Feel free to investigate as vigorously as you wish. Even if it turns out to be me, it is of no consequence. A night passed without a word. The following morning, at Baozi Mountain, at the residence of Sun Wufan, the door creaked open. Sun Wufan stepped outside. Mother, Goten, I am off to school, he announced. His mother, Chi-Chi, and his younger brother, son Goten, emerged to see him off. Be careful of the aircraft, Chi-Chi cautioned. Understood, Sun Wufan nodded, promptly pressing the red button on his watch. In an instant, a suit of red and green attire enveloped him. Wufan, while the outfit is acceptable, I must comment on the color of that helmet, Chi-Chi remarked with a frown. I need to have a word with Bulma about why she provided you with a green helmet. Chapter 19, The New Attire of Number 18 Mother. There is no need to worry about that. I do not have a girlfriend, and wearing a green helmet does not signify anything, Sun Wufan replied with a smile. The previous night, he had taken the liberty to investigate the implications of a green helmet, noting that several individuals had donned them. He was slightly concerned, but soon found solace in the discovery that it symbolized a girlfriend's infidelity. I have no girlfriend, so wearing a green helmet is inconsequential. Besides, I believe the color of this helmet complements my outfit quite well. Thus, he dismissed the matter from his mind. Though that may be true, Wufan, you surely will have a girlfriend someday. Wearing such a helmet in advance is quite peculiar, Chi-Chi huffed. Bulma, was this intentional? Why would you give my son a helmet in such a color? I think my brother looks quite handsome, son Goten chimed in with a grin. Exactly, Sun Wufan smiled. Mother, I must be on my way. With that, he soared into the air. Goten, from today onward, you may use my flying nimbus. Sun Wufan waved farewell as he departed. Goten nodded vigorously. Sun Wufan transformed into a streak of golden light, swiftly heading towards Satan City. In roughly 20 minutes, he landed on the school rooftop. With a click, he pressed the blue button on his watch, and in an instant, his attire reverted to its original form. This is splendid. I can afford to rise a bit later in the future, Sun Wufan mused as he descended from the rooftop. If I were to transform into a Super Saiyan, I could reach school in under 10 minutes. What a delightful prospect. He made his way to the storage room. Good morning. Sun Wukong immediately spotted the bespectacled man who was changing books. Ah, you certainly arrived quite early, he remarked. The bespectacled man glanced at Sun Wukong with a hint of surprise, then smiled and said, You know, a significant event occurred last night. But it has nothing to do with the Golden Warrior. Oh? Sun Wukong feigned calmness and smiled. Do hurry and tell me. You must be referring to me. The bespectacled man remarked. I heard that last night. The prison was filled with anguished cries. The inmates were in utter despair. The prison? Inmates? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, did you know? It is said that a certain component from their bodies mysteriously vanished. The bespectacled man shuddered. What? Another disappearance? Sun Wukong's expression grew serious. This time, is it a part of a human body? As Uncle Piccolo suggested, has the phenomenon of disappearance evolved? Previously, it was objects that vanished. Now it seems to be components from human bodies. Who could be responsible for this? Sun Wukong fell into deep contemplation. You appear equally astonished. The bespectacled man chuckled, but do not fret. Thus far, those who have lost their components are not of virtuous character. Not virtuous? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Indeed, what good could come from a prison? All the vanished components belong to criminals. Some have lost a leg, others are missing intestines, and some have even lost kidneys. It is said that a notorious human trafficker who had abducted numerous children has lost his own rear and will likely suffocate as a consequence, the bespectacled man lamented. Sun Wukong replied, at least no virtuous individuals have lost anything. The bespectacled man smiled, so we have little to worry about, right? Yes, indeed. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. By the way, there is one more thing, the bespectacled man continued, though it pales in comparison to the previous matter. What is it? Sun Wukong inquired. It is said that a new ally of justice has emerged in Satan City, the bespectacled man explained. Sun Wukong remarked, I suppose that person must be me, right? Though my attire may be somewhat humble, I possess considerable strength. I believe they call me the Masked Saiyan. The bespectacled man scratched his head. Well, that individual has become rather insignificant. Sun Wukong felt a pang in his heart. So, I am already deemed unimportant? No, it is Masked Saiyan, he corrected earnestly. Although I may be unimportant, you cannot misname me. Huh? How did you know? The bespectacled man was momentarily startled. Oh, I heard it from witnesses, Sun Wukong replied. Sun Wufan was taken aback, feeling as though he had narrowly avoided exposure. Today, Tian and Biddily arrived at school together and entered the classroom side by side. As for the events of the previous night, Biddily was also aware of them. However, she found it impossible to uncover the reasons behind it all. Despite her efforts to investigate, she remained empty-handed. Naturally, Biddily harbored some suspicions about Tian, increasingly perceiving him as enigmatic. The night before, when the topic of prison arose, the very same evening, components mysteriously vanished from the inmates. This was utterly bewildering. Yet, if Tian was indeed responsible, how could he have accomplished such a feat? Was he perhaps a sorcerer? Today, in school, she resolved to observe Tian closely. During the philosophy class, the teacher was lecturing at the podium while Sun Wufan diligently took notes. In contrast, Tian struggled to keep his eyes open, clearly fatigued from the previous night's toil. Erasing so many items had inadvertently extended his work until 2 in the morning, and he had even managed to erase all of the clothing in room 18. Now, room 18 must be in a state of chaos. You find yourself without attire, and I wonder how you shall venture outside. Apartment 8. Number 18 awoke rather late. Upon awakening, number 18 was astounded to discover that the blanket covering them had vanished once more. This time, not only had the blanket disappeared, but the sheets had also mysteriously gone missing. Number 18 trembled in indignation. Who could be so tedious? How long will this continue? Angrily, number 18 made their way to the dressing room. Upon opening the wardrobe, chaos ensued. Where are my garments? Why have they all vanished? Number 18 was left speechless. Standing in silence for an extended moment, they searched high and low for their clothing, but every single item had disappeared from the home, leaving no trace. Not even a single sheet. Number 18 covered their face, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Surely, one cannot remain indoors indefinitely. In the past, number 18 would venture out, albeit by flying through the window. What shall I do? I cannot run through the streets unclothed, can I? Oh, I recall that a middle school student resides above me. His name is Tian, if memory serves. If worst comes to worst, I might borrow a piece of clothing from him. He should be at school at this hour. Very well. Number 18 brushed through their hair, gently raising a finger that flickered with a radiant glow. Chapter 20. The birth of a mysterious hero with a swift motion. Number 18 directed their finger toward the living room, releasing a stream of light that struck the ceiling with precision. They focused intently on controlling their power. One misstep could bring the entire floor crashing down, rendering the house uninhabitable. The luminous tip of number 18's finger, akin to a welding torch, carved a hole into the ceiling. With a resounding thud, a piece of reinforced concrete fell, which number 18 deftly caught with their hand. In the next instant, number 18 soared into the air, appearing directly in the living room of Tian's home. Initially, number 18 intended to fly through the window into Tian's residence. However, upon further reflection, they realized it was daytime, and the embarrassment of being photographed while unclothed would be too great to bear. Thus, taking the shortcut seemed the wisest choice. You reside above our household. I must extend my apologies to you. Upon visiting Tian's home on the 18th, I was struck by the immaculate state of his abode. Unable to contain my admiration. This little fellow certainly possesses a penchant for cleanliness, I remarked with a smile as I made my way to the bedroom. The two-story layout mirrored that of my own quarters. Upon entering Tian's bedroom, I opened the wardrobe and selected a piece of men's attire that suited me perfectly. Subsequently, I retrieved some transparent tape from the house and meticulously affixed the dislodged concrete and rebar back in place. That should suffice, I proclaimed with a grin. Asserting that the floorboard had merely fallen on its own, believe it or not, I've secured it with tape. At Qingxing High School. In the classroom where Tian was situated, his phone suddenly vibrated. He took it out to glance at the screen. Where a notification appeared, the home surveillance camera had detected movement. Tian paused momentarily, astonished. Had a thief dared to intrude upon his sanctuary? What audacity! To venture into my home. Do you believe I could erase the components from your body? It seems I have exceeded the limits. Currently, Tian can only eliminate objects within a radius of 100 meters. Beyond that distance, his abilities cease to function. In truth, 100 meters is already quite substantial. However, the school is approximately 1,600 meters away from apartment 8. You little thief, just wait for me. First, I shall ascertain who you are. Tian unlocked his phone and checked the camera feed. Almost instantly, he spotted a beautiful woman in his home, completely unclothed, striding with confidence. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than number 18. My goodness, what brings you to my home? Immediately after, Tian observed number 18 entering the bedroom. Tian swiftly switched the camera to the bedroom. In the next moment, he witnessed number 18 retrieving a garment from the wardrobe and putting it on. Tian, you audaciously don my attire. Very well. I have erased all traces of your garments. After much contemplation, you devised a certain method. However, how did you manage to arrive at my residence? I distinctly recall that when I left home, I ensured all the doors were securely closed. Furthermore, I had diligently shut the windows as well. There were no alarm notifications from the door, thus it appears you did not enter through the front entrance. Surely you did not break the window to enter? Tian adjusted the angle of the camera. After inspecting the windows at home, he found them intact. How peculiar. How did you manage to come in? Number 18. Tian decided to cease pondering the matter, knowing he would uncover the truth upon returning home. It was merely lending a set of clothing to number 18. Henceforth, let your body serve as recompense. At that moment, the watch adorning Biddily's wrist emitted a sudden beep. She promptly answered the call. Yes, this is Biddily, she replied. A voice relayed urgent news of a robbery in the adjacent Landos Road town, indicating that 2 thieves were fleeing along Highway 81 towards the mountains. Without a moment's hesitation, Biddily sprang from her seat and bolted out of the classroom. As she departed, she addressed her teacher. I will be stepping out for a moment. Thank you for your diligence. Be careful, the teacher responded. Sun Wukong stood momentarily stunned, before swiftly turning to inquire of his bespectacled classmate. What is happening? He asked, perplexed. Biddily's greatest passion is upholding world peace. After all, her father is Mr. Satan. The bespectacled boy smiled, explaining that the police often sought her assistance due to her remarkable abilities. Really? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. Do not underestimate Biddily. That girl possesses strength far surpassing mine. Her prowess is even comparable to Mr. Satan's, Shoppa chimed in with a grin. Indeed, Eliza concurred with a nod. Sun Wukong's expression shifted slightly. To be comparable to Mr. Satan's strength, is that not perilous? The mysterious hero, the masked Superman, the golden warrior. And then there is Biddily, Shoppa mused, surprised to discover 4 champions of justice in this small town. Mysterious hero? Who is that? Sun Wukong asked, taken aback. It refers to the incident of certain things mysteriously vanishing, Eliza elucidated. Although we do not know how it was accomplished. We refer to the mastermind behind it as the mysterious hero. Mysterious hero? What a jest. You do not even know whether they are human or monster. Sun Wukong chuckled wryly. Regardless of whether they are human or beast, at least the things that have disappeared were unnecessary, the bespectacled boy remarked. I have heard that numerous superfluous textbooks from our school vanished overnight. If this is indeed a human doing, could they not be considered a hero? Even if they are a monster? Sun Wukong found himself at a loss for words. What do you truly know? Should a dreadful monster emerge, one that even I cannot confront, the Earth would undoubtedly face catastrophic peril. Sun Wukong shook his head, opting for silence. A mysterious hero? That title possesses a certain charm. Tian nodded in satisfaction, albeit with a hint of rusticity. Haha, this mysterious hero sounds remarkably like you, Elisa remarked with a smile. Indeed, it is I. Tian replied. Do not jest so, or you may find your own parts disappearing, Elisa laughed. Then I shall refrain from speaking, Tian chuckled heartily. Yet, Sun Wukong felt a slight unease within. For now, the enigmatic hero could wait. I sense a greater danger than that posed by Biddily. I must first prioritize saving Biddily. However, to venture out immediately would certainly arouse suspicion. Chapter 21 Sun Wukong. Tian, why do you insist on joining the fray? After a brief pause, Sun Wukong felt the moment had arrived and suddenly stood up. Ah, teacher, I sincerely apologize. May I please visit the restroom? Sun Wukong hastily inquired. The teacher replied. Go ahead. The teacher nodded. I will accompany you. Tian raised his hand. The teacher cast a glance at Tian. Do you really need a team to go to the restroom? Sun Wukong glanced back at Tian. I'm off to rescue Biddily. What are you doing tagging along? Never mind. Perhaps you genuinely need to relieve yourself. Without further ado, Sun Wukong dashed towards the exit. Hey, Wukong. Are you running so fast because you've soiled your pants? Tian remarked leisurely from behind. Laughter erupted among their classmates. Sun Wukong's face flushed crimson at that moment. Tian, that's quite excessive, he retorted, reluctantly slowing his pace. Tian caught up with him, and Sun Wukong's expression darkened. Upon exiting the classroom, Sun Wukong hurriedly ascended the stairs. Wukong, the restroom is over there. Why are you sprinting towards the rooftop? Tian called out. Sun Wukong replied. Why is this guy so meddlesome? I'm going to save classmate Biddily. Why do you care about what I do on the rooftop? That's Tian, isn't it? You should go to the restroom. I'll head upstairs, Son Gohan remarked. Are you really planning to sneak into the ladies' restroom? Tian inquired. Son Gohan chose to remain silent. On what grounds do you assume I would venture into the ladies' restroom? We are all men here. It is merely a matter of using the facilities. Yet you insist on segregation. Tian sighed. Tian, I have pressing matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Sun Wukong disregarded Tian and hurried up the stairs. Before long, Sun Wukong found himself on the rooftop. He glanced back, relieved that Tian had not followed him. The surroundings were devoid of any onlookers. Transform. Sun Wukong promptly pressed the red button on his watch, morphing into the Saiyan masked superhero. With a whoosh, he soared into the sky. However, after ascending a short distance, he abruptly halted midair. Where is Highway 81? Sun Wukong scratched his head, resorting to sensing Biddily's energy signature. He concealed himself in a secluded spot, releasing his aura to locate her presence. Meanwhile, Tian dashed downstairs, sprinting toward the location of Highway 81. His speed was remarkable. Tian was well aware of the highway's whereabouts, having grown up in this city and possessing a fair understanding of its layout. He raced with great agility toward Highway 81. I must keep an eye on Biddily. I have intercepted her. I cannot allow Sun Wukong to reclaim her. On Highway 81, a hover car sped along at breakneck speed, pursued relentlessly by two police cars with sirens blaring. Inside the sports car were two robbers, with one henchman brandishing a rocket launcher. Boom. The rocket launcher fired a missile, which hurtled toward the police vehicles. With a resounding explosion, the two police cars spun wildly before crashing to the ground. Ha ha. Those two fools. The henchman cackled. In the midst of his laughter, he suddenly felt the ground beneath him give way. The lead robber, equally perplexed, scanned the surroundings before glancing down. Where's my car? Where has it gone? Boss, where's the vehicle? The henchman stood frozen in disbelief. I heard that a racing car vanished last night, the henchman remarked. Enough with the chatter. We are about to crash. The boss was on the verge of tears. Their descent was not swift, and after a brief flight, they plummeted to the ground, tumbling rapidly. The two robbers rolled uncontrollably on the ground. Biddily had long since landed her helicopter at a distance, awaiting the arrival of the robbers. She widened her beautiful eyes, witnessing the astonishing sight of the robbers' vehicle vanishing into thin air once again. It has disappeared. Once again, something has vanished. This time, it disappeared right before my eyes. Two robbers were rolling on the ground, tumbling for approximately 20 seconds. Ultimately, they came to a halt beside Biddily, rendered unconscious. Biddily remarked, "It seems my efforts were in vain. Who could be responsible for this? Is it that enigmatic hero again? But who exactly is this mysterious figure? How perplexing." Biddily proceeded to cuff the two robbers. High above, Sun Wukong was at a loss for words, his astonishment beyond description. He had witnessed the vehicle mysteriously vanish. It occurred last night, and now in broad daylight, the same phenomenon transpired. Just moments ago, Sun Wukong finally sensed Biddily's presence, although she had not engaged in combat. There was a slight fluctuation of energy around her that he was able to detect. Upon sensing her aura, Sun Wukong swiftly made his way to her side. And there he beheld the scene of the car's disappearance. Once again, it vanished right before my very eyes, without any forewarning. Sun Wukong was engulfed by a sense of the uncanny. Who could it be? What sort of creature could accomplish such a feat? Where could the missing vehicle have gone? This was undoubtedly not the work of number 17 or number 18. This time, I observed intently, and it was daylight. Had it truly been number 17 or number 18, I would have surely captured a glimpse of them. Sun Wukong hesitated for a moment before descending from the sky, landing beside Biddily. She paused momentarily, gazing at him with surprise, particularly at the green helmet atop his head. The color of your helmet is quite unique. Who are you? Biddy inquired. I am the righteous warrior who will never let any evildoer escape, Gohan declared, striking various poses. He then positioned his hands upon his forehead. Saiyan masked hero. Gohan exclaimed loudly. How impressive. I practiced for 2 hours last night just to perfect this pose. Although the one known as the mysterious hero is indeed enigmatic, it does not hinder me from introducing myself. Coincidentally, I also wish to inquire of Biddy whether she knows anything about the mysterious hero. What kind of pose is that? Biddy wiped her brow. Biddy, do you know about the mysterious hero? Gohan asked. I don't know. What about you? Biddy countered. Chapter 22. Erasing the Saiyan masked hero's attire. I don't know either. Gohan shook his head. The mysterious disappearance of the items is said to be the doing of this mysterious hero. I thought you might know. Biddy replied. Since you don't know, I shall take my leave. Gohan said, preparing to ascend into the sky. What? You can fly? Biddy exclaimed in astonishment. Had I not witnessed it with my own eyes, I would never have believed it. Last night, Biddy had seen Piccolo and Gohan hovering in the air at Tian's home, but they had been quite distant, and she could not see them clearly. Today, however, she witnessed Gohan ascending into the sky, and her astonishment was beyond words. This isn't a trick, Biddy murmured. Well then, Biddy, farewell. Gohan waved to Biddy below and was about to take off. Wait, Biddy called out, her heart racing. Gohan paused and looked down at Biddy. Come down first. I have something to ask you, Biddy said. After a brief moment of hesitation, Gohan descended from the sky. Is your identity truly a secret? Biddy questioned. Ah, yes, Gohan nodded. But just as Gohan finished speaking, his Saiyan masked hero attire vanished without a trace. Biddy's eyes widened in disbelief. It really is Gohan, Biddy exclaimed. Huh. Gohan was taken aback. Where's my helmet? The helmet is gone. Not only has my helmet disappeared, but so too has my Saiyan masked hero attire. Did that mysterious hero take my clothes? This fellow has already crossed the line. Son Gohan immediately became vigilant, disregarding whether his identity had been exposed. Biddily, please refrain from speaking for now, he said in a grave tone, soaring into the sky to survey his surroundings. However, he saw nothing. Unbeknownst to him, hidden behind a rock, Tian was secretly reveling in the situation. Gohan was unable to sense Tian's presence, for he emitted no aura at all. Frowning slightly, Gohan gradually descended and appeared beside Biddily. Why, you are Gohan, right? Biddily inquired. Yes, indeed, Gohan replied, scratching his head in embarrassment. Why are you dressed like this? Biddily asked curiously. I merely wish to lead the life of an ordinary person. If anyone discovers my true abilities, my future existence would become quite troublesome, Gohan responded. Aren't you the mysterious hero? Biddily pressed. How could that possibly be me? Gohan exclaimed, bemused. Am I supposed to make my clothes vanish? Biddily fell silent, suddenly recalling the incident from the previous night when her own garments had mysteriously disappeared. Not only that, but the girl named Lotzili had also been stripped of her clothing. And Tian, he had been left with only a pair of shorts. Thankfully, today, Gohan had merely lost the outfit of the Saiyan masked hero. Otherwise, it could have been rather embarrassing. What about the Golden Warrior? Biddily asked again. That is not me either. Gohan shook his head. Who could the mysterious hero possibly be? Biddily pondered, tapping her chin. I will find a way to uncover his identity, Gohan declared, gritting his teeth. Under my very nose, someone has made my clothes disappear. I will not let him go unpunished. You speak as if you have a plan, Biddily sighed. What should I do? How can I find this monster? I still need to ask Uncle Piccolo after school today. Wait, the dragon! Gohan exclaimed. Isn't there a dragon? The dragon knows everything. Yes. I can certainly ask the dragon to reveal who is responsible for making things vanish. I'm truly brilliant. I need not even wait until school ends. I shall skip class to find Aunt Bulma. Oh, I just remembered I have something very important to do. Biddily, could you help me request a leave of absence? Gohan asked. What are you going to do? Biddily was taken aback. I must find a way to locate this enigmatic hero. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth. This fellow has dared to bully me to such an extent. Previously, it was acceptable when you made the robbers and speeders vanish. But now you have made my clothes disappear as well. I can only wonder what outrageous acts you might commit next. This matter requires urgent attention. I must swiftly devise a plan to locate this individual and uncover the reasons behind these occurrences. Are they of human origin, or is there another explanation? Sun Wukong gradually ascended into the sky. Hey, could you teach me that flying technique? Biddily asked. Flying technique? Sun Wukong paused momentarily. That could be discussed another time. Whoosh. After uttering this, he transformed into a streak of light and swiftly departed from the scene. Biddily was left astonished. This individual flies at an astonishing speed. She gazed upwards, lost in thought. The mysterious disappearance of objects was utterly perplexing. Could it be the work of Tian? However, Tian was not present at the scene. The distance to the school was still considerable, at least over 10 kilometers away. Is it possible that Tian could cause cars and people's clothing to vanish from such a distance? Never mind. I'll return to the school and ponder it further. Biddily made a call to the police and then boarded a helicopter, swiftly flying towards the school. At the very moment Biddily stepped onto the aircraft, Tian also took off running, quickly making his way back to the school. From a distance, Tian observed that there was not much interaction between Biddily and Sun Wukong, so he decided to remain incognito. It seems that abruptly erasing Sun Wukong's clothing startled him as well. Furthermore, where could Sun Wukong have gone? Judging by his flight path, it did not appear he was heading back to the school. Never mind him. Tian soon returned to the classroom, stealthily slipping in through the back door to take his seat beside Eliza. Where have you been? Eliza inquired. I've been back for some time. How did you not notice me? Tian smiled. Who were you trying to fool? I just noticed there was no one beside me. Eliza retorted. Your eyesight must be poor, Tian chuckled. No, your eyesight is the issue, Eliza replied, irritated. You always manage to kill the mood. Chapter 23, Vegeta. It must be the work of a sorcerer. Approximately 10 minutes later, Biddily returned to the classroom. She sat down to the right of Eliza. Biddily, are you all right? Eliza asked with concern. I'm fine. That mysterious hero appeared again, Biddily exclaimed. Did you see that mysterious hero? Eliza asked in surprise. What was he like? Is he handsome? The two robbers' vehicle vanished without a trace. It seems I hardly exerted myself and yet managed to apprehend those two bandits, said Biddily with a wry smile. Ah, indeed, the mysterious hero is remarkably enigmatic, Elisa chuckled. Biddily nodded, casting a glance towards Sun Wukong's seat. It appears that Wukong has had an unfortunate bout of diarrhea and rushed to the restroom shortly after your departure, yet he has still not returned. Elisa remarked with a smile. Is that so? Biddily feigned ignorance. She was not one to indulge in gossip, since Sun Wukong wished to keep his identity concealed. Biddily had no intention of revealing it. By the way, did Tian accompany Wukong to the restroom? Surely, he hasn't fallen into the toilet. Elisa turned to inquire of Tian. Perhaps he has gone home to change his trousers, Tian replied. Biddily immediately turned her astonished gaze towards Tian. Tian also went out? With Wukong? Could it be that the mysterious hero is Tian? When did he return? Biddily whispered to Elisa. Biddily. I can hear you. Tian interjected from across the room. Why are you so curious about my return? Do you perhaps harbor feelings for me? What nonsense? Biddily retorted. I am merely suspicious. Tian returned just 10 minutes ago, Elisa stated candidly. Biddily, your concern for Tian is quite curious. Could it be that you have genuinely taken a liking to him? Sharple laughed heartily from the side. How rare it is. The iron tree has blossomed. Biddily wiped her brow. Who are you calling an iron tree? Tian, you should be cautious. If you were to date this girl, you might find yourself with little standing at home, assuming you can even best her. Sharper jested. How could I possibly bear to strike my own girlfriend? Tian replied with a gentle smile. Biddily interjected, the conversation is veering further and further off course. How did we end up discussing romantic relationships? Never mind. This is not the time for tales of mysterious heroes. Let us interrogate Tian after school. At the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation, Bulma gazed at Son Gohan, surprised to see that his Saiyan superhero costume had suddenly vanished. So, the mysterious disappearance case at Apartment 8 has escalated? She inquired. There are those who refer to this individual as a mysterious hero, but as of now, we remain oblivious to whether it is a human endeavor or the result of other circumstances. Son Gohan scratched his head in frustration. What could be the reason? Is it truly the work of a person? Bulma pondered. If it is indeed human, and even you, Gohan, are unaware of who is responsible, then that is rather peculiar. I find it strange as well, Gohan nodded. Before I came here, I asked Uncle Piccolo, but he too was completely in the dark regarding the perpetrator. What about Dandy? Isn't he the god of Earth? Even he doesn't know? Bulma questioned. Indeed, Dandy is also clueless, Gohan replied, shaking his head. So, you've come to me seeking assistance in crafting another Saiyan superhero outfit? Bulma asked. I was thinking of using the Dragon Balls to summon Shenron and inquire if he knows who is behind this, Gohan suggested. Shenron, Bulma mused, nodding thoughtfully. If it is Shenron, he will surely uncover the truth. Aunt Bulma, please also help me create another outfit, Gohan added. Very well. I shall provide you with the Dragon Radar and craft you another costume, Bulma agreed. As they conversed, Vegeta passed by the doorway. Uncle Vegeta, pardon the intrusion. Gohan greeted, somewhat awkwardly. Vegeta ignored him, not even sparing him a glance. Vegeta, Bulma called out, halting him in his tracks. Vegeta. Gohan often experiences inexplicable disappearances in Satan City. Do you have any insight into the cause? Bulma inquired. Knowing that Vegeta had spent considerable time in the universe and might possess valuable knowledge. How do these things vanish? Vegeta questioned, directing his gaze at Gohan. Although initially reluctant to engage, he felt compelled to inquire due to Bulma's insistence. They just disappear all of a sudden, Gohan responded. Suddenly vanished? Is it an illusion caused by super speed? Vegeta scoffed. No, Uncle Vegeta, Gohan shook his head. At first, I thought the same, but it is certainly not the case. As he spoke, Sun Wukong detailed the peculiar circumstances surrounding the disappearance of his garments. He even recounted how the two vehicles vanished, sharing this information with Vegeta. Vegeta fell silent. Could it be? Vegeta, you are unaware? Bulma wiped the sweat from her brow. I am a warrior, not a magician. Vegeta retorted with a scowl, asserting that such occurrences should be the domain of sorcerers, suggesting a method of remote transference. A magician? Sun Wukong pondered thoughtfully. Indeed, that must be the case. Vegeta nodded affirmatively. A magician? Is there truly a magician on Earth? Bulma inquired. I have no idea. This is my first encounter with such a bizarre phenomenon. Sun Wukong scratched his head. You must be vigilant of your surroundings, Vegeta advised. If a magician intends to transfer your belongings, they likely wouldn't stray too far. Be attuned to the energies around you. There must be some presence. However, I flew up into the sky today and scanned the vicinity. Sun Wukong replied solemnly. Besides my female classmate, Biddily, and two unconscious robbers, there shouldn't be anyone else within a kilometer radius. Perhaps he has concealed his presence through magic. It is understandable that you cannot sense him, Vegeta responded. Is that so? Sun Wukong replied, somewhat skeptical. Chapter 24. Sun Wukong's unfortunate day. Now that his identity was known, discovering this individual would not be overly complicated. A simple inquiry into Satan City for those with an affinity for the arcane would suffice. Vegeta scoffed, questioning the need to consult the dragon for such matters, after all. It was merely an instance of disappearance. He had anticipated something far more significant. Sun Wukong replied, well, it's not just your belongings that have vanished. Besides my clothes. Many others have also lost various possessions, Sun Wukong remarked, scratching his head. Hardly a remarkable reason. It seems that the magician has merely transferred them via magic. Vegeta shrugged, unfazed. Can even bodily organs be transferred? Sun Wukong gasped in astonishment. Only the organs of ordinary individuals can be transferred, as warriors like us. He would likely not be able to affect us, Vegeta replied. That's a relief, Sun Wukong exhaled, slightly reassured. I was startled. Fearing our very organs could be at risk. That is impossible, unless it were someone with a power level as low as your friend, the bald-headed Krillin, who might fall prey. Vegeta stated confidently, asserting that individuals with our extraordinary power levels would certainly be safe. Sun Wukong remarked, poor Uncle Krillin is caught in the crossfire. Your body has grown sluggish due to your prolonged lack of training, Vegeta chuckled lightly, suggesting that you too might become a target. Sun Wukong felt a pang in his heart. I might fall victim too. However, as long as you diligently cultivate, I sense it shall not be a significant issue. Vegeta added. It appears I must indeed focus on my training. Sun Wukong gravely nodded. Will you still seek the Dragon Balls? Bulma inquired. No. I shall first investigate the matter of the sorcerer at school. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Very well, then I shall craft you a new outfit, Bulma replied. But it will take another 2 hours. Come back to collect it after school, Aunt Bulma. Sun Wukong contemplated and ultimately decided to return to class. Skipping class is not right. Indeed, that is so, Bulma nodded. After all, your ambition is to become a great scientist. Ha ha. Indeed, Sun Wukong responded. Then soared out of the window, apologizing for the disturbance. After his departure, Bulma silently regarded Vegeta. Vegeta, could it truly be the work of a sorcerer? Bulma asked. Certainly. Who else could it be? Vegeta scoffed. Are there sorcerers on Earth? Bulma inquired with curiosity. Do not ask me such things. How long have I lived on this planet? Vegeta grumbled. Bulma remained silent. Before returning to school, Sun Wukong first visited the temple. Wukong, did you find anything at Bulma's residence? Piccolo asked. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. Sun Wukong nodded. Uncle Vegeta mentioned it could possibly be the work of a sorcerer, who might have used magic to transfer the items. Where would they have been transferred to? Piccolo queried. Ah, I did not inquire about that. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Vegeta's reasoning is not without merit, Piccolo mused. Sorcerers can indeed transfer objects. Perhaps they have been moved to another city. Thus, what Uncle Vegeta suggested is quite plausible, Sun Wukong nodded. Dandy. Accompany me to investigate where the missing items have gone. Piccolo turned to Dandy. Certainly, Uncle Piccolo, Dandy replied. As long as we are on Earth. We shall surely find them, and both of those sports cars have license plates, which are registered globally. Piccolo contemplated. Indeed, as long as we locate the license plates. Finding the 2 missing vehicles should not prove difficult, Sun Wukong affirmed, then suddenly recalled something, feeling disheartened. Yet if those 2 cars have transformed into capsule forms, it would complicate the search. Piccolo, you are absolutely correct, Dandy remarked. Let us fervently hope that these 2 vehicles do not transform into capsules. Commence your prayers, sighed Piccolo. Dandy, Mr. Bobo, Gohan, Uncle Piccolo, your artistic style has taken a peculiar turn. Subsequently, Gohan bid farewell to Piccolo and Dandy and swiftly returned to school. Upon his arrival, he was met with a stern reprimand from his teacher, who was in a fit of rage over the missing textbooks. Despite the circumstances, Gohan dared to skip class. I have reiterated this countless times. Middle school is challenging. High school is even more demanding. And by the time you reach university, things will ease up. The teacher admonished Gohan. While you may only be a freshman in high school, you must grasp the significance of diligent study. I am sorry, teacher, Gohan replied. His head bowed in remorse. Very well, you may go, the teacher conceded, noting Gohan's sincere attitude of contrition. Dejected, Gohan returned to the classroom, reflecting on his misfortunes. What a truly unfortunate day this has been. Hey, Gohan, did you manage to get your pants clean? A classmate inquired with a chuckle. Gohan, the other students erupted into laughter. Gohan, crestfallen, promptly retreated to his seat. Come on, you didn't really mess your pants, did you? The bespectacled boy asked, pinching his nose. Gohan, what does it mean when you cover your nose? Immediately, Sun Wukong recalled something and turned to look at Biddily behind him. Biddily, did you not help me apply for leave? Sun Wukong asked in a hushed voice. I'm sorry, I completely forgot, Biddily replied with a hint of regret. Sun Wukong fell silent. He then cast a glance at Tian behind him, feeling somewhat speechless. It's all your fault. You said I soiled my pants. By the way, Wukong, I need to talk to you after school, so don't rush home just yet, Biddily said. Huh, about what? Sun Wukong was taken aback. You'll find out after school, Biddily said with a slight smile. Tian observed Biddily and then glanced at Sun Wukong. What could Biddily possibly want to discuss with him? I should keep an eye on this situation. Otherwise, it would be quite amusing if Sun Wukong intercepted Biddily. Tian, you should join us too. Biddily turned to him again. Me? Tian scratched his head. Yes, I have something to discuss with you as well, Biddily nodded. All right then, we shall talk after school. Tian agreed without objection. Chapter 25. I am going home to catch a thief. After school, Biddily led Tian and Sun Wukong out of the campus. Tian, could you wait over there for a moment? I will be going to your house to do homework later, Biddily said. Going to my house to do homework? Tian was taken aback. Is that unwelcome? Biddily winked at him. Well, it's welcome, But perhaps it's better to go a bit later, Tian pondered, resting his chin on his hand. What do you mean by later? Biddely's expression darkened. What do you mean by that? I want to go home first to catch a thief, Tian replied. A thief? Who broke into your house? Biddily inquired. Who else could it be? The surveillance caught it all very clearly, Tian nodded. The resolution of my home surveillance has reached 16K. It even captures skin details distinctly, he added. I apologize for the interruption. But may I inquire what matter you wish to discuss with me? I am quite eager to return home. Sun Wukong, unable to contain himself, seized the moment to interject from the side. Are you still chatting endlessly? Goku's son. I invite you to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament to be held in a month, remarked Biddily directly to Sun Wukong's son. Huh? The World Martial Arts Tournament? Sun Wukong's son exclaimed, squeezing his eyes tightly at Biddily. Tian is still right beside us. Please do not expose my identity. Wufan. You need not be concerned. Tian is not such a gossipy individual, replied Biddy. Wufan. At that moment, Wufan was at a loss for words. Is he truly not a gossip? Can he really claim that I had an accident and soiled my pants? Is there anyone more gossipy than him? Well, Biddy pondered for a moment, then turned to Tian and said, Tian, could you please step aside for a moment? The reason for stepping aside is that Wufan is the Saiyan masked superhero? Tian chuckled. Wufan, Biddy, you have gone too far. Did we not agree not to disclose this to others? Wufan was on the verge of tears. My identity has been exposed. Even Tian knows who I am now. Am I just anyone? I am Biddy's boyfriend, Tian said with a smile. Go on, what are you saying? I have not yet admitted to being your girlfriend. Biddy chided shyly. No worries. I have already acknowledged myself as your boyfriend. Whether you admit it or not is inconsequential, Tian asserted confidently. Biddy was momentarily rendered speechless. I am utterly confused by your words. Does it not matter if I do not acknowledge it? So, am I your girlfriend or not? No. You have truly bewildered me. Regarding Wufan's identity, it was not I who disclosed it. I never told you. I must clarify that I did not inform Tian about your identity, Biddy hurriedly explained. Even if he is my boyfriend, I am not that gossipy. Wufan, a brief silence ensued. Tian, how did you come to know my identity? Wufan inquired curiously. Quite simply. You leaped effortlessly to a height of 8 meters and stealthily slipped out under the pretense of using the restroom during class. If you are not the Saiyan masked superhero, then who is? Tian smiled. Wufan. Just based on these two incidents, you can conclude that I am the Saiyan masked superhero? Tian is remarkably astute. Wufan thought, why not seize this opportunity to inquire about the existence of any magicians in Satan City? So, do you and Biddy know if any magicians exist in Satan City? Wufan hastily asked. Let us not discuss magicians for now, Biddy interrupted Wufan, and continued with the topic of the martial arts tournament we were just discussing. Wufan, we have already digressed far beyond the topic at hand. Can you really go back? Murmured Son Gohan at the World Martial Arts Tournament. You should be aware that the championship event is about to take place again. Biddily smiled. My father was the champion of the last tournament, and the one before that was a mysterious man named Sun Wukong, whom I have never met. Moreover, nearly 20 years have passed since the previous tournament. Upon hearing Biddily mention her father's name, Son Gohan felt a sudden jolt in his heart. The surname Sun is quite rare. Tian interjected. He shares the same surname as you, Gohan. It is highly likely that the man named Sun Wukong is indeed your father. I think so too, Biddily nodded in agreement. Son Gohan found himself at a loss for words. How could these two be so astute? I have no secrets left in their presence. So, what do you say, Gohan? Shall we participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament together? Biddily extended an invitation, suggesting that the children of two former champions joining the competition would surely be intriguing. Well, I don't wish to participate. Son Gohan wiped the sweat from his brow. I have no interest in the World Martial Arts Tournament. If you choose not to participate, I will inform all our classmates that Son Gohan is the Saiyan masked hero, Biddily teased. I will even print flyers to distribute. Detailing your identity, Tian added. How can you do this? This is too much. Son Gohan nearly burst into tears. Entering as the Saiyan masked hero, you wouldn't be recognized, Biddily smiled. Yet, Son Gohan remained indecisive. Are you suggesting that I participate in the greatest martial arts tournament? No matter how much I conceal my abilities, I could effortlessly defeat all my opponents. Very well, if this is your request, I shall partake. I understand now. I will join. Son Gohan nodded helplessly. Then it is settled, Biddily exclaimed with excitement. The others are simply too weak. I truly hope to encounter an opponent of equal standing. Son Gohan scratched his head, enveloped in silence. Now, can you enlighten me about the sorcerer? Son Gohan inquired. What do you seek a sorcerer for? Biddily questioned. I suspect that the mysterious hero might be a sorcerer, Son Gohan speculated. Biddily immediately turned her gaze toward Tian. Is Tian a sorcerer? Tian responded. Has the little girl begun to doubt me? Am I so conspicuous in my demeanor? Why do you look at me as if I possess magical abilities? Tian shook his head. Chapter 26. I desire to learn flight. Son Gohan too gazed deeply at Tian. Of course, it cannot be Tian. He does not seem like a sorcerer at all. I swear to the heavens, I am not a sorcerer. If I were a sorcerer, may all sorcerers perish. Tian declared. Biddily, you are not a magician, nor is there any need for you to cast such a curse. Does Biddily know of the existence of magicians? Son Wukong inquired. I have only seen them on television, Biddily replied with a wry smile. Son Wukong was at a loss for words. What does Wukong think about those vanished items? Biddily asked. I suspect that a magician has used their magic to teleport those items. Son Wukong expressed his opinion. To where might they be transferred? Biddily questioned. They could potentially be relocated to other cities, Son Wukong suggested. I can understand the magician moving the vehicle. After all, it is utilitarian. Biddily responded. But tell me, why would he transfer our school textbooks and papers? Is he intending to assist us in completing those assignments? Tian remarked. If I were truly that magician, I would weep. You think I am helping you by erasing your assignments? Son Wukong was left speechless. Furthermore, what does it mean that he transferred the body parts of those criminals? Biddily inquired. Surely he does not intend to consume them? Tian interjected. Ugh. Biddily nearly retched. Son Wukong felt a wave of nausea as well. Tian, could you refrain from making such jokes? Biddily glared. Perhaps this magician's actions are merely a form of punishment. It doesn't necessarily imply that he intends to use these items for himself, Son Wukong speculated. For such usage would easily attract attention. Your reasoning seems somewhat valid. Biddily nodded thoughtfully. Very well. I shall keep an eye on matters concerning magicians. Then I shall leave it to you. Biddily. Son Wukong expressed his gratitude. No need to mention it, Biddily replied. By the way, I wish to learn to fly. When you have the time, you must teach me. It hardly seems fair for you to soar in the skies alone. We shall discuss that later. Son Wukong wiped the sweat from his brow. Thus, a delightful agreement was reached. Biddily smiled. I did not consent, Son Wukong remarked. Well, if there is nothing else, I shall take my leave, he said, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before swiftly ascending into the sky. Son Wukong quickly vanished from sight. Wukong flies quite swiftly, Biddily marveled. Indeed, Tian admitted with a hint of envy. I can only erase. I still cannot fly. Not only can I not fly, but I also cannot emit waves. I must find a way to learn these skills. Emitting waves can wait. But it is rather unsatisfactory not to master the art of aerial dance. It seems I ought to seek someone to teach me aerial techniques. How about Android 18? On the 18th, she can fly. However, after being injected with genetically modified enhancements, she would be able to take flight effortlessly. One wonders if she comprehends the principles of aviation. Perhaps I should inquire. Yet Tian, shall we go to your house to do our homework? Suggested by Biddily. In truth, aside from studying, there are other activities we could engage in. Yet Tian smiled. Are you implying we should capture that thief who visited your home? Biddily suddenly realized. Yet Tian, it seems Biddily lacks a sense of romance. Is that truly my intention? Do I require your assistance in apprehending a thief? I shall pursue her myself. I have a penchant for female thieves. Yet Tian, allow me to view your surveillance footage. I can assist the police in identifying her through facial recognition, Biddily proposed. Are you certain you wish to see it? Yet Tian hesitated, as the footage was somewhat inappropriate. Inappropriate? Biddily was taken aback. Very well, I shall show you. Surprisingly, it is rather captivating. Yet Tian grinned and retrieved his phone. Biddily wore a puzzled expression. Captivating? Could it be the female thief who entered? Driven by curiosity, Biddily leaned closer to Yet Tian, peering at his phone screen. Yet Tian accessed the surveillance records, and soon Biddily beheld a young woman, unclothed, wandering around Yet Tian's home. The clarity of the surveillance footage was astonishing. See, even when enlarged, it is perfectly clear, Yet Tian remarked, deliberately magnifying the image. No need to zoom in. Biddily's face flushed crimson with embarrassment. Do you intentionally zoom in to take a closer look? Is there anyone as shameless as you? Shouldn't such surveillance footage be immediately deleted? Did you not save it intentionally? Oh, is that not Miss Lee from downstairs? Even Biddily recognized no. 18 at this moment. Yes, indeed. Tian nodded. What could she possibly want in your room at this hour? Biddily expressed her confusion. The reason for mentioning daytime was due to the timestamp displayed on the surveillance footage. At that moment, Tian was engaged in a class. It seems rather peculiar. She is searching for my clothes to wear. Tian switched the surveillance display to the bedroom. Biddily immediately noticed Lotsily rummaging through Tian's wardrobe, trying on a set of men's clothing. Biddily remarked, "What can I say when a beautiful girl insists on donning my attire?" Tian sighed. Does she harbor some unspoken troubles? Biddily pondered, then countered, "It is the boys wearing girls' clothes that is truly bizarre. Girls donning boys' clothing cannot be considered as such." What kind of logic is that? Are you preparing to advocate for women's rights? Tian retorted. What women's rights? What do you mean? Biddily inquired, perplexed. Forget it. It's not important. Tian shook his head, indicating a lack of desire to explain. Let us return home first. How did she get to your place? Is there no surveillance at your front door? Biddily questioned. There is no need to delve into that. Let us hurry home, Tian replied. 20 minutes later, Tian brought Biddily back to his residence. Upon arriving, he noticed a considerable amount of dust had accumulated in his home. This is unexpected. The greenery in Satan City is generally quite commendable. Even with the windows open for a day, the amount of dust that enters is minimal. Yet now, the house was covered in dust, particularly in the living room area. Tian inspected the living room. Why are there traces of transparent tape here? Biddily approached the area where the floorboard had fallen and pointed it out to Tian. Tian stepped closer and saw the floorboard affixed with tape, leaving him speechless. Did you cut a hole in our floor and then seal it with transparent tape? You are truly gifted, the 18th. Hello. Shouldn't you use some strong adhesive like 502? Can this thing hold firmly? Chapter 27. Being seated by Biddily felt as though a hole had been cut into the floor. Biddily stepped forward and gently pressed down. With a snap, the transparent adhesive loosened, and the floorboard fell directly down. Biddily found herself with one leg dangling, nearly falling along with it. Tian rushed forward and caught Biddily just in time. You are truly mischievous. You actually stepped on it. Bang. The fallen floorboard crashed heavily into the living room of House 18. Hello. Is anyone there? Tian called out loudly while perched at the gap. Room 1002. The occupant of House 18 had gone out to purchase some convenient snacks and then returned to lie on the bed watching television. It was not an opportune moment for House 18 to buy clothes. What if the new garments vanished again? Better to observe for a while. House 18 was munching on snacks while watching TV when suddenly, bang. A loud noise erupted from the living room as the floorboard tumbled down from above. House 18 sprang up swiftly and dashed toward the living room. Oh, I forgot to buy strong adhesive to secure the floorboard. Clear tape seems insufficient. Just as House 18 entered the living room, they spotted Tian poking his head out from upstairs, shouting if anyone was there. Am I not a person? House 18 huffed. You're at home. Tian greeted. Indeed, House 18 nodded. Then I shall come down. With that, Tian leaped directly from upstairs. Pat. He landed firmly on the ground. Wait, I'm coming down too, said Biddily, who also jumped down from above. Pat. Biddily misjudged her landing, and her legs ended up straddling Tian's neck, almost sitting on his face. Tian, Biddily, House 18, the young lady is rather audacious. Just yesterday, she maintained a certain distance from her classmate, and now their relationship seems remarkably different. This position is quite something. Ahem, Biddily, so you enjoy this position? Tian chuckled. Quick, let me down. Biddily's face turned as red as an apple. How embarrassing. She hadn't found a proper landing spot. Tian, holding Biddily's slender waist, took a deep breath before gently setting her down. Biddily, what does it mean to take a deep breath? Her complexion appeared even more flushed than that of Dilly. Dilly felt utterly embarrassed and wished to avoid any encounter. Suddenly, I recalled that I have pressing matters to attend to. I must take my leave for today. Dilly, with her head bowed and cheeks crimson, turned and fled. After such an incident, it would be wise to make a hasty exit, lest we three become ensnared in an awkward situation. As Dilly opened the door, she was poised to leave immediately. Dilly, did you come to my house today merely to trample on my dignity? Tian inquired. Silence. Dilly retorted before storming out. I haven't said a word. Tian scratched his head in confusion. The 18th, I sense there are unspoken implications in your words. I am utterly bewildered. Dilly swiftly departed. And even in that moment of her exit, she caught the last words from Tian. I haven't said a word. Dilly felt her entire being flush with heat, as if she were a ripe, succulent shrimp. What kind of words are you speaking? When I asked you to be silent, I did not mean it in the way you interpreted. Fortunately, I chose not to wear a dress today. Otherwise, it would have been quite the predicament. Why was I even contemplating wearing a dress? Biddy, you are not acting rationally. Biddy forcefully tapped her head and swiftly descended the staircase, fleeing the scene. As for the matter of the mysterious hero, I shall investigate it thoroughly another day. After Biddy's departure, only Tian and number 18 remained in the room. What is the matter with our classmate Biddy? She appears quite bashful, Tian pondered. Number 18 cast a dark look towards Tian. Can you truly be unaware? A secondary school student feigning innocence before me? With arms crossed, the individual known as 18 silently observed from the side, refraining from participation in the conversation. Miss Lazuli, are you not going to clarify the matter regarding the floorboard in our home? Tian inquired, directing his gaze toward 18. As you can see, the floorboard simply fell. 18 replied with an air of calm. Fell on its own? Was it not you who severed it? Tian questioned incredulously. Such matters should be addressed with the developer. I too am a victim, 18 asserted confidently. It must have been during your school hours that this floorboard fell, crashing into my residence and shattering our vase. I comprehend the reasoning, yet it seems as if the floorboard has been cut, Tian pointed out, gesturing toward the board. Cut? Are you suggesting that I did it? 18 chuckled. Who else could it possibly be? Tian retorted. Do you truly believe I possess the capability to sever a floorboard? Moreover, to do so with such precision? I assure you, I have no tools at my disposal, 18 remarked with a slight smile. How dare you, a mere middle school student, challenge me? I could make you weep. Do you truly believe otherwise? Your words seem to possess a modicum of reason. Tian nodded, as if realizing the truth of his own predicament. Now do you believe? Number 18 said with a smile. Then what about the clothes you are wearing? Tian inquired. My clothes? Are they not mine? Number 18 retorted, though internally feeling a twinge of helplessness. What a blunder. I was so preoccupied with purchasing snacks that I neglected to acquire a change of attire for myself. Even a single outfit would suffice. Alas, my finances have dwindled recently. How pitiful. Earning money is so arduous. I'm nearly out of funds to buy clothes. I wonder which wretched individual has deprived me of my garments. If I catch you, I shall ensure you are rendered incapable of self-sufficiency. How infuriating. Not even a bedsheet remains for me. Those are my clothes, Tian asserted. Now that they are on my person, they belong to me, number 18 countered. Very well, Tian said, wiping away a tear. Number 18 was overjoyed. Wearing a smug expression. As a mere middle school student, you dare to engage in a debate with me. Have my words brought you to tears? Very well. I must confess that the garments within my wardrobe remain unwashed, having been worn intimately. Tian scratched his head, initially intending to offer you a fresh set. But since you insisted that those were your clothes, I shall relinquish the idea. Number 18's face slightly paled. I did mention that this outfit carries a certain odor. The masculine scent is rather pronounced. So these are unwashed garments. Do you truly hang unwashed clothing in your wardrobe? Number 18 inquired, visibly irate. Chapter 28. Number 18 was once again incensed. Ah, yes, I change my attire daily and accumulate a week's worth before placing them into the washing machine, Tian explained. Number 18 fell silent, her frustration mounting. She even contemplated removing the clothing she wore at that very moment. However, after careful consideration, she reflected. I have already donned this outfit for an entire day. What purpose would it serve to remove it now? Besides, what would I wear afterward? Yet, returning to the matter at hand, what of your clothing? Tian feigned ignorance. At that moment, number 18 felt a pang of distress. Surely, you haven't disposed of all your clothes? Tian asked. Silence. Number 18 huffed. I have not uttered a word, Tian replied, somewhat aggrieved. Your classmates are not present. Number 18 retorted, her tone sharp. Let it be. Let it be. I initially intended to inform you that the resolution of our home surveillance cameras has now reached an astonishing 16K, Tian mused. Since you are not wearing any of our garments, I shall consider this matter closed. Number 18 was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting dramatically. They possess surveillance cameras? How utterly dreadful. I failed to notice such details. Does this mean that my visit to their home, clad in nothing, was captured on film? A clarity of 16K? What does that even imply? Surely, even the fine hairs on my skin would be discernible. Number 18's visage darkened. Hand it over. Number 18 extended her hand. Rest assured, it has already been deleted, Tian reassured her. I scrutinized it several times before confirming it was indeed you. How many times have you watched it? Your face turned red from holding back. Initially, I didn't pay attention to the face and simply failed to recognize you. It was you, Tian Dao. The mindset of the 18th was completely shattered at that moment. After watching several times, is it not merely the face that captivates your gaze? Where then does your attention truly lie? Are you certain that you have indeed deleted it? 18 is skeptical. My girlfriend has surpassed the deletions made by Biddily. Tian sighed, lamenting the loss, reflecting that had he foreseen this, he should have made a backup. If you dare create a backup, I shall not be courteous. 18 retorted angrily. I merely came to inform you. If your clothing is insufficient, I have some available. Tian called out. Humph. 18's chest heaved with indignation. This little brat truly infuriates me. Are you here to discuss the matter of surveillance? Wait for it. Tomorrow, I shall obliterate all the surveillance in your home. Thus, my unsightly image will vanish along with it, won't it? Even if you don't delete it, it is of no use. With a wave of his hand, Tian raised his gaze towards the hole in the ceiling. You wouldn't be contemplating a leap upwards, would you? Inquired number 18. Our apartment isn't particularly tall. It should be feasible to jump up. Tian nodded in affirmation. Then feel free, number 18 replied with a calm demeanor. By the way, Tian added as he prepared to leave, do not wait for me to return home tomorrow and tamper with my family's surveillance system. That would be futile. Akin to deleting a game from a computer, merely removing a shortcut. What are you talking about? I fail to grasp your meaning, number 18 responded, momentarily taken aback. What shortcut? The storage for that surveillance footage is in the cloud, accessible only by me. Even if you were to destroy the cameras at my home, I could still retrieve the records from the cloud, Tian asserted. Number 18 opted for silence, feeling rather disheartened. This situation is truly unfortunate. I must devise a plan to ascertain whether this fellow has indeed deleted the surveillance footage. Perhaps tonight, I could don a dark outfit and frighten him a bit? We only have towels at home, no black fabric, and no other clothing. No. My disguise as a shadowy figure is intended to compel him to delete the footage, right? Indeed, I could impersonate a man and demand some enticing videos from him. This plan appears promising. Should he dare to present my videos, I would break his legs. Maybe I should wait a couple of days. Acting today would be too conspicuous. With a sudden leap, Tian gracefully bounded into his living room. Number 18 was slightly taken aback. This fellow possesses remarkable agility. He leaped up effortlessly. He doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Could he be a warrior acquainted with Sun Wukong and others? Never mind, it doesn't matter. As long as he isn't a Saiyan or Piccolo, I can handle him. Upon returning home, Tian contemplated and ultimately decided against removing number 18's clothing. That is my attire, and it has yet to be washed. You must now carry my scent, right? Wahaha. Tian grinned widely, his mouth stretching to his ears. That evening, filled with joy, Tian ventured out to erase numerous unnecessary items, thereby enhancing his own experience points. At this pace, in approximately 9 days, I might ascend to the rank of Silver Eraser. Silver level Erasure. The physical strength has reached a magnitude 1,000 times that of Frisia, implying a battle power that ascends to an astonishing 100 billion. The silver level erasure capability now enables the obliteration of an individual or even an entire edifice. When referring to erasing a person, it likely encompasses everyone. Regardless of your might, a mere flick of the wrist will render you non-existent, except for the divine. True deities are presumably beyond such annihilation. However, this is of little consequence. The awakening of that fellow, Beerus, is still a distant prospect. What can the Kais do? Although I may not be able to obliterate you, I can certainly leave you in disarray, provided you dare to provoke me. At the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation, Bulma addressed Gohan, saying, the transformation suit isn't ready yet. Please bear with me a little longer. Apologetically, she added, I was delayed by some matters this afternoon. Oh, it's no trouble, Gohan responded with a smile, casually inquiring, how much longer until it's completed? Only the helmet remains, Bulma replied. Your mother mentioned that a green helmet wouldn't suit you, so I'm changing the color. Gohan, slightly troubled, replied. Could we perhaps set the helmet issue aside for now? What's wrong? Bulma asked. Gohan explained, I might participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Oh? You intend to enter the World Martial Arts Tournament? Bulma paused, surprised. Why? Gohan continued, I have a classmate who is the daughter of Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan? Isn't he that fellow who was more of a hindrance during our battle with Cell? Bulma pondered. I've heard that Satan City was named after him. But I didn't realize that Satan's daughter was your classmate. Chapter 29. The voice from heaven. Actually, she is a kind-hearted girl with a strong sense of justice. Just like me, and she would never easily let a villain escape, Gohan stated. However, she has uncovered my identity because that mysterious hero inadvertently revealed my outfit, exposing me in front of Videl. Well, that is indeed quite unfortunate. Bulma nodded sympathetically. She mentioned that if I do not participate in the tournament with her, she would reveal my identity to my classmates. Gohan expressed his distress. Have you located that so-called mysterious hero? Bulma inquired. I'm still searching. Videl will assist as well. Gohan replied. Videl is indeed Mr. Satan's daughter, correct? Bulma confirmed. Yes, Gohan nodded. This mysterious hero is quite a troublesome matter, Bulma lamented. If we cannot find him, we may have to seek the Dragon Balls and consult Shenron. Gohan sighed. I fear I don't have the time to look for the Dragon Balls, especially with my current academic workload being quite demanding. Son Gohan remarked. It is evident that Vegeta would not engage in such a tedious pursuit. He has no intention of seeking the Dragon Balls. Bulma shook her head. It's quite all right. I shall remain vigilant regarding the sorcerer's affairs. Son Gohan added. Moreover, Aunt Bulma, it is prohibited to wear helmets and protective gear during the World Martial Arts Tournament, so your decision not to craft a helmet has fortuitously saved us some trouble. Let us find something to substitute for this helmet. With that, Bulma produced an orange scarf and placed it atop Son Gohan's head. This should still allow for recognition. Correct? Son Gohan gazed into the mirror. Now, put on these sunglasses, Bulma suggested. Son Gohan accepted the sunglasses and donned them over his eyes. With this, I shall remain unrecognizable. Son Gohan nodded with satisfaction. Not too shabby, is it? Bulma smiled. When you return, do inform Chi-Chi that I have not prepared a green hat for you this time. Haha, Aunt Bulma, you jest. I have no girlfriend, so donning a green hat would matter little. Son Gohan chuckled nonchalantly. But what if there is one in the future? If your girlfriend were to be taken away, Chi-Chi might blame me for it. Bulma responded. That shall not happen. Son Gohan shook his head just as he spotted Trunks passing by. He waved. What do you think? Trunks? Is my outfit not quite dashing? I cannot say, Trunks replied with a stoic expression. If you participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, regardless of how you conceal your strength, you would effortlessly defeat your opponents. It would be exceedingly dull. Bulma chuckled. Indeed, I share your sentiment. Yet Videl insists that I join. Son Gohan sighed. If it comes to it, I shall merely pretend to lose against her. Then, if you are participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament, I shall join as well. Vegeta approached from a distance, a confident smile adorning his face. Son Gohan paused momentarily, lifted his sunglasses, and scrutinized Vegeta. Previously, there existed a significant disparity in our strengths, but what of now? Vegeta smiled. While you bask in peace, I have relentlessly honed my skills. You dare say you do not work, spending your days in training? Bulma interjected with a huff. Are all Saiyans like you and Goku disinclined towards labor? Vegeta retorted, your family is already the wealthiest in the world. Do you require my labor to generate income? Bulma firmly countered. Even if we are the wealthiest, there are still others striving to surpass us. Should our family fall from the pinnacle of wealth, it would be quite embarrassing. Vegeta fell silent. As long as there is sufficient money to spend, what necessity is there to compete for first place? This is akin to your warrior tribe, always insistent on determining who is superior. Bulma and Vegeta, your words seem to carry a semblance of truth. I shall refrain from disputing you further. How splendid. Father is set to engage in battle with Gohan. Trunks, filled with excitement, exclaimed, I wish to partake as well. Just then, a sudden voice resonated through the room. Gohan paused momentarily, while Vegeta exhibited a flicker of surprise. Bulma gazed skyward, her expression tinged with anticipation. Yet, Trunks appeared utterly bewildered. Who is speaking? Is it my father? Gohan's eyes welled with tears, recognizing his father's voice. Kakarot? Vegeta suddenly grasped the situation. Father, is that you? Gohan inquired with palpable excitement. It is I. Long time no see. Everyone, came Goku's voice once more. Father, are you in good health? Gohan joyfully asked. Ahem, I am but a spirit now, Goku replied. I should not have inquired thus, Gohan responded. Can you truly participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Gohan hastily shifted the conversation. I requested Elder Crystal for a day's grace, hence I chose that date. Goku elucidated. Aren't you and Vegeta participating as well? I wish to join too. How wonderful. Truly wonderful, Gohan exclaimed, raising his hands in delight. Trunks, still perplexed, wondered, who is that? Is it your father? I await your return, Kakarot. Vegeta smiled, adding, be prepared. For I am not as I once was. Neither am I, Vegeta, Goku chuckled. Then let us meet at the World Martial Arts Tournament. With that, Goku concluded the call. How splendid, Gohan. Should you not promptly share this delightful news with your mother, Goten, and Krillin? Bulma suggested. Indeed. Gohan's heart swelled with excitement. This shall be quite the spectacle. Vegeta scoffed. By the way, Uncle Vegeta, perhaps you should don a special attire to avoid being recognized, Gohan proposed. I shall not wear anything of the sort. I fear no exposure. Vegeta retorted. I must take my leave now. Gohan waved goodbye. What of the sorcerer? Vegeta inquired. It is proving difficult to locate. I shall keep my eyes peeled, Gohan replied, then soared out of the window. Farewell, Gohan. Trunks waved. Goodbye. Gohan nodded. Ascending into the sky. Chapter 30. Perhaps the sorcerer will participate in the tournament. Gohan first arrived at the island where Master Roshi resided. Krillin continued to dwell alongside Master Roshi. Goku was coming to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? How marvelous. Krillin was filled with excitement. Uncle Krillin, why have you grown your hair? Gohan was taken aback. What are you talking about, Gohan? Krillin rolled his eyes. I've always had hair. I just shaved it off. Why the sudden change? Gohan observed Krillin closely. I still think you look better bald, Uncle Krillin. What do you know? Krillin scoffed, letting out a sigh. I'm growing my hair to attract a girlfriend. I still don't have one. Uncle Krillin, there is no need to rush. I don't have a girlfriend either. Gohan consoled. Is that how you comfort someone? Krillin remarked. How old are you? And how old am I? By the way, I recall that Uncle Krillin has an affection for Android 18. Suddenly, Gohan thought of Android 18. Previously, he even suspected that the mysterious disappearance might be linked to Android 17 or 18. Now seems to be the perfect opportunity to inquire about Android 18's whereabouts. Perhaps this incident is connected to the androids. Let's not dwell on the past. Krillin replied with irritation. Does Uncle Krillin know where Android 18 resides? Gohan inquired. I do not know, nor do I wish to. Krillin shook his head, stating, my aspirations are modest. I merely seek a lovely girlfriend. Gohan, isn't that a modest request? Turtle Hermit remarked, I too desire a more attractive girlfriend. Son Gohan fell silent. Master Roshi, at your age, what do you need a girlfriend for? Krillin retorted with irritation. Krillin, tomorrow you shall continue delivering milk. Turtle Hermit huffed, glaring. You little rascal, how dare you defy me? Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow silently. Tell me, what have you been doing all these years? Turtle Hermit exclaimed in frustration. Do you even have a job? Have you been living off your parents all this time? Feeling ashamed, Krillin lowered his head under Turtle Hermit's scolding. Enough about you. Turtle Hermit grumbled. Speaking of which, it has indeed been a long time since I've seen Goku. I wish to participate in the martial arts tournament, but if Goku, Gohan, and Vegeta are competing, I stand no chance of winning. Krillin expressed his concerns. You should participate. There are prizes for the top 5, Son Gohan suggested. How much are the prizes? Turtle Hermit's eyes lit up. The champion receives 10 million, the runner-up 5 million. Third place 3 million, fourth place 2 million, and fifth place 1 million, Son Gohan recounted. Krillin, join in. I will participate as well. Turtle Hermit eagerly encouraged. Master Roshi, your era has passed. Perhaps it is best if you refrain from joining the fray, Krillin replied. Have you forgotten who taught you your martial arts? Turtle Hermit retorted. Well, Krillin chuckled awkwardly. Are you really going to participate, Master Roshi? Son Gohan inquired. I was merely jesting. This is a competition for the youth. I shall sit this one out, Turtle Hermit replied, shaking his head. Gohan, you mustn't tell Mr. Piccolo, Krillin cautioned. This would diminish my chances of placing in the top 5. That simply won't do. Son Gohan shook his head. I won't tell anyone, but I must inform Uncle Piccolo. However, speaking of which, why are you dressed so peculiarly? Krillin asked curiously. What are you talking about, Uncle Krillin? Is my outfit not stylish? Son Gohan replied. Hands on his hips. No wonder Uncle Krillin struggles to find a girlfriend. Your taste has evidently deteriorated. Krillin felt a pang of hurt at that moment. What are you saying, you little rascal? Do not use my lack of a girlfriend as a cautionary tale? Well then, I'm off. Son Gohan waved and quickly departed from Turtle Hermit's island. Shortly after, Son Gohan arrived at the Earth's temple. Uncle Piccolo, have you found the missing car? Son Gohan inquired. Not yet. Piccolo shook his head. I will keep a close eye on this matter, if it was indeed the work of a sorcerer. All right. Son Gohan nodded. Did you come to see me just for this matter? Piccolo inquired once more. No, there is one more significant matter. Son Gohan responded. Father is returning to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, but he can only stay for one day. Uncle Piccolo, you will be joining the tournament as well. Won't you? Oh, is that so? Old son is coming back? Piccolo's face brightened, and he nodded in agreement. Very well, I shall participate. Dandy, what about you? Do you wish to join? I shall refrain from participating. I am not a combat-oriented Namekian. Dandy shook his head. Then, Uncle Piccolo, I shall return home now. Son Gohan stated, if I am to compete in the World Martial Arts Tournament, I must dedicate some time to training. Otherwise, I fear I will not have the opportunity to search for that sorcerer. Perhaps that sorcerer may also attend the tournament, Piccolo casually remarked. If he does participate in the tournament, we shall certainly locate him. Son Gohan nodded. However, at present, the individual referred to as the mysterious hero has not committed any malevolent acts. His actions have primarily been in defense of justice. Nevertheless, we must remain vigilant, Piccolo pondered. I have an unsettling premonition. Is that so? We ought to exercise caution, Son Gohan gravely acknowledged. Return home early, Gohan. It is getting late, Piccolo advised. Very well. Uncle Piccolo, Son Gohan waved goodbye as he departed from the Earth's sacred place, soaring towards his home. En route, Son Gohan engaged in silent contemplation. I must request some time off. Otherwise, being eliminated in the first round would be quite embarrassing. After all, I was once the strongest in the world. No. I might even be considered the strongest in the universe. But will Mother agree? That evening, during dinner, what? Goku is returning to Earth to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? Chi-Chi exclaimed, her emotions a whirlwind. Why am I only learning of such a critical matter now? Son Gohan hastily continued eating. This is wonderful, Goten. You will have a day to reunite with father. Chi-Chi affectionately ruffled Son Goten's hair. Son Goten appeared thoroughly puzzled. This is terrible. I am the only one aging, Chi-Chi lamented. Goku will not grow old in the afterlife, will he? I should visit a beauty salon. How many years has it been since I last went? 7 years, perhaps? Time certainly flies. Chapter 31. Biddyly's invitation. Mother. I would like to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament as well. Is that permissible? Son Gohan cautiously inquired. The champion receives a prize of 10 million. And the runner-up earns 5 million. 10 million? Chi-Chi gasped, her eyes sparkling with the allure of wealth. Of course, you must participate, Gohan. You and Goku could potentially win 15 million. It's not yet decided who will win, Son Gohan replied modestly. No. You and your father must have one person who can secure the championship, Kiki exclaimed. However, this means I will have to take a temporary leave from school to undergo special training, Gohan murmured. No worries, focus on your training. You can catch up with your studies later, Kiki replied. Gohan let out a slight sigh of relief. Is it truly that easy for Mom to agree? This is a divine blessing. Kiki clasped her hands in prayer. My father left behind very little inheritance, and I am struggling to make ends meet. That evening, Goten. Starting from tomorrow, you should train with your brother, Gohan suggested to Goten. All right, Goten readily agreed. The next day, Tian deliberately waited at the corner for Biddily, hoping to accompany her to school. Before long, he spotted Biddily approaching with her backpack. Biddily, over here. Tian waved to her. Biddily initially intended to avoid Tian. However, since he had already gestured, she felt compelled to acknowledge him. With a blush, she stepped forward. Upon seeing Tian, Biddily recalled the events from the previous day at his home with Lazuli. Moreover, she felt the overwhelming emotion of the moment when she had been on Tian's face. It was truly touching, especially when he had taken a deep breath just before setting her down. As you inhaled, a chill swept over me. Biddily, her face flushed, stepped forward. Good morning, Tian greeted. Ah, good morning, Tian, Biddily replied shyly, unable to raise her gaze. Shall we go to school together? Tian proposed. Biddily responded. The two walked side by side. Did you sleep well last night? Tian inquired. Not at all, Biddily confessed. I had a night filled with strange dreams, in which we engaged in some indescribable activities. The memory of last night's dream deepened Biddily's blush, while her heart raced with increased fervor. You won't believe it, but I dreamt of you last night, Tian remarked. Biddily timidly lifted her gaze to meet Tian's, pointing at her own nose. Yes, I dreamt of you, Tian affirmed. What did you dream about? Biddily asked softly. The scene was rather peculiar, but please don't be upset when I tell you, Tian cautioned. You didn't dream of anything inappropriate, did you? Biddily huffed. I assure you, the dream was entirely innocent. Tian promised. That's a relief. Go ahead, I want to be angry, Biddily sighed in relief. As long as it's not that kind of dream, feel free to share. Well, I dreamed of you butchering a pig, Tian revealed. Why would you dream something so bizarre? Do I seem like a girl who slaughters pigs? Biddily shot Tian an indignant glance. And then? She prodded. Noticing Tian's silence. The pig managed to escape, Tian continued. The pig ran away? Biddily gasped, pondering that perhaps the pig sensed its impending doom and struggled to flee. Indeed, Tian nodded vigorously. The pig was incredibly swift, and you chased after it relentlessly. So I really became a pig butcher? If it ran away, it must mean it was destined to survive, Biddily pouted. After all, it was just a dream. Considering your family status, losing a pig is hardly significant, Tian replied. Did I manage to catch that pig? Biddily asked. You chased it for quite a while and finally cornered it in a dead end, Tian recounted. And then? Did I kill the pig? Biddily pressed on. You were just about to strike when the pig suddenly knelt down, Tian said. Kneeling in supplication? Biddily laughed. Your dream is quite amusing. After kneeling, the pig even spoke, Tian added. What did it say? Biddily asked, intrigued. It recited a poem, Tian replied. What poem? Curiosity enveloped Biddily even more. We are of the same roots. Why the haste to turn against each other? Tian recounted the tale with ease. You are the real fool. You are the fool. Biddily exclaimed in frustration. You are truly delightful, Biddily. Tian smiled, and your angry demeanor is simply charming. Humph. Biddily huffed. Tian and Biddily exchanged laughter and banter, gradually letting go of the events from the previous night. However, there was an inexplicable sensation that washed over Biddily each time she observed Tian inhale deeply. Am I bewitched? She pondered. Upon arriving at school and entering the classroom, a new day commenced. The bell for class rang. Elisa tapped the glasses-wearing boy seated in front of her. Where's Gohan? Is he suffering from another bout of stomach issues? She inquired playfully. The boy with glasses replied. No. As I passed by the administration office, I overheard our homeroom teacher mention that Gohan seems to have taken a leave of absence, a rather lengthy one. A leave of absence? Elisa was taken aback. Biddily, upon hearing this, also glanced towards Gohan's empty seat. What could Gohan possibly be doing on leave? Perhaps preparing for the World Martial Arts Tournament? Should I also take a break to hone my own skills? It would be rather embarrassing if I were to lose to Gohan. She resolved to ask the teacher later. Tian was aware of Gohan's endeavors but chose not to reveal them. After the first class concluded, Biddily approached the teacher to inquire about Gohan. Indeed, he had taken an extended leave of 1 month. Calculating the days, Biddily realized that the World Martial Arts Tournament would occur exactly 1 month later. Is Gohan planning to train diligently at home? She mused, before seeking out Tian. Tian, are you busy? Biddily asked. Me? Tian was momentarily bewildered by her question. You were present yesterday when I spoke with Gohan about the World Martial Arts Tournament. He has taken a month off. Likely to train for the upcoming event, Biddily explained to Tian. Chapter 32. Steady, steady, it's not that big of a deal. You make a valid point. I share your sentiments, Tian nodded. I believe you noticed that Gohan can fly, while I cannot, Biddily sighed. Thus, you wish to learn to fly alongside Gohan? Tian inquired. Indeed, Biddily affirmed, then looked up at Tian. I would like you to accompany me. Very well, it is a delightful decision. I, too, wish to learn how to soar through the skies, Tian replied. Are you so readily agreeing? I had thought you would not accompany me. Shall we now request leave from the teacher? Proposed Biddily. Indeed, let us take leave to find a room, Tian nodded. Biddily wiped her brow. Could we refrain from such jokes? Her expression darkened. Everything is inconsequential now, Tian replied with a smile. Subsequently, Tian and Biddily arrived at the homeroom teacher's office. Teacher, Biddily, and I would like to request leave to find a room, she declared, her face flushing immediately after her words. The teacher was taken aback, unable to respond for quite some time. When did Biddily and Tian become close? Ahem. You are both already 16 years of age. As a teacher, it is not my place to pry into your affairs. However, you are still quite young and must take precautions. The consequences of pregnancy can be severely detrimental to one's health, particularly for young women, the teacher earnestly advised. Biddily was on the verge of tears, while Tian secretly reveled in the situation. How have you managed to lead me astray? Biddily exclaimed. Teacher, that's not what I meant. I intend to participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament a month from now. I requested leave to properly train my body, she hurriedly clarified. No need for explanations, I understand. As a teacher, I have experienced similar situations, the teacher replied with a knowing smile. Teacher, it's not as you think. Biddily felt increasingly at a loss for words. Both of you are taking a month off? The teacher suddenly came to his senses and inquired. Yes, more or less. Biddily nodded. This isn't merely a getaway. It seems more like a honeymoon, isn't it? Have you two gotten married? The teacher responded, somewhat speechless. Teacher, we are genuinely preparing for battle. Biddily almost cried out in frustration. Preparing for battle? Indeed, that is what it is. The teacher nodded. Does Mr. Satan know about this? Please, let us keep this from my father, Biddily said, both amused and exasperated. I understand. Today's youth often prefer to obtain their marriage certificates in secret, wishing to surprise their parents, am I right? The teacher remarked with a sigh. But it's perfectly fine. We live in a different era now. Such things are hardly a concern. Biddily held her forehead, choosing silence. This is only making things worse, she thought. The teacher generously granted their request. However, he soon contacted Mr. Satan, delicately informing him about Biddily and Tian's situation. As a teacher, it was his duty to inform the parents when such matters arose. Although you are in high school, you have yet to fully step into society. He mused. Afterwards, Biddily turned to Tian and asked, why don't you explain? You remain utterly silent. Would my explanation prove useful? Tian shrugged. Haven't you already provided one? It only complicates matters further. Your reasoning appears somewhat valid. Biddily nodded thoughtfully. Regardless, we are both innocent, aren't we? Are we truly innocent? Tian inquired with a smile directed at Biddily. In that moment, Biddily recalled the scene of herself perched upon Tian's lap. A memory accentuated by Tian's deep inhalation of the brisk air. The sensation was invigorating, yet she hesitated to vocalize her desire for more. What nonsense are you spouting? Biddily huffed, come with me. With that, she took the lead towards the rooftop. Are we really setting off now? Tian was taken aback. What other option do we have? I have a strong feeling our teacher will inform my father, and if he finds out, he will undoubtedly storm the school. You would be the one in dire straits, Biddily retorted. Why should I be the one to suffer? Why do you not consider your father to be the one in trouble? Tian countered emphatically. What do you mean by that? Are you implying you could take on my father? Biddily responded, perplexed. Enough banter, she declared, ceasing further discussion as she hurriedly pulled Tian towards the rooftop. Upon reaching the rooftop, Biddily casually produced a universal capsule helicopter and tossed it into the air. With a resounding pop, the capsule transformed into a jet helicopter. Hurry aboard, Biddily urged, grasping Tian's hand as they ascended into the helicopter. With a swift whoosh, the helicopter soared into the sky, speeding toward Bowsy Mountain. Just as Biddily and Tian departed, Mr. Satan rushed to the school in a flurry of agitation. What? They've already left? Are they off to a hotel? Mr. Satan seethed, gritting his teeth. Which scoundrel dares to abduct my daughter? I shall not let him go unpunished. Meanwhile, in the air, Biddily expertly piloted the helicopter while Tian reclined in the passenger seat. Tian, what are your thoughts on those mysterious disappearances? Biddily asked, flashing a charming smile and casting a flirtatious glance in his direction. Are you resorting to seduction now? Is this your strategy to uncover the mastermind behind it all? Haven't I already informed you? Tian replied. Why do you still make me repeat myself? It seems that someone has erased those things, Tian remarked with a smile. Classmate Wu Fan suggested that a magician has transferred those items. Biddily pondered. His reasoning appeared to hold some merit, and Tian nodded in agreement. Biddily stated, let us refrain from discussing what has vanished. If it is gone, then so be it. Tian huffed. Let us converse about matters of greater significance. What could be more significant? Biddily inquired. For instance, when will you wear a dress? Tian asked. Why would I wear a dress? Biddily was taken aback. When you don a dress, you can leap from my home to La Zili's, Tian replied. Ah, Biddily exclaimed, as if someone had stepped on her tail. The helicopter was also maneuvering through the air, changing directions. Steady now, it's not a big deal. Tian remarked. Chapter 33. Biddily, do you enjoy playing basketball? Biddily's face turned as red as an apple. Is this how you engage in conversation? Do you still wish for me to don a dress and revisit this moment? You might as well say that I don't wear skirts at all. Oh, how did I end up thinking that again? What has been occupying your mind lately, Biddily? Biddily was engulfed in profound self-reproach. I no longer wish to converse with you. She huffed. It's all right. Generally when a girl is silent, it means, well, you understand, Tian remarked. What do you mean? Biddily was puzzled. Look quickly, Biddily. There is a grove of banana trees below. Would you like to eat some? Tian pointed towards a thicket below. Biddily, equally bewildered, gazed down. Where are the banana trees? She exclaimed, unable to find any. Do you enjoy bananas? Tian inquired. Yes, Biddily nodded. Tian eagerly nodded in agreement. Biddily? What do you truly mean? When I expressed my fondness for bananas, why did you nod so enthusiastically? After all, Biddily is merely a naive young girl, unaware of such complexities. Recently, I have been listening to a basketball program hosted by someone, and it has been quite intriguing. Tian remarked. Basketball? Biddily was taken aback once more. The abrupt shift in topics is quite remarkable. I wonder how many brain cores I would need to keep pace with your rhythm? How does one play basketball? Biddily inquired with curiosity. Since we have ample time on our journey, flying from here to Bowsy Mountain will take several hours. One person commented that some enjoy kissing the hoop while playing basketball, which I find rather delightful, provided that the hoop in question is exclusively mine. One must never casually kiss hoops at public courts, Tian explained. Biddily appeared even more perplexed. Do all you boys enjoy kissing the hoop while playing basketball? She asked. Tian nodded vigorously. Yet, I have never witnessed such a thing. Biddily scratched her head. Such antics are reserved for private moments. One cannot perform them in front of outsiders. Tian smiled. The hoop is so high. How can one possibly kiss it? Biddily was bewildered. There are ways, Tian replied. A moment of silence ensued. Tian, are you good at basketball? Biddily asked. I am indeed quite skilled, Tian affirmed with a serious nod. Biddily scrutinized him. Why do I feel that your nodding seems a bit peculiar? Do you also enjoy kissing the hoop? She probed further. I do, Tian responded. Next time, let me see you kiss the hoop, Biddily smiled. All right. You should be able to see it from this angle, Tian replied. Angle? See? I do not comprehend what you are saying, Biddily remarked. You will understand in due time, Tian chuckled. What else did that person say? Biddily inquired again. It's time for some knowledge. He mentioned that the hoop turns black due to the passage of time, unrelated to the number of successful shots, Tian explained. Can the hoop really change color? Biddily asked, intrigued. Indeed, Tian nodded. So, Tian, can you dunk? Biddily queried. I adore layups, but I prefer dunks. The sensation is simply exhilarating, Tian stated. Biddily mused. Why do I feel that your description of playing basketball seems slightly amiss, yet I cannot quite articulate why? Meanwhile, in the depths of Bowsy Mountain, Sun Wukong brought his brother Goten to this region. First, let us transform into Super Saiyans, Sun Wukong declared. Golden light radiating from him, hair standing tall as he attained Super Saiyan form. He smiled gently at Goten. Shall we begin, Goten? Of course. Goten raised his hand in agreement. Sun Wukong gathered a handful of stones and piled them together. I have not trained in quite some time. My body has become somewhat stiff. I must first restore my agility, he said. As Sun Wufan spoke, he drew a line on the ground with his foot and said to Sun Wutian, Wutian, stand here and throw the stone at your brother. Understood. Sun Wutian replied as he stepped forward to pick up a stone. All right, bring it on. Sun Wufan stood approximately 3 meters away from him. Hey, brother. Is it really okay to be this close? Sun Wutian hesitated. Ha ha ha, we could actually be even closer. This distance is just about right, Sun Wufan said. Confidence radiating from his face. Really? Will I get hurt? Sun Wutian inquired. Not at all, just throw it with all your might, Sun Wufan encouraged with a smile. Then I shall throw it, Sun Wutian declared. Come on. Sun Wufan prepared himself for the impact. 1, 2, 3. Upon reaching 3, Sun Wutian immediately hurled the stone forward. The stone flew towards Sun Wufan's face at an astonishing speed, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Sun Wufan exerted every ounce of strength to narrowly evade the stone's trajectory. With a thunderous crash, the stone struck the mountain behind him, causing rocks to tumble down with a resounding roar. Sun Wufan was utterly astonished. Wow, that was incredible, brother. Sun Wutian chuckled mischievously. Sun Wufan turned to gaze at his younger brother, astonished by the unexpected strength Wutian displayed. I want to throw again, Sun Wutian exclaimed, gathering a large pile of stones in preparation. Wait, Wutian, let us take a break, Sun Wufan interjected, waving his hand as he drew another line in the ground with a stick. Sun Wutian paused, pondering. Let's start from here, Sun Wufan suggested. Hee, Sun Wutian, no longer hesitating, began to hurl stones at Sun Wufan from this new distance, making it considerably easier for him to dodge. Moreover, Sun Wufan transformed into a Super Saiyan, while Sun Wutian remained in his normal state. As time passed, Sun Wufan's initially rigid body began to loosen up. All right, I'm getting used to it. We can move a bit closer, Sun Wufan said, stepping closer to Sun Wutian while skillfully avoiding the stone attacks. Brother, can I also look like you? Sun Wutian paused his throwing, pointing to his own nose in inquiry. Oh, like me? Is that so? Sun Wufan was taken aback, unsure of what his brother meant. I mean, like a Super Saiyan, Sun Wutian clarified. Ha ha ha, of course you can, but it might be a bit challenging for you, Sun Wufan replied. Sun Gohan chuckled. Acknowledging that one must endure arduous training to successfully transform into a Super Saiyan. He recalled the effort Uncle Vegeta had expended during his own transformation into a Super Saiyan. Similarly, Gohan had diligently trained alongside his father for a considerable time in the Room of Spirit and Time before finally achieving the transformation himself. Chapter 34. Bardos, who is it that speaks of me? With a sudden burst, golden flames enveloped Sun Goten, his hair standing upright as he effortlessly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Gohan was left speechless. When did you learn to transform into a Super Saiyan, Goten? He inquired, astonished. Oh, I seem to have forgotten when I learned it, Goten replied, scratching his head. How incredible! Gohan marveled. Reflecting on the arduous journey he and their late father had undertaken to achieve the Super Saiyan form, just as Uncle Vegeta had. Is this transformation really that difficult? Goten pondered. It seems so easy for me and Trunks to attain this form. Would you like to spar with your brother? Gohan asked. I know what sparring is. Mom taught me while you were at school, Goten responded. Does Mom know you can transform into a Super Saiyan? Gohan inquired. She does. But she says I'm like a naughty child and forbids me from transforming, Goten admitted. Huh, that's because Mom doesn't like Super Saiyans, Gohan laughed. Though his demeanor soon turned serious. All right, Goten, let us see you and your brother engage in battle. Okay, Goten nodded and charged toward Gohan. The two brothers engaged in a fierce battle in the mountainous terrain. Gohan primarily adopted a defensive stance. However, as the fight progressed, he noticed Goten's attacks becoming increasingly potent, even causing him slight pain. With a swift motion, Gohan launched himself into the air. That is not fair, brother, Goten shouted from below. How can you fly? Why? Can't you fly? Aren't you a Super Saiyan now? Gohan questioned, bewildered. I can't fly yet, Goten replied. Gohan exclaimed. You've transformed into a Super Saiyan and yet you can't fly? What is going on? Just as Gohan contemplated this, he suddenly heard the distant sound of an aircraft. Turning his gaze, he spotted Videl's jet. Upon closer inspection, he realized that, besides Videl, another person was aboard. Isn't that fellow student Yashin? Gohan thought. Tian also arrived, presumably accompanying Biddily. I recalled that Biddily had asked me to teach her the art of flying. It would be convenient to have her learn alongside with Tian. Tian, look. This is Bowsy Mountain, Biddily said to Tian. This is the first time I've ventured so far, Tian remarked. Is that so? Have you never left Satan City before? Biddily inquired, taken aback. No, the furthest I've been is 1,000 kilometers away from Satan City, Tian replied. Hee. Today I will broaden your horizons, Biddily giggled. Just ahead is Gohan's home. You intend to learn flight techniques, right? Tian pondered. Indeed. But I wonder how long it will take me to master it, Biddily said. With your talent, it shouldn't be a challenge, Tian smiled. Really? You also think I have great potential? Biddily asked softly. In truth, I would prefer if you focused on basketball. Girls should learn the skills of the game. Why must you pursue martial arts? Tian mused. Basketball, huh? I'll give it a try when the opportunity arises, Biddily nodded. How about we play street ball? Tian suggested. The jungle below was uninhabited, making it quite suitable for basketball. Even a kiss with the hoop would go unnoticed. I can't shake the feeling that there's more to your words, Biddily replied. Actually, I quite like the blue hoop, although the color is somewhat peculiar. It's worth a try, Tian contemplated. A blue hoop? Biddily replied, slightly surprised. I've never seen a blue hoop. Aren't most hoops red? Indeed, Tian nodded. You possess an impressive understanding of basketball. What is the unique aspect of the blue hoop? Biddily inquired. I am uncertain of its distinctiveness. Yet it seems to present a challenge. Perhaps scoring in the blue hoop is inherently more difficult. Tian contemplated, his thoughts drifting to the image of Bardos. Is scoring in the blue hoop more challenging? Is it due to its size? Biddily asked. I cannot ascertain its size. But I believe the blue hoop presents a higher risk. One miscalculation could lead to peril. Tian replied. Can one truly encounter danger while playing basketball? Biddily shook his head. In the 6th universe, on planet Xiangpa. Achoo. Bardos sneezed once more. Bardos, what is troubling you lately? Why have you sneezed again? Xiangpa asked curiously. I do not know, Bardos replied, feeling as though someone is speaking ill of me. Who could be so audacious? I must find out and confront them. Xiangpa cracked his knuckles, even rolling up his sleeves. Bardos, wielding her staff, meticulously searched for the individual who coveted her. She too felt unwell. Initially, I thought this individual merely sought friendship, but now I sense their intentions are increasingly inappropriate. Who could it be? Such is the mystique of angels. Across an entire universe, Bardos could sense someone coveting her, and their audacity was growing. After a thorough search, she found nothing. Found nothing? Xiangpa lamented, disappointed. No, Bardos shook her head. Perhaps I am overthinking it. That is also a possibility, Xiangpa pondered. Let it be, Bardos said, shaking her head, deciding not to dwell further. Perhaps I truly am imagining things. In the 7th universe, on Earth, at Baozi Mountain, Sun Wufan descended from the sky, appearing before Sun Wutian. Wutian. My classmates will soon arrive. Do not let them witness your extraordinary abilities, Sun Wufan cautioned, particularly your Super Saiyan form, which must remain hidden. Will they think I'm a bad child? Sun Wutian genuinely inquired. Indeed, Sun Wufan nodded. Let us return home. Very well, Sun Wutian agreed. Whoosh, whoosh. The two swiftly traversed the forest. Wutian's combat prowess is remarkable. Even I am astounded, Sun Wufan reflected, never anticipating Wutian's exceptional abilities. With diligent training, you two could participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Chapter 35, Learning the Art of Flight. Is that true? Sun Wutian's face lit up with anticipation, adding, but Trunks is even stronger than I. We often engage in combat games together. Do you also partake in such games? Son Gohan momentarily appeared dazed. If this continues, I shall be surpassed by these youngsters. I must hasten to cultivate diligently. At Son Gohan's residence, a jet descended gracefully outside his home. Biddily and Tian disembarked simultaneously. This must be Gohan's home. It is indeed quite remote, Biddily remarked, but the surroundings are rather pleasant. Indeed, Tian nodded in agreement. You wouldn't be suggesting we play basketball here, would you? Biddily inquired. How could we possibly play basketball here? This place is not suitable, Tian hastily replied. Biddily approached and knocked on the door. It swung open, revealing Chi-Chi, who stepped out and was greeted by the sight of Tian and Biddily at the threshold. May I help you? Chi-Chi asked. Hello, Auntie. We are classmates of Gohan. My name is Biddily, and this is Tian. We have come to see Gohan, Biddily explained. Oh, you are here for Gohan, Chi-Chi replied, without a hint of suspicion. He has gone to train in the mountains. Please, come in. No, Auntie. We can wait for him outside, Tian responded. Would you like something to eat? Chi-Chi inquired politely. No need to trouble yourself, Auntie, Biddily replied. As they conversed, Son Gohan and Son Goten returned from outside, greeting them from a distance. Hello, Tian, Biddily. I didn't expect you both to find your way here. The school provided your address, and I heard you took an extended leave this morning, Biddily replied. Yes, isn't the World Martial Arts Tournament taking place in a month? Son Gohan stated candidly. I want to utilize this month to train rigorously. I would be embarrassed if I were to lose in the first round. You better give it your all. You mustn't lose to me, Biddily smiled. Tian interjected, pulling Biddily behind him. Biddily, can we tone down the confidence? Who instilled such belief in you that you could defeat Gohan? Even I, with a physical strength 100 times that of Frieza, would not guarantee victory in a fair fight against Gohan. Of course, if I were to employ my erasure technique, I could easily overwhelm Gohan, he added. Why are you pulling me? Biddily whispered. Biddily, you are the strongest. With me by your side, I shall always support you, Tian said with a serious expression. Indeed, Biddily is my girlfriend. If I do not cherish her, who will? If, at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, Biddily were to encounter and engage in combat with Gohan, I would not mind if Gohan were to suffer a crushing defeat. Moreover, I intend to play basketball with Biddily. In the future, I shall nurture your enjoyment of the game. What a fine young lady. Why should she train in martial arts? By the way, Gohan, you promised to teach me the art of flight, Biddily interjected. Ah, of course, that's no problem, Gohan replied with a nod. Gohan, are you two also participating in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament? Chi-Chi inquired. I doubt that Yaishin will join, Gohan remarked, glancing at Yaishin. Participating for a while isn't out of the question, Yaishin smiled slightly. Oh, are you also planning to participate, Yaishin? Biddily was taken aback. Let me think it over. Yaishin chuckled, not having made a definitive decision yet. After all, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament is merely a brief contest. Shortly thereafter, they all planned to seek out the wizard Biddily, who is the true master of sorcery. Let Biddily take the blame for the troubles caused by the erasure. Allow me to ponder. The venue for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament will be absolutely teeming with people. If I casually erase a few things, my experience will surely grow exponentially. Even if I cease practicing the art of erasure now, I believe that once I arrive at the tournament, I could achieve remarkable results with minimal effort. Hence, I must attend the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Even if it is solely for Biddily, I shall go, Gohan remarked. I never expected that even Yaishin would participate in the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Do you truly believe that just anyone can participate? Never mind, I shall refrain from meddling. Speaking too much may prove detrimental. Mother, I had promised my classmate Biddily to teach her the art of flight, for she was the one who informed me about the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Sun Wukong explained to his mother. Very well, you both should train diligently. We shall have lunch at home, Chi-Chi greeted warmly. Thank you, Andy, Tian responded politely. Thank you, Biddily echoed. So, Tian, will you also join us in learning the art of flight? Sun Wukong inquired, referring to the technique you mentioned as flying. It's beneficial to acquire a skill. Tian nodded. Sun Wukong remarked, it seems as though anyone can master this art. Tian, I have long sensed your energy is exceedingly weak. I can hardly detect even a trace of your presence. You possess no energy within you. How can you possibly learn the art of flight? I shall refrain from discouraging you for now. One can only hope you possess the self-awareness to recognize this. Perhaps, when the time comes, I shall gently suggest it, and you may choose to abandon the endeavor. Moreover, you are merely here to accompany your classmate, Biddily. Let us proceed to that area. Coincidentally, my brother, Goten, seeks to learn the same art. Gohan patted his younger brother's shoulder. Greetings. Yaishin nodded at Goten. Hello, big brother, Goten politely replied. Subsequently, Gohan led Yaishin and the others into a distant forest where he commenced teaching the art of flight. In essence, the technique revolves around the mastery of energy control, which is not particularly difficult to comprehend. However, achieving high-speed flight presents a greater challenge, Gohan elucidated. Energy control? What is energy? Biddily inquired, puzzled. Energy is the latent force residing within one's body, Gohan explained. Latent force? This is even more bewildering, Biddily responded. This is it, Goten exclaimed, extending his hand towards a nearby rock. With a swift motion, a wave of energy surged forth from his palm. Boom! The energy wave struck the rock, shattering it into countless pieces. Indeed, this is energy, Gohan affirmed with a nod. Really? Biddily was astonished. Yaishin remained silent, for he lacked any energy within him. This unique force was foreign to him, and he felt a twinge of envy. Is this not the quintessential example of wanting what one cannot attain? I have already mastered the erasure technique. What more do I need? If I cannot perform it, so be it. Why would I shatter that rock? I could simply wave my hand and make it disappear. Would that not be more convenient? What do you refer to as energy? Gohan inquired. It seems like a mere illusion. Biddily replied with a wry smile. We have not orchestrated any tricks. This is not an illusion, Gohan assured with a smile. Yaishin, do you find Gohan reliable? He hasn't planted a bomb to deceive us, has he? Biddily whispered to Yaishin. Not at all. Just focus on learning, Yaishin reassured her. Gohan, overhearing their conversation, cleared his throat. I heard that. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he responded. Biddily, you do not think I am a magician, do you? If I could perform that feat, I could easily obliterate a car, couldn't I? That is different, Gohan replied, wiping his brow once more. We can destroy the car, but we cannot ensure the safety of those inside. This is neither an illusion nor magic. What do you call this? I have never witnessed such magical power. It feels to me, with a huff from Biddily, that the magic you just unleashed is akin to that of a sorcerer in a video game. Sun Wufan was left speechless, unable to articulate a response. Biddily, please remain calm, Tian urged. What you are witnessing is simply chi, as Sun Wufan has described. Very well. Then enlighten me on how to fly in the sky, Biddily inquired, her mood slightly alleviated as she glanced at Tian. Sun Wufan let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, Tian was present. Otherwise, he and Biddily would be at a loss for communication. Her temperament was rather fiery. One could only wonder whom she might become romantically involved with. It dawned on him that she had brought Tian along. Could it be that they were already in a romantic relationship? Their progression was rather swift. Sun Wufan, I apologize for the earlier interruption. Please continue, Biddily said. It seems you are unaware of what chi truly is, which complicates matters. Sun Wufan scratched his head. Is it true that without chi, one cannot soar through the skies? Biddily quickly asked. Fear not. Everyone possesses chi. It is merely a matter of learning how to harness it. Sun Wufan smiled. Take Tian, for instance. I cannot sense any chi within him, likely because he has never trained or engaged in much physical activity. Tian enjoys playing basketball, which can indeed be classified as a form of exercise. Biddily interjected on his behalf. Tian responded, let us not speak of basketball in front of others. Is that so? Then perhaps with a bit of practice, chi will manifest. Sun Wufan nodded. Biddily, you already possess a fair amount of chi. You just need to learn to control it. Do I truly have a considerable amount of chi? Biddily asked, her surprise evident. Wufan, will you teach me the art of flight in the future? Sun Wufan replied to Sun Wutian. I shall first instruct you Tian and Biddily on how to master and utilize their chi. Very well, brother. Sun Wutian obediently nodded and scampered off to play. First, you both must calm yourselves to sense the presence of chi, Sun Wufan explained. Biddily quietly attempted to focus, and Tian joined her in the effort. Logically, there should be chi within me, considering that my physical strength has reached 100 times that of Frisia. My battle power is a staggering 10 billion. But where is my chi? Wait a moment. Could it be that I possess no chi at all? Since chi is an energy cultivated by humans, could it be that what resides within me is divine power? Currently, both Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan are incapable of sensing the existence of divine power. Divine power. I wonder if I can perceive such an extraordinary force. Let me give it a try. Tian, following Sun Gohan's method, endeavored to sense the divine power within him. Whether it is divine power or energy, the first step is to learn to perceive it. Yes, you all need to empty your minds to sense the presence of energy, Sun Gohan replied. Indeed, it appears that Tian has completely emptied his mind. You should strive harder. Biddily, who had her eyes tightly closed, slightly opened them and turned her gaze towards Tian. At that moment, she felt an odd sensation. Why does it seem as though Tian has vanished? Not only did Biddily find it peculiar, but even Sun Gohan was taken aback. What nonsense is this? I cannot even sense Tian's presence. Had I not witnessed it myself, I would never have believed it. To Sun Gohan, if he were to rely solely on perception, he would be utterly oblivious to Tian's presence, even though he could see him sitting there. Previously, while Sun Gohan could not sense Tian's energy, he could still feel his existence. After all, Tian needed to breathe, and there was always some movement, such as the subtle motion of his arms or legs. A person exists. Yet now, Sun Gohan felt as if Tian had completely vanished. There was not a single sound emanating from him. Even if Tian were scratching his head, it would be inaudible. What on earth is happening? This is truly bizarre. Tian was there, with his eyes closed, quietly attuning to the divine power within him. Remarkably, following Sun Gohan's advice, once he cleared his mind, he indeed sensed a peculiar energy within him. This extraordinary energy must be the divine power, right? Tian could now perceive the existence of divine power. Yet he remained uncertain about how to control it. No need to rush. Let us take it slow. Slowly, Tian opened his eyes and exhaled. It was then that Sun Gohan sensed Tian's presence. Tian, you are truly remarkable, Sun Gohan exclaimed. Just a moment ago, I could not sense your existence at all. How is this possible? Tian inquired. It felt as though you had simply vanished into thin air, Sun Gohan pondered. I felt the same. Your every movement was utterly silent. Biddily nodded, looking at Tian with a mixture of curiosity and relief. Chapter 37, Comprehending Divine Power. I am a scholar of the divine. Just moments ago, when my mind was empty, I discovered that I seemed to have merged with nature itself. Tian smiled and said, Nature? Becoming one with it? Sun Wukong scratched his head and replied, to put it simply, I am the heavens, I am the earth. Tian elaborated, leaning closer to Biddily's ear, I am you, and you are me. Within me resides you, and within you resides me. Biddily responded, I understand that, but could you refrain from saying such things in front of others? It's quite embarrassing. She shyly lowered her head. You are the heavens. You are the earth. Sun Wukong displayed a contemplative expression. However, he soon shook his head vigorously, suddenly realizing, wait a minute. Am I not the one here to teach them the art of flight? How has Tian become the teacher? He chuckled heartily, then shifted the topic, asking, but, Tian, are you able to sense the presence of your own energy? I can sense it, Tian nodded, though I'm not sure if it's energy. It feels like a very unique force. Are you able to control it now? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Has Tian sensed the energy so quickly? Biddily was equally astonished. I have yet to sense the presence of energy myself. Is your talent truly superior to mine? I find it quite uncontrollable. Perhaps I should familiarize myself further, Tian mused. Ah, It is getting late. Shall we partake in lunch first and resume our training in the afternoon? Sun Wukong glanced at the time and suggested. Very well. I appreciate your assistance, Wukong. Yi Tian nodded. It is no trouble at all. Sun Wukong replied with a friendly smile. Thank you, Biddily chimed in hurriedly. Wukong, we are heading home for a meal now, Sun Wukong called out. All right, brother. Sun Wukong swiftly ran over. On the way back, Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian walked ahead, while Yi Tian and Biddily followed closely behind. Yi Tian, have you truly sensed the unique energy within you? Biddily inquired. Indeed, I believe my talent is quite commendable, Yi Tian smiled. I had assumed my talent was superior. I have yet to perceive the existence of energy. Biddily felt genuinely pleased for Yi Tian. Keep it up, you can certainly achieve it. Yi Tian encouraged. In truth, I sincerely hope for Yi Tian to grow stronger swiftly, Biddily murmured. Why is that? Would it make playing basketball more convenient? Yi Tian was taken aback. Biddily, why did you bring up basketball again? What I meant to say is, never mind, let's discuss it later. It's difficult for Biddily to explain. Yi Tian nodded slightly. Sun Wukong and Sun Wutian moved ahead. Are that big brother and big sister in love? Sun Wutian asked curiously. Wutian, how do you know everything? Sun Wukong turned to glance at Sun Wutian, slightly surprised. I saw it on TV, Sun Wutian replied with a grin. Whether they're in love or not, I'm not sure, but it seems like Biddily likes Yi Tian, Sun Wukong speculated. Does big brother not have a girl he likes? Sun Wutian inquired. Not yet. Right now, I'm focused on my studies, Sun Wukong said, his cheeks reddening. After the World Martial Arts Tournament, I still need to return to my studies. Before long, the group arrived at Sun Wukong's residence. His mother, Chi-Chi, had prepared a meal and graciously invited Yi Tian and Biddily to dine. During the meal, Chi-Chi cheerfully remarked, You two didn't just leave school to follow Wukong, did you? What do you mean? Yi Tian was taken aback. Your relationship seems quite special, Chi-Chi smiled. As someone who has been through it, I can tell. Yi Tian nodded vigorously. Auntie is quite perceptive. Auntie isn't what you think, Biddily said, feeling somewhat shy. It's nothing. It's perfectly fine for young people to date, as long as it doesn't affect their studies, Chi-Chi said. It won't affect us, Yi Tian replied. Yi Tian, how are your grades? Chi-Chi asked. Before I transferred, I was first in my grade, Yi Tian responded. What? First in your grade? Chi-Chi exclaimed. Turning to Sun Wukong. Wukong, you should learn from Yi Tian. If you encounter any difficult problems, be sure to ask him humbly. Understood? Understood. I will ask Yi Tian for help, Sun Wukong replied, then praised. I didn't expect Yi Tian to be so remarkable, being first in the grade. By the way, Yi Tian, which school did you attend before? Haven't you always lived in Satan City? Biddily asked curiously. I was at National First High School, Yi Tian answered. National First High School? Biddily was astonished. Just as its name suggests, it is the top school in the nation, a gathering place for exceptional students, where the talents are truly extraordinary. I've heard of First High School, Sun Wukong sighed, but unfortunately, I didn't get accepted. Neither did I. It's quite difficult to get into that school, even if you have the money, Biddily lamented, then asked, but why did you come to Orange Star High School? It's closer to home. Yi Tian Dao. Sun Wukong, did you leave the best high school just because it was closer to home? Yi Tian smiled. Do you not understand why I gave up First High School for Orange Star High? I did it for you, Biddily. No wonder the teachers look at you differently. I thought you were merely handsome. Biddily sighed deeply, having felt puzzled before. I mistakenly told the teacher that I was spending the night with classmate Yi Tian. The teacher did not blame him at all. So he is a transfer student from First High School. Indeed, teachers hold good students in high regard. Remarkable. My mother has heard of First High. I didn't expect you to be a top student from there. Chi-Chi exclaimed in amazement. It's nothing. Studying is merely a part of life. Yi Tian replied with a smile. I do not wish to exhaust myself. I understand that the pursuit of knowledge is endless. But always being first does not hold much significance. Sun Wukong. Biddily. Yi Tian, can we refrain from being so ostentatious? You have consistently been at the forefront, leaving us with little room to learn. Each examination permits a maximum score of only 120 points. Had there been questions worth 200 points, I am confident I could achieve a perfect score, continued Yi Tian. Chapter 38. The Scholar's Flight Trial. Sun Wukong and Biddily found themselves at a loss for words. This individual truly embodies the essence of a scholar. Sun Wukong felt a twinge of relief. Fortunately, I excel in martial arts far beyond Yi Tian. This gives me some semblance of balance. As a Saiyan, perhaps I am more suited for battle. After finishing lunch, the afternoon training commenced. Biddily continued to sense her own energy. After about an hour, she exclaimed, "Yes, this is it. This is energy." Sun Wukong nodded in appreciation, exclaiming that Biddily, having trained in martial arts, quickly grasped the technique. "Is that true? How wonderful. Does this mean I can fly?" Biddily asked excitedly. "Not quite. You must be able to manipulate your energy with finesse first," Sun Wukong replied with a wry smile. "What about you, Tian? Did he not claim to have sensed a unique energy?" Biddily inquired. "Is it similar to mine?" "I am uncertain. I cannot perceive Tian's energy." "This is the first time I have encountered such an odd phenomenon," Sun Wukong said, shaking his head in confusion. "You cannot sense it? So you can sense my energy?" Biddily asked. "Yes, I can indeed sense it," Sun Wukong confirmed, "but I cannot perceive Tian's energy." "Tian, what is going on?" Biddily turned to him with curiosity. "It is likely that my energy is of a higher caliber," Tian chuckled. Sun Wukong mused. "Is energy truly categorized as high or low? What a notion. Perhaps it is so," he conceded, not wishing to argue further. "If you assert that your energy is superior, then so be it. It is not unusual for a scholar's energy to be distinct. Now, let me teach you how to harness your own energy to achieve levitation," Sun Wukong instructed. "All right." Tian nodded. "It is quite simple. It involves controlling your energy at the soles of your feet. By employing this unique energy, you can elevate your body." Sun Wukong elaborated. "I shall give it a try," Biddily said, though she turned to Tian with a hint of concern. "Tian, do you understand?" "I comprehend." "You may proceed first," Tian replied with a nod. "By the way, Tian, this morning you mentioned you had yet to control your energy. How is it now?" Biddily inquired. "I can now essentially manage it," Tian stated. "Is that so? Then let us strive together to soar through the skies as soon as possible." Biddily encouraged Tian. "Let us do our best." Tian offered a faint smile. Videl took a deep breath, attempting to harness her energy and channel it down to her feet. Gradually, she began to lift off the ground, hovering softly. Videl rose a few centimeters above the surface. Success! She floated. Perhaps she could ascend a little higher. Sun Wukong exclaimed with excitement. "Please be quiet. I cannot concentrate," Videl replied. In the next moment, Videl returned to the ground, exhaling a breath. "You truly are remarkable. You managed to learn to hover in just one day," Sun Wukong said with a smile. "Tian, you should strive to keep up." Tian nodded, saying little else. "Come on, Tian. As a prodigy, you cannot let me surpass you." Videl playfully winked at him. "All right, I shall give it a try," Tian replied with a slight smile, focusing his strength on his feet. With a sudden burst, Tian's feet left the ground, and he began to hover in midair. Videl and Sun Wukong exchanged astonished glances. When did he learn this? It seems so effortless for him. Truly, he is a genius. Is it possible that he progresses in martial arts faster than the average person? "Not too bad," Tian said as he gently descended. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. "Something feels off. Just moments ago, Tian was flying, yet I cannot sense his energy. That shouldn't be possible. He must be using energy to hover. And if I hadn't witnessed it myself, I would be unable to detect his presence. How curious. Success. Brother, look." At that moment, Sun Wutian soared through the air, excitedly calling out to Sun Wukong below. Videl felt a wave of unease. "It's one thing for Tian to surpass me. I'm happy for him, as it may earn him a glance of approval from my father. But when did Wukong's younger brother learn to fly? And so swiftly at that. Wutian has clearly mastered energy control." Sun Wukong chuckled. "What you both have achieved is truly impressive. You are only a step away from flying as freely as he does. However, it is getting late. Let us return tomorrow." "Eh?" Sun Wukong's expression shifted slightly, and he said with a wry smile, "Haven't you both nearly mastered it? From now on, you must practice on your own. I want to understand the mysteries of energy. Don't you welcome us?" Biddily smiled. "However," Sun Wukong displayed a visage of distress. "No need, Biddily. Let's learn on our own from here on. We shouldn't trouble Wukong any further," suggested Tian. "Are you serious?" Biddily was taken aback, quickly pulling Tian aside and whispering, "We should follow him to learn more. Only then can we master the art of flying swiftly." In truth, the remaining steps were quite simple. By concentrating the energy in our feet, akin to a jet propulsion system, we could achieve flight. Tian remarked with a smile. "Isn't that the case, Wukong?" "Indeed. One could also channel energy throughout the entire body, thereby enabling swifter flight," Sun Wukong acknowledged with a nod of approval. "Please refrain from seeking me out any further. I must continue my training. as time is of the essence. Should I squander my moments on your visits, I may find myself unable to claim victory at the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Tian, do you truly wish to return to your own training? Biddily inquired softly. Let us return to our own practices. Gohan has his own matters to attend to. We cannot continuously cling to him, Tian suggested. Very well, Biddily nodded. Then let us compete and see who can soar through the skies the fastest. Indeed, and afterward, we shall engage in an intense basketball match in the heavens. Tian agreed, lowering his voice in response. Playing basketball in the sky, what a remarkable notion, Biddily thought, not pondering further. How romantic it would be to kiss the hoop above the clouds, Tian mused. Chapter 39. Biddily, on what grounds do you believe your father could best me? What occupies your thoughts? You were drooling. Biddily wiped her forehead. Let me wipe it off. Tian wiped his mouth and nonchalantly rubbed against Biddily. I truly cannot comprehend you. Do you not possess any clothing? Biddily exclaimed in frustration. Your attire has a delightful fragrance, Tian retorted confidently. Gohan, could you two refrain from flaunting your affection here? I implore you, pleaded Biddily. Well, it is getting late, so my companion, Tian, and I shall take our leave. Indeed, replied son Gohan, letting out a sigh of relief and discreetly giving Tian a thumbs up. Tian, you are quite forthright. If it weren't for you, I can't imagine how many days Biddily would have burdened me with her requests. I still need to focus on my training. I must strive to achieve remarkable results at the World Martial Arts Tournament. Tian and Biddily boarded the jet helicopter together. Gohan, I apologize for the disturbance. Farewell. Biddily gradually initiated the aircraft's ascent. My apologies, Tian waved at son Gohan. Goodbye. Gohan smiled as he bid farewell. Big brother, big sister, goodbye, son Goten waved enthusiastically. With a whoosh, the jet helicopter soared into the sky, swiftly heading towards Satan City as dusk began to settle. Shall we head to my house tonight? Tian suggested. To your house? Biddily's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. What could we possibly do at this hour? Come to my place. I can teach you how to play basketball. And we can practice flying, Tian replied. No, my father insists that girls must be home by 9 p.m. Biddily shook her head. Glancing at the time and realizing it was already 6 p.m., it would take us over 3 hours to fly back. Very well, Tian said, slightly disappointed. Tonight, I shall visit Android 18. I will challenge her to a game of basketball. Android 18, here I come. Are you accustomed to wearing my clothes? If not, I can provide you with another outfit, he inquired. What are you thinking about now? He noted, observing her eyes darting around, clearly indicating her preoccupation with less than virtuous thoughts. He recalled vividly the day she had been perched upon his face, prompting a sigh of reminiscence. Ah, do not dwell on that, she exclaimed, her tone laced with playful admonishment. Why aren't you wearing a dress? He queried. Oh, could you refrain from such remarks? They are quite distracting, she gasped in response. The jet helicopter above wobbled precariously, oscillating between heights reminiscent of a roller coaster ride. It was around 9 in the evening when they finally arrived in Satan City. Yay, I shall take my leave now, she stated as they reached the entrance of apartment 8. I'll accompany you, he offered with a smile. Perhaps it's best not to. If my father were to see you, he might just give you a beating, she replied, shaking her head with evident concern. On what basis do you think your father can overpower me? He challenged. On the basis that my father is the world champion in martial arts. And he has saved the entire world, she retorted. Why do you hold such a high opinion of yourself? He asked. You should diligently hone your skills. Striving to surpass my father one day, she gently encouraged. Indeed, he nodded, a confident smile gracing his lips. I have already surpassed him. Your father is simply not formidable enough to contend with me. My father cherishes me greatly. He once told me that any boy I date must be stronger than he is. However, where could such a boy be found? My father is a world champion. Therefore, Tian, I hope that through your own endeavors, you can strive to one day surpass my father. Then, can I openly stay with you? Tian inquired. Biddily, you have led me astray once more. Enough of overthinking. I have decided to gift you this, and no one shall deter me. Tian proclaimed with unwavering resolve, even if it were the apocalypse, I shall ensure you reach the destination of your desire. Upon hearing Tian's words, Biddily felt a surge of emotion stirring within her. Your words resonate with such profound emotion. Tian, your kindness towards me is truly remarkable, whispered Biddily. Her cheeks flushed. Let us proceed. Tian gently grasped Biddily's delicate hand, causing her entire being to tremble as if struck by an electric current. In her life thus far, Biddily had never experienced such intimate contact with a boy. Hand in hand, Tian led Biddily toward her home. Her hand was remarkably soft, aptly described as fragile and delicate. Though Biddily was somewhat trained in martial arts, she still possessed the quintessential traits of a girl. Perhaps due to her nervousness, a light sheen of perspiration adorned her palm. Biddily allowed Tian to guide her forward, her face growing increasingly flushed, her heart racing fervently. In truth, she rather enjoyed this sensation. Under the cloak of night, Tian and Biddily cast two intertwined shadows. As they walked, Tian suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure approaching. Was that not number 18? Are you prancing about the streets clad in my attire? Do you think this is appropriate? Tian restrained the impulse to wipe away the outfit of number 18. He could not remove her clothing here. If he were to do so, it must be in a secluded place. It would be quite inappropriate for others to witness such an act. He wished to keep it for himself. As they crossed paths, their hands inadvertently touched, indicating a rapid development in their relationship. Number 18 smiled and remarked, "Oh, how quickly things are progressing." Being somewhat naive compared to Biddily, she quickly withdrew her hand from Tian's grasp, lowering her head in silence. "Return my clothes to me, lazily," Tian insisted. "Who claims they are yours? If I am wearing them, they belong to me." Number 18 retorted confidently. "That is not what I meant. I simply suggested that my outfit has become somewhat soiled, and you may come to my home to change into a new one." Tian clarified. "Humph." Number 18 scoffed, choosing to ignore him and turning to leave. "Wait a moment," Tian called after her, and she gradually halted. "Is there something you need?" she inquired. "The World Martial Arts Tournament is in a month. Will you participate?" Tian asked. "The World Martial Arts Tournament?" Number 18 paused. Puzzled. "What is that?" Tian was taken aback. However, after a moment of reflection, he understood. It was only natural for number 18 to be unaware of the tournament, as she had not been with Krillin. Thus, she lacked knowledge of the event. "The World Martial Arts Tournament is a competition among martial arts masters," Tian explained. "It is said that the first prize is $1 million. $1 million? Number 18's interest was piqued. "The second prize is 500,000, Tian added. Number 18's eyes sparkled with excitement. "The third prize is around 300,000, if I recall correctly," Tian continued. "All right, I will participate," number 18 readily agreed. "This is a splendid opportunity to earn some money, as I have been quite concerned about my finances lately." "Thank you, handsome. Your gratitude is appreciated. But I have provided you with valuable information. If you achieve remarkable results in the tournament, perhaps I could wear your clothing," Tian suggested. "Clothing you have worn?" Number 18 responded. "Tian, do you think it is appropriate to say such things in front of me while conversing with this blonde beauty?" Number 18 asked. "Wearing them may be a bit strange, but I could consider keeping them as a memento." Tian replied, "Indeed." Number 18 fell silent and turned away. "If it weren't for the fact that I have worn your clothing, your words just now could easily send you hurtling into the depths of outer space with a single kick. Nevertheless, I shall not hold it against you." Biddily, in a fit of indignation, shot a furious glare at Tian. "What?" Tian feigned nonchalance as if nothing were amiss. "Do you have feelings for Miss Lazuli?" Biddily inquired, biting her lip. "Indeed, I do have feelings," Tian replied candidly, nodding in affirmation. "I shall ignore you," Biddily exclaimed, her chest heaving with anger. "Do you harbor feelings for her, yet remain with me? I find myself perplexed by your thoughts. Allow me to escort you home," Tian declared. "No need," Biddily retorted, quickening her pace ahead. Tian, undeterred, followed closely behind. Matters concerning a girlfriend require prior discussion with Biddily. "I wouldn't want to invite my angelic sister home only to find you sulking. That would be rather discordant. Moreover, since the 18th resides just below us, our fates seem intertwined. How could I possibly overlook her? Is this not a grand gift prepared by fate? It would be a pity to let such an opportunity slip away." Nonetheless, Tian genuinely cared for Biddily. Although he was rather flirtatious, it did not negate the sincerity of his affections. Tian endeavored to treat each girl he cherished with earnestness. Before long, he had delivered Biddily to her doorstep. "Tian, why do you profess affection for Miss Lazuli while still being with me?" Biddily inquired, turning back. "Because I also hold feelings for you," Tian responded. Biddily found herself at a loss for words. "My utmost aspiration is to marry several wives and live a life devoid of shame and restraint," Tian proclaimed. Biddily covered her face, weeping. "How can you speak so brazenly about such misconduct? I am truly astounded." It leaves Biddily at a loss for words. "Biddily, I urge you to reflect upon this matter seriously when you return home. I am earnest in my intentions, Tian asserted with sincerity, stating that he would pursue several romantic relationships, possibly even with different types, but he insisted that it would not exceed 5. I assure you, I shall not surpass that number. Biddily wiped the sweat from her brow. You present this notion of 5 with such pompous grandeur? After all, weekends are meant for rest. If we were to play basketball daily, I wonder if our stamina could keep pace. Tian mused. Are you gathering us together with the intent of playing basketball? Biddily inquired. Yes, yes, yes. Tian nodded vigorously. It seems I now grasp the true meaning behind your reference to playing basketball. Biddily's expression darkened. So this is what you meant all along. I have been utterly misled by your words. You truly are a scholarly genius. How is it that you possess such intricate knowledge on this matter? You have finally come to understand. Tian sighed, feeling a tinge of embarrassment to continue. So, what do you mean by the blue frame? Biddily suddenly recalled something and hastily inquired. Well, such matters can only be comprehended through personal insight. Tian replied with a smile. I can't shake the feeling that what you're suggesting is not favorable, Biddily said, gritting her teeth. What do you liken to a hoop? In the blue frame, I increasingly sense that something is amiss with your words. Throughout our journey, you have recounted numerous tales of basketball. Moreover, you wish to find an isolated spot for a game of street ball and even kiss the hoop in the sky. It is enough to baffle even the likes of Biddily. His influence has led me astray. Just as Biddily was lost in thought, someone suddenly called out her name loudly. Run quickly. My father is coming. A slight change flickered across Biddily's face as she hastily exclaimed to Tian, Your father is coming. Why would I run? Tian shook his head defiantly. I certainly want to flee. Be careful, my father might hit you. He is furious that you have taken his precious daughter away. Biddily huffed in response. The issue is, we haven't even done that, Tian lamented. Biddily then probed, Before me, did you ever have a girlfriend? She bit her lip as she asked. I swear, absolutely not, Tian declared earnestly. Indeed, Tian had never been in a relationship. Since his arrival in this world, he had been a model of rectitude. Without a system, without cheats, and lacking any lineage, as he would put it, he was merely waiting for an inevitable demise. Tian had evaded the Saiyan invasion and the android assimilation of humanity. Life was far from easy. He had no time for trivial pursuits, dedicating himself instead to his studies. As for having a girlfriend, he had contemplated it, yet his youth remained a barrier. After all, he was merely 16. The same age as Biddily and Sun Wukong. Furthermore, he was financially constrained. How could one pursue romance without funds? I understand. You should leave quickly. My father is nearly here. Biddily urged. Tell me, what do you think your father's expression would be if I asked him for an autograph right now? Tian smiled. Biddily responded, Chapter 41, Mr. Satan is terrified. Hurry, if we don't leave now, it will truly be too late. Biddily, anxious, pushed Tian to hasten his departure. Yet, Tian took the opportunity to embrace Biddily. Why should I leave? What I have to fear? This is the perfect moment to tease Mr. Satan. In a flash, Satan charged forward, immediately spotting his daughter in the arms of a stranger. Enraged, he trembled with fury. You must be that brat Tian. Release my daughter. Satan bellowed ominously. You refused to leave when I told you to. What now? Biddily whispered. It's all right. Nothing will happen. Tian smiled confidently, casting his gaze upon Mr. Satan beneath the night sky. Indeed, this man was remarkably tall, embodying a robust and imposing figure. One might wonder who he resembled, as it was rare for Mr. Satan to have such an adorable daughter. As he stood there, Tian sensed that his height must be at least 2 meters, exuding an aura of authority that seemed to weigh upon others. Yet, this pressure was not directed at Tian. After all, within him resided divine power. The fact that Tian refrained from utilizing his divine strength was a significant concession to Mr. Satan. Dad, it's not what you think. Today, my classmate Tian and I are not engaged in anything inappropriate, Biddily interjected. Biddily, return home at once, Mr. Satan commanded. I refuse to go back, Biddily retorted, gritting her teeth. Mr. Satan was taken aback. Biddily, you were never like this before. Are you now disregarding your father's words? He exclaimed in astonishment. You cannot bully my father, Biddily asserted defiantly. Biddily, please head home. Let me have a moment to discuss some matters with your uncle, Tian suggested with a smile. How can you still be joking at such a time? Biddily replied, at a loss for words. Are you aware of what you are doing? My father will kill you. Rest assured, I will be fine. Tian Dao. Well, Seeing Yi Tian's unwavering confidence warms Biddilly's heart. It seems that Yi Tian has quite the affection for me, as he can even gaze directly at my father. After all, my father is a world champion. Should you incite my father's wrath, you would truly be met with a devastating blow. Speak respectfully, for my father does not appreciate jesting, whispered Biddily to Yi Tian. Understood, Yi Tian nodded. Father, I hold him in high regard. However, I assure you, we are entirely innocent at present. Biddily reiterated to Satan, it is certainly not as you may presume. Satan cast a discerning glance at his daughter. As someone who has traversed similar paths, he discerned that his daughter had not engaged in any improper conduct with this young man. His previously anxious heart settled. It appeared this boy was not as debased as he had imagined. Biddily soon departed, leaving only Yi Tian and Mr. Satan at the entrance. Young man, I must commend your courage, Satan remarked with a smile. You were once a distinguished student at the National First High School, were you not? Indeed, Yi Tian nodded. With your accomplishments, your future prospects are promising. In a typical family, entrusting a daughter to a man of your caliber would pose no concern. Satan regarded Yi Tian thoughtfully. Yi Tian refrained from responding, aware that Satan had more to convey. However, our family is different. We hail from a lineage of martial arts. I, Mr. Satan, began my martial training at the age of 3, vanquished a tiger by 7, triumphed over all challengers by 10, obliterated Cell at 40, and claimed the title of world champion in combat at 43. Satan boasted with fervor. Yi Tian retorted, I believe I have a talent for boasting as well. Yet, this prospective father-in-law continued his grandiose claims without a hint of hesitation. You consider yourself a martial arts family? Did your father and grandfather also practice martial arts? Yi Tian did not wish to put Mr. Satan in an uncomfortable position, as he is destined to be his future father-in-law. Moreover, Biddily has trained in martial arts since childhood and was the champion of the youth division in the previous World Martial Arts Championship. Mr. Satan continued, furthermore, Biddily frequently assists the police in solving various significant cases, which I believe you are well aware of. I am aware of that, Yi Tian nodded. Thus, our future son-in-law must possess formidable strength, unlike someone of your scholarly disposition, Mr. Satan remarked. Yes, I can understand that, Yi Tian nodded repeatedly. Mr. Satan, this young man, I apologize, but I cannot assist with that. I no longer comprehend what you were saying. It seems you were quite agreeable. However, this is to be expected, given Mr. Satan's formidable presence. Speak, what sum would suffice for you to part with my daughter? Mr. Satan gazed at Yi Tian. Yi Tian? This is a nonsensical, adrenaline-pumping novel. Do not transform it into a domineering CEO narrative. Yi Tian was momentarily taken aback and promptly corrected himself. Mr. Satan exhibited a look of utter bewilderment. What are you saying? Since Uncle claims you come from a lineage of martial artists, can you perform this move? Yi Tian grinned, gently waving his hand at a stone lion positioned at the entrance. Whoosh! The stone lion vanished without a trace. Mr. Satan's eyes widened in disbelief. Where had the stone lion gone? What kind of jest was this? He rubbed his eyes vigorously. It was truly gone. It seemed as if this young man had made the stone lion disappear. Had he not seen it clearly? Yi Tian chuckled. Make sure to observe closely this time. With that, he pointed at another stone lion. Mr. Satan fixed his gaze intently on it. Erasure, Yi Tian whispered, waving his hand towards the stone lion once more. Whoosh! Before Mr. Satan's astonished eyes, that stone lion too vanished into thin air. Mr. Satan's face turned pale in an instant, and his legs began to tremble. As the soul of this city, known for his esteemed reputation worldwide, it would be unrealistic for Mr. Satan to be unaware of the recent mysterious disappearances. Even if he wished to remain uninformed, those around him would undoubtedly enlighten him. After all, the mysterious disappearances were exceedingly enigmatic. Moreover, the elusive hero responsible had yet to reveal himself. Whispers circulated that it was an individual known as the mysterious hero who had performed these deeds. He was said to do nothing but good. However, the teachers at the school held a disdainful view of this mysterious hero. Countless hours of painstakingly crafted examinations had been rendered obsolete by this enigmatic figure. It is one thing to misplace the examination papers, but it is quite another to have misplaced the very computers we use to complete them. This is rather excessive. It is akin to lending you a USB drive, only for you to have absconded with all of my files. You must at least leave us the computer. Mr. Satan is not foolish. He swiftly deduced the true identity of Yi Tian. You are that enigmatic hero? Satan stuttered in disbelief. I do not wish to reveal my identity just yet. Yi Tian replied with a subtle smile. Ah, yes, Satan nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at grain. Chapter 42. The greatest god in the universe? Besides making lions disappear, I can also make the components on your body vanish, Tian said with a smile. Uncle, would you care to give it a try? No. Absolutely not, Satan exclaimed in terror, hastily waving his hands. Now, about my relationship with your daughter, Tian inquired. When do you plan to marry? Satan laughed heartily, adopting a different demeanor, and asked, Tian, your transformation has occurred with astonishing rapidity. Rest assured, I am not the kind of man who abandons those I care for. I will treat Biddily with the utmost respect, Tian assured, promising that once my strength reaches a certain level, I will grant my uncle the freedom to act as he pleases on this planet, truly to act as he wishes. Satan was initially taken aback, but soon his face lit up with anticipation. The potential achievements of this lad are undoubtedly immeasurable. With a mere wave of his hand, one stone lion vanished into thin air. With another wave, another stone lion followed suit. What manner of power is this? Can you teach me that technique? Mister. Satan gazed longingly at Tian. You needn't entertain such thoughts. It is beyond your grasp, Tian replied, shaking his head. This is a technique that can only be comprehended by the greatest deity in the entire universe. What? The greatest deity in the universe? Satan mused, feeling that this benchmark was rather lofty. You have reached the pinnacle of divinity, conversing with the greatest deity of the cosmos. As a mere mortal, how can I engage in discourse with you? Henceforth, my offspring, like those of Biddily, shall also be descendants of the divine. Tian Dao. The devil fell silent. Please refrain from involving my daughter in every matter. While your excellence is undeniable, I cannot shake the feeling that I have nurtured a prized vegetable only to have it ravaged by swine. Do visit my humble abode sometime. The devil hastily extended a courteous invitation. It is rather late today, Tian replied, shaking his head. Perhaps another day. Very well, the devil acquiesced. If there are any unnecessary items, feel free to present them in advance. I shall casually dispose of them upon my next visit. Tian smiled. Indeed. There are certain things I find displeasing and shall readily eliminate. The devil, it would be best if you refrained from coming. If you were to arrive, our household would surely face calamity. Wouldn't we be left bereft of many things for no apparent reason? Departing, Tian spoke and turned to leave. The hero departs. Satan said with a forced smile, bowing his head respectfully. You may simply call me by my name, Tian remarked without looking back. Indeed, I shall remember, Satan replied hastily. Soon, Tian vanished into the darkness. Satan gazed in the direction of his disappearance, gradually straightening his bent posture. With hands on his hips, Satan stared resolutely ahead. That insufferable brat. I sincerely hope I do not cross paths with him again, he asserted defiantly. Shortly thereafter, Satan returned home, his spirits visibly dampened. Father, you haven't done anything to Tian, have you? Biddily inquired, her face etched with concern. That rascal Tian has not harmed me in any way, which, I suppose, is a stroke of fortune amidst misfortune, Satan replied. Are you still concerned about Tian? Surely not. It seems that Biddily is unaware of Tian's true identity. Biddily, do you know who that young man is? Satan was just about to reveal Tian's true identity to Biddily when suddenly the words of Tian echoed in his mind. I do not wish to disclose my identity just yet. Satan hesitated to continue. Dad, what did you just say? Biddily asked in surprise. Who is Tian? Who could he possibly be? Ah, he is an exceptional student from the National First High School. It is said that before transferring, he was ranked first in his grade. Mr. Satan quickly corrected himself. Biddily? She was dumbfounded. He is a scholarly genius, Biddily remarked. Indeed, a scholarly genius is quite impressive, Satan acknowledged, nodding in approval with a thumbs up. What my father means is that Biddily is now perplexed by her father's intentions. Father approves of you dating him, Satan stated. Biddily once again displayed a look of confusion. Father actually consented? This is not in line with his usual demeanor. Biddily, you are already 16 years old. You are no longer a little girl. Your father believes in your judgment, Satan continued. Just what did Tian discuss with my father? Has my father truly given his blessing? I can't shake off this strange feeling, Biddily pondered. However, you must take proper precautions, especially as a young lady. It is essential to safeguard your well-being. Although Satan consented to his daughter being with Biddily, he felt the need to impart wisdom. Moreover, if a girl is too easily won over by a boy, he may not come to value her as he should. Dad, I assure you that my relationship with him is entirely innocent, Biddily said, her cheeks slightly flushed. Her father, knowing better, replied, I understand, my dear. I am merely concerned for your well-being. Does he dare to bully me? He cannot possibly defeat me. Biddily laughed playfully. Satan remained silent, contemplating the formidable powers he possessed, capable of making a person's very essence vanish with a mere wave of his hand. Such a terrifying ability. How do you intend to confront him? Tian swiftly returned to apartment 8. At the entrance of the apartment, he spotted number 18 inside a convenience store, indulging in instant noodles. Tian stepped inside and took a seat beside number 18. How did you end up eating instant noodles? Tian inquired with a smile. Why don't you treat me to something delicious? Number 18 huffed. Sure, feel free to express your desires, Tian readily agreed. I'm craving hot pot, number 18 replied. All right. You choose the place, Tian nodded. So generous? Are you after something? Number 18 was taken aback. Not at all, I simply wish to share a meal with you. Nothing more, Tian smiled. The hot pot restaurant over there is said to be quite good. Number 18 pointed to a nearby establishment. Let us go. Tian did not object. He could afford a hot pot meal, though his remaining funds were indeed limited. He needed to devise a way to earn some money. The question was, what could he do with his abilities to make a profit? Should he rob a bank? How absurd. I am destined to be the greatest deity in the universe. How embarrassing it would be to resort to bank robbery. Unfortunately, my erasure level is too low. If I could attain a golden level of erasure, I would possess the ability to create. I could conjure money directly. But alas, that is not feasible at present. Even enjoying a hot pot meal feels a bit precarious. Nonetheless, while Tian's funds were scant, he could still afford to treat number 18 to a hot pot. Perhaps I could take on some renovation work tomorrow? Smash some walls or something? We shall see. No. 18 abandoned her noodles and entered the hot pot restaurant across the street with Tian. Chapter 43. Number 18. I have a collection of movies from many years ago. Hey. Where's your little girlfriend? Number 18 asked. She went home, Tian replied. You go out on a date with me right after she leaves? Aren't you worried she'll find out? Number 18 laughed. Not at all, Tian chuckled. The hot pot arrived swiftly, and Tian, feeling quite hungry, relished a sumptuous feast alongside number 18. Lazili, do you know how to make quick money? Tian asked. Why would you even ask me that? Obviously. Robbing a bank is the fastest way. If it were legal, number 18 replied without a second thought. I too am in need of funds. It seems neither of us is well off, Tian remarked. Indeed, after this hot pot, I fear the days ahead will be quite difficult, Tian lamented. And yet you still let me order freely? Number 18 was taken aback. When treating a lady to a meal, one cannot be stingy. Even if I must subsist on dirt in the coming days, I will ensure you dine well. Tian Dao let out a snort, feeling somewhat touched by the conversation. What will you do after dinner? Inquired 18 with a hint of curiosity. You? Is that permissible? Tian Dao responded. What are you talking about? I asked you what you'll do after dinner. 18 seemed perplexed, not having considered that direction. No worries, Tian Dao reassured. I'll take you to earn some money. Though it depends on your courage. 18 smiled sweetly, intrigued. Earn money? How? Tian Dao explained. Underground boxing arena. 18 responded, as long as you can secure the championship. The earnings will be considerable, albeit not as substantial as the World Martial Arts Championship. Is that how you make money? Tian Dao realized with a dawning understanding. What else could it be? One must make a living, 18 replied cheerfully. So, are you in, or not? I suppose it wouldn't hurt to take a look. Tian Dao mused. That said, I noticed your little girlfriend seems quite affluent. Why not ask her for some money? 18 inquired again. Am I the type to rely on others for sustenance? Tian Dao snorted. Well, I didn't expect you to possess such integrity, 18 chuckled. After their meal, 18 led Tian Dao to purchase a few clothing items for disguise. Soon, they entered the underground boxing arena. That night, the sounds of despair echoed from within. How could anyone possibly rival 18? Moreover, 18 exercised commendable control over their strength, ensuring no one was fatally harmed. Nonetheless, many were left crying out in pain. Tian Dao also participated in a couple of rounds and found it exhilarating. He suddenly realized that bullying others could be quite thrilling. Once they exited the underground arena, Tian Dao and 18 had accrued a significant amount of money, ensuring their living expenses for at least the next 2 months were secure. Kid, you're impressive. I didn't expect you had it in you, 18 remarked with surprise as she looked at Tian Dao. Not too shabby, Tian Dao grinned. Do you know Sun Wukong and his friends? 18 asked nonchalantly. From the way the young man fought, it was evident he was no ordinary individual, prompting 18's inquiry. Furthermore, she had witnessed Tian Dao leap from her home to his, which made her realize he was more complex than he appeared. Today's encounter only confirmed her suspicions. Yes, Sun Wukong is my classmate. Do you know him? Tian Dao feigned nonchalance. Classmate? 18 paused, surprised. Are you saying Sun Wukong studies at this school? Indeed. He is in my class, Tian Dao nodded. Just a classmate, is it? On the 18th, the question arose, have you had much interaction with him? Not really. I have only known Gohan for 3 days, Tian replied. Only 3 days. Then from whom did you acquire such skills? The 18th inquired, puzzled. I possess innate strength. Do you believe it? Tian chuckled lightly. So, will you participate in the upcoming World Martial Arts Tournament next month? The 18th asked again. I am contemplating it. I have yet to make a decision, Tian responded. Is Son Gohan participating as well? The 18th's inquiry bore a hint of concern. If Son Gohan were to enter the tournament, Vegeta might decide to join as well, not to mention that fellow named Piccolo. Piccolo's prowess was likely on par with the 17th, and Tian was uncertain if he could contend against him. Undoubtedly. He was no match for Son Gohan or Vegeta either. By this reckoning, it seemed he could only aspire to a 4th-place finish. I will participate. Tian nodded and candidly disclosed. How much is the prize for 4th place? The 18th asked. I believe it is around 2 million, Tian replied. 2 million? That hardly excites me, the 18th remarked. I might as well engage in a few underground fights instead. The 4th place prize at the World Martial Arts Tournament is merely 2 million. I will think about it. The 18th hesitated over whether to enter the tournament. Meanwhile, on his way home, Tian continued to eliminate unnecessary distractions, unbeknownst to the 18th. It was already midnight when Tian glanced at the clock. The 18th remained silent. Shall we have a movie night? Tian proposed. A movie night? For what purpose? The 18th was taken aback. To watch films at my place. I have several remarkable ones in my collection, Tian explained, and my television is quite large. Have you not been to my home before? What films do you have? The 18th asked. All action movies. I am certain you will enjoy them, Tian assured. It might be nice to watch something, as I cannot sleep tonight anyway. The 18th acquiesced, nodding in agreement. Subsequently, Tian escorted the 18th back to his home. Shall we freshen up first? Tian suggested. I have no ulterior motives. After so many rough fights, we are both quite dirty, wouldn't you agree? Tian stated. You are correct, the 18th replied, but I have no spare clothes. That mysterious hero had better hope I do not catch him. I forgot to buy clothes earlier. I will manage tomorrow. You can wear mine. You have worn them before. Tian said with a playful smile. I will find something for you, the 18th responded. Tian then entered his bedroom to retrieve an outfit. Is this another one you have worn? On the 18th, I took a glance at chapter 44, taking 18 home to watch a movie. Indeed. It was something I had worn, but I had already washed it. Tian admitted, you are aware of my family's circumstances. There are no new clothes at home. 18 contemplated this. The lad was not affluent. Clothes are meant to be worn. How could one possibly have unworn garments lying around? For those from wealthy families, it is quite normal to have new clothes at home that remain untouched. As long as they have been laundered, it suffices. All right, I shall go home for a shower. 18 declared, moving forward to lift the previously removed floorboard and leaping down. Tian remarked, I thought you were going to bathe at my place. What a pity. I won't bathe then. With that, Tian waved his hands over his body, and instantly, he was spotless. Even his garments were rendered immaculate with a mere flick of his wrist. Should I perhaps open a laundromat? It seems we have quite a few endeavors. Yet the earnings arrive slowly. It would be wiser to focus on enhancing my experience and swiftly ascending to the golden level of cleansing. Once I can generate wealth, I shall no longer fret over my livelihood. It is rather ironic that I, the future greatest deity of the universe, find myself troubled by matters of sustenance. Tian changed into a fresh set of clothing. 18 soon completed her wash. With a resounding leap, she sprang up from her home and tossed her previously worn clothes to Tian. Please wash these for me, 18 requested. Tian took the garments and brought them to his nose for a sniff. What are you doing? 18's expression darkened. How foolish of me. Why did I give you my clothes? Surely, he wouldn't do anything inappropriate with them, would he? Alas, it is a pity they got soiled during our sparring. Tian shook his head and cast the clothes aside. In a while, I shall simply cleanse the dirt effortlessly. Aren't you eager to watch a movie? Share with me that treasured film you've held onto for years, 18 said to Tian. Indeed, Tian responded, nodding vigorously. He switched on the television and located a folder labeled out within the device's storage. Hey? 18 was taken aback. It's filled with action films, splendid ones, Tian remarked. Indeed. She replied. On the 18th, without much thought, Tian selected an action film and pressed play. The film featured a female superhero soaring through the skies, swiftly identifying the nefarious individuals on the ground. With remarkable speed, she subdued the criminals, subsequently engaging in a multitude of heroic deeds. After completing her tasks, the superhero returned home. Not too bad, Tian inquired. It's passable, 18 responded with a nod. However, she pondered, why does this film feel so peculiar? Upon returning home, the superhero abruptly sensed something amiss. It appeared her extraordinary powers were being restrained. Focusing her gaze, she discovered a stone materializing in her room. What is the purpose of that stone? It seems to be inhibiting my abilities. 18 mused. That is known as kryptonite, originating from their planet. Once this stone enters the vicinity of a superhero, their powers dissipate, rendering them an ordinary person, Tian elucidated. What an odd premise, 18 sighed. Surprised by such a vulnerability. Indeed, it is rather bizarre. Perhaps the author intended to deliberately weaken the female superhero, Tian remarked. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed as the front door of the superhero's home was forcefully kicked open. A masked brute appeared at the threshold, advancing to seize the superhero by the throat. Despite her desperate struggles, she found herself powerless. With a swift motion, the masked assailant effortlessly ripped a piece of her attire and forcefully pushed her onto the bed. I can't bear to watch this, 18 declared, her expression darkening. Is this what you call an action film? This plot feels off, Tian exclaimed, feigning indifference. This was never the storyline, previously. The superhero had kicked that stone away and thoroughly dealt with the masked figure, not like what you're witnessing now. While Tian spoke, the television echoed with the superhero's cries, a sound both captivating and haunting in the stillness of the night. Quickly turn it off, 18 implored, unable to endure any longer. Just a moment longer, Tian replied. 18 was left utterly speechless. You have yet to see the conclusion. Humph. Android 18 chose to disregard Tian, effortlessly leaping back to her home from the previous hole. As she departed, she delivered a powerful punch to the television. With a resounding crash, the screen shattered. Tian exclaimed, "Come back. You owe me a television." Angrily, he added, "Humph, dream on." Android 18 retorted, "Do you believe that I won't inform your girlfriend about you making me watch such films? Even if you tell my girlfriend, you still owe me a television." Tian countered. Android 18 said nothing further and turned to retreat to her bedroom for some rest. "If you won't join me for television, I shall demand repayment with your body," Tian shouted. "As long as you can defeat me, I shall submit to your whims." Android 18 chuckled, amused by the notion of repaying with her body. "Do you believe you can defeat me? Do not presume that because you can best those from underground fight circuits, you can easily triumph over me. I am quite formidable." Tian was momentarily taken aback. "Goodness, is this for real? If I can defeat you, then..." Tian's mouth watered, drooling onto the floor of room 18. "I shall go and conquer you right now. Wait a moment. It is not appropriate to engage in battle here. I fear the entire building may collapse. Let us wait a bit longer. Once I have dealt with Biddily, I shall return to entertain you properly. There will be ample time in the future." Tian casually wiped the television screen. It was already broken. This device was beyond repair. Better to dispose of it. Fortunately, the earnings from last night's underground fighting were substantial enough to comfortably afford a new television. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Biddily came looking for Tian. "Tian, shall we practice flying together today?" she suggested. "Sure, that sounds good." Tian nodded in agreement. "Oh, where is your television?" Biddily suddenly noticed the absence of the television in the living room. "It exploded last night," Tian replied. "Exploded? Did it just go off suddenly?" Biddily inquired with concern. "Sort of," Tian acknowledged. "What did you do with the exploded television?" She pressed further. "I threw it away." "What use is it to keep it?" Tian chuckled, shifting the topic away from the television, and contemplated where would be more suitable for practicing flight, as their home was too cramped. Chapter 45, Sun Wukong. "I sense that elder brother Tian is extraordinary. How about we head to the mountainous region over there?" Biddily proposed. "That works," Tian agreed without objection. The two quickly set off. Along the way, Biddily asked, "Tian, what did you discuss with my father last night? He does not seem to oppose our relationship." "Oh, I didn't say much. Perhaps your father believes I am a prodigy and will achieve great things in the future, which is why he consented," Tian replied with a smile. "It feels as though things are not as simple as they appear. Biddily mused. It is of no consequence. Tian chuckled. Why is it not important? Biddily queried. Soon, they entered the mountainous area and began attempting to practice flying in the air. In truth, Tian had already mastered flight. He was primarily there to accompany Biddily in her practice. At the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Group, in the gravity training room, Vegeta had transformed into a Super Saiyan, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks into the air. Trunks was also laboriously making his way across the room, beads of sweat cascading down his body. Trunks, it would be best not to push yourself too hard. You should leave this place immediately. The gravity at 150 times is simply too challenging for you, Vegeta advised. Last night, Gohan called to inform me of his intention to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament. Trunks chimed in, claiming he would join as well. Humph. As if it were a grand celebration, Vegeta chuckled softly. This will indeed be quite arduous. Perhaps I should transform into a Super Saiyan, Trunks murmured. Sustaining 150 times Earth's gravity in a normal state is exceedingly difficult. What? Vegeta was taken aback. Suddenly, Trunks radiated a golden light, his hair standing on end as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Vegeta was astonished. Trunks executed a gentle leap, ascending to a considerable height. Following that, he dashed around the gravity training room at an astonishing speed. How exhilarating this is! Trunks was elated. Vegeta remained silent, though a pang of discomfort pricked at his heart. What a jest! When did this lad become a Super Saiyan? Is it truly so effortless to achieve this transformation? I endured considerable hardship before I could become a Super Saiyan. Hee. Trunks continued to flaunt his newfound prowess. Trunks, Vegeta called out to him. Trunks turned to glance at his father. Can Gohan's younger brother also become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta inquired. Indeed, Trunks nodded. Vegeta remarked. This truly is a proliferation of Super Saiyans. Is it now possible for anyone to transform into a Super Saiyan? Wait a moment. Something feels amiss. Let me ponder this. When I was with Bulma, I had already attained Super Saiyan status. I recall that I had just mastered the transformation. Shortly thereafter, I was with Bulma. And then came this child. Kakarot also had Gohan's younger brother after becoming a Super Saiyan. Thus, their ease in transforming into Super Saiyans may stem from the fact that Kakarot and I were both Super Saiyans when they were conceived. It seems that this is indeed the case. Realizing this brought a sense of relief to Vegeta. Come at me, he instructed Trunks. Huh? Trunks hesitated, quickly responding, regardless. I could never be a match for you, father. You are simply too powerful. Attack me, if you can land a hit on my face. I will take you to the amusement park, Vegeta declared. Really? Father? Trunks exclaimed with excitement, then prepared to charge. I will give it my all. Vegeta readied himself for the confrontation. Hey! Trunks launched a rapid assault. Vegeta was taken aback. The speed of this young man's punches is astonishing. Moreover, his strength feels formidable. Vegeta barely managed to evade Trunks' fist. Hey! Trunks unleashed another flurry of quick jabs. Vegeta struggled to dodge, overwhelmed by the onslaught. I strike, I strike, I strike. Trunks' fists descended upon Vegeta like a torrential downpour. Vegeta found himself at a disadvantage, barely able to defend himself. Whose troublesome offspring is this? It's infuriating. Bang! Trunks landed a punch squarely on Vegeta's face. Vegeta, instantly enraged, retaliated swiftly, delivering a powerful blow to Trunks' nose. I find your choice of words quite inappropriate. How dare you strike me? Bang! Trunks fell to the ground, his head hitting the earth, leaving him dazed and confused. Vegeta exclaimed, What the hell? That seems to be my own son. I may have been a bit too harsh. Ouch, it hurts. Trunks gritted his teeth as he rose from the ground, wincing in pain. Father is truly cunning, retaliating even while I'm down. Do not be so complacent. I never stated I would refrain from counterattacking, Vegeta replied. How can that be? Trunks felt quite aggrieved. Do not cry. I will take you to the amusement park. Vegeta huffed and then asked, So, who is stronger? Gohan's younger brother or you? I am slightly stronger than him. Goten is younger than me, and he doesn't even know how to fly yet. Upon hearing the prospect of going to the amusement park, Trunks instantly broke into a smile. Vegeta fell silent once more. These two little ones are exceedingly formidable. At Bowsy Mountain, Son Gohan and Son Goten were engaged in friendly sparring. Both had transformed into Super Saiyans. Bang! Bang! They battled from the ground into the sky, continuously shifting their forms. After a while, Gohan said, Goten, let us call it a day. We've had enough for now. He blocked his brother's punch. Okay. Goten replied. The two descended from the sky, landing on the ground, panting heavily. The earlier sparring had significantly drained their energy. Brother, aren't he that big brother and big sister coming today? Goten asked. It's better if they don't. If they come, we won't have any time to train. Gohan chuckled. After all, they needed to learn how to fly quickly in the air, which would surely take a long time. Brother, I think that big brother named Yaishin seems quite impressive. Goten scratched his head. Why do you think that? Gohan was taken aback. I don't know. It just feels that way, Goten smiled. Perhaps you're overthinking it, Gohan laughed. Indeed, Yaishin's energy was quite peculiar. Even I cannot sense the energy within him. Chapter 46. Biddyly's declaration to the other 4 ships. Is it true that the energy big brother Yaishin mentioned is of a higher level? Goten inquired. I'm not sure. It might be, Gohan replied with a smile. But it's all right. Brother can transform into a Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan and will surely achieve excellent results at the World Martial Arts Tournament. But if you transform into a Super Saiyan at the tournament, wouldn't he that expose your identity? Goten pointed out. You have a point. Then let us have everyone refrain from transforming into Super Saiyans for the competition. Sun Wukong pondered. All right, I have no objections, brother. Sun Wutian obediently nodded and said, I'll also speak with Trunks. In a remote mountainous area on the outskirts of Satan City, Biddy exclaimed, Tian, look, I can now hover at such a height. She was approximately 2 meters above the ground. Did you practice again after returning home last night? Tian inquired with a smile. Yes, Biddy nodded. Very good. Tian praised repeatedly. And you, Tian? Biddy asked. Me? Tian sighed helplessly. Why do you want to compare with me? Then who should I compare with? Biddy playfully blinked. All right, let me show you, Tian replied, as he unleashed his divine power and slowly lifted off the ground. Before long, Tian soared to a height of 10 meters. Biddy's mouth fell open in astonishment, her beautiful eyes wide with surprise. Are you kidding? The academic prodigy is also so gifted in martial arts? She marveled. Biddy, you looked quite lovely when your mouth was agape just now. Tian said as he descended to a height comparable to hers, smiling. Really? Biddy felt a blush rise to her cheeks once more. I'll see if there are any bananas nearby, Tian remarked. Biddy, why do you always want me to eat bananas? Whoosh. After Tian finished speaking, he immediately took flight. He can fly? Biddily exclaimed, her mouth agape, and quickly added, wait a moment, Tian. Can you really fly freely now? Indeed, Tian replied with a smile over his shoulder, muttering, this area should have banana trees. The environment is suitable for their growth. Biddily questioned, aren't we supposed to practice flying? Why must we search for bananas? I'm not hungry, she declared loudly, but Tian had already soared away. After flying around for a while, Tian returned without having found any bananas. Did you find any bananas? Biddily inquired. No, Tian replied, a hint of disappointment in his voice. I'm not hungry. I had breakfast. Biddily said, are you hungry, Tian? I'll buy you bananas later. Tian coughed, suddenly. I have a craving for abalone. Abalone? Sure, I'll get you some when we return tonight, Biddily responded. Really? Tian smacked his lips. Isn't it just abalone? I'll buy it for you. Biddily shrugged. It's not very expensive. Yes, Tian nodded vigorously, but there's no need to buy it. We can just have what's available. What's available? Biddily scratched her head. We'll talk about it tonight, Tian said, his anticipation growing. Biddily remarked. I feel like you're trying to deceive me again. By the way, what was that basket you mentioned yesterday? I still haven't figured it out. She continued. Speaking of which, Tian, did you practice flying at home last night? Biddily asked. No, I stayed home with Zeely and watched a movie, Tian replied candidly. You mean to say you watched a movie with the girl downstairs? Biddily asked, a tinge of anger in her voice. Yes, the film was quite thrilling. The television even exploded, Tian responded. Tian, what are you really thinking? Biddily huffed. Are you truly trying to play both sides? 2 sides? That's not enough. Tian replied. Haven't I mentioned? At least 5 sides. Biddily, you consistently articulate your flirtations with such grandiloquence. Should I consider parting ways with you? Videl genuinely contemplated turning away, yet she found herself inexplicably tethered to Tian. What is it about him that captivates me? Is it merely his handsome visage? It seems not. There are many attractive individuals. Unbeknownst to me, I have gradually succumbed to your allure. Tian, have you truly never engaged with other girls? Videl inquired softly. Never, I assure you, Tian affirmed, nodding earnestly, swearing to the heavens. I do not care. Your first experience must be with me. This is my declaration to the other 4 suitors. Videl huffed, addressing Yi Tian with feigned indignation. Agreed. Yi Tian nodded vigorously. Is there truly such a splendid arrangement? It appears Videl is not entirely unreasonable. Finally, I have managed to persuade you. Thus, over 20 days elapsed, drawing nearer to the day of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. Gohan, Vegeta, Trunks, Goten, Piccolo, and Krillin were all diligently honing their skills. Meanwhile, Goku was training in another realm. Videl was equally engaged in her self-improvement. Only two individuals refrained from training, Yi Tian and Mr. Satan. Yi Tian did not require training, as he had already mastered his divine power. However, his divine strength had not increased. It seemed tied to the level of the Erasure technique. Presumably, the higher the level of the Erasure technique, the greater the divine power. Merely relying on training would not suffice for enhancement. Yi Tian remained unperturbed. During these days, Yi Tian had also been diligently erasing unnecessary elements, thereby augmenting his Erasure experience. After this period of persistent effort, he was but a step away from upgrading to the silver-level Erasure technique. It is believed that by the time of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, a mere touch of Erasure would suffice for his advancement. In the interim, the legends surrounding the mysterious hero grew increasingly enigmatic. Relevant authorities were relentlessly searching for this elusive figure. It would indeed be extraordinary to locate him, as even the deities of Earth were incapable of such a feat, let alone these mere mortals. Notably, upon returning home after the flying trials with Videl, Yi Tian discovered that Android 18 was absent. Since that day, he had not laid eyes on her. Chapter 47. The Kaioshin, Biddily. Descends upon Earth. Yi Tian found himself perplexed. Where could Android 18 have gone? Does she too seek training? Do androids require training? Indeed. Artificial beings can indeed grow stronger through training. Did you not witness the remarkable performance of Android 17 at the Tournament of Power? By the time of Dragon Ball Super, 17's strength had already surpassed that of Goku's Super Saiyan 3, even rivaling Goku's Super Saiyan Blue. Moreover, it was 17 who remained as the last fighter standing on the arena during the tournament. Yi Tian speculated that Android 18 must have sought a place to cultivate her strength. After all, where else could she have gone? The prize for fourth place held little allure for her. It remains uncertain how much stronger 18 could become, but it likely wouldn't be by a significant margin. In a sparsely populated village on the outskirts, a large spacecraft silently descended upon the area. The villagers were left in utter shock, paralyzed with fear. Was this indeed a spacecraft? Had extraterrestrial beings come to our realm? With a creak, the hatch of the spacecraft opened, revealing several aliens who effortlessly annihilated the entire village's inhabitants. Lord Biddily, we have eliminated everyone in the vicinity, a subordinate reported to the sorcerer Biddily. Well done. Biddily nodded in satisfaction and turned to his companion Beerus. To my knowledge, the Supreme Kai has been monitoring the seal of Majin Buu. So we must hastily conceal the spacecraft and then discreetly search for Majin Buu's seal. That plan is feasible, Lord Biddily, Beerus replied with a slight smile. But where shall we hide such a large spacecraft, Lord Biddily? Inquired the subordinate Pui. Let us bury it underground, Biddily suggested with a smile. Truly, Lord Biddily. That is an excellent location, Pui responded. Subsequently, the subordinates worked through the night to dig a pit and conceal the massive spacecraft beneath the earth. Once the spacecraft was hidden, Biddily swiftly located the seal of Majin Buu, following the instructions in his father's journal. Is this Majin Buu? Biddily exclaimed in excitement. Beerus also gazed at the seal of Majin Buu, wearing a smile. Let us take the seal back to the spacecraft. I wish to study how to unlock it, Biddily said with anticipation. Beerus then approached, carefully cradling the seal and descending into the sky. Before long, Biddily and his entourage had transported Majin Buu's seal back to the spacecraft. Biddily consulted his father's journal once more and discovered the method to break the seal. Is it necessary to infuse it with pure energy? Biddily pondered, glancing at his subordinates. However, the energy of these individuals is unsuitable. Where might we find pure energy? My Lord Biddily, I have heard whispers that soon, a grand martial arts tournament known as the world's greatest will be held on this planet. Why? Shall we attend this gathering and perhaps uncover some pure energy? Let us proceed with this plan. Biddily nodded. However, it would be prudent to capture two individuals beforehand, as I wish to gain a deeper understanding of this world's greatest martial arts tournament. I shall do so at once, Pui chuckled. The gravity on this planet is so minimal. It feels exhilarating to fly. Pui, the gravity of your planet is tenfold that of this one, is it not? Biddily remarked with a smile. No wonder you express such enthusiasm. Indeed, my Lord Biddily, I shall act immediately, Pui responded. That very evening, Pui returned with two individuals who had previously participated in the world's greatest tournament. Biddily employed his magic to subdue them. We must maintain a low profile until we collect sufficient pure energy, Biddily said with a smile. The Kaioshin may appear at any moment. Rest assured, my lord Biddily. The Kaioshin poses no threat before me, Depura declared confidently. While that may hold some truth, he is, after all, the Kaioshin, the mightiest deity in this universe, Biddily sighed. It is better to exercise caution. Once my Majin Buu is freed from his seal, the entire universe will be under my command. In the Kaioshin realm. The expression of the Kaioshin grew exceedingly grave, beads of cold sweat trickling down his face. My lord Kaioshin, what transpired? Inquired his attendant, Jebet. The seal on Majin Buu has unexpectedly vanished, the Kaioshin replied solemnly. What? The seal has disappeared? Who could be responsible? Jebet gasped in astonishment. Jebet. There is no time to waste. We must hasten to Earth. The Kaioshin commanded. Yes, my lord Kaioshin, Jebet responded. Kai. The Kaioshin executed an instant transmission. Swiftly arriving on Earth alongside Jebet, landing at the location where Majin Buu was once sealed. As expected, the seal is gone. Jebet stated gravely. From the traces at the scene, it appears someone has removed it, and their footprints remain. The Kaioshin pointed to the ground. These footprints do not resemble those of Earthlings. Jebet noted. They bear a striking similarity to those of extraterrestrials, the Kaioshin remarked. Have aliens arrived on Earth? Jebet inquired. There is a substantial likelihood that it is the sorcerer Biddily. The Kaioshin gritted his teeth. He is the son of Biddily. Biddily has a son. Jebet furrowed his brow. There is no one else. He undoubtedly seeks to awaken Majin Buu at the earliest opportunity. The Supreme Kai felt as though he bore the weight of two heads upon his shoulders. If that were indeed the case, the entire universe would be on the brink of calamity. Jebet was also pale with fear. We must hasten to locate the sorcerer Biddily and thwart his resurrection of the demon Buu, the Supreme Kai declared through clenched teeth. The two embarked on a search across Earth. Several hours passed, and suddenly, the Supreme Kai halted, turning his gaze toward the direction of Satan's city. Jebet, momentarily stunned, inquired. What lies in that direction, my lord? It is divine energy, the Supreme Kai affirmed with certainty. How could anyone on this planet possess divine power? Jebet muttered in bewilderment. I am uncertain of the reason, the Supreme Kai replied. Perhaps it is a deity from this planet, for many worlds have their own deities. There is some merit to your reasoning, my lord, Jebet nodded, though he curiously added. Yet it seemed that his divine energy was remarkably pure. Chapter 48, The Supreme Kai, Discovery of Divine Energy. I share your sentiment, the Supreme Kai responded, but we lack the luxury of time to ponder this matter. We must continue our pursuit of Biddily. Indeed, my lord speaks wisely, Jebet replied. Once again, they soared into the sky, searching for any sign of Biddyli's whereabouts. Their diligence bore fruit, as the Supreme Kai and Jebet uncovered a lead indicating that Biddyli's two minions would be participating in the Tournament of the World's Strongest. The Tournament of the World's Strongest? Jebet exclaimed in surprise. This is a fortuitous opportunity, Jebet, the Supreme Kai smiled. Let us disguise ourselves as contestants in this tournament, allowing us to discreetly trail Biddyli's energy-absorbing subordinates, which should lead us to Biddyli's precise location. Very well, my lord, Jebet responded, chuckling. Yet if we participate in such a tournament, we are likely to secure victory with ease. Jebet, our objective is not to claim the championship. Our primary aim is to swiftly locate Biddily and eliminate him, thereby preventing the awakening of the demon Buu. The Supreme Kai said with grave seriousness. For if Buu were to awaken, the entire universe would face obliteration. Satan's City, Apartment 8. Just moments ago, Tian was levitating in his home, striving to attain a finer mastery over his divine powers. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of someone observing him from afar. Instantly, Tian released his aura to perceive the energy of the intruder. Through this perception, he detected two peculiar energies emanating nearby. These energies bore a slight resemblance to his own, yet they felt rather murky. If Tian's divine energy could be deemed pure at a level of 100. One of these entities possessed a clarity around 70, while the other was even less, possibly around 60. Who could these two be? Tian pondered deeply. Could they be the Supreme Kai and Jebet? It was a possibility worth considering. The similarity in our energies is remarkably high. This energy is referred to as divine power. My divine power is of the Omni-King level, thus achieving an unparalleled purity. The Supreme Kai's divine energy hovers around 70, while that of his attendant is about 60. By this reckoning, what might the destroyer's divine energy be? 80, or 90? And what of the angels? Perhaps above 95? Ultimately, these considerations seem trivial. Their divine powers feel exceedingly weak. In retrospect, this is understandable, as my strength has far surpassed that of the Supreme Kai. Not long ago, I merely released a fraction of my divine power, and yet the Supreme Kai was able to sense it. However, he could never fathom that my divine power had already outstripped his own. Indeed, the Supreme Kai naively believes that Tian's divine power is feeble. After all, Tian had only unleashed a mere hint of his divine energy, solely to refine his will. Little does the Supreme Kai realize that Tian's divine might has long surpassed his own. In the Supreme Kai's perception, he considers himself the greatest deity in the entire universe. Furthermore, he remains unaware of the existence of other universes. Were he to be informed, his beliefs would surely shift. As time passed, the days drew closer to the grand martial arts tournament. On that fateful morning, the sun finally rose, casting its warm glow. Biddily arrived early, seeking out Tian. "Shall we fly to the venue today?" she suggested. Certainly, Tian nodded in agreement, offering no objections. Flying to the venue is feasible. Perhaps we could engage in an exhilarating game of basketball in the sky. Tian smiled, adding, "I have yet to kiss the rim." Biddily responded, "What precisely do you mean by the blue frame? You perplex me greatly. Our relationship has essentially been established. Why must you speak so ambiguously?" Tian, "What precisely do you mean by the blue frame?" Bidi could not help but ask curiously. Such matters can only be grasped intuitively. They cannot be articulated. "For once spoken, the mystery dissipates," replied Tian. "The absence of mystery is disheartening." Bidi wiped her brow, increasingly sensing that this blue frame you speak of is rather extraordinary. "Enough of this. Let us hasten our departure," Bidi urged. "Are you prepared?" "I am almost ready." Tian nodded, swiftly removing his garments. "Hey, do you think it's appropriate to undress in front of me?" Bidi exclaimed, wiping her sweat. "Aren't we supposed to be going out? Why are you taking off your clothes instead?" Bidi sighed in exasperation. "I am merely changing into another outfit," Tian replied, clad only in his shorts, as he opened the wardrobe and retrieved a new shirt. "Well, you could at least let me know. I ought to have some decorum," Bidi remarked. "Who are we to each other, after all?" Tian chuckled. "There's no need to be so concerned." Bidi chose to remain silent. "Though I suppose I am your girlfriend, our relationship has yet to reach such familiarity," she pondered. Tian quickly changed his attire. "By the way, have you made up your mind? Will you participate in the competition?" Bidi inquired. "If we are to participate, then let us do so. It is merely for fun." Tian mused, glancing at the clock. "We still have time. Shall we first engage in a game of greater significance?" "A game of greater significance?" Bidi blinked in surprise. "Where would we play? What sort of competition?" "Of course, it is over there." Tian indicated towards the nearby resting area. "I knew you would say something like that. But why do I feel inclined to steer you in that direction?" Bidi mused. "Lie down." "Allow me to help you relax," Tian said softly. "Tian, do you see what time it is now? The distance to the Grand Martial Arts Tournament Island would take a jet 2 hours to reach. We must hurry," Bidi said, her face flushed, speaking softly. "No need for formality. Please take a seat." Tian gently took Bidi's hand and guided her to the edge of the bed. Bidi's heart raced. "Tian, what do you intend to do?" she asked, her cheeks reddening. "You need only say one word," Tian replied. "Bidi, please, do continue with your discourse. What could be the meaning of merely uttering a single word?" Tian grasped Biddily's hands gently, holding her wrists delicately. "Today marks a momentous occasion. First, I shall attend to Biddily, and thereafter, I will nonchalantly erase a few trivial details at the venue of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament, thus advancing to the silver level of Erasure technique. Truly, it is a splendid day." Chapter 49. Intimate contact with Biddily. Biddily's cheeks flushed as she hesitated, caught in a delicate push and pull. However, today is indeed the opening day of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament. What should Tian and I be doing? 20 seconds later. What does it matter about the Grand Martial Arts Tournament? Let us engage in something of genuine significance instead. Biddily's thoughts shifted rapidly. During this period, she and Tian had spent every moment together, making their current closeness seem entirely natural. In truth, they merely required a catalyst, specifically an opportunity for Tian to take the initiative. Tian had refrained from making the first move, focusing instead on mastering the Erasure technique. Until he reached the silver level, he felt a lingering sense of insecurity. Now that he is on the verge of attaining the silver level, he yearned to be with Biddily. Just as Tian was about to lean in closer to Biddily, he suddenly heard a faint sound emanating from the room. Tian paused, taken aback. Who could it be visiting my home? He quickly extended his senses and soon detected the presence of someone in his abode. It was number 18. The very number 18 who had vanished for nearly half a month had returned. If you have returned, then so be it. What is the purpose of your visit to my home? Were you not aware that I was about to engage in something more meaningful? Perhaps we could do it together. Tian, with no need for pleasantries, casually waved his hand, effortlessly stripping 18 of her attire. Over the past fortnight, 18 had visited a wildlife sanctuary and spent some time at location 17, taking the opportunity to cultivate her skills. She also informed 17 about the upcoming Grand Martial Arts Tournament. I cannot leave. These creatures require human care, 17 remarked with a smile. You should go. I trust that with your abilities, securing the championship should pose no challenge, provided that Son Gohan and the others do not participate. Even the second place offers a reward of 5 million, 18 replied. The remuneration here is quite generous. I am not in need of financial support, 17 countered. Yet, when I previously requested a loan, you were utterly unyielding, 18 retorted, rolling her eyes. That was not a loan. It was a gift. I lent you money once before. When did you ever repay it? 17 huffed. Even if we share a sibling bond, you cannot consistently disregard your brother's generosity, can you? How stingy. 18 said coldly. Though my salary is substantial, it does not imply that my funds are limitless, 17 sighed. Do you presume I am the wealthiest individual in the world? Never mind. 18 realized that her brother was of little help. You ought to seek employment as well. Surely you understand the concept of living off one's resources, 17 advised. One cannot rely solely on underground fighting. I find it enjoyable, 18 replied nonchalantly. After spending some more time at 17's residence, 18 found herself utterly bored. It would be far more entertaining to return and tease that charming young man. He was quite intriguing. Bidding farewell to 17, 18 soared back to her home. Upon her return, she belatedly noticed that her wardrobe was in dire need of an update. Glancing down, she realized she was still clad in Tian's garments. It suddenly dawned on her that she had forgotten to purchase new clothes. There was nothing to change into at home. That insufferable, mysterious hero. Where have you taken my clothes? It seems I have no choice but to retrieve them from Tian's house. At this hour, he should be at school, shouldn't he? Even if he isn't attending classes, there is nothing amiss about going to his home to collect a garment. Those little rascals have already dragged me into watching that sort of film. May I ask if you have any objections to my request for an article of clothing? On the 18th, I directly leaped from my own house into Tian's. Notably, since that day, Tian has never bothered to repair that hole. He even casually wiped away the floorboards surrounding it. How convenient. All that remains is a staircase. If I could find the time to construct a staircase, this house would be a duplex. On the 18th, I gently descended into the living room of Tian's home. Subsequently, I made my way toward his bedroom. However, as I approached, a sudden chill enveloped me. I glanced down. Where are my clothes? What has become of them? Was it that enigmatic hero again? The situation only grew more absurd as I entered the bedroom, where I discovered Tian inappropriately engaging with his female classmate, who reciprocated with longing glances and tender gestures. I thought, something feels amiss. Tian, hold on a moment. Suddenly, I noticed someone in my peripheral vision. What could possibly be wrong? Tian found my presence exceedingly bothersome. When will you return? You don't come back when I miss you, yet you reappear when I wish for your absence. It feels as though someone has intruded into our home. Biddily gently extricated herself from Tian's embrace. As she rose, her gaze fell upon the figure of 18 who had just entered through the door. The two women exchanged glances. Why are you at Tian's house without any clothes? Biddily questioned, hands on her hips. 18 was about to mirror her posture, but suddenly remembered her lack of attire, leaving her momentarily speechless. Without uttering a word, 18 bypassed Biddily and skillfully opened the wardrobe, retrieving an outfit belonging to Tian to don. You may continue, 18 remarked before turning to leave. Join us, Zeely. Tian beckoned. As 18 exited, she nearly stumbled at his invitation. Can such things be shared? She hastened her pace. Soon after, she leaped back into her own home. Taking a deep breath, the earlier scene had been rather awkward. Nevertheless, I managed to diffuse the tension with my composure. No, the embarrassment belonged to them, not me. Yet, I too felt awkward as I was left without my clothes. That mysterious hero, I hope I do not cross paths with you. Should I find you? Just wait and see how I will confront you. Hold on, let me ponder this. That mysterious hero couldn't he possibly be Tian, could he? I sense a hint of suspicion surrounding him. Isn't he's supposed to attend the Grand Martial Arts tournament soon? Even if he does not. His little girlfriend is certainly going. I shall observe him from the shadows. Perhaps I will uncover some clues. Thus, I made a delightful decision. In Tian's bedroom. Biddily, don't hit pause, continue, Tian urged. Biddily retorted, do you think this is a movie? Is it even possible to continue? The lovely atmosphere has been shattered by that woman downstairs. Tears welled in Biddily's eyes as she lamented. You did mention to her that you wanted to be with me for the first time. I am innocent. I truly have not been with her. Her attire must have been the doing of that so-called mysterious hero, Tian explained. Mysterious hero? Stop placing all the blame on him. Biddily scoffed. It's quite amusing. Really? Even the police, when faced with unsolvable cases, attribute everything to this mysterious hero, neglecting their duty to investigate. Such is the way of things. For he is shrouded in mystery, and to this day, no one knows his true identity. Tian feigned nonchalance. Speaking of mysterious heroes, a considerable number of items have recently vanished without a trace. Who could it possibly be? Biddily softly inquired, always making things disappear. In due time. We shall find out, Tian replied with a smile. It is akin to searching for something you desperately desire. No matter how hard you try, it remains elusive. Yet, on a day when you no longer seek it, it suddenly reappears. Many occurrences are indeed this wondrous. You are right, Biddily nodded thoughtfully. So many things are truly magical, Tian affirmed. You have mentioned that before, Biddily noted. Allow me to reiterate, Tian said. Gazing at Biddily with an appraising eye, it is as if, when I look at you, I perceive a sumptuous feast. Yearning to savor every morsel without missing a single detail. Biddily understood this sentiment well. Your words are rather blunt. Biddily felt an overwhelming flush spread across her entire being. Could you perhaps refrain from being so forthright? There remains ample time. We have only accomplished a mere 1% of our tasks thus far. Tian remarked. 1%? Biddily paused momentarily, glancing at the clock, and quickly regained her composure. At this pace, it seems we shall be unable to venture anywhere this morning. What is the point of participating in the Grand Martial Arts tournament? Tian continued. Moreover, as a young lady, is it not inappropriate to engage in such violent pursuits? No. I am determined to go. Biddily's earlier hesitations had vanished. The physiological differences between women and men are significant, emphasizing the importance of feelings. The subtle sensation she experienced moments ago was abruptly shattered by the presence of number 18. Consequently, Biddily now perceived the Grand Martial Arts tournament as even more vital. In truth, the primary catalyst for her heightened urgency was the scene of number 18's unexpected arrival at Tian's residence. It would be disingenuous to claim that it did not affect her in the slightest. You have gone to Tian's home without any attire, which raises my suspicions regarding the nature of your relationship. The World Martial Arts Tournament is an event that occurs only once a year, and I, Biddily, do not wish to miss this opportunity. Let us depart then, for Tian does not insist. As I suggest, let us fly over there. Biddily proposed. Certainly. That is agreeable, Tian nodded. Subsequently, Tian and Biddily soared out of the window, ascending into the azure sky and gliding gracefully above. Number 18 quietly followed suit, taken aback to discover that Tian's girlfriend could also soar through the heavens. Indeed, since Tian is a classmate of Sun Wukong, it follows that this girl, Biddily, must also be a classmate of his. I am eager to witness the extent of your abilities. At the World Martial Arts Tournament, I shall have the pleasure of encountering you both while simultaneously discerning if Tian is the enigmatic hero he is rumored to be. In another expanse of the sky, a large jet helicopter glided smoothly, carrying numerous passengers. Had Tian been present, he would have instantly recognized each individual aboard. Among them were familiar faces such as Vegeta and Sun Wukong. With the exception of Tian and Dumpling, nearly all of the surviving Z warriors were in attendance. Piccolo had chosen to fly directly to the venue of the tournament. Bulma personally piloted the aircraft toward the island hosting the World Martial Arts Tournament. Will Goku truly come? Bulma inquired with a hint of anticipation. Father will definitely arrive, Sun Wukong affirmed with a nod. I am so delighted. It has been ages since I last saw Goku. Master Roshi chuckled. Lu Ping, will you be participating in the competition? Chi-Chi asked the Lu Ping seated beside her. No, I shall refrain from competing. I do not wish to embarrass myself, Lu Ping replied, shaking his head. Ha ha ha, it has been such a long time since I have witnessed a scene like this. The Ox King laughed heartily. Sun Wutian gazed out of the window, admiring the scenery, with Trunks following suit. The entire family shared a joyful atmosphere. Uncle Krillin. I fear that my father may not recognize you, Sun Wukong remarked with a smile. Ha ha ha, he certainly would not, Krillin chuckled in agreement. Krillin, what is the situation? Lu Ping suddenly inquired. What do you mean by that? Krillin responded, momentarily taken aback. I am referring to your romantic endeavors, Lu Ping clarified. Krillin felt a pang of discomfort at that moment. You can't be serious, Krillin? Do you still not have a girlfriend? Lu Ping gazed at Krillin in astonishment. Can we not have a proper conversation? Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow. Is my relationship status any of your concern? By the way, aren't you nearly 40 this year? Lu Ping sighed, remarking on how swiftly time passes. He recalled that when he first met you, you seemed to be merely 13 years old. Krillin, however, preferred silence. What about you, Uncle Lu Ping? Do you have a girlfriend? Sun Wukong casually inquired. Perhaps it's best not to ask him, Bulma sighed from the side. Aunt Bulma, why do you say that? Sun Wukong asked, intrigued. Never mind. It's not suitable for children. You're still quite young, so it's better you remain unaware, Bulma replied. Sun Wukong continued, Krillin, after the World Martial Arts Tournament. I'll take you somewhere fun. I know a place with plenty of girls. Lu Ping lowered his voice and spoke to Krillin. You mean a nightclub, right? Krillin wiped the sweat from his brow. Oh, you already know? Lu Ping felt slightly embarrassed. You rascal, am I not your master? The turtle hermit retorted, somewhat displeased. If there's such an enjoyable place, why not take your master along? Ah, of course. Next time, I will definitely take Master Rashi with us. Lu Ping laughed heartily. Now that's more like it. The turtle hermit nodded in satisfaction. Bulma covered her forehead, remaining silent. You have all deviated from the rhythm. By the way, Uncle Vegeta. Goten and Trunks, let us refrain from transforming into Super Saiyans during the World Martial Arts Tournament, shall we? Gohan proposed. Why? Vegeta was taken aback. When you battled Cell? Your forms as Super Saiyans were captured on film, Bulma explained. If you transform during the competition, they might recognize you. Chapter 51, The Return of Goku. If that is the case, the television station might indeed cause us trouble, Gohan nodded. Humph. I could easily dispatch those bothersome individuals with a single punch. Vegeta scoffed. That might not be wise, Gohan scratched his head. It matters not. If you all refrain from becoming Super Saiyans, the competition remains fair, and my advantage will remain unchanged. Vegeta replied with a nonchalant smile. Trunks added, Goten and I have no objections. Splendid. Thank you all. Let us adhere to the rules. Gohan expressed his gratitude. By the way, Gohan, what about that mysterious hero you mentioned? Have there been any new developments? Bulma inquired. Mysterious hero? Gohan shook his head. I've taken a month off to train at home, and I haven't visited Satan City in quite some time, so I know very little about the mysterious hero. I see, Bulma nodded. Has that enigmatic hero been up to any more mysterious acts? Surely. Things haven't vanished from Satan City again? Gohan asked. I've occasionally kept an eye on the news regarding this matter, Bulma replied. Recently, several items have mysteriously disappeared in Satan City. What a peculiar hero this is. Gohan remarked, who is this individual? Is he truly a sorcerer? What mysterious hero? What items have vanished? Krillin asked curiously. Uncle Krillin, you might not be aware, but in the Satan City where I attend school, items often disappear mysteriously. Most of these items are things that shouldn't be there in the first place. The citizens have fabricated tales of a mysterious hero, claiming that this hero is responsible for the disappearances. Gohan briefly explained the situation of the mysterious vanishings. Upon hearing this news, Krillin and the others were all somewhat astonished. Uncle Vegeta suggested it might be the work of a sorcerer who uses magic to relocate these items. Gohan clarified. That's all well and good, but why would he relocate your school exams? Krillin questioned. Is he perhaps intending to complete all the papers himself? Gohan found himself at a loss for words. Moreover, recently, many people who have lost items have blamed the mysterious hero for their misfortune. Bulma chuckled. Really? Sun Wufan was momentarily taken aback. Have you seen this news? A woman was caught in the act of infidelity by her husband, Bulma remarked with a smile. She claimed that the clothes she wore and those of her lover were mysteriously rendered non-existent by a certain enigmatic hero. Is it fair to let this mysterious hero take the blame for such matters? Krillin chuckled heartily. The most absurd part is that her husband actually believed her. Bulma laughed with delight. So this mysterious hero has the power to make things disappear? Lepin pondered, casting a thoughtful glance at Krillin. Krillin, could it be that your nose was also made to vanish by this mysterious hero? You better watch it. Krillin retorted angrily. On the island where the World Martial Arts Tournament was held, after 2 hours of flight, Tian and Biddily hovered above the ground. It's only just past 9 in the morning, and look at how many people are already here. Everyone has arrived so early. Biddily exclaimed as she gazed downwards. Indeed. Tian agreed. My father is here too. As Biddily looked down again and spotted her father, she suggested, let us find a place to land. But ideally not in a crowded area. It might cause quite a stir. Let us go, Tian replied, leading Biddily to descend at a distance. Not long after Tian and Biddily had landed, Sun Wukong and the others arrived at the scene by plane. Upon reaching the island, Krillin and Lepin were astonished by the sheer number of attendees at the World Martial Arts Tournament. It was significantly more lively than before. Suddenly, cheers erupted from a distance. Many people rushed towards the source of the commotion. Mr. Satan has arrived. Someone shouted excitedly while sprinting. Ha ha, it's Mr. Satan, the great hero who saved the Earth. Krillin said with a smile. He is quite popular. Bulma agreed with a grin. That's only natural. A city is named after him. At that moment, Satan appeared amidst the crowd, raising his fist triumphantly, his face beaming with joy. To all my supporters around the world, thank you for your patience. He exclaimed with a boisterous laugh. Mr. Satan, Mr. Satan, Mr. Satan. The audience chanted his name in unison. A well-prepared, beautiful reporter approached for an interview. Welcome, Mr. Satan. What do you believe your chances of winning this time are? She inquired, holding a microphone up to him. Ha ha, I am 12 times confident about winning this competition. Satan declared with unwavering self-assurance. That guy has changed a bit, Lepin chuckled. Brother, over there is Uncle Piccolo. Son Goten turned to Gohan, who immediately noticed the green-skinned Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo, have you seen my father? Gohan inquired, stepping forward. Not yet, Piccolo replied, casting a glance at Gohan. You're not actually planning to make an appearance dressed like that, are you? Indeed, Gohan nodded. If only you could change the color of that headscarf to green. It would complement my skin tone quite well, Piccolo murmured. What are you talking about, Piccolo? Do you know what a green headscarf signifies? Chi-Chi approached with a frown. Glaring at Piccolo, is there any special meaning? Piccolo asked, seemingly oblivious. Of course. A green hat symbolizes that one's girlfriend has been stolen away. Chi-Chi huffed. But your race seems to lack distinctions between genders, doesn't it? Piccolo retorted. Yet, does Gohan have a girlfriend? He questioned. Though he does not have one now. It does not imply he will not in the future, Chi-Chi responded. Understood. Piccolo wiped his brow. Where's Goku? Could he have already gone to the contestants' lounge? Chi-Chi surveyed the surroundings, her face etched with anxiety. Just then, Son Goku descended from the sky, landing in front of the group. Hello, everyone. Goku greeted cheerfully. Old man. Piccolo exclaimed, momentarily stunned, before turning to face Goku with excitement. Dad. Gohan called out hurriedly. Krillin was too overwhelmed to speak. Everyone has changed quite a bit. But you all look very healthy, Goku smiled. Krillin fought back tears. Dad. Gohan's eyes brimmed with tears, which rolled down his cheeks and dampened his sunglasses. Goku, Chi-Chi whispered, her eyes glistening with hopeful tears. Piccolo wore a smile. Welcome back. Master Roshi was emotionally stirred. Goku and Bulma both shed tears. Meanwhile, Ox-King laughed heartily, seemingly unaffected. Lu Ping and Puar shared in the excitement. Goku and Oolong were filled with anticipation. However, Son Goten displayed a look of confusion. Who is this person? Is he really my father? He resembles me quite a bit. Vegeta observed from the side, silently contemplating the potential extent of Kakarot's power. Trunks, too, failed to recognize Goku. Dad. Son Gohan was the first to rush forward, embracing his father. Soon after, Krillin, Oolong, and Chi-Chi followed suit, wrapping their arms around Sun Wukong. Bulma also wished to join in the embrace, but after taking a couple of steps, she suddenly recalled her marital status and the fact that she had a child. It would be inappropriate to display such intimacy with Wukong. Otherwise, the one wearing the green scarf would surely be Vegeta. After a moment of heartfelt connection, everyone's emotions gradually settled. Remember, only 24 hours, Granny Crystal advised, seated atop her crystal ball, directing her words to Sun Wukong. Thank you, Granny Crystal. Sun Wukong nodded in acknowledgement. I shall return for you in 24 hours, she said before departing on her crystal ball. The group exchanged a few more pleasantries. Oh, he resembles me so closely, he must be my child, Sun Wukong remarked, pointing at Son Goten. Goten, feeling a bit frightened, hid behind his mother, tightly clutching the fabric of Chi-Chi's skirt. Goten, this is your father, Chi-Chi smiled reassuringly. We should hurry and register, the deadline is approaching, Piccolo suggested. Sun Wukong and the others stepped up to register one by one. Saiyan masked hero? Sun Wukong was taken aback. What is going on? Gohan is worried about his identity being exposed since he'll be attending school, so he is entering the competition under this guise, Piccolo explained. I see, Sun Wukong replied, understanding the situation. What? The youth division? Trunks exclaimed, turning to Goten. Goten, those under 15 cannot compete alongside adults. Goten responded, a hint of disappointment in his voice. Is there really such a rule? Bulma shook her head. We want to participate in the youth division. We want to compete with the adults. Trunks insisted. That's not permissible. It's the competition's rule. The staff member rejected. I'm actually 18. I just look young. Trunks protested. Little brat. Who are you trying to fool? The staff member retorted, while Krillin chuckled quietly to himself. Thankfully, these two youngsters entered the youth division. Otherwise, I would have a considerable chance of being eliminated in the first round. After completing their registration, the group continued onward. Upon reaching an intersection, Sun Wukong and the others waved farewell to their families. Everyone, give it your all, Bulma called out, waving her hand. Ahead lay a long corridor, at the end of which was the venue for the martial arts tournament preliminary rounds. Sun Wukong and the others marched forward. Krillin, weren't you bald? How do you have hair now? Sun Wukong inquired curiously. I used to shave my head, but I've always had hair, Krillin explained, walking at the back. Trunks and Goten whispered to each other. Your deceased father truly resembles you, Trunks reflected. Indeed, Goten agreed. Sun Wukong nodded. Is he truly formidable? Trunks inquired, noting that, based on his appearance, he did not seem particularly powerful, suggesting that his father was indeed stronger. My brother once mentioned that my father's prowess is unparalleled across the universe. Sun Wukong replied. Your brother is misleading you, Trunks retorted skeptically. Ahead, a beautiful reporter and a photographer awaited to interview the contestants participating in the competition. Vegeta led the way, and the reporter approached him for an interview. May I ask where you are from? Are you all together? She greeted with a warm smile. Vegeta, however, chose to ignore her entirely, walking past without uttering a word. Piccolo followed closely behind. The reporter lamented, have I truly lost my charm? Even Mr. Satan finds me alluring, yet these two seem to disregard my presence. She squinted, contemplating, They appear familiar in some way. She leaned toward the photographer and murmured. Doesn't it seem so? The photographer nodded in agreement. At that moment, Sun Wukong and his companions approached. The reporter quickly advanced, thrusting the microphone toward Sun Wukong's lips. May I ask where you are from? She inquired. Where am I from? I hail from another realm. Sun Wukong gestured toward the sky. The reporter's expression turned to one of confusion. Hiki, you are quite amusing, and your headpiece is rather peculiar, she chuckled, attempting to diffuse the awkwardness. Are you referring to this halo? It is not merely an ornament. It is a mark I bear after passing away, Sun Wukong replied candidly. What nonsense are you uttering? I cannot comprehend anything you say. Bika glanced in the direction of Sun Wukong. Old son, you are such a foolish teammate. What will you do about your son's schooling in the future? Perhaps I should just destroy their instruments. Just as Beak was about to employ his special abilities to obliterate the camera, in a fleeting moment, the device vanished from the photographer's grasp. Beak's expression shifted dramatically as he became increasingly vigilant, immediately seeking the orchestrator of this event. However, where could Beak search? Tian was already 100 meters away, casually erasing some unnecessary elements. Tian's experience points were steadily increasing. Congratulations on completing the bronze-level erasure technique. Congratulations on successfully advancing to the silver-level erasure technique. Silver-level erasure technique. The physical strength is 1,000 times that of Frieza during his time on Namek, capable of erasing any human or divine being within a galaxy. Excluding the Kaioshin, Destroyers, Angels, Grand Minister, and Xeno. This includes, but is not limited to, living beings, entire buildings, demon races, and other species. Chapter 53, Silver-Level Erasure Technique. Erasing 1,000 individuals or 10,000 buildings will allow one to advance to the gold-level erasure technique. Tian was momentarily taken aback. After leveling up to the silver-level erasure technique, he had not anticipated that the system would also upgrade alongside him. This time, the system provided a more detailed prompt. Indeed, it was 1,000 times that of Frieza during the Namek saga, equating to a combat power of 120 billion. If calculated purely on combat power, Tian assessed his physical strength. The sudden increase felt overwhelming. After all, it had grown tenfold. He felt somewhat unaccustomed to it. I now dare not touch Biddily. One misstep could deflate her, and then I would have lost a girlfriend. Biddily, For the next hour, please do not come near me, Tian advised. Huh? Why do you say that? Biddily was taken aback. No reason. I have been studying a rather unique martial art and inadvertently leveled up, Tian sighed. My strength has increased tenfold. What? Tenfold? Biddily exclaimed. It doesn't matter anymore, Tian chuckled. Subsequently, he felt a surge of excitement. Now that I have advanced to the silver level erasure technique, shouldn't I find someone to erase as a test? However, I cannot allow anyone to recover. Who would be suitable? I wonder if there is a prison on this island. Tian was not the type to act recklessly. If he were indeed that kind of person, erasing 1,000 individuals at will would have swiftly completed his upgrade. However, for Tian, there was no necessity. Is it truly interesting to level up so quickly? In any case, there remains a considerable amount of time before Beerus awakens. As long as I can complete the platinum erasure technique prior to his awakening, all will be well. The platinum erasure technique bestows a physical strength tenfold that of Beerus, along with the ability to create. Thus, if I attain the platinum erasure technique, I could easily leave Beerus in a state of utter disarray, provided that he provokes me. If he does not provoke me, then all matters can be discussed amicably. Should you dare to provoke me, I shall erase that which is unbecoming of you. Furthermore, the platinum level erasure technique is powerless against the destroyer. However, such matters are trivial. Moreover, we still have a considerable journey before reaching the platinum level erasure technique. There is no need for haste. Allow me to seek someone to experiment on for a moment. With that, Tian spoke to Biddily. Where are you going? Biddily inquired. I shall return shortly. You may wait for me here, Tian said before swiftly taking flight. Biddily remarked, so mysterious. What is he up to? Surely, you wouldn't clandestinely date other women, would you? After a moment of contemplation, Biddily ultimately refrained from tailing Tian. He swiftly soared to a secluded locale. Help! Someone is robbing me. Upon his arrival, Tian heard a young woman's desperate cry. He hurriedly approached the scene, where he witnessed two burly men assaulting a seemingly attractive girl. They not only seized her bag but also attempted to strip her of her clothing. The girl's face was etched with despair as she screamed for help. Release that girl! Tian bellowed at the two thugs. They turned their gaze towards him, incredulous. Who is this insolent kid? This is none of your concern. Scram! One of the thugs brandished a knife menacingly. Kid, this isn't a place for you to play the hero. If you don't leave, I might just kill you. The other produced a dagger. Please, don't abandon me. Save me. The girl pleaded, her voice tinged with hopelessness, for the approaching boy appeared feeble. With a swift motion, Tian flicked his hand, causing one thug's arm to vanish entirely. Along with the knife, the thug stood there, bewildered, sensing a peculiar absence, as though a part of him had simply ceased to exist. The other thug, sensing something amiss, glanced at his companion. Where's your arm? My arm? What do you mean? Your arm is gone. The companion exclaimed in shock. Are you joking? The thug looked down in horror, his face contorting with despair. Where is my arm? My right arm, the one I used to fight, has vanished. How can I enjoy myself now? I must have mispronounced the incantation. Tian scratched his head. Let me try again. This time, I intend to erase your entire being. Prepare yourself. Tian smiled brightly as he spoke. With another flick of his hand, he obliterated the armless thug. A wave of exhilaration washed over him. The remaining thug stood frozen in fear. Are you the mysterious hero of Satan City? He stammered, coming to his senses. Aside from Mr. Satan, no one knows my identity, Tian sighed. The thug's complexion turned ashen. You should disappear too, Tian declared, raising his hand once more to erase the other. No, I will fight you. The thug lunged at Tian with his dagger drawn. Tian gently waved his hand, erasing his opponent completely. In the narrow alley, only Tian and a rather attractive young woman remained. The girl now felt a wave of fear. The mysterious hero had just declared that aside from Mr. Satan, no one knew his true identity. This implied that no one had ever seen him. But now she had. Would he make her vanish as well? Please, don't let me disappear. I'll do anything you ask, she thought, sinking deeper into despair. Anything at all? Tian inquired. The girl nodded vigorously. Are your lips sealed? Tian scrutinized her further. Sealed, exceptionally so. I will absolutely never reveal anything, she assured him. I have a fondness for those with tight lips, Tian remarked with a mischievous grin. What do you mean? The girl recoiled in fear. He departed, chuckling, soaring into the sky and swiftly leaving the scene behind. The girl remained stunned for a considerable time before she could comprehend the situation. Once she confirmed that Tian had truly left, her anxious heart finally settled. Tian ventured into several secluded corners, erasing some nefarious individuals without hesitation. Naturally, he would also eliminate those who displeased him. After a brief exploration, he found an empty spot and gently descended. Lazuli, you've been following me the whole way. What is your intention? Tian addressed a certain point in the sky. Chapter 54, Sun Wukong, the mysterious sorcerer? Number 18 was taken aback. How did he discover me? I emit no energy. Even Gohan and Vegeta shouldn't be able to sense my presence. Is he trying to trick me? Number 18 hit herself. Still not coming out? Tian chuckled. I can see you up there on that cloud. Do you think I wouldn't notice you? Number 18, in the next moment. She swiftly descended from the sky. How did you find me? She asked, astonished. I sensed your presence, Tian replied with a smile. Impossible. I radiate no energy. How could you possibly sense me? Number 18 questioned incredulously. You carry the scent of my perfume, Tian explained with a grin. Number 18 was left speechless. I remember now. I'm wearing his clothes. Are you a dog? Number 18 wiped the sweat from her brow. Why are you following me? Have you abandoned the competition? Tian asked. Who says I'm following you? I was merely wandering about in the sky, nothing more. Number 18 maintained her denial. What have you seen? Tian queried with a playful smile. What do you mean? What have I seen? Number 18 was taken aback. I had assumed you had seen everything, said Tian. Humph. I have no idea what you were talking about, retorted number 18 with a huff. If you didn't see it, so be it, Tian replied nonchalantly. Shaking his head. Whether seen or not, it is of no great consequence. My strength has now reached a level where I can traverse this planet with ease. What is there to fear? I never intended to conceal my identity. It was merely that you failed to notice. Would you care to take a look? As Tian spoke, he suddenly felt an itch in his trousers and scratched at it. No looking, no looking, no looking. Number 18's expression darkened as she hastily exclaimed. Tian? If you choose not to look, then so be it. But why declare it with such conviction? I merely wish to demonstrate my erasure technique. Do you truly believe I am inviting you to see something else? How is your tone of speech so remarkably akin to that of the adjacent volume of Dragon Ball? That year, Vegeta had his hands tucked into Bulma's pockets. The preliminary corridor was filled with confusion as the photographer and the beautiful reporter stood bewildered. Where is the camera? Why has it vanished? Piccolo's expression shifted repeatedly, his demeanor becoming increasingly vigilant. What has transpired? Piccolo. Goku also sensed that something was amiss. Uncle Piccolo is that enigmatic sorcerer. He has re-emerged. Gohan spoke solemnly. Indeed. It must be him. Piccolo nodded affirmatively. What sorcerer of mystery? Goku asked, taken aback. Is he the mysterious hero of Satan City? The beautiful reporter suddenly regained her composure. I have heard of him. The photographer, startled, quickly interjected. But we have not done anything wrong. We were merely conducting a simple interview. Why has our camera disappeared? We must leave this place. It is far too eerie. The beautiful reporter's face blanched in fright. The two hastily made their exit. Vegeta, too, surveyed his surroundings. Has that sorcerer made an appearance? I sense nothing of his presence. What are you all speaking of? Goku inquired impatiently. Father, to put it simply. In the city where I attend school, a figure referred to as the mysterious hero, a sorcerer, has manifested. Gohan explained. In our city, objects frequently vanish mysteriously, such as cars in motion, unnecessary papers from our school, as well as body parts of wrongdoers, and even illegal structures. Virtually everything that is deemed undesirable mysteriously disappears. Is it the sorcerer known as the mysterious hero who is responsible? Goku expressed a hint of surprise. Uncle Vegeta mentioned that this mysterious hero is likely a sorcerer. Gohan turned to Vegeta. Uncle Vegeta, you see it now, do you not? I am not exaggerating. Just a moment ago, that camera vanished in the most inexplicable manner. Isn't it peculiar? Vegeta remained silent, primarily because he could not comprehend how things had vanished, nor could he locate the person responsible. Humph, one must keep a keen eye. It must surely be the work of a sorcerer. Vegeta scoffed. It was only natural that we could not find him if he was concealing his energy. What could it mean that he relocated the camera? Gohan found himself somewhat perplexed. Humph, perhaps he intends to declare war upon us. Vegeta smirked lightly. Yet the fact that this individual dared not show himself indicated that his magic merely caused objects or components of ordinary people to disappear, posing no threat to us whatsoever. This brought Gohan a sense of relief. Do sorcerers truly exist? Goku's curiosity was piqued. Goku, could there be any danger? Krillin inquired with concern. Feeling the situation was exceedingly bizarre. Previously, he had only heard Gohan mention this matter, but witnessing it firsthand was utterly bewildering. Goku scratched his head, equally baffled. Should I consult the King of Worlds? Perhaps he possesses knowledge regarding this issue. Goten, did you see anything? Trunks asked. I wasn't looking in that direction. So I didn't see anything. Goten shook his head. I didn't see anything either, Trunks replied. Their fathers mentioned that something had mysteriously vanished. Seemingly the work of that enigmatic sorcerer. A sorcerer, you say? That sounds rather intriguing. Goten grinned widely. I wish to learn magic too. Goten is such a child. Do you not grasp the gravity of this situation? Trunks sighed, sounding rather adult-like. Goten shook his head. Well, let us proceed, Piccolo said solemnly. For now. There seems to be no one around, and I trust he will eventually reveal himself. Humph, he likely dares not show himself. He must be aware of our formidable power. Vegeta asserted confidently. So, does that mean we are in the clear? Krillin still felt some apprehension. We should be fine, Krillin. I will take the opportunity to inquire with the King of Worlds. Goku pondered. After all, the King is the greatest deity in this universe, is he not? That is indeed true. There is nothing that Lord King of Worlds does not know. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Why not contact him now? Krillin asked. I attempted to reach him earlier, but the King said he was indisposed, Goku replied. Piccolo. Krillin. Well then, let us wait a while to ask again. Piccolo suggested. Chapter 55. The preliminary rounds commenced. The group continued their journey forward. As they moved, Piccolo remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any suspicious sorcerers. How could there possibly be any? Apart from these few individuals, there exists no one else in the vicinity. Even if there were, they would merely be ordinary staff members. In fact, Piccolo was intensely scrutinizing one of the workers, attempting to discern any signs of suspicion. The worker was nearly brought to tears by Piccolo's unwavering gaze. What expression is that on your face? Why do you look so pale upon seeing me? Am I truly that unattractive? Contestants in need of a change of attire. Please proceed to the dressing room. Time is of the essence, so I urge everyone to hasten. The staff called out to Sun Wukong and his companions. The individuals requiring a wardrobe change were Vegeta, Trunks, and Krillin, who entered the room together. With our participation, I genuinely pity the other competitors, Krillin lamented. As our only rivals are our own group. Uncle Krillin, don't forget about the magician. That camera vanished right before our eyes. This magician feels extraordinary, Trunks reminded him. Krillin, however, chose to remain silent. After all, he had painstakingly tried to forget about this matter, and now this little brat was bringing it up again. I hope to compete in a group with the adults, Trunks expressed. Haha, you will gradually grow up, Krillin chuckled. Once I mature, I'll find a few girlfriends and send one to you, Uncle Krillin. How does that sound? Trunks added. Krillin felt a pang in his heart at that moment. After changing their clothes, Sun Wukong and his companions entered the preliminary competition venue. The venue was quite spacious, clearly capable of accommodating thousands. As soon as they stepped inside, a middle-aged man displayed an expression of sheer excitement. Ah, it's really you, he exclaimed enthusiastically. Krillin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly recognized the man. Hello. Sun Wukong waved in greeting. This middle-aged man was none other than the referee of the World Martial Arts Tournament. He had officiated during Sun Wukong's first participation in the tournament and had continued to do so for several consecutive editions, witnessing Sun Wukong's growth from a runner-up to champion. This little fellow has now matured, even his adornments have changed, and he sports a halo. Truly, he is becoming more accomplished, the referee chuckled heartily. Today is indeed a memorable day. I can hardly believe it. I never expected to meet you all again. I have eagerly awaited your return. With that, the middle-aged man excitedly grasped Sun Wukong's hand. The one who defeated Cell was not Mr. Satan, but you, was it not? I had long suspected as much. The referee said with a lowered voice and a smile. Sun Wukong grinned widely in acknowledgement, while Krillin chuckled alongside him. To be honest, the World Martial Arts Tournament has become rather dull without your participation. The level of competition has significantly declined. The middle-aged man sighed and inquired, you all came together, didn't you? Indeed, Sun Wukong affirmed with a nod. Your future is truly boundless. The man exclaimed, turning to Piccolo with a plea. Please refrain from damaging the competition venue as you did last time. Quit the nagging. Piccolo grunted. It seems that the events surrounding the Demon King Piccolo have faded from people's minds, Krillin whispered to Piccolo. Enough of the chatter, Piccolo's expression darkened. I've noticed your halo atop your head. What an odd ornament. You almost resemble an angel. The middle-aged man gazed up at the golden halo above Sun Wukong. Ah. In truth, I perished during my battle with Cell, and today I have made an exception to return from another realm to participate in the competition, Sun Wukong candidly revealed. The middle-aged man was taken aback, hastily retreating a couple of steps, creating a distance between himself and Sun Wukong. Are you a ghost? Perhaps I should keep my distance from you. No worries, though it seems rather unbelievable. Anything can occur in your presence. The middle-aged man chuckled, asserting that death would not be a concern. At that moment, an announcement suddenly resonated. Attention, all competitors present. The preliminary round of the world's greatest martial arts tournament is about to commence. Excluding the youth division, a total of 194 contestants will participate, with only 16 advancing to the preliminaries. However, the reigning world champion, Mr. Satan, has been granted an exemption from the preliminaries and will enter as a seeded contestant. Thus, we now seek to select the remaining 15 participants. Laughter filled the air. You all have the potential to qualify for the finals. We shall meet on the arena shortly. The referee waved goodbye to Sun Wukong and the others. To ensure fairness, the tournament has decided to employ a power testing machine for the preliminaries. The staff explained that the 15 contestants with the highest power values would advance. A power testing machine? What is that? Krillin inquired with curiosity. We are honored to have the world champion, Mr. Satan, demonstrate this for us. The announcer continued. He will strike the power testing machine with his fist. Let us see what his power value is. Please give a warm welcome to Mr. Satan. With that, Satan burst into the room, raising his fist triumphantly. Who in this world can defeat me? He proclaimed, brimming with confidence. Many competitors in attendance applauded him. There are indeed countless individuals here who could surpass you. Krillin sighed. Numerous reporters immediately began snapping photos of Satan. Suddenly, Piccolo quietly enveloped the equipment with his energy. Boom. Instantly, all electronic devices at the venue erupted in explosions. Satan was taken aback. What is happening? Uncle Piccolo? Son Gohan also froze, immediately noticing Piccolo. The audience's phones and cameras are all destroyed. So even if your clothes happen to fall off, it won't be seen. You can compete without worry, Piccolo stated. You startled me, Uncle Piccolo. I thought that mysterious magician had returned, Son Gohan chuckled. But truly, I must thank you, Uncle Piccolo. He expressed his gratitude. At this point, Son Gohan suddenly remembered something. I shall go check if Miss Biddily is at the venue. Chapter 56. The Kaioshin is the greatest god. Son Gohan waved to Sun Wukong and ran off to find Biddily. It was effortless for him to spot Tian and Biddily in the crowd. Tian, you are participating in the tournament as well? Son Gohan exclaimed, a hint of surprise evident on his face. Indeed. I thought I might as well join in for some fun, Tian replied. Tian nodded. Initially, he had no intention of participating in the competition. However, upon careful contemplation, he deemed it more suitable to join. After all, participating would allow him to be with Biddily. If he chose not to compete, he would have to wait in the audience. Although Tian could disregard the rules to remain, he found it unnecessary. It was merely for enjoyment. Consequently, after bidding farewell to number 18, Tian sought out Biddily and entered the preliminary venue alongside her. Hello, Sun Wukong, Biddily greeted with a smile. Do you have confidence in defeating me? Sun Wukong replied. Ahem, Biddily, please do not be so impolite. Tian interjected. Sun Wukong is quite formidable. Is he? I fail to see it, Biddily responded, momentarily taken aback. But rest assured, with my presence, I believe the two of you shall not be matched against each other. Tian smiled. Biddily exclaimed, Wait, are you saying that with you here, we won't compete against one another? Is that true? What can you do? By the way, how is your aerial technique practice coming along? Asked Son Gohan with genuine concern. My classmate Yashin and I flew here from Satan City, replied Biddily with a smile. You flew here? That is truly impressive. Son Gohan praised wholeheartedly. Acknowledging the considerable distance from Satan City, which spans several thousand kilometers. Indeed, Biddily smiled confidently. In the distance, Mr. Satan took a deep breath and clenched his fists tightly. Hey! Mr. Satan struck the power testing machine with a punch, causing it to tremble slightly. Beep. In the next moment, a number appeared on the machine. 137. The announcer declared loudly. The score was displayed. 137 points. It's 137 points. The audience was astounded, applauding Mr. Satan. Goodbye, everyone. Keep pushing yourselves. Mr. Satan shouted. I'm eagerly awaiting competitors who can truly challenge me. After speaking, he exited the venue. Contestants, please line up in front of the power testing machine to await your turn. The announcer boomed through the microphone. A long line of participants formed, one by one striking the power testing machine for their assessments. Junior contestants, please gather over here. Another staff member called out loudly. Son Goten and Trunks walked over. looking rather glum. Cheer up, little guys. Krillin encouraged with a smile. Haven't Tian and Chaos come? Goku glanced back and casually inquired. Oh no. They said they moved quite far away, and we seldom keep in touch, Krillin replied. Goku nodded. Goku, has King Kai finished his business? Krillin asked. I almost forgot to ask, Goku scratched his head. I'll contact King Kai now to see if he knows anything about the mysterious sorcerer. With that, Goku reached out telepathically and promptly established a connection with King Kai. You little brat, what on earth do you want? Are you bothering me? King Kai's voice came through. Irritable. Why are you in such a foul mood, King Kai? I thought you were in the restroom just now? Goku asked, taken aback. You fool. I was taking a nap. You interrupted my nap. King Kai shouted. All right, I'll let it go for now, Goku replied. Enough already. Just tell me what it is. You sound so anxious, King Kai grumbled. You have only 24 hours in that world. Why contact me when you have nothing to do? Now that you've left, I finally get a chance to relax, and here you are causing me trouble. Goku chuckled heartily. Hurry up and tell me. What is it? The King of Worlds yawned and inquired. Sun Wukong recounted the affairs concerning the enigmatic sorcerer to the King of Worlds in detail. The king displayed a contemplative expression. I have no idea, he confessed. I believe the king must be aware of this matter. After all, aren't you the most exalted deity in this universe? Sun Wukong chuckled. Are you a fool? You must refrain from making such baseless claims. I am not the most formidable deity in this universe. The king, startled, quickly refuted. There are many powerful gods above me. For instance, the Grand King of Worlds holds a higher status than I do. Moreover, beyond the King of Worlds, there exists the King of Worlds God. You must not speak carelessly. King of Worlds God? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Let us not dwell on that. It would be beyond your comprehension, the king replied. As for the sorcerer you mentioned, capable of teleportation as Vegeta described, such individuals indeed exist in the universe. In any case, exercise caution. I trust in your abilities to navigate this crisis. Besides, that individual has not targeted you specifically, so there is little to be concerned about. Sun Wukong scratched his head. I'm going to sleep now. Do not disturb me further, or I shall become irate. With that, the king promptly ended the call. Sun Wukong, what did the king say? Krillin asked eagerly. It's quite perplexing. The king did not convey much, just some trivial remarks. Sun Wukong shook his head. Surely not. Is he not the greatest deity in the universe? He cannot possibly be unaware. Krillin lamented. Piccolo remained silent nearby. Krillin, you must not say such things. The king expressly stated he is not the greatest deity in the universe, for there is the Grand King above him, and then there is the King of Worlds God. Sun Wukong informed Krillin. What? King of Worlds God? I have indeed heard of him. He is said to be even more powerful than the Grand King. Piccolo exclaimed in surprise. Piccolo? You are aware of this? Sun Wukong was astonished. I have heard of him. I thought he was merely a legend. But it seems the King of Worlds God truly exists, Piccolo remarked. So, the King of Worlds God is the greatest deity in the universe, then? Krillin grasped the implication. That appears to be the case, Piccolo nodded. Chapter 57. The power testing machine. What should we do about the mysterious sorcerer? Shall we simply disregard it? Krillin expressed a hint of concern. Primarily, Krillin felt vulnerable, being the weakest among them. He was engulfed in insecurity. If I lose a limb, how will I find a girlfriend? It's already difficult to find one without a nose. If I were to lose more, Krillin shuddered, breaking into a cold sweat. Krillin, are you all right? Sun Wukong inquired with concern. It's nothing, Krillin chuckled. Humph, there's no need to frighten yourself, Vegeta scoffed. If that enigmatic sorcerer were truly powerful, he would have revealed himself by now. His strength is probably on par with yours, bald head, or perhaps even inferior. As long as he is weaker than me, that's all that matters. Krillin scratched his head. The scores are in. Contestant number 6, 97 points. Contestant number 75, 61 points. Remarkable scores indeed, the announcer proclaimed. Contestant number 76, 112 points. Contestant number 77 also performed admirably with 92 points. The announcer continued with the score updates. How dreadfully boring. Vegeta seethed with frustration. Had I known this martial arts tournament would be like this, I would have abstained from participating. Next contestant, number 84. Oh, what a charming young lady, Vegeta exclaimed. I would love to engage in a match with her. It would surely be entertaining. How curious that such a lovely girl is dressed as a boy. Is she indulging in roleplay? Two contestants leered at number 18. Number 18 stepped forward and delivered a light punch. Beep. The force measurement device displayed a staggering number, 688. What? 688 points. The announcer was momentarily dumbfounded, his expression one of disbelief. The two leering contestants turned ashen with fright. Apologies, it must be a malfunction with the machine. Please bear with us for a moment. The announcer quickly interjected. 688 points. Who possesses such formidable strength? Krillin exclaimed, astonished, as he rose on his toes to peer into the distance. It's Android 18. Piccolo noted, having identified her. Androids? Sun Wukong gasped. Are they still alive? There was a wish that allowed those slain by Cell to be resurrected, so number 17 returned. While number 18 was never dead to begin with, Piccolo elucidated. I see. They haven't committed any misdeeds, have they? Sun Wukong smiled. They are entirely different from the androids of future Trunks. Indeed, since their inception, they have harmed no innocents aside from Dr. Gero, Piccolo confirmed. I've heard number 17 is working in a wildlife sanctuary, a very respectable occupation. As for number 18, she lacks a steady job and often participates in underground fights to earn some money. They are good people, Sun Wukong remarked cheerfully. Previously, I suspected that number 17 or 18 had moved something at high speed. Piccolo pondered. However, it seems that was not the case. It could not have been them. The camera vanished right before our eyes. If someone had indeed moved it at high speed, we would have witnessed it, Sun Wukong contemplated. It felt as though it simply disappeared into thin air, rather than being relocated. Disappeared into thin air? Piccolo was taken aback. I cannot quite articulate it. It feels like a transition of a substance from existence to oblivion, though I am uncertain if my understanding is accurate, he mused. Sun Wukong replied, I do not know. Piccolo found himself utterly perplexed, yet the conversation had sparked a new line of thought. However, Krillin was entirely oblivious to this exchange, as his attention was fixated on Android 18. To his surprise, she looked remarkably striking even in male attire. Would you at least cast a glance in my direction? How can you know I like you if you do not look at me? Said number 18, who had also come to participate in the world's greatest martial arts tournament. Piccolo is here, but number 17 is absent. Humph. Even if he came, it would be of no consequence. Vegeta scoffed. However, Vegeta, without transforming into a Super Saiyan. Winning this match may prove quite challenging, Piccolo remarked with a smile. Humph. I do not care for such rules. Vegeta retorted dismissively. Why can't we transform into Super Saiyans? Goku inquired. It is for Gohan's sake. He still has to attend school. During the Cell games, your Super Saiyan forms were recorded, Piccolo elucidated. Ah, I see. Goku nodded in understanding. The power testing machine has resumed normal function. Please give it another try, the announcer chuckled, addressing number 18. I was too forceful before. I will be gentler this time, number 18 replied. With a light punch, she struck the machine. 203 points. The announcer's eyes widened in astonishment. Would you like to try again? Number 18 asked with a smile. No need. Next contestant. The announcer shook his head. One by one, contestants approached the power testing machine. Soon, it was Goku and his companion's turn. Contestant 105, 210 points. Contestant 106, 198 points. Contestant 107, 208 points. The announcer was utterly speechless, his astonishment palpable. It seemed the power testing machine was irreparably damaged and preparations for a new one were underway. Get it ready, he instructed the staff. Yes, they responded. Get out of my way. Vegeta could no longer contain himself and delivered a light punch. Bang! The machine was obliterated by Vegeta's strike, leaving the audience wide-eyed and aghast. The remnants of the power testing machine lay scattered, reduced to debris. Most spectators were left utterly dumbfounded. Who on earth is that? In the distance, Yaishin and Biddily stood in line, with Biddily at the front, Yaishin in the middle, and Gohan at the back. Seeing Vegeta destroy the machine with a single punch left Gohan speechless. Biddily was equally taken aback. What kind of person possesses such immense power? With so many formidable opponents present, Gohan's companion, frightened, quickly turned to leave. By the way, Yaishin and Biddily, you flew here from Satan City. Which must have taken quite a while. Gohan hastily attempted conversation. Yaishin, that guy back there was incredible. Biddily disregarded Sun Wukong's presence and turned to Tian, exclaiming in astonishment at his ability to shatter the power testing machine with a single punch. Indeed, quite impressive. Tian nodded in agreement. It was truly hard to fathom. The others had merely achieved scores around 200. Initially, my father had set a record with a score of 139, which was already remarkable. Biddily was utterly shocked, especially since even La Li had surpassed 200 points. Moreover, the earliest score recorded was an astonishing 688. When had La Zili become so formidable? Chapter 58. I wish to travel the universe. Perhaps she had always possessed such strength, Tian remarked with a smile. Sun Wukong interjected, feeling somewhat awkward. I suddenly find myself at a loss for words. This is quite embarrassing. By the way, who is this La Zili you speak of? And which other individuals have scored above 200? Wait a moment. I believe I just spotted Android 18. Are you implying that La Zili is 18? What a joke. Is Miss La Zili truly that powerful? Biddily felt a pang of insecurity. All along, she had perceived herself as slightly inferior in beauty and figure compared to La Zili. While their looks might be comparable, albeit in different styles, she considered herself to be attractive as well. However, in terms of physique, Biddily acknowledged La Zili's superiority. After all, she was only 16 and had yet to fully mature. Her sole advantage lay in her strength, which she believed was why Tian favored her. Did Tian prefer girls who were stronger? Yet, upon realizing La Zili's power, Biddily now felt a sense of unease, contemplating whether she would even be able to match her in a confrontation. Fortunately, Tian remained oblivious to Biddily's inner thoughts. Who said Tian was drawn to girls who were stronger? He was enamored by a myriad of beautiful girls, regardless of their strength. Oftentimes, women tend to project their own thoughts onto men. Tian, did you already know? Biddily inquired. I suppose so, Tian replied, nodding. I once participated in an underground fighting arena with her, where we earned some money. An underground fighting arena? Such a place truly exists? Biddily was taken aback. Yes. It's rather clandestine. La Zili was the one who introduced me to it, Tian explained. What is underground fighting? Sun Wukong asked, unfamiliar with the concept. In simple terms, it is a small martial arts tournament aimed at profit, with rules far more brutal than here. Killing is not considered a foul, Tian smiled. And it's a quicker way to earn money. Such places exist? Sun Wukong marveled. Tian, if you're short on cash, feel free to let me know. My family isn't lacking in funds. I can help you out. Biddily offered. What are you saying? Am I the type of man to rely on others for support? Tian retorted. Tian rolled his eyes and said with a hint of annoyance. I plan to earn money for you. It's not feasible for you to rely solely on your family, despite their considerable wealth. Understood, Biddily replied obediently. Nodding her head. Tian, where do you intend to go after graduation? Sun Wukong inquired. If not, I could recommend you to the Universal Capsule Group. With your exceptional academic performance, you would undoubtedly excel there. No, thank you. I aspire to travel across the universe. Tian smiled. Sun Wukong, your aspirations are indeed remarkably lofty. You actually aspire to traverse the cosmos. The farthest place I have ventured to is none other than Namek. What will you use to traverse the cosmos? Never mind. I shall refrain from discouraging him further. Biddily, let us embark on this celestial journey together, Tian gently remarked, grasping Biddily's hand. Biddily nodded in agreement, offering no dissent. Contestants yet to participate in the preliminary rounds, please hold on for a moment, the announcer broadcasted. We are about to prepare a new power testing device. Hey, Vegeta, our Child S competition in the junior category is about to commence. Shall we go and observe? Goku proposed. It would be better than remaining in this tedious place, Vegeta replied with a nod. Goku and his companions made their way outside, drawing the undivided attention of the competitors present. The four of them were indeed formidable, and the blonde beauty from earlier was equally intimidating. However, they seemed not to be affiliated with one another. They are coming, Biddily exclaimed. Who could they possibly be? Gohan inquired. Are these two your friends? Goku approached Gohan with a friendly wave. Ah, yes, Gohan quickly affirmed. Hee, that girl must be your girlfriend. She is quite lovely. Krillin grinned with a mischievous smile. Uncle Krillin, that's not true. Don't speak nonsense. She is Tian's girlfriend. Gohan hastily clarified. Ha ha ha. It's all in good fun, Gohan, until marriage. One can still make an effort, Krillin chuckled. Gohan retorted, Uncle Krillin, that is rather inappropriate. Tian's expression darkened as he resisted the urge to silence Krillin. I shall spare you this time, for I have already taken both of your wives. I will be magnanimous and not make things difficult for you. You might as well indulge in mere banter for now, but let this be the end of it. Should you dare to utter any more nonsense, I shall not hold back. Fortunately, Klin chose not to press on with the conversation. Little did Klin realize that he had narrowly escaped losing a kidney. The match between Trunks and Goten was about to commence. Let us go observe, and you should hasten to pass the preliminaries, Goku urged Gohan. All right, Gohan nodded in agreement. After Goku spoke, he took his leave. Biddily widened her eyes in astonishment as she watched Goku and the others retreat into the distance. Why isn't the preliminary round started yet? Gohan scratched his head, attempting to appear nonchalant. Gohan, do you know them? Biddily inquired. Oh, yes, Gohan. Unable to deny it any longer, nodded. The one in the golden-yellow attire is my father. Is that so? However, the halo atop your father's head is rather peculiar. Biddily remarked. That is not merely an ornament. My father is deceased, which is why he possesses a golden halo, Gohan candidly replied. What? Deceased? Is he a ghost? Biddily exclaimed in disbelief. Gohan, you have left me utterly perplexed. How can one refer to it as a ghost? Never mind, it is of little consequence, Biddily remarked. Shaking her head, son Gohan found himself at a loss for words, enveloped in a momentary silence. Biddily, you and Yaishin are increasingly alike, son Gohan observed. Particularly in your manner of speaking. Is that so? Biddily replied with a playful smile. It is perhaps due to the frequent companionship between spouses that they undergo a certain amalgamation, leading to numerous similarities. There is nothing astonishing about that, Yaishin responded. Biddily smiled, while son Gohan scratched his head, offering a dry chuckle. There is no need for you to flaunt your affection here. It seems I must hasten to find myself a girlfriend as well. Chapter 59. The youth group competition commences. The Grand Martial Arts Tournament, the arena. A middle-aged man. The referee announced loudly with a microphone, ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited Grand Martial Arts Tournament is about to begin. First, those aged 15 and under will compete for the championship. The referee continued, the champion of the youth group will receive a prize of 10 million. The runner-up will also receive 5 million. Additionally, there will be an extraordinary program where the champion will engage in a martial arts exchange with our special guest. The special guest is none other than our hero, Mr. Satan. The audience erupted in cheers, chanting Mr. Satan's name. Mr. Satan promptly strode out from the contestants' area, raising his arms high in a victorious pose. He then began to run towards the arena. The ground was merely 3 steps away from the stage. With a light leap, Mr. Satan vaulted onto the platform. However, he lost his footing and fell, the back of his head making intimate contact with the ground. He was momentarily dazed, nearly crying out in pain. The audience displayed expressions of concern. Mr. Satan, are you all right? The referee inquired with worry. Suddenly, Mr. Satan realized something was amiss. He promptly stood upright, straightening his posture. Ha ha, just a joke. Just a joke. He laughed, his head adorned with a prominent bump. The crowd erupted once more in excitement. In the youth contestants' lounge, Goten asked, what do you plan to buy with your prize money? I want to buy snacks and toys, Goten replied with a smile. What about you, Trunks? Trunks pondered, what should I get? You're already the richest person in the world. Is there anything you still desire? Goten chuckled. Meanwhile, the two brothers were engaged in conversation. What is your first opponent like? The younger brother asked. Lucky me, it's that little shorty over there. The older brother replied with a golden mane of long hair, smiling at his sibling. What a coincidence, my opponent is that little boy beside him. The younger brother laughed heartily. Let's go tease them, the older brother suggested. Absolutely. They will surely be frightened to tears. The younger brother responded with glee. The two approached Trunks and Goten. Did you pack your diapers, you little infant? The elder brother gazed at Trunks with a playful smile. Begone, you fool. Your hairstyle is simply atrocious. Trunks chuckled softly. What did you just say? The elder brother's anger flared momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. You're merely putting on a brave front. Soon, I shall leave you half dead. Is that so? Trunks replied with a grin. Then I wish you the best of luck. On the arena outside, the referee was interviewing Mr. Satan. This was part of the event orchestrated by the organizing committee. Mr. Satan, how are you feeling today? The referee held the microphone close to Satan's lips. For the other contestants, this is unfortunate news. I am brimming with enthusiasm today, Satan proclaimed with a smile. The committee has arranged for the youth champion to face you. What are your thoughts? The referee inquired. I am terrified. Truly, I am frightened. I hope he shows me mercy. Satan laughed heartily, prompting the audience to join in his mirth. Mr. Satan is quite the comedian, the referee announced. Now, let us officially commence the competition for the youth category of the World Martial Arts Tournament. In the audience, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin stood at an elevated positions, gazing downwards. The tournament has become quite extravagant, Sun Wukong remarked. The arena is more spacious than ever, Krillin added. Humph, they've arranged some dull and tiresome segments, Piccolo scoffed. Vegeta remained silent. He had never participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament before. To him, such events seemed utterly foolish. Was Kakarot truly nurtured in such an environment? Yet, the thought that Kakarot had surpassed him stung deeply. That rascal Kakarot, raised in this setting, had grown stronger than I. I have battled across the universe since childhood. I cannot deny this fellow's remarkable talent. Born with a mere battle power of 2, yet he has ascended to this level. However, I should be stronger than him now. Should I not? It is hard to say. We shall see when the time comes. Ah, and what of that mysterious sorcerer? Though I claim he is inconsequential. An unsettling premonition lingers. As is well known, there are no preliminaries in the youth category. This tournament boasts 35 self-proclaimed youths competing in the youth division. The referee explained the rules of the youth competition, which mirror those of the adult category: surrender, forfeit, or being knocked out of the rings. Along with falling and remaining down for more than 10 seconds, all constitute failure. Ladies and gentlemen, the competition is about to commence. With the first match featuring the under-12 category, Tian and Biddily are still waiting in line for the strength testing machine. Next up is the 9th match, pitting the 8-year-old Trunks against the 15-year-old Erasure. Upon witnessing the significant age disparity among the competitors, the referee couldn't help but chuckle. This difference is indeed not trivial. What does it mean for an 8-year-old to face a 15-year-old? An 8-year-old is merely in the 3rd grade, still small in stature, while a 15-year-old is on the brink of graduating from middle school. In a real fight, a 15-year-old could easily contend with adults, if not outright defeat them. This scenario is akin to a high school student bullying a primary school child. Erasure and Trunks stride towards the arena. You must be regretting your choices now. You little brat, Erasure taunts with a grin. Oh, how you love to chatter, Trunks replies with a slight smile. You certainly know how to provoke me. I will teach you a lesson you won't soon forget. Erasure chuckles. Enough with the nonsense, can you keep quiet? Trunks retorts with a huff. Erasure, your mother is here. A plump middle-aged woman shouts from the audience. It's truly unfortunate that Erasure cannot showcase his strength against such a diminutive opponent. The woman pulls out her camera, muttering softly, even so, I must capture this moment. Why is my camera malfunctioning? Not even my phone is responding. What on earth is happening? It seems she will miss the chance to photograph Erasure in all his glory. Bulma and her companions stand beside the rotund woman, feeling a wave of nausea wash over them. Trunks, hurry up and take down that foolish guy. Bulma calls out to Trunks. How dull. The overweight woman snorts. You're the one who's dull. Bulma sticks out her tongue. Let the match begin. The referee announces. Come on over, you little brat, and see how I deal with you. Erasure beams with endless delight. You annoying pest, I will leave you speechless. Trunks huffs in response. With a swift motion, Trunks executes a magnificent sweeping kick, sending Erasure crashing to the ground. Thud. Trunks delivers a powerful kick, propelling Erasure into the air. Without a second glance, Trunks turns and walks away. You have not succumbed to my blows. I consider this a display of mercy. With a resounding thud, Erasure plummeted from the air, her head striking the ground, leading to her immediate incapacitation. The rotund woman was rendered speechless with shock. How childish of me to become irate over such trivial matters, Trunks huffed. The referee announced triumphantly. Trunks has emerged victorious. Alas, there remains a brief interlude before Goten and Trunks engage in their duel. Krillin's side. The competition among the youth continued, with Goten effortlessly eliminating Erasure's sibling. The middle-aged, portly woman could no longer contain her fury, trembling with rage. At that very moment, Bulma was making faces from the sidelines. Unable to tolerate any longer, the middle-aged woman lunged at Bulma with fierce intent. With a swift punch, Kiki rendered her opponent unconscious, bringing a welcome silence. Kiki shook her fist triumphantly. Bulma smiled from the sidelines. Gohan, your brother is quite impressive, remarked Videl, astounded that he had defeated an opponent aged 14. Indeed. Gohan nodded in agreement. You appear remarkably composed, Videl observed as she gazed at Gohan. I am not as calm as I seem, Gohan replied, scratching his head. Oh well. It matters not, Videl said, shaking her head. What are your plans after the match, Gohan? Why do you stop asking? What do you think about getting married and having a few children? Proposed Tian. Are you planning to marry right after the competition? Inquired Bai Di, astonished. Isn't it too early for marriage? Bai Di shook her head, both amused and exasperated. Continuing my studies for a few more years is also an option, Tian mused. But I have a premonition that after the World Martial Arts Tournament concludes, a global catastrophe will ensue. A global catastrophe? What could that possibly be? Bai Di was taken aback. Just wait and see, Tian replied enigmatically. Can you give me a hint? Must I guess? The new power testing machine was finally brought in, and contestants approached one by one to test their strength. However, due to Vegeta's formidable punch and the impressive scores of Goku and others, many contestants hesitated to participate. Why stay if I'm just going to get pummeled into a meatball? Consequently, the number of participants dwindled. After several contestants had tested their strength, it was finally Tian and Biddilly's turn. Go for it, Biddily, cheered Sun Wukong. Tian remained silent, relieved to be part of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Otherwise, he felt Sun Wukong might attempt to steal his girlfriend. He had already intercepted Biddily, and he could not allow her to be taken back. Biddily shook her fist, stepping forward with focus, and delivered a punch to the power testing machine. Bang! The machine trembled slightly, displaying a score of 186. The staff adjusted their glasses, astonished. Miss Biddily has surpassed Mr. Satan. Biddily stared at the score in disbelief. How did it suddenly become so high? Have I truly surpassed my father? Perhaps he has been concealing his true strength. How could I possibly exceed my father? She chuckled. Haha, yes. The staff exclaimed, realizing it must be that Mr. Satan has been hiding his power. Otherwise, if he were to achieve a score of 4 or 500, or shatter the machine with one punch, who would dare to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament? This event has been quite profitable for our committee, thanks to the resources provided by Mr. Satan. Thank you, Miss Biddily. The staff quickly expressed their gratitude. Tian remained silent beside them. Just how much do you idolize your father to cover for him like that? Sun Wukong wiped his sweat, choosing not to comment further. Next, called the staff. Tian stepped forward and delivered a gentle punch. Bang! The power testing machine flickered momentarily, displaying a score identical to Biddilly's, 186. The staff member adjusted his glasses and gazed at the screen. Has this device malfunctioned again? Why hasn't the score changed? He murmured. My score is the same as Biddilly's. Hence it remains unchanged, Tian clarified. What? How is that possible? Are you implying that your strength is equivalent to Biddilly's? The staff member was incredulous. You may interpret it that way, Tian replied. Please try again, the staff member insisted. Tian retorted. Why would I do that? Who would want to repeat the test? With a light wave of his hand, Tian effortlessly obliterated the power testing machine. This is what you get for not showing me respect. I have shown you mercy by not erasing you entirely. Try again, the staff member demanded. Just as he said this, he turned around only to find the power testing machine had vanished. Huh? Where did the machine go? The staff member was momentarily stunned. It seems to have mysteriously disappeared. A colleague chimed in. What did you say? Mysteriously vanished? What on earth happened? The staff member was left dumbfounded. Upon witnessing the power testing machine mysteriously disappearing before his eyes, Sun Wukong's expression shifted dramatically. He immediately scanned the surroundings for any suspicious individuals. Good luck finding them. The true instigator is right beside you. Yes, a mysterious hero. Biddily exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. A mysterious hero? The one from Satan City? The staff member suddenly snapped back to reality. That would be the case. Biddily nodded. Oh, my classmate Tian scored the same as I did. So it should be counted. You'd better jot that down and prepare a new power testing machine. Chapter 61. Sun Wukong, the mysterious mage has emerged again. The staff member promptly nodded in agreement. So this is your classmate? Very well, if you wish to cheat and let him pass, so be it. After all, his performance in the arena is of no concern to me. The staff member recorded Tian's impressive score of 186. Well then, Wukong, we shall meet at the venue. Biddily waved at Sun Wukong. Ah, okay, Sun Wukong nodded. Let's go, Tian, Biddily suggested. With some time remaining before the competition. Let's find a room to rest for a while, Tian whispered. Biddily replied. Oh, please don't be so direct, she said, her cheeks reddening. Biddily, shall we play basketball? Tian proposed. Biddily exclaimed, too subtle. Biddily found herself at a loss for words. If she was too subtle, you would reject her. If she was too direct, you would also turn her down. What exactly do you wish to accomplish? Tian replied, somewhat irked. Do you truly wish to witness the youth competition? It is not entirely impossible, Biddily chuckled. Very well, if you wish to watch, I shall accompany you. Tian did not oppose her. There would be ample time to engage in basketball with Biddily. Moreover, considering her age, Biddily was still a minor. It would be inappropriate to play basketball with a young girl, as they are more susceptible to injuries, which can be difficult to heal. Thus, Tian was merely indulging in some verbal banter. If you genuinely desired to play basketball, why not seek out number 18? Biddily nodded and pulled Tian towards the audience seats. The youth competition was still underway. Sun Wukong and Trunks, showcasing their formidable abilities, had eliminated their adversaries. The two had finally advanced to the finals. Ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals of the youth category are about to commence. Who will emerge victorious, Trunks or Sun Wukong? The referee, microphone in hand, stepped onto the stage and announced loudly that both Sun Wukong and Trunks had decisively defeated their opponents, securing their place in the finals. It was said that they were also very close friends. Just as the referee made this declaration, Biddily had also led Tian to the audience seats. Not bad at all. Gohan's little brother has made it to the finals, Biddily remarked with admiration. Indeed, Tian nodded. This young lad is remarkable, with diligent training. I believe my father would have no qualms about accepting him as a disciple, Biddily mused. Tian replied, Biddily, let us not be overly confident, shall we? Without any advantages, I doubt I could defeat the Sun family. Their energy waves are exceedingly powerful. Facing them in a contest is undoubtedly a recipe for defeat. You actually wish for your father to accept Sun Wukong as his disciple. You have only encountered me. Otherwise, would Gohan truly be enamored with your folly? I recall you being quite astute. Tian pondered carefully. In truth, Biddily is not foolish. Her primary flaw is her ignorance of the immense power one can wield to obliterate worlds, even the very solar system itself. This is akin to how Sun Wukong and the others remain oblivious to the fact that a mere wave of a hand can erase a planet. Having never witnessed such power nor experienced it firsthand, they challenge it with their own naivety. Gohan, however, remained at the preliminary venue, awaiting the arrival of the new power testing machine. He felt utterly exasperated. Just as my turn was approaching, the power testing machine vanished. That enigmatic sorcerer has appeared once more. I must swiftly inform Uncle Piccolo of this occurrence. Gohan immediately endeavored to communicate with Piccolo through telepathy. Gohan? What transpired? Piccolo inquired, has that mysterious sorcerer resurfaced? Uncle Piccolo. You were already aware? Gohan was taken aback. It was merely a guess, Piccolo replied. Indeed, it has appeared. The new power testing machine was painstakingly brought over. And just as it began to test a few participants, it vanished right before my eyes, spirited away by that mysterious sorcerer. Gohan felt a wave of frustration. Primarily because it was almost his turn, yet the machine had disappeared. Do not fret just yet. Keep a vigilant watch for any suspicious individuals, Piccolo advised. Understood, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan nodded. Suspicious individuals, indeed. Who could be deemed more suspect? Gohan scrutinized each competitor, sensing that they all bore an air of suspicion. Piccolo. Has that mysterious sorcerer appeared again? Sun Wukong queried. Indeed. He materialized near Gohan and made the new power testing machine vanish. Piccolo wiped the sweat from his brow. What could that strange fellow possibly desire? Sun Wukong pondered, somewhat perplexed. He merely seeks to test us provocatively, Vegeta scoffed. That coward dares not reveal himself. He can only cause the disappearance of objects in our vicinity, and there is nothing to fear. Vegeta's assertion was met with Piccolo's nod of agreement. Let us proceed step by step, Sun Wukong replied, harboring an uneasy premonition. Wukong, you sense an ominous foreboding? Krillin expressed trepidation. Let us hope nothing peculiar transpires. I am yet to find a girlfriend. Tian, look over there. Biddily suddenly pointed in a specific direction. Tian glanced in that direction. Isn't that Gohan's father? Biddily remarked. Indeed, Tian affirmed with a nod. They appear to be quite formidable, Biddily mused. Indeed, came Tian's agreement. Tian remarked that, at present, they could be considered among the top 10 figures in this universe. Biddily appeared puzzled and asked, Tian, why are you suddenly discussing a cosmic ranking? You've completely baffled me. The top 10 in the universe? Indeed, that should be the case, among humanity, Tian replied. Do you even comprehend the vastness of a universe? Biddily inquired. Biddily, let us refrain from posing such questions to me, Tian chuckled. Have you forgotten that I am a prodigy? I have achieved the highest scores across all subjects. I recall that when Gohan enrolled, he also attained full marks in every subject, but his was on standard examinations, whereas mine was on premium assessments. Biddily chose to remain silent. You had almost slipped my mind as a prodigious talent. Nevertheless, let us turn our attention to the competition. With a sigh, Biddily observed the arena. Before her stood Son Goten and Trunks, each poised and bowing to one another in a gesture of respect, an established custom in martial arts. In the earliest days, Son Goku, under the tutelage of Master Roshi, had not observed such formalities during contests. It was only after encountering his deceased grandfather that Goku learned to honor this tradition before engaging in battle. Since that moment, Goku has adhered to this practice in all competitions. Chapter 62. The disappearance of Trunks' Ki Blast. The World Martial Arts Tournament for the Youth Division is now commencing. The referee announced. Son Goten and Trunks promptly prepared for combat. Goten, I shall show no mercy, Trunks declared with a grin. Indeed, neither shall I. Son Goten nodded in agreement. In the VIP box, Mr. Satan reclined on the sofa, casually smoking and sipping a beverage. So, there are two remarkably formidable youngsters? He inquired of a nearby staff member. Would you like to see them in action, Mr. Satan? This could prove to be an intriguing match, the staff member suggested. It would be better than languishing in this drab place, Mr. Satan sighed. Did I not request a young lady to be brought to me? Where is she? That was not mentioned. The staff member wiped his brow nervously. Your committee certainly lacks efficiency. I shall not participate in this tournament again. Mr. Satan scowled. You cannot even find me a girl. I am determined to replace the committee's management. With that, Mr. Satan strode towards the arena, glancing at the fighters. Are those the two? He asked. Yes, indeed, the staff member confirmed, as Mr. Satan scrutinized Son Goten more closely. Strange, that fellow seems vaguely familiar. As if I have seen him somewhere before. On the stage, Son Goten and Trunks engaged in an intense clash. In the blink of an eye, their arms collided with a resounding impact, each refusing to yield as they contended for dominance. The sound of their strikes echoed, bang, bang, bang. Almost immediately, they unleashed a flurry of rapid attacks, their movements becoming a blur. After several exchanges, both Son Goten and Trunks leapt back. With a deft push off the ground, they charged at one another once more, soaring into the sky as they unleashed a barrage of punches and kicks. Bang! Trunks delivered a powerful punch to Goten's face. But Goten did not yield. He retaliated with a swift counterstrike. Goten pressed on with a flurry of punches, yet Trunks vanished from sight in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Trunks reappeared behind Goten and unleashed a ferocious elbow strike. Whoosh! Goten also disappeared in a flash, materializing at Trunks' side, delivering a fierce kick. Trunks quickly raised his arm to block Goten's assault. Bang! 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 The two young warriors engaged in a fierce aerial duel, their fists and feet colliding with resounding thuds. The audience was left in awe, speechless, with only the sounds of their combat reverberating through the air. With a final clash, Goten and Trunks descended gracefully onto the arena floor, both adorned with smiles. The fiery blood of the Saiyan warriors surged within them. Mr. Satan stood frozen in disbelief. Who are these extraordinary beings? I sensed something ominous. Videl, equally astonished, stared wide-eyed, unable to comprehend the spectacle before her. How could these children possess such incredible speed? An unsettling feeling washed over her. Had she overlooked something crucial? After a prolonged silence of 10 seconds, the crowd erupted into exuberant applause. The spectators were electrified, cheering enthusiastically. Incredible! Truly remarkable! It is beyond imagination. Just moments ago, they seemed to hover in mid-air. How did they achieve this? Surely, it cannot be mere trickery. The audience buzzed with speculation. What did you say? All the cameras and phones vanished. What a pity. Some gasped, wondering if it was the work of that mysterious magician from Satan City. This character is utterly shameless. Why would he make all the cameras and phones disappear? They didn't disappear, they malfunctioned, a subordinate replied. It no longer matters. What is important is that we are unable to capture such an exhilarating display of combat. It's simply unjust. The man gazed skyward and let out a long howl. A passing bird, in a moment of ill fortune, dropped the droppings directly into his mouth. The referee, equally stirred by the spectacle, was filled with excitement. That little fellow must surely be the offspring of Sun Wukong. They remained as formidable as they were in days of yore. This was the competition I had eagerly anticipated. I had long yearned for their appearance. The World Martial Arts Tournament was due for a refreshing infusion of new talent, for the previous contest had grown exceedingly tedious. Tian remained taciturn, choosing instead to appreciate the unfolding match. Goten, you possess quite the talent. Achieving such significant progress in such a brief span is truly remarkable. Trunks remarked with a smile. Hiki, my brother has taught me many techniques, Goten replied with a playful grin. Let me show you this move. Let us see if you can handle it, Trunks declared, as he gracefully swept his hands backward, conjuring two orbs of golden light. Is Trunks attempting to unleash a Kamehameha from that position? Krillin gasped. That could endanger the audience. Fear not, I sense no great issue. Sun Wukong reassured him with a smile. Huh? Krillin was taken aback. Do not underestimate them, Sun Wukong chuckled. With a swift motion, Trunks thrust his hands forward, merging the two golden orbs into one, launching it ahead. Goten nimbly leapt, narrowly evading the oncoming Kamehameha wave. The energy wave surged forth like a rocket, hurtling towards the audience, who turned pale with fright. Just as the Kamehameha was poised to strike the spectators, Tian, with a flick of his wrist, made it vanish into thin air before the eyes of all present. "What has become of my Kamehameha?" Trunks exclaimed, bewildered. The referee mirrored his confusion. Goten scratched his head, astonished as he looked at Trunks. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Piccolo, and Krillin heightened their vigilance once more. Is this never-ending? That enigmatic sorcerer, creating disturbances right before our eyes. Vegeta seethed, his body trembling with rage. What had previously been a covert act was now an overt provocation, challenging them in front of the entire nation and erasing Trunks' Kamehameha. Vegeta scanned his surroundings, desperate to locate the mysterious sorcerer. Sun Wukong, too, was on alert. It was improbable to find him, given that Tian emitted no discernible aura. That scoundrel. Piccolo gritted his teeth. He can even redirect Trunks' Kamehameha. Chapter 63. King Kai. Could it be that Biddily has arrived on site? I sincerely hope I do not encounter him. Vegeta let out a dismissive snort, still lurking in the shadows, unwilling to reveal himself. Piccolo, can Dondi see anything? Goku inquired, turning to Piccolo. No, he cannot see. Piccolo shook his head. If he could, he would already know who it is. Indeed, Goku sighed, perplexed. Could it truly be a sorcerer? On the arena, Trunks found himself at a loss for words. Did my Kamehameha simply vanish into thin air? Suddenly, Goten descended from above, landing beside Trunks. Trunks, how did you execute that move? I can't do it. Goten scratched his head, bewildered. I can't make my Kamehameha disappear like that. What are you talking about, Goten? Trunks exclaimed. I didn't make the Kamehameha vanish. It was that mysterious sorcerer. Another mysterious sorcerer? How astonishing. Can he really make our Kamehameha disappear? Goten asked in astonishment. Who knows? Trunks replied with a shake of his head. The audience was equally dumbfounded. However, they were unaware that it was the enigmatic sorcerer who had caused the Kamehameha to disappear. They believed the golden flame had simply extinguished on its own. Mr. Satan was utterly bewildered as well. This seems familiar from somewhere. This is bad. We're in trouble. Where is Videl? He urgently inquired of his staff. She should be here, the staff member responded. Find her for me. I have something of utmost importance to discuss, Satan commanded. I'll arrange for someone to locate her immediately, the staff member assured him. Videl should be with her boyfriend, Yashin. Bring him along as well. Hurry. We must get them here before the youth tournament concludes. I'll do my best, the staff member replied before rushing off to fulfill the task. In the stands, Videl asked, Yashin, did you see that strange phenomenon just now? It seemed somewhat akin to what Gohan's brother Goten unleashed, but how did it vanish so suddenly? Typically, when something mysteriously disappears, people attribute it to Yashin, who chuckled, leaving the thought unspoken. Are you suggesting it was the work of a mysterious hero? Videl queried, taken aback. Well, that's what everyone seems to believe, Yashin replied with a smile. A mysterious hero at the World Martial Arts Tournament? Videl pondered. Perhaps, Yashin nodded. So, there's a possibility it could be one of the contestants? Videl asked. That possibility certainly exists, Yashin smiled. Videl scrutinized Yashin from head to toe. Why are you looking at me like that? Yashin laughed. Isn't it inappropriate for us to be playing basketball here? On another stand, the Supreme Kai and Jebbet had also taken note of the recent occurrences. Did you witness that, Lord Supreme Kai? Jebbet inquired. Indeed. I saw the energy wave unleashed by Vegeta's son suddenly vanish, the Supreme Kai mused. Yes, it vanished mysteriously, Jebbet acknowledged. Could it be that the sorcerer Biddily has arrived on the scene? Only he possesses the ability to perform such feats. The Supreme Kai shook his head. It does not feel like his doing. If not him, then who else could it be? He must have transferred the energy wave through magic, Jebbet speculated. Transferred through magic. You say? The Supreme Kai murmured, then quietly added, logically, that should not be the case. Why would he do such a thing? Do you think he might have redirected the energy wave unleashed by that young fellow into the seal of Majin Buu? Jebbet conjectured, suggesting that this would hasten Majin Buu's awakening. Upon hearing Jebbet's words, the Supreme Kai's expression darkened. If that is true, then we are in grave trouble. Jebbet's reasoning seemed sound. This means Biddily must be present at the venue. The Supreme Kai stated solemnly. Shall we search separately? Jebbet proposed. Let us not alarm the snake. Inform me immediately once you locate him. The Supreme Kai instructed. That fellow's magic is far more potent than we anticipated. Perhaps even surpassing that of his father Biddily. Understood, I shall proceed with caution, Jebbet nodded. As the Supreme Kai and Jebbet scoured the venue for Biddy's presence, they naively presumed that the previous disappearance of the energy wave was indeed due to him. Meanwhile, Goten and Trunks exchanged glances. Shall we continue the competition? Trunks asked. Goten, refrain from unleashing any more energy waves. Trunks urged. I sense that mysterious sorcerer is targeting our energy attacks. You are correct, Trunks. Goten nodded obediently. Since we cannot rely on ranged techniques, we shall engage in close combat. With that, Trunks swiftly seized Goten's attire and hurled him into the air. Goten found himself suspended momentarily, scanning for Trunks' figure. Huh, where did he go? Goten murmured. Haha, I am right here. Trunks suddenly appeared behind Goten, wrapping his arms around his shoulders. Goten was taken aback and struggled vigorously in midair. How about it, Goten? Surrender quickly, Trunks urged. Yet, Goten showed no intention of yielding. Surrender now. It would be futile to resist. You cannot escape my grasp, Trunks wrote. It seems that Trunks is on the verge of victory. Vegeta wears a smile. Goku remarks, Vegeta, is now the time to discuss the match? Piccolo retorts, what do you wish to say? About that mysterious sorcerer? Can you even find him? Vegeta counters. Piccolo falls silent. You were once the god of this planet, weren't you? Surely, you possess vast knowledge. If even you are unaware, how can we succeed? Vegeta scoffs. Piccolo feels a pang of hurt at that moment. Moreover, that individual has been lurking in the shadows, relishing our anxiety, Vegeta adds with a grunt. Vegeta's reasoning seems somewhat valid. We must remain composed. Krillin nods gravely. Above the arena, a loud clap echoes. Goten, under duress, radiates golden light and instantly transforms into a Super Saiyan. With a gentle wave of his arm, he breaks free from Trunks' grasp. Chapter 64, Satan's Plea. Whoosh. Goten swiftly descends from the sky, with Trunks hot on his heels. You are too cunning, Goten. Did we not agree to refrain from transforming into Super Saiyans? Trunks exclaims irritably. Goten quickly regains his composure, reverting to his normal state. Apologies, I transformed without realizing, Goten says sheepishly. Videl's eyes widen as she gazes at Goten in the arena. Did he just turn into a golden-haired warrior? Is he a golden fighter? Is Gohan's brother a golden fighter too? Or could Gohan also transform like this? Can Goten truly become a Super Saiyan? Goku exclaims in astonishment. Indeed, Piccolo affirms. Kakarot, how can you pretend to be unaware? Vegeta scolds. No one informed me. Goku scratches his head. Mr. Satan, visibly pale with fear, realizes the truth. It appears this lad must indeed be that fellow's son. I suspected something was amiss earlier. Has Yajirobe arrived? Hurry and rescue me. Have you located Videl's boyfriend yet? Satan urgently inquires of the nearby staff. Mr. Satan is searching for Miss Videl's boyfriend. The staff finally comprehend. Enough chatter. Expedite your efforts. Satan commands. We are already searching. The staff replies. Moments later, Videl arrives with Yajirobe. Dad, were you looking for me? Dadirai inquired. Initially, Dadirai was reluctant to bring Tian along. However, the staff repeatedly emphasized that Mr. Satan specifically sought Tian. Dadirai felt a twinge of concern, fearing her father might put Tian in a difficult position. Yet, Tian appeared nonchalant, expressing his desire to accompany her for a closer look. With no other choice, Dadirai acquiesced and brought Tian along. Tian, my esteemed son-in-law. At last, you have arrived. Mr. Satan exclaimed with unrestrained delight, hastening to grasp Tian's arms. What is it? Tian inquired. Let us speak inside, Mr. Satan replied, glancing towards the arena. This matter requires urgency, otherwise, I shall meet a dire fate. Very well, Tian consented. Dadirai, please wait outside for a moment. I have some matters to discuss with Tian, Mr. Satan stated before leading Tian away. Dadirai stood in a state of bewilderment for quite some time, pondering why she felt as though her father was seeking Tian's assistance. How peculiar. Mr. Satan ushered Tian into a room and, upon bending his knees, intended to kneel before Tian. No, that won't do. Tian quickly intervened to assist him. With a soft thud, Mr. Satan still knelt. Ah, my apologies. I miscalculated a step. Please rise swiftly, Tian urged. Nonetheless, it matters little. I am destined to become the greatest deity in the universe. So your kneeling holds no significance, Mr. Satan retorted. However, no need for such gestures in the future, as you shall be my esteemed father-in-law, Tian remarked. Tian, you have witnessed the prowess of those two young prodigies in the arena, have you not? Mr. Satan quickly continued. You must devise a strategy for me. as the champion of the youth division is set to spar with me shortly. Is that the reason you sought me? Tian comprehended. Indeed. I shall be frank, Mr. Satan admitted with a wry smile. The individuals who vanquished Cell were actually part of their group, not I. I regret having spoken out of turn, which has led to our current predicament. As your future son-in-law, I am capable of assisting you in becoming a hero on this planet. Tian smiled. Really? Mr. Satan exclaimed, astonished and elated. Regarding your upcoming match with the youth champion, feel free to compete. I will handle the rest. You can play whatever role you wish. Tian chuckled. Ha ha ha. Mr. Satan straightened his posture, bursting into hearty laughter. However, after a moment's reflection, he suddenly became apprehensive. Do you truly believe you can defeat them? He asked, slightly uneasy. What do you think? Tian replied with a smile. I believe there is absolutely no issue. Mr. Satan answered confidently. Then what is there to worry about? Tian chuckled, patting Mr. Satan's shoulder. I understand. Satan nodded with excitement. Once he exited the room, all his worries had evaporated. But what could have been the conversation between Daddy and Tian? How peculiar. On the arena, the match between Goten and Trunks continued. Goten. I have made my decision. I shall relinquish my left hand to you, for I can defeat you using only my right. Trunks declared with a grin. You're deceiving me. You cannot possibly defeat me with just one hand. Goten retorted, skeptical. I assure you, I am capable of winning. Confidence radiated from Trunks' face. Come at me then. Goten prepared himself for the clash, insisting, it is utterly impossible for you to win using only one hand. Very well, I shall commence my assault. Trunks proclaimed, immediately launching his attack. Bang, bang, bang. The two boys engaged in a fervent exchange once more. After a few seconds of battle, Goten delivered a swift kick that struck Trunks squarely in the face, causing him to yelp in pain. Bang, bang. Goten accelerated his onslaught, landing another punch on Trunks' other cheek. Trunks found himself struggling to keep up, as fighting with only one hand proved to be a considerable challenge. He staggered backward, nearly losing his balance. Then, Trunks leaped into the air, unleashing a wave of energy. Watch out for that energy wave. It could attract the attention of that mysterious sorcerer, Goten warned. After uttering this, Goten soared into the sky, hovering above. Trunks had initially contemplated a ranged attack, but upon hearing Goten's words, he quickly abandoned that thought. Goten looked down at Trunks from his elevated position, while Trunks gazed upwards, perplexed by Goten's intended strategy. Skyward assault. Goten bellowed, diving swiftly from above. Trunks promptly devised a countermeasure. As Goten approached rapidly, Trunks sidestepped just in time. You'll crash into the ground. Trunks exclaimed. Ah! Goten shouted as he forcefully swung his arms towards the ground, making contact before continuing his pursuit of Trunks. Chapter 65. The Disappearance of Trunks, Super Saiyan. Trunks' expression shifted dramatically. In this critical moment, he hastily transformed into a Super Saiyan. Trunks leapt into the air, gaining altitude, and swiftly hurled an energy blast towards Goten. Eh? Sun Wutian was momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his composure, a ki blast had struck him squarely in the back. Unfortunately, he inadvertently stepped onto the steps of the audience area, leaving him aghast. However, even more astonished was Trunks, who suddenly realized that his Super Saiyan transformation had vanished. What was happening? Where had my Super Saiyan form gone? I have not reverted, yet it feels as though my transformation has inexplicably dissipated. In the distance, Tian's lips curled into a subtle smile. Just moments ago, he had attempted to erase Trunks' Super Saiyan state, and to his surprise, he had succeeded. With a mere flick of his hand, Tian could obliterate Trunks' Super Saiyan transformation. This was an endeavor he had never attempted before, primarily due to a lack of opportunity. Tian secretly reveled in his accomplishment. This erasure technique was truly remarkable, capable of nullifying even the Super Saiyan transformation. Could I potentially erase their energy as well? I must find someone to test this. Outside the ring, the announcement resounded, Trunks is victorious. The referee proclaimed loudly, declaring Trunks the champion of the youth division. Trunks gritted his teeth, and once again, golden light radiated from him. With a resounding clap, he transformed back into a Super Saiyan. Trunks was taken aback, fearing he might never again attain that state. Thud! Sun Wutian descended from afar, appearing at the edge of the arena, pouting as he gazed at Trunks. Trunks, you are despicable! Sun Wutian exclaimed petulantly. You transformed into a Super Saiyan just now, and after reverting to your normal state, you have transformed again to show off in front of me. Trunks replied, that was not my intention. I immediately returned to my normal state. Not only that, but you also used your left hand. You cheated. You cheated. Sun Wutian huffed. My apologies, but I truly do not know what happened just now. My Super Saiyan state suddenly vanished, Trunks quickly retorted. It was not my doing. I was just as startled and thought I would never be able to transform into a Super Saiyan again. You are deceiving me. How could the Super Saiyan state simply disappear? Sun Wutian remained skeptical. Do you truly perceive me as a mere child? A Super Saiyan who can vanish? Let us discuss this matter at another time. Trunks remarked, adding that his left hand did not directly strike you. If you are a true little man, cease your weeping. Humph. Goten's expression was one of discontent. Perhaps we could do this instead. You may select a few items from my toys as compensation, Trunks suggested with a smile. Is that true? You must keep your word. Goten's tears transformed into a smile. In the stands, Goten exclaimed, can little Trunks become a Super Saiyan as well? Goku marveled. Ha ha ha, what a pity, Kakarot. It seems my son's lineage is rather superior, Vegeta said, patting Goku on the shoulder. Goku turned to Vegeta and remarked, you ought to have Trunks compete with Gohan. Piccolo interjected, noting that Trunks was already 8 years old. By the age of 9, Gohan had achieved the transformation beyond Super Saiyan. I wonder if, in a year's time, young Trunks will reach Gohan's level. Get lost. Unimikian. Do not meddle in Saiyan affairs. Vegeta retorted, feeling a pang of hurt and rolling his eyes. I almost forgot that Kakarot has 2 sons. Trunks indeed pales in comparison to Gohan, who is the true prodigy. Goku, did you notice something just now? Piccolo asked solemnly. Did you notice as well, Piccolo? Goku nodded. Trunks' Super Saiyan state mysteriously vanished. It seems unlikely that he restored it himself. Piccolo responded. Are you suggesting that mysterious sorcerer is behind this? Vegeta, having also observed, frowned. What do you mean? Are you implying that this sorcerer can even nullify a Super Saiyan state? Krillin felt a wave of unease wash over him. If that is the case, it is indeed terrifying. Goku's expression grew increasingly grave. An ominous premonition intensified within him. Piccolo sighed. Humph, he only resorts to underhanded tactics. Vegeta scoffed, asserting that if he truly possessed such abilities, he should confront us in a one-on-one battle. Is that blue-haired lad, Tian, part of Gohan's circle? Biddily inquired of Tian. Indeed, Tian affirmed. I just witnessed him transform into golden hair, Biddily remarked. I noticed that earlier, Tian replied. So, could the Golden Warrior possibly be Gohan? Biddily whispered. Indeed, it should be him. Tian nodded. I have long sensed something amiss. Gohan possesses the identity of the Golden Warrior, Biddily remarked, pondering aloud. Was he not present during the battle with Cell? He must have been, Tian replied. Then what about the mysterious hero? Is it also him? Biddily inquired further. That presence does not seem to belong to him. Tian smiled. Could the mysterious hero be you? Biddily gazed at Tian, her expression serious. Why would you think it is me? Tian chuckled. I was merely speculating, Biddily reflected. If I claim it is indeed me, would you believe that? Tian grinned. You lack an air of mystery. It does not seem like you. Biddily shook her head. Tian, I have already stated it is me. Do you claim that I lack an air of mystery? You have yet to witness the most enigmatic aspects of my being, which likely leads to such a conclusion. Ladies and gentlemen, after an intense competition, a highly entertaining program is about to commence, the referee announced with a smile. Satan cast a keen gaze at the nearby Yaishin. My survival hinges upon you, he confided. Yaishin responded with a subtle smile. Taking a deep breath, Satan resolved to take a gamble, hoping that Yaishin could conjure a miracle in the arena. Chapter 66. Erasing Trunks' Energy. Satan. 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 The audience fervently chanted his name, the atmosphere charged with excitement. No matter how formidable the opponent. He is ultimately just a child, a staff member chuckled. Surely, Mr. Satan doesn't he intend to take him seriously? I indeed must be earnest, Satan replied candidly. You are quite the jester, the staff member remarked, glancing at Yaishin, who stood beside Biddily. Is this young man Biddily's boyfriend? Quite a rarity indeed. Mr. Satan has given his blessing for this young man to court his daughter. Do you require a brief respite? The referee inquired of Trunks in the ring. No need. Trunks shook his head. Then, Mr. Satan, please take the stage, the referee proclaimed. Satan inhaled deeply, stepping onto the arena with calm composure. Which young challenger dares to face the world champion, Mr. Satan? He inquired with a smile, pointing at Trunks. Is it you, young one? Brace yourself. Despite his cheerful demeanor, Satan felt a surge of anxiety. Will my future son-in-law be of assistance? Can he nullify this young one's power? If he fails, I may find myself in dire straits. Trunks gazed silently at him. Is this man truly the world champion? He appears utterly unremarkable. Could he possibly be stronger than my father? Go, Trunks. Sun Wutian cheered from below the stage. Satan shot a fierce glare at Sun Wutian. What are you cheering for, you little brat? My only hope rests with my son-in-law. Oh, son-in-law, may you help me navigate this predicament. In the stands, the new power testing machine finally arrived, and Sun Wufan rushed over. You have finally made it. Piccolo smiled. You've arrived at an inopportune moment, Wufan. The youth competition has concluded, Krillin remarked cheerfully. Scratching his head, Sun Wufan replied, let us head back. Agreed. Sun Wukong offered no objections. There was little of interest to follow. It is believed that Trunks will soon eliminate Mr. Satan. Vegeta, arms crossed, turned and walked away. In the arena, Mr. Satan removed his cape, tossing it nonchalantly behind him. He then carefully unfastened the championship belt and handed it to the referee beside him. Subsequently, Mr. Satan wrapped a ribbon around his waist, securing it tightly. Taking a deep breath, he exclaimed, wow, and unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks into the air. After this display, he gasped for breath, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Lately, he had been contemplating spending time with girls, feeling somewhat fatigued. Mr. Satan! Mr. Satan! Mr. Satan! The audience chanted his name. Mr. Satan raised his hands high, striking a pose of victory. Trunks paused momentarily. What was that? He seemed far from formidable. Was he deliberately feigning weakness during his attack? This man was a world champion. Nevertheless, Trunks quickly regained his focus and performed some stretching exercises. Mr. Satan was taken aback. But upon recalling the support of his son-in-law, he gritted his teeth and endured. Perhaps a miracle would occur. Come on, Mr. Satan declared, steeling himself for battle. Both competitors were prepared. The match was about to commence, as announced by the referee. Come on, little brat. Mr. Satan beckoned nervously to Trunks. I shall not hold back. Trunks unleashed a surge of energy, charging towards Mr. Satan. Suddenly, Tian waved his hand gently towards Trunks, extinguishing the energy emanating from him. Trunks, upon reaching Mr. Satan, felt as though his energy had vanished. Wow. Mr. Satan clenched his teeth and delivered a punch that struck Trunks squarely in the face. Oh. Trunks cried out in agony. Propelled backward and out of the ring, eliminated from the competition. What? Mr. Satan was astonished by the unexpected turn of events. Did I really just knock that little brat out? Ouch. Trunks fell to the ground, feeling utterly disoriented. Where's my energy? His expression shifted rapidly as he hastily summoned his energy once more. Boom. A powerful aura surged around Trunks once again. My energy is still here. What was that earlier? Why did it suddenly disappear? How strange. Outside the ring, the crowd erupted in applause. Truly, Mr. Satan is remarkable. Indeed, our champion Mr. Satan has once again demonstrated his prowess, effortlessly eliminating the young champion Trunks with a single move. The referee, microphone in hand, called out loudly. Mr. Satan inhaled deeply and immediately turned to gaze in the direction of Yaishin. Yaishin responded with a smile, filling Mr. Satan's heart with joy. How remarkable is my son-in-law. He has enabled me to achieve victory in this contest. Ha ha ha. The child is truly impressive. Uncle thought you were formidable. I may have been a bit too forceful just now. My sincere apologies. Mr. Satan chuckled, quickly addressing Trunks with an air of regret. Trunks was utterly dumbfounded. Beside him, Son Goten's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Mr. Satan. In the stands, Goku and the others, who were just about to leave, were also taken aback by this strange turn of events. Did you notice? Trunks' energy vanished in an instant. Piccolo exclaimed. Was it that mysterious magician again? Gohan queried solemnly. Gohan. You missed it. That mysterious magician even nullified Trunks' Super Saiyan transformation, Piccolo explained. He could cancel even the Super Saiyan transformation? Gohan was astounded. This mysterious magician is even more powerful than we imagined. We have underestimated his presence. Goku's expression grew increasingly grave. That detestable, mysterious magician. Why is he targeting Trunks alone? Vegeta fumed, his anger reaching a boiling point, contemplating turning Super Saiyan to obliterate the place. It is utterly infuriating. He only knows how to bully Trunks, does he? Even my son is not spared. You had better not let me find you. Where on earth is this person? Vegeta gritted his teeth and spoke. Could it be that Satan? Krillin inquired. Chapter 67. King Kai, are you Son Goku? The likelihood seems slim. Piccolo shook his head. If that individual known as Satan truly possessed such abilities, he would not have performed so poorly during the Cell Games. Piccolo's assertion was indeed correct. It should not be Satan. Son Goku nodded. Perhaps this Mr. Satan is also unaware of the whereabouts of the mysterious sorcerer, merely fortuitously defeating Trunks. Is Trunks unharmed? Krillin asked. He is unscathed, Piccolo replied. Although, in that fleeting moment, Trunks' energy vanished. It was merely his unleashed energy that dissipated. He still harbors energy within. Moreover, Satan's attack was far too feeble to inflict any harm on Trunks. Do you think this mysterious sorcerer can eliminate the energy within us? Krillin queried with a hint of trepidation. Humph. Should we unleash our energy fully, it would be sufficient to obliterate the entire solar system. If he possessed such power, he would have long been striding across Earth without resorting to these petty schemes, Vegeta scoffed. Vegeta is right. Son Goku nodded. Yet let us remain cautious and devise a means to uncover this enigmatic sorcerer. Vegeta, Piccolo, and the others nodded in agreement, their expressions exceedingly grave. At this moment, Son Goten also appeared beside Trunks. Is this uncle truly that formidable? Son Goten asked in astonishment. Whether he is formidable or not, I cannot say. But my energy suddenly vanished just now, Trunks replied, shaking his head in surprise. What does it mean that your energy has vanished? Son Goten asked, puzzled. It simply disappeared. Trunks stated solemnly, do you recall when I transformed into a Super Saiyan? My Super Saiyan state vanished abruptly as well. How could this happen? Was it really the doing of that mysterious sorcerer? Son Goten scratched his head. I do not know, Trunks replied, his expression one of bewilderment. Satan stood at the center of the arena, raising his right hand high. My goodness! My son-in-law is indeed remarkable. The audience erupted in cheers for Mr. Satan. As the crowd chanted his name, Mr. Satan stepped down from the stage. Upon seeing Tian, Mr. Satan could hardly contain his desire to embrace him tightly. You are truly my savior. How could I possibly survive without you? Mr. Satan's gaze towards Tian grew increasingly ambiguous. Tian, when will you marry Biddily? Satan could not help but blurt out the question. Previously, Satan had asked out of fear, but this time, his inquiry was sincere. Biddily? Father, what are you saying? Biddily was utterly bewildered. How do you pose such a question? Uncle, we are still in school, Tian smiled. What school? There's no need for school anymore. Hurry and drop out to get married and bear a child. Satan laughed heartily. I am eagerly awaiting my grandchildren. Biddily was utterly speechless. Are you my biological father? Why do you think that way? We are merely 16. It is inappropriate to marry at this age, as we have not yet reached the legal marriage age. Tian remarked. Satan scratched his head, seemingly pondering the age restriction. Well then, strive to grow up swiftly. Satan patted Tian on the shoulder and hummed a tune as he departed. Tian, what kind of enchantment have you cast upon my father? Biddily tilted her head inquisitively towards Tian. What do you mean by that? Tian wiped his brow. I could only bewitch you. What purpose would it serve to enchant your father? I have no interest in him whatsoever. Biddily responded. Can we refrain from being so blunt? Before the commencement of the adult group competition at the world's foremost martial arts tournament, let us take a 30-minute respite. The referee announced loudly through the microphone on the stage. The eagerly anticipated adult group competition will officially commence at 1:40 p.m. As the intermission began, let us grab something to eat, Tian. Biddily suggested. Very well. Tian nodded. What do you wish to eat? Biddily inquired. You, Tian. Biddily remarked. Sun Wukong and the others were also making their way outside. Is this the intermission? Sun Wukong asked. Let us first have lunch, Krillin suggested. Let us put aside thoughts of that magician. He might also be dining. Sounds good. Sun Wukong nodded. The group proceeded towards the restaurant. Apologies, but only those who have passed the preliminaries are allowed entry here. A staff member intercepted Sun Wukong and his companions. The results of the preliminaries have been announced, correct? Krillin inquired. I believe we have all advanced. Please hold on a moment and state your names. The staff member retrieved the list of contestants. One by one, Sun Wukong and the others stated their names. The staff member was slightly taken aback. To think that all 5 of you have passed the preliminaries. You are all through. Please proceed over there. The drawing ceremony will be held at 1:30 p.m. The staff member gestured ahead, explaining the situation. Sun Wukong and the others continued onward. Soon, they arrived at the restaurant and indulged in a feast. Piccolo abstained from eating. The Namekian only required water. Are you all right with such gluttony? Krillin wondered aloud. Can the dead even feel hunger? It matters not in the afterlife whether one eats, but the food in the mortal realm is simply too delightful. Sun Wukong feasted heartily. Vegeta gnawed on a pig's leg, while Son Gohan savored his meal with delight. This food is exquisite, Sun Wukong exclaimed. What peculiarity lies within the Saiyon's stomach? Why can they consume so much? Krillin pondered. After their meal, Sun Wukong and his companions made their way outside. How splendid, I am finally full. Sun Wukong patted his belly and glanced at the time. The drawing of lots was about to commence. At that moment, he and his companions were momentarily taken aback by the appearance of two unfamiliar figures before them. One was tall and the other short, both sporting white hair. The shorter individual was levitating approximately 20 centimeters above the ground, with pale blue skin, while the taller one appeared somewhat aged, exhibiting red skin. Both bore expressions tinged with indifference. Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned, and Piccolo looked equally perplexed, while Vegeta furrowed his brow. Could these two be the wizards they spoke of? Krillin refrained from speaking. Greetings, everyone, the Supreme Kai said with a smile, directing his gaze at Sun Wukong. Are you indeed Sun Wukong? Why do you know me? Sun Wukong replied, taken aback. I have heard tales of your exploits and have longed for the opportunity to spar with you. The Supreme Kai chuckled. I have also successfully passed the preliminary rounds. It would be splendid if we could team up. Of course, I do not possess the confidence to defeat you. But I am eager to discover the extent of your strength. Let us shake hands first. With that, the Supreme Kai extended his hand. Chapter 68. Are they both wizards? Sun Wukong hesitated briefly before clasping the Supreme Kai's hand. At that moment, he distinctly sensed an extraordinary energy emanating from his counterpart. It felt remarkably pure. Why was his energy level so elevated? The Supreme Kai, still smiling, remarked, Indeed, you possess an extraordinary aura. Oh? Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Farewell. The Supreme Kai stated as he withdrew his hand and turned to leave. Sun Wukong was utterly bewildered. Who was that? He pondered aloud. Piccolo, watching the departing figure of the Supreme Kai, inquired, Do you have any idea who he is? I have no idea, Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head. Do you think he might be the mysterious wizard we've heard about? Piccolo questioned. That is difficult to ascertain, Sun Wukong mused, sensing that the energy within him was quite remarkable. What makes it remarkable? Piccolo asked. It is exceedingly pure, Sun Wukong answered. Exceedingly pure? Piccolo echoed, taken aback. We will only know for certain during the competition, Vegeta interjected, finally unable to contain his impatience and emerging from the shadows. Vegeta, your words sound rather peculiar, Krillin remarked. Is one of them truly a wizard? Perhaps, Piccolo conceded, nodding. It seems as though, just as Vegeta suggested, he could no longer suppress his curiosity. Piccolo. Do not say that. It feels as though you are making a jest, Krillin responded. What jest? I do not engage in such antics. Piccolo replied, pondering that the Namekians likely do not possess the ability to drive. Krillin nodded in agreement, bemused by the nonsensical chatter that left Piccolo feeling somewhat bewildered. He swiftly shifted the topic, yet it was evident that they were not Earthlings. Indeed, Goku responded, why are there extraterrestrials here? Moreover, when they arrived, neither Dandy nor I sensed their presence. Sweat beaded on Piccolo's brow. For it was customary that the arrival of a spacecraft on Earth should be detectable by him and Dandy. You and Dandy cannot possibly monitor Earth at all times. Goku remarked, do not chastise yourself, Piccolo. Enough of that. Let us hasten our departure. The drawing of lots is about to commence, Krillin suggested. As long as this magician is willing to show himself, rather than lurking mysteriously in the shadows, it would alleviate our fears. The bald-headed one had hit the nail on the head this time. Vegeta chuckled, realizing that knowing their precise location rendered them less intimidating. Could one of them truly be that enigmatic magician? Piccolo furrowed his brow, still harboring skepticism. Regardless of the truth, the answer would soon be revealed. Vegeta huffed. They're undoubtedly connected to the magician. Let us move swiftly. I hope to be placed in the same group as that magician. I intend to make him question his very existence, Vegeta declared, clenching his fists. At this moment, Vegeta was no longer concerned with competing against Goku. The audacious magician had crossed a line, ensnaring Trunks, a mere child. Trunks is, after all, my son. You may have deceived him once, and that should suffice. You have deceived me twice in succession. Can I, Vegeta, endure this? Son Goku and his companions arrived at the venue for the preliminary matches. Prior to their arrival, Tian and Biddily had already been present. The referee had prepared the lottery box, awaiting Goku and his team. Ladies and gentlemen, all competitors are gathered. We shall soon commence the draw to determine the matchups, the referee announced. Competitors whose names are called, please step forward to draw lots. Oh, divine being, please grant me your favor and spare me from facing my comrades in the first round. Krillin clasped his hands in silent prayer, hoping to avoid an encounter with that enigmatic sorcerer. The deity you speak of is none other than Dandy, is it not? Piccolo inquired, gazing at Krillin. Krillin, Piccolo, you are utterly shameless. Could you not allow me a moment to pray in peace? Sun Wukong glanced around at the multitude of competitors present. He turned his gaze towards the Supreme Kai and Jebbet, perceiving that, apart from these two individuals, the other contestants appeared rather ordinary. The Supreme Kai and Jebbet similarly surveyed their surroundings, searching for Babidi. Supreme Kai. Babidi has once again utilized magic to nullify Trunks' Super Saiyan state, and has also erased the energy he possessed. I trust you have witnessed this? Jebbet remarked. I have seen it. I did not anticipate he could wield such formidable magic. The Supreme Kai responded, tightening his fists, his anxiety growing. If that energy were to seep into the seal of Majin Buu, it would spell disaster. Indeed, it is quite troubling, Jebbet concurred, thus. Those two individuals adorned with letters on their foreheads, are they agents dispatched by Babidi to ensnare us? That is a plausible assumption, the Supreme Kai nodded. The two individuals they referred to were, in fact, Yamcha and Spopovich, now under Babidi's control. Both were bald, their muscles bulging, and their expressions menacing. A symbol resembling the McDonald's logo was etched upon their foreheads. Now, please announce the names in order, the referee instructed. Contestant Yi Tian. Here I come, Yi Tian responded, stepping forward to draw a number from the box. Contestant Yi Tian is number 14, the referee declared. A staff member recorded Yi Tian's name on a large placard. Next. Contestant Jebbet, the referee continued. Jebbet advanced, drawing number 7. Krillin drew number 1. Son Gohan, donning the guise of the Saiyan superhero, emerged and drew number 8. Coincidentally facing off against Jebbet. Gohan, do not underestimate him. He is quite formidable, Sun Wukong cautioned. I understand, Gohan nodded. If he truly is that mysterious sorcerer, I shall confront him with all my might. Sun Wukong refrained from further commentary. Contestant 18, is this your name? The referee inquired of number 18. The name is inconsequential. Number 18 replied nonchalantly. Your name is 18? What a peculiar name. Yi Tian remarked softly, leaning in. Humph. 18 scoffed, disinterested in engaging with Yi Tian. Will anything significant happen to number 18 today? Yi Tian asked curiously. 18 replied, I simply prefer not to disclose my true name. Especially since Sun Wukong and the others are participating in this competition. There is no need to reveal my real name to them. Is number 18 here to visit relatives? Yi Tian whispered. Could you possibly be quiet? 18's expression darkened. Is this something that occurs with such regularity? Yi Tian inquired. And you dare to speak? On the 18th. A furious expression emerged. Just speaking casually, no need to get agitated, Yi Tian chuckled. If you continue with such nonsensical remarks, I shall not hold back. Retorted the 18th with a cold snort. I, for one, fear no threats, declared Yi Tian. Dare you to threaten me once more? You have provoked my ire, and I shall publicly strip you of your garments. Yet, I find myself somewhat reluctant. Such a beautiful girl ought to be admired solely by me. The thought of others beholding you is rather undesirable. Wouldn't you agree? This is precisely what you asserted. Number 18 huffed softly. Indeed, I did say that. Yi Tian acknowledged with a nod. Are you quite certain you do not harbor regrets? Number 18 inquired. What regrets could I possibly have? Do not assume that I cannot contend with you. It is merely that I wish to avoid confrontation. Yi Tian was articulating his thoughts when number 18 seized his chin and sealed his lips with hers. The words that were to follow were lost in the moment. So, it seems your earlier assertion about my lack of decorum held true. Why didn't you mention it earlier? I would prefer you to be straightforward with me. It wouldn't hurt to have such wonderful occurrences happen more frequently. Yi Tian quietly relished the moment, even extending his tongue slightly. The 18th was taken aback and hurriedly withdrew her mouth. How shameless. Moreover, to stick out one's tongue. By the way, whatever happened to that young girl named Biddily? Where are you? Did you not witness the events transpiring between me and your boyfriend? Number 18 paused momentarily, as if searching for my little girlfriend, Videl. Where is she? Number 18 inquired. She went to the restroom, Yi Tian replied. Thus, she did not see the two of us together. Number 18 felt a surge of emotion. It was intentional on my part. Now this fellow's girlfriend is absent. Hasn't this been an advantage for him? Should we not wait for her return to recreate the moment? Yi Tian suggested. In the distance, Krillin seethed with resentment. Gohan, that guy is your classmate, right? When did he and number 18 become an item? Krillin pressed. I am unaware of that, Son Gohan replied, shaking his head. If he were merely pursuing number 18 alone, that would be one thing. But he seems to have a good rapport with your classmates as well. He appears to be playing both sides. Krillin exclaimed angrily. Uncle Krillin. Perhaps it would be best if we refrained from meddling, Gohan suggested, scratching his head. Krillin fell silent. How could it be that number 18, whom I admire, is flirting with this young rascal? At that moment, the referee continued to call names. The Kai stepped forward and drew in number 3. Sin? Son Goku pondered. Inquiring of Piccolo, have you heard of this name? I have not, Piccolo responded, shaking his head. Goku then turned to Vegeta. The universe is vast, with countless names. Who knows who he is? Vegeta scoffed. Next, contestant Subich. The referee announced. Son Goten and Trunks, disguised as masked competitors, swiftly approached. Trunks reached into the box to draw a number. You are the masked contestant, correct? A staff member asked, taken aback. Huh, Trunks stammered. Fool, it is I. I am Subich. Subich stepped forward, his expression darkened. Trunks and Son Goten quickly retreated. What an embarrassment, always making a fool of ourselves, Trunks remarked. It was Trunks who mentioned we were the ones, Goten added. Curse that perverted fellow for not answering sooner. Trunks gritted his teeth. Next contestant, Ju Air. The referee continued. Ju Air was a handsome young man. In terms of good looks, if Ju Air scored a 90, Tian would surely be a perfect 100. Ju Air drew a number 16. Next, contestant Son Goku. The referee announced. Son Goku stepped forward and drew an 11. Next contestant, Miss Videl. The referee proclaimed. My girlfriend has stepped away for a moment. I shall draw in her stead. Tian stepped forward and said, all right. The referee nodded. Tian assisted Biddily in drawing a number, which turned out to be 5. Clin felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. Indeed, that girl was his girlfriend. Gritting his teeth, Clin remarked, while my girlfriend is absent, I still have to deal with number 18. Uncle Clin was still entangled in this matter. Son Wufan chuckled and replied, what do you think? Clin huffed, Wufan, aren't those two your classmates? You should inform your female classmate about this male classmate's misdeeds. That wouldn't be appropriate. I don't wish to meddle. Son Wufan scratched his head. Clin chose to remain silent. Panda, contestant number 2. The referee announced. Upon hearing this news, Clin instantly perked up. He turned his gaze towards contestant number 2, who was a hefty figure, towering over Clin by a significant margin. Are you Clin? Panda boasted arrogantly, standing before him. Indeed, that's me, Clin responded, feeling his earlier discontent dissipate. Even someone as worthless as you shall not escape my wrath, Panda declared, pointing at Clin. I intend to teach you a lesson. Is that so? Are you aware of what you were saying? Clin sighed. I eagerly await the commencement of the match. What did you say? Panda paused. You might find yourself in peril. Perhaps you should prepare your final words. Vegeta. The referee continued. Vegeta stepped forward and drew a 12. Son Wukong was taken aback. Am I facing off against Vegeta in the first round? Wukong and Vegeta are meeting in the preliminaries? Clin exclaimed in astonishment. Son Wufan was equally surprised. Vegeta scoffed. It seems that what one does not wish for often comes to pass. I had hoped to team up with that mysterious sorcerer. Yet I ended up with Kakarot. Well, it's a perfect opportunity to measure my strength against Kakarot. I have been waiting for this day to arrive. Majin Buu. The referee called for Bick. Bick drew a 4. Upon glancing at the match list, he discovered it was the individual suspected to be the mysterious sorcerer. It's him. Could he truly be that enigmatic sorcerer? Son Wukong warned. Bick, you must exercise caution. That fellow is not easy to deal with. I understand. I will find a way to ascertain his identity, Bick replied. Very well, Son Wukong nodded. Next up is Mr. Satan. Due to pressing matters, he cannot be present. So I shall draw on his behalf, the referee stated, drawing a number, which turned out to be 10. Chapter 70, The Tragic Clin. Number 18 glanced at the number and exclaimed, to think I am up against the world champion, Mr. Satan. In the past, I perceived Mr. Satan as merely a figure of empty renown. However, upon encountering him today, I was astonished to discover that he surpassed my expectations in strength. He was capable of sending Trunks flying with a single punch, which truly took me by surprise. At that moment, Videl appeared. Yay, how did it go? She inquired. I drew number 5 for the third match, Ye replied. Videl nodded, glancing at the match schedule. My opponent is named Spubich. It seems he was eliminated in the preliminaries during the last competition. Good luck. Ye encouraged. I will do my best, Videl responded. Just then, number 18 approached with a smile and asked, Videl, did you go to the restroom just now? Yes, I did, Videl nodded. Number 18 smiled warmly at Ye. Were you not rather arrogant just now? She queried. Do you believe I won't disclose what just transpired? Is something the matter? Biddily inquired. Guess, replied number 18 with a mischievous smile, swiftly departing. A look of confusion spread across Biddily's face. She then glanced at Tian, followed by a look at number 18's retreating figure. Are you two concealing something from me? She asked. It's nothing significant. She simply stole a quick kiss when you were away, Tian replied nonchalantly. Number 18 had barely taken a few steps when, upon hearing Tian's words, she nearly stumbled and fell. Are you serious? You actually felt the need to articulate such a matter. You truly are unparalleled. I understand now, Biddily nodded. I have endured it. The silver lining is that Tian can now openly confess these matters. If there comes a day when Tian refrains from even speaking about these issues, it would signify that I hold no significance in his heart. Tian indeed keeps his word. He stated he would seek multiple girlfriends, and he has genuinely fulfilled that promise. In terms of shamelessness, you are serious. Biddily refrained from expressing too much anger, as Tian had previously made such declarations. The girl on the 18th paused momentarily. Did she just say she understood? And then displayed no further reaction? What has become of today's youth? Very well, the order of the matches has been decided. The referee announced. The competition will commence shortly. I will first lead everyone to the lounge for a brief respite. I trust everyone is well aware of the rules of the competition. Due to the limited number of rounds, the match duration is set for 30 minutes. Should a victor not emerge within that time frame, the referee will render a decision. There is indeed a time constraint, remarked Clint. Ha ha ha, it will take merely 10 seconds to resolve you, Pander chuckled, pointing at Clint. Understood, Clint sighed. The World Martial Arts Tournament, the arena. The referee stepped to the edge of the stage. Esteemed spectators, thank you for your patience. The referee announced into the microphone. The World Martial Arts Tournament is about to commence. The 16 competitors who stood out in the preliminaries will compete in the following order. A staff member presented a large board to the audience. Those in the distance may not see it, so allow me to read it aloud, said the referee. The first match features competitor Clint against Pander, while the second match pits Xian against. The referee continued to announce. Wukong is unexpectedly matched against Vegeta, Lepin remarked. Indeed, Master Rashi nodded. That concludes the list of matches. The referee declared, which competitor shall ascend to the pinnacle? Let us immediately commence the first match. With Pander facing Clint. Clint and Pander strode towards the arena from the preliminary room. Hehehe, you were truly unfortunate to encounter me, Pander taunted Clint, grinning wickedly. But fear not. With proper treatment, you may merely end up as a vegetative state. Clint remained silent. In his youth, Clint had achieved remarkable success in the World Martial Arts Tournament. The referee introduced him, noting that after many years, he was once again participating in this year's tournament. Pander, renowned for his ferocity, had suffered a fall in the semifinals last time, but today he returned with a vengeance, aiming for the championship. As the word settled, Clint and Pander stepped onto the stage together. There exists a considerable disparity in physique between Clint and his opponent. The referee remarked. I wonder if the contestant Krillin can turn the tide. The large figure, Panda, grinned at Krillin, little one. Let me make it clear that the World Martial Arts Tournament is no mere game. This arena is not suited for you. Krillin let out a resigned sigh. There will always be such ignorant individuals in this world. Dealing with such a character requires little exertion on my part. Contestants, please prepare for the match. It will commence shortly, the referee announced. Hee. With that, Panda executed several backflips in succession. With a light leap, he landed right in front of Krillin. You see. Despite my imposing stature, I am as agile as a swallow, Panda chuckled. The purpose of this display is to convey that you cannot escape. Understood. I have no intention of fleeing, Krillin sighed. Hee. How about you experience my resilience? Strike me with your best shot, Panda invited with a smile. Feel free to attack with all your might. Very well, I shall not hold back, Krillin stated, swiftly delivering a punch to Panda's abdomen. However, to Krillin's dismay, he soon discovered that the minuscule amount of energy he had just unleashed had mysteriously vanished. His expression shifted from confusion to alarm. Where's my energy? Why has the energy I released disappeared? Could it be that the mysterious sorcerer has begun targeting me again? The minute energy Krillin had released had already been thoroughly erased by Tian. The little bald-headed fighter had just displayed a grimace of discontent in front of Sun Wukong. Feeling quite indignant. Is it so wrong to have a brief encounter with Android 18? What do you mean by showing your teeth at me? Do you think I cannot handle you? It is already a show of mercy that I have not removed a certain part from your body right here and now. Though Krillin lacks energy augmentation, his physical prowess is not to be underestimated, having undergone rigorous training for an extended period. Gritting his teeth, Krillin retaliated. Whoosh. With a mere wave of his hand, Tian obliterated the force of Krillin's attack. As Krillin threw a punch, devoid of energy enhancement, his strength was nullified, rendering him as feeble as an ordinary person. Is this your attack, you little runt? Panda chuckled at the sight. Chapter 71. King Kai. I, too, am in search of the sorcerer. Krillin was taken aback, hastily retreating. Simultaneously, energy once again surged from his body. Tian had shown considerable mercy, dissipating only the energy he released and the force of his strike, leaving his total energy intact. Had Tian eradicated all his energy, Krillin would revert to an ordinary person, forced to undergo training anew, though slightly more formidable than the average individual, given his relentless self-discipline. Now, all eyes are on Krillin's future performance. If this brat dares to show his teeth at me again, I shall erase all your energy. As I have stated, I am as light as a swallow. You cannot escape. Panda laughed heartily, swiftly pursuing him. Just as Krillin was about to take flight, whoosh. Tian waved his hand once more, directly eliminating the energy enveloping him. What? Krillin gasped in astonishment. At that very moment, Panda had caught up and seized Krillin's arm. This is bad. Krillin's face darkened. He felt utterly incapable of releasing his energy. No. Even if he did manage to release it, it would vanish mysteriously in no time. Something is amiss with Krillin, Sun Wukong remarked solemnly. It is undoubtedly the work of that enigmatic sorcerer. Piccolo gritted his teeth. The aura emanating from Krillin instantly dissipated. Sun Wukong's expression grew increasingly grave. The force of his attack had vanished as well. This sorcerer is truly formidable, Piccolo thought, feeling a sense of injustice. Meanwhile, King Kai and Jebbit had also observed the situation. This fellow named Bafity is exceedingly arrogant, daring to cast spells before us. Jebbit scoffed. King Kai scanned the vicinity, searching for Bafity's presence. Yet, where was Bafity? He was nowhere to be found. I sense that Bafity is not here, King Kai declared somberly. What? Can he now cast spells remotely? Jebbit exclaimed. It is not out of the realm of possibility, King Kai nodded. If that is indeed the case, his magic is extraordinarily powerful. He is undoubtedly far more formidable than his father. This has become troublesome. Cold sweat trickled down Jebbit's face. As they were conversing, they noticed Sun Wukong striding toward them with an unfavorable expression, scrutinizing both the King of Worlds and Jebbit. Is there something amiss? Inquired the King of Worlds. A sorcerer. Sun Wukong gritted his teeth in response. His anger stemmed from the fact that Krillin was being mercilessly pinned to the ground by that portly individual. Krillin was utterly defenseless, for any attempt to unleash even a modicum of energy would result in complete obliteration. He felt utterly disheartened. Sun Wukong's expression darkened further. You are aware of this? The King of Worlds was taken aback. You truly are a sorcerer. Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned, instantly heightening his vigilance. What? I am not a sorcerer. Why would you assume I am? The King of Worlds replied, shaking his head in bemusement. Are you not a sorcerer? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, gesturing toward Krillin on the arena. Then how is it that Krillin's energy has dissipated? Indeed, it was the work of a sorcerer. But it was not us, said the King of Worlds. So you were also aware that it was a sorcerer's doing? Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. We have come precisely to address the matter concerning the sorcerer, Jebbit interjected. Rest assured, we are not the sorcerers you speak of. Whether you choose to believe it is entirely up to you. Very well, I too find it hard to believe you are, Sun Wukong nodded. But who exactly are you? Might you enlighten me? We shall discuss our identities later. Since you are also in pursuit of the sorcerer, let us join forces and strive to locate him sooner. The King of Worlds replied to Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong pondered. They are also searching for the sorcerer? How perplexing. This is growing increasingly strange. Bang. After a bout of pressing Krillin into the ground, Panda delivered a kick that sent him sprawling off the stage. Krillin was eliminated, falling out of the arena. Contestant Krillin is defeated. Contestant Panda emerges victorious, the referee announced loudly. Upon hearing this, Sun Wukong hurriedly abandoned his inquiries to the King of Worlds and Jebbit. Rushing to Krillin's side, the referee looked utterly bewildered. I recall Krillin being quite formidable as a child. How has he become so inept in adulthood? To be defeated so easily? Krillin, are you all right? Sun Wukong anxiously helped him up. I'm fine, you insufferable fool, Krillin retorted as he rose from the ground. Gritting his teeth. You can still stand? More resilient than I anticipated, Panda remarked, somewhat surprised. Krillin dismissed Panda's comment. If it weren't for that mysterious sorcerer causing my energy to vanish, do you think I would be unable to defeat you? Krillin, Are you injured? Sun Wukong inquired with concern. I'm fine, Wukong, Krillin replied, shaking his head. It's just that the energy I released has dissipated, but my physical strength remains intact. Such a minor attack wouldn't cause me any harm. That's good to hear, Sun Wukong nodded slightly. Humph, tough guy. Panda scoffed disdainfully as he strode down from the arena. Sun Wukong then took Krillin back to the contestants' lounge. How's it going, old son? What did that person say? Piccolo asked. He said they aren't sorcerers. They're also searching for sorcerers, Sun Wukong responded. What? They're also looking for sorcerers? Piccolo was taken aback. Humph, do you believe him, Kakarot? Vegeta snorted. I feel like what they're saying might not be false, Sun Wukong nodded. Let us proceed to the second match, contestant Xian versus contestant Majin. The referee announced loudly with a microphone. It's my turn. I will use this match to uncover his true identity. Piccolo pondered. Whether or not he is a sorcerer will be revealed in due time. Piccolo, you must be extremely cautious. The energy Krillin released has vanished. The battle seems as though it were fought by an ordinary person, Sun Wukong advised. He is merely sturdier than an ordinary person. Beyond that, he possesses no other abilities. Indeed, I can't even unleash a Qianzhen. Krillin nodded. I understand. I will remain vigilant, Piccolo replied solemnly. Vegeta also cast a glance at the Supreme Kai in the distance. We must closely observe this match. Is he truly that sorcerer? He actually denied it. Is he also seeking a sorcerer? Chapter 72. Supreme Kai. How do you know about the sorcerers? The Supreme Kai and Piccolo stepped toward the arena. Contestant Xian is participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament for the first time, while his opponent, contestant Majin, previously achieved remarkable success as the runner-up in the tournament, leaving a lasting impression. The referee nearly referred to Majin as the Great Demon King Piccolo. However, the referee refrained from being too gossipy. Please refrain from damaging the arena as you did last time, the referee reminded Piccolo. Damage the arena? I truly have no intention of doing so at the moment. Piccolo replied. Hey, did you notice? Isn't he one of the individuals who caused trouble for Mr. Satan in the Cell games? An audience member recognized Piccolo. Indeed. I've seen him on television before. Another audience member nodded. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, Gohan, Krillin, and the others were all intently focused on the Supreme Kai in the arena. The second match is about to commence, the referee announced. Piccolo stood face to face with the Supreme Kai. You recently sought me out. Yet you claim you are not a sorcerer. In a moment of earnest candor, Piccolo addressed the Supreme Kai, affirming, Indeed, I possess no motive to deceive you. The Supreme Kai nodded in acknowledgement, responding, I have just disclosed to Goku that both Jebit and I are in pursuit of a sorcerer. However, I shall elaborate on this matter shortly. Then, might you reveal your true identity? Piccolo inquired. The god of Earth, and at this juncture, you remain oblivious to my true nature? The Supreme Kai chuckled lightly. Suddenly, a flash of realization illuminated Piccolo's mind, causing his expression to shift dramatically. My apologies, I forfeit. Piccolo declared resolutely. Gohan, upon hearing Piccolo's voice, momentarily fell into a state of bewilderment. Uncle Piccolo has forfeited? After uttering this statement, Piccolo turned and descended from the arena. To forfeit? Do you truly mean to abandon this match? The referee was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Piccolo affirmed with a nod. The Supreme Kai bore a smile, finally grasping the implications of the situation. Very well, if he wishes to know my identity, so be it. I also find myself in need of their assistance. However, he pondered, how had Goku and the others come to learn of the sorcerer Babidi? Could they have sensed Babidi's presence? Why had he himself failed to detect where Babidi was located? The Majin Buu contestant has forfeited, and the Shin contestant wins by default, the referee announced. The audience was left in a state of stunned silence. What is the point of not fighting? What's wrong, Piccolo? Son Goku inquired. Could he truly be that enigmatic sorcerer? Absolutely not. They are certainly not the mysterious wizard, Piccolo asserted. Really? What makes you so certain? Son Goku scratched his head. Let us not dwell on that for now. I will verify his identity shortly, Piccolo replied. Then let us proceed to the next match, the referee announced. In the third bout, we have contestant Videl facing off against Spopovich. Videl, Videl, Videl. The audience chanted fervently. What just happened? Videl whispered to Yachting. That green-faced man actually forfeited. It doesn't even matter anymore. It's your turn now. Give it your all. Yachting encouraged, patting Videl on the shoulder. Videl nodded gently and stepped toward the arena. As everyone knows, contestant Videl is the daughter of Mr. Satan, having assisted the police numerous times in apprehending criminals. She is a young woman brimming with a sense of justice. 7 years ago, as a little girl, she had already claimed the championship in the junior division at the World Martial Arts Tournament. The referee introduced the two competitors. Videl's opponent, Spopovich, had been defeated in the first round of the previous tournament, but this time he was back with a renewed image, ready to challenge once more. Spopovich emerged from the preliminary area alongside Videl as they made their way to the stage. The Supreme Kai approached them. He immediately recognized Spopovich. The symbol on his forehead was too conspicuous. There were only two such individuals at the World Martial Arts Tournament. It was no coincidence that they were here to draw our attention. A clever ruse indeed. While we remain focused on the tournament, Biddily is secretly siphoning energy. I will find you, Biddily, the Supreme Kai thought, ignoring Spopovich as he strode purposefully downward. At that moment, Videl and Spopovich were already on the stage. In the audience, Eliza cheered, "Go, Videl. Videl will surely defeat that guy with ease," Shap smiled. Indeed, the bespectacled man nodded. Unbeknownst to Gohan, their classmates had also come to witness the tournament. "The match begins," the referee declared loudly. Videl readied herself for battle. Yudin glanced toward the arena, realizing that if left unchecked, Videl could sustain serious injuries in this match. However, intervening was simple. All he needed to do was restore Spopovich to his normal self. "Let me see if I can erase the magic that Biddily has cast on him." Tian gently waved his hand towards Sububikai. In the preliminary selection room, the Kaioshin had returned from outside, passing directly by Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Neither Sun Wukong nor Vegeta spoke. The Kaioshin continued his advance inward. Piccolo stood at the innermost position, having waited there for quite some time. "Perhaps I have misjudged. Could you be Piccolo?" The Kaioshin inquired with a smile. "Are you the great Kaioshin?" Piccolo asked nervously. Having once been the god of Earth, if the other party were indeed the great Kaioshin, he would possess a higher divine status than Piccolo. This was the reason behind Piccolo's unwillingness to engage in battle. Although Piccolo believed he could hold his own in a fight, he deemed it highly disrespectful to confront a deity of such elevated rank. "No, not at all," the Kaioshin replied with a slight smile. "Not? Then may I ask who you are?" Piccolo was taken aback. The individual before him was not the great Kaioshin. Who could it be then? "This is the Kaioshin," Jebit interjected lightly. Piccolo's pupils constricted sharply, his expression shifting dramatically as he felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. "The Kaioshin? I had always assumed he was the great Kaioshin. I never imagined he was of a rank even higher than that of the great Kaioshin. It is said that the Kaioshin is the greatest deity in this universe." "Remarkable. I must ask you, how did you come to know about the sorcerer?" the Kaioshin asked with a smile. Chapter 73, Biddily. Has that person lost control? "This matter should be traced back to a month ago," Piccolo replied. "Gohan is the son of Sun Wukong over there. I have heard of him. He is quite a formidable young man." The Kaioshin nodded. "Is he the one who discovered the sorcerer?" After speaking, the Kaioshin exchanged a glance with Jebit. "A month ago? Could it be that Biddily had already arrived on Earth a month prior?" Their expressions grew increasingly grave. Piccolo immediately informed the Kaioshin about the mysterious disappearance of certain items. "At first, I thought it might have been someone who transferred the items at an astonishing speed," Piccolo explained. "Since Gohan has scarcely practiced after defeating Cell and has devoted most of his time to academic studies, it would not be surprising if someone managed to move the items in front of him without his noticing. That must have been the work of the sorcerer, who transferred those items using magic," the Kaioshin mused, then turned to Jebit. "What is your perspective, Jebit?" "I too believe it was the sorcerer's doing," Jebit replied. Jebit nodded thoughtfully. "Is there anything else?" the Kaioshin inquired. Just as Piccolo was about to elaborate, Goku approached from a distance. "Piccolo, are you all here?" he asked. "What happened, old man?" Piccolo was taken aback. "You should go see for yourselves. It seems that the magician has reappeared," Goku remarked. "What's strange this time is that this fellow, Spubik, appears to have transformed entirely." The Kaioshin and Jebit immediately dashed forward. The Kaioshin gazed towards the arena where Spubik stood. His muscular physique seemingly vanished. What puzzled the Kaioshin the most was the absence of the symbol on his forehead. Spubik looked around in bewilderment. Then, he turned his gaze to Videl, who stood opposite him. "Isn't this the World Martial Arts Tournament? How did I end up here?" Spubik scratched his head. "I recognize you. You are Mr. Satan's daughter, Videl." "Enough chatter. Are we going to compete or not? Let us get started," Videl insisted. "Compete?" Spubik was taken aback. "I indeed intended to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, but it seems I had a rather lengthy dream during which several aliens appeared. I felt as though I was under their control, compelled to partake in this tournament. Quite peculiar." Spubik glanced around once more, only to suddenly spot Yamcha against the wall. Memories of his time with Yamcha flashed through his mind. I know this guy. He seems to be my accomplice. What mission did the aliens assign us here? Spubik found himself disinterested in continuing the competition. I forfeit, he declared hurriedly, leaping off the stage. The referee was momentarily stunned. Videl widened her eyes in confusion. Why did he forfeit? Outside the ring, the referee announced, competitor Spubik has voluntarily forfeited, granting Videl victory in the third match. Another match has ended with a voluntary forfeit. How can we continue like this? Is this how the World Martial Arts Tournament is conducted? Videl thought, perplexed. She chose not to say more and turned back towards the waiting area. Congratulations on your victory. Let us celebrate with a warm embrace, Tian exclaimed, giving Videl an enthusiastic hug. I didn't even fight. There is nothing to celebrate, Videl replied. Son Gohan chuckled to himself, remaining silent. The Kaioshin and Jebbet stood in a daze, struggling to comprehend the situation. What on earth is happening? The Supreme Kai and Jebbet discerned that the contestant named Spubich seemed to have regained his faculties. He appeared to have returned to a state of normalcy. No longer under the dominion of the sorcerer Babidi. From the Supreme Kai's perspective, it seemed that Babidi had relinquished his control over him. Yet, the question lingered. Why had Babidi chosen to do so? The Supreme Kai pondered, increasingly convinced that Babidi was playing a game of profound complexity. Indeed. We remain in the dark regarding his true intentions, Jebbet remarked with a wry smile. His schemes are executed with remarkable finesse, regardless of his current activities. His primary objective is to unravel the seal on Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai mused, contemplating that all of Babidi's seemingly superfluous actions were merely precursors to liberating Majin Buu. You are correct, my lord. Jebbet nodded in agreement. You heard what Piccolo said earlier, did you not? The Supreme Kai's expression darkened as he continued. Babidi descended upon Earth a month ago, and it was then that he began his machinations. It is no wonder we have been trailing in his wake. Has he truly taken all this time without awakening Majin Buu? Jebbet muttered. Such a delay is to be expected. He requires time to locate Majin Buu's seal, as well as to track down Gohan and Vegeta, the Supreme Kai speculated. After all, Gohan and Vegeta typically concealed their energy signatures during periods of rest, rendering it exceedingly challenging to sense their presence through energy fluctuations. But, my lord, why would Babidi choose to eliminate his control over Spubich? Jebbet inquired, perplexed. That remains a mystery, the Supreme Kai admitted, equally bewildered. Meanwhile, in a distant mountainous region, within the depths of the Earth aboard a spaceship, the sorcerer Babidi engaged in casual conversation with the demon King Beerus. How are Yamu and Spubich faring? The World Martial Arts Tournament should have commenced by now. I wonder how much energy those two will be able to gather? Babidi smiled. Given the level of this planet, gathering even a fraction of energy would be quite remarkable. Beerus chuckled. You are correct, Babidi nodded. How pitiful. It seems I must seek energy from other planets. Earth is simply too primitive. If Lord Babidi finds this planet unsatisfactory, it would be best to annihilate it upon departure, Beerus suggested with a grin. I concur, Babidi replied with a smile, striding toward the crystal ball. He began to chant an incantation. With a snap, an invisible magic swiftly enveloped the crystal ball. Instantly, the visage of Yamu emerged within it. Spubich was nowhere to be seen. No, Spubich was beside Yamu, albeit looking rather peculiar. Babidi rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Chapter 74, Supreme Kai. Focus on the essentials. Strange, murmured Bafidi. What is it, Lord Bafidi? Dapper inquired. Come and take a look. It seems that Subich is not quite right. Bafidi gestured towards the crystal ball displaying Subich. Dapper leaned in for a closer inspection. The symbol on his forehead has vanished. Dapper exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. This implies he appears to have escaped my control. Bafidi pondered aloud. It is the first time I have encountered such an anomaly. How could someone I control slip away? As he spoke, Bafidi glanced at Dapper. The ruler of the demon realm. Even he remains under my influence, yet a mere earthling manages to break free? Moreover, I openly declared my control over him in Dapper's presence, yet nothing transpired. Perhaps I should attempt to regain control once more, suggested Dapper. Indeed. This time I shall observe him closely, Bafidi nodded in agreement. At the martial arts tournament venue, after Subich landed, he looked up at AMU, who was perched on the wall. Come down. Are you not afraid of falling from such a height? Subich called out. AMU glanced down at Subich, and after a brief silence, leaped down from the wall. What is it? AMU asked. Are we being controlled by aliens? Are they here for the Grand Martial Arts Tournament for some purpose? I seem to recall a task that, upon completion, would grant me the promise of becoming the mayor of West City, Subbage replied. Indeed, Amu nodded, scrutinizing Subbage from head to toe, pondering, why do you seem off? I am uncertain of my condition. It feels as though I have experienced an extensive dream. Subbage scratched his head. As they conversed, Subbage suddenly emitted a series of strange cries. What is the matter? Amu questioned. In the next instant, the M symbol reappeared on Subbage's forehead. Once again, he fell under Baphody's control. After regaining control, Subbage looked around in confusion. What happened? What is going on? He asked. Wasn't I supposed to compete against Biddily? When did I fall? Amu replied. Do you not remember anything? Shaking his head. How peculiar, Subbage said, his expression one of bewilderment. Lord Kaioshin noted Subbage's transformation as well. He has been controlled again. Kaioshin nodded. Could it be that this individual, Subbage, managed to break free from Baphody's grasp on his own? Why would that occur? He should merely be an ordinary person, Jebbet pondered, perplexed. Can an ordinary individual truly escape Baphody's control so effortlessly? Perhaps there is a conflict between his bloodline or thoughts and Baphody's dominion. The Supreme Kai speculated that perhaps his thoughts had become pure at that moment. This can only be the explanation. Jebbet nodded in agreement. Regardless, the primary task of Babidi is to gather energy to release the evil Majin Buu from his seal. The Supreme Kai remarked. Let us not concern ourselves with his devious schemes. As long as we focus on the main issue, we shall be safe. However, Jebbet mused. What exactly is our main focus here? I have yet to grasp it. We were told to locate the sorcerer Babidi through those two individuals. Yet we have searched for quite some time without success. Moreover, it is highly probable that Babidi is right here, casting his spells beneath our very noses. And we remain oblivious to him. This fellow is exceptionally formidable. The next match will be between you and Gohan, the Supreme Kai stated. Indeed, Jebbet nodded. Transform him into a Super Saiyan, the Supreme Kai instructed. This time, I shall remain vigilant to any disturbances nearby. I will also leave a mysterious mark on Gohan. If Babidi attempts to siphon Gohan's energy again, I will be the first to sense its direction. That plan is excellent, Jebbet responded with enthusiasm. This will surely lead us to Babidi's precise location. Indeed, the Supreme Kai smiled. However, should we not inform Goku and the others first? We wouldn't want them to act recklessly, Jebbet suggested. You are right. I shall go notify them. While you focus on your match, the Supreme Kai nodded. At that moment, the audience began to express their dissatisfaction. After 2 consecutive matches with forfeits, they lamented, we came here having purchased tickets to witness the spectacle. 2 matches without a fight. The referee, feeling somewhat helpless, declared loudly, let us proceed with the 4th match. Let us hope that the 4th match proceeds without incident. The 4th match features Jebbet against the Saiyan masked hero. The referee announced. Gohan and Jebbet stepped towards the arena together, while the Supreme Kai discreetly bestowed a divine power upon Gohan. Go for it, Gohan. Tian smiled gently. You can do it, Gohan. Videl waved her hand encouragingly. Absolutely. Gohan replied over his shoulder. In the audience, someone remarked, the Saiyan masked hero? Elisa was taken aback. Isn't that the righteous warrior who appeared in Satan City? Sharp pondered. The bespectacled man peered through his binoculars at Gohan on the stage. It is worth noting that Gohan still had his headband wrapped around his head, making it difficult for the bespectacled man to recognize him immediately. There was a peculiar sense of familiarity about this individual, as if he had encountered him somewhere before. The bespectacled man murmured, though he had concealed his eyes and hair, his nose and mouth appeared somewhat familiar. Let me take a look. Sharp took the binoculars and glanced in the direction of Son Gohan, chuckling, that fellow is so tightly wrapped up, it would be remarkable if anyone could recognize him. Let me see as well, Elisa interjected. Sharp handed the binoculars to Elisa. He resembles Gohan a bit, she said, scrutinizing the figure closely. What? Gohan? The bespectacled man was taken aback. Don't joke. How could that be Son Gohan? Char shook his head. You boys lack keen observation. Think carefully about his physique, nose, mouth, and chin. Don't they resemble Gohan? Elisa remarked, the more I look, the more I think he resembles Gohan. But why would he disguise himself as a Saiyan masked superhero to participate in the competition? The bespectacled man inquired, puzzled. Perhaps he is borrowing the name of a Saiyan masked superhero, Elisa speculated. Does he still need to hide his identity? Sharp questioned, perplexed. Because he is shy. Elisa replied with a smile. But can he manage it? Sharp expressed skepticism regarding Son Gohan. Regardless, let's cheer for him, Elisa proposed. Shall we wait a bit longer? If it turns out he is not Gohan, it could be quite awkward, the bespectacled man suggested. That's reasonable, Erasure agreed. Originally, the three intended to support Gohan, but they decided it was wise to wait. After all, there must be others with similar nose, mouth, and chin features. At that moment, Son Gohan and Vegeta had stepped onto the arena. All right, the fourth match is about to commence, the referee announced. Son Gohan immediately prepared for battle, while Vegeta stood motionless across from him, his expression devoid of emotion. Son Gohan thought, this opponent seems formidable. Uncle Piccolo mentioned they are not magicians, but it appears they know about magicians. Do you also know about magicians? Son Gohan asked. Indeed, Vegeta nodded. We specifically came to Earth regarding matters related to magicians. Is that so? Many things have inexplicably vanished. You are here to investigate, correct? Son Gohan inquired. Precisely, Vegeta responded calmly. We require your assistance concerning the magicians. Me? Son Gohan was taken aback. You must transform into a Super Saiyan immediately. Vegeta insisted. If your Super Saiyan state suddenly vanishes, we will certainly discover where the lost energy is gone. You actually know about Super Saiyans? Son Wukong furrowed his brow. Only by transforming into a Super Saiyan and allowing that sorcerer to siphon off your Super Saiyan energy can we employ this method to locate him. Vegeta elaborated further. Can that sorcerer truly nullify even my Super Saiyan state? Son Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. During the match between your brother and Trunks, that sorcerer caused Trunks' Super Saiyan form to vanish, Vegeta explained. You were not present at the time, hence you were unaware. I have since learned of it. Son Wukong nodded gravely. In the distance, Tian was secretly amused. Son Wukong has provoked me. Why would I bother erasing his Super Saiyan state? Am I truly that idle? Moreover, must I allow that buffeety fellow to take the blame for me? If it must be, then so be it. It is indeed an honor for you to bear my burden. However, if Gohan were to transform into a Super Saiyan, I suspect he might be struck in the kidneys by Spopovich's energy-absorbing rod. What are they discussing? Krillin inquired. It seems they intend to make Gohan a Super Saiyan. Goku pondered. Gohan. Piccolo called out, gently nodding in his direction. Uncle Piccolo? Gohan was taken aback. Piccolo, what is happening? Goku turned to inquire. To put it simply, we hope to ascertain the precise location of the sorcerer through this method, Piccolo explained. Is that possible? Goku shook his head. I apologize, but it is imperative that Gohan transforms into a Super Saiyan. The Supreme Kai approached, his expression grave. I assume none of you here are sorcerers, so I will be candid. I have left a divine energy on Gohan, which can trace the whereabouts of his Super Saiyan state. If that sorcerer has indeed transferred his Super Saiyan energy, I will be able to pinpoint his exact location. Tian listened quietly. I will remain here in silence. Please commence your performance. Tian and the others were also in search of the mysterious hero, as Biddily remarked. Tian nodded. Biddily cast a deep glance at Tian, choosing not to speak further. Why should I heed the words of a stranger? Even if we seek that sorcerer, we shall do so on our own without your guidance, Vegeta scoffed. However, if you reveal your true identity, I might consider cooperating. This is Lord Supreme Kai. Piccolo turned to Vegeta. Vegeta was momentarily stunned, his expression shifting dramatically. Goku's eyes widened in astonishment. I too heard Lord Kai mention that you were indeed the Supreme Kai. Goku exclaimed in disbelief. Cold sweat broke out on Krillin's brow. Even the Supreme Kai has descended to Earth. It is said that the Supreme Kai is the greatest deity in this universe. What brings him to our planet? Now that my identity has been revealed, I hope you will cooperate fully to expedite the search for the sorcerer, the Supreme Kai stated solemnly. Goku and the others immediately heightened their focus. On the arena, Gohan and Vegeta stood opposite each other, yet neither had engaged in combat. The audience was growing restless. In consecutive matches, there have been forfeits. Why have you not yet begun to fight in this fourth match? Well, I too wish to find that sorcerer post-haste. Son Wukong's expression was grave as he nodded. After all, many things had mysteriously vanished, though most of those lost were of little significance. Vegeta remained silent. Did you just suggest that I transform into a Super Saiyan? Son Wukong inquired. Indeed, Vegeta affirmed with a nod. I am curious to see if I can transcend to a Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan. Will he still possess the power to negate my transformation? Son Wukong smiled gently. What did you say? A Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Son Wukong's entire being radiated with golden light, his hair standing tall. His headband was instantly dislodged. Crackling blue lightning swiftly enveloped him. This form could not yet be regarded as Super Saiyan 2, for Super Saiyan 3 had yet to manifest. It could only be referred to as a Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's transformation, Jebet was astonished. Such overwhelming energy. How can an ordinary human possess such immense power? His energy intensity has far surpassed that of Lord Kaioshin. In the distance, Yamu and Spopovich were equally stunned. The spectators were left in awe. Indeed, Wukong is truly the Golden Warrior, Biddily remarked to Yi Tian. Yi Tian nodded in agreement. Chapter 76, Sun Wukong. Whatever you do, do not move. Were they attempting to locate the mysterious hero through this method? Biddily questioned. Yes, Yi Tian nodded once more. But the actions of the mysterious hero are all benevolent, Biddily replied. If they truly find the mysterious hero, they wouldn't dare to do anything excessive, would they? Well, we shall see. Is there any gossip? Watching the drama unfold while we munch on snacks would indeed be entertaining, Yi Tian chuckled. After a brief moment of shock, Yamo promptly produced an energy detector. Look, what astonishing energy! Yamo exclaimed to Spopovich. Fantastic. Spopovich nodded excitedly. Let us go seize that energy. Yamo pulled out an energy absorber. Spopovich, make sure to hold him firmly. Understood. Spopovich replied. That is the Golden Warrior. Eliza gasped. Isn't that Wukong? His headband has fallen off. Sharp was utterly astonished. I never would have imagined. Wukong is actually the Golden Warrior. The bespectacled man wiped his brow. The audience was left in a state of disbelief. When Mr. Satan battled Cell, similar beings had also appeared. Indeed, they bear a striking resemblance, both emanating a golden radiance. Who could they possibly be? The audience was abuzz with speculation. Truly, the energy exhibited was beyond imagination. One wonders if Biddily can indeed siphon off such power, the Supreme Kai mused quietly. Biddily? Is that the name of the sorcerer? Inquired Sun Wukong. Indeed, the Supreme Kai affirmed, but please, refrain from speaking. I must concentrate on sensing the energy that has been transferred. If it truly can be relocated. Humph, that brat's strength was far greater than what he displayed when he defeated Cell. Vegeta scoffed, attributing his diminished sharpness to the peaceful times. Could you keep quiet? I find it difficult to concentrate. The Supreme Kai shot a glance at Vegeta, who fell silent. Just then, Yamcha and Spopovich stealthily approached Son Gohan. Look, those two are on the move, Krillin exclaimed. I said to be silent. They are merely here to provide cover. They too are minions of the sorcerer Biddily. The Supreme Kai clenched his teeth, insisting they ignore them. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement, choosing not to elaborate further. I must focus now and discern how Biddily is transferring energy and to where, the Supreme Kai declared solemnly. The Supreme Kai speaks more than any of us. Sun Wukong muttered. Ahem, could you refrain from chatter during such a critical moment? Yi Tian interjected. Sun Wukong and the others immediately turned their attention to Yi Tian, then chose to disregard him. On the arena, Yamcha and Spopovich had quietly positioned themselves behind Son Gohan. Sensing something amiss, Son Gohan executed a swift turn to confront the two. What do you intend to do? He demanded. Do not move. Jebet communicated telepathically. They are merely sorcerers here for cover. Let us not alert the enemy. Son Gohan hesitated for a moment. You may wish for me to remain still. And so I shall. I am eager to observe how these two individuals intend to handle me. Gohan remained motionless, as he had no desire to provoke unnecessary alarm. He yearned to swiftly locate the enigmatic sorcerer, who initially appeared quite amiable but had increasingly descended into chaos. It would be best to find him promptly and guide him back onto the righteous path. Perhaps he could yet become a virtuous soul. With this thought in mind, Gohan assumed a combative stance, though he showed no inclination to move. Suddenly, Spubich dashed forward, encircling Gohan in a firm embrace. Spubich secured Gohan in place, provoking an ominous premonition within him. Instinctively, Gohan considered shaking off his assailant. Had he chosen to move at that moment, he could have easily liberated himself. Do not move. Let us observe their intentions. Jebet communicated telepathically to Gohan. Hesitantly, Gohan resolved to remain vigilant. However, this decision proved ill-fated. With a swift motion, Yamu plunged an energy-absorbing device into Gohan's side. A sharp cry escaped Gohan's lips, and simultaneously, the energy within him began to dissipate rapidly. What do they intend to achieve? Piccolo inquired in a deep voice. Do not engage. Let us observe for now. The Supreme Kai furrowed his brow, urging caution. Gohan's vitality was waning rapidly, as Piccolo noted. Fear not. Jebet will heal him and restore Gohan's strength, assured the Supreme Kai, offering a measure of comfort. I shall seek Korin to ascertain whether any Sinzabeans remain. In an instant, Goku employed instant transmission, vanishing from sight. Within moments, he materialized atop Korin Tower. Korin, it has been quite some time. Goku greeted, waving his hand. Oh, Yachirobe, you are here as well? Yachirobe responded, where else would I be? Korin, you are aware of the events unfolding below regarding the mysterious sorcerer? Goku inquired. I have heard whispers, but his identity eludes me, Korin replied, nodding. This individual is indeed shrouded in mystery. Even the Supreme Kai finds him formidable. It seems we face a formidable opponent. Goku smiled knowingly. Here, I have but 3 Senzu beans left. I have not planted many recently, Korin stated. Handing the beans to Goku. Thank you, Goku replied. I shall return now. With a swift motion, Goku activated instant transmission and soon reappeared at the arena. Excellent. The energy has been fully absorbed. Yamu exclaimed with delight. Spubich released Sun Wukong, who lay languidly on the ground. The golden aura that once enveloped him now vanished. Ha! I never expected it to be this effortless. Spubich chuckled. We should make haste, suggested Yam. Whoosh, whoosh. The two ascended swiftly into the sky, soon disappearing from sight. Is Gohan going to be all right? Bulma expressed her concern. Fear not, he can be revived, comforted Yam. And what about Gohan's father? He vanished and then suddenly reappeared, Bulma asked in astonishment. That is called instant transmission. It allows one to travel instantaneously to a desired location, replied Yam. Instant transmission? Can I learn it? Bulma inquired. As long as you wish to learn, it shouldn't pose much of a challenge, Yam pondered, noting that it is a basic skill of the Yardrats. Basic skill? Yardrats? What does that mean? Are they aliens? Bulma questioned. You could interpret it that way, Yam nodded. You possess a wealth of knowledge, Bulma remarked, filled with admiration. It's nothing extraordinary, Yam smiled modestly. Meanwhile, Gohan lay on the arena floor, utterly depleted, his energy completely drained. He had also endured a sharp jab to his side. I will give Gohan a Senzu bean, declared Goku. No need, Jebba will restore Gohan immediately. The Kais shook his head, addressing Goku. What should we do now? Goku asked curiously, wasn't there a plan to transfer Gohan's Super Saiyan energy? What did those two do to him? This was indeed a puzzling situation, one that surpassed the Kais' comprehension. Clearly, the two had absorbed Gohan's energy through some device, intending to deliver it to the sorcerer Biddily. What does that sorcerer Biddily require this energy for? Krillin inquired. I will explain in detail shortly, the Kais replied solemnly. But let me first untangle this matter. It grows increasingly perplexing. In the next moment, the Kais appeared swiftly beside Jebbet. Jebbet, what is your perspective on this situation? The Kais asked. Lord Kais, I believe as you suggested, these details are trivial, but Biddy's primary objective is to awaken the demon Majin Buu, Jebbet speculated. I suspect his previous actions were merely a facade, such as causing Trunks to lose his Super Saiyan form and depleting Krillin's energy, all to siphon Gohan's true power. Thus, it became apparent that they had indeed been deceived. The expression on the face of the King of Worlds transformed repeatedly. He had never anticipated that the sorcerer Biddily would execute his scheme with such finesse. It turned out that everything was merely an illusion. The ultimate outcome was that these two individuals administered a needle to son Gohan, siphoning off a significant amount of his energy. It appears that everything prior was a facade. Any notions of energy transfer were merely conjectures on our part. Biddy's true intent was to absorb son Gohan's energy through this method. Thus, if we follow those two, we should be able to pinpoint Biddy's exact location, right? The King of Worlds' eyes sparkled with realization. I share the same sentiment. Jebbet nodded in agreement. However, isn't it peculiar? Wouldn't this make him more conspicuous? The King of Worlds found himself puzzled. I, too, am perplexed, Jebbet admitted, somewhat bewildered. I believe he must have gathered a formidable entourage. Convinced that he can confront us head-on, the King of Worlds speculated. It is certainly a possibility, Jebbet acknowledged with a nod. Meanwhile, son Gohan lay on the ground, in a daze, listening intently to the conversation between the King of Worlds and Jebbet. Come and save me, please. I feel that I can still be rescued. Where is my father? Did you not retrieve a mystical being from the Elder Kai? I feel utterly drained, devoid of any strength, even lacking the energy to speak. I shall promptly pursue them. The Grand Kai gritted his teeth and added, and have Goku and the others accompany me. Yes, my lord, Jebbet nodded. Once I have healed Gohan, I will ascertain whether he wishes to join us. Thank you for your efforts, the Grand Kai said, swiftly returning to Goku's side. I must follow those two to locate the sorcerer Biddily. If possible, please come along. Your assistance would be invaluable. Whoosh. Upon concluding his words, the Grand Kai soared into the sky, heading into the distance. What shall we do, Goku? Krillin was at a loss. I must go. I want to see what the true sorcerer is like. Goku nodded. Then I shall accompany you, though I am not particularly eager. Krillin remarked. What nonsense, Kakarot. What about our battle? Vegeta huffed, casting a glance at Goku. Now is not the time for combat, Goku replied. Vegeta, have you forgotten that the sorcerer has nullified Trunks' energy twice? Vegeta retorted. You have successfully persuaded me. I may consider eliminating that sorcerer first before engaging you in a final showdown. After reflecting, Vegeta agreed. That despicable sorcerer has targeted Trunks repeatedly. I shall deal with him. Let us depart, Piccolo declared, taking off into the sky. Meanwhile, Goku quickly appeared beside Jebet and Gohan. Gohan, you should consume a mystical bean, Goku suggested. Ready to offer one to Gohan. There is no need for such a thing. I can heal him immediately, Jebet interjected. Whom do you hold in disdain? My therapeutic skills are truly exceptional. When will he regain his strength after consuming these beans? Well, I trust you. Sun Wukong nodded. Rest assured, once Gohan recovers, I will promptly follow, and I believe Gohan will accompany us as well, Jebet stated. Sun Wukong gently nodded, choosing not to say more, transforming into a streak of light, swiftly pursuing the direction of King Kai. Son Gohan. Father, I wish to eat, but I lack the strength to speak. Why not simply allow me to consume the celestial beans? Vegeta swiftly pursued his target. That sorcerer had best not allow me to find you. I shall make you pay dearly in blood. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. Where is Yasin and the others gone? Biddily inquired, a hint of curiosity in her voice. They must be searching for the sorcerer, Yasin replied. Searching for the sorcerer? Biddily gazed intently at Yasin. Why do you look at me like that? Yasin chuckled. Yasin, are you truly not that mysterious sorcerer? Biddily asked in a hushed tone. I am no sorcerer. I am a deity, the supreme god of the entire universe. Yasin replied with a subtle smile. Biddily, you are not a magician, so why do you claim to be one? It startled me. I thought that mysterious magician was you. Biddily exhaled softly in relief. I must reiterate, I am truly not a magician, Tian chuckled. Ah, I understand now. Biddily nodded. What shall we do next? Shall we remain here to continue the competition, or shall we venture forth to discover what the magician truly resembles? Chapter 78. Why does the magician wish to eliminate the school's examinations? Let us go and see the magician, Tian suggested. I shall follow your lead. Biddily agreed without dissent. On the arena, Jia had placed his hand on Sun Wufan's back. Hey! Jia healing energy swiftly enveloped Sun Wufan. In that instant, Sun Wufan felt his body rapidly rejuvenating. Jia, meanwhile, sensed the immense energy residing within Sun Wufan. This young man's energy is astonishingly profound, with immense potential. It is truly unexpected for a human to possess such formidable power. Should we manage to harness all of his energy, it would be a game-changing feat. Jia pondered, utterly astonished. In the distance, atop a high wall, Sun Wu Tian and Trunks, disguised as masked figures, stood there in contemplation. Wu Tian, your brother's condition appears rather dire, Trunks remarked. Moreover, our father and the others have flown off, their whereabouts unknown. I am uncertain, Sun Wu Tian replied. Is my brother all right? That peculiar red-faced fellow is treating him, Trunks responded. He is fine now, Jia assured Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan promptly sprang to his feet, assessing his body and indeed found himself unscathed, his energy fully restored. At that moment, Tian approached with Biddily. Wufan, are you all right? Tian inquired. Ah, I am fine now. Thank you, Sun Wufan expressed his gratitude with a nod. Come with me. I will share all that I know regarding the magician, Jia said to Sun Wufan. Sun Wufan replied, cough. You instructed me to remain still solely for those two to strike me? He said with a wry smile. Jia was momentarily at a loss for words. I did not intend for that. To be honest, I had no idea they would act in such a manner, he said apologetically. Will you all be seeking out the magician next? Sun Wufan asked. Their father has already set off, has he not? Indeed, Jia confirmed with a nod. I shall depart first. You should follow swiftly. Very well. I shall go as well, Sun Wufan responded. Whoosh. Jebet ceased to speak, having ascended into the sky. Son Gohan was about to embark on his journey. Let us accompany you, Biddily, he suggested. Tian remarked. This Son Gohan seems at a loss for words. After a brief silence, Jebet noted, you two should reconsider. That sorcerer is far more formidable than I had anticipated. Son Gohan's expression grew serious. Do not worry. We shall be fine, Tian reassured him with a smile. Son Gohan cautioned, please be careful. If danger arises, depart immediately. You are my classmates. and I do not wish for you to be harmed. Understood, Tian nodded. Let us set forth. Son Gohan smiled gently. Whoosh. Together, Tian, Biddily, and Son Gohan soared into the sky, quickly catching up to Jebbit. Hello, might you share some insights regarding the sorcerer? How did you come to know about him? Son Gohan inquired. Jebbit sighed. This tale is lengthy. The sorcerer's magical prowess has far exceeded the estimations of both myself and Lord Kai. Indeed, the sorcerer possessed remarkable abilities, capable of making certain entities mysteriously vanish. Son Gohan nodded in agreement, while Tian listened quietly, refraining from interjecting. Biddily remained silently attentive as well. I hope it is not Tian, she mused. He has claimed not to be a sorcerer, and I trust he would not deceive me. The sorcerer is merely a secondary concern, Jebbit continued. Though his magic is formidable, I believe we can manage him once we locate him. What do you mean by secondary concern? Son Gohan queried in confusion. In ancient times, when humanity had just begun to walk on two legs, a malevolent sorcerer named Biddily emerged from the distant reaches of the cosmos, Jebbit recounted gravely. One fateful day, this wicked sorcerer created a terrifying creature known as Majin Buu. Son Gohan gasped. Majin Buu is devoid of emotion and reason, only capable of destruction and slaughter. Jebbit continued. He was birthed to spread terror, and within a few short years, countless planets became graveyards. Such power is astonishing, Son Gohan marveled. At that time, there were 5 Lords of Kai, each possessing immense combat abilities, more than capable of defeating cosmic tyrants like Frieza with ease. Jebbit sighed. Yet, 4 of the Lords of Kai fell to Majin Buu. What? Son Gohan exclaimed, astonished. Majin Buu is that formidable? The might of Majin Buu left even the sorcerer Biddily feeling helpless, prompting him to seal Buu away temporarily while he rested, encasing him within an egg. Jebbit continued, explaining that Biddily had transported the sealed demon Buu to their next target, the Earth they inhabited. Seizing this opportunity, the Supreme Kai managed to eliminate Biddily before the seal on Buu could be lifted. Son Gohan's expression grew increasingly grave. Meanwhile, Biddily appeared somewhat distressed and moved closer to Tian. Tian extended his hand toward Biddily, who grasped it, feeling a sense of relief. The seal on Demon Buu remained unchanged. Jebbit elaborated, stating that the Supreme Kai believed it essential to avoid provoking the seal, as severe disturbances could potentially lead to its unbinding. However, we recently uncovered another terrifying revelation. I understand. The sorcerer named Biddily has been resurrected? Son Gohan deduced. Jebbit replied. Ahem, not exactly resurrected. Biddily has a son. His name is Bafidi, a sorcerer who shares his father's malevolent heart. Biddily, perplexed, inquired. What does that imply about his actions regarding our school's papers? Jebbit found himself at a loss for words. I cannot say for certain. It could be related to practicing magic, he speculated. Son Gohan suddenly realized. Could it be that the items that have recently gone missing were used by him for magical training? With his magical prowess steadily advancing, could he now erase Super Saiyan forms? That is a possibility, Jebbit nodded. Tian, your analytical prowess is truly commendable. However, it seems he is unable to eliminate the Super Saiyan beyond the Super Saiyan, isn't he? Son Wukong pondered. Chapter 79, with a gentle wave of his hand. The unwanted simply vanished. Perhaps that is why those 2 individuals absorbed your energy. Jebbit concurred with Son Wukong's point, adding, to awaken Majin Buu from his seal, one must possess immense, pure energy. We are currently tracking those 2 in order to locate the wizard Biddily, aren't we? Son Wukong speculated. Indeed, that is the case. Jebbit responded. Lord King Kai and I unexpectedly discovered that Majin Buu's seal had disappeared, which alerted us to the predicament. Let us hope we can swiftly locate the wizard Biddily. However, why did this wizard Biddily engage in numerous good deeds while in Satan City? Son Wukong found this perplexing. He has indeed performed many benevolent acts. For instance, he made speeding cars suddenly vanish, leaving only the drivers behind. Moreover, he assisted the police in apprehending bank robbers. Perhaps his initial intent was to mask his true nature, and you have all been deceived by his facade, believing him to be a good person. Which is why you never conducted a thorough investigation, Jebbit remarked with a smile. Indeed, that is quite accurate. Son Wukong nodded, initially. I intended to find the wizard through the dragon, but later abandoned the idea due to the martial arts tournament. The dragon? Jebbit was taken aback. Tian quietly observed Son Wukong. This fellow intends to locate me through the dragon? If you had gathered the Dragon Balls sooner, you would have swiftly uncovered my identity. Nevertheless, I never intended to conceal my identity. It is you who have chosen to associate me with the wizard. Ahem, have you considered? Tian could no longer contain himself, interjecting, the enigmatic hero who mysteriously made things vanish is not the same as this wizard Biddily. Sun Wukong turned to glance at Tian. Jebbet also regarded Tian with newfound contemplation. Classmate Tian, are you suggesting they are not the same person? Sun Wukong inquired. Indeed, Tian nodded. The likelihood is minimal. Jebbet shook his head. In this universe, aside from Biddily and Majin Buu, there should be no others possessing such magical abilities. Is it possible that someone possesses the ability to erase? Tian proposed. The ability to erase? Jebbet was momentarily stunned. For instance, with a gentle wave of the hand, the unwanted simply disappears, Tian elaborated. I have provided you with such a significant hint. If you are still unaware, do not blame me for not informing you. With a mere wave of the hand, could unwanted things simply vanish into thin air? Sun Wukong paused in astonishment. Jebbet also remained in a state of shock for an extended period. Subsequently, Sun Wukong and Jebbet shook their heads in unison. Such a notion is utterly impossible. Jebbet asserted with conviction. I tend to agree that the likelihood is minimal, Sun Wukong nodded. I find myself pondering whether there exists an omnipotent deity within this universe. A being capable of effortlessly erasing the entire cosmos with a mere gesture. Tian interjected once more. Sun Wukong silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Jebbet chose to remain silent. Your imagination is truly remarkable. It is worth mentioning that during this period, neither Jebbet nor the Kaioshin were aware of the existence of the Omni-King. Indeed, they were completely oblivious not only to the Omni-King but also to the existence of the god of destruction, Beerus. The root of this ignorance lies primarily in the early demise of the Grand Kaioshin. Tian understood that the Grand Kaioshin expended a significant amount of divine energy during his battle with Moro to seal the latter away, a task that proved arduous. Moro remained sealed for an astounding 10 million years. Following this, the Grand Kaioshin never regained his peak power. By the time Majin Buu emerged, the Grand Kaioshin was already too weakened to engage in further combat. In that fateful encounter, he was consumed by Majin Buu, who subsequently transformed into a somewhat more obedient version of himself. The disappearance of the Grand Kaioshin resulted in a rupture in the lineage of the Kaioshin, for he had not even had the opportunity to impart knowledge regarding the gods of destruction and angels to the Kaioshin Shin, let alone the Omni-King and the Grand Minister. Therefore, what Tian is now articulating is nothing short of absurd to Jebbet. Could such a deity truly exist? The Grand Kaioshin is regarded as the supreme deity of this universe, indeed the highest-ranking god. The North Kai, who is in the company of Son Goku, is aware of Beerus, having witnessed the devastation of his own planet at the hands of the god of destruction. However, the North Kai would not casually divulge information about Beerus to Son Goku, especially with Beerus still in slumber. What purpose would it serve to discuss such trivial matters? Moreover, the North Kai harbors a profound fear of Beerus. It is futility itself to share the fears of one's heart with others without reason. Additionally, the North Kai is acutely aware that if Son Goku were to learn of Beerus's existence, he might be tempted to challenge him, which would result in a severe reprimand from Lord Beerus. The North Kai chose silence. Furthermore, there exists little interaction between the North Kai and the Kaioshin, rendering the Kaioshin of Universe 7 somewhat isolated and uninformed. Naturally, the Kaioshin and Jebbet are also unaware of the existence of other universes. For the primary focus of the Kaioshin has been the sealing of Majin Buu. The battle against Majin Buu left an indelible scar on the tender psyche of the Kaioshin. That creature was terrifying beyond measure. Even the supreme god was no match for him. The Kaioshin feared in his dreams the day that Majin Buu might emerge from his confinement. Little did the Kaioshin anticipate that the sorcerer Biddily had a son. To be candid, the Grand Kaioshin is indeed the greatest deity of this universe, the most exalted of all, as Jebbet remarked. My father has said as much. Sun Wukong nodded. Tian remarked, I have laid out my thoughts quite clearly. If you choose to doubt me, there is little I can do. He then posed a query. Is it conceivable that beyond the Kaioshin, there exists a deity of even greater stature? Tian resolved to further enlighten Jebbet. Absolutely not, Jebbet responded. Wiping the sweat from his brow, I can assure you that the Kaioshin is the most exalted deity in this universe. Jebbet emphasized his point. Very well. I shall retract my statement. Please, continue. Tian chuckled. By the way, given that Majin Buu is so formidable, why did we not eradicate him when we eliminated Biddy's father? Sun Wukong redirected the conversation. That was a matter of necessity, Jebbet replied somberly. If Majin Buu's seal were to be disturbed, it could potentially unravel. At that time, we felt assured. for the location of Majin Buu's seal was exceedingly difficult for a newly walking human to access. Chapter 80. The inability to sense Yi Tian's divine power. Yi Tian fell silent. I have articulated my thoughts so explicitly. How is it that you can still misinterpret them? You are truly amusing. This speed cannot catch up with them. Let us enhance our velocity, suggested Jebbit. I can no longer accelerate. My eyes are growing heavy, replied Biddily. Yi Tian and Biddily. It would be wise for you to return. The situation is even more perilous than anticipated, remarked Sun Wukong. Initially, I thought it was merely the sorcerer playing tricks. But now another Majin Buu has emerged. Yi Tian, what is your stance? Biddily decided to seek Yi Tian's opinion. I will carry you while you simply close your eyes. Stated Yi Tian. Are you certain you wish to accompany us? It is truly dangerous over there, Sun Wukong said with a wry smile. No worries. I fear no danger. Yi Tian replied with a smile. Let us agree on this. Should we encounter peril, you two must immediately flee, Sun Wukong admonished. Furthermore, we shall increase our speed. As long as you can keep up, do your best to follow, Jebbit said with a gentle smile. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Indeed, we are about to accelerate. Can you keep pace with our speed? Gohan is indeed the Golden Warrior. You have concealed your identity remarkably well, Biddily remarked. Apologizing, Gohan quickly interjected. I am truly sorry for having kept this from you. But for now, let us first address the matter of Majin Buu. Biddily inquired again. You were present during the Cell Games 7 years ago, correct? That child back then was Gohan, was it not? Gohan nodded in affirmation. Now is not the time for such discussions. We must hasten our pace. Jebbit urged. Indeed, Gohan replied. You might want to reconsider what I just mentioned, Yi Tian sighed. Gohan remarked. Jebbit, what is there to reconsider? The greatest deity in this universe is none other than Lord Kaioshin. What are you asking me to consider? The one who should ponder is you. Let us go. Jebbit no longer wished to engage with Yi Tian. Yi Tian, Biddily, I sincerely apologize. But I must take my leave. We need to hasten our pace to catch up with my father. Sun Wukong waved goodbye to Yi Tian and Biddily. Go on. Best of luck, Yi Tian replied. Sun Wukong smiled faintly, though his expression gradually turned serious. However, I shall catch up shortly, Yi Tian added. Whoosh. Jebbit, unable to endure Yi Tian's incessant chatter any longer, transformed into a streak of light, swiftly soaring ahead. Isn't the greatest deity in the universe Lord Kaioshin? I truly admire your imagination, Sun Wukong said, somewhat embarrassed as he waved to Yi Tian before immediately pursuing Jebbit. The two soon vanished into the distance, becoming mere golden specks before Yi Tian's eyes. What astonishing speed! Biddily exclaimed, her face paling. Indeed, it is quite rapid, Yi Tian nodded. I fear we may not be able to catch up, Biddily remarked. Come, I shall carry you, Yi Tian offered. Okay, Biddily replied, blushing slightly as she nodded gently. With that, Biddily climbed onto Yi Tian's back. Just as this motion was initiated, a vivid image flashed in Biddily's mind of herself perched upon Yi Tian's face. At that moment, Yi Tian inhaled sharply. The sensation lingered, leaving her somewhat breathless. Biddily's cheeks flushed deeper, grateful that Yi Tian could not see her from behind. I will accelerate now. Do hold on tightly, Yi Tian instructed. Biddily obediently affirmed. Whoosh. Yi Tian gradually increased his speed. Without any visible aura, he darted away into the distance. Biddily's eyes could barely remain open. She buried her chin into Yi Tian's neck. Ahead, Sun Wukong and Jebbit were swiftly pursuing Goku and the others. Sun Wukong, was that Yi Tian your classmate? Jebbit inquired curiously. Yes, Sun Wukong nodded. Quite peculiar, Jebbit pondered. That Yi Tian is indeed a bit strange. He seems to operate outside of conventional norms, Sun Wukong chuckled. No, that's not what I meant, Jebbit shook his head. Not that? What do you mean then? Sun Wukong asked, a hint of confusion evident. Then, as if struck by a revelation, he queried. Is it that you found his musings about deities somewhat odd? Please don't hold it against him. He may have merely been speaking whimsically. What I meant to say is, don't you find it peculiar that he exhibits no fluctuations in his energy? Jebbit furrowed his brow. Oh, it does seem to be the case. Sun Wukong suddenly realized, returning to his senses. He had been so engrossed in discussing the wizard and Majin Buu that he had overlooked this detail. Previously, Yi Tian had mentioned that the energy he possessed was rather unique. Sun Wukong responded, indeed. Jebbit fell silent. Earlier, both he and the Kaioshin had sensed an extraordinarily peculiar divine power, one that was remarkably pure. However, why had that divine power vanished entirely now? It is noteworthy that after Yi Tian advanced to the silver-level erasure technique, his divine power surged correspondingly. Currently, even the Kaioshin could no longer perceive Tian's divine energy, as it had been further refined automatically. One might even assert that Tian's divine power had nearly reached the level of an angel. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that the Kaioshin could not sense Tian's divine energy, and naturally, Jebbet was unable to do so either. Let us leave this for later, Jebbet thought, as he was not inclined to concern himself with Tian at the moment. Moreover, this person named Tian was a classmate of Sun Wufan's. And he didn't seem to be a bad person, albeit somewhat peculiar. You don't suspect that classmate Tian is a wizard, do you? Sun Wufan chuckled. Jebbet replied, why would I suspect that? Ha ha ha, I did have my doubts once, but dismissed them as unlikely. Sun Wufan laughed heartily. I can assure you, that is utterly impossible. Jebbet shook his head. So certain, are we? Sun Wufan smiled. Well then, this isn't the time for idle chatter. We are about to catch up with the Kaioshin. As the two conversed, whoosh. Tian swiftly caught up with Sun Wufan and Jebbet. Oh, isn't that classmate Wufan and the red-faced creature? Tian waved at them. Sun Wufan was taken aback. Jebbet retorted, who are you calling a red-faced creature? Chapter 81. Kaioshin, have you heard of Moro? Jebbet displayed a look of astonishment. Sun Wufan's classmate was surprisingly fast. Both Sun Wufan and Jebbet were quite taken aback. Our speed is no slouch, yet he managed to catch up. Sun Wufan inquired, classmate Tian, your flying speed is quite impressive. Tian smiled modestly, it's all right. Truly remarkable. Sun Wufan exclaimed. I feel that if you were to train diligently, you would become an exceptional warrior. I have no desire to be a warrior. Tian responded, my greatest aspiration is to take several wives and spend my days playfully with them. Tian Dao. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong quietly wiped the sweat from his brow. Tian, have you forgotten that Biddily is still beside you? Sun Wukong winked at Tian, implying that Biddily was still there with him. Even if one is fickle in love, it is rather inconsiderate to voice such sentiments in the presence of one's girlfriend. It matters not. Even Biddily is aware of it. Tian remarked with a smile. Sun Wukong found himself at a loss for words. Biddily, with a slight parting of her lips, sank her teeth into Tian's neck with considerable force. Tian endured the pain, deeming such a minor injury inconsequential. Do you dare bite my neck? At that moment, we shall find a secluded place, and I will reciprocate. In front of us are my father and the Supreme Kai. We have finally caught up. Sun Gohan hastily shifted the topic, gesturing towards Sun Wukong and the others ahead. Jebbet refrained from further comments, sensing that Sun Gohan's classmate appeared even more remarkable than he had anticipated. Their flight speed was indeed impressive, albeit merely that, speed. Furthermore, there was an energy so unique that I could not even perceive it. Sun Wukong and the others also sensed Sun Gohan's presence and turned to wave at him. However, Sun Wukong soon noted Tian, realizing that there was no aura emanating from him. It is noteworthy that while the Supreme Kai is a deity, Sun Wukong could still sense his energy to some extent. After all, the energy of the Supreme Kai does not equate to true divine power. In later instances, Sun Wukong had teleported to the Supreme Kai's realm, where only the Supreme Kai, the Grand Supreme Kai, and Jebbet resided. That was an occurrence from the GT universe. Though it is of little consequence now, the GT universe is merely a derivative of the Dragon Ball world. It can be inferred that the Supreme Kai possesses a blend of divine power and energy. In contrast, the god of destruction and angels wield a purer form of divine energy, akin to genuine divine power. Sun Wukong and his companions are incapable of sensing true divine energy. Sun Wukong was merely curious about Tian's lack of aura, but did not dwell on it. For now, their primary concern was to swiftly devise a plan to locate the wizard Biddily and prevent him from awakening Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai was equally preoccupied. Focusing solely on Majin Buu, they began their descent, and the Supreme Kai's expression grew grave. In the next moment, under the Supreme Kai's guidance, the group landed atop a hill and gazed intently ahead. This area has been investigated by us before, Jebbet spoke solemnly. Be cautious, do not reveal yourselves, Piccolo warned, casting a deep glance at Tian before swiftly appearing beside Son Gohan. Gohan, aren't those two your classmates? Why have they followed us? Piccolo inquired quietly. They insisted on coming along. No matter how I argued, they refused to listen, Son Gohan responded, scratching his head. Well, let them be, Piccolo replied. In the distance, Bibbidi's minion Pui emerged from a peculiar chamber, greeting Yamcha and Spopovich. Is that the wizard Biddily? Sun Wukong questioned. No, it is not him. The Supreme Kai shook his head. If the wizard were here, could he eliminate Trunks' Super Saiyan state from such a distance? Sun Wukong inquired again. Still uncertain if Biddily was present, the King of Worlds pondered for a moment, then replied, I believe he must be here. He cannot have gone elsewhere. As for remotely nullifying Trunks' Super Saiyan state, it may indeed be achievable if the magic is sufficiently potent. The ground nearby appeared peculiar, as though it had been excavated. Piccolo remarked, I understand now. They must have concealed the spaceship underground. Jebbit clenched his teeth, exclaiming, no wonder we could never locate it. The King of Worlds solemnly stated, Biddily must be aware of our presence on Earth. Otherwise, he would not have hidden the spaceship. Did he not arrive here a month ago? Gohan asked, adding, and caused many things to mysteriously vanish. Humph, he does this to augment his own magic. Vegeta interjected disdainfully. Tian and Biddily remained silent. Before they can utilize Gohan's energy to awaken Majin Buu, we should swiftly launch our attack, Piccolo suggested. Certainly, the King of Worlds nodded. I suspect Biddily will awaken Majin Buu outside, for doing so within the spaceship could damage it. Let us observe the situation before we strike. Someone is emerging, Piccolo exclaimed. In the distance, within a chamber resembling an elevator, Biddily and Beerus stepped forth. Upon seeing Beerus, the King of Worlds' expression darkened considerably. It is Beerus. His voice trembled slightly. I never anticipated that Beerus would become Biddy's subordinate. Jebbit was taken aback. Indeed, his magic has surpassed his father's by many folds. Even such a formidable being has become his underling. The King of Worlds stated gravely. Beerus? Which one is he? The tall fellow? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. Yes, that's him. The King of Worlds confirmed. Is he truly formidable? Sun Wukong pressed. Indeed, he is the king of the dark magic realm, the King of Worlds answered. Beads of cold sweat trickling down his face as he continued in a low voice. In the realm of humanity, one of you may be the strongest. But in the demon realm, Beerus reigns supreme. The king of the demon realm? Krillin expressed a hint of trepidation. Does such a realm truly exist? He seems a particularly fearsome adversary. Isn't Majin Buu from the demon realm? Tian could no longer contain his curiosity. The King of Worlds found himself at a loss for words. To be precise, aside from Majin Buu, the strongest in the demon realm is indeed the king of the demon realm, he stated while casting a glance at Tian. Your question is rather intricate, Tian remarked. And what about Moro? He too hails from the demon realm, does he not? The King of All responded with a puzzled expression. Who is Moro? I have not heard of such a being. Tian, sensing the ambiguity, decided to refrain from further inquiries. The King of All continued. It seems we are only skimming the surface of our discussion. Alas, there is little time for idle chatter. Tian, I implore you to cease. That individual is none other than the esteemed King of All, the most magnificent deity in this universe. Sun Wukong interjected quietly. But I have heard it said that the greatest deity in the cosmos is indeed the King of All. Tian scratched his head in confusion. Who did you hear that from? Sun Wukong chuckled in disbelief. Well, I came across it in a comic book. Indeed, I did see it in a comic. Tian admitted candidly. All the characters here are indeed from comics, and I speak with utmost certainty. Sun Wukong no longer wishes to engage in conversation. Tian. This is not the time to discuss comics, he remarks. Tian, please refrain from speaking. Even Biddily feels that your comments are rather inappropriate for this occasion. Any queries can wait until later. Have you not noticed that the magician has already appeared? Humph, quite the ignorance. Jebbit can no longer endure this and casts an intense glare at Tian. Now is not the time for such discussions, the Kaioshin sighs in resignation. So, that little fellow is the magician Biddily? Sun Wukong hastily shifts the topic. Indeed, it is he, nods the Kaioshin. It is that individual who caused those things to vanish inexplicably. Sun Wukong grits his teeth. Vegeta has already extended his hand, aiming at the distant magician Biddily. Watch as I obliterate him with a Kamehameha. Vegeta scoffs. How dare that little creature bully Trunks? Does he truly believe my son is easy to pick on? Humph. In Dragon Ball, that year, I was still the protagonist in that book. Vegeta, what are you doing? Piccolo quickly intervenes, stopping Vegeta. Let's not act rashly. We should observe their actions first. Vegeta, calm down. If that location harbors the seal of Majin Buu, your sudden assault could release him, the Kaioshin hastily advises. TCH. Vegeta slowly retracts his raised hand. What is there to behold? Why not just eliminate him outright? So, you mean to say that those things which vanished over the past month are all due to him? Piccolo states solemnly. In reality, his power is trivial. However, He wields terrifying magic, so he must not be underestimated, the Kaioshin explains. To my surprise, Dabra has also become one of his subordinates. Can his magic not only transport objects but also control individuals? Piccolo inquires gravely. If that is indeed the case, it is utterly terrifying, Sun Wukong exclaims in shock. No. He likely exploits the malevolence and desires within others to dominate and manipulate them, Jebbit analyzes. Precisely for this reason, Dabra is the most fitting choice. Jebbit is correct. This is the dreadfulness of Babbidi's magic, the Kaioshin concurs. Yamcha, Spopovich, and others have all been ensnared by this magic. Therefore, only those of us without wicked thoughts can stand against him. As for the matter of teleporting objects, I believe it is merely a facet of his magical training. Perhaps the earlier transfer of objects was an attempt to refine his magic and elevate its power, Jebbit speculates. Those without malevolent thoughts cannot be controlled by him. Tian interjects. Precisely. Jebbit nodded thoughtfully. I harbor sinister thoughts. Do you believe he might exert control over me? Tian inquired. Tian, what nefarious thoughts plague your mind? Sun Wukong approached with curiosity. Biddily also regarded Tian with intrigue. I wish to marry several wives. Is that not a wicked notion? Tian pondered aloud. Jebbit decided to disregard Tian's musings. Is that what you call a wicked thought? That does not qualify. That does not qualify. Sun Wukong vigorously shook his head. What sort of wicked thought is this? Well, that's good. You startle me for a moment. Tian let out a sigh of relief and suddenly had a whimsical idea. If I were truly under his control, would he assist me in fulfilling this wish? Sun Wukong covered his face, unwilling to speak further. The King Kai and Jebbit also chose to disregard him. Biddily quickly pulled Tian aside. Dear Tian, could we refrain from such embarrassing behavior? Must you proclaim to the world your intention to take several wives? Is one not enough for you? I am truly in awe. I cannot believe even Dabra is here. No wonder he carries himself with such audacity. The Supreme Kai sighed. As I previously thought he would use magic to transfer energy from afar, yet now he brazenly brings it back, all because Dabra is present. Do you believe our defeat is inevitable? Vegeta scoffed. The Supreme Kai remained silent. Humph. Would the awakening of Majin Buu spell the end for this universe? Vegeta chuckled softly. They shall not succeed. I refuse to succumb to such a foe. Krillin, you should return. The situation is more perilous than anticipated, Goku advised. May I truly go back? Ha ha ha. That would be splendid. It seems my power is of little use. Krillin exhaled with slight relief. You too should return as well. It is quite dangerous here. Goku directed at Yaishin and Biddily. We shall not retreat. We will not be a hindrance. You carry on with your affairs while we observe from the sidelines. Yaishin replied. Yaishin and Biddily. This place is genuinely perilous. It would be wise to leave at once, Gohan also urged. It's all right, Yaishin smiled. Then do take care. Should a battle truly commence, I may lack the energy to attend to you, Gohan said gravely, should our adversary prove formidable. Very well. We shall exercise caution, Yaishin nodded. Krillin shook his head and sighed nearby. This lad is indeed a fearless newcomer. I consider myself the strongest on earth. Yet I am filled with trepidation. Yet you wish to voluntarily remain here to meet your demise. You chose to remain, yet you also brought your girlfriend along. This fellow is not only fickle, but also exceedingly arrogant. It is indeed remarkable that he has survived this long. In the distance, Biddily received the energy device absorbed by AMU and Subich. He then gazed at Subich with a sly smile. Subich swallowed hard, fear evident in his eyes. Subich, I ask you, how did you manage to escape my control? Biddily inquired. Me? Escape? What do you mean, Lord Biddily? Subich stammered, bewildered. I mean, during that so-called ultimate martial arts tournament, it seemed you suddenly broke free from my grasp. Were you not aware? Biddily chuckled. Chapter 83, Vegeta beats Biddily. I recall now, but I cannot explain how it happened. It felt as if my mind was abruptly clouded, as if I had been dreaming. Subich scratched his head, offering a bitter smile. Did someone do something to you? Biddily pressed again. Subich shook his head in confusion. Since you cannot provide any information, you possess no value to me, Biddily sneered. Subich stood frozen for a moment, while AMU's expression shifted slightly. I am quite curious to see how you intend to escape my control, Biddily stated, suddenly glaring at Subich. A formidable spell swiftly enveloped Subich, causing his body to expand rapidly, resembling a balloon that grew larger by the second. Subich emitted agonizing screams as his form distorted grotesquely. What is this? Even in such a state, you have not escaped my control? Bafity mused with a light laugh. Or do you mean to say my control has been interrupted by you? With a resounding thud, Subbage transformed into a cloud of crimson mist, exploding in an instant. AMU turned pale with fear at the sight. It seems I was mistaken. Bafity remarked with a smile, he cannot escape my control after all. That explosion was rather pleasing to the ear. Depura chuckled in agreement. Indeed, Bafity responded, then turned his attention to the trembling AMU. And you? Do you know how he escaped my control? Bafity inquired with a grin. AMU shook his head vigorously. I do not know. Then there is no reason for you to remain, Bafity replied coldly. AMU, gripped by terror, bolted into the air, desperately fleeing into the distance. Pwai, eliminate that fellow, Bafity commanded his subordinate. Yes, Pwai responded, extending his hand towards the fleeing AMU. Whoosh. A key blast was swiftly launched. Boom. The Qigong struck the swiftly fleeing Yam, reducing him to a mist of crimson. Indeed, splendidly executed. Bafity chuckled lightly. Klin, who was poised to depart, displayed a visage of terror upon witnessing such a scene. They are even willing to slay their own comrades. Son Gohan spoke gravely. Tian, must we truly remain here? Biddily expressed her fear. If you are frightened, I shall escort you back, Tian replied. I wish to stay. I am eager to see what sort of magic that sorcerer will wield. Biddily clenched her fists tightly. Depura, Bafity called to Depura. Here, just as I anticipated. Yam and his companions have attracted numerous beings of immense energy, including the Kaioshin who murdered my father long ago, Bafity said with a smile. It appears they intend to hide. A grin appeared on Depura's face. There are a total of 9 individuals, and aside from the Kaioshin and Jebit whose energies are unusable, 3 possess extraordinarily vast energies. Precisely, acquiring the energy of those 3 will suffice. Bafity nodded. With the energy from those 3, I believe Majin Buu can awaken swiftly. Therefore, you should lure those 3 into the spaceship to absorb their energy. That is the most prudent approach. The Kaioshin may not allow us to succeed. He will inform them and prevent their entry into the spaceship, Depura pondered. You should eliminate the trash aside from those 3 and return to the spaceship immediately. I am certain they will be incensed and pursue us rapidly, Bafity proposed with a smile. That is a sound plan. Depura nodded. By the way, do not kill the Kaioshin just yet. Allow me to deal with him at my leisure. A cold glint flickered in Bafity's eyes. Yes, Lord Bafity. I shall leave the Kaioshin for your enjoyment, Depura huffed. In the distance. Look, it seems Bafity intends to enter. Piccolo furrowed his brow and remarked. Humph. Does he think he can escape? I shall not allow it. Vegeta scoffed coldly. You continuously allow Trunks to suffer, and let's see how I deal with you, Vegeta declared. Ready to launch an immediate attack. Vegeta, please wait a moment, the Supreme Kai hastily urged. Humph, I have no patience for waiting, Vegeta replied with a cold smile. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from sight. At that moment, Babidi was preparing to enter the elevator room, the very spaceship itself. Master Babidi, what about me? Pui inquired. One being, Dubra, is sufficient here. You may guard the first level, Babidi replied with a grin. Understood, Pui exclaimed with excitement. Then let us commence. Dubra grinned widely. Whoosh. In the next instant, Dubra surged towards the direction of Goku and his companions. Soon, Dubra and Vegeta crossed paths. Dubra and Vegeta exchanged glances. Yet both were moving in opposite directions, momentarily lost in thought and lacking any intent to engage in combat. In the blink of an eye, Vegeta appeared at Babidi's side. Bang! With a magnificent flying kick, Vegeta struck Babidi, sending him tumbling across the ground with a resounding thud. When Babidi finally came to a halt, he felt as though every bone in his body had shattered. Babidi cried out in pain. You insolent fool! Pui exclaimed, astonished and enraged. That scoundrel! Daring to beat Babidi in my presence. I shall not let you go unpunished. Pui dashed towards Vegeta, delivering a powerful punch to the back of his head. Smack! Vegeta casually lifted his hand, effortlessly catching Pui's fist. Bang! With a swift kick, Vegeta struck Pui between the legs. A howl escaped Pui as he soared into the sky like a soccer ball, becoming a mere speck. Vegeta pinched his index and middle fingers together, pointing towards the sky where Pui had ascended. Boom! Pui exploded into a cloud of crimson mist, utterly vanquished. Immediately after, Vegeta reappeared beside Babidi, seizing him from the ground and delivering 2 resounding slaps across his face. Aren't you skilled in magic? Why not redirect my magic? Vegeta scoffed. Or perhaps transfer my slaps to someone else's face instead. Babidi was left utterly bewildered. Who the hell is this person? What have I done to deserve this? Chapter 84. A kick to Dabora's face. The events unfolded with astonishing swiftness. As Vegeta executed a series of movements, Dabora too sprang into action. He appeared abruptly before Jebbet, extending his formidable hand towards the latter's head. Jebbet's eyes widened in terror, his expression a visage of shock. A sinister smile crept across Dabora's face. Boom! A surge of energy erupted from Dabora's hand, obliterating Jebbet's head along with his entire body into a chaotic mess. The thunderous explosion resonated almost simultaneously with the detonation of Pui. Dabora momentarily paused, swiftly glancing back. In that instant, he realized that Vegeta had seized Biddily and was mercilessly striking him across the face. Dabora thought, this is a miscalculation. How could he dare to assault Lord Biddily? Jebbet! The Supreme Kai exclaimed in shock. Damn it! Goku's expression shifted dramatically as he prepared to retaliate. Biddy's face turned ashen with fear. If I had not witnessed this with my own eyes, I would scarcely believe it. This individual utterly decimated the red-faced Jebbet. Truly terrifying. Fear not, for I am here. Tian reassured. Spit, spit, spit. Dabora, hovering in the sky, directed his phlegm towards Tian, Biddily, Krillin, and Piccolo. Let me dispose of these nuisances first. I have yet to devise a plan to rescue Lord Biddily. Be cautious, avoid his saliva. The Supreme Kai warned. Smack, smack. Unfortunately, Krillin and Piccolo fell victim to Dabora's attack. Yet, Tian merely waved his hand, effortlessly erasing the spittle that Dabora had launched. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. You are exceedingly repulsive. How dare you disgust me? Bang! Tian could no longer contain himself and delivered a powerful kick. With a graceful flying kick, he struck Beerus squarely in the face, leaving a shoe print on Beerus' visage. Everyone present was left in utter astonishment. Suddenly, Krillin and Piccolo's bodies rapidly transformed into stone statues. This is disastrous. The Supreme Kai's expression shifted dramatically. Sun Wukong's companions were too stunned by Tian's kick to Beerus' face to react, but upon witnessing Krillin and Piccolo's petrification, shock was etched across their faces. Sun Wukong hurriedly dashed towards Krillin. Krillin, Piccolo, what has happened to you? He inquired. Do not touch them. The Supreme Kai warned loudly. They had been petrified, and any damage to their forms would render them irreparable. That despicable fiend. Son Gohan gritted his teeth. Gohan, continue. Tian commanded, delivering another kick that sent Beerus plummeting from the air. Son Gohan was momentarily bewildered. Wasn't this fellow the Demon King? Wasn't he supposed to be formidable? How is it that I witnessed him being utterly dominated by my classmate? Bang! Son Gohan also kicked Beerus, sending him crashing to the ground. Beerus rolled across the earth for a moment before soaring back into the sky. You little brat. I will remember you. Beerus glared fiercely at Tian. He then hastily flew towards Vegeta and Biddily, for there was no time to settle scores with Tian. The priority now was to rescue Biddily. If this continued, Biddily would surely be slain by that wretch. If they are damaged, will they be irretrievable? Sun Wukong, still preoccupied with Krillin and Piccolo, glanced at the Supreme Kai and asked, so, there is still a chance for their restoration? The only way is to kill Beerus. The Supreme Kai wiped his brow. What? That's the solution? It's that simple? Sun Wukong exhaled a sigh of relief, a confident smile gracing his face. The Supreme Kai, however, cast a deep gaze at the distant Tian. This young man is quite formidable. He managed to land a kick on Beerus' face. Was Beerus truly so easily struck? Wait a moment. There is another crucial matter. Beerus had spat at this person named Tian and his girlfriend, hadn't he? Did they evade it? Quite swift indeed. Even the gods of Earth could not dodge that. Furthermore, Jebbet had fallen victim to Beerus. Let me piece this together. What exactly is happening? Gohan, your classmate is truly remarkable, Sun Wukong remarked with a smile directed at Gohan. I've also noticed his extraordinary talent. It seems he has only been training for about a month. Gohan scratched his head in contemplation. Only a month of training? That is quite impressive. Sun Wukong praised enthusiastically. Tian, is it true that you have only been training for a month? Gohan inquired with curiosity. Roughly speaking, yes, Tian replied with a smile. In the distance, Vegeta continued to strike Biddily across the face. A sorcerer, is it? Quite impressive. Indeed, Vegeta said with a cold expression as he struck Biddily. I don't mind you siphoning others' energy, but when you drain my son's power and nullify his Super Saiyan state, it infuriates me. Biddily appeared utterly perplexed. What are you talking about? I can't comprehend. Did those two who just perished have your son? Babidi inquired, his face battered and bruised. What? Are you cursing my son? Vegeta retorted, his nose contorted in fury as he landed another punch on Babidi's face, causing several of his teeth to shatter. Release Lord Babidi. Dabura shouted angrily, having rushed over. Here you go, Vegeta said, flinging Babidi towards Dabura. Simultaneously, Vegeta aligned his index and middle fingers, aiming at Babidi's form, ready to obliterate him. Boom. An invisible force rapidly enveloped Babidi. However, Dabura's speed was unparalleled. Snap. Dabura swiftly positioned himself beside Babidi, using his own body as a shield against Vegeta's energy assault. In the next moment, the energy unleashed by Vegeta collided with Dabura, causing a slight tremor in his body, yet he appeared unfazed, even smirking disdainfully at Vegeta. Is this truly your attack? What a disappointment. Dabura sneered. After uttering this, he quickly soared away with Babidi towards the spacecraft. Do not even think about fleeing. Vegeta pursued them relentlessly. Spit. Dabura turned back, hurling saliva at Vegeta. Be careful not to let his spit touch you. It will petrify you. King Kai warned loudly. Vegeta swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding the assault, yet refrained from continuing the chase. Chapter 85. Babidi's disgraceful retreat clap. At that moment, Dabura had already led Babidi into the spacecraft. Let's catch up, Dad, Gohan urged. No matter what, we must awaken Uncle Krillin and Uncle Piccolo. Of course, let us proceed. Goku nodded. Wait. Do not fall into the enemy's trap. King Kai cautioned urgently. If you enter the spacecraft, you will succumb to their ambush. With Dabura's strength, he could easily battle us outside. Why retreat into the spacecraft? Are your eyes failing you? Vegeta scoffed. My eyesight is exceptional. I can see great distances, King Kai replied. Taken aback. What I meant is, are your eyes merely for urination? Vegeta coldly responded. Vegeta, how can you speak like that? King Kai retorted. What do you mean? Why did they flee? If they hadn't run, that sorcerer would have been vanquished by me, Vegeta scoffed, expressing his disappointment in the sorcerer's prowess. I had anticipated a formidable opponent, yet he proved to be utterly underwhelming. His magic was ineffective before me. Regardless, let us remain cautious, the Supreme Kai cautioned, asserting that Dabura was far more complex than they envisioned. Do not jest. If even this earthling could strike Dabura so easily, it is evident that the Demon King is merely a figurehead, Vegeta retorted, gesturing towards Tian. Tian, your kick was indeed commendable, said Biddily, her eyes sparkling with admiration. I never anticipated Tian to be so formidable. That kick at a critical moment was truly impressive. That is precisely the issue. The Supreme Kai intoned gravely. Dabura deliberately feigned weakness to lure you aboard his spaceship. Let us set aside this discussion. We must rescue Piccolo and Krillin. With that, Goku soared into the air, heading towards the spaceship. Goku, the Supreme Kai exclaimed. I, too, dislike lingering in anticipation, Vegeta chuckled softly, ascending to follow Goku. Tian, what are your intentions next? Gohan inquired. Naturally, I intend to join the fray and observe, Tian replied with a grin. That kick was exhilarating. A brief silence ensued. I concur with the Supreme Kai. Dabura's prior display of weakness was intentional to entice you, Gohan murmured. He aims to draw us into the spaceship. Let us proceed. What can he possibly do? Tian replied nonchalantly. Ahem, I suggest Tian and Biddily head back for now, Gohan proposed. The ensuing battle may not be as straightforward as it appears. Do not mind me. Attend to your own affairs as if I were invisible, Tian chuckled. Very well. I shall take my leave. Take care, Gohan responded, swiftly flying towards the spaceship's direction. Tian, are we truly following them? Biddily asked. Do you wish to see what unfolds? Tian smiled. I want to go, but I also feel a bit apprehensive, Biddily admitted. Fear not. With me by your side. You shall be safe. I will protect you, Tian assured her with a smile. Moreover, once this ordeal concludes, I look forward to a spirited basketball match with you. He added gently. Could you refrain from discussing such matters during this perilous time? Biddily replied. Biddily wiped her sweat and remarked that the basketball hoop would gradually darken with the passage of time. Thus, before it loses its luster, one should seize the opportunity to play thousands upon thousands of games. Tian pondered thoughtfully. What exactly do you mean by the basketball hoop? You seem somewhat off. Biddily huffed in response. Some matters can only be understood intuitively, not articulated, Tian replied with a smile. Biddily fell silent. I was quite moved initially. But after your words, I feel quite heated, she admitted. Meanwhile, the King of Worlds silently observed Tian and Biddily, reflecting on the remarkable bravery of these two earthlings. How could you come here to engage in romance? Do you not comprehend the significance of this place? I shall no longer concern myself with you. I cannot shake the feeling that Sun Wukong and his companions may encounter difficulties. I must hasten to follow them. Whoosh. The Kaishin swiftly soared towards the spacecraft. Let us proceed, Tian suggested to Biddily. Very well, Biddily replied, her previous trepidation seemingly alleviated by Tian's jest, which had dispelled much of her fear. Tian, accompanied by Biddily, quickly pursued and entered the spacecraft. Inside the spacecraft, on the lowest level, Barfidi was howling in pain. His subordinate rushed forward to tend to his wounds. Cursed be that spiky-haired fiend. I shall not let him escape. Barfidi gritted his teeth in anger. Lord Barfidi, they have already entered the spacecraft. Dapla declared, I shall not forgive that earthling. He dared to kick me when I was unprepared. Dapla rubbed his sore face and even glanced in the mirror, tragically discovering a shoe print emblazoned upon his visage. What manner of creature is this? Dapla clenched his fists. Where is Pwai? Barfidi inquired. Did we not assign him to guard the first level? It seems that spiky-haired man has dispatched him, Dapla replied. Those ruffians. I shall deal with them severely. Barfidi seethed with rage. At that moment, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Son Gohan had already entered the first level of the spacecraft. Shortly thereafter, Tian, Biddily, and the Kaishin descended from above. Has the Kaishin and Gohan's classmates arrived as well? Sun Wukong greeted. You are all being exceedingly reckless. The Kaishin shook his head. Once we enter this spacecraft, our escape becomes exceedingly difficult, unless we vanquish Barfidi and Dapla. Sun Wukong glanced upward, noting that the gate above had been sealed. If all else fails, we can destroy this spacecraft. Surely we could escape then? Vegeta smirked lightly. No, we must not do that. The Kaishin's expression turned grave. Excessive stimulation could awaken Majin Buu instantly. Although he has not gathered sufficient energy, his power could obliterate us in an instant and annihilate this planet. Is that so? Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. Do not forget, should the planet be destroyed, can all of you survive in the vastness of space? The Kaishin queried. Vegeta's expression shifted, and Sun Wukong's demeanor grew serious. Son Gohan remained silent. Could they truly possess the capability to annihilate the Earth? Biddily quietly inquired of Tian. Yes, Tian nodded, pondering the matter himself. If the Earth were to be destroyed, could I survive in the vastness of space? It should not pose much of a problem, as I possess the annihilation ability of the Omni-King. Perhaps I should find an opportunity to venture away from Earth and explore. However, there is no rush at present. I certainly cannot allow him to bring about the destruction of the Earth. That would indeed be quite troublesome. Sun Wukong remarked solemnly. The original Majin Buu would not confront you directly. He would effortlessly obliterate planets. The Supreme Kai explained, however, the current Majin Buu is somewhat improved. Is there a difference between the original Majin Buu and the current one? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Let us discuss this matter later. The Supreme Kai preferred not to elaborate further. As for Biddily, he declared, that fool Pui is dead. Let the beast Goku guard the first layer. Biddily commanded. Is it wise to have him guard the first layer from the very beginning? Dubra was taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Biddily. Of course. I want them to pay a heavy price. Biddily gritted his teeth. Perhaps he bit down a little too hard, inadvertently aggravating his wound, causing him to yelp in pain. I will not spare them, especially that spiky-haired fellow. Biddily loathed Vegeta intensely. You, without any sense of honor, have chosen to strike me first. When did I ever target your son? If Yigo were to safeguard the first layer, it would not be long before those ruffians are vanquished, leaving me with no more amusement. Depura felt a tinge of disappointment. I had hoped to teach that scoundrel who kicked me a lesson. Just leave him to you, suggested Bafidi. Thank you, Lord Bafidi, Depura replied, nodding with delight as he instructed his subordinates, quickly, have Yigo protect the first layer. Yes. His followers scurried to make arrangements. First, let us channel the energy absorbed by Yamu and his companions into Majin Buu, Bafidi declared, carrying the energy absorber to the sealed location of Majin Buu. With a swift motion, Bafidi inserted the energy absorber into Majin Buu's seal, infusing it with power. In an instant, the energy gauge approached the 6-point mark. Bafidi's eyes widened in astonishment. What? Has so much energy been collected from just one absorption? He exclaimed, having gathered nearly half the energy in one go. However, just as Bafidi finished his exclamation, his mouth twitched in pain. Ouch! He grimaced, the sudden outburst aggravating his wound. which brought him immense suffering. Curse it. I must find a healer immediately to mend my injuries. Bafity clenched his fists, then recalled, Majin Buu is a healer. He can restore me swiftly. Such an abundance of energy collected in one breath. Depura remarked, astonished. Did Yamu and Spubich really absorb the energy of hundreds of individuals? Bafity inquired. I do not know. I have not heard of such a thing. Depura shook his head. Humph, to amass such tremendous energy in such a short time. Had I known, I would not have eliminated them, Bafity lamented. No matter, with Yuji's appearance, as long as we gather the energy from those 3 individuals. It should suffice, Depura chuckled. If all goes well, Majin Buu will awaken soon. Perhaps Yigo has already dealt with them. Bafity laughed heartily. Let us ascend and see. The 2 soared to the upper layer. Bafity gazed into the crystal ball. What? They have yet to engage in battle? Upon witnessing the scene within the crystal ball, Bafity fell utterly speechless. At that very moment, within the first layer of the spaceship, the beastly Yigo emerged from his chamber. Yigo possessed long, scythe-like arms, resembling a mantis. A monster has appeared. Sun Wukong sighed. That fellow looks utterly repulsive. He whispered to Biddily. Gagaga emitted a strange cry and addressed Tian and the others. Lord Bafity is currently at the lowest level. You must defeat me to descend further. Vegeta, Sun Wukong called out. What is it? Vegeta grunted. You previously eliminated one of Bafity's minions. That one should be my and Gohan's responsibility, right? Sun Wukong proposed. Humph, do as you wish, Vegeta replied dismissively. Gohan, shall you go first or shall I? Sun Wukong inquired. Father, you go first, Gohan responded. Very well, allow me to take him on, Sun Wukong said, cracking his knuckles in anticipation. Are you planning to fight alone? The Kaishin asked with concern. Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded. Do not underestimate him. Bafity has summoned a formidable group of warriors as his subordinates. The Kaishin cautioned. Not to worry, Sun Wukong replied with a faint smile. Turning to Gagaga, come on, let me be your opponent. Fine, I shall consume you. Gagaga sneered. Let me inform you beforehand. If you sustain injuries, your energy will be transferred to this room, and subsequently, to the seal of Majin Buu. Therefore, as long as you remain uninjured, your energy will not be absorbed, correct? Sun Wukong asked. Precisely, Gagaga affirmed. So, Bafity is indeed a sorcerer who regularly relocates certain things for his magical practice? Gohan interjected. Coincidentally, Bafity overheard Gohan's remark and displayed a look of utter bewilderment. What do you mean? I fail to comprehend. What has been taken away? What have I transferred? Enough of this idle chatter. Let us eliminate them, commanded Bafity. Suddenly, I recalled that this individual seemed to be a beastly creature. The expression of the Supreme Kai shifted dramatically. Goku turned to glance at the Supreme Kai. Hey! The beast swiftly launched an assault, striking towards Goku with a powerful punch. Goku reacted with remarkable swiftness, leaping into the air. Whoosh! The beast's hand, resembling a scythe, swung downward, narrowly missing Goku's chest. Goku felt a sudden chill at his chest, astonishment etched across his face. Chapter 87. Where has my magic gone? Goku glanced down at the torn fabric on his chest. That was a close call. Oh. Although that creature is quite large, its speed is impressive, Gohan remarked. Shall we attack together? Suggested the Supreme Kai. No, it's all right. My father can definitely defeat him alone, Gohan replied with a smile. The Supreme Kai fell silent. How can you be so confident? Remarked by Biddily, Tian, Wu Fan's father is truly remarkable, and his reflexes are astonishing. Indeed, Tian smiled. He was once a prominent figure in this universe, and his future accomplishments will be immeasurable. Do you hold such a high opinion of his father? Biddily asked. Slightly taken aback. I have heard of him before, she added. Tian chuckled. It was he who defeated the Demon King Piccolo. How could you have forgotten such a significant event? You mentioned the Demon King Piccolo before, but I have no recollection of it, Biddily responded. A hint of confusion in her voice. That is no longer important, Tian replied with a smile. Hee. The beast Yego emitted a series of sinister chuckles, extending its scythe-like claws. Look at that, Sun Wukong exclaimed. He's terrified. Let us deepen his fear and then strike him down with a single blow. Bafity muttered to himself. Then turned to Yego, commanding, well done, as expected of you, Yego. Eliminate the other 5, excluding the Supreme Kai. Absorb the energy of those 3. And do not allow those 2 worthless beings to linger any longer. I must awaken Majin Buu swiftly. Tian, he refers to us as worthless. Biddily wiped her brow. Indeed, he speaks of us. Tian's expression turned cold. Are you not yet finished? Just wait and see how I will deal with you. I shall make you question the very essence of your existence. To swiftly conclude this battle, I will transform this room into your most favored realm, the Dark Star. Laughed Biddily. Huh. Even outside the Dark Star, victory will come easily, replied Beerus with a grin. This may hold some truth, but in the confined space of the ship. If a violent tremor occurs, Majin Buu will awaken with only half of his power. I would prefer him to arise in his most formidable state, Biddily explained. Understood. Beerus nodded. Now, let us proceed, Barbara, Biddily declared, beginning to weave his magic. With a gentle wave of his hand, Tian effortlessly erased the spell Biddily had unleashed. Biddily was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? Has my magic failed? He rubbed his head in confusion. What is the matter, Lord Biddily? Beerus also sensed that something was amiss. I am uncertain. It seems my magic has malfunctioned, Biddily frowned. How could this be? Beerus pondered, perplexed. Once more. Biddily gritted his teeth and recited the incantation again. Once again, Tian nullified Biddily's magic. What on earth is happening? Biddily gazed at his hands. Panic etched on his face. Why is this occurring? Why has my magic faltered? Inside the spaceship, Diego had heard Biddily mention sending him to the Dark Star. He waited patiently within the vessel. However, after quite some time, Diego realized he was still aboard the spaceship and had not been transported to the Dark Star. A puzzled expression crossed his face. Lord Biddily, why are you taking so long? Let us commence battle, Sun Wukong called to the beast Diego. As you wish. Diego was already prepared for combat. Once more, Biddily clenched his jaw and recited the spell again. This time, Tian did not negate Biddily's magic. Only by allowing his magic to be erratic could he truly comprehend the tragic nature of his existence. In an instant, everyone present was transported to an incredibly dark planet. Biddily gasped in shock and hurriedly sought refuge in Tian's embrace. I did it. I finally succeeded, Biddily exclaimed, tears of joy streaming down his face. I thought I had lost the ability to cast spells. How unexpected. But why did my magic fail just moments ago? Truly strange. Everything is shrouded in darkness. Biddily said nervously. Do not rely on your eyes. Instead, use your heart to sense the movements around you. Tian explained, it's akin to the present moment. Although I perceive nothing, I am acutely aware of everyone's precise location. How is that possible? Biddily inquired, momentarily taken aback. It's about sensing. If you focus intently, you can perceive their presence, Tian elucidated. Biddily then attempted to close her eyes and sense her surroundings, but found it rather implausible. I'll teach you later, Tian said, embracing Biddily tightly. Meanwhile, Gu exhibited a menacing aura, directing his gaze towards the foremost figure, Sun Wukong. Let us first eliminate this obstructive individual. With that, Gu lunged forward, brandishing his long scythe towards Sun Wukong. Swiftly, Sun Wukong sidestepped, evading the deadly arc of the scythe. Following this, he delivered a powerful kick to Gu's nose. Stunned, Gu felt a sharp pain and tears began to flow. You have underestimated us, even amidst this enveloping darkness. We are acutely aware of your every move, Sun Wukong said with a smile. Your actions disturb the air. Gu was momentarily taken aback. Is that so? He pondered. Moreover, I possess the means to see you. As he spoke, a radiant golden light erupted from Sun Wukong, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. The golden luminescence instantly illuminated the surrounding darkness. Gu was left utterly astonished. This was far beyond mere illumination. I can see. How wonderful, Biddily exclaimed in delight. Upon witnessing Sun Wukong's transformation, Biddily and Beerus also widened their eyes in disbelief. What is this fellow planning? Biddily gasped. The atmosphere has shifted entirely. This is more than just a glow. Beerus sneered. Quickly, fetch me the energy detector. I require one that measures at maximum scale. Biddily commanded one of his subordinates. The subordinate promptly returned with the energy detector. Biddily assessed Sun Wukong's energy reading. What? 3,000 units. He exclaimed, trembling. Is it possible for a human to possess 3,000 units of energy? That cannot be. Beerus was equally astounded. Could the detector be malfunctioning? If he truly possesses 3,000 units, Gu stands no chance against him. Biddily swiftly inspected the detector and found no faults, his expression darkening to an extreme. After all, Uge's maximum energy was only 800 units. Chapter 88, Sun Wukong vs. Beast Gu. How do you find it now? You should comprehend that darkness holds no power over us, Sun Wukong said, smiling at Gu. Hee. I understand now. Gu grinned. Wait, you're not afraid at all. Sun Wukong was taken aback, and suddenly, Yigu opened his mouth wide. Whoosh! A powerful suction force swiftly acted upon Sun Wukong. Bang! The golden radiance enveloping Sun Wukong vanished in an instant. Whoosh! The golden light transformed into a luminous orb and, in a fleeting moment, entered Yi Ji's mouth. Gulp! Yigu devoured the golden orb and let out a satisfied belch. Sun Wukong was stunned, gazing at his restored normal state, momentarily at a loss for words. Darkness enveloped the surroundings once more, rendering everything invisible. Biddily was utterly astonished. It was Kakarot, the Super Saiyan, reverting to his ordinary form. Vegeta remarked from the side. Oh, it dawned on me. The beast Yigu is capable of consuming energy. After transforming into a Super Saiyan, Sun Wukong's energy became his finest delicacy. The Kaioshin suddenly grasped the situation. Humph, why do such revelations always come after the fact? Vegeta scoffed and shot an exasperated glance at the Kaioshin. That foolish Kaioshin. Tian observed from the side, refraining from comment. These minions would be a cinch for Tian to handle, but there was no need for that. Tian also sensed that leveling up required either 1,000 individuals or 10,000 buildings. Yet, hadn't he already eradicated enough during his bronze level? Tian suddenly felt that his erasure-based upgrade seemed to be linked to time. It appeared that he would upgrade autonomously after a certain period. For now, he chose to disregard it. At least, Tian felt that his current level was more than adequate. Indeed, the flavor just experienced was truly sumptuous. It was my first time savoring such delectable energy. Yigu patted his belly. Eating energy? Sun Wukong was taken aback. Father, don't transform into a Super Saiyan again. This guy seems capable of consuming energy. Sun Wukong's son, Gohan, loudly cautioned. Hee. Yigu chuckled mischievously, affirming, you are not mistaken. If possible, I would relish another feast. I must say, your energy is undoubtedly a first-rate delicacy. Very well, I shall ensure you dine to your heart's content. Sun Wukong smiled slightly. What did you just say? Are you a fool? Yigu felt an unexpected wave of happiness. What on earth does Kakarot intend to do? Vegeta furrowed his brow. Father, let me join the battle as well. Together, we can defeat him without transforming. Gohan suggested. No need. I shall confront him alone. You need not intervene. Sun Wukong declared. Once again radiating golden light as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. His body glimmered with golden brilliance. Biddily whispered, this is called the Super Saiyan transformation. Tian explained. What does that mean? Biddily lifted her gaze towards Tian. To put it simply, Gohan's father is not of earthly origin, but rather a Saiyan from another planet. Tian replied. Oh, so, does that mean Gohan is not from Earth either? Biddily inquired, astonished. No, Gohan is indeed an Earthling, yet he is not entirely so. Tian spoke slowly. Biddily, what do you mean? I can't quite grasp what you were saying. Gohan's father is an extraterrestrial, while his mother is from Earth. We have encountered his mother before, haven't we? Tian elucidated. Oh, so that means Gohan is of mixed heritage? Biddily exclaimed, suddenly enlightened. No wonder you described him as both an alien and not an alien. Tian chuckled softly, opting not to elaborate further. How do you know all of this so well? Biddily asked, regarding Tian with curiosity. I read extensively. Within the pages of books lie treasures of knowledge, and even basketball courts, Tian responded with a smile. Biddily, you can link everything to basketball, can't you? Hee, your ignorance truly amuses me. I could indulge in another meal. At that moment, Go also opened his mouth wide. Was he really that foolish? Why insist on fighting alone? The Kaioshin was at a loss. This was no mere game. Silence. Let him pursue his own path. He has his own plans. Vegeta reprimanded from the side, asserting that he was no fool. You exhibit a complete lack of reverence towards the divine. I am, after all, the most magnificent deity in this universe. Behold, Yigu unleashed a tremendous suction, rapidly absorbing the golden radiance emanating from Sun Wukong. In an instant, the golden glow surrounding Sun Wukong began to fade once more. What a fool Yigu is. Consuming such vast amounts of energy is utterly wasteful. Bafity gritted his teeth. Increasingly vexed, without inflicting harm upon that fellow named Sun Wukong, his energy could not be absorbed by the demon Buu. Suddenly, a faint smile graced Sun Wukong's lips, and a powerful surge of energy erupted from him. Yi Ji's expression shifted dramatically as he realized that the situation was amiss. However, by the time Yigu comprehended the gravity of the matter, it was already too late. Boom! Yi Ji's body detonated, transforming into a mist of blood, utterly lifeless. Vegeta fell silent. So this is how it is. Kakarot has surpassed even the Super Saiyan state, reaching the level once attained by Gohan. The gateway has opened. We can proceed to the next level. Sun Wukong shouted jubilantly. The Kaioshin was left utterly astonished. He never anticipated that Sun Wukong would grow to such formidable strength. Father is truly remarkable. The energy he emitted while defeating that monster was simply overwhelming, Gohan marveled. As they spoke, Sun Wukong, Gohan, and Vegeta descended from the entrance of the gateway, with the Kaioshin following closely behind. Let us also descend, Tian said, taking Biddily's hand. Indeed. Biddily nodded gently. Before long, Tian and the others arrived at the second level of the spaceship. Bafity stood in a daze, his face a mask of astonishment. What just transpired? Yigu exploded. Why did he explode? Bafity simply could not comprehend. Yigu was too foolish. He had likely fallen into the enemy's trap. Depura analyzed the situation, noting that the light energy he had absorbed had exceeded his limits. No, something was peculiar earlier. Bafity shook his head. Yigu had suddenly expanded at the last moment. They were indeed formidable opponents. I understand now. Allow me to alleviate Lord Bafity's unease, Depura mused. I shall personally guard the second level. In an instant, I will injure them and seize their energy to awaken the Demon Buu. Naturally, I also intend to teach that little brat who kicked me a lesson. Chapter 89. Depura takes the field. Depura, you must give it your all. If you lose as well, everything will be over. Bafity expressed his apprehension. Do you have confidence? Confidence? I am the king of the demon realm. There is not a single human in this universe who requires me to exert my utmost effort in battle. Depura exuded an air of boundless confidence. Gohan. It is your turn to battle, Sun Wukong said, addressing Son Gohan. Have you been training diligently over the years? Son Gohan sheepishly touched his nose. Having forgotten about his training during these peaceful times. Our current strength has far surpassed his, Vegeta scoffed. Son Gohan scratched his head. However, given his potential, the outcome would remain uncertain if you were to train earnestly, Vegeta remarked. The Supreme Kai was utterly flabbergasted. Had these three not yet unleashed their full power? In a moment of crisis, would they, like Sun Wukong just moments ago, erupt with unfathomable strength? It was truly hard to believe that I, the Supreme Kai, would be so perturbed by a mere human. Suddenly, the doors of the spaceship elevator opened with a click, and Depura emerged. Depura, the Supreme Kai exclaimed. Son Gohan's expression also turned exceedingly grave. You are quite remarkable. Depura laughed. To defeat the demon beasts and bring me out personally is indeed a miracle for you. I must commend you. However, from this moment onward, everything changes, for I shall become your adversary. The Demon King is merely a name without substance, Vegeta sneered. I distinctly saw you get kicked by that earthling. That was an accident. Depura shouted defiantly. It matters not. You must be the strongest subordinate of that sorcerer. It seems he has become quite anxious, Vegeta retorted coldly. Enough with the chatter. Allow me to dispose of you all, Depura declared. Casting a resentful glance at Tian. That earlier kick from this lad was rather fierce. No, I demand a one-on-one battle with you, Son Gohan proclaimed loudly. What did you say? Anger flashed across Depura's face. A mere child dares to challenge me to a duel? Has my reputation as Depura faded in the realm of humans? You truly underestimate me. The World Martial Arts Tournament has left the audience in utter astonishment. What is happening? Why have those contestants taken flight? As everyone can see, several participants have inexplicably departed, leaving the judges to wipe their brows. Such occurrences are indeed unprecedented. Presently, the staff is deliberating the forthcoming matches, so we kindly ask the spectators to remain patient for a moment longer. It has been over an hour. Their eligibility to compete should be revoked. Yet, only 4 contestants remain. A few staff members huddled together, whispering amongst themselves. Those who have vanished must be terrified of me, Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan remarked with a hint of pride. In other words, your presence here is quite courageous. He surveyed the 3 contestants remaining. One was a masked fighter, another was Joel, and the last was a striking young woman. Mr. Satan was acutely aware of the abilities of the masked fighter and Joel. The young woman's skill level should be rather unimpressive as well. It seems my son-in-law has taken away all the formidable opponents. Now I can rest easy. A fine son-in-law indeed. Are you suggesting that this will facilitate my victory in the competition? Ha ha ha. Mr. Satan secretly revels in delight. Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Satan. Ju-Air offers a faint smile. Trunks stands nearby, feeling a twinge of caution. This individual is quite formidable. He once knocked me out of the ring with a single punch. Moreover, when my energy was unleashed, it inexplicably vanished. Ah, wait. Mr. Satan suddenly recalls something and strides towards the organizing committee. Upon witnessing Mr. Satan's entrance, the audience erupts in cheers, calling out his name. I have a splendid suggestion that you might consider. Mr. Satan smiles. Ah, Mr. Satan. The committee members immediately regard him with utmost respect. Let us adopt a mixed battle format, Mr. Satan proposes. Immediately, he suggests disqualifying the others, allowing the remaining 4 contestants, including myself, to compete together. A mere 4 participants in an elimination round seems rather dull. A mixed battle would be far more exhilarating and entertaining. However, the staff appear momentarily taken aback, hesitating to respond. What? Are you opposed to my proposal? Mr. Satan's eyes narrow slightly, and his expression darkens. Very well, I shall take my leave then. No, no, no. That is an absolutely brilliant idea. The staff immediately exclaims. Let us announce it. Mr. Satan instructs the referee. The referee, without objection, steps onto the stage to relay Mr. Satan's proposal to the audience. Upon hearing the announcement, the crowd erupts in enthusiastic applause for Mr. Satan. Truly, Mr. Satan, proposing a mixed battle, your courage is deeply admirable, remarks the staff member who had hesitated earlier. Mr. Satan is taken aback. During the mixed battle, our champion, Mr. Satan, will certainly be besieged by the other 3 contestants. The staff member smiles knowingly. Mr. Satan feels a wave of apprehension wash over him. Ha ha ha, there is nothing to fear. I am indeed the true world champion. Internally, Mr. Satan is in a state of panic, yet he maintains a composed facade. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce the 4 contestants who will soon engage in the mixed battle, the referee announces loudly, starting with the champion we all know, Mr. Satan. With a downcast expression, Mr. Satan steps onto the stage. The moment he ascends the platform, a surge of passion ignites within him, and he raises his fist triumphantly. Next, we have the only female contestant of this competition, the uniquely named contestant number 18. The referee continues, followed by the masked competitor, who was eliminated in the first round last time. Finally, we have Juair, who is quite popular among the ladies and was defeated by Mr. Satan in the previous finals. Juair blew a kiss towards the female audience, igniting a fervor among them. A chorus of enthusiastic women erupted, calling out his name. Hello. Beautiful. I truly cannot bring myself to be harsh with you. How about we share a meal after the match? Juair leaned towards the woman numbered 18, extending an invitation. Go away, you annoying pest, she retorted without a glance. Juair was momentarily taken aback. How dare this woman reject me? With my striking looks, she still turns me down? Chapter 90. Satan, son-in-law, I seek your assistance. This 4-person mixed battle has no time limit. The competition is about to commence. The referee announced. Satan immediately readied himself for combat. Come on, the 3 of you, I declared confidently. Even without my son-in-law, I believe I can defeat you all. Let the competition begin. The referee raised his microphone and signaled with a flourish. In an instant, Jua charged fiercely towards number 18. Bang! With a swift kick, number 18 eliminated Jua from the match. Oh no! The onlookers gasped, their hearts heavy with dismay. Has our handsome hero truly been ousted? Trunks and Goten stood in stunned silence, both unaware of number 18's prowess, as Krillin had never married her. Following the Cell Games, number 17 and number 18 had parted ways with Goku and commenced their own lives, leaving no one to regale the children with tales of their exploits. Although Krillin harbored affections for number 18, he would never divulge such matters to the youngsters. How could that woman be so formidable? Trunks exclaimed, astonished. I've noticed it too. Goten replied. She exudes no energy at all. Indeed, no energy. Trunks nodded in agreement. Nearby, Satan wore a look of utter astonishment. This girl had just vanquished Jua, a formidable rival. With a composed demeanor, number 18 felt a surge of excitement within her. It seems the championship is mine, she mused. And the prize money as well. Wait a moment. That fellow is the world champion. Should I perhaps extort a little money from him? I could graciously concede the title to him in exchange for a handsome reward. That plan is quite clever. First, I'll eliminate that oddly proportioned man. Ladies and gentlemen, the competition has commenced, and Jua has already been eliminated. The referee announced. We are left with 3 competitors, the masked fighter, number 18, and Mr. Satan, the world champion. Which of these contestants will ultimately rise to seize the championship title? Mr. Satan, meanwhile, was secretly relishing the moment. This is splendid. The championship is as good as mine. First, I shall employ an extravagant technique to defeat the masked fighter. The lovely lady will undoubtedly be taken aback by my strength, and I shall graciously escort her from the arena. Both she and the audience will be utterly captivated by me. With this thought, Mr. Satan raised his right hand, extending his index and middle fingers in a victorious gesture. Mr. Satan proclaims his victory. The referee declared, "Goten, do not underestimate that world champion." Trunks cautioned, "Wasn't it the wizard's magic that caused the disappearance of energy when you battled him?" Goten inquired, "Do you think that perhaps Satan is the wizard?" Trunks pondered, "Your brother's school was in a city named Satan, wasn't it? Named after him, no less. Your words seem to hold some merit." Sun Wukong nodded. "Let us first engage that woman," Trunks proposed. "Very well, let us proceed." Sun Wukong did not object. "Here I come." Rolling strike. Mr. Satan swiftly tumbled onto the arena, hurtling towards Trunks. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong leaped from his position, charging directly toward Android 18. Satan's iron fist. Mr. Satan performed several somersaults before launching a punch at Trunks and Sun Wukong, yet his attack fell short. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Wukong and Trunks immediately clashed with Android 18, their battle escalating in intensity and speed. Mr. Satan watched in bewilderment. What on earth is happening? As they continued to fight, Sun Wukong and Trunks soared into the air. "This woman is formidable," Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. Whoosh. Android 18 also ascended swiftly. Bang, bang, bang. The fierce confrontation resumed. "Damn it, I can barely keep up." Trunks struggled to defend himself, particularly as Sun Wukong controlled the area below his waist. Whoosh. Android 18 soared above Trunks and Sun Wukong. Bang. With a powerful strike, she forcefully knocked both of them down from the sky. Boom. Sun Wukong and Trunks left a sizable crater upon landing. The audience gasped in shock, believing the competitors had been defeated. Clap. Sun Wukong and Trunks sprang from the pit. "Wukong, you could kick," Trunks exclaimed in frustration. "But I can't see clearly." Sun Wukong replied, equally distressed. Mr. Satan was utterly dumbfounded. "Where is my son-in-law? I now seek his assistance. Otherwise, I shall be utterly defeated. Who are these individuals?" Whoosh. Without a moment's hesitation, Android 18 unleashed an energy blast aimed directly at Sun Wukong and Trunks. "Fly, Wukong!" Trunks shouted in alarm. Whoosh. Sun Wukong ascended into the air. "Damn it, this is futile against her." Trunks gritted his teeth. "If all else fails, let us transform into Super Saiyans," Sun Wukong suggested. "Indeed, in these outfits, we should remain undetected." Trunks found this approach quite commendable. Android 18 furrowed her brow, observing the peculiar figures of Goten and Trunks before her, her thoughts awash with uncertainty. This individual appeared exceedingly odd. Proportionally, his limbs seemed disproportionately small, yet his strength was formidable. Who was he exactly? Suddenly, a radiant golden light enveloped Goten and Trunks, signaling their transformation into Super Saiyans. Android 18 momentarily stood stunned, realizing that their attire was ill-suited for conventional techniques. It seemed they would have to resort to the Kamehameha wave, Trunks suggested. "Is that all right?" Goten inquired with a hint of concern, aware that taking a life was against the rules, especially since she had committed no wrongdoing. "Rest assured, she is exceptionally powerful. There will be no issues," Trunks replied with a broad grin. At that moment, Android 18 experienced a sudden epiphany. So they were Super Saiyans. It finally dawned on her who they were. Although Goten and Trunks were unfamiliar with her, she had a slight awareness of them. After all, she occasionally paid attention to the activities of Gohan and Vegeta. She knew that Gohan had a younger brother and Vegeta had a son. Thus, judging by this individual's physique, it could only be the offspring of these two young warriors. Kamehameha. Trunks unleashed the energy wave from his hands, sending it hurtling towards Android 18 with tremendous speed. Startled, she swiftly evaded the oncoming attack, narrowly escaping the Kamehameha's wrath. Boom. The energy wave struck the distant ocean, sending towering waves soaring over 100 meters high. Mr. Satan, witnessing such an astonishing spectacle, stood dumbfounded, nearly dropping his jaw in disbelief. "Are you human?" Chapter 91 Number 18 questioned, "Is your son-in-law quite renowned?" Missing the mark, Trunks muttered, "Keep firing." Number 18's expression shifted dramatically. "Are these two little ones truly that formidable? This is exceedingly perilous. I must swiftly determine the victor. I am determined to defeat you." "Vegeta's son, Gohan's brother," Number 18 proclaimed loudly. "What?" Both Goten and Trunks were momentarily taken aback. "How does she know our identities? This is troubling." Whoosh. With a swift motion, number 18 unleashed a ki blast directed at Goten and Trunks. In their panic, they hastily dove in opposite directions. Sizzle! The ki blast passed between them, and soon Goten and Trunks found themselves separated, now two distinct individuals. The masked contestant has been cleaved in two, the referee exclaimed. However, he quickly corrected himself. No, they are two separate individuals. The referee announced, according to tournament regulations, two individuals are not permitted to compete together. Therefore, their qualification is revoked. Goten and Trunks exchanged mortified glances, feeling utterly humiliated. They promptly fled the scene. Number 18 descended gracefully, a triumphant smile gracing her face as she landed in front of Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan appeared utterly bewildered, his face a portrait of terror. I am going to be killed by her. Where is my son-in-law? Son-in-law, what are you doing at this critical moment? Hurry and neutralize her energy, or I shall truly perish. Tears streamed down Satan's face. Swish. Number 18 immediately assumed an offensive stance. Mr. Satan was paralyzed with fear, nearly losing control of himself. Whoosh. In an instant, number 18 appeared beside Mr. Satan, gripping his neck and leaning in close to his ear. Please, do not kill me. I will do anything you ask. Mr. Satan pleaded desperately. Do not scream. If you do not silence yourself, I will end your life. Number 18 replied coldly. Oh, Mr. Satan has been subdued by contestant number 18. The referee announced. Do you understand? Keep your voice down. Number 18 smiled. Tell me, do you wish to win the championship? Do you know my son-in-law? Mr. Satan mustered his courage through gritted teeth. Number 18 paused. I merely wish to extort a bit of money from you. Why do you bring up your son-in-law? Who is your son-in-law? What significance does that hold? I am uncertain. Is he particularly renowned? On the 18th, I found it amusing. Though he may not possess widespread fame, he is undeniably formidable. He is the most magnificent deity in this universe. Satan clenched his fists tightly, asserting that should you dare to take my life, my son-in-law will not spare you. 18. The most magnificent deity in this universe? That title is indeed impressive. Is your son-in-law boasting? Would the greatest deity in the universe truly descend upon Earth? Enough. I have no time for idle chatter. I simply inquire whether you wish to be the champion. Answer my question. Should you choose to remain silent, even if your son-in-law and daughter are the most magnificent beings, I can easily extinguish your life. 18's expression turned icy as she issued a threat, causing Satan to tremble in fear. Why do you refuse to heed advice? My son-in-law is truly remarkable. Can you not ponder any longer? How could I possibly aspire to be the champion? Satan shook his head in haste. I can ensure your victory. Number 18 smiled. Satan was taken aback. If you provide me with 20 million, I shall deliberately concede to you. Number 18 whispered. This arrangement is quite equitable. Thus, you may preserve your reputation, while I seek only monetary gain. Mr. Satan remained utterly unmoved. What could possibly be unfolding? The formidable Mr. Satan appeared to have encountered a formidable adversary. The referee, microphone in hand, addressed the audience present. 20 million, you say? Satan was momentarily stunned. Is that how it is? I initially thought you had ulterior motives. The champion stands to receive a prize of 10 million. You merely need to pay an additional 10 million. Number 18 retorted, while simultaneously issuing a threat. If you refuse, regardless of who your son-in-law may be, I shall eliminate you on the spot. I agree. Of course I agree. Satan readily nodded. I thought you were asking something more. Is it not just an additional 10 million? Am I one to be troubled by a lack of funds? You should have mentioned it earlier. Had I known, I would not have been so frightened, to the point of losing control. Very well, it is settled then. On the 18th, I smiled contentedly. With this newfound fortune, I can indulge in some delightful leisure once more. First, I shall refresh my wardrobe at home. As for that enigmatic sorcerer, I shall not let this matter rest. You have taken away all my clothes, all of them from my wardrobe. On the 18th, a wail of despair escaped, and I was sent reeling backward. Mr. Satan has flung contestant 18 away. Indeed, Mr. Satan lives up to his name. The referee was taken aback, and the audience erupted in cheers for Mr. Satan, chanting his name in admiration. How infuriating. Contestant 18 gritted his teeth from a distance. Mr. Satan momentarily appeared dazed, but soon straightened his chest, displaying an expression of confidence and pride. Ha ha ha. Mr. Satan unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks into the air. Ha! I have seen through all your techniques. Though you may seem formidable, you are no match for me. Mr. Satan proclaimed loudly, asserting that while 18's skills were commendable, There was still a vast chasm between them. He was destined to be the ultimate champion. The audience erupted once more, some in disbelief, voicing their excitement. "Hurry up and make your move, you fool," commanded 18. "Yes, yes." Mr. Satan nodded vigorously. In the next moment, he let out a fierce shout and charged at 18 with claws bared. "Behold, Mr. Satan's miraculous, super, indomitable iron fist." Bam! Mr. Satan's fist connected squarely with 18's forehead. A direct hit. The audience shouted in unison. "Is this your ultimate move?" 18's face fell in disappointment. "Yes, yes." Mr. Satan felt a twinge of shame. "Wow," 18 exclaimed, as he was propelled backward, tumbling out of the ring and thus eliminated. The audience was left in stunned silence. "Ladies and gentlemen, this punch may appear unremarkable, but it will unleash astonishing power in mere seconds." Mr. Satan quickly explained, "This is the miraculous, indomitable iron fist of Satan." In his excitement, he even forgot the name of his own technique. "The championship belongs to Mr. Satan," the referee declared forthwith. Mr. Satan raised his fist in triumph, shouting in celebration of his victory. The audience joined in, rejoicing for Satan, our Earth's guardian deity. Chapter 92, Son Gohan vs. Beerus. "Tomorrow, I will come to your house to collect the money. If you do not give it to me, I will kill you." 18 coldly stated this and turned to leave. Mr. Satan nodded. "Tomorrow? Yes, tomorrow I shall invite my son-in-law to my home. If you dare to ask me for money, I shall have my son-in-law eliminate you." This plan seems quite agreeable. Mr. Satan secretly rejoiced within. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong was already prepared for battle alongside Dabra. "Your confrontation shall undoubtedly be fierce, therefore. To prevent the spacecraft from enduring violent collisions, I have decided to relocate you to another planet." The voice of Biddily resonated through the ship's loudspeakers, followed by the commencement of his magic. Barbara. Yet, Biddily suddenly and tragically realized that his magic had failed once more. What is going on? Biddily was truly at a loss. What has become of my magic? Why isn't it working again? After several attempts, Biddily finally succeeded. In an instant, Tian and the others were transported to an unfamiliar planet. "Come forth, Dabra." Sun Wukong radiated a golden light, having unlocked Super Saiyan 2. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Wukong launched a fierce assault on Dabra. After several exchanges, he delivered a powerful kick that sent Dabra flying backward. Dabra swiftly regained his composure in midair, landing firmly on the ground, taking a deep breath, and unleashing a torrent of flames from his mouth. The flames engulfed the area as they cascaded towards Sun Wukong. Startled, Sun Wukong quickly dodged. This time, Tian refrained from intervening in their battle. After all, in Tian's perception, their strengths were fairly matched. Moreover, Tian lacked combat experience. He sought to learn from the fighting techniques exhibited by Sun Wukong and Dabra. Whoosh! Sun Wukong charged towards Dabra. Swish! Dabra flickered, leaving behind an afterimage. Sun Wukong's attack missed entirely. "I am right here, you fool." Dabra's voice echoed from behind Sun Wukong. Boom! In the next moment, Dabra waved his hand, sending a fiery energy hurtling towards Sun Wukong's position. Bang! The fiery energy struck Sun Wukong directly, sending him flying backward into the lake behind him. Moments later, Sun Wukong soared out of the water. He had sustained no injuries. However, his green attire had been torn away, ripping apart his green jacket. Sun Wukong glared at Dabra in a fit of rage. Was that magic? Can he wield magic as well? Sun Wukong was momentarily stunned. Yes, those from the demon realm are likely to possess magical abilities. The King of Kings nodded. Then tell me, is the mysterious disappearance of certain things related to them? Vegeta snorted, pondering the implications of the situation. The Supreme Kai turned to glance at him, clearly indicating that if it were not them, then who else could it be? Vegeta reflected deeply, beginning to sense something amiss. If that sorcerer possessed the ability to nullify our energy, then why had he not targeted Gohan's energy instead? Furthermore, during Kakarot's battle with that monster, his energy had not vanished either. Could it be that the enigmatic sorcerer in Satan City was not Biddily? Or perhaps Biddily could only eliminate energy levels beneath that of a Super Saiyan. Now that Gohan was fighting with energy surpassing that of a Super Saiyan, was he then powerless? Vegeta's thoughts spiraled, yet upon observing Gohan's prolonged struggle with little progress, he felt a surge of irritation. Beerus is merely mediocre. I expected him to be far more formidable. With a huff, Vegeta pointed at Yaishin, who had feigned weakness earlier, allowing that Earthling to land a solid kick. Yet in reality, his performance was far below expectations. The Supreme Kai had no retort to this. Yaishin chuckled, choosing not to interject, content to listen to Vegeta's commentary. I shall remain here, observing your antics. Gohan is woefully untrained. Goku lamented. Humph, it is truly exasperating, Vegeta grumbled, noticing Vegeta's demeanor. Dabura cast a surprised glance in their direction. Gohan charged towards Dabura's position with a fierce determination. Spit. Dabura spat towards Gohan. Danger. Be cautious of petrification. The Supreme Kai exclaimed. Gohan, taken aback, quickly raised his hand to shield himself from the spittle. His gloves immediately turned to stone. Reacting swiftly, Gohan tore off the gloves. With a thud, the stone gloves shattered into pieces. In an instant, Dabura appeared near Gohan, lifting his hand to reveal a blade. He swung the weapon towards Gohan with intent to strike. Gohan, alarmed, swiftly clamped down on the blade with both hands. Ah! Gohan shouted, exerting tremendous effort to twist and ultimately shattered Dabura's weapon. Breathing heavily, Gohan eyed Dabura warily, recognizing the formidable challenge he posed. Gohan, allow me to take over. Yaishin suddenly offered. Gohan replied, cough, cough, Yaishin, let me continue for a while longer. Sun Wukong was momentarily at a loss for words, finally managing to utter a simple response. Such remarks would not cause discomfort to Tian, as the outcome between them had yet to be determined. Sun Wukong smiled and said, while Dabura glanced over at Tian. Whoosh. Dabura then surged towards Tian's direction. However, Sun Wukong was swifter. He quickly caught up with Dabura and delivered a powerful kick to his back. Boom. Dabura plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground and creating a large crater. Whoosh. Dabura immediately sprang up from the crater, a faint smile adorning his face. Damn it. I can no longer wait. Let me bring this battle to an end. Vegeta exclaimed, gritting his teeth with frustration. Vegeta, allow Gohan to continue. They have yet to determine a victor, Sun Wukong hastily implored. This game is exceedingly dull. Vegeta shouted vehemently. I wish to conclude this farce swiftly and then face you in combat. It is for this purpose that I entered that tiresome tournament of power. Chapter 93. Is there a higher level of divinity? Aren't you here to find the sorcerer? Sun Wukong scratched his head. The sorcerer has been located. I have avenged my grievances. Now it is time for us to duel, Vegeta retorted with a huff, pointing accusingly at Sun Wukong. Dabura, however, keenly noted this detail. He swiftly established a telepathic connection with Biddily. Really? Very well, I shall summon you back at once. Biddily intoned, weaving a spell. Whoosh. In an instant, Tian, Sun Wukong, and the others found themselves back aboard the spaceship. Dabura promptly made his way towards the ship's exit. Before departing, he raised his middle finger at Tian, his gaze laced with a hint of mockery. Whoosh. Tian, unperturbed, casually dismissed Dabura's gesture. The only reason you are not obliterated is due to my mercy. Hey, do you wish to flee? Sun Wukong inquired, momentarily taken aback. Flee? Have you misunderstood? Dabura chuckled lightly. I need not act personally, for I have discovered a more suitable candidate. What do you mean? Sun Wukong asked, somewhat perplexed. Dabura swiftly approached Biddily. Dabura, what was that you just mentioned? Do you truly have a new discovery? Biddily inquired. Indeed, I have identified an individual among that group who possesses a malevolent heart. Dabura replied, waving his finger. We can manipulate this individual to become one of us. Yes? Where's my middle finger? Biddily was momentarily taken aback, immediately directing his gaze toward Dabula's finger. To his astonishment, Dabula's middle finger had mysteriously vanished. Dabula turned his head, searching for his missing digit. Where's my finger? When did it fall off? How strange. Why is there no blood? Dabula, are you suggesting that we incite them to turn against one another? This way, we could amass sufficient energy, correct? Biddily grasped the implication. Please hold on a moment, Lord Biddily. I need to locate my middle finger, Dabula promptly replied. Fear not. If the demon Buu can be awakened, he shall heal you, and your finger will be restored, Biddily proposed. That is indeed a sound plan. Let us proceed thusly. Dabula nodded in agreement, acknowledging that although it was uncomfortable to be missing a finger, it did not cause him pain. The individual you refer to must be him. Upon sighting Vegeta, Biddily's teeth clenched in irritation. Indeed, it is he, Dabula affirmed with a nod. This scoundrel previously dealt me a grievous beating, and my injuries have yet to fully mend. Biddily gritted his teeth, harboring a desire to retaliate against Vegeta. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Vegeta was indeed extraordinary, emanating an aura of malevolence. Undoubtedly not a champion of justice. This is splendid. If I could exert control over him, I would compel him to strike himself first. Thus, you could achieve your vengeance. Dapula smiled faintly. Who could argue otherwise? Bafidi exclaimed, his excitement manifesting in animated gestures. Subsequently, Bafidi aimed both hands toward the crystal orb containing Vegeta, murmuring incantations. I command you to heed my summons. He began to weave his magic. Swish. Tian had long since employed his unique ability, akin to a divine perception, to thoroughly scrutinize the spacecraft. After all, he could sense everything within a radius of 1,000 meters. Since upgrading to the silver-level Erasure technique, Fang Yun's reaction capability had likewise been enhanced. What does a radius of 1,000 meters signify? Imagine drawing a circle centered on Tian. Regardless of whether above or below ground, as long as one resided within that 1,000-meter radius, Tian could perceive their presence. Thus, even if Bafidi and his companions were underground, it posed no challenge for him. How peculiar. Bafidi noted that his magic had mysteriously failed once more, causing him to lose his composure slightly. Lord Bafidi, has the magic failed again? Dapula had grown accustomed to such occurrences. I do not understand the situation. It seems that recently, my spells have frequently faltered. Bafidi pondered aloud, speculating whether it could be related to Earth's magnetic field. This planet's magnetic field may be rather unusual. Dapula responded, can you truly link this to the magnetic field? I do not perceive it as the cause. I cannot shake the feeling that an invisible hand is orchestrating all of this. Dapula furrowed his brow. An invisible hand? Bafidi was taken aback. I cannot quite articulate it. Dapula shook his head. Lord Bafidi, do you think there could be a deity even more powerful than the King of Worlds? The greatest god in the universe? If not the King of Worlds, then what other god could there be? Bafidi rolled his eyes. While that may be true, what then is the situation with my missing middle finger? Dapula felt a sense of unease creeping in. All this talk is futile. Regardless of what kind of deity he may be, he is merely a pawn before Majin Buu. Bafidi scoffed. I shall attempt once more. With that, Bafidi cast a spell upon Vegeta once again. This time, Bafidi was thrilled to discover that it seemed successful. Vegeta was momentarily stunned, immediately clutching his head and letting out a series of cries. Indeed, the expression on the King of Worlds' face shifted dramatically. An enormous surge of energy erupted from Vegeta, instantly transforming him into a Super Saiyan. Tian held on to Biddily tightly, fearing for her safety. Of course, the likelihood of Biddily being harmed was negligible. All the energy that surged towards them was effortlessly dispelled by Tian. Vegeta cried out once more, his body quaking violently. Vegeta, Bafidi has uncovered your malevolent heart. Focus your mind and do not let your thoughts wander. The King of Worlds urged urgently. Be quiet. Stop your incessant prattle before me. Vegeta gritted his teeth and retorted angrily. Well done. Bafidi laughed heartily. You are now our ally, and I shall unleash your full potential, breaking through your limits. With that, Bafidi once again unleashed his magic. Boom. An even more potent energy erupted from Vegeta. Son Goku's expression shifted from concern to alarm. Vegeta, do not let those villains control you. Son Gohan exclaimed with worry. As Vegeta's energy began to stabilize, he slowly lifted his head, a McDonald's symbol appearing on his forehead. Vegeta's expression appeared somewhat grotesque, yet an endless smile adorned his face. This is bad. The King of Worlds' expression shifted yet again. Chapter 94, Controlled Vegeta. Tian. It seems he has been taken over. Biddily's face went pale. Indeed, he has been controlled. Tian nodded. Very well, you are now under my command. To express your prior misdeeds towards me, strike yourself in the face. Bafidi issued his first command. Vegeta did not move. How strange. Is the magic failing at such a critical moment? Bafidi was momentarily stunned. Did you hear that? Immediately give yourself 2 resounding slaps. Bafidi issued another command. Yet Vegeta remained unmoving. It was truly puzzling. What was this magic at play? Bafidi felt a pang of frustration but decided to postpone his vengeance for later. The immediate priority was to resurrect Majin Buu. Should we relocate them for their battle? Dabra suggested. You are correct. Let us hope this spell proves effective. Bafidi gritted his teeth and unleashed his magic once more. In an instant, Tian and the others materialized at the venue of the World Martial Arts Tournament. Satan was jubilantly celebrating his victory. However, upon seeing Tian and his companions, Satan was instantly bewildered. The audience was equally stunned. Goku, you have arrived too late. The match has just concluded, the referee informed Goku. Excellent. Vegeta, harm them immediately and siphon their energy. Bafidi commanded, eager for a swift and decisive battle, even if it meant killing them. Less chatter. Vegeta scoffed. I have no interest in anyone else. Kakarot is my sole adversary. Goku was taken aback. This fellow was truly peculiar. I find myself unable to fully control him. Babidi mused. Is it due to the erratic nature of my magic? A wicked smile spread across Vegeta's face as he raised his hand, unleashing a surge of energy directed at Goku. Stop! Goku exclaimed in alarm, quickly crossing his arms to shield his head. With a resounding crash, Vegeta's energy struck Goku, sending him crashing aside. The energy continued its relentless path towards the distant audience. Goku, horrified, realized it was too late to intervene. Tian remained still, choosing not to nullify Vegeta's energy this time. This was a consequence of Vegeta's own actions, and he would face repercussions for his transgressions. Only then would Vegeta catch up to Goku. After all, Tian was no saint. With a thunderous roar, a gaping hole was blasted into the northern section of the audience, resulting in numerous casualties. Goku's face turned pale with shock. Vegeta! He shouted in fury. Vegeta, in contrast, wore a chilling smile. The audience was thrown into chaos, fleeing in every direction. Vegeta, what has happened? Bulma called out from another section of the crowd. Well, a total of over 200 lives have been claimed. Babidi laughed heartily. Mr. Satan, utterly terrified, hurried to Tian's side. What has he done? Biddily was taken aback. No worries, with me here, you shall come to no harm, Tian reassured her. Father, are you all right? Biddily asked with urgent concern. I'm fine. Satan replied with a wry smile. Vegeta, what do you intend to do? Sun Wukong exclaimed. Let us settle this once and for all. Kakarot. Vegeta chuckled lightly. However, should you wish to spare more lives, you may choose to decline. Vegeta, you haven't unwittingly fallen under Babidi's spell, have you? Sun Wukong paused, suddenly coming to his senses. Humph. Vegeta scoffed coldly, gathering another energy sphere in his hand. Whoosh. With a swift gesture, Vegeta hurled the energy sphere towards another section of the audience. Boom. Many spectators in that area met their demise instantaneously. Sun Wukong's face was etched with sorrow and fury. Vegeta's expression grew ever more triumphant. Clap. Sun Wukong's entire being radiated golden light as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. No. Sun Wukong. King Kai gasped. If you engage in battle here, you will fall into Babidi's trap. Your energy will be absorbed by Majin Buu, reviving him. Vegeta, in order to compel me to fight you seriously, you intentionally succumbed to Babidi's magic, losing your sanity to act in such a manner, didn't you? Sun Wukong spoke gravely. Father, Son Gohan was taken aback. Uncle Vegeta actually did such a thing. Only in this way will you fight me, Vegeta said with a smile. You can only linger in this world for a day, yet at this moment, someone dares to interfere. I care not for any sorcerer. All I desire is a proper battle with you. Is this the reason you would slay so many innocents? King Kai exclaimed. Look at the madness you've wrought. Madness? You call this madness? Vegeta retorted angrily. This is my everything. The fate of Majin Buu is of no concern to me. King Kai was left speechless. This fellow's power has long surpassed my own. We are both Saiyans, yet he stands above me. Vegeta pointed at Sun Wukong, his voice booming with long-held resentment. I am still the prince of the Saiyans. Once, I was brimming with confidence in my strength. Yet time and again, he has left me in his wake. I am the strongest Saiyan. I shall not permit any other Saiyan to surpass me. Sun Wukong remained silent. He had no idea he had inflicted such profound wounds upon Vegeta without realizing it. King Kai's eyes widened in shock. Vegeta harbors deep resentment. Babidi. Immediately transport us to a desolate place. I have resolved to engage Vegeta in earnest. Sun Wukong shouted. Sun Wukong, wait. King Kai exclaimed in alarm. If you intend to strike, first defeat me. Sun Wukong slowly raised his right hand, aiming it at the body of the Supreme Kai from a distance. Vegeta, the Supreme Kai was taken aback, cold sweat trickling down his face. Wukong's father, Son Gohan, was at a loss for words on how to persuade him. I understand now. Do as you wish. The Supreme Kai bowed his head. I apologize, Supreme Kai. Sun Wukong expressed regret. The Supreme Kai replied, is an apology meaningful now? Very well, I shall grant your wish and change your location. Babidi laughed heartily and immediately cast a spell, transporting Sun Wukong and the others to a desolate, uninhabited wilderness. In an instant, Sun Wukong and Vegeta vanished without a trace. Huh? Tian, why didn't we go with them? Biddily glanced around, puzzled by the situation. Chapter 95. With me around, there will be no trouble. I don't want to go. Let them have their fun, Tian smiled. What? You mean you can simply stop it by saying you want to go? Biddily was astonished. Now you see how formidable I am, don't you? Tian grinned. Who are you, really? Biddily asked in disbelief. You will know in due time. Tian smiled, adding that, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the likelihood of Majin Buu awakening was approximately 99.999. Biddily, you might as well say 100. Is there a distinction between them? There is indeed a difference. Tian remarked with a smile. There is a mere 0.001 probability that Majin Buu might awaken. Mathematics demands precision, and anything is possible. If Majin Buu were to awaken, would that not spell disaster for this world? Biddily felt a twinge of fear. As long as I am here, nothing will go awry, Tian reassured with a gentle smile. Biddily, trusting Tian, Satan urged from the side. Biddily fell silent. In an instant, Sun Wukong and others materialized in the desolate wilderness. Feel free to engage in battle. I and Gohan will destroy this entrance and then confront Biddily and Beerus in a decisive fight, the Kaioshin declared, striding towards the spacecraft's entrance. Even if this would lead to Majin Buu's resurrection, it was unavoidable. Besides, during your final battle, the energy from your injuries would suffice to awaken him. Fortuitously. Perhaps we might avert that outcome. As he spoke, the Kaioshin prepared to strike the entrance of the spacecraft with a powerful punch. What did you say? Do you think I would permit your desires to come to fruition? Biddily laughed heartily. Vegeta, quickly stop them. Eliminate all nuisances. Upon receiving the command, Vegeta let out a pained roar. I refuse. The fate of the Kaioshin and the others has no bearing on me. Vegeta scoffed. Biddily was taken aback. And Beerus was equally astonished. I shall reiterate. Go deal with the Kaioshin. Biddily ordered. Vegeta gritted his teeth and advanced defiantly. I have already stated. I only wish to battle Kakarot. He retorted coldly. I am the proud prince of the Saiyans. To become your subordinate is intolerable. Even if my body and mind are under your control, my pride shall never be manipulated by you. Biddily remarked. It seems rather that the magic has failed. This fellow simply does not heed commands. Beerus analyzed the situation. How vexing. This is the first time I have encountered such a scenario. Biddily was somewhat surprised. But as long as it was not a failure of magic, it was acceptable. After all, such individuals were exceedingly rare. I did not anticipate his pride to be so formidable. Biddily, do not fret. That fellow's role is merely to siphon energy, Beerus chuckled. As long as I am here, even the Kaioshin himself would be of no consequence. Moreover, haven't you always yearned to witness the Kaioshin perish before your very eyes? Wait a moment. Have you noticed that we are missing two individuals? Biddily suddenly observed something amiss. That fellow who kicked me earlier has vanished. And that woman has not arrived either. Beerus also recognized the situation. What is happening? Did Vegeta inadvertently obliterate them when he unleashed his attack? Biddily speculated. If that is indeed the case, they have met their end far too swiftly. I had hoped to torment that boy further. Beerus gritted his teeth in response. Forget it. They are merely two nameless pawns, unworthy of our concern. Biddily shook his head. Perhaps we should open the gate and allow them entry. Beerus suggested. If they forcefully breach the gate, it may cause a shock to the spaceship, awakening Majin Buu without him being at full power, which would be rather pointless. You are correct, Biddily nodded. Just as the Supreme Kai was preparing to obliterate the entrance, the gate suddenly swung open with a crack. The gate has opened automatically. Gohan exclaimed. They do not wish to damage the spaceship either, the Supreme Kai acknowledged. Then, Father, we shall proceed. Gohan turned to his father, Goku. Do your best, Gohan. Goku replied, Wait a moment, Gohan. I have 3 senzu beans here. Quickly consume one. You have already exerted considerable energy. All right, Gohan responded, swiftly devouring a senzu bean. Channel your anger, Gohan. Goku urged, recall your battle with Cell, unleash all your latent power, and you shall not fall to anyone. I understand, Father, Gohan nodded. Feeling frustrated that his father had returned only to face such turmoil, Goku smiled to comfort him. Wait a moment, where are Yaishin and Biddily? Gohan suddenly noticed. His expression shifting slightly. The Supreme Kai also surveyed the surroundings, but found no sign of Yaishin and Biddily. Could they have been accidentally killed by Vegeta? The Supreme Kai speculated. Vegeta remained silent. I remember not killing them, but I see no reason to inform you. They're not our focus right now. The Supreme Kai declared. Let us descend swiftly. All right, Gohan said, feeling a tinge of sadness, for they were his classmates. With a leap, Gohan and the Supreme Kai descended from the spaceship to the next level. The gates of the lower 2 levels also opened. Let us proceed directly to the bottom, Gohan suggested. The Supreme Kai nodded in agreement. They continued their descent. Upon reaching the bottom of the spaceship, Gohan and the Supreme Kai beheld Babidi and Dubra, along with the ominous egg behind them. Is that the seal of Majin Buu? Gohan inquired. Indeed, the Supreme Kai confirmed. You have arrived just in time, Supreme Kai. My father's killer. Babidi smirked, his eyes glinting with malice. Babidi, I shall never allow you to resurrect Majin Buu. The Lord of the Kais wore a solemn expression. You might as well abandon your dreams. Babidi scoffed. With the Demon King Dapla at my side, do you truly believe you can defeat him? A series of derisive laughs escaped Dapla's lips. Gohan, you shall confront Dapla while I deal with Babidi, proposed the Lord of the Kais. Understood. Son Gohan nodded, casting a cold glance at Babidi as he inquired, Babidi, did you cause certain mysterious disappearances in Satan City to practice your sorcery? Chapter 96, Son Gohan, you are the enigmatic sorcerer, aren't you? What nonsensical drivel are you spouting? Babidi was taken aback. What is this Satan City you speak of? Stop pretending. Who else could it possibly be? Gohan retorted with a scoff. I cannot comprehend your words. Babidi huffed. Gohan, you must act swiftly, otherwise. The energy from Goku and Vegeta's battle will inevitably transfer into the seal of Majin Buu, urged the Lord of the Kais, aware that Babidi was merely stalling for time. I understand, Gohan replied with a nod. Honestly, I have no knowledge of the mysterious disappearances you mention. Babidi hastily defended himself. What does that have to do with me? Others have claimed the same before. Is there another sorcerer besides myself? He shrugged off Gohan's accusations, unwilling to engage in further debate. Majin Buu could emerge from his seal at any moment, and he had no desire for their spacecraft to be destroyed. We should relocate to the ground. That is unnecessary. I shall thwart you. The Lord of the Kais retorted defiantly. Barbara. Babidi invoked his magic once more. With a swish, Gohan and the others, along with the seal of Majin Buu, appeared outside. Dapla, do you have confidence in defeating that earthling? Babidi inquired. Certainly. I have already faced him. He is utterly worthless. Dapla replied with a laugh. What a pity, though, that the one who kicked me is nowhere to be found. I still seek revenge on him. Gohan's expression darkened further. I must defeat this fiend. If I can unleash my fury to its fullest extent, I believe I can conquer him. Lord of the Kais. Though my father and I may not overcome you, my magical prowess undoubtedly surpasses his. Even Dapla has become my subordinate. Babidi chuckled, a hint of arrogance in his demeanor. In another direction, Goku and Vegeta stood facing each other, both prepared for battle. I cannot allow the energy of our injuries to transfer to Majin Buu. I will exert every effort to resolve this swiftly, Goku stated, gazing at Vegeta. How delightful. Let me witness the fruits of your training in another realm. Vegeta replied with a broad smile, even displaying a glimmer of anticipation. Boom. Suddenly, an even more formidable energy erupted from Sun Wukong, with crackling lightning enveloping his entire being. Super Saiyan 2. Truly, Kakarot, your strength surpasses that of Gohan from those days, Vegeta remarked. Immediately following this, Vegeta unleashed his own energy, lightning swirling around him as he too transformed into a Super Saiyan 2. Sun Wukong was momentarily taken aback. It seems it will be difficult to swiftly determine the victor, he said solemnly. Should I transform into Super Saiyan 3 and defeat Vegeta instantly? After a brief moment of contemplation, Sun Wukong ultimately decided against transforming. He felt that to do so now would considerably diminish the time he had in this world. Only in a dire situation would it be prudent to assume the form of Super Saiyan 3. Moreover, Vegeta had already escalated the atmosphere to this extent. If he were to transform into 3, would Vegeta be overwhelmed? Such a dilemma. Let us continue this battle. Come on, Kakarot. Vegeta's face was filled with unyielding fighting spirit. With a resounding impact, Vegeta initiated the attack. Sun Wukong quickly raised his arm to block Vegeta's assault. The two soon engaged in a fierce exchange of blows. After several rounds of combat, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful kick that sent Vegeta deep into the ground. Vegeta soared into the air, emerging from the crater with a broad smile. With a flurry of strikes, the two resumed their intense confrontation, each blow landing with bone-crushing force upon the other's body and face. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta were battered and bruised, their immense energies radiating wildly around them. At a distance, Son Goten and Trunks sensed the overwhelming aura emanating from the battlefield. Goten, what on earth is happening? I never expected such astonishing energy, Trunks inquired. Is it our fathers? I'm not sure, Goten replied, shaking his head. Do you think they are battling that mysterious sorcerer? Trunks speculated. That sorcerer must have drained a significant amount of our energy. They must have gone in search of him. That does seem plausible, Goten nodded. We should hurry over and see, Trunks suggested. The two transformed into Super Saiyans and swiftly flew towards the direction of Sun Wukong and Vegeta's fierce clash. The battle between Sun Wukong and Vegeta raged on. The two warriors momentarily separated, exchanging glances while gasping for breath. The previous exchange had drained a considerable amount of their energy. It's hard to believe. I have been diligently training in another world, yet I can only match you. You have trained even harder than I, Sun Wukong admitted, astonished. Sun Wukong sighed. You're mistaken. I initially intended to pursue more rigorous training, but I am acutely aware that you surpass me. Vegeta scoffed. When you battled the subordinates of Biddily, I was genuinely taken aback by your strength. Thus, I resolved to understand that you were deliberately under Biddy's control. Sun Wukong suddenly comprehended. Indeed, that is correct. Vegeta nodded in affirmation. Those two minions of Biddily who appeared at the World Martial Arts Tournament, according to those familiar with them, have become considerably more formidable. After careful contemplation, I realized that if I were to fall under Biddy's influence, perhaps the chasm between us could be bridged. Such is the reality. Although I am not particularly fond of this approach. To elevate your energy, would the proud you willingly submit to that fiend? Sun Wukong inquired. Vegeta retorted, Humph. What do you know? Back on Namek, Gohan and Krillin were guided by the Grand Elder to unlock their latent potential, were they not? Vegeta questioned with a huff. Ah. I did not. Sun Wukong shook his head. I have never met the Grand Elder of Namek. Humph. Vegeta bared his teeth. However, it seems I have consumed the super divine water, which awakened my latent energy, Sun Wukong added, scratching his head. Thus, I too must unleash my potential. Otherwise, I shall forever lag behind you. Vegeta gritted his teeth, trembling with determination. I merely wish to return to my former self. I care not for anything else. Only that I desire a fierce battle with you. Sun Wukong replied, Unbeknownst to me, I have been influenced by you all, rendering me calm and docile. Vegeta clenched his teeth, harboring a sense of dissatisfaction. After gaining a family, I have not felt discomfort. In fact, I have grown fond of this comfortable earth. Yet I know this is not my true essence, so I must allow Biddily to transform me into a villain. Thanks to him, my spirits are exceptionally high. Chapter 97, Tian soars into the cosmic expanse. Is it truly so? Sun Wukong asked nonchalantly. Enough idle chatter, cockroach. Let us continue our battle. Vegeta charged once more at Sun Wukong. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in yet another fierce clash. At the World Martial Arts Tournament venue, Tian. What shall we do next? Biddily inquired. What is happening? Satan asked. What is the matter with those individuals? They are terrifying. You all should return home. I shall handle the rest. I assure you, no harm will come to you. Tian pondered. Huh? What do you intend to do? Biddily was taken aback. If all goes smoothly, Mr. Satan might gain a rather good friend. Tian smiled subtly. A very good friend? Biddily was somewhat perplexed. Me? A good friend? Satan pointed to his own nose. When the time comes, listen to my arrangements and return home first, Tian instructed. All right, but do take care of yourself. Biddily expressed her concern. Rest assured, I will be fine, Tian reassured her. Biddily and Mr. Satan exchanged no further words and promptly followed Tian's orders, boarding a helicopter back to Satan City. Meanwhile, Tian soared into the sky, ascending to ever greater heights. He yearned to discover whether he could endure in the vastness of space. The thought of failing to survive in the cosmos was indeed disheartening. If he truly could not thrive in such an environment, it would become his Achilles heel. With a swift motion, Tian pierced through the atmosphere, propelling himself to higher altitudes. Before long, he found himself amidst the outer layer of Earth's atmosphere. Taking a deep breath, Tian steeled himself and ventured into the depths of space. Simultaneously, he enveloped himself in a shroud of divine energy. Upon entering the cosmic realm, he realized that his body exhibited no abnormalities. Gradually, he allowed the divine energy to dissipate. Still no issues. It seems I possess the power of the Omni-King. Tian exhaled in relief. As long as he could survive in space, he felt reassured. This implied that he currently had no vulnerabilities, save for the fact that he was excessively powerful. With a mere wave of his hand, he could obliterate anything undesirable. Especially when he ascended to the pinnacle of erasure techniques, what could possibly remain that he could not erase? In the next moment, Tian gazed toward a specific direction on Earth. He sensed the presence of Majin Buu emanating from that location. It appeared that Majin Buu had indeed been released. At the sight of Majin Buu's seal, Sun Wukong was preparing to engage in a second round of combat with Depura. Beep beep beep. An alarm suddenly blared from the sealing device behind Biddily. He paused momentarily, What is that sound? Turning around, Biddily was taken aback to find the energy gauge had reached its maximum capacity. It's full, he exclaimed, his face alight with excitement and anticipation. Sun Wukong was left speechless. The Supreme Kai was visibly distressed, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. The energy is full. Majin Buu's energy has finally peaked. Biddily shouted with exuberance. How could this happen? The Supreme Kai felt utterly unwell, lamenting. We have only been chatting for a minute. I understand now, Sun Wukong spoke gravely. Father and Vegeta are fighting using transformations that exceed Super Saiyan. Their combined might is astonishing, thus the damage they inflict is equally remarkable. How could this be? The Supreme Kai cradled his head, feeling as though the sky were about to collapse. Oh no, I miscalculated. Suddenly, a stream of pink gas erupted from the seal of Majin Buu. The gas swiftly coalesced in the sky above. He is coming out. Majin Buu is about to be unleashed, Biddily exclaimed with glee. Dabura also felt a sense of joy for Biddily. This is dire. We must flee. Gohan. The Supreme Kai urged. We cannot simply run away, my lord. Son Gohan protested with reluctance. Do you understand? No matter how powerful you are, you cannot hope to contend with Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai insisted. There is no one in this universe capable of defeating him. If we remain here, we will surely be slain. Yet, my lord, Son Gohan hesitated. We must leave at once. The Supreme Kai commanded. He has already amassed enough energy. Therefore, I shall fight with all my might. Son Gohan resolved, energy surging wildly within him. What do you intend to do? The Supreme Kai was taken aback. I will make my final stand. I will eradicate this fiend. Son Gohan bellowed, unleashing an enormous surge of energy towards the location of Majin Buu's seal. This reckless fool. Dabura gasped, hastily pulling Biddily aside to evade the oncoming energy. Boom. Son Gohan's tremendous energy struck directly against Majin Buu's egg. Son Gohan pushed his energy to its utmost limit. You fool, you're only wasting your strength. Biddily mocked. Son Gohan continued to unleash energy. Bang. The magical egg was suddenly propelled away. It soared to a height before plummeting back down, rolling several times upon hitting the ground. Crack. In the next moment, the egg split in two, cleaving open. The Supreme Kai nearly lost control in fright. He yelled out. Majin Buu has emerged. Biddily cheered. Snap. The egg divided. But inside it was utterly empty. Biddily was left dumbfounded. Dabura's eyes widened in disbelief. It's just a shell, Dabura remarked solemnly. No, it can't be. Biddily felt a wave of despair wash over him. It couldn't possibly be like this. Why is this happening? Son Gohan and the Supreme Kai exchanged a glance. Come out, Majin Buu, Biddily shouted. However, the egg showed no sign of response. Ha ha ha. I can hardly believe our fortune. The Supreme Kai laughed heartily, pointing at Biddily with delight. Oh, Biddily, what a pity. Majin Buu may have been annihilated by your earlier attack. Perhaps it is due to his prolonged slumber that he has withered away. No amount of energy input could restore him to his former glory. Boo-hoo, Biddily wept bitterly. Do not fret, Lord Biddily. Even in the absence of Majin Buu, I remain here, Dabura consoled. Moreover, that fellow named Vegeta is still under our control. Chapter 98. The Awakening of Majin Buu. Biddily gritted his teeth, filled with resentment. Goku and Vegeta will likely reach a stalemate, won't they? The Supreme Kai speculated. I shall confront Biddily. You must defeat Dabura. In doing so, peace will be restored to the universe. Gohan interjected. Something feels amiss. Come on, Gohan. Now is the time. Ignite your small universe. No. Unleash your fury. Exhibit your true power. The Supreme Kai chuckled heartily. Gohan, peace is within reach. I still sense something is wrong. Gohan shook his head, his expression slightly shifting. What? The Supreme Kai paused in surprise. A remarkable energy is rising. Gohan declared solemnly, his gaze lifted to the heavens. Above, pink clouds had gathered, forming an ominous spectacle. It's the pink mist emerging from the magical egg. Gohan gasped in astonishment. What did you say? The Supreme Kai's expression shifted dramatically. What is that? Biddily also looked up, momentarily stunned. It's a cloud, Dabura conjectured. No. It's the smoke that just emanated from the magical egg. It has coalesced. The pink mist in the sky rapidly took shape. Crack. The rotund form of Majin Buu emerged. Thud. Majin Buu descended from the sky, a smile adorning his face. Gohan stood aghast. The Supreme Kai's expression shifted again. Dabura stared at the plump figure in astonishment. Biddily wore a look of confusion. Is this truly Majin Buu? He appears rather absurd. What was my father thinking? Why create such a being? Majin Buu glanced around, grinning widely, revealing an endearing smile. Is that fellow truly Majin Buu, Lord Babidi? Dubrao wiped his brow. I cannot say. Only the Supreme Kai has encountered Majin Buu. Babidi followed suit, wiping his perspiration. This fellow is indeed quite distinctive, Babidi remarked, turning to look at the Supreme Kai, who was trembling in fear. Is that being truly Majin Buu, Supreme Kai? Gohan asked hesitantly. Indeed, I shall never forget that terrifying visage. The Supreme Kai affirmed with a nod. It seems he truly is Majin Buu. Buffety was filled with excitement. How did that guy end up looking like this? Depura was left speechless. At that moment, Majin Buu was stretching, his body bending in various directions. We cannot escape, the Supreme Kai declared solemnly. Really? Although his energy is astonishing. Gohan furrowed his brow, yet he felt that perhaps it was not insurmountable if they exerted their utmost effort. Is that so, Gohan? The Supreme Kai appeared quite astonished. Goku and Vegeta were at an impasse. Vegeta was poised to launch another attack. Wait, Vegeta. Just wait a moment. Goku urgently waved his hand, exuding an immensely powerful aura. Majin Buu finally awakened. Vegeta also slightly relaxed his senses, indeed detecting an overwhelmingly formidable presence. But shortly thereafter, he burst into laughter. Is this fellow truly Majin Buu? I expected him to be far more powerful, who knew his energy was so minimal. Vegeta scoffed disdainfully. I anticipated this all along, Kakarot. Do you realize how exceedingly strong we are now? We are capable of looking down upon the entire universe. Goku remained silent. You once believed the Supreme Kai to be a formidable deity, yet in reality, it was quite the opposite. He appeared utterly flustered. Vegeta sneered, noting that in the Supreme Kai's eyes, Majin Buu was a most terrifying entity, yet to them, he posed no threat whatsoever. No, you are mistaken. Focus your senses. That energy is certainly not as simple as you imagine. Goku shook his head. And what about your son Gohan's mysterious sorcerer? What became of him? Was he not captured and thoroughly beaten by me? Vegeta smirked, his expression growing increasingly arrogant. Isn't he capable of transferring energy? Isn't he supposed to make one's energy mysteriously vanish? What happened then? You were ultimately controlled by him, Goku retorted. Kakarot, you scoundrel. Vegeta exploded in fury. Vegeta, you must truly concentrate on Majin Buu's energy. It is indeed extraordinary. Goku furrowed his brow. Stop the chatter. Until the victor is determined, you cannot escape. Vegeta shouted. Hey, Majin Buu, I am Buffety. My father Biddily created you. You have been sealed within the magic egg, thus we have never met, but now I have finally awakened you. Buffety boldly addressed Majin Buu. Humph, Majin Buu huffed, rolling his eyes. From this day forth, I shall be your master. Buffety laughed heartily. Humph. Buu turned his head away, disinterested in this fellow. Hey, why don't you greet me? Buffety exclaimed in frustration. I am your master, your master. Majin Buu. Hey. Majin Buu suddenly performed a magnificent turn, his head swelling to several times its original size, and he unleashed a long, blue tongue. Babidi was so startled that he fell flat on the ground. Ha! Majin Buu laughed heartily. Humph, merely a fool. Depura, unable to bear the sight any longer, scoffed disdainfully. I do not comprehend the situation, yet it appears we have failed. This fellow is quite ordinary, and a foolish one at that. Instantly, Buu turned his gaze towards Depura. He clenched his fists and gestured animatedly. What? Do you wish to engage me in combat? Depura smirked condescendingly. You arrogant fool. You are indeed nothing but an imbecile. Lord Kaioshin, Majin Buu seems to be rather trivial, does he not? Gohan inquired. Could it truly be so? He is Majin Buu, after all. The expression of Kaioshin shifted dramatically, his eyes growing increasingly grave. Suddenly, a plume of white gas erupted from Majin Buu's pores. A formidable aura radiated from him. And an evil grin spread across his face, his slanted eyes narrowing. Upon sensing such overwhelming power, Gohan was rendered utterly astonished. In a flash, Buu struck. Using 2 fingers to pierce Depura's eyes, Depura let out a blood-curdling scream. Chapter 99. The despairing Kaioshin with a resounding thud, Buu delivered a powerful kick, sending Depura hurtling into a distant rocky mountain. Depura became entombed within the rubble, motionless thereafter. Gohan was completely dumbfounded. Kaioshin had anticipated such a turn of events. His face once again etched with profound fear. Babidi was equally stunned. Buu clapped his hands and laughed heartily, reveling in his splendid performance. Absolutely marvelous. Majin Buu is indeed formidable. He vanquished Depura with such ease. Babidi was overjoyed. The sheer power of Majin Buu's aura is overwhelming. Gohan trembled in terror. At that moment, Vegeta also sensed Buu's immense energy, his expression shifting dramatically. Vegeta, that creature's power is intensifying. Majin Buu is no ordinary adversary. We should not have engaged in such folly at this moment. We have indirectly released that scoundrel, sighed Goku. Vegeta remained silent, a brief stillness enveloping them. Humph. I care not for such matters. It bears no relevance to our ultimate outcome, Vegeta huffed. Let us first join forces to eliminate him, and then we can determine our fates thereafter. Is that not acceptable? Goku suggested. Silence. In order to restore my true nature, I have already sold my soul to Biddily. Whatever becomes of me is of no concern, Vegeta retorted. Vegeta shouted loudly. You lie. You have not sold all your souls to him. Goku shook his head. Vegeta, trembling with rage, fell into a silence. I understand. Let's set aside our rivalry for now. You have been captivated by Majin Buu's aura, making it impossible for you to fight earnestly. Vegeta conceded. Goku smiled with relief. Don't you still have 2 senzu beans? Our stamina is nearly depleted. Let us consume them, proposed Vegeta. All right. Goku nodded, not overthinking it, as he retrieved the senzu beans from his belt. Suddenly, Vegeta struck Goku's nape with a heavy blow. Goku collapsed instantly. With a resounding thud, he fell to the ground, his golden aura dissipating, returning to his normal state. You were careless. There is nothing to be done now. Vegeta consumed a senzu bean. A tremendous energy surged from him once more. I released Majin Buu, so I shall be the one to eradicate him. Vegeta declared to the unconscious Goku. Then I will engage you in battle properly. A moment of silence passed. If I am still alive, Vegeta added. Hey, Majin Buu. You will listen to me now, do you hear? I am your new master. Biddily commanded Majin Buu. However, Majin Buu merely stuck out his tongue and made a face at Biddily. I can revert everything back. Biddily scoffed. I learned about you from my father's notes, including the incantation to seal you. Majin Buu's expression changed, fear evident on his face. Do you wish to be sealed away again? Biddily grinned ominously. Instantly, Majin Buu altered his demeanor, eagerly nodding and bowing to Biddily. Ha ha ha, that's more like it, Biddily chuckled. Lord Kaioshin, Majin Buu seems like a child, with proper guidance. He might even become a good person, Gohan suggested, momentarily taken aback. Of course, this is contingent on eliminating Biddily first. No, absolutely not. We cannot kill Biddily. Kaioshin shook his head vigorously, his expression grave. If Biddily dies, no one will be able to seal Majin Buu again. Furthermore, your perception of Majin Buu as innocent is merely an illusion. He is a profoundly wicked being. Gohan fell silent. How frustrating it is, as the greatest god of this universe, to feel so powerless. Kaioshin clenched his fists in frustration. If only we could escape this place. Perhaps there would be a way to defeat him. Huh? A way? Son Gohan was momentarily stunned. However, it was already too late. We could not possibly escape the clutches of Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai shook his head, declaring that our fate was sealed. What are you saying, Supreme Kai? If we wish to flee, it should be a simple matter. Son Gohan thought the Supreme Kai was being overly dramatic. Majin Buu, my first command. Eliminate those 2. Biddily issued the order. Instantly, Majin Buu began to stride towards Son Gohan and the Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai. Without a moment's hesitation, Son Gohan seized the Supreme Kai's arm and soared into the sky. Whoosh. Son Gohan maximized his speed. I have full confidence in my velocity, he remarked with a smile. In the blink of an eye, Son Gohan had whisked the Supreme Kai away, leaving no trace behind. What are you dawdling for, Majin Buu? Biddily exclaimed in frustration. They have already fled. A smile crept across Majin Buu's face as he stretched his limbs. Whoosh. Majin Buu transformed into a streak of light, swiftly pursuing the direction of the Supreme Kai and Son Gohan. In mere seconds, Majin Buu surpassed both of them, appearing directly in their path, blocking their escape. How is this possible? Son Gohan executed an abrupt halt midair, his expression shifting dramatically. Not dead yet? Buu grinned. Bang. Buu launched a rapid attack, striking Son Gohan downward with a powerful punch. Boom. Son Gohan crashed into the ground, sending a shower of debris into the air. The Supreme Kai gasped in horror, extending his hand toward Majin Buu's head from a distance. Yet, Majin Buu merely opened his arms wide. Hey! The Supreme Kai unleashed his divine power. The immense force impacted Majin Buu's face, causing his head to tilt back. But that was just the beginning. A sinister smile spread across Majin Buu's face. Slap. In the next moment, Majin Buu swung his arms and struck forcefully, deforming the Supreme Kai's head severely. Thud. Majin Buu followed up with another punch, landing squarely on the Supreme Kai's body. The Supreme Kai plummeted to the ground, leaving a crater in his wake. At that moment, Son Gohan emerged from the debris. "Well done, my Majin Buu. Eliminate him. Kill him." Bafidi cheered as Majin Buu hummed a tune, making his way to the Kaioshin. The Kaioshin suddenly glared at Majin Buu, and a surge of divine power instantly enveloped him. Majin Buu leaned back, chuckling nonchalantly. Chapter 100, Kappa, is someone sensing us? Hey, Buu mimicked the Kaioshin's glare. Boom. The Kaioshin was sent flying backward, sliding across the ground. Buu dove forward and plopped down onto the Kaioshin. The Kaioshin felt as though his waist might snap. Letting out a cry of pain, his face paling considerably. High above, Tian, witnessing such a tragic scene, could no longer bear to watch. Although he was aware of the ultimate outcome, he understood that the Kaioshin would not perish. Yet, it was disheartening to see the self-proclaimed greatest god of this universe being bullied in such a manner. Shaking his head, Tian prepared to teach Majin Buu a lesson. Suddenly, he sensed peculiar energies emanating from the distant depths of the universe. More precisely, it was two unusual divine powers. These powers were distinctly different from those of the Kaioshin or Jebbet, possessing an extraordinary purity. One of the divine energies was remarkably pure, while the other was also quite refined, akin to his own. Who could these two be? Should I go see? Tian gazed into the endless expanse of the universe, feeling that flying there would be quite exhausting. At his current physical strength, reaching their side would likely take an inordinate amount of time, probably several days and nights, given his insufficient flying speed. In the distant starry sky, two figures floated above a colossal golden celestial body shimmering with light. These two were Kappa, the god of destruction of Universe 6, and his angel, Bardos. The grand golden sphere beneath them was the Super Dragon Ball. "We found it," Kappa exclaimed, satisfied as he gazed at the Super Dragon Ball below. "It's the 4-star ball." Bardos smiled. "With this, we have collected 4 Super Dragon Balls," Kappa chuckled. "Only 3 more to go." "Indeed," Bardos nodded. "Let us transport this Super Dragon Ball to our Universe 6 while Beerus is still asleep." Kappa beamed with delight. "Very well," Bardos replied. Just as Kappa was preparing to embark with the Super Dragon Balls, he seemed to sense something suddenly and turned his gaze towards the side. "Oh, has Lord Kappa sensed it too?" smiled Bardos. "Someone is detecting us." Kappa snorted, indicating a distant planet. Bardos remained silent, promptly using her staff to ascertain the location of that planet. With a snap, she quickly pinpointed the exact position of Tian. "It is a blue planet known as Earth." "The one who sensed us is him," Bardos stated as she projected Tian's image. "Who is this lad?" Kappa was taken aback, completely unacquainted with him. From the divine energy emanating from him, it appeared he was a deity whose power had reached the level of a destroyer god. Bardos analyzed immediately. "What? He has attained the level of a destroyer god?" Kappa was momentarily stunned, seemingly recalling something, then nodded in contemplation. "I see. Could this fellow be a disciple of Beerus? When did that rascal secretly take on a pupil behind my back? How audacious. I have not heard of Lord Beerus taking any disciples." Bardos gently shook her head. "Does Beerus really need to inform us when he takes on a disciple?" Kappa huffed. "Your reasoning holds merit, Lord Kappa," Bardos smiled, retracting the earlier projection. "So, Lord Kappa, shall we bring back the Super Dragon Balls now?" "I have suddenly changed my mind," Kappa grinned widely. "What does Lord Kappa intend to do?" Bardos was taken aback. "How dare Beerus's disciple brazenly sense us? A mere moment of sensing is one thing, but continuously detecting our current positions is quite another." Kappa's expression darkened. Did he not realize such behavior was impolite? "I shall teach this young man a proper lesson on behalf of Beerus." Bardos remained silent. "Bardos, we must immediately visit that planet. If I do not discipline this lad, I would feel remiss towards my brother Beerus." Kappa chuckled. "I am quite generous, after all. I shall teach his disciple a lesson, and that rascal Beerus should be grateful to me." It seemed Kappa's desire to reprimand Beerus's disciple was unrelated to the matter of politeness. Bardos sighed softly. "Less chatter, let us depart," Kappa commanded. "Understood," Bardos nodded. "And let us bring the Super Dragon Balls along, as that position is conveniently closer to the 6th universe," Kappa suggested. "Understood." Bardos pointed her staff towards the Super Dragon Balls. Whoosh! 2 figures transformed into beams of distinct colors, hurtling towards the direction of Earth with astonishing speed. Behind them loomed an immensely colossal golden planet, also racing forward at an incredible pace. Tian had just retracted his sensing abilities when he suddenly detected that the divine powers of these 2 individuals were swiftly approaching his location. Their velocity was unparalleled. It was nothing short of astounding. At this rate, They would reach Earth in less than 5 minutes. Remarkable. If it were me, it would take a staggering 5 days of flight. Wait a moment. Who are they? By all accounts, Beerus should be in slumber during this period. Could it be that these are deities and angels from another universe? It seems plausible. Could it be that the Bardos I've been yearning for is finally arriving? The blue frame began to shift. Tian wiped the corner of his mouth, which had been moistened by drool. I must observe closely. Soon, Tian discerned a golden radiance emerging in the distant cosmos. Upon scrutinizing it further, he noticed 2 beams of varying colors in front of this golden glow, one a rich crimson, the other as resplendent as the stars. Tian's eyes widened in delight. Was that not Kappa and Bardos? Indeed, it was these 2. They must have sensed my presence, prompting their journey to Earth. However, at this moment, I possess only silver-level erasure techniques. It seems I cannot erase beings of the god of destruction tier or higher. My physical strength is merely 1,000 times that of Frisia, which is utterly insufficient against someone like Kappa. If a confrontation were to ensue, yet, that hardly concerns me. If you provoke me, I shall effortlessly erase 1,000 individuals at random and proceed with my upgrade. Although the upgrade may be contingent upon time. Tian has yet to ascertain whether this is indeed the case. For now, let us observe the intentions of our visitors. Chapter 101. The arrival of Kappa and Bardos on Earth. Whoosh. Although they claimed it would take 5 minutes, Kappa and Bardos appeared before Tian in less than 3 minutes. The Super Dragon Balls were situated beyond the solar system, with his hands clasped behind his back. Tian gazed calmly at the 2 figures before him. I am destined to become the greatest deity in the universe. I cannot show weakness. It is the god of destruction who should feel apprehensive. As for the enchanting angelic figure, it would indeed be a loss not to make her my wife. Tian cast a glance at Bardos. If love at first sight truly exists, Tian believed that the moment he laid eyes on her, he was utterly captivated by her beauty and grace. Truly, she resembled a celestial being. No, she ought to be referred to as a divine goddess. Both her figure and visage were perfection incarnate, reaching the pinnacle of allure. Furthermore, her height was remarkable. Tian noted how well their heights complemented each other. When he imagined spending time with Bardos, he felt that their stature was perfectly harmonious. Moreover, he found her blue skin quite acceptable, with such exquisite beauty. An occasional change to a blue hue certainly added a unique charm. Tian's heart raced, and he disregarded Kappa entirely, fixating his gaze upon Bardos, examining her from head to toe. Where are you looking? Do you regard me as a piece of art to be admired? Hey, young man, have you gazed enough? Xiangpa's expression darkened as he noticed Tian's attention fixated on Badass. Do not speak. Allow me to observe a while longer, Tian replied. Xiangpa interjected, Badass. Have you ever heard that staring at a woman is considered impolite? Did your master fail to teach you such manners? He admonished coldly. My master? Tian was taken aback. When did I ever have a master? What is this fellow babbling about? It is that fellow Beerus. You are a disciple of Beerus. Are you not? Xiangpa scoffed. Tian's expression momentarily froze. How could you possibly think that I am a disciple of Beerus? Tian was left speechless. It seems I have struck a chord. Xiangpa chuckled softly. Tian found himself at a loss for words once more. What are you trying to say? Oh dear. The situation seems somewhat amiss. Is that not Lord Kaioshin? Badass suddenly noticed something and turned his gaze towards Earth, his expression growing increasingly grave. What? Xiangpa was momentarily taken aback, turning to look at Badass. Oh dear, Lord Kaioshin is being mercilessly beaten and is on the verge of death. Badass sighed. Lord Kaioshin? On the brink of death? Xiangpa appeared bewildered. If Lord Kaioshin were to perish, it would likely result in Lord Beerus's immediate disappearance. Badass lamented. What did you just say? Xiangpa felt a wave of dread wash over him, his complexion shifting dramatically. Snap. Without further ado, Badass's staff's crystal orb projected an image. The scene depicted Lord Kaioshin being ruthlessly assaulted by Majin Buu. Majin Buu was seen sitting on the back of Lord Kaioshin, delivering blow after blow to his head. Lord Kaioshin was howling in agony, looking perilously close to death. Ha! Look at this. What kind of Kaioshin are you? Biddily laughed heartily, mocking, with your cowardly demeanor. You dare to claim to be the greatest deity in this universe? How utterly disgraceful. After delivering a series of brutal strikes to Lord Kaioshin, Buu finally descended from his back. Ha ha ha. You deserve this. Prepare to meet your end. I want to witness your demise firsthand. Biddily cackled uncontrollably. Xiangpa's eyes widened in fury. Humph. A mere human dares to be insolent before a god. Xiangpa coldly declared, extending his hand towards Earth. Let me obliterate this planet and all its inhabitants. If Lord Xiangpa were to act thus, Lord Kaioshin would also vanish. Badass sighed. You are right. I should descend and deal with him. Xiangpa sheepishly scratched his head. Just a moment, Lord Xiangpa. Badass hesitated slightly, quickly advising against it. What? Xiangpa was taken aback. If we delay any longer, Lord Kaioshin will be killed by that pink fatso. If Beerus were to disappear as well, whom would I bully in the future? Boom. Just as Xiangpa finished speaking, someone suddenly appeared in the image, delivering a swift kick to Majin Buu's plump face. Majin Buu rolled on the ground but managed to land firmly on his feet. Immediately, his face, which had been dented from the kick, restored itself. Biddily was startled and hastily fled into the distance. The one who had kicked Majin Buu was none other than Gohan. That was quite an impressive kick. Xiangpa chuckled softly. Don't cause trouble, you scoundrel. Buu's expression darkened with an increasingly sinister chill as he gazed at Gohan across from him. Gohan gritted his teeth and swung his fist, launching an attack against the malevolent Buu. Boom. Buu thrust his hands forward, unleashing a powerful energy blast that struck Gohan directly. Gohan let out a piercing scream. His body propelled swiftly away by the blast, vanishing from sight in an instant. Pathetically weak, Kappa lamented, shaking his head in disappointment. I had hoped that lad might prove useful enough to spare me the effort. Ha ha ha, he's gone. Soon he'll be flying off the planet. Biddily exclaimed, dancing with glee. The Supreme Kai, with remarkable fortitude, managed to rise from the ground, glaring fiercely at the energy blast that had sent Gohan soaring. Boom. The blast erupted mid-air. Gohan plummeted from the sky, crashing into the dense jungle below, rendered unconscious. What a foolish Supreme Kai. Even now, he still thinks of others. Kappa mused, shaking his head. Instead of dawdling, you should use instant transmission to escape this peril. Very well, Buu. I leave the Supreme Kai to you, Biddily commanded. I understand, kid. I see now why you deliberately allowed us to sense you, Kappa remarked, casting a glance at Tian. Huh. Tian was taken aback. I did indeed allow you to sense me, but it was not intentional. Your divine energy is simply too distinctive, compelling me to observe closely. So, you were aware I was sensing you, and that is why you approached? You seek my assistance, don't you? Kappa chuckled, recognizing that with your strength, confronting that rotund pink fiend might pose a bit of a challenge, wouldn't it? Tian, your imagination is truly remarkable. Dealing with that rotund individual should be quite simple. Indeed. Chapter 102. Beerus owes me a favor. However, speaking of which, Kappa, Lord Beerus, do you not find your physique akin to that of the rather plump Mr. Buu below? Bardos stifled a laugh behind her hand. You. Kappa glared fiercely. How rude. Bardos chuckled. I'm famished. I wish to devour him. Buu patted his belly. Enough with the jesting. We have no time for frivolity. If the Supreme Kai is consumed, it could lead to quite the predicament. I shall intervene and rescue this universe's Supreme Kai. Kappa sighed. Surely, that rascal Beerus owes me a considerable favor. Suddenly, a spear pierced through Majin Buu's chest, emerging from his torso. Kappa halted immediately. For him, avoiding confrontation was preferable. After all, this was Universe 7, and meddling in its affairs was somewhat inappropriate. If the Supreme Kai remained unscathed, all would be well. Dabura, what are you plotting? Biddily bellowed, gasping for breath. Dabura let the blood flow from his eyes. Is this the Demon King of Universe 7? Kappa was taken aback. Indeed, Bardos nodded. It appeared that this planet was undergoing a calamity. Kappa remarked with a smile. Humph, I care not for others. My sole task is to rescue that Supreme Kai. More are approaching, Bardos noted, as two beams of golden light emanated from the crystal ball of her scepter. These two golden flames were none other than Goten and Trunks. Humph, two little brats have arrived, Kappa scoffed. Tian remained silent. It seemed that Kappa was not here to trouble me. Since you do not seek conflict, I shall refrain from instigating it as well. What business do these children have here? Kappa snorted. Goten, they are over there. Trunks pointed towards the location of Majin Buu and Dabura below. Goten swiftly spotted them as well. Hurry, we must revert to our regular forms. Transforming into Super Saiyans makes us conspicuous, Trunks urged. The two rapidly descended from the sky, landing atop a distant hill, returning to their normal state. These little ones can transform as well, Kappa chuckled. They are Saiyans, Bardos explained. Saiyans? We have Saiyans in Universe 6 too, but I have not heard of them transforming. Kappa shook his head, glancing at Tian. And you, boy, what is your name? Tian. An unusual name. Xiangpa snorted softly. Tian chuckled. If you were to unite with them, Defeating that rotund fellow shouldn't pose much difficulty, should it? Xiangpa inquired, narrowing his eyes. Moreover, how long have you been training alongside that fellow Beerus? Has Whis imparted any teachings to you? The question, however, was rather intricate. Tian wiped the sweat from his brow. Since it is complicated, there's no need to elaborate. I have an aversion to trouble, he replied. Xiangpa snickered. Tian added, I was just about to inform you that I am not a disciple of Beerus, yet you interrupted me. You refrained from allowing me to speak. So I shall remain silent. Think as you will. Kampa glanced once more at the projection of Beerus and observed that the Supreme Kai was currently safe, rendering any rescue unnecessary for the time being. Presently, that rotund pink individual was entirely focused on Dubra. Oh, they are merely some unfamiliar faces to us, Trunks remarked. Isn't that the peculiar fellow who appeared at the martial arts tournament? Goten pointed at the Supreme Kai lying on the ground. Trunks, do you think he might be that enigmatic sorcerer? I cannot say, Trunks replied, gently shaking his head. That small, yellowish one seems more like a magician. Goten indicated towards Biddily in the distance. Upon reflection, that does appear somewhat plausible, Trunks nodded. What is that? Goten suddenly noticed something in another direction. Trunks, look over there. Following Goten's gesture, Trunks beheld a statue of Piccolo standing in the distance. The two young ones hurried toward the statue of Piccolo. What is Uncle Piccolo's statue doing here? Trunks approached and gently caressed the sculpture. That one down there is Uncle Krillin's. Goten pointed to a position below. With a soft touch from Trunks, Piccolo's statue lost its balance and toppled to the ground, shattering into several pieces. Trunks and Goten were startled, fearing the sound might alert those nearby, and quickly sought shelter. They heard nothing. That was close, Trunks sighed in relief. You nearly scared me to death, Goten patted his chest. TCH, what are these two little rascals up to? They should hurry and assist the Supreme Kai, Kampa scoffed. Oh dear, these statues were once people, transformed by Dubra's saliva, Vados promptly explained. A trivial skill. Kampa dismissed the information. If you were to be hit by that saliva, would you also turn to stone? Yachting inquired curiously. What nonsense. Such things are ineffective against true gods. Do not jest. Has Beerus not informed you of the power of the destroyers? Kampa rolled his eyes. Understood, Yachting nodded. Kampa, this lad's demeanor is rather easygoing. Biddily, Majin Buu will never become your loyal subordinate. Dubra gritted his teeth. One day, he shall bring calamity upon you, rendering you helpless. If we do not deal with him now, the consequences could be dire. Silence. You shall not speak of my Majin Buu in such a manner. Biddily shouted vehemently. With a swift motion, Buu leisurely drew the long spear from his body. The gaping wound on Buu's chest swiftly healed, startling Dubra, whose complexion turned ashen. I shall devour you, Buu proclaimed with a sinister grin. Dubra promptly readied himself for battle. I will eat you, eat you, eat you. Buu pranced about, his antennae aimed at Dubra. What? Dubra cried out as he launched a fierce punch at the Majin Buu. With a hiss, an arc of purple-white lightning erupted from Buu's antenna, enveloping Dubra in an instant. With a crack, Dubra transformed into a towering chocolate cookie standing a full meter high. Chapter 103, Bardos, you claim you have fallen in love with me? Buu caught the chocolate cookie and opened his mouth wide, devouring it in one bite. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Buu chewed and swallowed the chocolate cookie with gusto. You are truly remarkable, Majin Buu, Biddily praised enthusiastically. Goten and Trunks were taken aback. In a flash, as Dubra was consumed, Krillin immediately reverted from his stone statue form back to his original self. Uncle Krillin, Goten turned to look at him. Huh. Trunks suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. It's you guys. Krillin also spotted Goten and Trunks. How did you end up here? Just a moment ago. You were a stone man, Trunks remarked. Indeed. I was turned to stone by a horned creature named Dubra, who spat on me. And I became a statue along with Piccolo, Krillin explained. That must be the fellow who was just consumed, Goten inquired, glancing at Trunks. Exactly. It should be him. Trunks nodded, adding that only after Dubra's demise did Krillin return to his normal state. At that moment, Trunks' expression shifted as a troubling thought crossed his mind. He soared into the air to gaze in Piccolo's direction. What has transpired? Krillin asked. Goten clarified. Trunks accidentally knocked over Uncle Piccolo's statue. What did you say? Krillin exclaimed. Incredulous. Trunks hovered near Piccolo's statue and discovered some dismembered limbs, his face paling with horror. This is bad. Trunks, what's wrong? Goten inquired. It's better if you don't see it. Can you keep this a secret? Trunks lamented. What secret? Piccolo's voice called from another direction. Uncle Piccolo? Trunks was taken aback. turning to the source of the voice. This fellow is an Omni-King? Yamcha remarked upon seeing Piccolo, immediately identifying his race. Indeed. Bardos nodded. The Supreme Kai appears to be in peril. What are these individuals doing lurking here? Shouldn't they hasten to battle and rescue the Supreme Kai? Kappa bellowed impatiently. However, at the altitude where Tian and the others were situated, it was nearly impossible for his voice to reach them unless conveyed through some extraordinary means. What is that? Such a terrifying aura emanating. Piccolo immediately crouched down, peering into the distance. Could that be Majin Buu? Uncle Piccolo, how did you recover? Trunks inquired. As long as my head remains intact, I can regenerate, Piccolo explained, then urgently asked, what is going on? Where are Goku and Vegeta? I don't know. We just arrived here, Goten replied. Who is that strange individual? Krillin pondered aloud. Could it be Majin Buu? Most likely, Piccolo responded, his face drenched in cold sweat. You can't be serious, Krillin exclaimed, utterly astounded by the sheer terror of that presence. Weren't we searching for a sorcerer? Now another Majin Buu has appeared? Trunks questioned. Piccolo succinctly recounted the tale of Majin Buu to Trunks and Goten. Buu, devour this Supreme Kai as well. Biddily commanded Buu. Buu nodded vigorously. Is that the Supreme Kai? Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically as he sprang to his feet. This is truly monstrous. Hey, Piccolo, what are you doing? Get down. Krillin urged hastily. You must endure. I understand your feelings, but please, do not act rashly. Honestly, even 10 of you wouldn't be his match. Absolutely not. That fellow could be pierced by a spear and remain unfazed, Goten added. He might consume you as if you were a mere snack. Piccolo gritted his teeth and once again crouched down. Kiki, what shall I transform you into? Chocolate or jelly? Buu gazed down upon the Supreme Kai. The Supreme Kai, engulfed in despair, wore an expression of utter hopelessness. These cowardly fools. It seems there will be no miracle for the Supreme Kai this time. Kappa scoffed. I shall descend to rescue him. I will swiftly carry him away. Buu's antennae were already aimed at the Supreme Kai's form. With a whoosh, Kappa, without a moment's hesitation, rapidly descended. Boom. As Kappa appeared less than 1,000 meters from the ground, a thunderous roar reverberated through the air. Kappa hesitated briefly, then waved his hand, enveloping the Supreme Kai in an invisible shield. That should suffice. I believe he won't die just yet, Kappa muttered thoughtfully. Supreme Kai? What is happening? I feel as though someone is watching over me. Xiangpa is in no hurry to depart, intending to linger a while longer. Suspended approximately 1,000 meters above the ground, Xiangpa gazes downward, surveying the vast expanse of the cosmos. At this moment, only Tian and Bardos remain. Tian studies Bardos once more, captivated by her ethereal beauty. Indeed, she is a goddess. The more one gazes upon her, the more enchanting she appears. Her physique exemplifies the proportions of the golden ratio, and her image and allure are nothing short of perfection. Previously, when Tian encountered Bardos in animated series or comic books, he regarded her as a two-dimensional blue beauty. Yet witnessing her in reality evokes an entirely different sensation. She transforms from a mere illustration into a three-dimensional celestial goddess, a feeling imbued with profound significance. Truly, Tian suddenly contemplates that superficial attributes such as skin tone pale in comparison. Bardos interjects, Mr. Tian, is there something on my face or body? Not at all. Tian replies, I simply find your blue skin intriguing. Although we are of different kinds, I can't help but find you captivating. Tian reflects on his thoughts, pondering why such curiosity arises. Bardos appears taken aback. Logically, being of different species should render any feelings improbable. Tian responds, indeed. Bardos covers her face, at a loss for words. Yet today, I have come to realize how misguided my previous notions were. Tian muses, astonished that love can ignite between disparate species. Cough. Cough. Are you suggesting that you have fallen for me? Bardos wipes her brow. Chapter 104. Bardos' invisibility technique from the very first moment I laid eyes on you. I desired to claim you as my own, Tian smiles. Bardos remarks, could you refrain from being so blunt? Is this love? Bardos did not wish to engage with Tian any longer. Were it not for the generally amiable disposition of angels, Tian might have faced a severe reprimand from another. After all, Tian, in his current state, is far from being a match for the angel. I hope you don't mind if I observe you a little longer, Tian remarked, as he took a step closer to Bardos, meticulously studying her once more. Bardos then exclaimed, swish. With a flick of her wrist, her staff emitted an ethereal glow, enveloping her form with an invisible angelic power. In an instant, Bardos vanished from sight. See, How can you see me? Exclaimed Tian in astonishment. Oh, where did you go? The angel's ability to become invisible was truly remarkable. Tian slightly relaxed his perception to sense the divine power of Bardos. He could not perceive her at all. It was as though she had vanished into thin air. Had she truly disappeared or merely become invisible? Tian took a deep breath and released his unique sensing ability, akin to divine consciousness. To his surprise, a remarkable scene unfolded before him. Indeed, Bardos was right beside him. It appeared she had simply concealed herself from view. Without hesitation, Tian utilized his divine consciousness to feel Bardos' presence and studied her skin through her garments. He then began to observe her expressions, curious to see if his sensing ability could be detected by her. Upon examining Bardos' demeanor, he discerned that she seemed completely unaware of his probing. If you cannot sense me, then I bear no blame, he mused. My greatest wish is merely to admire the hue of the blue basket and see how it appears. Through his divine consciousness, Tian meticulously observed Bardos inch by inch. The shade of the blue frame was striking, transitioning from deep azure to a lighter cerulean. What are you thinking about? Bardos remarked, genuinely flabbergasted by Tian. Are you drooling again? Her voice snapped him back to reality, prompting him to quickly wipe away the drool from the corner of his mouth. Your structure is quite similar to ours, Tian remarked in wonder. Oh. But our structures are quite different, Bardos replied with a playful smile. Indeed, there are things you possess that I do not, and vice versa. Tian nodded in agreement. If we were to blend our attributes, we would both possess what the other has, wouldn't that be the case? He chuckled. Suddenly, Bardos realized something, looking at Tian with surprise. Wait, can you see me? Given that they were in the vastness of space, sound transmission occurred through energy, making it somewhat impractical to discern location through auditory cues. Nevertheless, as Bardos spoke, Tian gazed directly at her concealed form. Bardos assumed he must be able to see her. Otherwise, why would he look in her direction? You cannot see me, can you? You are already invisible. Tian shook his head. Your expression clearly suggests you can perceive me, Bardos responded, puzzled. Well, that doesn't matter now, Tian chuckled. Bardos wiped her brow, exclaiming. How can that not matter? This is quite significant. In my current state of invisibility, I suspect even Lord Xiangpa would find it challenging to discern my whereabouts. It is indeed peculiar. Perhaps I shall take the time to observe him more closely later. Bardos, cease your concealment at once and reveal the projection below. For I can no longer see it, Tian called out. With a sudden clap, Bardos showed no intention of revealing himself but merely projected the image. Shall I remain outside, allowing you to scrutinize it from every angle? Where do your eyes gaze? Tian said little more. It matters not. After all, through the perception of divine consciousness, what is seen is far more vivid than what can be discerned by mere sight. Are you truly invincible in your invisibility? A thunderous roar echoed as Baffity's spaceship erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Baffity was momentarily taken aback, as was the villain Majin Buu. What transpired? Krillin exclaimed, while Piccolo, Goten, and Trunks widened their eyes, gazing in astonishment. That was my spaceship. Baffity suddenly regained his composure. The location of the spacecraft had been transformed into an unfathomable abyss. Damn it. What on earth happened? Why did my spaceship explode? Baffity seethed with fury. With a soft thud, Vegeta descended from the sky, confronting Majin Buu and Baffity. He crossed his arms, casting a glance downward. There are quite a number of individuals present here. Another shimmering figure has appeared. It appears their energy levels are quite formidable, rivaling that of the rotund pink creature. That's my father, Trunks exclaimed joyfully. Vegeta, what do you intend to do? Baffity scoffed. I certainly did not command you to destroy my spacecraft. Is that grotesque fool Majin Buu? Did you slay Gohan? Vegeta retorted. Upon hearing Vegeta's words, Piccolo's expression transformed, revealing a profound sorrow. Gohan has been killed? What does grotesque mean? Buu inquired, turning to Baffity. It means you're exceedingly ugly, Baffity replied. Buu let out a hearty laugh, which soon morphed into a furious glare. With a tremendous burst, an overwhelming aura erupted from Buu, emanating from the pores of his body. I will kill you, Buu bellowed. Very well, slay him. Baffity nodded. That creature has outlived his usefulness to me. Moreover, he previously inflicted harm upon me. But I have nearly recovered. This vendetta must be avenged. Buu, make sure to teach him a lesson. Humph, who shall be the one to perish remains to be seen. Vegeta scoffed. With a resounding roar, an even more potent energy surged from Vegeta, radiating with a golden brilliance. Yah! Vegeta cried out as he launched a fierce assault on Majin Buu. The blows rained down upon Buu, rendering him seemingly incapable of retaliation. Buu, what is amiss? Bafity watched in astonishment. Vegeta is remarkably powerful. Krillin marveled. Haha. Goten cheered, reveling in Vegeta's overwhelming might. Father, you are incredible. Trunks exclaimed with excitement. That guy Vegeta has surpassed Super Saiyan. Piccolo marveled, truly remarkable, even stronger than when he fought Cell alongside Gohan. However, after Piccolo spoke, he fell silent once more. If Gohan were indeed slain by Majin Buu, then Vegeta would likely be unable to prevail as well. Chapter 105. Kappa intervenes to save the Supreme Kai Bang. Vegeta delivered another powerful blow, knocking Majin Buu to the ground. Majin Buu swiftly sprang up with a fish-like leap. At the same time, he rapidly restored his own form. His battered body, which had been subjected to relentless blows, immediately reverted to its original state. Yet, just as Majin Buu had regained his composure, Vegeta had already amassed a formidable energy, extending his hand to aim at Majin Buu from a distance. Buu widened his eyes, momentarily stunned. Boom. An exceedingly potent energy wave pierced through Majin Buu's body, delivering a chilling blow. Majin Buu flipped in midair and collapsed to the ground, smoke billowing from his form. Oh, this spiky-haired fellow is quite impressive, Kappa mused with a slight smile, muttering to himself that perhaps he had overestimated the situation. That pink, rotund creature must be dead by now. However, Kappa quickly realized his error. No, he is unharmed. That pink creature possesses remarkable vitality. Kappa shook his head. What? Bafity's expression shifted dramatically, his face paling as fear gripped him. Humph. Vegeta scoffed, a slight smirk forming at the corner of his mouth. We won. Trunks cheered. Suddenly, Majin Buu rose from the ground. Vegeta's smile gradually faded. Majin Buu stood, a massive hole still visible in his form. One could even see the blue sky behind him. Hey. With a surge of effort, Majin Buu immediately restored the punctured area. That hurt a bit, he grunted. Veins bulging on his forehead as a murderous intent surfaced on his face. Are you some sort of immortal? Vegeta gritted his teeth. Haha. Excellent, Majin Buu. Hurry and kill him. Bafity danced with glee. You bastard. I will kill you. Buu shouted, and once again, tremendous energy surged from his body. Instantly, a powerful force radiated outward from Buu, wreaking havoc in all directions. Witnessing this, Kappa beckoned the Supreme Kai, who lay below on the ground. Whoosh. In an instant, the Supreme Kai appeared beside Kappa, seemingly disoriented as he glanced around. Upon spotting the god of destruction, Kappa, the ground trembled ominously. The energy of Majin Buu has finally erupted in a tremendous explosion. Everyone, run! Piccolo exclaimed. Ah, the protective shield. Babidi hurriedly cast a protective barrier around himself. Vegeta, aghast, crossed his arms to shield his head. With a thunderous roar that shook the very earth, a colossal wave of energy surged outward from the center of Majin Buu. Vegeta was instantly swept away. Piccolo and the other three were also tossed about chaotically. Once the tumult subsided, a massive crater had formed where Buu had been. Majin Buu floated at the center of the pit, a grin plastered across his face. As for Babidi, he had narrowly escaped unharmed thanks to his protective shield. That was truly perilous, Babidi sighed with relief. Is everyone all right? Piccolo hurriedly checked on Goten and the others present. Thankfully, they were all safe, primarily due to their distance from the explosion, which had minimized the impact. Piccolo then glanced into the distance and noticed that the Kaioshin had mysteriously vanished. Oh no! Lord Kaioshin! Piccolo cried out. In the skies above, the Kaioshin stared wide-eyed at the figure of Kappa appearing beside him. Kaioshin, I just saved your life. How do you intend to thank me? Kappa said with a gentle smile. Who are you? The Kaioshin asked warily. What? You don't even recognize me? Didn't Beerus tell you about me? Kappa huffed. Beerus? Who is that? The Kaioshin inquired again. Coughing slightly, Kappa retorted, You can't possibly not know who Beerus is. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he continued, Is it abnormal for me not to know Beerus? The Kaioshin paused, his expression filled with confusion. Of course it's abnormal. You are the Kaioshin, and he is the god of destruction. Not knowing the god of destruction, do you consider that normal? Kappa shouted in exasperation. The Kaioshin was left even more bewildered. After a long silence, he finally asked, Excuse me, but what exactly is a god of destruction? The Kaioshin forced a wry smile. While Kappa, frustrated, contemplated whether to strike him down. Are you truly this dense? Kappa replied, his face darkening. The Kaioshin could only remain speechless. Why are you still cursing? I merely inquired about the destroyer god. Why direct your ire at me? Have I wronged you in any way? Never mind, I shall not waste further words with you. You seem to be in dire straits. Follow me, and I shall have Beerus tend to your wounds. With that, Kampa gestured towards the Supreme Kai and descended into the sky. The Supreme Kai appeared perplexed, pondering who was meant to provide him with treatment. Should he follow? It seemed that this plump cat was his savior. Reluctantly, he decided to pursue them. Gritting his teeth, the Supreme Kai took to the air, albeit sluggishly due to his grievous injuries. Kampa glanced downward, noting the Supreme Kai as painfully slow ascent. Very well, I shall assist you. Kampa descended swiftly, grasped the Supreme Kai's arm, and propelled them beyond the atmosphere into the vastness of space. Upon arrival, Kampa discovered that Beerus had vanished without a trace, leaving only yachting behind. Aside from yachting, there's also the projection sent out by Beerus, depicting the events transpiring below. Yachting? The Supreme Kai blinked in surprise, regarding yachting with suspicion. Is that not yachting, Gohan's classmate? What brings him here? This is outer space. Can Earthlings even survive in such an environment? How peculiar. Strange occurrences seem to abound, especially today. Is that not the Supreme Kai? You appear rather disheveled. Yachting greeted with a smile. Hey, where's Beerus? Kampa inquired of Yachting. Right here, Kampa, Beerus promptly manifested. Why are you playing at invisibility? Kampa scoffed. Beerus refrained from responding. I merely wish to avoid being scrutinized by this human named Yachting. However, such thoughts remained unvoiced. Kampa did not press further and instructed Beerus, please attend to this individual's injuries. Certainly, Kampa. Beerus nodded and pointed his staff at the Supreme Kai. An intangible force of angelic energy enveloped the Supreme Kai, and in an instant, his injuries were wholly mended. Chapter 106, Supreme Kai, you truly do not recognize Beerus? The Supreme Kai stood astounded, feeling his vitality fully restored to its zenith. Thank you, I'm immensely grateful, he exclaimed, then inquired, may I ask who you are? Beerus was about to introduce himself when Kampa interrupted. Beerus, this Supreme Kai is a fool. He does not even know who Beerus is. Goodness, is that truly the case? Bardos was taken aback. Hey, Supreme Kai. May I inquire if you are not acquainted with Beerus? Kampa inquired with a smile. The Supreme Kai nodded in confusion. Is it so peculiar that I do not know Beerus? Why are you making a fuss over this? See, I was right, wasn't I? Kampa's smile grew increasingly radiant as he pondered softly. No wonder this fellow chose to participate in such a battle. What does that mean? What exactly are you implying? Can you not articulate your thoughts clearly? The God of Destruction asked through clenched teeth. Are you not aware of your mission as the God of Destruction? Kampa reminded him. Of course, it is to maintain peace in the universe. The God of Destruction replied with certainty. You fool, Kampa exclaimed, his nostrils flaring in frustration. The God of Destruction is a creator deity primarily tasked with the creation of planets and life. Do not confuse the roles. You speak as if you are a God of Destruction yourself. The deity mumbled quietly, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Though you saved me. Your constant insults of fool do not sit well with me. Kampa is right. You are a God of Destruction. Avoid unnecessary risks, Yaishin interjected, unable to hold back his concern. The God of Destruction fell silent, feeling embarrassed that a mere human began to lecture him. Look, he even knows, Kampa remarked, glancing at Yaishin. Are these two your friends? The God of Destruction inquired, leaning closer to Yaishin. No, I just met them. Yaishin shook his head. What peculiar individuals, the God of Destruction mused, bewildered by their strangeness. Yaishin was at a loss for words. Isn't it you who is strange? Lord Kampa, should we continue watching? Bardos sought Kampa's opinion. Let us observe a bit longer. We shall decide afterward, Kampa nodded. With a snap, Bardos projected the scene once more. The God of Destruction stared in astonishment, unable to comprehend how this projection was achieved. At that moment, Vegeta clutched his injured arm, gritting his teeth in pain. This guy is strong. What a nightmare. Vegeta muttered to himself. Yet a faint smile lingered on his face. Hey, you're still alive? If you hadn't betrayed me, you could have made a fine subordinate, Biddily remarked. Somewhat surprised as he glanced at Vegeta. In the distance, Piccolo and the others stood up, observing Vegeta from afar. A sense of foreboding gripped Piccolo. Vegeta cannot defeat Majin Buu. Gohan is dead, and the universe's greatest deity has vanished. This universe is doomed. My father will never lose to that Majin Buu. Trunks suddenly declared. Piccolo displayed a face of uncertainty. Trunks fell silent. With a sudden crack, Majin Buu appeared directly opposite Vegeta. You're finished, heh, who let out a cold snort, while despair was etched across Vegeta's face. How can I possibly defeat this creature? Majin Buu, unfazed, casually plucked a piece of flesh from his own abdomen. Vegeta was taken aback in shock. Does it not hurt? Majin Buu swiftly tore off a piece of flesh, kneading it into a ball and stretching it into a strip. Buu waved the meat strip in his hand. What a terrifying creature. What is he planning? Vegeta muttered. With a sudden burst, Buu expelled a wave of energy from his mouth, hurtling towards Vegeta. Startled, Vegeta wasted no time and soared into the air. Whoosh! Buu flung the meat strip towards the airborne Vegeta. In an instant, the strip ensnared Vegeta like a twisted pretzel. Clang! Vegeta plummeted from the sky, utterly deprived of his freedom. Hanahe, hanahe. Buu hummed merrily as he approached Vegeta. Vegeta struggled desperately, but it was futile. Bang! Buu launched a kick that sent Vegeta flying. Blood gushed from Vegeta's mouth, and he felt as though he were on the brink of defeat. Buu clapped his hands in excitement. Thud. Buu executed a flamboyant leap, landing squarely on Vegeta. He then unleashed a barrage of fierce blows upon Vegeta, who could barely retaliate, letting out cries of agony. This is bad. He is about to be killed, Piccolo said gravely. What about Goku and Gohan? Where are they? They can't be dead. Can they? Krillin exclaimed. My brother will definitely survive. Goten shouted back. Trunks trembled all over. Trunks, hold on. If you go, it would be in vain. And you would only bring more trouble to Vegeta. Piccolo advised. No, Trunks declared, transforming into a Super Saiyan and soaring into the sky. Hey, Piccolo gasped. Trunks. I'm going too. Goten cried, his body radiating golden light as he immediately followed suit. Krillin was taken aback. Goten, Piccolo exclaimed. However, the two had already flown far away. These two fools. Piccolo gritted his teeth. Whoosh, whoosh. Trunks and Goten zipped past Biddily, who was taken aback. What is happening? Who are they? Biddily wondered, astonished. Trunks let out a piercing cry and delivered a powerful kick to Majin Buu, sending him soaring like a meteor, crashing through massive boulders until he vanished from sight. Goten swiftly descended beside Vegeta, firmly anchoring him down while using both hands to pull the battered warrior free from the wreckage. Coughing violently, Vegeta expelled blood, clearly gravely injured. Uncle, are you all right? Goten inquired urgently. Father, you must hold on. Trunks stepped forward to support Vegeta. Who are these two little rascals? Are they his friends? Biddily pondered, momentarily taken aback. Yet he dismissed the thought, declaring, it matters not how many there are, for my Majin Buu is the strongest in the universe. He can effortlessly eliminate them all. Biddily laughed heartily, and indeed he spoke the truth. Majin Buu was undeniably a formidable force in the cosmos. Above. The Supreme Kai clenched his fists tightly, his entire being trembling violently. Chapter 107. Is it not the god of destruction who reigns supreme in the universe? Kappa cast a sidelong glance at the Supreme Kai. You ignorant fool! Are you an imbecile? Exclaimed Pa. The Supreme Kai, you, this plump feline, have truly gone too far. Why do you reproach me once more? Have I provoked you in any way? What do you mean by constantly berating me? Am I not speaking the truth? The Supreme Kai argues persuasively. The god of destruction is indeed the paramount existence within this universe, is he not? Tian smiled faintly and interjected. Humph. You lack even the insight of a mere human. I truly cannot fathom what to say about you, Supreme Kai. Xiangpa shook his head in disappointment, then broke into a grin, yet it bears no significance to me. After all, this is not our universe. What does that mean? What do you mean by not your universe? The Supreme Kai scratched his head, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. Humph. Xiangpa scoffed, choosing to ignore the Supreme Kai. Subsequently, Xiangpa beckoned to Tian. What is it? Tian leisurely floated over. Is it possible that this Supreme Kai of your universe is unaware of the existence of other universes? Xiangpa inquired quietly. There is a possibility, Tian nodded. Did you not inform him? Xiangpa pressed further. Even if I did, do you truly believe he would accept it? Tian countered. You have a point. I too think he would be incredulous, Xiangpa conceded. Hey, what are you two discussing? The Supreme Kai felt increasingly uneasy and exclaimed. You claim that the god of destruction is the strongest in this universe, so hurry and save them. Humph. You expect me to send the god of destruction down to assist? You might as well forget it. Xiangpa retorted with a cold snort. You cannot possibly contend with Majin Buu, can you? The Supreme Kai rolled his eyes. You've been boasting excessively. Now you dare not descend? Xiangpa replied. Provocation will not sway me. With an indifferent expression, Xiangpa stated, do you think such words will compel me to rescue them? Humph. If other gods of destruction were to learn that I saved them, I would be utterly humiliated. The Supreme Kai fell silent, fixated on Tian without blinking. What are you staring at? Tian chuckled. Tian, I can sense your strength. Let us descend and fight alongside Vegeta and the others. Perhaps there is a glimmer of hope in defeating Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai suggested. Would it not be more prudent to invest that time in training Gohan? Tian reminded him. At that moment, the Supreme Kai's eyes lit up, and he vigorously tapped his forehead. Had you not mentioned Gohan, I might have nearly forgotten him. Indeed, Gohan should be capable of wielding that divine sword. I understand now, so I shall take my leave. After the Supreme Kai spoke, he immediately executed instant transmission, his form becoming indistinct. You foolish Supreme Kai, exclaimed Shimpa, when Majin Buu was attacking you just now, you ought to have utilized instant transmission to escape, rather than remaining there to endure the blows. Supreme Kai, indeed. You are absolutely correct. At that crucial moment, I completely forgot to utilize instant transmission. How unfortunate. Perhaps it is best to pretend I did not hear anything. The Supreme Kai quickly vanished. The Supreme Kai went to search for Gohan. Youngster, you appear to be quite rational, unlike the Supreme Kai who is rather foolish. Xiangpa approached and patted Yu Tian on the shoulder. Thank you for the compliment. Yi Tian replied with a slight smile. Subsequently, Yi Tian continued to gaze towards the projection. At that moment, Piccolo had already appeared behind Babidi. Although Majin Buu is unforgivable, Babidi, you are even less deserving of mercy. Piccolo's voice suddenly echoed behind Babidi. Babidi's expression shifted dramatically as he turned to face Piccolo. While I may lack the ability to eliminate Majin Buu, extinguishing your existence is a trivial matter. A murderous intent flickered across Piccolo's face. Humph, you fool. If you kill me, there will be no one left to seal Majin Buu. Babidi chuckled, yet internally he was in a state of panic. That would spell the destruction of the entire universe. Which do you think is preferable? You not dying is inconsequential, is it not? Piccolo's expression remained indifferent. Babidi thought, this green-faced fellow is quite clever. He is far more astute than that Supreme Kai. A month ago, you were causing a ruckus in Satan City, secretly relocating items to practice magic. Did you think I was unaware? Piccolo glanced into the distance and noticed Majin Buu still flying backward. Thus he felt he could afford to speak a bit longer. Babidi exhibited a look of confusion. What is the Satan City? A month ago, I was still aboard a spaceship. What do you mean by secretly relocating items to practice magic? I do not comprehend your words. Babidi gritted his teeth and shouted. There is no need for your futile denials. I am well aware of your actions. Piccolo retorted coldly. Hey, you must be mistaken. The person you are referring to is not me. Babidi screamed in hysteria. Why should I take the blame for the actions of another sorcerer? Is it no longer significant? Prepare to meet your end. Piccolo scoffed, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Buu, Majin Buu, what are you doing? Come quickly and help me eliminate him. Babidi shouted urgently at Majin Buu. Die. Piccolo roared, delivering a powerful blow that cleaved Babidi's body in two. Babidi plummeted from the sky, his eyes filled with an insatiable sense of resentment. I, who should not have become the ruler of the universe, never expected to meet my end like this. Babidi fell into a distant pit, on the brink of oblivion. Bah, this trash. Piccolo spat towards Babidi's direction. Soon after, Piccolo slightly furrowed his brow. Did Babidi claim that the individual responsible for the relocations is not him? Are there other sorcerers existing apart from him? Upon reflection, I sense something amiss. If he truly possesses the ability to nullify the Super Saiyan state, logically he should also be able to eradicate the energy within me. Yet, when I confronted him, he was utterly defenseless, resorting merely to defense. Could it be that, beyond Majin Buu, there lurks an even more formidable entity concealed on Earth? Piccolo's expression shifted repeatedly. Vegeta gazed towards Piccolo, his eyes filled with unwavering determination. Trunks, take care of your mother, Vegeta suddenly declared. Huh? Trunks appeared bewildered, inquiring, what are you saying, Dad? Why must I look after Mom? You all must leave this place at once. Majin Buu is my foe to face alone, Vegeta asserted solemnly. Chapter 108. Farewell, proud warrior. No, we must join the battle. You cannot defeat him alone. Together, the three of us can surely vanquish him. Trunks exclaimed loudly. That is not possible. No matter how many people there are, it will be futile. Conventional tactics will not suffice. Vegeta shook his head. Nonsense, we are powerful. Trunks retorted. Indeed. Goten nodded in agreement. Trunks, when you were but a tiny infant, I never held you. Vegeta abruptly changed the subject. Trunks was once again perplexed. Why is father saying such things at this moment? Now, allow me to embrace you. Vegeta smiled gently. What occasion is this? Dad, what are you trying to do? Trunks questioned as Vegeta stepped forward to embrace him. Trunks was utterly speechless. Perhaps not, it's rather embarrassing, he admitted, feeling a bit shy. Take care, Trunks. Vegeta offered a slight smile. Huh? Trunks looked up, confused at Vegeta. Suddenly, Vegeta struck Trunks on the back of the neck with a swift motion. Trunks collapsed to the ground, unconscious. Goten stood by, stunned into silence for a long moment. "Uncle, why did you knock Trunks out?" Goten asked, bewildered. In a flash, Vegeta launched a punch that struck Goten squarely in the chest. Goten promptly reverted to his normal state, falling unconscious on the spot. Krillin was equally dumbfounded. Piccolo descended from the sky, landing beside Vegeta. "What is this spiky-haired fellow attempting? It seems as if he is on the verge of self-destruction," Yamcha muttered, stroking his chin. "Oh dear, should such self-sacrificial acts be commended?" Bardos let out a sigh beside them. Humming a tune, Majin Buu stepped forward from the ruins. "Who was it that ambushed me just now? Was it that green-faced fellow?" Buu inquired. "Piccolo, please take them away from here as swiftly as possible. I beg you," Vegeta implored. Piccolo stepped forward and scooped up Goten and Trunks. As they prepared to depart, he asked, "Are you contemplating suicide?" Vegeta fell silent. After 2 seconds of contemplation, he posed a question. "Tell me this. If I were to perish, would I still be able to meet Kakarot in another world?" At this moment, offering words of comfort seemed futile, so Piccolo replied gravely, "I'm afraid not. You have taken the lives of too many innocents. Should you die, your body will vanish, and your soul will be sent to a realm distinct from Son Goku's." "Is that so? What a pity," Vegeta remarked with a nonchalant smile. "By the way, when I killed Biddily, he mentioned that the wizard who mysteriously made certain things vanish in Satan City was likely not him." Piccolo furrowed his brow. "Humph. I too find it peculiar, but ultimately it matters not who it is. That fellow at least poses no threat to Earth," Vegeta smiled. "You were correct, thus far. He has committed no heinous acts," Piccolo nodded. "Enough of this, we must not linger." "Hurry and leave," Vegeta urged. "The fat one is on his way." "Understood," Piccolo nodded, showing no hesitation as he transformed into a beam of golden light and swiftly departed the scene. "You green-faced scoundrel who kicked me, do not think you can escape." Buu extended his hand, aiming at the fleeing Piccolo. "Stop right there, Majin Buu," Vegeta shouted. "Defeat me first before you lay a hand on him. Do you hear me? You balloon-headed fool? More insults. This time, I shall not let you off lightly." White gas erupted from Buu's head, and veins bulged on his forehead. "Hurry, Krillin. We need to get out of here," Piccolo called down to Krillin below. "Right," Krillin exclaimed, hastily ascending into the sky alongside Piccolo. "I will kill you." Buu had already prepared to annihilate Vegeta. In the heights above, it seems this spiky-haired fellow is destined to die. Will it be by murder or suicide? Compa mused. Bardos remained silent. "I suspect there is a significant chance it will be self-destruction," Tian sighed. "Your speculation is not without merit," Compa nodded slightly. "As for going down to rescue him? As the god of destruction, Compa certainly would not intervene to save an ordinary person. Not only Compa, but even Beerus, who maintained a relatively amicable relationship with Goku, refrained from intervening during the Moro incident. It was only when Moro threatened to annihilate Earth that Beerus, concerned about the loss of delectable cuisine, decided to take action against Moro. Gods of destruction typically do not engage in acts of rescue beyond their destructive duties. Likewise, Yaishin had no intention of saving Vegeta. What relevance does he hold to me? Moreover, considering that Majin Buu is to be regarded as my father-in-law's subordinate, rescuing Vegeta would be quite the conundrum. Furthermore, Vegeta had previously harmed many innocent beings. His choice to self-destruct was a means of atonement. Some events are simply meant to transpire, and Yaishin preferred not to interfere excessively. If everything were to fall upon my shoulders to resolve, what purpose would Goku and Vegeta serve? "I have finally discerned how to deal with you," Vegeta remarked with a subtle smile. Buu momentarily paused, gazing intently at Vegeta. Boom. A formidable aura erupted from Vegeta, electric arcs swirling around his form. "Hey, what does Vegeta intend to do? He could be killed," Krillin warned Piccolo gravely. This was the first instance of that fellow fighting for someone other than himself, even at the expense of his own life, Piccolo thought, gritting his teeth. "This time, I shall reduce you to nothingness, ensuring you can never be reborn," Vegeta declared with a smile, directing his voice at Buu. Buu's eyes widened in disbelief, a glimmer of shock crossing his pudgy face. Vegeta's countenance radiated unbounded joy. "Farewell, Bulma. Farewell, Trunks. Farewell, Kakarot." Vegeta's cries echoed, powerful energy surging from him and rapidly expanding outward. Majin Buu was engulfed in the ensuing chaos. With a thunderous roar, the energy unleashed by Vegeta transformed the sky into a gray expanse. Dark clouds amassed, and lightning streaked down from above. Upon closer inspection, Vegeta appeared utterly drained. as if all moisture had evaporated from his body. Chapter 109. The Grand Minister's call. Vegeta had completely lost consciousness, plummeting swiftly from the sky. Crash! He struck the ground, disintegrating into nothingness, scattered by the wind. In the distance, Piccolo and Krillin could no longer bear to witness the scene. Wow, that guy truly dares to act, Kampa remarked, shaking his head, acknowledging the audacity with a nod of approval. Yaishin too expressed a sense of admiration. This may indeed be the most poignant moment of Vegeta's life. Let us depart, Kampa beckoned to Beerus. Very well, Lord Kampa, Beerus responded. Bardos nodded gently. Are we leaving already? Tian inquired. What? I'm departing. Do you have any objections? Xiangpa scoffed. I wasn't addressing you, I was asking Bardos, Tian replied with a smile. Oh dear, yes, indeed, I am leaving. Perhaps we shall meet again, Bardos said with a wave of her hand. Bardos, what are you discussing with this young man? Xiangpa asked, momentarily taken aback. I will miss you, Bardos, Tian gestured in farewell. Bardos remained silent thereafter. Young man, do you even realize whom you are addressing? Xiangpa huffed, exclaiming in irritation. Don't think that just because you are a disciple of Beerus, I wouldn't dare to strike you. Do you really believe you can best me? Tian chuckled lightly. What did you say? I must have misheard, Xiangpa stammered in surprise. Is this young man attempting to provoke me? Who granted you such audacity? Was it Beerus? Just then, as the conversation unfolded, Bardos' staff suddenly flickered a few times. Oh dear, it seems the Grand Minister is calling, Bardos murmured in mild astonishment. What? The Grand Minister? Xiangpa's expression shifted dramatically. Could it be that our endeavor to collect the Super Dragon Balls has come to the Grand Minister's attention? Uncertain. I will take this call. Bardos gently shook her head and hushed Xiangpa. Then she stepped aside to answer the phone. After establishing contact with the Grand Minister, Bardos cast a glance in Tian's direction. Tian stroked his chin thoughtfully. What are you looking at? In the next moment, Bardos suddenly enveloped herself in a veil of angelic power, obscuring the content of the conversation. Approximately 30 seconds passed. Bardos concluded the call and flew from a distance, appearing beside Kampa. What has happened, Bardos? Kampa inquired. Let us depart, Lord Kampa. It is prudent not to meddle further in the affairs of the seventh universe, Bardos replied, her expression unusually grave. What is the matter? Kampa swallowed hard, an ominous premonition washing over him. Could it be that our quest for the Super Dragon Balls has truly come to the attention of the Grand Minister? The Super Dragon Balls are but a triviality. There are more significant matters at hand, Bardos stated, beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. Kampa was taken aback. Why does Bardos appear so troubled? What is truly happening? Let us discuss this on our way back, Bardos suggested, glancing at Tian once more, either intentionally or inadvertently. Hey, are you reluctant to part with me? Tian greeted with a smile. What nonsense are you spouting? Kampa glared at Tian. Lord Kampa, it would be wise to refrain from unnecessary disturbances. We should leave post-haste, Bardos urged once more. Very well, let us go, Kampa huffed. With a swift motion, the two transformed into streaks of vibrant light, rapidly departing the scene, vanishing in an instant. Tian observed the vanishing figures of Bardos with a hint of curiosity. What is going on? Bardos's gaze seemed rather peculiar. Could it be that you have developed feelings for me? Though I may possess a certain charm, I find it hard to believe such a possibility exists. Angels are beings that have lived for ages. If they could easily take a liking to someone like me, it would indeed be strange. It feels as though when the Grand Minister made a call, Beerus deliberately glanced in my direction. Could it be that the Grand Minister mentioned my name? Has my existence captured the attention of the Grand Minister? In the vastness of space, Kampa and Beerus are swiftly traversing this starry expanse. Humph. That disciple of Beerus is utterly discourteous. The next time I encounter him, I must certainly teach him a lesson. Kampa now even regrets leaving so hastily. I ought to return and give him a proper reprimand. Beerus remains silent, hastening ahead. Beerus, do say something. Kampa calls out as he catches up. Oh dear. This is quite serious, Beerus sighs. What is the matter? Is it related to something the Grand Minister discussed with you? Kampa inquires, momentarily taken aback. Have you heard about the father of the Omni-King? Beerus asks. Kampa is left momentarily speechless. Beerus, your turns of conversation are too abrupt. How did we suddenly arrive at the topic of the Omni-King's father? Are you suggesting that the Omni-King's father is still alive? After a brief pause, Kampa quickly asks. Wasn't it said that the Omni-King's father has been missing for quite some time? He may have been caught up in some alternate dimension and never returned. That is indeed a possibility, Beerus nods. But do you happen to know why the Omni-King's father, the great Omni-King, left all those years ago? I cannot say for certain. Kampa shakes his head and then asks, are you bringing this up now because you have found the great Omni-King? The mere thought of such a possibility makes Kampa shudder once more. No, we have not located the great Omni-King, but the Grand Minister has discovered something else. Beerus sighs softly. What is it? Kampa asks curiously. The master of the great Omni-King. Beerus whispers. What did you say? The master of the great Omni-King? Kampa is taken aback. Who could that possibly be? I have never heard of the great Omni-King having a master. Just because you have not heard of it does not mean it is not true, Beerus reflects. It is quite astonishing. He has a significant chance of having returned after disappearing for 100 million years. Kampa remains silent, for he possesses little knowledge regarding the master of the great Omni-King. In the realm of the gods, this matter has seldom been mentioned. It seems that even other destroyers are unaware. Please elaborate on the master of the great Omni-King. Kampa requests. The erasure of the Omni-King was learned from his father, the great Omni-King. Bardos elucidated that the erasure technique of the Grand King was acquired from his master. Kampa was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. This implies that his master possesses an erasure ability that surpasses even that of the Grand King? Kampa stammered in astonishment. Chapter 110, The Master of the Grand King. Indeed, Bardos affirmed. In simple terms, the Grand King does not possess the ability to erase angels, but his ancestor certainly does. And he should also be capable of erasing the Great Priest, should he so desire. This revelation left Kampa utterly dumbfounded. He is the Lord of Tian. Bardos sighed. Lord Tian? Kampa quivered once more. However, after this tremor, he suddenly felt that the name rang a bell. Why does this name seem so familiar? Kampa murmured while stroking his chin, and suddenly his eyes lit up. Bardos remained silent. Tian? If this name is reversed, does it not become that young fellow Yi Tian? Kampa tapped his forehead, then vigorously shook his head, a bittersweet smile emerging. Ha ha ha. What was I thinking? That lad is merely a disciple of Beerus. Bardos, at that moment, covered his forehead, reluctant to speak further. What is that expression, Bardos? Kampa gasped, sensing an ominous premonition. Your analysis was remarkably astute, Lord Kampa, Bardos remarked with a hint of admiration. What did you say? Kampa stuttered. Could it be that he was correct? Bardos gently tapped his forehead. What a dreadful jest. This is no laughing matter. Kampa was on the verge of tears. Yet, Bardos's demeanor grew increasingly serious. You are not jesting, are you? Kampa trembled violently, his complexion paling. I speak with utmost sincerity, Bardos nodded. Is he not a disciple of Beerus? How could he possibly be connected to Lord Tian? Kampa felt his mind go blank, crying out in disbelief. Lord Kampa, consider well. Could it be that you presume Lord Tian is a disciple of Lord Beerus? Has Lord Tian ever acknowledged this? Bardos countered. Kampa, reflecting carefully, realized that indeed. He had never confirmed it. This is dire. Does this mean I am doomed? Should I return and burn incense in celebration? Kampa wept profusely. Engulfed in a wave of panic, genuinely experiencing boundless fear. Lord Tian seems to embody a nature of rebirth. His erasure ability has not yet fully manifested, Bardos speculated. Rebirth? Did he accidentally die and then reincarnate? Kampa's lips twitched, struggling to believe it. Do not jest. After all, he is the master of the Grand King. The ancestor of the Grand King. Who could ever kill him? Lord Tian is merely idle and chose to reincarnate for amusement. Bardos replied, while Xiangpa fell silent. Bored and idle, was he deliberately seeking reincarnation? This fellow truly possesses remarkable talent. Therefore, while his erasure ability has yet to be fully restored, should we take some action? A thought struck Xiangpa. Surely Lord Xiangpa does not intend to confront Lord Tian? Bardos turned to Xiangpa. Bardos, such jesting is ill-advised. Xiangpa exclaimed sternly. How could I ever stoop to such a thing? I wish to prolong my existence. What I mean is, while no one knows Lord Tian's true identity, should I not consider ingratiating myself? Bardos replied, perhaps, Lord Xiangpa, you ought to reflect on how you previously provoked him. With a sigh, Bardos continued. Upon recalling past events, Xiangpa cradled his head, feeling utterly despondent. No. If Lord Tian truly holds a grudge, I shall undoubtedly meet a dreadful fate. What should I do? Oh. It is worth noting that Lord Tian's memories seem not to be fully restored. He likely remains unaware of his identity, pondered Bardos. Does the Omni-King have 2 guards beside him? Xiangpa inquired with a sudden spark of inspiration. Why not simply ask Lord Tian if he requires guards? Bardos replied with a smile. Indeed, that is precisely my intention, Xiangpa grinned, yet soon found himself cradling his head once more, feeling overwhelmed. Curse it. You could have mentioned this sooner. Had you done so, I would not have acted disrespectfully towards Lord Tian. I urged you to leave earlier, yet you would not listen. Bardos said with a slight smile. I must devise a means to atone for my previous transgressions while his memory remains incomplete, Xiangpa said with a grave tone. Does Lord Xiangpa wish to serve as a guard for Lord Tian? Bardos comprehended Xiangpa's intent. That could work. Xiangpa chuckled. Now would indeed be an opportune time to serve as a guard. If I were to wait, my abilities might not impress Lord Tian, Bardos remarked with a grin. Very well, I have made my decision. I shall return to ingratiate myself with Lord Tian, Xiangpa declared, halting abruptly. Allow me to offer a word of caution, Lord Xiangpa. Bardos said, seeing Xiangpa's resolve to depart. Rather than groveling, it would be wiser to seek friendship. After all, bonds of friendship are far more enduring than those of master and servant. I believe, Lord Xiangpa, you should not appear overly eager. If Lord Tian learns of his identity prematurely, it may hinder his future development. Should that occur, the High Priest and the Omni-King would not spare you. Xiangpa shuddered once more. I understand what I must do, he said, wiping the sweat from his brow. I shall return now, and refrain from further involvement. After Bardos finished speaking, she gently waved her hand, transforming into a radiant stream of light reminiscent of the stars, swiftly departing. Xiangpa clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth, and quickly flew towards Earth. Krillin, take these two little ones back. I will ascertain the outcome, instructed Piccolo to Krillin. Krillin nodded. Remaining silent may not be wise. Concealing the truth is also inappropriate, Piccolo pondered. You should reveal the truth of this matter to his family. Krillin responded, should I tell Bulma that Vegeta is dead? Why don't you say it? Whoosh. After Piccolo finished speaking, he sped away into the distance. Just as Piccolo departed, Tian descended from the sky, landing beside Krillin. Are you Tian, Gohan's classmate? Krillin asked, momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it is I, Tian affirmed with a nod. You are still alive? That is truly remarkable. Krillin greeted with a smile. Chapter 111. Buu, Tian, you are wonderful. It's nothing, just a small matter, Tian replied with a slight smile. I recall that Dubra spat towards you. How did you evade it? Krillin inquired. There was no need to dodge. With a mere wave of my hand, those things vanished. Tian answered simply. A wave of your hand and they disappeared? What does that mean? Krillin asked, puzzled. You certainly have a plethora of questions. Perhaps you should refrain from asking. Tian rolled his eyes. I intend to see if Majin Buu is still alive. You are going to? Krillin exclaimed, startled. Perhaps it would be better not to. Piccolo has already gone, and we will learn the results soon. From my speculation, the likelihood of Majin Buu being obliterated is merely 1%. You should prepare yourself mentally. Tian patted Krillin's shoulder and swiftly flew towards the direction of the recent explosion caused by Vegeta. Krillin stood there, dazed, unable to utter a word. Is the probability of Majin Buu being destroyed really only 1%? If that is the case, could Majin Buu still be alive? Wait, on what basis do you speak with such certainty? Crash. Piccolo descended from the sky, landing in the vicinity of the explosion caused by Vegeta. He observed numerous remnants of Majin Buu scattered about. Crash. At that moment, Tian caught up from behind and appeared beside Piccolo. You are Tian? Piccolo was initially startled, but upon recognizing Tian, he relaxed slightly. It is I, Tian confirmed with a nod. Have you been nearby all along? Piccolo inquired. You may interpret it that way, Tian replied. Tian smiled faintly. Piccolo, having said nothing further, surveyed his surroundings. A brief silence ensued. If only a slight injury were inflicted upon Majin Buu's body, he could regenerate. However, having been reduced to mere fragments, it seemed Buu had lost his capacity for rebirth. Piccolo murmured to himself, addressing Tian, as they were the only two present. Vegeta sacrificed his own life. That fellow is truly remarkable. Piccolo reflected with a sense of nostalgia. Suddenly, a voice echoed from a distance, startling Piccolo. He turned to investigate the source of the sound. Was it Biddily? Piccolo quickly discerned the presence of Biddily. Good grief. Biddily was unwilling to accept his fate. Biddily, I never expected you to survive. Your vitality is quite resilient, Piccolo scoffed. Striding towards Biddily. In that moment, Tian stepped forward and placed his foot upon Biddyli's severed form. Biddily cried out in agony, howling in distress. Piccolo remarked, This fellow is rather amusing. I find your approach to tasks quite commendable. Step aside, Tian. I shall vanquish him, exclaimed Piccolo. However, just as Piccolo finished speaking, he suddenly noticed a piece of Majin Buu's flesh on the ground stirring unexpectedly. What is this? Piccolo was momentarily stunned. The surprise deepened when he witnessed the piece of Majin Buu's flesh writhing with alarming speed. Almost all the fragments began to dance. Subsequently, these pieces began to coalesce and transform into numerous miniature Majin Buus. They resembled a multitude of dolls, numbering in the thousands. This left Piccolo utterly petrified, his face turning an even deeper shade of green than it already was. All the tiny Majin Buus swiftly ascended into the sky, converging together. The form of Majin Buu began to materialize. Aya! Piccolo's visage contorted in horror, and his body trembled more violently. Whoosh! Without a moment's hesitation, Piccolo leapt into the air, fleeing the scene. Aren't you leaving? What are you still doing here? Hurry and get out. Piccolo shouted to Tian. You go ahead, don't worry about me. Tian replied with a wave. Piccolo, you possess remarkable audacity. Have you not seen that Majin Buu is about to be revived? Why do you still linger here? What on earth is happening? I never anticipated that Majin Buu was still alive. This is disastrous. With a resounding noise, Majin Buu swiftly reverted to his original form and descended to the ground. Upon landing, he performed a brief stretching exercise. Waha! Buu laughed heartily. That fool blew himself up. Suddenly, Buu was startled by the sound of distant, anguished cries. He turned his head to investigate. To his astonishment, he saw a figure on the ground vigorously stomping. Curiously, Buu approached. Biddily continued to emit pained groans. In the next moment, Biddily caught sight of the approaching Majin Buu. Majin Buu, please save me. Biddily cried out, as if clinging to a lifeline. What are you playing at? Buu asked Tian. I intend to crush him. Tian grinned. Isn't it amusing to hear him scream? MMM. Buu nodded vigorously. Buu, hurry and save me, or I shall be trampled to death. Biddily urged once more. Buu stuck out his tongue. Did you ask me to save you? Then let us play together. Tian extended an invitation. It seemed rather intriguing, so I decided to join in. Majin Buu nodded and also stepped onto the wound of Biddily. Ow! Biddy's cries became increasingly desperate. What do you intend to do, Majin Buu? Do you wish to be sealed away again? Biddily shouted in a frenzied tone, his voice laced with fury. Buu, startled, changed his expression repeatedly. Hurry, kill him, or I will seal you away, Biddily threatened. Buu turned to glance at Tian, and out of resignation, he prepared to act against Biddily. Hold on. Don't be hasty. Look at me, Tian said, gently waving his hand towards Biddily while smiling. Now, aside from his screams, he has lost the ability to speak. Buu? So, you need not worry about him sealing you, Tian chuckled. Is that true? Buu looked at Tian with skepticism, keeping a wary eye on Biddily. Hey, try saying something. Tian then forcefully stepped on Biddily again. Oh. Biddily writhed in agony, his mouth moving incessantly. Yet no words emerged. See? He can no longer speak, Tian said with a light laugh. Buu felt a sudden rush of joy. I am finally free from his control. You are truly wonderful, Buu exclaimed, overjoyed. Chapter 112. Buu, who is this fat cat? Biddily, your presence is indeed significant. Tian smiled. It's quite rare for you to bear the blame for so long. Biddily looked perplexed. However, he quickly regained his composure. Could it be that this other wizard is that brat? Have I been shouldering the blame for him all along? You have finally grasped it, Tian chuckled. Endless resentment surfaced in Biddy's eyes. Well then, you are of no further use. Let me have Buu eliminate you, Tian declared, beckoning to Buu. Buu. You may crush him. Buu excitedly pointed to himself. I can crush him? That sounds rather amusing. Hee, I shall not hold back. With a wicked grin, Buu stomped down fiercely. Biddily cried incessantly, yet he could utter no words. Approximately 30 seconds later, Biddily was crushed to death by Buu. With a burst, Buu unleashed a wave of energy that obliterated Biddily into fragments. In the distance, Piccolo swiftly appeared beside Krillin. Hey, Piccolo, did you just see Gohan's classmate Tian? That guy is still alive. He truly has a knack for survival, Krillin remarked in astonishment. Let us not dwell on that. Majin Buu is still alive. Piccolo smiled wryly. What did you say? Krillin exclaimed, astonished. Is Majin Buu not dead? Did Vegeta sacrifice himself in vain? Indeed, Piccolo nodded. Tian claimed that the likelihood of Majin Buu's demise is merely 1%. It appears he was correct. Krillin's expression darkened considerably. Not to mention that Tian is still tormenting Biddily. Piccolo sighed, feeling overwhelmed. Tormenting Biddily? I thought you had killed him? Krillin was taken aback. Biddily is still alive. His vitality is remarkably resilient, Piccolo replied solemnly. We can no longer afford to linger. and we cannot wait for you, Tian, any longer. Majin Buu might have fully recovered by now. The ground is perilous. We should swiftly transport these two to the temple. They are our last glimmers of hope, however faint. Let us hurry. If we delay, it may be too late, Krillin urged, nodding vigorously. The two transformed into streaks of light, rapidly soaring towards the temple. You are quite intriguing. How about becoming my servant in the future? Buu glanced back at you, Tian. At that moment, Kappa was hovering high above, peering down. He then overheard the words spoken by Majin Buu, which made him seethe with anger. You insufferable glutton! I demand to become Lord Ye's servant and guard on the very same day. Yet you wish to make Lord Tian your servant? Do you wish to perish? I shall descend and extinguish you at once. With no hesitation, Kappa plummeted from the heavens. Is that not Lord Kappa? Have you not returned to the 6th universe? Yi Tian inquired with a smile. Oh, I suddenly found this rotund figure rather displeasing, hence my return, Kappa grinned. Yi Tian displayed a look of perplexity. What do you intend to do? This is not like you, Yi Tian remarked, casting a skeptical glance at Xiangpa. I have decided to make thorough repairs to this place before returning. Xiangpa snorted. I can't possibly visit the 7th universe and accomplish nothing. After traveling such a distance, it feels wrong to return empty-handed. Who are you? Majin Buu inquired, gazing at Xiangpa bang. Xiangpa delivered a punch to Majin Buu's face, causing it to cave in instantly. Smack! Xiangpa seized Majin Buu's arm and hurled him about, striking him from every angle. Majin Buu was no match for Xiangpa and soon found himself too weak to retaliate. Bang, bang, bang. Xiangpa unleashed a flurry of blows upon Majin Buu, ultimately discarding him to the ground like refuse. Majin Buu lay on the ground, severely injured. Consider yourself fortunate for not being killed, Xiangpa remarked with a huff. Damn it, I will turn you into chocolate. Majin Buu lamented, feeling the weight of his misfortune. Just a moment ago, he was the most formidable entity in the universe. And now he had been bested by this rotund cat. The stark contrast of his situation inflicted upon him an endless agony. Did you consider this a dimensional strike? With a crack, a bolt of purple-white lightning surged towards Xiangpa's direction. With a swift motion, Xiangpa effortlessly seized the incoming lightning in his grasp. In the next instant, he held the purple-white lightning firmly in his hand. Buu was utterly astonished. How could my magic possibly be ineffective against him? This is inconceivable. Let me relieve myself. As Xiangpa uttered these words, he turned around to urinate. With a splash, he flung the purple-white lightning onto the puddle of urine. In an instant, the pool transformed into a piece of irregularly shaped chocolate. You wanted chocolate, didn't you? Here you go, Xiangpa declared, shoving the chocolate into Buu's mouth. Buu was horrified. This was indeed the first time he had tasted chocolate made from urine. It was utterly repulsive. With a sudden kick, Xiangpa struck Buu, sending his body soaring through the air in an arc, and upon landing, he was left completely dazed. Fortunately, Xiangpa had not exerted his full strength. Had he done so, Buu would have ceased to exist long ago. Satisfied, Xiangpa clapped his hands joyfully and cast a sycophantic glance towards Yi Tian. Yi Tian? Your gaze seems rather peculiar. You are Yi Tian, correct? Xiangpa swiftly withdrew his sycophantic stare. He recalled Bardos advising against meddling in Lord Tian Ye's affairs. Revealing his true identity prematurely would hinder his cultivation. The high priest would undoubtedly be the first to hold it against him. Thus, he must maintain a demeanor similar to before, albeit slightly more favorable. Gradually, he would integrate himself into Lord Tian Ye's circle, aspiring to become his closest confidant. Such a friendship could transform his life entirely. There is a possibility that Lord Tian Ye might even bestow upon him a title akin to Great Destroyer. How astute I am. Is there something you need? Yi Tian inquired, stroking his chin while scrutinizing Xiangpa. I'm hungry. Prepare some food for me, Xiangpa huffed, resolving to act in accordance with his previous style. Just as Yi Tian was about to decline, a sudden inspiration struck him, prompting a change of heart. No food? On such a vast planet, there isn't a morsel to be found? Xiangpa scoffed. Chapter 113. Xiangpa, Lord Tian Yi will personally prepare a meal for me. Actually, I do have a delectable dish, a newly crafted 9-turn sausage. Would you like to sample it? Yi Tian grinned. 9-turn sausage? The name sounds quite appetizing. Can you make it? Xiangpa inquired eagerly. Yes, Yi Tian nodded. Then hurry and prepare it for me. Xiangpa smiled with satisfaction. Lord Tian Yi is personally cooking for me. I feel as though I am on the brink of becoming a destroyer. Who else is afforded such privilege? Xiangpa reveled in his good fortune. Follow me, Yi Tian commanded as he soared into the sky, with Xiangpa closely trailing behind. They sped towards Satan City. As they flew, Xiangpa quietly observed Yi Tian. Could this truly be the reincarnation of Lord Tianyi? His current flying speed seems rather unimpressive. Perhaps his strength has not yet fully returned? Indeed, his memories are not completely restored, so his power cannot be either. At that moment, the Kaioshin had teleported beside Gohan. Shortly thereafter, he brought Gohan back to the Kaioshin realm, performing basic first aid to prevent his immediate demise. Gohan stirred slightly, but remained unconscious due to the severity of his injuries. If only Jebet were here, the Kaioshin sighed. That woman with the staff could have treated Gohan. As the Kaioshin, I am incapable of healing him. Left with no alternatives, he could only wait patiently for Gohan to regain consciousness. Additionally, the Kaioshin found himself puzzled by the origins of that hefty feline. It claimed to be a destroyer? How is it that I have never heard of the existence of a god of destruction? What is the purpose of such a deity? The Supreme Kai has pondered this question, yet remains in a state of perplexity, for his understanding of the god of destruction is utterly blank. It is indeed astonishing that he has not arrived at any conclusions. In another location, Sun Wukong finally regained consciousness, scratching his head where Vegeta had struck him. He glanced at the pouch of Sinza beans on the ground, which still contained one bean. Sun Wukong had originally received 3 Sinza beans from the Guardian of Earth, giving one to Gohan and another to Vegeta, leaving him with a single bean. Vegeta, that rascal, had consumed a Sinza bean and knocked me unconscious. Rushing off to confront Majin Buu alone, Sun Wukong shook his head. With a crunch, Sun Wukong promptly consumed the Sinza bean, restoring his vitality. He then extended his senses immediately. Oddly, Majin Buu's energy had vanished, and Vegeta's presence was also absent. Had they both perished together? Sun Wukong furrowed his brow, realizing he could not sense Gohan's energy either. What on earth had transpired? He directed his senses elsewhere and detected the auras of Krillin and Piccolo. Piccolo and Krillin were alive. They had returned from their stony forms. Sun Wukong muttered to himself, believing they would provide insight into the recent events. In a flash, he executed instant transmission, appearing atop the Earth as Sacred Temple. At that moment, Krillin had already taken Goten and Trunks to the temple's bedroom for rest. How long until they awaken? Krillin inquired. Perhaps another hour, Piccolo replied. Krillin was taken aback by the thought of Gohan and Vegeta both being deceased. It felt as if the sky were collapsing. The most troubling aspect was the uncertainty surrounding Goku's fate. How strange. Piccolo suddenly paused. What is it, Piccolo? Krillin asked. Have you noticed that Majin Buu's energy seems to have vanished abruptly? Piccolo furrowed his brow. Indeed. How could this be? Could he be concealing his energy? Krillin scratched his head in confusion. I don't know. Piccolo gently shook his head. The likelihood of him being dead is exceedingly low, especially since Vegeta sacrificed his life without managing to obliterate him. Can you see him from here? Krillin asked. Dandy, let us search together, Piccolo suggested. Yes, Dandy nodded. The two approached the edge of the temple, peering downwards. Before long, Piccolo spotted Majin Buu lying motionless in the crater created by Vegeta's explosion. Uncle Piccolo. There he is, Dandy exclaimed, having also identified Majin Buu's position. What is he doing there? Piccolo pondered, somewhat puzzled. It seems he may have lost consciousness. Dandy speculated. No, he must have fallen asleep. Piccolo shook his head. There are some stains on him. Could it be that he was knocked out? Dandy pondered again. Impossible. Who possesses such strength to render him unconscious? Piccolo shook his head once more. Could it be Goku? Dandy inquired. The likelihood seems slim. I suspect he merely fell asleep in an awkward position, rolling on the ground and getting himself dirty, Piccolo frowned. It's not entirely out of the question. Dandy nodded. We should take advantage of his slumber to do something. Piccolo mused, uncertain whether the Demon Seal wave could contain him. The Demon Seal wave? Dandy had never heard of it. It is an ancient sealing technique. Piccolo hesitated. Sealing him while he sleeps might indeed be the best option. However, should the sealing fail, the consequences would be dire. Just then, as Piccolo grappled with indecision, Son Goku appeared instantaneously atop the temple. Piccolo instantly sensed Goku's presence. Goku, is that not Goku? Splendid. Goku, you're alive. Krillin exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Krillin, what are you saying? I was supposed to be dead, Goku chuckled. I came to inquire about what transpired. Subsequently, Krillin and Piccolo recounted everything they knew to Goku. What? Gohan and the Supreme Kai, along with Vegeta, Goku was profoundly sorrowful. The power of Majin Buu is indeed as formidable as the Supreme Kai feared, unimaginably strong. Piccolo stated solemnly, if this continues, not only Earth, but all beings in the universe will be annihilated. Nevertheless, the fact that Goku is still alive is a small mercy. You alone can defeat Majin Buu. Krillin sighed with slight relief. Goku, you can only remain in this world for a day, right? How much time is left? To be honest, I'm not confident I can defeat him. Goku shook his head. Krillin was taken aback. Vegeta and I possess similar strength. He sacrificed his life yet was slain. I too would likely struggle to prevail, Goku lamented. Chapter 114. I cooked 9 turned intestines for Kappa. Is that so? What a pity, Krillin sighed, suddenly recalling something. Piccolo. Didn't you mention that Gohan's classmate, Yaishin, is still around? How is he? I haven't seen him. Piccolo shook his head. Perhaps he was turned into chocolate and consumed. Krillin sighed in resignation. Piccolo remained silent. It's not an impossible scenario. I urged you to flee quickly. Yet you did not. Why must you torment Biddily? That fellow's existence has become inconsequential. A brief silence ensued. By the way, I just discovered that Majin Buu is sleeping in the spot where Vegeta exploded. Do you think we could seal him with a Mafuba? Piccolo inquired. I haven't attempted that. Perhaps we should consult Master Roshi? Goku pondered, asking, the Mafuba was taught to him by his master, correct? Indeed, Piccolo nodded, expressing his concern that if the sealing were to fail, it would utterly enrage him, which is why I refrained from acting hastily. You are right, Piccolo, Goku acknowledged. And even if we were to seal him, he would inevitably resurface one day, much like you did back then. We must find a way to defeat him. Let us not revisit the past. Piccolo retorted darkly. Goku's assertion holds truth. We must devise a way to vanquish him. Hasn't that creature been sealed for quite some time? Yet upon his emergence, his strength remains unchanged, Krillin lamented. It is unfortunate. If either Vegeta or Gohan were alive, it would simplify matters, Goku suddenly remarked. No. Even with more people, it would be futile. That creature is far too powerful. Piccolo shook his head. No, I was referring to the fusion technique. Goku clarified. What purpose does that serve? Krillin inquired. Fusion technique? Is that the special skill of the Metamorans? Dandy interjected, momentarily taken aback. Dandy, you are correct, indeed. It is a skill taught to me by the Metamorans in another world, Goku affirmed. It requires 2 individuals whose power and physique are comparable to merge into one, thereby creating an exceptionally formidable warrior. Remarkably, despite the weakness of the 2 Metamorans, their fusion resulted in a powerful fighter. You are right. As long as either Vegeta or Gohan is alive, we can utilize the fusion technique. Piccolo considered this approach favorably. However, I have never attempted it since learning. Goku sighed. In that world, I have yet to find anyone comparable to me, and mastering the fusion technique takes time. Regardless, it is not feasible. If Goku were to return to that world, he could fuse with the deceased Gohan or Vegeta, Krillin exclaimed, filled with excitement. That is not possible. Upon Goku's return, he would not be able to return to this world. Piccolo shook his head, and moreover, Vegeta and Goku would not encounter one another in that realm. Vegeta would be sent to the underworld. The 2 little fellows lying inside, Goten and Trunks. Their powers and physiques are quite similar. Can they utilize the fusion technique? Mr. Popo suggested. The group paused momentarily, then quickly regained their focus. Excellent idea, Mr. Popo. That solution is splendid. Sun Wukong was filled with joy and then turned to Piccolo, saying, Piccolo, time is of the essence. After my departure, I entrust you with the task of teaching the 2 children the fusion technique. Wonderful. There is a glimmer of hope. Perhaps those 2 children can succeed. Krillin breathed a sigh of relief. During the time spent teaching Trunks and Goten the fusion technique, it was uncertain how many lives would be lost at the hands of Majin Buu. Piccolo lamented. I can only hope he sleeps longer. May he not awaken too soon. No matter how many perish, as long as the Dragon Balls exist, they can be revived. Everything can be restored, Sun Wukong slowly remarked. Krillin, please bring the family members over, suggested Piccolo. Sure, Krillin nodded. In Satan City, at Mr. Satan's residence, hey, Yaishin, is this fellow Majin Buu? So this is what he looks like. Biddily pulled Yaishin aside and whispered, also, how did you bring him to our home? Don't worry, he is not Majin Buu. Yaishin smiled. He is the most powerful god from another universe. The most powerful god? Another universe? The Kaioshin? Biddily inquired with curiosity. Not the Kaioshin. He is the god of destruction, Yaishin explained. God of destruction? What is that? Biddily was completely puzzled. Just know that he is incredibly strong, Yaishin chuckled. Biddily asked in a hushed tone, why did you bring him here? And what about Majin Buu? Majin Buu has awakened, Yashin replied. What? Does that mean Earth will face a crisis? Biddily gasped in shock. Humph. That guy is utterly weak. I have already knocked him out. Xiangpa had been eavesdropping with perked ears. Thank goodness. Lord Tian does not dislike me. In fact, he claims I am the most powerful god from another universe. It seems I have nearly completed the first step in building a good relationship with Lord Tian. Next, no matter what he prepares for me to eat, even if it tastes as foul as excrement, I shall declare it delicious. That way, I can draw closer to Lord Tian. Yashin, the pig intestines are here. Mr. Satan rushed in with the pig intestines. Thank you for your trouble. Yashin expressed his gratitude. It's nothing. Just a trivial matter, Satan chuckled. Lowering his voice to whisper to Yashin, I made sure to follow your instructions. These are fresh pig intestines, not yet blanched. Excellent, excellent. Yashin nodded. Now, I shall prepare the 9-turn intestines for Lord Xiangpa. Xiangpa was filled with excitement and anticipation. Lord Tian Yu is personally preparing a meal for me. A true honor. How fortunate I must have been in my past life to savor the culinary creations crafted by Lord Tian Yi himself. As Yi Tian placed the unwashed pig intestines into boiling water, an overwhelming stench immediately filled the air. Biddily quickly covered her nose, while Mr. Satan hesitated, feeling it impolite to do the same, and thus held his breath in discomfort. After all, Yi Tian had mentioned he was hosting a guest of utmost importance. It would seem inappropriate to shield my nose when Lord Yi Tian had declared this guest to be so esteemed. Xiangpa could hardly bear the foul odor of the intestines, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Lord Tianyi, you wouldn't truly make me eat this, would you? Chapter 115. 9 turns of intestine. A tearful Xiangpa felt utterly disheartened. What to do? What to do? I cannot bear the thought of eating such a thing. Yet, how could I refuse a meal prepared by Lord Tianyi? After placing the pig intestines into the pot, Yi Tian began to concoct a special marinade. He then poured the water used for blanching the intestines into the marinade and let it simmer over high heat. Before long, a meticulously crafted dish of 9 turns of intestine was presented before Xiangpa. The foul stench gradually dissipated, replaced by an alluring fragrance. Xiangpa's mood shifted in tandem with the evolving aroma of the dish. It appeared that Lord Tian Yi was genuinely dedicated to his culinary craft. I can sense your passion for cooking, she remarked, uncertain of how it would taste, yet visibly intrigued. Please, do indulge. Yi Tian offered as he placed the dish upon Xiangpa's table. Gritting her teeth, she resolved to take a taste. Before you try it, let me explain the characteristics of this dish, Yi Tian began. All right, please do, Xiangpa nodded in response. Do you know what pig intestines are? He inquired. Aware that Xiangpa was the god of destruction, he assumed she would at least recognize the origin of the dish. Xiangpa nearly voiced her disbelief about the edibility of such a thing but refrained, mindful of her pride. To speak such words would irreparably offend Lord Tianyi. Previously, she had contemplated confronting him, unaware of his true identity. Now enlightened, she knew it imperative to cultivate a favorable relationship with him. Otherwise, when his memories and powers were fully restored, she might find herself in a dire predicament. I must become his closest ally before his full potential returns. Perhaps, in doing so, I might secure the favor of a great god of destruction, even if such aspirations remain out of reach. Having such a formidable ally would surely deter Lord Quan Wong from causing me any harm. How clever I truly am. I never expected that such an ingredient could be transformed into a delicacy by you. At least, the aroma wafting through the air is quite enticing, Xiangpa praised. Generally speaking, when it comes to cooking pig intestines, many people meticulously cleanse the insides to ensure they are spotless, Yi Tian remarked. Xiangpa nodded vigorously. Yet a hint of confusion crossed his face as he scratched his head. I did not witness you washing them thoroughly. All I observed was a brief dip in boiling water, and it seemed to release a considerable amount of light yellow residue into the water. Are you certain you have washed it? However, I do not know how to wash. Yi Tian suddenly shifted the conversation. If you choose not to wash, then so be it. There is no need for such a detailed explanation. How should I proceed with my meal? For I wish to preserve the authentic flavor of the pig intestines. Yi Tian chuckled, asserting that only in this manner would the dish yield a superior taste. I find your assertion to be true. Xiangpa's eyes once again glistened with moisture. Enough of the trivialities. Is it not merely a matter of consuming excrement? What is there to fear? In pursuit of fostering a favorable rapport with the esteemed Lord Tianyi, I shall embrace this endeavor. Please, Lord Xiangpa, partake. Yi Tian extended the chopsticks towards Xiangpa simultaneously. With a gentle flourish of his hand, he deftly sliced the pig intestines into several pieces. As the cut was made, Golden juices flowed forth. Xiang Pa stifled his revulsion, gritting his teeth to grasp a piece and unceremoniously shove it into his mouth. Without so much as a chew, he swallowed it whole. For the sake of my future, what is eating excrement? How does it taste? Tian inquired with palpable excitement. Quite good indeed. Xiang Pa managed to suppress his urge to retch. Beside them, Biddily was utterly appalled. Tian, must we truly subject the cat to such indignities? The pig intestines you have prepared are utterly repulsive. Is this plum cat truly a fool? Does it dare to consume such a dish? Moreover, it seems to relish it without a hint of disgust. Merely gazing upon it fills me with nausea. How much does this corpulent cat owe to Xiang Pa? It appears you swallowed it whole without even tasting, didn't you? Yeti was taken aback, casting a puzzled glance at Xiang Pa. Oh, that is because it was simply too delectable. I scarcely had time to savor it before swallowing it whole. Xiang Pa erupted in laughter, tears streaming down his face. Why are you crying, Lord Xiang Pa? Yeti inquired. It is due to the exquisite taste. I have not enjoyed such refined cuisine in ages. Xiang Pa exclaimed, his face awash with tears. Is that truly the case? Yeti pondered, studying Xiang Pa intently. It is indeed delicious. No one dare claim it from me. Anyone who attempts to snatch it away shall face my wrath. Just look at that demon Buu as a prime example. Xiang Pa promptly claimed the entire platter of pig intestines, adopting a protective stance over his meal. Is it genuinely that delightful? Has my culinary prowess improved to such an extent that my pig intestines can evoke such delight in Xiang Pa? Yeti mused, though he didn't dwell on it for long. After all, both Xiang Pa and Beerus are the sort who would be elated with a simple pack of instant noodles. Wouldn't they relish a delicacy like 9-turn intestines even more? Furthermore, Yeti remained blissfully unaware of his true identity. This simply will not do. You must truly take the time to savor it, Yeti sighed. Indeed, I shall partake in it earnestly this time, Xiang Pa gravely nodded. As he spoke, Xiang Pa deftly picked up another piece of pig intestine with his chopsticks and began to indulge in its flavors. As he continued to eat, he was surprised to find the taste quite agreeable. Though it initially bore an unpleasant odor, upon closer inspection, the foulness transformed into an enticing aroma. How peculiar is this food? How can something so vile taste so delightful? Xiang Pa had initially braved the unpleasantness to sample the pig intestines, but as he continued, the dish only grew more appetizing. Could it be that pig excrement possesses a fragrance? This thought crossed Xiang Pa's mind. Before long, the platter of pig intestines was completely devoured by Xiang Pa. Is there any more? Bring me another plate, he demanded, letting out a satisfied burp that expelled a speck of beige matter. Yeti hastily recoiled. Meanwhile, Biddily and Mr. Satan stood at a distance, unable to bear the sight any longer. Are you still addicted to eating? Is it because I cook so deliciously? Hurry, one plate is not enough. Bring me another. Xiang Pa exclaimed. Let us keep it at that for today. Indulging too much can lead to monotony. Tian scratched his head. You have a point. Xiang Pa nodded in agreement, smiling cheerfully and giving Tian a thumbs up. Tian, you are quite remarkable. Your culinary skills are among the finest in the entire 7th universe. You flatter me, Tian replied, slightly embarrassed. I feel it would be a waste for you to remain in the 7th universe. Would you consider joining me in the 6th universe for further development? Xiang Pa seized the opportunity to extend an invitation. Chapter 116. Xiang Pa, do you wish to marry the 3 daughters of the Grand Priest? Absolutely not. Tian resolutely declined. Besides, you are a disciple of Beerus. It seems rather inappropriate for you to join me in the 6th universe. Xiang Pa feigned understanding with a nod. However, going to the 6th universe is not entirely out of the question. Tian pondered carefully before addressing Xiang Pa. What would you require of me? Xiang Pa sensed his opportunity. If you arrange for Beerus to marry me, then I shall accompany you to the 6th universe. Tian responded. Xiang Pa, indeed, you have taken a fancy to Bardos. If you were to venture into the 6th universe, would you be able to prepare pig intestines for me daily? Xiang Pa inquired nonchalantly. Certainly, that would pose no issue, as long as you provide the ingredients. There shall be no shortage of pig intestines. Tian nodded affirmatively. You wish to wed Bardos? Xiang Pa mused, resting his chin in contemplation. Such a condition is rather challenging to fulfill. How might I persuade Bardos effectively? What means could lead her to wed Lord Tian? I do not merely wish to marry Bardos. I also desire to take Kes and Makalita as my brides, Tian whispered confidentially to Xiang Pa. At that moment, Xiang Pa felt utterly disheartened. You wish to marry the 3 daughters of the High Priest. I believe I could persuade one of them, perhaps Bardos, and that might suffice. If I were to charm all three, would the high priest not be enraged enough to strike me down? Ahem, your aspiration seems rather daunting. Akin to biting down hard and swiftly weighing the pros and cons. If Lord Tian were to offer me protection, I surmise the high priest would refrain from causing me harm. Instead, it might lead to my elevation in status. Yet, if it proves unfeasible, then so be it. Tian shook his head, expressing his fondness for this planet, declaring that he would simply enjoy life here. What if we approach this one at a time? Xiangpa proposed, suggesting they start with Bardos and conquer them sequentially. That does not seem implausible. Tian nodded in agreement. Very well, I understand your intentions now. Xiangpa gently acknowledged, yet I must take my time to assess this matter thoroughly. You have a valid point, Tian smiled. Now, let me inquire. Aside from the exquisite 9-turned intestines, do you possess knowledge of other delicacies? Xiangpa asked once more. I have some familiarity with others, Tian chuckled. I shall prepare another culinary delight for you to take back to Bardos for her to sample. Do you wish for your future wife to engage in such a repugnant act? You exhibit remarkable courage. Will you still be able to indulge later? Biddily, please bring me my instant noodles. Tian called out to Biddily in the distance. Biddily, looking somewhat perplexed, nodded and swiftly retrieved a packet of instant noodles. Tian tore open the packaging, arranged the seasoning, and added boiling water. Xiangpa displayed a face full of questions. What is this peculiar dish? However, it appeared to be somewhat normal at the moment. It seemed that consuming something unpleasant was no longer necessary. After allowing it to steep for 3 minutes, Tian lifted the lid. It is ready to eat, he announced. Xiangpa leaned in to sniff, finding the aroma rather unique. One could only wonder how it would taste. As Xiangpa picked up the chopsticks to savor the dish, suddenly crack. The sky turned dark. Huh? What is happening? Xiangpa paused, gazing up at the heavens. Could the sun of this planet truly vanish for a time? How strange that the sky is darkened. It is still midday. Is it not? Mr. Satan also looked up, puzzled. Is it going to rain? It was just sunny a moment ago. Biddily appeared somewhat bewildered. The dragon is about to emerge, Tian remarked. The dragon? Xiangpa was momentarily stunned. Are you familiar with the Dragon of God? Is your memory nearly restored? Surely. Lord Tian must be aware of the existence of the Super Dragon Balls. No, wait. Who gathered the Super Dragon Balls to summon the Eternal Dragon? This shouldn't be happening. Isn't Beerus supposed to be asleep? Have other destroyers come to the 7th universe? I must investigate. As Kampa spoke, he transformed into a crimson streak of light, vanishing from sight in an instant. He flew at such incredible speed that Dilly could only stare in astonishment at his disappearance. Such velocity is unmatched. Above the temple, why is the sky suddenly darkened? Is the Eternal Dragon making an appearance? Goku gazed up at the pitch-black heavens, pondering why the dragon would emerge at this moment. It must be the Dragon Balls that Bulma has collected over time, though she likely remains unaware of the situation, Krillin speculated. Indeed. Vegeta had slain numerous individuals at the World Martial Arts Tournament. It is likely that Bulma wishes to resurrect them. Goku exclaimed in alarm. This is troublesome. If the wish is granted now, we will have to wait a year for any further wishes to be fulfilled. Dandy expressed urgency. I shall go and see for myself. Goku placed his index and middle fingers to his forehead. In a flash, he executed instant transmission, disappearing from the spot. At the headquarters of the Capsule Corporation, a colossal azure dragon writhed in the night sky. The nearby residents were left dumbfounded at the sight. State your wish. I can grant you any 3 wishes. The voice of the Eternal Dragon echoed through the air. Last time, Gohan mentioned gathering the Dragon Balls to find that mysterious hero. So I took the initiative to collect them during my idle moments, never expecting that they would come to fruition now, Bulma mused. What wish should I make? How should I articulate it? This is troublesome. Let us resurrect those who perish today and eliminate the evildoers. Lu Ping suggested, making his wish directly. Thank you, Bulma replied, considering this wish to be quite reasonable. Very well, your wish has been granted. Continue with your remaining 2 wishes. The Eternal Dragon's voice resonated once more. In the heights above, Kappa swiftly appeared in the night sky, surveying the Eternal Dragon from his elevated position. This is not the Dragon of the Gods. The Dragon of the Gods should be larger. I did not anticipate the existence of an Eternal Dragon on Earth, Kampa muttered. Never mind. As long as it is not the Dragon of the Gods, everything can be negotiated. Just then, Goku executed instant transmission and arrived on the scene. Oh no, it's too late, Goku exclaimed in alarm. Goku? Bulma was taken aback. The others present immediately turned their attention to Goku. Dandy, can you hear me? 1 wish has already been granted. Goku quickly communicated with Dandy. Is that so? Then let the remaining 2 wishes be disregarded. Dondi responded, having fulfilled but a single wish, and stated that in 4 months, the Dragon Balls would be usable once more. All right, I understand, nodded Sun Wukong. By the way, since everyone is here, please inform Krillin that he need not come. I shall lead everyone there myself. Chapter 117. Shenron, Lord of Destruction? Very well, Dondi acquiesced. Shenron, these are the wishes for this time. Thank you. Sun Wukong waved at Shenron, adding, I will require your assistance again next time. However, Shenron remained silent, his gaze fixed in alarm upon the figure of Kampa that had appeared in the sky. Hey, Shenron, I'm speaking to you. What are you looking at? Sun Wukong inquired, somewhat perplexed. Why yes, Lord of Destruction. Shenron stammered, trembling with fear. Humph. Kampa huffed, showing no intention of acknowledging Shenron further, transforming into a streak of purple light that vanished in an instant. Shenron's expression was one of utter bewilderment. What brings the Lord of Destruction here? Why do you remain silent? It is truly perplexing. Shenlong, did you hear that? Sun Wukong is still puzzled, wondering what you mean by the Great Destruction God. Ah, never mind. Suddenly, Shenlong came to his senses, lowering his gaze towards Sun Wukong. Do you have no wishes left? If so, farewell. With a clap, Shenlong transformed into 7 streaks of light and swiftly vanished from sight. The sky regained its brightness. What transpired? Wukong? Leping inquired. Follow me. We shall discuss it in the temple. This place is perilous. Sun Wukong urged. In the area where Vegeta had experienced a cataclysmic explosion, Jebite was resurrected by Shenlong. How curious. Was I not slain by Depura? How have I returned? Jebite expressed his confusion. Then, he caught sight of Majin Buu lying nearby. Is that Majin Buu? Jebite's expression changed dramatically. What is he doing? Is he sleeping? He trembled in fear. Without a moment's hesitation, Jebite fled. How terrifying. This creature has finally awakened. After running a short distance, he realized that Majin Buu was not pursuing him, and he breathed a sigh of relief. I wonder where Lord Kaioshin has gone. Could he have fallen to Majin Buu? He pondered. I shall return to the Kaioshin realm. With a flash, Jebite utilized instant transmission to swiftly return to the Kaioshin realm. Jebite? I thought you had perished. You have returned to life? Lord Kaioshin was taken aback for quite some time upon seeing Jebite. I too find it somewhat unbelievable. Jebite muttered in bewilderment. Strange occurrences abound, but today seems particularly rife with them. Lord Kaioshin lamented. Do you know, Jebite? Today I encountered a rather plump cat, who claimed to be a destruction god. The woman beside him possessed remarkable healing abilities. In an instant, she completely restored my injuries and replenished my energy, surpassing your own prowess. Such a thing exists? Jebite exclaimed in astonishment. To my knowledge, my healing skills are unparalleled, and few beings in this universe can rival me, let alone gods. Moreover, did not Lord Kaioshin lack healing abilities? Indeed, I am Kaioshin, and I cannot heal. Lord Kaioshin nodded. That woman you speak of is truly remarkable. Jebite remarked again. That plump cat seems impressive as well. Lord Kaioshin added. He appeared exceedingly confident, as if he could defeat Majin Buu. Weren't Vegeta and the others also quite confident? What became of them? Jebite questioned. Oh, I have yet to check. I have not been keeping tabs on the happenings on Earth. The Supreme Kai shook his head. However, how did the Supreme Kai manage to bring this human, Gohan, here? Jebite inquired, glancing at the unconscious Gohan on the ground. Indeed, Jebite, you must hasten to treat Gohan. The Supreme Kai urged. I nearly forgot, had you not reminded me. Jebite scratched his head. At that time, you were deceased, and you did not witness the formidable power of those 3 Saiyans, so it is difficult to imagine. The Supreme Kai rekindled his hope, pondering that perhaps Gohan possessed the strength to defeat Majin Buu. Really? I find that hard to believe, Jebite replied, shaking his head. The Supreme Kai exclaimed, swish. Jebite swiftly enveloped Gohan in healing energy. In a mere instant, Gohan opened his eyes and regained consciousness. Huh? Where am I? Gohan looked around. This is my realm, the Supreme Kai's realm. The Supreme Kai smiled as he introduced. The Supreme Kai's realm? Does this mean I have died? Gohan was taken aback. No, you nearly perished, but fortunately, we were able to save you in time. The Supreme Kai chuckled. Originally, the realm of the Supreme Kai is a divine domain that even the gods of planets, galaxies, and the Kais cannot enter. Jebite added. Is that so? Gohan paused, then recalled. But wait, weren't you already dead? Have you come back to life? Could you refrain from stating it so bluntly? Jebite replied. I too find this matter rather perplexing. Jebite displayed a look of bewilderment. Why have I been brought here? Gohan asked, puzzled. I was also curious about that. I wonder why the Supreme Kai brought a human into the realm. Jebbet looked towards the Supreme Kai. I wish for Gohan to wield the divine sword to vanquish Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai clenched his fists, confident that Gohan could wield that sword. The divine sword? Jebbet exclaimed in astonishment. Gohan, however, seemed taken aback for a moment. Supreme Kai, you must be jesting. A human cannot possibly wield the divine sword, Jebbet exclaimed. To this day, countless Supreme Kais have failed to draw that legendary sword. Jebbet, you are unaware. Gohan's power is simply astonishing, the Supreme Kai said with a slight smile. Not only Gohan, but even his classmate, a human named Tian, seems quite formidable as well. Tian? Jebbet faltered. A vision of the youth with a woman flickering in his mind. How is that classmate Tian faring? Gohan inquired, a hint of concern brightening his face. When I left, he was unharmed, the Supreme Kai smiled. Perhaps he is fortunate and will encounter no issues. Supreme Kai, perhaps we should observe Majin Buu's movements for now, Jebbet suggested. Your words do hold some merit, the Supreme Kai conceded. The Supreme Kai gently nodded and gazed toward the direction of Earth. His eyes roamed across the planet, seeking the presence of Majin Buu. Instinctively, he looked toward the area where battles had previously unfolded. In an instant, the Supreme Kai spotted Majin Buu sprawled on the ground. Fast asleep, the Supreme Kai spoke in a low tone. Chapter 118, The Awakening of Majin Buu. Sleeping? Has he not been sealed for so many years? Is he still not satiated with slumber? Jebbet silently wiped the sweat from his brow. You have been sealed away for quite a long time, haven't you? You do not awaken from your slumber merely to doze off again. At that moment, Majin Buu abruptly lifted his head, instantly rousing from his sleep. Vigorously rubbing his eyes and stifling a yawn. With a sudden motion, he sprang to his feet, an alarming image of Kampa flashing through his mind, prompting him to scrutinize his surroundings with heightened vigilance. This dreadful, corpulent creature. He managed to reduce me to this state in mere moments. I stand no chance against him. Moreover, my magic seems utterly ineffective against this fiend. Who exactly is he? And to think this grotesque feline transformed his urine into chocolate for me. How utterly revolting. Bah, bah. Majin Buu spat vehemently onto the ground. Gurgle. In the next instant, a rumble emanated from Buu's stomach. I am famished. I must seek something to eat. Buu patted his belly and immediately soared into the sky. Before long, he stumbled upon a city and promptly transformed all its inhabitants into cookies. Buu devoured these cookies with great delight, relishing each bite. That scoundrel. The Supreme Kai clenched his fists tightly, unable to bear the sight any longer. On Earth, at Mr. Satan's residence, Kampa returned swiftly upon realizing it was not the eternal dragon. It was merely a cerulean dragon, nothing of great consequence. Kampa succinctly explained, then took a seat, picking up his chopsticks to enjoy some instant noodles. Just as he was about to savor his meal, the darkness of the sky interrupted him. Now, Kampa was eager to taste the noodles. At last, he had something genuinely decent to eat, at least not something repugnant. Although Lord Tian could make even excrement taste delightful. Kampa smacked his lips, lingering on the taste. He then took a bite of the instant noodles. With that mouthful, he experienced an overwhelming ecstasy. This dish is as delectable as excrement. Ugh, it compares favorably to pig intestines, albeit slightly inferior. If pig intestines were rated at 10, instant noodles might only score 9. The issue with pig intestines is their unappealing nature. Kampa felt that encountering a dish scoring 9 was already a remarkable feat. No wonder Lord Tian chose to present such a delicious treat to Beerus. Delicious, delicious. I never expected you could create such exquisite cuisine. Kampa extolled. As for Videl, she mused, this rotund feline undoubtedly has a few screws loose. Did Tian truly concoct this? This must be the work of a factory. Have you never even tasted instant noodles? Suddenly, the rotund figure in pink seemed to have awakened, wreaking havoc upon the city. Xiangpa took another couple of bites of the noodles and remarked, let him be. Tian smiled faintly. In light of your delectable culinary offering, I am willing to assist you in vanquishing him. Xiangpa chuckled in response. There is no need for that, Tian replied with a grin. Very well. I must take my leave. Do exercise caution, that fellow is now beyond the reach of anyone but myself, Xiangpa huffed. Indeed. Tian did not engage in banter with Xiangpa and handed a packet of noodles to her. Take this back for badass to enjoy. Xiangpa nodded. Accepting the noodles. You wouldn't indulge in them on your way, would you? Tian inquired with a smile. Am I that kind of person? Xiangpa retorted with indignation. I would never stoop to such behavior. Besides, When you next encounter Badass, you can certainly inquire whether she has ever tasted instant noodles. You have a point. I trust you, Tian affirmed with a nod. I shall take my leave now. Xiangpa waved her hand. If I manage to persuade Badass, might you accompany me to develop in Universe 6? The other two can take their time. Certainly, Tian did not object. If you manage to persuade Bardos to marry me, I would not mind taking a trip to the 6th universe. Very well, let us settle this matter cheerfully. With a smile, Xiangpa transformed into a crimson streak of light, swiftly vanishing into the starry sky, soon disappearing without a trace. Xiangpa departed, carrying his aspirations and thoughts with him. He felt that his presence on Earth had brought him a step closer to Lord Tanya. The animosity he once harbored towards me, particularly after he had me consumed that 9-turn intestine, should have dissipated by now. Nevertheless, I must admit that it was quite delectable, with a truly unique flavor. It would have been even more delightful had it been prepared with greater care. Xiangpa found himself lost in contemplation. On Earth, within the temple, a city's denizens were disappearing. Dandy exclaimed. What? Is it the work of Majin Buu? Krillin speculated. Dandy and Piccolo immediately glanced downward. Indeed, it was him. He had awakened. Piccolo spoke solemnly. The worst possible scenario has unfolded. Krillin clutched his head, his face a mask of anxiety. After devouring the cookies, Buu had obliterated the city in one fell swoop. Buu laughed heartily, gleeful as a child. Did he truly kill Vegeta and Gohan? Bulma inquired. Witnessing the senseless sacrifice of so many innocents was unbearable for me. Piccolo gritted his teeth, fist clenched tightly. Do not speak foolishly, if you perish. Who will teach Goten and Trunks the fusion technique? Goku urged, emphasizing that without the fusion technique, defeating Majin Buu would be impossible. There is no need to fret. Those who have died can be revived with the Dragon Balls, and the destroyed buildings can likewise be restored. Piccolo fell silent. Moments later, Goten and Trunks finally awakened. Upon hearing the news of Vegeta and Gohan's plight, both boys burst into tears. No time for crying. We mustn't waste a moment. Goku reprimanded, insisting that if they sought vengeance, they must acquire new skills, understood? Gradually, the two boys ceased their weeping. We cannot predict when Majin Buu may discover our location. So rigorous training is imperative, Goku counseled. Should we utilize the hyperbolic time chamber? Piccolo suggested. No, that room can only be used for 2 days in a lifetime. And we may need it later, Goku explained. Moreover, isn't it true that it can only accommodate 2 individuals? If all 4 of us enter, it could lead to complications. No worries. Dandy has upgraded the chamber, allowing 4 or 5 individuals to enter without issue. Piccolo replied with a slight smile. Oh, the hyperbolic time chamber can be upgraded as well? Sun Wukong encountered a minor mishap. Chapter 119. What is a god of destruction? Indeed, Dandy nodded beside him. I too stumbled upon a way to upgrade. You are truly remarkable, Dandy, Sun Wukong praised. It is nothing. I am powerless against the demon Majin Buu, Dandy replied, lowering his head. No need for that. Let us practice the fusion technique here, Sun Wukong contemplated, ultimately deciding against utilizing the Room of Spirit and Time. In the realm of the Kaioshin, Gohan, time is of the essence. You must accompany me to retrieve the Divine Sword, commanded the Kaioshin decisively. The Divine Sword? What is that? Gohan inquired, unfamiliar with the term. Follow me. The Kaioshin ascended into the sky, with Jebbet closely trailing behind. After a moment's hesitation, Gohan followed suit. Upon witnessing the breathtaking scenery of the Kaioshin realm, Gohan could not help but exclaim, what a splendid place. It resembles my own home. Your attire does not quite match the Kaioshin realm, Jebbet remarked, unleashing a stream of light that swiftly enveloped Gohan. With a snap, Gohan's garments transformed, becoming the unique attire of the Kaioshin realm. Ha ha ha, now Gohan, your outfit suits this place. The Kaioshin chuckled heartily. Is that so? It feels a bit like matching outfits. Gohan mused as he glanced down. Before long, the Kaioshin had brought Gohan to the precipice where the Divine Sword was embedded. This is the Divine Sword, Gohan. The Kaioshin gestured towards the sword lodged in the ground. Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. No one has yet succeeded in drawing this sword, the Kaioshin instructed. Drawing it? Just like in ancient legends? Gohan's curiosity piqued. He asked, what happens if I manage to draw the Divine Sword? You would gain immense power. Capable of contending with Majin Buu, Jebbet elucidated. Really? Then this sword must be exceptionally sharp, Gohan said as he grasped the hilt firmly. No need for wonder. There is no way you could possibly draw this sword, Jebbet chuckled softly. Jebbet, be silent and observe. The Kaioshin commanded. All right, I shall try. Gohan declared as he gradually exerted force to pull the divine sword. Gohan summoned all his strength, yet the sword remained utterly immovable. This is futile. It hasn't budged at all, he lamented, rubbing his hand before transforming into a Super Saiyan. Transforming into a Super Saiyan changes nothing. The outcome will be the same. Jebbet remarked, holding little faith in Gohan's abilities. Gohan strained to pull the sword once more. You might as well give up. Jebbet chuckled lightly. Many Kaioshins have failed to draw it. What hope do you have? Just then, the divine sword suddenly became loose. Jebbet's smile gradually froze. Hey! Sun Wukong soared into the sky, accompanied by the divine realm. Success! The King Kai was filled with excitement. What? How is this possible? Jebbet was taken aback. Sun Wukong gently descended to the ground, holding the divine sword. Wukong, please tell me what the legendary divine sword is like, the King Kai eagerly inquired. Aside from its weight, it is indeed excessively heavy. Sun Wukong struggled to wield the divine sword. It was his first time encountering such a hefty weapon. Is that so? The King Kai displayed a hint of confusion. Why is it so heavy? Does it not enhance one's power? He asked again. No, Sun Wukong shook his head, pondering if perhaps the method of use was incorrect. The King Kai questioned, can this sword truly defeat Majin Buu? Sun Wukong began to doubt the sword's utility. What are you saying? This is the most formidable sword in the King Kai's realm. Of course, it can defeat Majin Buu. Jebbet retorted, albeit with a hint of annoyance. But with your unsteady grip, I fear that may not be the case. If you cannot wield it with ease, victory will certainly be beyond your reach. Humph. You speak so lightly of it, why don't you try? It is genuinely very heavy. Sun Wukong offered the sword to Jebbet. Taken aback, Jebbet instinctively reached out to receive it. The moment Jebbet's hands made contact with the divine sword, he immediately felt his body sink. With a thud, the sword crashed heavily to the ground, embedding itself deep within the earth. Jebbet was startled, hastily gripping the hilt, attempting to lift the sword. Yet, regardless of Jebbet's efforts, the divine sword remained utterly immovable. Jebbet felt utterly humiliated. Following this, Jebbet performed a dramatic turn, turning his back to Sun Wukong. The weight is manageable. He coughed awkwardly, then turned back to point at Sun Wukong, exclaiming loudly, in any case, if you cannot wield this sword with ease. It is absolutely futile. Do you understand? I understand. Sun Wukong wiped his sweat. On Earth, at the Satan household. Yaishin, what did you just say about that fat cat being a destroyer? Biddily inquired curiously. Indeed, a destroyer, Yaishin nodded. You also mentioned it is not from our universe? Biddily continued, is there another universe besides ours? As far as I know, there are a total of 12 universes, Yaishin replied. Each universe has its own destroyer. What? There are that many universes? Biddily exclaimed. Satan also perked up his ears nearby. How do you know all this? Biddily asked, puzzled. There is nothing I do not know. Tian smiled broadly. From your expression, it seems you are quite confident. I sense that what you say bears a semblance of truth. Then what of the Kaioshin? Biddily inquired. Isn't he said to be the greatest deity in this universe? The term great may not be understood as you think, Tian replied with a smile. In this context, it is not entirely erroneous. The Kaioshin belongs to the realm of creation deities, primarily responsible for the genesis of the universe and the inception of life. Are we humans then creations of the Kaioshin? Biddily wiped the sweat from her brow. At times, the Kaioshin may transfer certain life forms from one location to another, resulting in the birth of new life on different planets, Tian elucidated. So rest assured, you are not created by the Kaioshin. You are the result of your parents' union. Could you perhaps refrain from being so blunt? Biddily retorted, while Satan awkwardly scratched his head nearby. I heard that Majin Buu has awakened. What are your plans, Tian? Why not let that destroyer eliminate him directly? Biddily asked. Chapter 120, Satan. Here comes a little brother Satan. Your task has arrived. Tian immediately turned to Satan, who wore a perplexed expression. What task could I possibly have? When the time is ripe, Mr. Satan, you will go and befriend Majin Buu, Tian said with a slight smile. Befriend? You want my father to befriend that creature? Biddily gasped. My father would be killed. Do not worry. Nothing will happen while I am here. Tian reassured her. If successful, Mr. Satan will gain a most remarkable little brother. Little brother? You mean you want my father to take Majin Buu as a little brother? Biddily was astonished. That is precisely the intent, Tian nodded. Biddily fell silent. Mr. Satan? Who exactly is Majin Buu, as you all mentioned? I have never heard of him before. Could you perhaps provide a hint? In the temple, Goku began to formally instruct Goten and Trunks in the art of fusion. Once the fusion technique is successfully executed, It can only be maintained for 30 minutes. Goku explained that after 30 minutes, they would separate and would be unable to fuse again for a short period. 30 minutes? That is indeed a tight time frame, Piccolo remarked. If the two of them can successfully utilize the fusion technique, defeating Majin Buu within that time should pose no issue. Goku smiled gently. All right, you two. Transform into Super Saiyans first. Upon hearing this, Goku noticed the two little ones displaying expressions of discontent. What is the matter with you two? Goku inquired, slightly taken aback. Uncle, what were you doing when Dad and Brother Gohan were killed? Trunks pressed. I passed out, Goku replied candidly. Passed out? At such a critical moment? Trunks was incredulous. Uncle, you were too cowardly to show up, weren't you? Even if someone like that were to teach us, we wouldn't grow stronger. Goten echoed Trunks' sentiment. Believing their father to be too timid, Goku was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. You two little rascals, at that time. Goku was indeed compelled to reveal the truth due to Piccolo's stern reprimand. Never mind, Piccolo, I admit I am a coward. I couldn't even defeat Majin Buu. Goku said with a smile. However, I will teach you the fusion technique. If you truly wish to avenge Vegeta and Gohan, this is the only way. Ultimately, Trunks and Goten, being mere children, exchanged glances, momentarily hesitating. Goku, Majin Buu has discovered another large city. Dandy rushed over, his expression shifting rapidly. It's all right. We have the Dragon Balls, right? The Dragon Balls can restore everything, Goku sighed. That despicable creature has turned everyone into chocolate and devoured them, Dandy said solemnly. Goku gritted his teeth, unsure of how to respond. What? He turned everyone into chocolate. Goten and Trunks exclaimed in disbelief. They exchanged another glance before Trunks declared, Goten. We must practice the fusion technique right now. We must defeat that fiend. Goten nodded gravely in agreement. All right, you two, transform into Super Saiyans immediately. Goku commanded. The two little ones promptly radiated golden light, having transformed into Super Saiyans. Excellent. Maximize your energy. Goku instructed once more. Hee hee. Goten, should we not shout something? Trunks said with a youthful grin. Sure. Sun Wukong nodded. With a series of fervent shouts, Sun Wutian and Trunks elevated their energy to its utmost limits. Upon sensing the formidable auras of the two young warriors, Piccolo was filled with immense astonishment. Excellent. You've reached your maximum potential, Sun Wukong remarked. Sun Wutian was taken aback. And Trunks too felt a twinge of confusion. Why is this uncle not the slightest bit surprised? Trunks pondered. As Trunks increased his energy slightly, Sun Wukong corrected him. Trunks, you must moderate your energy to align perfectly with Wutenen's. Huh? Align? Trunks responded, adjusting his energy several times until it finally matched Sun Wutian's. Stop. That's it. Maintain this level of energy from now on. Sun Wukong instructed. Now, you both need to revert to your normal states and harness your energy in that form. For the fusion into Super Saiyans will be quite challenging. While they were conversing, Dandy approached again. Wukong, it seems that Buu is heading toward West City. Dandy said solemnly. What? How infuriating. My grandparents are at home. Trunks exclaimed anxiously. Wukong, you understand what Dandy has said, right? Bulma interjected, her face etched with concern. My mom and dad could be killed. Don't worry, we can use the Dragon Balls to resurrect them, Sun Wukong reassured her. But West City will be devastated, Bulma continued. We can also use the second wish to restore it, Sun Wukong explained. The Dragon Radar is still at the lab, and it contains special components that are difficult to find, Bulma stated gravely. Without the radar, we won't be able to locate the Dragon Balls, will we? What? Sun Wukong wiped his brow, a brief moment of silence following. This is troublesome. Trunks, you must return immediately and fetch the radar, Sun Wukong quickly organized. I'll hold off Majin Buu for a while. Huh, Uncle, do you think you can manage? Won't you be killed instantly? Trunks asked, astonished. I believe I can handle it for a short time. You must hurry, or Majin Buu will soon reach West City. Sun Wukong replied as he brought his index and middle fingers together to perform instant transmission, vanishing in an instant. Can he really do it? Trunks thought as he rushed outside, transforming into a Super Saiyan and heading toward West City. With a swift motion, Sun Wukong reappeared directly in front of Majin Buu, blocking his path. Who are you? Buu inquired, gazing at Sun Wukong. I am Sun Wukong, and I have come to challenge you. With a smile, Sun Wukong spoke. Buu gently nodded in response. A brief silence ensued. Hey, do you know that fat cat? Buu inquired. What fat cat? I do not comprehend what you are saying. Sun Wukong replied, taken aback. If you do not know, that is good, Buu sighed in relief. As long as this fellow was unaware of the fat cat, everything would be manageable. I will first give this guy a good beating to vent my frustration, and then I will devise a plan to deal with that fat cat. Chapter 121. Super Saiyan 3. Alright, I shall eliminate you. Buu chuckled menacingly, immediately preparing for battle. With a resounding crack, Sun Wukong's entire being radiated with golden light. Surrounded by arcs of electricity, he had transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Upon sensing the intensity of Sun Wukong's transformation, Sun Goten was taken aback, feeling elated by his father's formidable strength. Trunks was also somewhat surprised, realizing that his uncle was as powerful as his father. Oh, Buu scoffed with disdain. That spiky-haired fellow couldn't defeat me even with his self-detonation. It seems you are quite similar to him. The two were poised to engage in battle when suddenly, Sun Wukong sensed that Trunks' energy had ceased. This is impossible. My father is the mightiest. Trunks muttered incredulously to himself. Hey, what are you hesitating for? Hurry and bring back the radar. Sun Wukong called out loudly. Upon hearing Sun Wukong's voice, Trunks immediately snapped back to reality. Buu also curiously glanced in the direction from which Sun Wukong spoke, yet saw nothing. What are you talking about? Buu inquired. I haven't said anything. You needn't concern yourself. Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head. Buu, are you deceiving a fool? Just a moment ago, I clearly heard you speak. Buu's expression darkened. Do you take me for a fool? With a swift motion, Sun Wukong instantly reverted to his normal state. I must buy some time, otherwise, Trunks may not have the opportunity to retrieve the radar. Why have you reverted again? Have you succumbed to despair? Buu inquired with a grin. Not at all. I merely wish to convey some insights regarding the Super Saiyans, Sun Wukong replied with a gentle smile. Go ahead, I am all ears, Buu responded. Curiosity evident in his nod. Behold, this form of mine is my normal state, Sun Wukong proclaimed, and in an instant, golden light erupted from his being as he transformed into a Super Saiyan, a standard manifestation of this legendary warrior. Buu nodded again, indicating his comprehension. With a crack, arcs of lightning surged from Sun Wukong, enveloping him entirely, and his hair stood even more erect. This is the Super Saiyan beyond the ordinary. Often referred to as Super Saiyan 2, Sun Wukong elucidated with a smile. There is more lightning, Buu mused thoughtfully. You are quite perceptive. You grasped it, Sun Wukong beamed. What is Goku up to? Can he transform again? Krillin murmured, sensing the intensity of Sun Wukong's aura. Then, in a moment of heightened energy, Sun Wukong let out a series of fierce cries. His energy surged wildly, rapidly enveloping his entire form. Subsequently, a powerful golden flame radiated from him, casting the sky in a brilliant hue of gold. Incredible! The energy is surging outward, Piccolo exclaimed in astonishment. As he looked again, Sun Wukong's hair grew long, cascading past his waist. The sheer might of his aura caused the very earth to tremble. What is happening? Is there an earthquake? Satan quivered in fear, recalling the earlier tremor when Buu obliterated a city. Now, the seismic activity was a result of Sun Wukong's transformation into Super Saiyan 3, which caused the planet to shake violently. Videl, can you sense this? Yishin turned to her. What an overwhelming aura. I never imagined anyone could possess such power, Videl responded. Utterly stunned. Videl, you've made considerable progress. You can now perceive the presence of others' auras, Yishin remarked with a smile. Meanwhile, in the Kaishin realm, Gohan and the others also sensed the immense power emanating from Sun Wukong. Is that really Dad's energy? It can't be possible. Gohan exclaimed in disbelief. Indeed, it is Goku's. Such formidable energy. The Kaishin gasped. His aura has spread even to the Kaishin realm. It's simply unbelievable. Jebet exclaimed. What on earth has happened to Dad? Son Gohan displayed a visage of deep concern. At this moment, Son Goku had successfully transformed into Super Saiyan 3. This transformation, while formidable, took me a bit longer to master, and I sincerely apologize for the delay. With a cheerful demeanor, Son Goku gazed at Majin Buu, who suddenly contorted his face into a terrifying grimace. Do you think I am afraid of you? Buu scoffed. The only being I fear is that fat cat. Son Goku, momentarily taken aback, had no comprehension of what Majin Buu was insinuating. However, disregarding the confusion, he promptly readied himself for battle. In an instant, Son Goku appeared directly above Majin Buu, who had yet to react. Swiftly, Son Goku seized one of Buu's antennae with a firm grip. With a resounding blow, he struck Majin Buu squarely on his plump visage. Buu's body was sent careening backward, yet he was yanked back by Son Goku's hold on his antenna. With relentless determination, Son Goku unleashed a flurry of punches upon Majin Buu, who appeared utterly defenseless. Spinning with Buu's antenna in hand, Son Goku released him, sending Buu crashing down into the ocean below. The impact sent waves soaring hundreds of meters high. In a flash, Majin Buu emerged from the sea, launching energy blasts from his hands. Observing the oncoming projectiles, Son Goku remained composed, deftly swatting each energy blast aside, sending them careening in all directions. Just then, Buu materialized directly in front of Son Goku. With an elastic extension of his arm, Buu struck Son Goku in the face, but Goku merely smiled and scathed. Buu looked on in surprise. In response, Son Goku retaliated with a powerful punch to Buu's face. Buu countered with an uppercut, sending Son Goku tumbling through the air. Quickly, Goku gathered energy between his hands. A formidable Kamehameha wave erupted from Son Goku's palms, piercing through Majin Buu's form, creating a large gaping hole. With an eerie grin, Buu exerted a little effort, effortlessly restoring himself to his original state. Following this, Buu mimicked Son Goku, gathering energy for his own attack. Chapter 122. Where is the god of destruction of our universe? Son Goku was taken aback. Had this fellow been learning from him all along? Fighting while learning is indeed remarkable. Hey! Majin Buu unleashed an energy blast that soared towards Son Goku. Bang! Son Goku responded with a powerful palm strike, sending the energy blast back. Buu, taken aback, swatted it downward, crashing it into the earth below. Son Goku was taken aback. Thunderous roars erupted as a colossal mushroom cloud ascended from the ground, resulting in a tremendous explosion. This is unbelievable, Son Goku exclaimed. Hee hee. Buu chuckled coldly. I must admit, I am quite surprised. Although you appear rather foolish, it turns out you are a combat genius. Son Goku was filled with emotion, astonished that Buu could master and effectively employ another's skills in such a brief span of time. Hee hee. Buu proudly lifted his nose. Son Goku slightly relaxed his senses, realizing that Trunks' energy had departed from West City. This indicated that Trunks had acquired the Dragon Ball radar. Whoosh. Son Goku dissipated his golden aura, reverting to his normal state. Hey, why did you change back? Buu looked at Son Goku with surprise. Fighting with you is quite enjoyable. Let us continue. Of course. But I truly lack the time to play with you now, Son Goku replied, shaking his head. You are far more entertaining than that fat cat, who only bullies me. I stand no chance against him, Buu candidly stated. Engaging in battle with someone of equal skill is far more enjoyable. Being bullied by someone significantly stronger is exceedingly tedious. Buu believed that the fat cat was undoubtedly cheating. I hardly provoked him. I merely asked who he was, and I was struck. Such bullying. Now, this long-haired fellow is quite intriguing. Battling him is incredibly thrilling. Who is this fat cat you speak of? Son Goku inquired, slightly startled. Clap. Majin Buu rubbed his face and instantly transformed it to resemble that of Yamcha. Of course, Buu remained pink, with his antennae still intact. Yet his face closely mirrored that of Yamcha. This is how I look, Buu pointed to his face. Is that so? Is he truly formidable? Even you cannot defeat him? Son Goku asked, surprised. I am no match for him. Buu nodded. Yet, battling with you is far more enjoyable. Let us continue our game. I sincerely apologize. But I truly do not have time to play with you. Son Goku felt a surge of inspiration and quickly suggested, how about this? If you genuinely wish to play, a person of similar strength to mine will appear in 2 days. He will keep you entertained. So, please refrain from harming any innocents and patiently await 2 days. Is he similar to you? Buu inquired. Indeed, it is quite regrettable. I would have loved to engage in some playtime with you, but time does not permit, Goku lamented, placing his index and middle fingers to his forehead. When you eventually descend to the underworld, do remember to have someone assist you in shedding some weight. With that, Goku executed instant transmission and vanished without a trace. Buu looked around, scanning his surroundings in search of Goku. After an exhaustive search, Buu failed to locate him and opted to appear above West City, unleashing a frenzy of destruction upon the city. Boom. After reveling in his antics for a while, Buu unleashed a formidable attack, reducing West City to rubble. Is it an earthquake? Has the apocalypse arrived? Satan trembled in fear. Daddy, it's Majin Buu, Biddily remarked. Majin Buu? Is that the little brother you just mentioned? Satan chuckled bitterly. Don't jest. You want me to take him under my wing? He would undoubtedly annihilate me. Fear not. With me around, you shall come to no harm, Tian replied with a gentle smile. Satan felt utterly defeated. Tian, do you truly wish for my father to take him as a subordinate? Biddily asked, bewildered. But he is Majin Buu. Even the mightiest deity in this universe cannot contend with him. By the way, the most powerful god from another universe has departed. Do we not have a god of destruction in our universe? Biddily inquired. What is he doing? Why has he not intervened regarding Majin Buu? Gods of destruction do not concern themselves with such matters. Their primary duty is to obliterate planets. The fact that he hasn't come to destroy Earth is a blessing. Tian replied with a smirk. Biddily fell silent. Additionally, our universe's god of destruction has been in slumber for decades. He sleeps for many years on end. Tian added. Sleeping for so long? Biddily wiped the sweat from her brow. In the temple, Goku observed the chaos wrought by Majin Buu and felt a wave of helplessness. That fellow possesses enough power to annihilate Earth in an instant, Piccolo remarked solemnly. No worries. Judging by his demeanor, he seems to have no intention of destroying Earth at the moment. He merely seeks amusement, Goku analyzed. Perhaps the appearance of someone has instilled a sense of caution within him. Whose presence has made him wary? Piccolo asked, taken aback. He mentioned a large fat cat. Goku responded. A large fat cat? What is its purpose? I have never heard of such a being, Piccolo said, puzzled. I too am aware of who this large fat cat is. According to Majin Buu himself, it can effortlessly defeat him. Goku mused, astonished to discover that beyond Majin Buu, there exists an even more formidable entity. What? Could that plump cat truly vanquish Majin Buu? Does such an individual even exist? Piccolo was taken aback. Let us not dwell on the matter of the plump cat for now. Our most prudent course of action is to swiftly teach Goten and Trunks the fusion technique. Goku stated gravely. I have little time remaining. Only an hour. What? How can that be? There is still a considerable duration until the day concludes. Piccolo exclaimed in disbelief. The previous transformation into Super Saiyan 3, if employed in another realm, would deplete an enormous amount of energy, Goku elucidated. It is simply unavoidable. Have Din tend to your wounds and restore your strength, Piccolo suggested. That would be futile. I shall manage upon returning, Goku replied, shaking his head. As they conversed, Elder Kai appeared, soaring atop a crystal ball. Goku, prepare yourself. Only 30 minutes remain, she announced. What? Just 30 minutes? Is that all the time left? Goku remarked with a wry smile. Indeed, it is unfortunate, Elder Kai nodded. Chapter 123, Goku's return to the underworld. This is dire. Why hasn't Trunks returned yet? Goku lamented. A mix of amusement and frustration in his expression. Goku, I wish to inquire about something, Piccolo stated. What is it? Goku responded, momentarily startled. The Super Saiyan 3 transformation should be capable of defeating Majin Buu, correct? Piccolo pondered. Am I mistaken? I do not know. Goku gently shook his head. Majin Buu's power is unfathomable. I sense there is little hope of victory. Little hope? Why not fight until the very end? Is it due to energy limitations? Piccolo pressed further. No. I am already deceased. Such matters should not fall upon my shoulders. Let the youth tackle this challenge. Perhaps even greater heroes will emerge. This may be a gamble of adventure, yet witnessing those two prodigious youths compels me to tempt fate. Have you staked the fate of the Earth? By the way, Goku. It is worth mentioning that the mysterious hero Gohan spoke of, also referred to as the enigmatic sorcerer, is not Biddily. Piccolo suddenly interjected. Not Biddily. Goku was taken aback. At least that is what Biddily claimed, and he was on the verge of defeat at my hands, so it stands to reason he would not lie. Piccolo pondered. Then who could it be? Goku scratched his head. A brief silence ensued. Could it possibly be that fat cat Majin Buu mentioned? Piccolo speculated. Your suggestion seems plausible. I never anticipated that the mysterious hero could possess such formidable strength. Goku expressed with admiration. Since he is a hero, he must be a good person, right? Who knows? Piccolo shook his head. Whether he is virtuous remains to be seen. However, so far, he has not committed any heinous deeds, merely harming a few vile individuals. Moreover, he has eliminated some homework left by students, which perplexes me. Goku remarked, he will eventually reveal himself, won't he? With a gentle smile. Perhaps, Piccolo gazed skyward, contemplating the existence of even mightier beings within this vast universe. Indeed, we do appear rather insignificant, Goku chuckled. It is a pity Gohan, upon reaching that world, must convey my regards to him. Piccolo sighed. Understood, Goku nodded. Trunks has returned. Piccolo turned to where Trunks was. Trunks promptly flew in, holding the dragon radar. This is the dragon radar. He reverently presented it to Goku. Excellent. Goku exhaled in relief. Goten and Trunks stood at attention, gazing adoringly at Goku. There is only a little time left. You both must exert yourselves doubly. Is that clear? Goku inquired. Yes, teacher. Goten and Trunks replied in unison. They have become quite serious, Goku noted, slightly surprised. It seems the influence of Super Saiyan 3 is at play here. Piccolo smiled faintly. Very well. Next I shall teach you the fusion technique, Goku declared. Goten and Trunks nodded gravely, while Goku instructed the two youngsters in the art of fusion. Majin Buu wandered aimlessly across the earth. As he flew, Majin Buu yawned, suddenly feeling drowsy. I think I shall take a nap, he mused, descending upon a small town. The townsfolk gaped in astonishment at the sight of Majin Buu. Previously, someone had broadcasted live footage of Majin Buu wreaking havoc in the city. Upon seeing him, the residents were struck with terror and fled in all directions. Silence. Calm them down. Buu emitted a soft grunt, raising his hands skyward, commanding all living beings to levitate. Instantly, every creature in the small town ascended into the air, including even the stray cats and dogs that soared into the heavens. Transform into clay, Buu declared, as the antennae atop his head flickered with a purple-white lightning. In an ephemeral moment, these beings morphed into clay, which the malevolent Majin Buu swiftly gathered together. With a plop, the clay fell from the sky. Majin Buu promptly fashioned himself an eccentric abode, complete with a bedroom, dining room, and restroom. He reclined on his little bed, indulging in a brief slumber. Ah, I have awakened. Now it is time for me to go forth and slay. Buu stretched languorously and soared back into the sky. Meanwhile, in the temple, Goku, it is time, prepared to return to the other world, called out the Crystal Elder. Is that so? Understood. Son Goku nodded solemnly, then turned to look at Piccolo. Piccolo, the upcoming matters rest upon you, given their current situation. They should be able to master the fusion technique by tomorrow. Very well, Piccolo affirmed. Goku, take care of yourself, even if it sounds somewhat absurd. Lu Ping remarked with a sigh. After all, you've returned only to leave again soon. Until we meet again, Goku, Master Roshi said. Chi-Chi, do not be disheartened. You still have Goten, Goku consoled. But what if he cries for Chi-Chi because of Majin Buu? Do not worry, if he learns that technique I demonstrated earlier. He will not fall to Majin Buu, Goku replied with a faint smile. When you see Gohan in the other world, please send him my regards, Trunks said. Understood. Goku nodded. It is time, Goku. Let us depart, the Crystal Elder beckoned. Ah, Goten found himself at a loss for words. What is wrong, Goten? Goku inquired, taken aback. Goten remained silent. I understand, you wish for your father to hold you, do you not? Chi-Chi asked, tears streaming down her face. Goten did not respond. Oh dear. Why didn't you say so earlier? Goku stepped forward and lifted Goten high into the air. Goten wept like a child. Goten, you shall take care of your mother. Goku ruffled Goten's hair. Goten obediently agreed. Thereafter, Goku ascended into the sky, waving farewell to everyone. Farewell, my friends. We shall meet again after you have passed. Goku smiled. With a clap. In the next moment, Sun Wukong vanished into thin air. At such an inopportune time, this fellow uttered ominous words, causing Klin to smile through his tears. In an instant, Sun Wukong returned to the underworld. Wukong, will you be able to return on your own? Granny Crystal inquired. Yes. Thank you, Granny. Sun Wukong nodded appreciatively. Chapter 124, Son Gohan. Do Yi Tian and Big Fat Cat know each other? With a swift motion, Sun Wukong arrived in the Grand Hall of King Yen, where he encountered the ruler of the underworld. King Yen, I wish to ask you something, Sun Wukong remarked. Raising his head. You've returned quite promptly, King Yen replied, taken aback. What on earth has transpired? Why have so many perished? I haven't been this busy in ages. A great many events have unfolded. It is possible that all Earthlings will soon arrive here. Sun Wukong lamented softly. What did you say? King Yen was astounded. Before a large number of Earthlings arrive here, has Son Gohan ever been here? He is my son, Sun Wukong questioned. King Yen swiftly consulted the ledger of life and death, searching for Son Gohan's name. No, he has not been here. If he were, I would have recognized him instantly. King Yen pondered. He hasn't died, has he? Sun Wukong sighed in relief. He, a terrifying individual, did visit earlier. He is the Demon Realm King, Depura. King Yen chuckled. He certainly wished to descend into hell, but I sent him to heaven instead. Is that so? Thank you, farewell. Sun Wukong waved goodbye and soared back into the sky. Gohan is still alive. How wonderful. But where could he be? At that moment, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed Gohan's energy. This is Gohan's key indeed. Where could he be? Sun Wukong surveyed his surroundings. I shall go check it out. With a flash, Sun Wukong utilized instant transmission, appearing in the realm of the Supreme Kai in an instant. Hey! Gohan was practicing his swordsmanship and immediately spotted his father beside him. Both the Supreme Kai and Jebbit were equally astonished, never expecting son Wukong to appear in this place. Dad! Gohan exclaimed. What is with your attire? Son Wukong replied, somewhat speechless, before turning to the Supreme Kai and Jebbit. Ah, isn't this Lord Supreme Kai and the previously deceased Jebbit? How can this be? Is there someone in the Supreme Kai realm who can come and go at will? Jebbit was astonished. Dad, how did you get here? Gohan inquired. Of course, I used instant transmission, son Wukong smiled. No, what I mean is, how did you arrive here in less than 24 hours? Sun Wufan shook his head. At that moment, Sun Wukong promptly recounted the events that transpired on Earth to both Sun Wufan and King Kai. It was astonishing to witness the devastation wrought by Majin Buu upon their planet. Sun Wufan clenched his fists tightly. Let me wield this sword for a moment, he said. Sun Wukong extended his hand, and Sun Wufan handed the sword to his father. Sun Wukong grasped the sword and swung it forcefully several times. This sword is quite heavy. Can it truly bestow upon me immense power? Sun Wukong mused. Jebbit remarked, Wufan's father is indeed formidable, effortlessly wielding the sword with such ease. King Kai, may I remain here before Wufan confronts Majin Buu? Sun Wukong inquired. Certainly, King Kai readily consented. And, might I trouble you for a meal? King Kai will surely treat me to a splendid feast, Sun Wukong grinned. King Kai, you certainly do not regard yourself as an outsider. Very well. Let Gohan take a brief respite. The King of Worlds nodded in agreement. Subsequently, he prepared a modest meal for Sun Wukong. As Sun Wukong dined, he engaged in casual conversation with the King of Worlds. By the way, esteemed King of Worlds, have you ever heard of the Great Fat Cat? Sun Wukong inquired. The Great Fat Cat? A vivid image of a certain figure suddenly emerged in the King of Worlds' mind. Indeed, it resembles this, Sun Wukong remarked, pressing his nose and elongating his ears. The King of Worlds, upon your mention, I find myself uncertain whether we are indeed speaking of the god of destruction. Is it possible that you refer to one named Kampa? The Kaioshin elucidates, a god of destruction? What manner of deity is that? Sun Wukong appears perplexed. I cannot say for certain. He introduced himself as the most powerful deity in the cosmos, claiming he possesses the capability to vanquish Majin Buu. The Kaioshin offers a wry smile, yet, I cannot help but feel he is boasting. If he truly could defeat Majin Buu, why does he not take action? It remains unclear whether we are referencing the same individual. Sun Wukong shakes his head gently, continuing to eat as he speaks. Majin Buu himself admitted he could not best that large cat. What? Majin Buu acknowledged he cannot overpower the large cat? The Kaioshin is taken aback. Indeed, that is what he stated, Sun Wukong affirms. It seems as though Majin Buu was thoroughly bested by this large cat. And there was a flicker of fear in his eyes when he spoke of it. Is that large cat truly so formidable? The Kaioshin's eyes widen. It appears there are even mightier beings within this universe, of which we remain unaware, Sun Wukong chuckles. Father, could there possibly be deities of an even higher caliber? Son Gohan speculates. Do not jest. Jebbit expresses disbelief, asserting that the greatest deity in this universe is none other than Lord Kaioshin, who reigns as the highest level god, with none surpassing him. Is that so? Son Gohan scratches his head in contemplation. By the way, Gohan's classmate, Tian, seems to have some familiarity with that large cat, the Kaioshin interjects. Wait, does Tian know the large cat you mentioned, father? Son Gohan inquires, somewhat taken aback. It is noteworthy that a blue-skinned woman accompanying the large cat possesses remarkable healing abilities. She effortlessly healed my injuries, the Kaioshin reflects. Moreover, I was on the brink of death, and it was that large cat who saved me. I ought to express my gratitude to him. Having healing abilities does not seem particularly extraordinary, Son Gohan muses. Dandy possesses strong healing powers as well, capable of restoring one's body in an instant. Dandy? The deity of Earth? The Kaioshin pauses, momentarily startled. Yes, Sun Wukong continues, he is an Omni-King endowed with exceptional healing prowess. That cannot be right. In my recollection, Omni-Kings possess healing abilities, yet they do not achieve complete restoration, Jebbit counters, feeling somewhat disheartened. Perhaps Dandy is a notable exception, Sun Wukong chuckles, not wishing to engage in a debate with Jebbit. Father, may I witness your transformation into Super Saiyan 3 shortly? Son Gohan proposes. Of course, that is not a problem. Sun Wukong nodded readily. By the way, is my classmate Tian alright? Sun Wufan inquired. He was fine when I left, the King of Worlds responded. then fell into a contemplative silence. By the way, Wufan, your classmate Tian is not from Earth, correct? Huh? Why do you say that? Sun Wufan was taken aback. I observed him thriving in the vastness of space, the king of worlds answered. Can classmate Tian survive in the cosmos? He is truly remarkable, Sun Wufan exclaimed. Turning to Sun Wukong. Father, it seems we cannot survive in outer space, can we? Indeed, we would perish the moment we enter the cosmic void, Sun Wukong affirmed. Could it be that classmate Tian is also an extraterrestrial? Sun Wufan scratched his head, having never heard him mention it. Earth. Thus, another day passed. During this time, the malevolent Majin Buu had already obliterated approximately 2/3 of the cities on Earth. Countless lives were mercilessly claimed by his wrath. Next, Majin Buu soared into the sky, traveling for a while before suddenly spotting an individual below. He swiftly descended, blocking the person's path. It was a boy who was blind. Aha! Majin Buu laughed heartily, intending to strike the boy down with a single blow. Hello, who are you? The boy asked. I am the fearsome Majin Buu. Majin Buu declared with pride. Are you famous? I do not recognize you. Are you truly terrifying? The boy was taken aback. Hurry and open your eyes. Pretending to be blind in front of me is futile. Majin Buu scoffed. Even if I open my eyes, I am still blinded. I have been this way since birth. The boy replied. Is that so? No wonder you are not afraid of me. Majin Buu felt his bravado falter and placed his hand over the boy's eyes, using magic to restore his sight. What are you doing? The boy exclaimed in surprise. You fool, quickly open your eyes and see. Buu chuckled. Huh? The boy began to sense light entering his eyes and slowly opened them. Immediately, the boy jubilantly cheered. Wonderful. I can see. He danced with joy. Quickly, look at me. Buu pointed to his face. I am about to kill you. Thank you, uncle. The boy gazed at Majin Buu with gratitude and embraced him tightly. Majin Buu, are you not afraid of me at all? The boy inquired, gazing curiously at his uncle. Hey, do I look handsome? Buu retorted without answering. I'm not sure. You don't seem particularly handsome, yet you have magically healed my eyes, the boy candidly replied. Hee, I am quite remarkable, aren't I? Buu said, a hint of pride in his voice. In gratitude, allow me to give you some coins, the boy offered. Producing several coins he intended to use for purchasing milk, only to find the shops closed. Buu took the coins, bit into them, and found them utterly unpalatable. With a swift motion, Buu soared into the sky, transforming a passerby into a bottle of milk before returning. Coins are tasteless, but milk is delightful, Buu declared, handing the milk to the boy before ascending once more, quickly vanishing from sight. Not long after, Buu encountered another city. With a thunderous crash, he unleashed a powerful energy wave, obliterating the city into ruins. In Satan City, home to Mr. Satan, a general personally approached him, beseeching his assistance to vanquish the formidable Buu. Recent events concerning Buu had been broadcast across various platforms, rendering him no longer a mere secret. Mr. Satan, we implore you to save our world, just as you did 7 years ago from Cell. The general bowed deeply. Leave this matter to me. I shall not allow that fiend to escape, Mr. Satan proclaimed confidently, patting his chest. Is that so? That is splendid news. The general sighed in relief, then continued. I will make arrangements immediately. Mr. Satan, prepare yourself. We shall confront Buu. There's no rush. I am currently gathering my ultimate technique. Once it reaches its peak, I shall strike, Mr. Satan replied with a smile. Then I await your promising news. The general nodded before departing. Once alone, Mr. Satan hurried to Yashin's side. Yashin, can I truly do this? Can I really take that fellow as my subordinate? What if he transforms me into chocolate? Mr. Satan's heart raced with anxiety. Fear not. If you are afraid, I shall accompany you. Yashin reassured him with a smile. With you by my side, I feel at ease, Mr. Satan sighed with relief. In the realm of the King of Worlds, Gohan practiced his swordplay, skillfully wielding the divine sword. He had mastered its weight impressively in just a day. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. Goku applauded. You've made such progress in such a short time. The Supreme Kai acknowledged that Gohan indeed possessed remarkable talent. Jebet remained silent beside him. This sword appears to be quite sharp. Let us test it on a stone, Goku remarked as he grasped a sizable rock, preparing to hurl it. Aha! It will surely slice through the stone as effortlessly as cutting tofu. Gohan readied himself. The Supreme Kai, do you wield a divine sword to cleave through stone? Isn't this a waste? This is an affront to the divine sword. Wait a moment, let me try something more formidable. The Supreme Kai declared, raising his hand. Suddenly, a black cube materialized in the palm of his hand. He tossed the black cube towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong caught it with both hands and gave it a few taps. This is the hardest metal in the universe, known as Thunder Steel. The Supreme Kai smiled slightly. Let us test this. Haha, this should be interesting. Are you ready, Gohan? Sun Wukong called out. Ready, Gohan nodded. Go for it. With a sweeping motion, Sun Wukong hurled the black cube to Gohan. Gohan let out a fierce shout and swung his sword down. Crack! The divine sword emitted a sharp sound as it made contact with the Thunder Steel, breaking in two instantly. Gohan was taken aback. Do I need to compensate for that? The Supreme Kai's eyes widened in disbelief. Jebbet was utterly astonished. Sun Wukong exclaimed, Has it broken already? Chapter 126. The most powerful deity should be the angel. This is impossible. It's a divine sword. The Supreme Kai's jaw nearly dropped. This is the mightiest divine sword. Jebbet shouted in shock. It was the Supreme Kai who insisted on testing it with such a hard material. Sun Wukong quickly distanced himself from the situation. Just don't make me pay for it. I cannot afford such a loss. This is the universe's foremost divine sword. The Supreme Kai was both amused and exasperated. Jebbet was left completely speechless. It seems the capabilities of the divine sword were indeed exaggerated. Gohan casually tossed the divine sword to the ground, but on the bright side. My arm strength has increased as a result. Perhaps I now possess the power to defeat Majin Buu. Indeed, if your normal state can reach this level. Once you transform into a Super Saiyan, your strength will elevate even further. You might truly be able to conquer Majin Buu. The Supreme Kai nodded gently. Can mastering the sword for just one day really enable one to defeat Majin Buu? Sun Wukong expressed his skepticism. Suddenly, a voice drifted from behind the Supreme Kai and Jebbet. I have finally emerged. It was the elder Supreme Kai, who had been sealed away for many years. The Supreme Kai and Jebbet were startled at the unexpected voice. How has another appeared in the Supreme Kai realm? Who is this elder? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. I am also a Supreme Kai, the 15th generation Supreme Kai. The elder Supreme Kai replied. What? The 15th generation Supreme Kai? The Supreme Kai was taken aback. Another Supreme Kai as well? Jebbet exclaimed, Indeed, long ago, there existed a formidable being who, in pursuit of a peaceful slumber, sealed me within the divine sword. No. It was rather out of fear of my power that he chose to confine me. The old Kai spoke with an air of absurdity. The Kai and Jebbet exchanged bewildered glances, utterly perplexed by his words. He hardly appears formidable, Goku remarked, turning to Gohan. Indeed, Gohan nodded in agreement. Perhaps I should test him, Goku suggested. Is that advisable? Gohan inquired, taken aback. Nonsense, Goku replied, as he unleashed an energy blast aimed squarely at the old Kai's visage. Boom. The energy blast struck the old Kai squarely on the face, causing him to collapse instantly. Great ancestor, are you all right? Both the Kai and Jebbet exclaimed in shock, rushing forward with concern. You fool. The old Kai bellowed in fury. What on earth do you intend? You've nearly scared the life out of me. I once thought you were impressive, but it seems you are merely a braggart. Goku scratched his head in confusion. You insolent brat. Do you dare to show such disrespect to the Kai? The old Kai shouted vehemently. Goku retorted, It's not my strength that terrifies my enemies, but rather my terrifying superpowers. The old Kai scoffed, glaring at Goku in indignation. Superpowers? Goku was momentarily taken aback. I shan't teach you. You have shown me no respect. The old Kai stuck out his tongue. The Kai and Jebbet exchanged glances of disbelief. How about this? I can show you a colorful book, Goku proposed. Goku. What are you saying? The Kai responded, exasperated. We are gods, after all. Do you think it appropriate for us to view such books? She inquired. Humph. I need not glance at such tomes. My eyes perceive all, retorted the old Kai with a chuckle. Both the Kai and Jebbet collapsed to the ground. Oh, venerable ancestor. Shall we not disregard the elderly? A voice mused. I can still allow you to touch what you desire, whispered Sun Wukong. The old Kai's ears perked up instantly, revealing a visage filled with anticipation. Is that true? Deceiving is for pups. He exclaimed, his excitement palpable. Indeed, deceiving is for pups. Sun Wukong nodded. Though she may be of considerable age, is that acceptable? As long as she is beautiful. The old Kai appeared indifferent. Then it is settled, Sun Wukong affirmed. My extraordinary ability is quite unique. I can unleash your latent potential beyond its limits. The old Kai smirked. What do you think? Have you ever heard of such an ability? Sun Wukong and Gohan responded, It does not seem particularly impressive. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Fool. It is potential energy transcending boundaries. No one else can achieve this. The old Kai scoffed, pointing at Gohan. You were the one who drew the divine sword. weren't you? Come forth. Gohan hesitantly approached the old Kai, pointing to himself. Those who can wield the divine sword with ease, under my guidance, will undoubtedly become the mightiest in the universe, the old Kai mused, contemplating Gohan. Speaking of the mightiest in the universe, who does the old Kai believe is the strongest? Sun Wukong interjected. A human, the strongest in the universe? The old Kai glanced at Sun Wukong. Indeed, Sun Wukong replied, momentarily taken aback, then nodded. You fool. Do not come to me with such foolish inquiries. The old Kai bellowed at Sun Wukong. Why do you berate me? Why is this question considered foolish? Such inquiries are utterly unnecessary. The old Kaioshin scoffed, for this universe constantly gives rise to formidable beings, and increasingly powerful individuals will inevitably emerge. Is that so? Sun Wukong chuckled heartily. Ancestor, will there be individuals even more powerful than Majin Buu? The Kaioshin inquired. Certainly. The old Kaioshin nodded affirmatively. Is that person you speak of the god of destruction? Asked the Kaioshin once more. Old Kaioshin retorted, Are you a fool? The Kaioshin sheepishly scratched his head. The earlier query pertained to the strongest human in the universe, not deities, the old Kaioshin clarified. I see. The Kaioshin seemed to comprehend, and asked again. What about including gods? Is the god of destruction the mightiest deity in our universe? Not quite. The old Kaioshin mused, shaking his head thoughtfully. Ha ha ha. I knew it. I thought the god of destruction was the most powerful deity, the Kaioshin chuckled. I have never held such a belief, Jebet interjected. Then, who is the most formidable deity? Sun Wukong asked with curiosity. The mightiest deity in our universe should be the angel, the old Kaioshin responded contemplatively. Chapter 127. The god of destruction is an insurmountable ceiling for humanity. The Kaioshin appeared utterly perplexed. Jebet was equally bewildered. Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan had naturally never heard of angels. Angels? Are they the beings with wings on their backs? Sun Wukong inquired. Fool. The beings you speak of are a type of deity from Earth. They are entirely different from the angels I refer to. The old Kaioshin chastised loudly. What exactly are the angels you speak of, ancestor? The Kaioshin asked, equally intrigued. The old Kaioshin felt a wave of impatience wash over him. Tilting his head to look at the Kaioshin. After a brief silence, he asked, Boy, what about your master? Didn't he mention any of this to you? The old Kaioshin questioned. My master, the Grand Kaioshin, was absorbed by Majin Buu during their battle. The Kaioshin replied with a bittersweet smile. So, didn't he tell you anything at all? The old Kaioshin pressed. What else could he possibly say? The Kaioshin scratched his head. How much do you know about the divine realm? The old Kaioshin inquired. Me? I only know that our Kaioshin is the greatest deity in this universe. As for anything else, I seem to know nothing, the Kaioshin answered. The old Kaioshin fell silent, pondering for a full 10 seconds. Didn't he, your master, ever mention the god of destruction and the angels? The old Kaioshin, wearing a stern expression, inquired. I haven't mentioned it yet. But this is the second time I have heard the term god of destruction. Just a few days ago, I heard a rather plump cat proclaim itself as such. The Kaioshin replied. A plump cat? The old Kaioshin paused, pondering whether it referred to Lord Kampa. Indeed, his name is Kampa. The Kaioshin nodded. Does the ancestor recognize this plump cat? So there truly exists a god of destruction. You fool. We, the Kaioshins, are also known as the gods of creation. With creation comes destruction. Is this not a natural phenomenon? Why do you harbor doubts? The old Kaioshin was nearly provoked to strike him. This useless junior. You truly vex me. Is the position of the god of destruction beneath that of the Kaioshins? The Kaioshin further inquired. You fool. We stand on equal footing with the god of destruction. The old Kaioshin spat, his irritation evident. Equal footing? The Kaioshin scratched his head in confusion. You should read more. Did your master not teach you? Or is there nothing written in the texts? The old Kaioshin's nose wrinkled with frustration. Which book? The Kaioshin chuckled wryly. Never mind. I shall enlighten you. I am truly exasperated with you. The old Kaioshin, still fuming, explained. To put it simply, the god of destruction is the most powerful deity in our universe. Aside from the angels. If he is so powerful, why does he not eliminate Majin Buu? The Kaioshin struggled to comprehend. He is the god of destruction of the 6th universe. Why would he concern himself with annihilating Majin Buu? The old Kaioshin inhaled deeply, nearly choking on his frustration. The 6th universe? What does that mean? The Kaioshin rubbed his head. Another universe? I can hardly follow this. Can we discuss this step by step? The old Kaioshin responded. Are we to imply that there are several universes? Of course. Sun Wukong interjected. We have a total of 12 universes. The old Kaioshin clarified. We reside in the 7th universe, while Lord Kampa's 6th universe and ours are mirror universes. Mirror universes? So, it means like looking into a mirror? Sun Wukong inquired again. The old Kaioshin was at a loss for words, frustrated by the lack of comprehension around him. Ancient One, since you say that the god of destruction and we Kaioshins hold equal status, why do you refer to him with the honorific Lord of Destruction? The Kaioshin asked curiously. You fool, that is a title of respect. Do you not understand the essence of respect? It is the most fundamental form of regard for another. The old Kaioshin exclaimed angrily. It seems I comprehend now, the Kaioshin nodded. I do not wish to dwell on this further. I shall explain it to you slowly at another time. For now, I must elevate that young man's latent potential. The old Kaioshin chuckled softly. The more he attempted to elucidate, the deeper the pangs of frustration he felt. None of these individuals seemed to be a source of solace. It would be far more prudent to guide this young man towards unlocking his latent potential rather than delving into these trivial matters. Young man, stand still. The old Kaioshin extended his hands, directing his focus towards Son Gohan. Esteemed ancestor, you have yet to mention our universe's god of destruction. Where is he? Why hasn't he eradicated Majin Buu? The Kaioshin interjected. Why do you have so many questions? The old Kaioshin reprimanded with a tone of irritation. I ask because I do not understand, the Kaioshin replied, his fingers touching in a gesture of mild distress. The old Kaioshin, your assertion bears some validity. The deity of destruction in our universe is known as Beerus. If my conjecture is accurate, that fellow is likely still in slumber. The old Kai sighed in resignation. His most notable trait is his penchant for indulgence, eating and sleeping are his sole pursuits. So, it seems we cannot rely on him? The Kai chuckled bitterly. It would be futile to depend on him. The old Kai shook his head. Even if he were to awaken, he might not choose to annihilate Majin Buu. Why is that? The Kai was taken aback. Do not forget, he is the god of destruction, tasked with obliterating planets. The old Kai elucidated that Majin Buu's existence could facilitate the destruction of numerous worlds, sparing him from labor. The Kai was utterly speechless. Is there such a rationale? Indeed. Allow me to share a secret with you. The old Kai smiled mysteriously and lowered his voice. What secret, revered ancestor? Inquired the Kai. The lives of the Kais and the god of destruction are intertwined. The old Kai responded, meaning that if both of us were to perish, our universe's god of destruction would vanish as well. Such a premise exists? The Kai was astounded, a light bulb illuminating in his mind. Now I comprehend why that fellow Kampa saved me. Was he concerned that our universe's god of destruction, Lord Beerus, would cease to exist? Should you perish? Beerus will not vanish unless I too am gone, the old Kai lamented. Thus, to prevent him from disappearing during his slumber, I was sealed within this divine sword. The Kai's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. Jebbet also displayed a face of astonishment. Goku and Gohan nodded thoughtfully. So that was the reason. Just how formidable is the god of destruction? Goku felt an overwhelming curiosity. Let me put it this way. The might of the god of destruction is an insurmountable ceiling for humanity. The old Kai cast a sidelong glance at Goku. Chapter 128. The old Kai narrates the tale of Tian. So powerful. Remarkable indeed. Goku expressed his admiration. Enough. Are there any other queries? The old Kai, no longer anxious to elevate Gohan's energy, clasped his hands behind his back and inquired. Revered ancestor, aside from the angels, are there any gods in this universe stronger than them? The Kai asked again. Certainly, the chief steward of all gods is the Grand Minister. The old Kai replied, adding that apart from the Grand Minister, there exists another extraordinarily formidable deity, Lord Zeno. Lord Zeno? The Kai had never heard of such a being. It is said that Lord Zeno does not engage in combat, yet possesses incredibly terrifying powers, the old Kai explained. What terrifying powers? The Kai hastily inquired. Lord Zeno can effortlessly erase an entire universe with a mere wave of his hand. The old Kaioshin responded, What? Erasing an entire universe with a mere wave of the hand? His eyes widened in disbelief. We currently possess 12 universes. Long ago, we had a total of 18. But Lord Zeno erased 6 of them, leaving us with these 12. The Kaioshin's jaw nearly dropped once more. Both Son Wukong and his son Gohan exchanged astonished glances, while Jebbet was utterly dumbfounded. To effortlessly obliterate 6 universes? What became of their inhabitants? The Kaioshin inquired. Naturally, they vanished along with the universes, replied the old Kaioshin nonchalantly. The Kaioshin felt a wave of dread wash over him. And what of the Kaioshin and gods of destruction from those 6 universes? And the angels? What happened to them? He pressed further. The Kaioshin and gods of destruction disappeared with the erasure of their universes, the old Kaioshin sighed. As for the angels, I cannot say for certain. It is said they were unharmed. Why are the angels unharmed? The Kaioshin asked, puzzled. How would I know such things? The old Kaioshin retorted sharply. The Kaioshin fell silent. It is rumored that Lord Zeno's ability to erase was inherited from his father, who had a remarkably powerful master known as Lord Tian, the old Kaioshin mused. Lord Tian was the true originator of the erasure ability. Lord Tian? The Kaioshin scratched his head, muttering softly, that name sounds oddly familiar. It is said that when Lord Tian grew bored, he engaged in a game of reincarnation and subsequently vanished. The old Kaioshin spoke leisurely, hands clasped behind his back. A game of reincarnation? The Kaioshin exclaimed in surprise. In simple terms, Lord Tian felt that no worthy adversaries remained in this universe. He had become the most powerful being in existence and yearned for a challenge, the old Kaioshin explained. Thus, he chose to reincarnate, seeking to rediscover the thrill of combat through a new life. That sounds wonderful. I too relish the thrill of battle. Sun Wukong exclaimed, nodding vigorously, finding common ground with this notion. The old Kaioshin rolled his eyes, too weary to engage with Sun Wukong any further. Why are you merely following the crowd? How can a mere human like you dare to compare yourself with Lord Tian? Upon hearing the words of the old Kai, even the Supreme Kai was rendered utterly speechless. Is there truly such a frivolous deity in existence? To reincarnate simply because one feels excessively powerful? Are you not afraid of being reincarnated as a pig? Of course. This is merely a jest in the mind of the old Kaioshin, which he does not dare to voice. Upon witnessing his master's reincarnation, the father of the Omni-King decided to follow suit, emulating his master's actions. At this point, the old Kaioshin could only shake his head and sigh. What happened to the father of the Omni-King? The Kaioshin inquired curiously. It seems there was a malfunction with the reincarnation apparatus back then, during his rebirth. The father of the Omni-King inadvertently became ensnared in the cosmic void and has yet to be retrieved. The old Kaioshin lamented. Kaioshin, Jebet, Son Goku, and Son Gohan were equally perplexed. This cannot be. The old Kaioshin pondered, slightly bewildered. We as Kaioshin are thoroughly familiar with the processes of the underworld. Is it possible that the Omni-King and his master were unaware of these procedures? How could one become ensnared in the cosmic void during reincarnation? You do not comprehend, do you? The old Kaioshin responded. In the primordial days of the divine realm, the concept of the underworld did not exist. It was only later, proposed by Lord Tian, that the underworld was established alongside the reincarnation cycle, delineating heaven and hell. At that time, Lord Tian, feeling there was no one to contend with him, sought to test the newly constructed reincarnation apparatus. Thus, the father of the Omni-King encountered a mishap during his rebirth. The Kaioshin finally grasped the situation. Indeed, you may interpret it that way, the old Kaioshin nodded. Did Lord Tian successfully reincarnate? The Kaioshin inquired further. Not during my era, at least. I have yet to witness the reincarnation of Lord Tian. The old Kaioshin shook his head in disappointment, followed by a resigned sigh. I can assure you that Lord Tian is the founder of our divine realm and the architect of the entire universe. The concepts of the Destroyer God and Kaioshin were introduced by Lord Tian. It can be said that without him, we would not have reached this point. Nor would the universe have progressed to its current state. So Lord Tian is the progenitor of our divine realm? The Kaioshin suddenly realized. Precisely. The old Kaioshin nodded slightly. Gohan, what are you pondering? Son Goku noticed his son lost in thought and could not help but ask. Father, I just recalled something. Son Gohan scratched his head and replied. What is it? Son Goku inquired. Father, in Satan City, some things mysteriously vanished. Uncle Vegeta suspects they were magically transported away. Now that I think about what the old Kaioshin mentioned regarding Erasure, could it be that they were obliterated? Son Gohan expressed his doubts. We have always suspected that Biddily was behind it, yet the pieces never quite fit, and Biddily himself hasn't shown any inclination to admit to it. I feel Biddily has no reason to conceal such matters. What are you saying, kid? Old Kai was taken aback and immediately inquired about Son Gohan. Son Gohan recounted in detail the events that transpired in Satan City. Old Kai's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Could you elaborate further? How did those things vanish? Did they simply disappear? Old Kai asked with a hint of excitement. Indeed, they vanished right before my eyes. Son Gohan nodded vigorously, explaining. It was akin to a car that suddenly disappears, yet the two individuals inside continue to move forward due to inertia. Rather, they should glide. Old Kai pressed for more details regarding the vanished items, and son Gohan shared all he knew. Are you suggesting that Lord Tian has been reborn? Old Kai's expression shifted continuously. Is it truly Lord Tian? Son Gohan was taken aback. The creator deity of the entire universe has been reborn on Earth? Son Wukong scratched his head, astonished. There is a strong possibility of that. Old Kai nodded gravely. If that is indeed the case, our seventh universe shall prosper. But what of Majin Buu still being on Earth? Old Kai was troubled, pondering whether the recently reborn Lord Tian could contend with Majin Buu. Of course, even if Lord Tian has been reborn, he remains the supreme deity. A mere Majin Buu would be no match for him. Old Kai responded hastily. What shall we do now? Should we seek out Lord Tian? The Kai asked. Seek? That lad, son Gohan, has been searching for so long without success. Where shall we look? Old Kai huffed in frustration. Suddenly, son Gohan raised his right hand, eager to share his thoughts. Please, continue, Old Kai urged. Actually, I just realized that one of my classmates seems rather suspicious. Son Gohan scratched his head. Could you help me analyze this and see if I'm onto something? Your classmate? Old Kai was momentarily taken aback. Yes, it's Tian. Son Gohan pondered aloud. Firstly, the name Tian is rather peculiar. The surname Yi is quite rare, much like our surname Sunday. Furthermore, don't you find it odd? The name Tian, when reversed, is precisely the same as the creator deity you mentioned. Old Kai was momentarily stunned, and the Kai's eyes widened in astonishment. Setting aside the name, upon reflection, it seems that the items which vanished were all in proximity to Tian. Son Gohan continued, sharing his insights. For instance, the items that disappeared in Satan City were right where Tian resided. Moreover, the energy that vanished during the World Martial Arts Tournament was also present at the scene. And not to forget, the saliva of Depura. The Kaioshin's eyes sparkled with intrigue as Depura spat towards you Tian and your female classmate, only for the saliva to mysteriously vanish. At that moment, I was puzzled, but now, with Gohan's revelation, it indeed seems rather peculiar. Furthermore, did not the Lord Kaioshin proclaim that Tian could survive in the vastness of space? Gohan nodded in affirmation. Gohan, I never imagined your classmate was the deity of the cosmos, remarked son Wukong, filled with astonishment. If all you say is true, I believe he must be the reincarnation of Lord Tian. The old Kaioshin nodded affirmatively, then gently raised his right hand, revealing a crystal ball. He placed the orb on a nearby branch. Tian, is it? Let me see if I can catch a glimpse of him. The old Kaioshin began to chant towards the crystal ball with his hands outstretched. Remarkable! Can this device truly reveal his presence? Son Wukong inquired, leaning closer. By the way, do you know the whereabouts of your classmate Tian? The old Kaioshin turned to ask Gohan. I'm not certain. He should be with Biddily, Gohan replied hesitantly. Biddily? Very well, let me first search for your classmate Biddily. The old Kaioshin resumed his incantations, and a wave of ethereal energy swiftly enveloped the crystal ball. With a crack, the image of Biddily materialized within the orb. Is this the young lady? Despite his notorious lechery, the old Kaioshin dared not harbor any inappropriate thoughts upon seeing Biddily, fearing the wrath of Lord Tian should he offend her in any way. Indeed, that is Biddily, Gohan confirmed with a nod. Incredible, to think it can display her image from such a distance. Son Wukong marveled. However, Gohan soon realized Tian was absent from Biddily's side. The old Kaioshin, meanwhile, trembled with a myriad of expressions. What troubles you, esteemed ancestor? Your expression could easily belong in a meme, the Kaioshin remarked curiously. Look closely at what is beside this girl. The old Kaioshin spoke, his voice quivering. What? There's nothing there. The Kaioshin leaned in for a closer look. Wait, is that a shadowy figure? Indeed. Son Wukong observed closely, nodding in agreement. It appears to be a vague, translucent silhouette, akin to a semi-transparent computer interface. One might overlook it without careful scrutiny. Gohan pondered. That must be him. The old Kaioshin exclaimed, overwhelmed with excitement. Your classmate Tian is the reincarnation of Lord Tian. Really? Is that truly the case? Gohan responded, bemused. My classmate is the deity of the cosmos? This is quite a predicament. Initially, I believed I was a half-scion, an exceptional presence within my school. Little did I know, one of my classmates is a founding deity. What shall we do now? The Kaioshin inquired. I must promptly report this to the Grand Minister. The old Kaioshin decisively declared, then shook his head. No, I should first consult Whis, allowing him to assist in confirming this matter. If he deems it legitimate, then it is indeed a settled issue. Whis, who is that? Goku asked curiously. Whis is the angel of our universe, the old Kaioshin replied. This is truly remarkable. Please wait here. I will immediately contact Whis. With that, the old Kaioshin cradled the crystal ball and hurried aside to reach out to Whis. Soon, the old Kaioshin made contact with Whis on the planet Beerus through the crystal ball. Ah, is that not the old Kaioshin? Have you emerged from your seal? Whis greeted with a smile. Well, it was quite unexpected. The old Kaioshin chuckled heartily. Do you have something to discuss, old Kaioshin? Whis inquired. Indeed. I have a matter of great importance that requires your confirmation, the old Kaioshin responded. Please, speak, old Kaioshin. Whis nodded. I believe I may have discovered the reincarnation of Lord Tian. The old Kaioshin said, a hint of excitement in his voice. Lord Tian? Is that true? Whis exclaimed in shock. Oh my, if that is the case, the old Kaioshin has indeed accomplished something great. I will now provide you with Lord Tian's address for your analysis, the old Kaioshin stated, relaying Tian's location to Whis. Whis swiftly utilized the crystal ball in his staff to manifest a divine power. Through this angelic force, Whis examined Tian on Earth. After this investigation, Whis's expression turned exceptionally grave. It seems the old Kaioshin's assertions may indeed be correct. There is a 99 probability that he is the reincarnation of Lord Tian. Whis contemplated. Old Kaioshin, 99. You might as well say 100. Truly, how could Lord Tian have descended to Earth in reincarnation? The old Supreme Kai expressed a moment of nostalgia, noting that it took such an extensive period for this reincarnation to occur. It is difficult to ascertain. Perhaps this era has given rise to individuals of interest to Lord Tian, speculated Whis. It could also be that the reincarnation apparatus from back then was not sufficiently advanced, resulting in certain malfunctions that extended the process over billions of years. Should we report this matter to the Grand Priest? The old Supreme Kai proposed. Indeed, it is imperative to inform the Grand Priest. Whis nodded. I shall reach out to the Grand Priest at once. Very well, the old Supreme Kai hesitated. Rest assured, my lord, Whis smiled. I will convey to the Grand Priest that it was you who discovered Lord Tian. Ha ha ha. I am immensely grateful, truly grateful. The old Supreme Kai beamed with joy. After concluding the call, Whis promptly contacted the Grand Priest. Grand Priest, it has been a while, Whis greeted with respect. Ah, Whis? What brings you to me? The Grand Priest inquired. Oh dear, Grand Priest. I am here to report on matters concerning Lord Tian. According to reliable sources, I have discovered the reincarnated Lord Tian, Whis stated with a smile, revealing the truth. Is it the Earthling named you Tian? The Grand Priest's smile deepened. You are already aware? Whis was taken aback. I only learned of it a few days ago, the Grand Priest chuckled, but your discovery is indeed remarkable. Actually, it was not I who discovered it. It was an esteemed old Supreme Kai from our universe, Whis clarified with a grin. As for matters regarding Lord Tian, instruct them to refrain from taking impulsive actions or harboring the desire to ingratiate themselves. The Grand Priest's expression turned grave. Lord Tian must have recently been reborn, and his condition is not yet stable. Any misstep could lead to irreparable harm to his being or even endanger the entire universe. I see. So we shall treat this as if nothing has occurred, correct? Whis queried. Precisely, that is my intent. No one is to disclose his true identity. All must feign ignorance. The Grand Priest elucidated. Understood, Grand Priest. I will ensure they are properly advised, Whis responded. I appreciate your diligence. This matter is of considerable importance. The Grand Priest reiterated sternly. Whis took note of all the instructions. After concluding the conversation, he immediately contacted the old Supreme Kai. Oh dear, esteemed old Supreme Kai. The Grand Priest has long been aware of matters concerning Lord Tian. Whis smiled. The old Supreme Kai momentarily appeared dazed, originally intending to take credit, only to find himself thwarted. Ha ha ha, truly, the Grand Minister is unparalleled. There is nothing he does not know. The old Supreme Kai chuckled awkwardly. Here, I must emphasize. Concerning Lord Tanya, you should act as if nothing has transpired. It is imperative that Lord Tanya remains oblivious to his own identity, Whis said with particular gravity. I will certainly communicate this to them. The old Supreme Kai nodded vigorously. Very well, Whis concluded, preparing to end the conversation. But what if, by some mischance, Lord Tanya becomes aware of his own identity? The old Supreme Kai inquired. Should Lord Tanya, without having attained sufficient power, learn of his identity prematurely, it could lead to a conflict with his current mindset, potentially resulting in physical complications, Whis elucidated. If Lord Tanya were to experience such complications, he might uncontrollably unleash the erasure technique, and at that point, what might be erased is anyone's guess. What if he were to erase the entirety of the universe in one fell swoop? Even if it were not all at once, a mere gesture could suffice. The old Supreme Kai's face turned pale with fear. That does seem plausible. It is crucial that you convey this matter to them. This is no trivial matter. Weiss reiterated emphatically. Understood. I will relay this information. The old Supreme Kai replied with a serious nod. After ending the call, he lowered his head and approached Sun Wukong and the others. Ancestor, what did they say? Did we achieve something? The Kai was somewhat excited. The Grand Minister has long been aware of Lord Tanya's situation. The old Supreme Kai shook his head in disappointment. He already knew? The Kai sighed, lamenting the lost opportunity for accolades. Ancestor, you appear somewhat troubled. Has something significant occurred? Jebet inquired. This matter is indeed grave. I must solemnly inform you all. The old Supreme Kai nodded seriously, addressing Sun Wukong and Sun Gohan, especially the two of you. You must keep your lips sealed and refrain from spreading news about Lord Tanya. We must not let Yaishin know he is the reincarnation of Lord Tanya. Why not? Sun Gohan exclaimed in astonishment. Wouldn't Yaishin be thrilled to learn this? What do you understand? If I were to tell you that you were once a subordinate of the creator god of this universe, what would you think? The old Supreme Kai rolled his eyes, looking at Sun Gohan. What would I think? Sun Gohan scratched his head. How could I possibly know? Some things, unless they happen to you, will always be perceived from an outsider's perspective. The old Kai sighed, but once it occurs in your own life, the nature of the situation becomes entirely different. With such a significant upheaval, being subjected to brainwashing while one's memories are not fully restored could lead to discrepancies in memory, resulting in various unexpected bodily occurrences. Chapter 131. Your classmate is the creator god of the universe. Could there really be unexpected bodily issues? Will one fall ill? Son Goku inquired. Illness may not be a concern, but should Lord Tian encounter any bodily problems, he might casually erase some unnecessary elements, which seems highly probable, the old Kai lamented, his complexion growing increasingly pale. What? Son Gohan was taken aback. If that is indeed the case, then this Lord Tian is even more terrifying than Majin Buu. Son Goku exclaimed in shock. Bang! The old Kai smacked Son Goku on the back of his head. Why did you hit me, old Kai? Son Goku rubbed the spot where he had been struck. You fool! The old Kai shouted angrily. Do not compare that fiend Majin Buu with Lord Tian. Such behavior is utterly disrespectful. Do you wish for our universe to vanish? That is true, Son Goku nodded, a bit embarrassed, chuckling awkwardly. So, should we act as if nothing has happened? The Kai inquired. No, it is not that nothing has happened. The old Kai gently shook his head. Certain events have transpired. And at the very least, we now know Lord Tian's true identity. We should undertake what actions we are capable of. The problem is, how shall we proceed? The Kai asked, somewhat troubled. We cannot reveal his identity, and Majin Buu's presence remains a ticking time bomb. If he were to obliterate Earth, would Lord Tian's body not become chaotic, leading to the random erasure of some things? The old Kai coughed. You make a valid point. Therefore, we must save Earth at all costs. At the appropriate time, bringing Lord Tian to the Kai realm is also a commendable option. The old Kai pondered, resting his chin on his hand. That plan is quite good. The Kai nodded in agreement. Thus, the most pressing matter is to enhance that boy's strength first. The old Kai immediately turned his gaze to Son Gohan. Son Gohan, a bit dazed, pointed at himself. Yes, you. I must now elevate your latent energy. Stand still and do not move. The old Kai commanded. Once your strength surpasses Majin Buu, you will serve as Lord Tian's attendant. As his classmate, your relationship should foster smoother interactions. Son Gohan replied. I never considered becoming anyone's attendant. He scratched his head. You fool, your classmate is the creator god of the universe. It is an honor for you to become his attendant. You must learn to cherish this opportunity. The old Kaioshin reprimanded loudly. What you say does seem to hold some merit. Gohan's emotions were somewhat tumultuous, as he had unwittingly become a subordinate to his classmate. The issue was that this particular classmate was none other than the reincarnated supreme deity, the creator of the entire universe. It was said that the realm of gods was established by this very classmate, as was the underworld. Quite remarkable indeed. Having only attended high school for a few days, I found myself encountering such an extraordinary peer. The odds of this occurrence are astonishing. I propose that, to avoid any inadvertent slips of the tongue in the future, we should refer to him solely by his current name from this moment on, suggested the Kaioshin. You are absolutely correct. Let us simply call him Tian. Without the honorific lord appended, the old Kaioshin wholeheartedly concurred. If you consistently refer to him as Lord Tian, it could lead to complications should you inadvertently slip up upon meeting him. It seems more fitting to address him as Tian. Very well, we shall agree on this, although it may come across as somewhat impolite. It is ultimately in the best interest of Lord Tian, the old king god responded, considering that his memories have yet to be fully restored. External assistance in recovering those memories is less preferable than his own recollection. Now, allow me to unearth the latent potential within this young lad. Stand at attention and refrain from wandering about. The old king god admonished Sun Wukong. After all, I am a classmate of Tian. Do you find it appropriate to reprimand me in such a manner? Sun Wukong grinned. The old king god. Are you now flaunting your identity? Goku chuckled, jesting lightly. Sun Wukong stood at attention, a smile gracing his face. I am here. Unleash your latent potential. The old Kai shouted exuberantly, immediately commencing to circle around Gohan. As he spun, the old Kai hummed an array of peculiar melodies. Gohan found this rather perplexing. Silence. This is a crucial ritual. The old Kai bellowed. Hum ha hey. Hum ha hey. The old Kai continued his circular dance. Excuse me, how long will this take? Goku inquired. Noticing that the old Kai had already completed numerous laps without any sign of halting. The important ritual lasts 5 hours, enhancing your abilities for 20 hours. The old Kai replied. Wait. Gohan exclaimed, startled. Is it too late for me to back out? For the sake of your comrades, you may reconsider at your own discretion. The old Kai remarked with a huff. But I shall inform your friend, Yashin. Once he regains his memories, you will be the first he wishes to erase. Gohan felt a wave of dread wash over him. Is this really how we're proceeding? He muttered, feeling utterly defeated. I think I'll take a nap. Good luck, Gohan. Goku hastily made his exit. Gohan was left speechless. It seems inappropriate for us to linger here, the old Kai sighed bitterly, glancing at Jebet. Perhaps, Jebet agreed, wiping his brow. However, speaking of which, you truly possess remarkable composure, Jebet, the old Kai mused with a hint of admiration. What do you mean, my lord? Jebet asked. Taken aback. What have I done to warrant such praise? Do you not recall your previous disdain towards Lord Tian? The old Kai sighed. What? Did I? Jebet gasped, his face paling in an instant. I remember you frequently belittling him as a mere human. The old Kai shook his head. Do not jest, my lord. I never said such things. Jebet felt his confidence waver. Let us hope Tian did not take it to heart. The old Kai exhaled deeply. Jebet's composure was nearly shattered. Did I truly say that? Am I losing my self-assurance thanks to the old Kai? Chapter 132. Who is watching me? On Earth, at Satan's residence. Yashin felt an odd sensation as if someone were observing him. About 10 minutes later, he sensed another presence scrutinizing him. Who could it be? Yashin pondered the timing. The old Kai should have emerged from the divine sword by now. Could it be that the old Kai was peering at him through a crystal ball? The first time I sensed someone watching me, it was vividly clear. However, during the second instance, the sensation became quite arduous. If the initial observer was the old Kaioshin, who could the second person be? Yet, what purpose would the old Kaioshin have in observing me? Was it Gohan who requested the old Kaioshin to watch me? It simply does not add up. Moreover, at this moment, the old Kaioshin should be using the crystal ball. But never mind, I shall ponder this later. Fortunately, their gaze upon me was fleeting. If they were to secretly observe me for an extended period, I would advise against their continued existence. Although I currently lack the ability to erase them, with further advancement, I shall possess such power. Tian continues to reside in Satan's abode, allowing Satan to tidy up and prepare for the quest to find Majin Buu. In the temple, Trunks and Goten are diligently practicing the fusion technique. The two youngsters are exerting themselves remarkably well, nearing perfection. Piccolo nods in satisfaction and declares, now, let us attempt the true fusion technique. You two must synchronize your energies. Goten and Trunks nod in agreement, their expressions growing increasingly serious. All right, begin. Piccolo commands. The two boys immediately move towards one another, palms facing, their fingers colliding. Their forms gradually overlap, releasing a blinding radiance. As the light dissipates, a chubby boy emerges. Piccolo and the others are rendered speechless. It is evidently a failed creation. When you stop, Trunks should have his hand extended, as it ought to be a fist, Piccolo explains. After 30 minutes, the two boys attempt fusion once more. This time, they merge into a slender figure. Yet again, it results in failure. Ultimately, through relentless effort, they succeed in executing the fusion technique. What an immense energy. Splendid. We have finally succeeded. Master Roshi exclaims in astonishment. Is it truly that formidable? I cannot discern it at all. Bulma shakes her head. It indeed appears quite powerful. Chi-Chi nods in agreement. Excellent. This was very commendable. Piccolo praises. In 30 minutes, you two should attempt to transform into Super Saiyans. It should pose no issue. Hee hee. Do not underestimate me. I can defeat Majin Buu right now. Gotenks declares, his confidence evident as he wiggles his fingers. You fool, do not speak nonsense. You have no comprehension of Majin Buu's terror. Piccolo admonishes loudly. No matter how strong you may be, at your current level, you stand no chance against Majin Buu. Stop frightening me. I shall now demonstrate my true power. As Gotenks declared, he soared into the sky with remarkable swiftness. Whoosh! He darted towards the direction of Majin Buu. That fool! Piccolo seethed with rage. If he were to be killed, all their efforts would be in vain. Observing Gotenks' unwavering confidence, perhaps he could emerge victorious, Krillin mused. Indeed. His demeanor radiated an extraordinary assurance. Lu Ping nodded in agreement. After 5 or 6 minutes, Gotenks returned in a disheveled state. He had endured a severe beating at the hands of Majin Buu. You must engage in rigorous training. Tomorrow, you shall duel with Majin Buu, Piccolo admonished sternly. You too must grow stronger. Only through fusion will you achieve greater efficacy. Do you comprehend, you insufferable brats? Merely a day had passed, yet under Majin Buu's relentless assault, around 80% of Earth's cities and inhabitants had been annihilated. Majin Buu, resembling a child, ruthlessly slaughtered those who resisted or fled, turning his hunger into a grotesque feast of transforming them into snacks or chocolate. After persistent persuasion from the general, Mr. Satan finally set forth alongside Tian, exuding confidence. However, just before departure, Mr. Satan claimed to have an upset stomach, causing a considerable delay. At this moment, Tian and Mr. Satan boarded a newly developed aircraft provided by the state, landing near Majin Buu's residence under the general's escort. Leave this matter to me. You may return and await my good news, Mr. Satan declared, waving his hand towards the general and the pilot. Good luck, Mr. Satan. The general saluted respectfully, offering a nod to Tian, and best of luck to you as well, Mr. Satan's son-in-law. Now, you may go back, Tian smiled. The general promptly departed in the aircraft, leaving only Tian and Mr. Satan behind. Mr. Satan hurriedly hid behind Tian, trembling with fear. Tian, are you certain you will be safe? Mr. Satan's heart raced with anxiety. Rest assured, with me around, what is there to fear? Tian replied with a smile. Do you not desire a formidable ally? Mr. Satan retorted, do I have any other choice? I merely wish to survive. I have no desire for a subordinate. Come, let us proceed, Tian urged, moving forward. Mr. Satan's heart pounded. He contemplated fleeing but ultimately felt it inappropriate, forcing himself to follow. Soon, Tian brought Mr. Satan to the entrance of Majin Buu's abode. Buu, are you there? Tian called out loudly. Whoosh. At that moment, Majin Buu returned from a distance, landing atop the roof and waving at Tian and Mr. Satan. You must be Tian, Majin Buu remarked, looking down upon him. Indeed I am. Tian replied. Tian nodded. You are quite intriguing. Majin Buu smiled faintly and immediately descended from the rooftop, appearing before Tian. I vividly recall how you trampled that fellow Biddily several times. I joined in as well, and it was immensely gratifying. Moreover, you sealed his tongue, rendering him unable to imprison me. Therefore, you ought to express your gratitude towards me, don't you think? Tian remarked with a smile. Indeed, you are quite fascinating. Consider yourself my servant. Majin Buu nodded. I have never intended to serve anyone. Tian smiled slightly. However, I have brought you a new servant. With that, Tian gestured towards Mr. Satan, standing behind him. Mr. Satan exclaimed, wasn't it said that Majin Buu would become my subordinate? How can you make me his servant? Buu inquired, examining Mr. Satan with curiosity. Upon their first encounter, Mr. Satan, feeling somewhat awkward, presented a box of chocolates. This is a small token of my appreciation for our meeting. I hope you accept it. Chapter 133. Xiangpa returns to the 6th universe. Chocolate. Buu's eyes sparkled, and he quickly unwrapped a piece, exclaiming, delicious. This is far superior to the chocolate made by humans. Haha, it's not too shabby, Mr. Satan replied, feeling a wave of relief. You are indeed quite amusing. In return, let me treat you to some of my homemade candies. With that, Buu produced several candies from his trousers and offered them to Mr. Satan. Yeti, you should try some too, Boo insisted, extending the candies towards Yeti. I do not consume candies crafted by humans. Yeti shook his head. Is that so? How peculiar. If you don't wish to partake, so be it, Boo replied, not pressing the matter further. Just as Mr. Satan was about to indulge, he paused upon hearing Yeti's words. I have no desire to eat either, Mr. Satan added, suppressing his disgust. However, upon uttering this, he noticed Boo glaring at him intently. Haha, I absolutely adore these candies. Mr. Satan swiftly popped one into his mouth, prompting a satisfied nod from Boo. Look, a spaceship. Mr. Satan suddenly pointed to the sky. Boo immediately turned to gaze upward. Mr. Satan hastily spat out the candy. What? Boo was taken aback. Never mind. Never mind. You needn't concern yourself with that, Yeti smiled gently. Now, how about you both strike a pose for a photograph? With that, Yeti retrieved his phone. Boo, lie down on the ground, Yeti instructed, while directing Mr. Satan to stand beside him. Mr. Satan promptly positioned himself next to Boo, striking a victorious pose. Click. Yeti captured several photos and casually handed the phone to Mr. Satan. Mr. Satan eagerly examined the images. As expected of Yeti, these photos hold great sentimental value. You are indeed quite entertaining. Very well, let us proceed as you suggested. And I shall be your servant, Boo expressed, pleased with Mr. Satan's demeanor. Subsequently, Mr. Satan personally prepared a lavish meal for Boo, who delighted in it. Though Mr. Satan's cooking was neither exquisite nor unpalatable, Yeti, lacking appetite, refrained from eating. After their meal, Mr. Satan offered a massage service to Boo, who was as joyful as a child. Yeti, the servant you introduced to me is truly wonderful, Boo beamed. You both must get along well, Yeti advised. Tian smiled. Satan, did we not agree that Majin Buu would be my subordinate? How did he become a servant instead? Deceiving like this is quite unseemly, Tian. Majin Buu, come forth. At that moment, a loud voice echoed from a distance. Majin Buu immediately sprang out from the house, searching for the source of the voice. The one who had spoken was Gotenks, transformed into a Super Saiyan. However, just after Gotenks had finished speaking, the fusion technique came to its end, separating him back into Son Goten and Trunks. The two little ones exchanged wide-eyed glances and promptly bolted away. Who just spoke? Buu asked, a look of confusion on his face. Let us forget it. It's no longer important, Tian replied with a smile. Yes, not important, Buu nodded. Turning to Satan, what shall we play next? How about I tell you a story? Satan suggested. I love stories, Buu exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight and scurrying back to his room in anticipation. You all enjoy yourselves. I shall take my leave, Tian declared as he ascended into the air. Hey, Tian, don't leave me here alone, Satan cried, nearly in tears. Do not worry. Everything will be fine. Surely you have noticed that Majin Buu is essentially just a child, Tian reassured him. As long as you guide him well, he might yet turn over a new leaf, and then you will be a true hero. You make a valid point, Satan acknowledged with a nod. Best of luck. Tian patted Mr. Satan on the shoulder before turning away and departing. Have you truly left me here alone? Buu implored, urging Satan for a tale. Here it comes. Satan reluctantly picked up a storybook and began narrating a profoundly moving story. Even Satan found himself moved to tears. As Buu listened, he erupted into hearty laughter. Satan exclaimed, such a touching story, and you can still laugh? I might just go on a rampage. After finishing the story, Buu called out to Satan. Satan was startled. Where's Tian? Buu suddenly noticed his absence. He had matters to attend to and returned home, Satan hastily explained. It doesn't matter anymore. Buu chuckled. Are you coming with me to cause mayhem? No, I shall remain home and prepare a meal for you. Satan waved his hand in refusal. Then I shall take my leave. Buu waved goodbye and soared into the sky. In the sixth universe, in the realm of the gods of destruction, oh dear, Lord Kampa has returned. Babidi greeted. Kampa nodded. How did it go, Lord Kampa? Babidi inquired with a smile. You and Lord Tian got along well, I trust? Quite well, Kampa replied. Lord Tian has been very kind to me, and we've forged a deep friendship. Oh, that's truly remarkable. I must congratulate you, Lord Kampa. Babidi beamed with delight. By the way, Babidi, there is something I wish to inquire, Kampa pondered before speaking. What is it? Babidi blinked in surprise. Babidi, do you have someone you fancy? Kampa asked. Someone I fancy? Babidi was momentarily taken aback. You know, that special kind of feeling between a man and a woman. Kampa clarified. Not really, Lord Kampa. Why do you suddenly ask? Biddily responded with curiosity. What do you think of Lord Tian? Kampa chuckled. Biddily exclaimed. I plan to introduce you to Lord Tian. Kampa felt a surge of excitement. Oh, come now, don't jest. Biddily wiped his brow. I am serious. I am not joking. Kampa's expression turned grave. Biddily fell silent. Biddily, consider this. Lord Tian is the creator god. Wouldn't you benefit from being with him? Kampa spoke with a smile. What does that have to do with benefits? Biddily wiped his brow again. Please, Lord Kampa, refrain from matchmaking. I'm not matchmaking. Kampa insisted. I'll be frank with you. Lord Tian has taken a liking to you. Biddily stood still for a moment, stunned into silence. Lord Tian has taken a liking to me? No wonder he was scrutinizing me earlier. Chapter 134. Biddily, do you consent to court Lord Tian? Indeed. This is a gift for your first meeting, Xiangpa remarked, presenting a package of instant noodles to Bardos. What is this? Bardos inquired, having never encountered instant noodles before. You must try it. It is delicious. Xiangpa elaborated on the method of preparation and poured boiling water over the noodles. Upon tasting the delightful flavor, Bardos' eyebrows danced joyously. How is it? Tasty, isn't it? Xiangpa chuckled. It is indeed exquisite. I have never savored such a fine delicacy, Bardos acknowledged with a nod. Thus, have you agreed to pursue a relationship with Lord Tian? Xiangpa asked with anticipation. Are you suggesting that such a culinary delight would lead me to compromise my integrity? What would transpire should I engage with Lord Tian? Bardos queried curiously. He would consider developing opportunities in our sixth universe. Xiangpa proudly proclaimed. Am I not clever? If Lord Tian were to arrive in our sixth universe, it would elevate our status immensely. Isn't your perspective a tad simplistic, Xiangpa? Bardos sighed, exuding a sense of resignation. Why do you say that? Xiangpa responded. Taken aback. What is Lord Tian's most renowned ability? Bardos pressed on. Erasure, perhaps? Xiangpa replied. So, if Lord Tian wishes to regain his memories, what must he hone? Bardos continued her inquiry. Erasure? Xiangpa pondered, momentarily perplexed. And how does one practice erasure? Bardos persisted. How to practice? Does it involve continuously eliminating certain elements? Xiangpa speculated. Perhaps you could investigate whether anything is missing from Earth, Bardos suggested with a smile. Are you implying that if Lord Tian were to develop in our sixth universe, he would erase many aspects of it? Xiangpa shivered at the thought. Initially, it might be minor elements, but eventually, it could escalate to planets or galaxies, and ultimately, the entire universe, Bardos elucidated. Xiangpa felt a wave of dread wash over him. Can I retract my statement? He lamented, tears streaming down his face. Oh dear, Xiangpa. It would be prudent to devise a convincing excuse to smooth over the matter of my potential relationship with Lord Tian, Bardos sighed. What am I to say? That you are unwilling? Xiangpa wiped his tears. You could simply state that I am not home, perhaps that I am traveling through the cosmos, Bardos proposed. That is an excellent plan. I shall promptly relay this to Lord Tian. Xiangpa's eyes brightened, thinking that perhaps with time, the matter would fade from memory. Are you truly going to report this now? Wouldn't that appear rather suspicious? Bardos shook his head and sighed softly. You are right, he murmured. Xiangpa, feeling slightly embarrassed, chuckled as he scratched his head. After a brief silence, he inquired, but, Bardos, you cannot possibly have developed feelings for Lord Tian, can you? It is not a matter of attraction. Emotions do not operate in such simplistic terms, Bardos replied with a faint sigh. Indeed. It seems that no member of your angelic race has yet entered into matrimony, Xiangpa nodded in agreement. Quite so, Bardos affirmed. On Earth, home of Majin Buu. The creature descended from the heavens, clutching a small dog. Hey, what is the matter with this dog? Satan questioned, puzzled. It shows no fear of me, does not flee, and seems to lack comprehension of my words, Buu remarked, pointing at the dog. Can you understand it? Uh-huh. I cannot decipher its speech either, Satan observed closely, noting the dog's injured leg, which prevented it from escaping. Oh, I see, Buu exclaimed, realization dawning upon him. Allow me to heal you. With a swift motion, Majin Buu released a surge of healing energy, enveloping the dog's leg, which immediately restored to health. He placed the dog on the ground. Now hurry away. I intend to eliminate you, Buu declared, preparing to vanquish the creature. Yet the dog did not flee. Instead, it affectionately rubbed its head against Buu's feet, appearing utterly content. What is this creature doing? Buu pondered, perplexed. Your injury is healed. You should run. Haha, it is overjoyed because you saved it, mister. Satan explained with a smile. Mr. Buu, it adores you. Buu paused, then began to run in the distance, with the dog joyfully pursuing him. Soon, the dog caught up, raised its front paws, and wagged its tail excitedly. In that moment, Buu felt the warmth envelop him. Does it like me? He asked, turning to Satan. Yes, it truly likes you. Satan confirmed, nodding. Its wagging tail indicates its happiness. Much like you, it enjoys my company, Buu replied cheerfully. Why must you compare me to a dog? Satan questioned with a chuckle. Aha, I am delighted, Buu exclaimed, pulling out a piece of chocolate to offer the dog. It will not eat chocolate. You must provide dog food instead, Satan suggested. What is that? I do not understand, Buu replied, shaking his head. I shall procure some immediately, Satan declared, producing a hovering motorcycle. Please wait here for a moment. Whoosh. Satan swiftly departed on his motorcycle. Before long, he returned with dog food, which the puppy devoured with great enthusiasm. However, Mr. Buu took a couple of bites and found it rather unpalatable. Mr. Buu, there is a question I have long wished to ask you, Satan inquired with a tentative smile. What is it? Buu replied. Why do you kill and destroy buildings and cities? Satan probed. Because it brings me joy, Buu chuckled lightly. Is that truly the reason? Satan was taken aback. I am merely playing a game. Buffety and Biddily instructed me to do so, Buu explained. Who are they? Satan asked. They claim to be the creators of my detestable nature. Buu scratched his head, though he felt he was not truly crafted by them. You must not heed the words of those wretched beings, Satan urged urgently. Killing is wrong, and destroying cities is even worse. Buu narrowed his eyes and regarded Satan with a chilling glare. Oh, it's quite all right as long as you are happy. Do as you please, Satan quickly amended, laughing heartily. Do you believe that such actions are incorrect? Buu queried. Chapter 135. Buu's transformation. Yes, Satan gritted his teeth and nodded. Then I shall cease. Buu agreed readily. Satan wore a perplexed expression. Are you certain you will not kill anyone again? Satan asked, still uncertain. Buu nodded. And you will not destroy any places or cities? Satan inquired once more. Buu nodded again. Satan felt an overwhelming wave of happiness wash over him. Tian did not deceive me. He said I would become the savior of the new world. It is indeed true. Subsequently, Satan joined Mr. Buu in playing with the puppy. Buu threw a ball, and the puppy joyfully dashed towards it, just as it was about to pick it up. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the puppy let out a pitiful yelp and collapsed on the ground. Buu was taken aback. Satan's eyes widened in fury. Who has killed my puppy? Which scoundrel did this? Ha ha ha, another one down, laughed a young man with long hair, wielding a sniper rifle, smoke curling from the barrel. Sir, isn't that Satan with Mr. Buu? A servant asked nearby, bewildered at the sight of them together. How would I know? The long-haired youth scoffed. Eliminate them both. I shall be the hero of the new world. It was those two scoundrels. Satan immediately spotted the pair on the hillside. Die. The long-haired youth readied his missiles and promptly launched them towards Satan and Buu. Terrified, Satan fled in haste. Boom. A tremendous explosion erupted at the location of Majin Buu. The long-haired youth, feeling that a single missile was insufficient for his delight, unleashed several more. Boom. Boom. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosions, raising a cloud of dust and debris. When the tumult subsided, Majin Buu's residence lay utterly annihilated. Ha ha ha. You had it coming. I've vanquished both of you. The long-haired youth rejoiced, dancing with glee. As the smoke gradually dissipated, it revealed Majin Buu, his body unscathed, wearing an expression of utter fury. Pink gas flowed from the vents atop Buu's head. Young master, that fellow is still alive and unhurt. The servant exclaimed anxiously. What nonsense is this? You must be mistaken. The long-haired youth's face contorted in disbelief. You two scoundrels. Satan, approaching at great speed, kicked the servant off the mountain. I will not spare you. Enraged, Satan launched a barrage of punches at the long-haired youth. The latter stood no chance against Satan's might and was soon left battered and bruised. You idiot. What have you done? Satan shouted, delivering another kick that sent the long-haired youth tumbling down the mountainside. Witnessing the unfolding chaos, Buu's raging fury began to simmer. Huh. You worthless trash. Satan spat at the long-haired youth and strode towards the small dog. At that moment, the dog stirred slightly. Mr. Buu, the dog is still alive. Satan exclaimed hurriedly. Buu, overjoyed, dashed towards the dog. Can it be saved? Satan inquired. As long as it is not dead, it can be revived, Buu replied, swiftly employing healing magic to mend the dog's injuries. The dog was soon restored to life. Hand in hand, Satan and Buu began to dance joyfully. What a relief. Satan sighed. Suddenly, The long-haired youth brandished a handgun and shot Satan in the back. Satan fell to the ground, nearly meeting his demise. Buu stared in shock and turned to look at Satan. Ha ha ha, don't think I will let this go easily. I will return. The long-haired youth laughed maniacally, quickly fleeing into the distance. Buu's face contorted with rage, his expression darkened. However, he suppressed his fury and tended to Satan's wounds. Instantly, Satan's injuries healed. I can scarcely believe it. I am saved. Thank you ever so much. Satan exhaled with relief, but soon he noticed that Majin Buu seemed somewhat off. What's wrong? Are you okay? Satan hurriedly inquired. You must escape with the puppy, flee far away, or you will all perish, Buu urged, his teeth clenched, his visage growing increasingly grotesque, with pink gas billowing ominously from his head. Huh, why would we die? What is happening? Satan asked, bewildered. Hurry, Buu bellowed, alarmed. Satan hesitated no longer and swiftly took to the skies with the puppy in tow. Boom. Once more, pink gas erupted from Buu's pores, rapidly coalescing high above into a singular mass. In the blink of an eye, the gas morphed and solidified. Snap! The pink substance transformed into a slender figure. The emergence of Slim Buu. Whoosh! The slender figure appeared before the long-haired youth with astonishing speed. Terrified, the youth brandished a firearm and unleashed a barrage of bullets at Slim Buu. Slim Buu extended his hand, targeting the youth's body, causing him to tremble with fear. With a thunderous roar, the long-haired youth was obliterated in an instant. Rat-a-tat-tat. Slim Buu then charged towards his original form, casting a taunting glance. Buu, grinding his teeth, swung his fist in retaliation. Bang! Slim Buu delivered a powerful kick, sending Fat Buu sprawling to the ground, followed by a flurry of punches. Fat Buu was no match for Slim Buu, utterly overpowered and collapsing in defeat. I shall transform you into chocolate, Buu declared, his antennae crackling with a violet-white lightning. Pfft. Slim Buu blew a gust of air at the incoming lightning, which rebounded and struck Fat Buu. Snap! Fat Buu metamorphosed into a humanoid chocolate figure, plummeting to the ground. Slim Buu promptly seized the chocolate and devoured it. Boom! Slim Buu underwent a monumental transformation. As tranquility returned, the truly malevolent Buu was born. Roar! Buu continuously pounded his chest, emitting eerie howls. A powerful energy radiated from him, causing the very planet to tremble violently. At the temple, Piccolo and Dend exchanged fearful glances, their expressions shifting with dread. Similarly, Goku, Gohan, and others in the Supreme Kai realm sensed the unsettling change in Majin Buu's aura. Chapter 136, Number 18. Trouble awaits for Tian. What has caused Majin Buu's energy to transform in such a manner? Goku questioned, perplexed. This feels ominous. The old Kai's expression was unusually grave. Please, expedite the energy enhancement for me, urged Son Gohan. I am acutely aware that if the Earth were to perish, it would pose a significant dilemma, especially if Lord Tian were to encounter any issues. The old Kai's countenance shifted continuously. After all, he was far more formidable than Majin Buu. Wait, you are comparing Tian with Majin Buu? Son Gohan interjected. My apologies, a slip of the tongue. The old Kai chuckled awkwardly. Enough with the jesting. We must proceed swiftly. I notice you are rather unperturbed, Son Gohan remarked, wiping the sweat from his brow. Moreover, you still have time to read that novel. Ah, but speaking of which, this novel is quite captivating, the old Kai replied with a grin. The title is Dragon Ball. That year, Vegeta with his hands in pockets, also known as Dragon Ball, the beginning with Bardos' engagement. The protagonist is a fellow named Vegeta, who has married several wives. Wait, Uncle Vegeta has been turned into a character in a novel? Son Gohan expressed his astonishment. What? Vegeta has become a literary figure? Son Goku chimed in with curiosity. You should take some time to read it as well, the old Kai suggested with a smile. Yet, you must hasten to guide the latent energy, Son Gohan replied, utterly speechless. These are all necessary procedures. Do you think I wish to delay? The old Kai retorted, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Meanwhile, on Earth, Buu turned his gaze toward the servant. The servant, terrified beyond measure, scrambled up the mountain and hastily seized an assault rifle. Rat-a-tat-tat. The servant unleashed a barrage of bullets at Majin Buu, who allowed the projectiles to pierce his form, then coldly glared at the servant with murderous intent. The servant was completely paralyzed with fear, mouth agape, revealing his boundless terror. Whoosh! Buu transformed his body into a long, sinuous line and shot directly into the servant's body. The servant writhed in agony, unable to articulate his distress, his body contorting grotesquely. Boom. The servant's body erupted in a violent explosion, scattering flesh and blood in every direction. However, the dismembered pieces of Majin Buu swiftly coalesced, reforming into his original shape. Buu immediately turned his attention toward the distant Mr. Satan. Whoosh. Buu surged toward Mr. Satan with alarming speed. Mr. Satan, petrified with fear, clutched his small dog tightly and pressed himself to the ground. Better to end my life than to endure this suffering. Tian lamented, expressing his despair over the situation. He promised to make this fellow my subordinate, yet here we are. The blame fell squarely on those two shameless individuals. Had it not been for you two, Majin Buu would have turned into a good person. Suddenly, a realization struck. Wait, am I still alive? Satan cautiously lifted his head, glancing around. Majin Buu seemed to have vanished. He must have been frightened away by me. Ha ha ha. I am indeed quite formidable. Satan erupted into a fit of manic laughter. However, his mirth quickly faded as he spotted Majin Buu reappearing above him. Satan's smile evaporated, his expression turning to one of shock. Satan. Buu's voice resonated coldly. Words eluded Satan in that moment. Do you know the fat cat? Buu inquired. Satan shook his head vigorously. Who is the fat cat? He pondered, before nodding in sudden recollection. Where is he? Buu demanded with a frosty demeanor. Satan shook his head in a frenzy. Tell him I will seek my revenge, Buu declared, and with that, he transformed into a streak of light, swiftly departing the scene. Satan collapsed onto the ground, utterly terrified. Whoosh. Buu sped towards the direction of the temple. This is bad. Majin Buu can now sense our energy, Piccolo exclaimed. With a mere flicker, Buu appeared atop the temple, startling Piccolo and the others, who had never anticipated such a turn of events. Come out, Buu bellowed, his voice shaking the very foundations of the temple. What are you talking about? Speak clearly, Piccolo urged, striving to maintain his composure. The one who agreed to duel with me should emerge. Buu scoffed. Did we not have an arrangement? I wish to engage in battle swiftly. He is indeed here. But he is currently asleep, Piccolo gritted his teeth in response. Wake him. I demand a fight, Buu insisted coldly. Just wait a moment, please, Piccolo gestured dismissively. He was not at his peak strength yet. A short rest would allow him to regain his full power. Surely, you do not wish to battle a weak warrior. I refuse to wait. I despise it, Buu retorted, shaking his head defiantly. Just a brief pause is all I ask. Did you not claim you would eliminate all the Earthlings? Piccolo countered, his teeth gritted. There are still many survivors. Why not finish them off before engaging in battle? Buu grinned widely, circling the temple with a sense of amusement. The ground trembled ominously. With a sweeping motion of his massive hand, Buu unleashed beams of energy that resembled lasers, hurtling towards the earth below. These luminous rays swiftly penetrated the bodies of humans. In a wildlife sanctuary, individuals known as number 17 and number 18 narrowly evaded the onslaught of energy, drenched in cold sweat from terror. What is happening? Number 17 exclaimed in astonishment. I have no idea, number 18 replied, shaking his head. However, a sudden realization struck number 18, causing his expression to pale. This is bad. Tian is likely in danger, he exclaimed, immediately soaring into the sky. Who is Tian? Number 17 asked, bewildered. Without answering, number 18 quickly departed the scene, racing towards the direction of Satan's city. Soon, he arrived above Satan's city and entered apartment 8. Inside the apartment, all inhabitants lay lifeless, some slain in the corridors, others within their homes. No matter where one sought refuge, that dreadful beam of death relentlessly pursued and exterminated them. Even those who had taken shelter in the underground parking garage were not spared from the fatal rays. Number 18's face shifted through various shades of concern. He could no longer bear to witness the horrifying scenes and hurriedly flew to Tian's residence. Upon searching Tian's home, he found no trace of him, leaving number 18 feeling increasingly uneasy. Where could Tian be? Perhaps he was with his classmate, Biddily? Chapter 137. King Kai, might Lord Tian be in peril? With a rush, number 18 sped towards Satan's house and soon found himself hovering above it. There, he spotted Tian and Biddily enjoying a barbecue below. Number 18 could only feel speechless at the sight. How is it that both of you are unscathed? Nearly everyone in the world has perished, yet you two have survived. Remarkably, not only have these two endured, but every member of their family remains alive. Is that death ray particularly lenient towards them? Hey Lazuli, come down and join us for some barbecue. Tian waved at number 18, who was hovering in the sky. Huh, Lazuli? Biddily was taken aback as well. After a brief moment of hesitation, number 18 descended swiftly to Tian's side. Are you both all right? Number 18 inquired. What could possibly be wrong? Tian replied with a smile. What has transpired? Biddily asked, bewildered. Did you not see the pink energy beam? Number 18 pressed. I did. But it vanished right above our house. Who still sets off fireworks at a time like this? Biddily responded. Number 18's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. It mysteriously disappeared? Was it that enigmatic hero again? Lazuli, it seems you are rather concerned about me, Tian remarked with a grin directed at number 18. Not at all. Number 18 huffed. Come, eat something, Tian urged. Were you frightened just now? Did you know? Number 18's expression shifted slightly as she quickly asked. If my conjecture is correct, the number of surviving humans on Earth has dwindled to a mere handful, Tian sighed, contemplating that perhaps this ordeal was a trial for these individuals as well. Number 18 chose to remain silent. What? There are so few surviving humans on Earth, Biddily exclaimed. Astonished. There's no need to worry. Those who have died will be resurrected. After all, there are Dragon Balls, right? Tian reassured her. Dragon Balls? What are those? Biddily queried, puzzled. They can grant any wish. Remember, during the time of Cell, didn't everyone who perished come back to life? Tian explained. Oh, now that you mention it, I do recall something of the sort. Biddily nodded. I remember Elisa was killed by Cell, and I cried so much over it. Then, inexplicably, she came back to life. It was the Dragon Balls that revived the deceased, Tian elucidated. Is that so? I had no idea such a marvelous thing existed. Biddily marveled in astonishment. Suddenly, a thought struck Biddily, and her face paled. What about my father? How is he? She asked urgently. Don't worry, your father is safe. Tian reassured her. Meanwhile, atop the temple, Bu chuckled arrogantly. I have exterminated all of Earth's inhabitants. Prepare for battle. I understand. But at least grant us some time to prepare, Piccolo replied. 2 hours. No, 1 hour will suffice. 1 hour? How long is that? Bu inquired. With a swift motion. Piccolo conjured a sandglass. When all the sand within has descended, an hour shall have passed, Piccolo elucidated. As he observed the slow trickle of sand, Bu's expression soured. Just wait an hour. I implore you, Piccolo beseeched. Very well, I shall await you for an hour. Once the time elapses, I will annihilate all of you. Bu huffed, crouching there in patient anticipation. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, an abrupt awareness of the immense upheaval occurring on Earth struck the Supreme Kai. What is amiss, my lord? Inquired Goku. It appears most of the Earth's populace has been slaughtered, with only a scant few surviving. The Supreme Kai's visage shifted from alarm to dread. O ancestral lord, we are in grave peril. Has Earth been utterly destroyed? Goku gasped, while Chi-Chi and Goten remained oblivious. Earth has scarcely suffered significant damage. I am uncertain how he accomplished this, the Supreme Kai responded gravely. What shall we do, ancestral lord? Rest assured, should anything untoward occur with Lord Tai, it shall not be of concern. I have everything well in hand. The elder Supreme Kai inhaled deeply, casting a composed glance towards the Supreme Kai. You are remarkably composed. Ancestral lord, the Supreme Kai remarked, rendered speechless. Upon reflection, even if Earth were to be obliterated, Lord Yeti would remain unscathed, the elder Supreme Kai stated firmly. Do not underestimate Yeti's true power. No one can harm him. Is everything truly fine? The Supreme Kai pressed. How many times must I reiterate? If I declare it is fine, then it is indeed fine, the elder Supreme Kai sighed. Meanwhile, his hands remained extended towards Gohan, guiding him in harnessing his latent energy. Gohan remained silent. On Earth, atop the sacred temple, the malevolent Bu sat beside the sandglass, his face marred by impatience as he awaited silently. Goten and Trunks gazed from a distance at the seated Bu. Is that really the Majin Buu? Trunks pondered, taken aback. Indeed, his appearance has undergone a significant transformation. Goten murmured. Not only has his visage altered, but his strength has also markedly increased, Piccolo remarked. You two must enter the room of spirit and time immediately. Train diligently within. Understood. Without hesitation, Goten and Trunks rushed into the room of spirit and time, commencing a new cycle of rigorous training. Approximately 20 minutes passed. I can no longer endure this weight. Bu bellowed, smashing the sandglass into shards with a single slap. Hold on, you have barely waited 30 minutes. Be patient, Piccolo urged, his voice rising in alarm. Boom. With a sweeping motion of his massive hand, Majin Buu unleashed a surge of energy that struck the ground beneath Piccolo. The force of the energy pierced through the temple, leaving a gaping hole in the earth. Time was of the essence. He must emerge quickly. Buu shouted, urging him to come forth. Piccolo's face transformed with fear, shifting through various shades of apprehension. After a moment of silence, resolve settled within him. I understand now. Follow me. Piccolo steeled himself. Humph. Buu finally donned a semblance of a smile. Piccolo led the way, guiding him towards the upper levels. After a considerable detour, they finally reached the entrance of the room of spirit and time. Observing Piccolo escorting Majin Buu into that peculiar chamber, Krillin and the others outside breathed a slight sigh of relief. Chapter 138. Gotenks vs. Majin Buu. However, scarcely a minute had passed when boom. A sudden explosion erupted from a room above the temple. Startled, Krillin and the others turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. What was that place? Krillin exclaimed. It appears to be the room of spirit and time. Yamcha replied. Why did it explode so suddenly? Master Roshi inquired. I heard Piccolo mention that if even Gotenks could not defeat Majin Buu, he would have to destroy the exit, trapping them inside forever. Krillin responded. Yet there is no cause for concern. We can use the Dragon Balls to bring Piccolo and the others back. So, those two little fellows have indeed succumbed to Majin Buu? Master Roshi sighed in resignation. It seems so, Krillin nodded. Are they truly unable to escape? Yamcha still expressed some unease. They cannot escape. I've heard that the room of spirit and time and our world are fundamentally separate realms, rendering it impossible for Majin Buu to emerge. Krillin explained. As they spoke, a thunderous sound suddenly resonated from a certain direction within the temple. Krillin's smile froze in place. In the next moment, they all dashed towards the source of the noise. There, in the distance, appeared an inexplicable breach. The opening resembled a mirror, revealing the wide expanse of the room of spirit and time within. Krillin stood dumbfounded. Whoosh! Majin Buu transformed into a slender form and swiftly darted through the peculiar opening. Krillin and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. Lord Kami, for the sake of the Dragon Balls, you must not encounter any peril. Mr. Bobo decisively kicked the celestial dandy off the temple. At the very moment Dandy descended, the demon Buu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The gathering of so many individuals was simply marvelous. My stomach happens to be a tad hungry. Transform into chocolate. The antennae atop Buu's head flickered with a purplish-white electric light, swiftly enveloping Krillin and the others. In an instant, Krillin, Master Roshi, and everyone present had been transformed into chocolate. Buu was utterly delighted. I relish your company. It allows the chocolate to connect seamlessly. Buu eagerly scooped up the chocolate and devoured it. Just as he had consumed half of the chocolate from Krillin and the others, a loud voice called out, Hey, 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 Buu, we're out too, you big fool. The voice belonged to Gotenks. Buu quickly stuffed the remaining chocolate into his mouth and licked his lips. You arrived just in time. I've nearly finished, and there is nothing left for you. Buu grinned, turning to Gotenks with a hint of surprise in his expression. What happened to your appearance? You fool. Not only have I changed, but I have also grown significantly stronger. Gotenks proclaimed with pride. Gotenks had transformed into a Super Saiyan 3, his hair nearly reaching the ground, with crackling bolts of lightning surrounding him. Meanwhile, King Kai and Goku sensed the energies of Buu and Gotenks. What on earth is happening? Goku pondered anxiously. Why do I feel Buu's energy suddenly vanish, only to reappear? Do you wish to see? There is a crystal ball over there. You can take a look for yourself. The old Kai pointed to a crystal ball resting on a tree branch. Huh, that thing can show what is happening on Earth. Goku exclaimed with delight, rushing over. In the next moment, Goku beheld the scene within the crystal ball featuring the temple on Earth. However, his expression turned grim as he witnessed Buu transforming his family and friends into chocolate and consuming them. Goku, filled with desperation, could only rely on the Dragon Balls for resurrection. Furthermore, upon seeing Gotenks in his Super Saiyan 3 form, Goku felt a swell of pride. Incredible! Is this the fusion technique? King Kai marveled. This is Super Saiyan 3. Truly unbelievable. These two youngsters are remarkable. It took me considerable effort to achieve Super Saiyan 3. Yet they accomplished it so effortlessly. Goku laughed heartily. Remarkable, truly remarkable. But where are the others? What have you done with them? In a low voice, Piccolo inquired. What do you mean? Haha, I've devoured them all, turning them into delectable chocolate. Majin Buu replied, patting his belly. Piccolo's expression shifted dramatically. You ate them? Gotenks seethed with rage. This time, I am genuinely furious. With a swift motion, Gotenks propelled himself towards Majin Buu. Bam! Gotenks collided forcefully with Majin Buu, who was sent tumbling backward. Without delay, Gotenks pursued him, delivering a powerful punch. Bang, bang, bang. The two engaged in an intense aerial confrontation. Majin Buu assessed the disparity in power between himself and this little fellow. I sense that my strength is roughly equivalent to his. If I manage to absorb him, I shall be able to defeat that fat cat. However, this feels rather perilous. If I could absorb someone even stronger than him, vanquishing that fat cat would pose no challenge. By the way, I wonder about the strength of that person named Tian. Furthermore, this little one who confused seems to have a time limit. This state can only last a few minutes. Thus, after I absorb them, I must immediately seek out the fat cat. Tian should know its whereabouts. I will visit Tian, and I shall also absorb that fellow named Piccolo, for he appears rather astute. With this thought, Majin Buu began to bide his time. After a fierce exchange, just as Majin Buu had anticipated, the golden radiance surrounding Gotenks dissipated, reverting him to his normal state. Majin Buu speculated that Gotenks might revert into two separate individuals. I shall wait patiently for him to fuse once more, at which point I will absorb him, and then seek out Tian. Heh. What a splendid day it is. Gotenks chuckled awkwardly. Suddenly, Piccolo's expression shifted once again. This is bad. Old Supreme Kai, we must hurry. The children's fusion technique has reached its limit. Goku urged urgently. Chapter 139. The Supreme Kai's invitation. You may leave. It is complete. The old Supreme Kai nodded at Gohan. Huh? It's done? Gohan was taken aback. Completed? Goku echoed, astonished. When did you finish? Gohan asked in disbelief. About 5 minutes ago, the old Supreme Kai replied. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Gohan felt a wave of frustration. You fool. It adds to the drama when you reveal it amidst a crisis. The old Supreme Kai responded calmly. This is outrageous. Aren't you concerned that Tian might be in danger? Son Gohan shouted loudly. I have stated that even if you are all in peril, he will not be in danger. The old Kai chuckled. Although the great Lord Yashin may have started as an ordinary person after his reincarnation, it is not so easy for him to perish. Moreover, he may already possess a certain level of power, after all. Did you not say he can fly in the sky and survive in the vastness of space? Son Gohan scratched his head. It seems that I was the one who taught Yashin how to fly. I wonder if he learned it from me, or if he was merely pretending. No. This is not the time for such thoughts. I must quickly rescue Goten, Trunks, and Uncle Piccolo. Tell me, how can I unleash all that energy? Son Gohan inquired. Simply transform into a Super Saiyan, replied the old Kai. Suddenly, an immense surge of energy erupted from Son Gohan. A vast aura radiated outward from him. The old Kai, standing beside him, was swept away by this powerful gust. Son Gohan was taken aback, feeling the overwhelming energy coursing through him. Father, this is incredible, he exclaimed, turning to his father. It's truly astonishing. Son Goku marveled, expressing disbelief. Even a Super Saiyan has never reached such a realm. Transformation is a dark path. And becoming a Super Saiyan is the darkest of all, the old Kai remarked, brushing off the dust from his attire. Gohan, hurry to Earth. The Kai urged. If Earth truly explodes and Yashin encounters any danger, leading to the erasure of certain things, it would be a tragic outcome. I will send you there at once. Lord Kai, please allow me to take Gohan, Jebbit pleaded. What are you saying, Jebbit? Allow me to send him, the Kai replied. Enough of the argument. It matters not who sends him, the old Kai interjected with a huff, granting Jebbit permission. Yes, revered ancestor, Jebbit nodded. I'm sorry, Gohan. I wish I could accompany you, but I cannot, Son Goku expressed with regret. I long to see your tall and robust figure up close. Gohan lowered his head. I may never see you again before you enter this world. Son Goku smiled gently. Do your best to completely eradicate Majin Buu, restore peace to the world, and help your classmates regain their memories. Yes, Gohan affirmed. The father and son embraced tightly. In the next moment, Jebbit swiftly returned to Earth with Son Wukong. Son Wukong requested a set of his father's attire from Jebbit. Without delay, he soared towards the direction of Majin Buu. Meanwhile, in the Kaioshin realm, the old Kaioshin reprimanded the Kaioshin. Fool, what are you dawdling about? What? Why do you accuse me of daydreaming, ancestor? The Kaioshin replied, scratching his head. I am clearly focused on the events transpiring on Earth. Seize this opportunity and summon Lord Yashin to the Kaioshin realm, commanded the old Kaioshin. You wish to bring Yashin here? The Kaioshin's eyes widened in astonishment. Also, ancestor, Please refer to him as Yaishin. I would hate to accidentally address him incorrectly in the future. What are the chances of that? Even if others err, do you think I would? The old Kaioshin retorted, I have consumed more salt than you have drunk water. But, ancestor, did you not say that even if a crisis befell the planet, Yaishin would remain unharmed? The Kaioshin inquired. Fool, does he not have a girlfriend? The old Kaioshin rolled his eyes. He will certainly be fine. But should his girlfriend find herself in danger, his overwhelming sorrow could erase a few things, which would be enough for our universe to endure. The Kaioshin pondered this and concluded it made sense. Ancestor, do you imply that Wukong lacks the assurance of victory? Son Wukong scratched his head, seeking clarity. Logically, he should triumph. But I cannot shake this ominous premonition, the old Kaioshin replied grimly, striking the back of the Kaioshin's head. Ancestor, why do you keep hitting me? Stop dawdling. Hurry to Earth. The old Kaioshin bellowed. Understood. The Kaioshin nodded and immediately prepared to teleport to Earth. Wait a moment. Do you know what to say? The old Kaioshin asked. What else is there to say? Just inform them of the danger on Earth and bring them here to evade the impending peril, the Kaioshin replied. They are the last surviving Earthlings, and we must prevent the species from suffering a catastrophic blow. Do not waste words. You understand the principle that excessive speech can lead to misfortune, do you not? The old Kaioshin admonished loudly. The Kaioshin solemnly nodded and vanished in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the Kaioshin appeared in the yard of the Satan residence, encountering Yaishin, Biddily, and Android 18 among others. Upon seeing Yaishin, the Kaioshin felt his heart race in trepidation. This was the Creator God. My emotions are so complex. No, I cannot allow this to show. If I do, it may lead to complications. Isn't this the Kaioshin? Biddily was taken aback, quickly regaining her composure. What brings you here, esteemed Kaioshin? Ah, Biddily. I have come to escort you, for the Earth is in peril. Let us seek refuge in the Supreme Kai's realm. The Supreme Kai promptly responded with utmost respect, yet soon felt his demeanor was overly formal and straightened his posture slightly. Oh, is this truly sufficient for us humans to gain entry into the Supreme Kai's domain? Tian gazed at the Supreme Kai with some surprise, for this was not characteristic of the Supreme Kai's usual comportment. Well, you see, it was actually a request from Gohan. He mentioned that you two were the only remaining students, so he asked me to come and safeguard you. The Supreme Kai chuckled, scratching his head. Really? Tian still looked at the Supreme Kai with skepticism. Why do you doubt my words? The Supreme Kai replied with a bittersweet smile. Tian contemplated, scrutinizing the Supreme Kai thoughtfully. Why did he sense something amiss in the Supreme Kai's demeanor? It felt as though he was overly deferential. Did he perhaps know about my erasure technique? Even if he were aware of my abilities, he would remain oblivious to the existence of the Omni-King. Could it be that the old Supreme Kai had informed him? Accompanying him to the Supreme Kai's realm seemed feasible, given the current circumstances. The Earth might indeed be on the brink of destruction. Would I have to continually erase the energy of Majin Buu? Perhaps a visit to the Supreme Kai's realm would be prudent. Furthermore, my ability to erase extends only within a radius of 1,000 kilometers. Should Majin Buu unleash a massive wave from a distance, the Earth could very well be obliterated. I, of course, would remain unharmed. But Biddily and Android 18 would likely face dire fates. The Supreme Kai took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. If you choose not to go, that is entirely your decision. I shall inform Gohan, he said, employing a tactic of reverse psychology. Very well, I can bring both of them along, can't I? Tian proposed. Of course, that is no issue. The Supreme Kai readily agreed with a nod. Wait, what has transpired? Why is it that all the people on Earth are gone? Android 18 inquired urgently. Let us discuss that matter later. We must first reach the Supreme Kai's realm, which is comparatively safer, the Supreme Kai urged. I need to fetch my brother. Is it permissible for me to bring him as well? Android 18 clenched her teeth and addressed the Supreme Kai. Where is your brother? Contact him at once and have him come here, or I can go to retrieve him. The Supreme Kai responded, visibly anxious. The Supreme Kai surmised that Gohan was likely engaged in battle with Majin Buu, just as he had predicted. Son Gohan was indeed confronting Majin Buu. After a few exchanges of blows, Majin Buu realized he was utterly outmatched by Son Gohan. His eyes sparkled with exhilaration. This is splendid. As long as I absorb Son Gohan and subsequently merge with those two young ones, I have little doubt that I can overpower that hefty feline. I shall self-detonate to grant ample time for the fusion of those two. Boom. Majin Buu exploded right then and there. Son Gohan and the others were momentarily stunned. utterly perplexed by Majin Buu's intentions. Soon after, they set out to locate Dandy. As for Tian, Son Gohan chose not to inform Piccolo and the others. The more who knew, the less advantageous it would be. During their quest for Dandy, Son Gohan and his companions encountered Satan and his dog. Let us take him along, Piccolo suggested. Though he can be irksome, his heart is fundamentally good. He is even contemplating saving the Earth. Son Gohan concurred. Indeed, we must bring him along. He is Videl's father, and Videl is Tian's girlfriend. Given this connection, it's imperative that we include Mr. Satan. Nodding in agreement, Son Gohan noted Piccolo's unexpected approval, realizing Piccolo was right. Mr. Satan's innate goodness was undeniable. Quickly, they fetched Satan. After some time, Son Gohan and his team successfully found Dandy. I absolutely cannot die, Bobo exclaimed, kicking Dandy down. Dandy explained, indeed, if you perish, the Dragon Balls will vanish, Mr. Bobo. Your kick was quite effective. Piccolo nodded in agreement. Simultaneously, the Supreme Kai, following the coordinates provided by Android 18, utilized instant transmission to bring Tian and the others to the wildlife sanctuary where Android 17 resided. 18? Android 17 paused, glancing at the Supreme Kai and Tian's group, inquiring, "Who are you?" "I am the Supreme Kai," he replied. "The Earth is in peril. You must accompany me to the Supreme Kai's realm for refuge. Of course, you may choose not to come if you wish. The Earth is in danger?" Android 17 was momentarily taken aback. "All right, 17, let us hurry," urged Android 18. "Very well, I shall accompany you." Android 17 nodded in agreement. "And my father?" Videl interjected, addressing the Supreme Kai. "Certainly," he replied readily. The Supreme Kai then searched the Earth for Mr. Satan. They soon encountered him, and the Supreme Kai smiled, stating, "I shall take you all now." In an instant, he utilized instant transmission once more, swiftly appearing beside Son Gohan and the others. "Wait, Tian, Videl, and 17 and 18? Son Gohan was taken aback as he beheld the arrival of the Supreme Kai and others. "Greetings, Lord Supreme Kai." Piccolo hastily bowed in reverence. "Greetings, Lord Supreme Kai." Dandy immediately knelt in respect. "Are you two all right, Tian and Biddily?" Son Gohan inquired. "We're fine," Tian replied with a smile. "That's good to hear," Son Gohan nodded. "I have come to escort Mr. Satan. Let us return to the Supreme Kai realm," proposed the Supreme Kai. Upon seeing her father, Biddily embraced him warmly, the two nearly brought to tears. "All right," Son Gohan did not object. "Who could it be? Is that not Son Gohan?" And Piccolo? Number 17 chuckled. 17, how have you fared all these years?" Piccolo greeted him with a smile. "Not too bad," Number 17 nodded. "But what has transpired? Has that fiend Cell returned?" "Not Cell, but a being even more fearsome. His name is Majin Buu," Piccolo succinctly explained. "Now is not the time for explanations. Follow me, and I shall lead you to the Supreme Kai realm. The ancestral spirits have sensed an ominous premonition, thus I am tasked with bringing you all there." "Dandy, you should accompany us," Piccolo suggested. "Me? I intend to stand with the Earth," Dandy declared resolutely. "Do not be so stubborn. If you perish, the Dragon Balls will vanish entirely, leaving no means to resurrect the fallen." Piccolo shook his head. "It is wiser for you to go to the Supreme Kai realm, where we can feel more at ease." "Very well, I understand," Dandy conceded with a nod. "Uncle Piccolo, you should also go. I can handle Majin Buu on my own," Son Gohan proposed. "I wish to remain and witness your valiant efforts," Piccolo smiled. "Let Goten and Trunks accompany you as well." Chapter 141. Gotenks is absorbed. "We shall remain to fight. We have not yet been defeated." Trunks responded, "Yes, we will fight alongside my brother." Son Goten nodded in agreement. "All right, that is acceptable." Son Gohan contemplated carefully, but ultimately did not oppose. "Are you all planning to let Majin Buu absorb you?" "Never mind. If he wishes to absorb, then let him. I am equally curious to see if, once Majin Buu becomes exceedingly powerful, I can effortlessly erase him. Directly eliminating him seems a bit excessive. I shall see if I can erase his limbs first, and then observe whether the severed parts can regenerate. Those wishing to travel to the Kaioshin realm should join hands to form a circle. I shall now transport you there." The old Kaioshin beckoned. Tian grasped Biddily's hand with his left and held onto Android 18 with his right. The others also joined hands. In an instant, the old Kaioshin utilized instant transmission, bringing Tian and the others to the Kaioshin realm. Only Son Gohan, Son Goten, Trunks, and Piccolo remained at the scene. Just as Tian and the others entered the Kaioshin realm, The ominous presence of Majin Buu was sensed approaching from a distance. Son Gohan and the others immediately felt the overwhelming aura of Majin Buu. The old Kaioshin expressed his foreboding feelings, insisting that they must resolve this battle swiftly, urging everyone to remain vigilant. Son Gohan's expression turned solemn. With a thunderous crash, Majin Buu descended from the sky, landing near Son Gohan and the others. Frowning, Son Gohan scrutinized Majin Buu, sensing that the creature had not undergone any significant change. What is his true intention? Is he merely toying with us? Perhaps preparing to flee at any moment? Trunks speculated. Hey, all of you come at me. I shall obliterate every last one of you. Majin Buu bellowed towards Son Goten and Trunks from a distance. Do not mistake this. Your opponent is me. Son Gohan pointed to himself. No. I shall first eliminate those two little ones before dealing with you. Buu retorted with a scoff. There is no need for that. I shall extinguish you right now. Son Gohan declared, preparing to attack Majin Buu immediately. Come closer and try it. I will obliterate the earth instantly. And none of you will survive in the void of space. Buu threatened, aiming at the ground from afar. Son Gohan was taken aback, his expression shifting dramatically. Indeed, the old Kaioshin's concerns were justified. This audacious creature, Majin Buu, intends to destroy the earth. I merely wish to settle matters with those two. We have yet to determine the victor, Buu stated to Son Gohan, asserting that once they had settled their contest, he would engage in battle with him. Son Gohan remained silent, contemplating how he might launch a surprise attack to prevent this fiend from annihilating the planet. Rest assured, I shall not destroy the earth while I fight them, Buu assured, then called out to Son Goten and Trunks. Are you two afraid? Do you dare to face me in a decisive battle? Our previous encounter was quite entertaining. Oof, what nonsense are you spouting? You say we are fearful. If not for the constraints of time, you would have long been vanquished by us, Trunks huffed. Indeed, that is precisely the case. Goten nodded in agreement. Is that so? Then are you prepared to engage in battle with me? Buu inquired with a smile. Without a doubt, this time we shall ensure your obliteration. I hope you do not come to regret it. Trunks gestured lightly towards Goten. The two young warriors immediately readied themselves for fusion. Wait a moment, something feels amiss. Why is he so intent on challenging the two of you? Piccolo furrowed his brow. Uncle Piccolo, you worry too much. Do you truly believe he possesses the intellect to devise a sound strategy? Trunks reassured. Goten, let us fuse at once. Right. Goten responded. The two young fighters swiftly moved closer together. With a resounding clap, Goten and Trunks fused into Gotenks, instantly transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Ha ha ha. The embodiment of justice, Gotenks, makes his triumphant return. Gotenks bellowed with laughter. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Kaioshin, Tian and the others gathered near the crystal ball, silently observing the images from Earth. However, Tian suddenly noticed that Goku, the old Kaioshin, and Jebet were all fixated on him. What are you gazing at me for? Look at the crystal ball. Tian swiftly turned to old Kaioshin. Startled, old Kaioshin hastily feigned nonchalance, whistling casually. Oh, what splendid weather we have today, he chuckled heartily. You must be the old Kaioshin that the Kaioshin spoke of, correct? Tian inquired with a smile. Old man? You are Sun Wukong's classmate, Tian, aren't you? Old Kaioshin responded with an air of composure, hands clasped behind his back. The Kaioshin and Jebet couldn't help but admire him. Indeed, he was a venerable ancestor. To maintain such poise in the presence of the creator deity of the entire universe is commendable. Tian nodded and asked, Why were you four looking at me just now? Sun Wukong, too, feigned innocence, pointing quizzically at his own nose. Ah, the situation is thus, Tian. There is something unsightly on your clothing that disrupts its harmony, the Kaioshin cleverly remarked, gesturing towards Tian's attire, turning to glance at his garments. Tian indeed noticed something peculiar on the back. Immediately, old Kaioshin's gaze shifted to Biddily, his expression contemplative. Biddily clearly noticed as well, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Biddily began to explain hurriedly. Biddily, no need to clarify, Tian interjected, shaking his head. What is there to explain in such matters? The more you explain, the more problems arise. Dreadfully, those two fused little beings have been wrapped up like rice dumplings. Tian suddenly exclaimed, diverting everyone's gaze to the crystal ball. Instantly, all present turned their attention to the scene within the crystal sphere. Indeed, Gotenks had been transformed into a red mass, encapsulated like a dumpling. The same fate befell Piccolo. Son Goku's expression shifted dramatically. Earth, you scoundrel, what are you plotting? Son Gohan exclaimed in alarm. They are all mine. Buu cackled, beckoning towards the two meat dumplings. Whoosh! Gotenks and Piccolo swiftly flew to Majin Buu's side, merging with him. This is bad. A sense of dread washed over Son Goku, nearly causing him to devour the crystal ball. Soon, Majin Buu completed the fusion. Chapter 142. I shall confront Majin Buu. Son Gohan. It seems my scheme has succeeded, Buu chuckled. The most powerful Majin Buu has finally been born. With a swift descent, Buu landed directly opposite Son Gohan. You are despicable for absorbing both of them. Son Gohan gritted his teeth. You are simply too strong. I had no choice. Buu replied with a smile. Why not just absorb me as well? Wouldn't that be more convenient? Son Gohan scoffed. Humph, there's no rush. I want to see how the strength of those two little ones has enhanced my power, Buu said, wearing a grin. Then let us find out. Son Gohan immediately prepared for battle. Bang! Son Gohan launched a fierce kick. Majin Buu effortlessly raised a hand, catching Son Gohan's ankle. Son Gohan swiftly retaliated with another kick. But Buu captured his other ankle as well. Reacting quickly, Son Gohan unleashed an energy blast. Buu leaned back to evade the attack, using his long appendages to ensnare Son Gohan's neck. Bang! Buu delivered a punch, striking Son Gohan squarely in the face. Son Gohan's expression shifted with pain. Boom! Following that, Buu unleashed an energy blast, leading to a massive explosion near Son Gohan's position. He hurriedly sought refuge from the onslaught. Swish! However, Buu appeared near Son Gohan's location, watching him with a grin. So, Son Gohan, you must realize that you are no match for me, Buu remarked with a light chuckle. Wow! Son Gohan charged forward, launching a series of fierce attacks against Majin Buu. Yet, Majin Buu countered effortlessly. This is dire. Gohan could be killed. Son Wukong was filled with impatience. I had a foreboding sense of unease, and inevitably, it came to pass. The old Supreme Kai sighed in resignation. Indeed, bringing them from Earth had proven to be the right decision. What shall we do next? Son Wukong inquired anxiously. Allow me to give it a try. Yi Tian stepped forward. Yi Tian, are you intending to battle Majin Buu? Son Wukong was taken aback and quickly asked. I have never fought anyone aside from Dubra, so it wouldn't hurt to give it a shot, Yi Tian replied with a smile. How about this, Wukong? You should accompany Yi Tian, the old Supreme Kai suggested. Huh? Me? Son Wukong was startled. I am already deceased and cannot return to that world. I am aware of that, the old Supreme Kai responded. Sacrificing my life for yours would allow you to be revived. What? You would trade Lord Supreme Kai's life for mine? Son Wukong was astonished. That seems inappropriate. Does it not? No, this is not right. Lord Supreme Kai's life is incredibly precious. Jebet exclaimed. What nonsense. The old Supreme Kai rolled his eyes. Before that fellow Beerus awakens, there is no one who can contend with Majin Buu, and it is only a matter of time before he finds his way here. Let us proceed with my life exchange. The Supreme Kai proposed. I refuse to be utterly useless. You are still young, with much left to accomplish. I have lived a long life, the old Supreme Kai said with a smile. Let us exchange Jebet's life instead, Yi Tian suddenly interjected. Jebet, why should my life be the one exchanged? It seems I am the most expendable here, Yi Tian suggested. Jebet was on the verge of tears. Lord Tianyi, I have not wronged you, have I? Yi Tian's logic resonated. The old Supreme Kai nodded thoughtfully. Very well, in order to save this universe, I have resolved to give my own life. Jebet dared not voice a single objection. After all, it is Lord Tianyi. I would not dare provoke him. Whatever he says goes. Is it not merely a matter of sacrificing a life? Besides, I have already been revived once. Farewell, everyone, Jebet said as he tilted his head and collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Son Wukong then noticed the halo above his head gradually fading away. Rest in peace, Jebet. Son Wukong lamented. Suddenly, Jebet sprang back to his feet, now adorned with a golden halo. Son Wukong. Yi Tian, are you certain you wish to proceed? Son Wukong inquired. Let us take a look, Yi Tian nodded. I want to witness the birth of Vegeta. Naturally, if Majin Buu dares to confront me, I shall make him experience the terror of mortals. Very well, then accompany me. Son Wukong nodded, yet he cautioned, that fellow is quite formidable, so you must exercise caution. No problem, Yi Tian replied with a subtle smile. Son Wukong extended his hand toward Yi Tian, who, however, had no intention of shaking hands. Instead, he placed his hand upon Son Wukong's shoulder. What does it signify for me to hold hands with a man? Just then, the old Kaioshin interjected. Wait a moment. You two should not rush off. Are you really going to proceed like this? Do you have confidence in defeating Majin Buu? Ah, you're right. Sun Wukong suddenly snapped back to attention, slapping his forehead. That's it. I confuse with Gohan. As long as we merge, we will surely triumph over Majin Buu. Do you really think Majin Buu will grant you the time necessary to fuse? The old Kaishin shook his head. And you Tian? How certain are you of defeating him? Sun Wukong inquired. Me? I do not know, Tian replied, shaking his head. I am still uncertain of my own abilities. Is it not possible to use Erasure? Sun Wukong nearly voiced his thoughts. However, he ultimately refrained from speaking, since they were advised against it. He decided it best to remain silent. What if, by speaking, Tian became even more terrifying than the demon Majin Buu? With a mere wave of his hand, he could obliterate the earth. According to the words of the old Kaishin, anything erased by Tian would likely be beyond even the Dragon Ball's ability to restore. At least the destruction wrought by Majin Buu could be mended through the Dragon Balls. If Tian were to erase something, it would truly be gone forever. Is there any good solution from you, old Kaishin? Sun Wukong inquired. Let me give you these 2 patera earrings. The old Kaishin said as he removed the earrings from his own ears and handed them to Sun Wukong. What are these? Sun Wukong asked, taken aback. First, put one on your left ear, the old Kaishin instructed. Sun Wukong promptly complied. Put the other one on Gohan, the old Kaishin continued, this way. The 2 of you will be able to fuse. Really? How effective is it? Sun Wukong eagerly questioned. The effect is certainly remarkable. These are treasures unique to the Kaishin. The old Kaishin replied with a smile. Chapter 143. The patera earrings. This is the first time I've learned of such a use for earrings, the Kaishin said, wiping the sweat from his brow. You should read more. It's no wonder you're so inept. The old Kaishin sighed in exasperation. In your case, why not try fusing using your own earrings with Jebit and demonstrate for Goku and Tian? Kaishin, Jebit, Sun Wukong. How did you almost let it slip? Did you not assert that you would never let anything slip? Tian refrained from speculating about Tianyi. The crux of the matter, however, is that even if the old Kaishin uttered the name Tianyi, Tian would remain utterly oblivious. Who is Tianyi? Tian had never heard of such a person. Thus, it could be posited that the old Kaishin and the others were merely overthinking. Upon noticing Tian's lack of suspicion, the Kaishin felt a sense of relief and promptly gifted one of his earrings to Jebit. The 2 adorned different ears with the earrings. In an instant, their bodies swiftly merged into one. With a resounding clap, they transformed into a single entity. Wow! I sense an incredible surge of energy, the Kaishin exclaimed, raising his fists in exhilaration. However, he quickly lifted his gaze upwards, spotting a golden halo, and his spirit dampened. Does this mean I have perished upon merging? How unfortunate. Goku, I wish to fight alongside you. Let us take on this challenge together. The Kaishin clenched his fists, brimming with determination. You cannot. Although you have grown formidable, you are still no match for Majin Buu, the old Kaishin countered, shaking his head and rolling his eyes. You might even be absorbed by him. Well, all right then, the Kaishin sighed in resignation. Old Kaishin, you are indeed remarkable, Goku exclaimed, eagerly inquiring. But how long can this fusion last? Time is of no consequence. Once merged, separation is impossible, the old Kaishin chuckled. This is troublesome. If I merge with Gohan, I would have to attend school with him, and I have no desire to go to school, Goku lamented, overwhelmed. I have heard that only the Kaishin can remain fused indefinitely through the earrings, while humans cannot sustain it for long, Tian interjected. Huh, how do you know this? The Kaishin inquired, momentarily taken aback. The old Kaishin also widened his eyes, staring intently at Tian. Could it be that Lord Tian has regained some of his memories? How else could he be privy to such information? There is nothing I do not know. Tian replied with a smile. Now, let us hasten. Gohan is on the verge of being defeated by Majin Buu. Ah, let us go, Tian. Goku exclaimed, quickly extending his hand. Tian placed his hand on Goku's shoulder. Tian, you can do it. Videl cheered, raising her fist in encouragement. Android 18 also cast a glance at Tian, offering silent support and resolve. Her eyes seemed to convey a message of encouragement. Is he really Tian? Are you interested in him? Android 17 whispered to 18. Mind your own business. On the 18th, a slight snort escaped his lips. However, why do I feel that he shares a rather good rapport with that young lady? The 17th sighed. What business is it of yours? I simply wish to play the role of the third party. Do you have any objections? The 18th responded with a cold scoff. Suddenly, Sun Wukong, alongside Tian, executed an instantaneous move, appearing in an instant above the location of Majin Buu on Earth. At that moment, Majin Buu had already coalesced a massive energy sphere, intending to hurl it downwards at Sun Gohan. Whoosh! Sun Wukong unleashed a key blade, cleaving Majin Buu in two. Father? You Tian? Sun Gohan was taken aback. Father, have you been resurrected? Indeed, Sun Wukong nodded. Jebet sacrificed his life for me, thus I returned. It's you. Buu turned his gaze towards Sun Wukong. You peculiar fellow who can transform. Are you here to lend a hand as well? I am no longer the Majin Buu of old. Hee hee. Sun Wukong chuckled. And Yi Tian has also arrived? Buu looked at Yi Tian. You've come at an opportune moment. Tell me, where's that big fat cat? You're searching for the big fat cat? Yi Tian replied with a smile. Perhaps you should refrain from your pursuit. You are no match for him. Is that so? Buu snorted. I am aware that I may not defeat him now, but I shall continually grow stronger. Hey, Buu, I come prepared as well. I possess methods to enhance my power, Sun Wukong declared loudly. With a snap, Majin Buu rapidly reassembled his form, returning to his original state. However, the antennae atop his head remained unchanged, with a small portion still protruding. You claim to have ways to augment your strength? How utterly laughable. Regardless, you could never be my adversaries. Buu chuckled lightly. Then why the urgency to restore your form? Is it out of fear? Sun Wukong smiled. Hee hee. Do you truly think I would fear you? Buu snorted again. Yi Tian, shall I go first? Sun Wukong inquired. Go ahead. I intend to save my efforts for last. Yi Tian nodded. Gohan, it's your turn. Sun Wukong said as he tossed a pair of earrings to Sun Gohan, who was momentarily lost in thought. Sun Gohan had been silently observing Yi Tian. He never anticipated that his classmate was, in fact, the reincarnation of such a magnificent deity. It was utterly unrecognizable before. Now I understand why I couldn't sense his energy. Is it because the energy he possesses is divine? Can humans not perceive the energy of the gods? However, I can sense a trace of energy from the Supreme Kai. As Gohan pondered deeply, the Patera earrings dropped by Goku fell to the ground, bouncing a few times before rolling into a pile of stones. Hurry and retrieve them, Goku urged anxiously. Okay. Gohan snapped back to reality, asking, Dad, what are those? Those are fusion earrings. If you wear one on your right ear, we can fuse together, Goku quickly explained. I see now, Gohan realized, searching through the stones for the fallen earrings. Do you wish to fuse? I will not allow you to succeed. Buu sneered. I will kill you first. Please. Just pause for a moment, Goku pleaded. Die. Buu declared, preparing to attack Goku. Chapter 144. The freedom of Tian. Goku transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Tian remained still, fully aware that Buu would soon revert to his state without Gotenks. Without that form, Majin Buu would pose no challenge to Gohan. Subsequently, Majin Buu would absorb Gohan, becoming the most formidable Gohan Buu. Dad, I found it, Gohan exclaimed excitedly. Oh, Buu let out a series of strange cries, his body trembling violently. And indeed, he had transformed into a form reminiscent of Piccolo. Huh. Gohan was taken aback. Ha. The time for the children's fusion has arrived. You have become Piccolo. Goku laughed heartily. What a pity. Your power has greatly diminished. In that case, Gohan can handle you alone, Buu retorted. Goku immediately reverted to his normal state, as Super Saiyan 3 was too energy draining. Fortunately, I was prepared, Buu grinned. Do you know why this severed antenna has not regenerated? What do you mean? Goku was puzzled. Suddenly, Buu's antenna transformed into a fleshy appendage, swiftly wrapping Gohan up like a dumpling. The Patera earrings slipped from Gohan's grasp. This is bad. Goku's expression shifted dramatically. Haha. Gohan is mine now. Majin Buu laughed maniacally. With a swift motion, Buu absorbed Gohan. Without hesitation, Goku dashed to retrieve the Patera earrings. Gohan is in serious trouble. Goku felt a wave of despair wash over him. Upon looking again, Majin Buu had completed the absorption of Gohan, his attire now resembling that of Gohan's. What to do? Sun Wukong was in great distress and quickly turned to Yi Tian. Yi Tian, I have no other choice. I must merge with you. I refuse, Yi Tian replied, shaking his head. What a fool. Utterly unreliable. You've ruined everything. The old Kai was trembling with rage, and he still contemplated merging with Yi Tian. Had he lost his mind? Why can't we merge with Yi Tian? Biddily asked curiously from the side. The old Kai explained. Well, merging different races might yield suboptimal results. He casually fabricated an excuse. Tian had declined the merger, the Kaioshin confirmed. Ha ha ha, Sun Wukong. He has refused to merge with you. You laughed heartily. So, you have no one left to merge with, right? Fine, let me test your strength, Sun Wukong stated. Tian took a deep breath and gradually appeared directly opposite Majin Buu. Oh? Tian, do you wish to challenge me? Buu was taken aback. Let us see. After all, I too wish to gauge my true power, Tian nodded. Sun Wukong remained silent, watching Tian intently, uncertain whether this reincarnated deity could defeat Majin Buu. Humph, seeking death, Buu exclaimed, swiftly charging towards Tian. Tian currently wielded the silver-level erasure technique, with a physical strength 1,000 times that of Frieza during his time on Namek. His combat power hovered around 100 billion. This level of power should be comparable to the present Majin Buu, but who could say? One never knows until they fight. It could be said that Buu was presently the strongest individual from the Z era. However, this was not entirely accurate, considering Buu had absorbed Son Gohan to reach his current power. Let me challenge Buu. Buu's speed was astonishing. In an instant, he stood directly before Tian. He threw a punch. With a swift sidestep, Tian evaded Buu's fist. Bam! Tian then delivered a kick squarely to Buu's face. Yet, Buu simply allowed Tian's foot to strike him, appearing unfazed. This won't do, Sun Wukong exclaimed. Tian's damage output is insufficient. He is likely to struggle against Buu. Are you not going to erase it? Hurry up and do it. Sun Wukong expressed his concern for Tian. However, Tian remained unperturbed as he intended to engage in a simple contest of strength with Buu, postponing the use of the erasure technique for a more dramatic moment. Isn't that something the old Supreme Kai would say? You are not so impressive yourself, Tian, Buu sneered, lunging towards Tian's ankle. Tian reacted swiftly, retracting his foot just in time. Quite a nimble response. Buu chuckled, increasing the pace of his assault. In the instant Buu attacked, Tian felt as though every muscle and cell in his body had developed a keen awareness, sensing each of Buu's strikes. With a swift motion, Tian effortlessly evaded Buu's punches and kicks. Despite Buu's relentless efforts, he failed to land a single hit on Tian, who managed to deliver several kicks in return. Yet, Tian's attempts to inflict damage on the formidable Buu proved futile. That is the Ultra Instinct. The old Supreme Kai was taken aback upon witnessing Tian's movements. What are you saying, ancestor? The Supreme Kai inquired, perplexed. Tian has mastered Ultra Instinct. The old Supreme Kai marveled. I never anticipated that Lord Tian had regained the ability of Ultra Instinct. What is Ultra Instinct? The Supreme Kai displayed a look of confusion. I shall explain it to you later. Refrain from asking so many questions, the old Supreme Kai admonished, casting a disapproving glance at the Supreme Kai. Have you not noticed the multitude of individuals present? What purpose does my explanation serve here? Moreover, Lady Tianya's companion is also among us. However, it appears that Tian's assaults are ineffectual against Majin Buu. The Kaioshin sighed, acknowledging the limitation of Tian's power. At the Beerus planet, Whis observed Earth's developments through the crystal orb atop his staff, accompanied by the oracle fish. They both witnessed Tian's struggle against Majin Buu. Oh dear. This situation is rather troublesome, Whis lamented. Is he truly the reincarnation of Lord Tian? The oracle fish gasped in astonishment. Indeed, Whis nodded, surprised to learn that Lord Tian had regained the ability of Ultra Instinct. I have heard that Ultra Instinct was imparted to the Grand Minister by Lord Tian. The oracle fish inquired. Precisely. Subsequently, the Grand Minister conveyed Ultra Instinct to all of us angels, Whis replied, lightly tapping his forehead. Over the course of billions of years of cultivation, our angelic lineage has attained a deeper understanding of Ultra Instinct. Essentially, the newly born angels have already acquired the rudimentary ability of Ultra Instinct. In Chapter 145, The Awakening of Beerus, Whis observed that Lord Tian seemed unable to withstand Majin Buu through sheer power alone. The oracle fish noted, why does he not employ Erasure? Whis speculated. Perhaps Lord Tian wishes to hone his Ultra Instinct. If he were to utilize Erasure now, his opponent would vanish swiftly, rendering the effort meaningless. You are correct. The oracle fish nodded, glancing towards the castle with a sigh. Should we not awaken Lord Beerus? At such a critical juncture, he remains asleep? Whis also cast a look towards the castle, followed by a brief silence. I shall go rouse Lord Beerus, Whis affirmed, promptly retracting his staff and swiftly appearing within Beerus's castle. The oracle fish refrained from entering, fully aware that once awakened, Beerus would likely engage in some outrageous actions. Lord Beerus, awakened, was approached and gently tapped Beerus's head with his staff. Suddenly, a burst of destructive energy erupted from Beerus's mouth, hurtling towards Whis. With a flick of his finger, Whis transformed the destructive force into a crimson sphere, which spun rapidly at the tip of his finger. With a swift motion, Whis cast the crimson sphere aside. The sphere shattered into countless twinkling stars, and then there was nothing more to follow. Lord Beerus, something grave has occurred. Please awaken, Whis exclaimed, striking Beerus on the forehead with his staff. Instantly, a large bump appeared on Beerus's brow. Rubbing his sore head, Beerus slowly opened his bleary eyes. At last, you are awake, Lord Beerus, Whis sighed. However, no sooner had Whis spoken than Beerus tilted his head and collapsed back onto his pillow. Lord Beerus, the Grand Zeno has arrived, Whis whispered urgently into Beerus's ear. Beerus's ears perked up at once, and he sprang out of bed, rubbing his still drowsy eyes. He scanned the surroundings with a wary gaze, trembling in fear. Where is the Grand Zeno, Whis? Beerus asked. Outside, Whis indicated towards the castle's exterior. In a flash, Beerus soared out through the castle window, surveying the skies. Yet, there was no sign of the Grand Zeno. Frowning, he turned to look at Whis, who was flying up behind him. Whis, where is the Grand Zeno? Beerus inquired. Oh dear, if I hadn't said anything, would you have awakened at all, Lord Beerus? Whis chuckled. Whis, why would you deceive me? Beerus bared his teeth. Is it so easy for me to fall asleep? You woke me just when I had finally drifted off. Lord Beerus has been asleep for nearly 40 years, Whis lamented. Humph, has it truly been that long? Beerus shook his head and promptly rushed to the riverbank to wash his face, with Whis trailing behind. Why disturb me if there is nothing urgent? Beerus grumbled, licking his claws with a scowl. There is indeed a matter of great significance. It is something far more terrifying than the Grand Zeno himself, Whis explained. Humph. Are you trying to frighten me again? Beerus scoffed. Do you think I would be afraid? Whis smiled but remained silent. Come now, enlighten me about this dreadful matter. Is there truly something that would instill fear in me? Beerus smirked lightly. Unless this pertains to the Grand Zeno. But it stands to reason that the Grand Zeno would not come to my planet. I must be overthinking. I was just caught in a sleepy haze. Have you heard of the great Grand Zeno, Lord Beerus? Whis asked. Of course, isn't he the father of the Grand Zeno? Beerus replied nonchalantly. It is said that he vanished during reincarnation and has yet to be found. I heard he was reborn somewhere in the cosmos. But I do not know if that is true. Whis remained silent. What? Are you suggesting that the great Grand Zeno has been located? Beerus inquired again. No. It was not Lord Zeno who was found, but rather the master of Lord Zeno, remarked Whis with a sigh. What did you say? Lord Zeno's master? Beerus momentarily froze, a look of astonishment crossing his face. Is it the esteemed Lord Tanya? Indeed, Whis nodded. Wait a moment. I recall that Lord Tanya had also reincarnated. And it seems that it has been over 1 billion years without any news. How is he located? Beerus questioned. It is said that he has only recently succeeded in his reincarnation, Whis explained. So that's the case. It appears that the earlier reincarnation apparatus had its flaws. And quite a few at that, Beerus chuckled in response. Finding him is surely a good thing, right? You summoned me because of this matter, didn't you? Are we to convene in the realm of the gods? Lord Tanya has been reborn in our 7th universe, Whis casually remarked. What did you just say? Beerus's smile gradually faded, his expression turning rigid. His countenance shifted rapidly. What did you just say? Beerus exclaimed, his expressions fluctuating. You heard correctly, Lord Beerus. Lord Tanya is on Earth in our universe, Whis clarified. What a ridiculous notion. How could Lord Tanya possibly be reborn in our universe? Beerus suddenly felt a wave of dread. Why doesn't Lord Beerus see that Lord Tanya's rebirth in our universe could be greatly beneficial to us? Whis smiled. Humph. Who knows what might happen? What if he were to erase our universe? Beerus's face turned pale with fear. That shouldn't happen for now, Whis shook his head. The newly reborn Lord Tanya does not seem to possess the capability to obliterate a universe. Beerus paused for a moment. Then his anxious heart began to settle. Whis. You should have informed me of such crucial news sooner, Beerus exhaled, feeling considerably relieved. However, there will come a day when Lord Tanya's powers will fully restore, Whis added. Beerus. Chapter 146. Beerus. Off to Earth immediately. Could you refrain from panting so heavily while speaking? It makes my heart race and sync with your words. Beerus huffed and then asked, by the way, on which planet has he been reborn? Shall we visit him now? Also, does the Grand Priest know of his situation? The Grand Priest is already aware, Whis replied, and he specifically instructed that we should not reveal Lord Tanya's true identity for the time being, as disclosing it could potentially affect his reincarnation. The worst-case scenario would be a disruption in his form, which might lead to the erasure of some universes. Beerus was drenched in cold sweat, his eyes filled with boundless dread. This was indeed a predicament. "You should have let me sleep a little longer," he lamented, feeling on the verge of tears. "Why did you wake me for such terrifying news?" "No, that was merely the prelude. There are more pressing matters to discuss, Lord Beerus," Whis explained. "Could you not convey it all at once?" Beerus groaned, feeling overwhelmed. "Please, observe, my lord," Whis said, as he projected an image from his staff. The video depicted Tian engaged in battle with Majin Buu. "Isn't that Majin Buu? Why does he look different?" Beerus murmured, glancing at the screen. "And who is that other individual? He seems to be utilizing Ultra Instinct. How long have I been asleep for someone to master such a technique?" A flicker of astonishment crossed Beerus's face. Could this person be a trainee angel? He speculated. Has a new angel emerged in our universe? No, he is not an angel. Whis shook his head. Could it be that he is the reincarnation of Lord Tian? Beerus suddenly realized, his expression shifting dramatically. Indeed, Whis confirmed. Currently, Lord Tian's power is relatively low, which allows me to observe him with my staff. However, once his strength increases further, it will become impossible to monitor him. As they conversed, a loud thud echoed. Buu had landed a punch on Tian's abdomen, sending him hurtling backward. Beerus's expression shifted once more. "Oh dear. This isn't good," Whis sighed, acknowledging the vast disparity in their powers. "The evasion capabilities of Ultra Instinct have reached their limit. Why not simply erase that fellow?" Beerus suggested. Uncertain of the circumstances, Whis replied, shaking his head. Beerus fell silent. "What planet did you say this is?" he asked, swallowing hard with urgency. "A blue planet known as Earth," Whis responded, projecting the coordinates and galaxy of Earth with his staff. "Let us depart immediately. We must go to Earth," Beerus urged. "What does Lord Beerus intend to do on Earth?" Whis inquired. "What else?" "Naturally, to lend assistance to Lord Tian. We cannot allow a mere human to bully him," Beerus retorted. "Shall we set off now?" Whis asked. "The sooner, the better," Beerus nodded, swiftly placing his hand on Whis's back. "I shall refrain from accompanying you." The Oracle Fish chimed in. "What use is your presence as a mere fish?" Beerus rolled his eyes. Whoosh. Whis, accompanied by Beerus, transformed into a radiant streak of light akin to the brilliance of stars, hurtling towards Earth. Just moments ago, Majin Buu finally landed a blow on Tian. This was not due to Tian's carelessness, nor was it a failure of his supreme mastery. Tian merely wished to ascertain the extent of his opponent's strength and the nature of the injuries he might sustain. Furthermore, he was curious to test whether he could erase those injuries should he indeed be harmed. Would the erasure of such wounds lead to his restoration? Buu's punch struck Tian's abdomen, sending him swiftly hurtling backward. "This won't do," Sun Wukong exclaimed, feeling helpless, even contemplating transforming into Super Saiyan 3 to contend with Buu. However, he was acutely aware that even in that form, he would be no match for Majin Buu. Tian adeptly adjusted his posture in midair, assessing his abdomen and discovering that he seemed unscathed. "It appears my defenses remain formidable." "What? You're unhurt?" Buu's eyes widened in disbelief, fury surging within him. After so long of trying to land a blow on this Tian, he finally succeeded only to find him seemingly unfazed. "Who on earth are you?" Buu bellowed. "It seems we are both unable to inflict harm upon one another for the time being," Tian chuckled. "Shall we continue?" "Humph, I find your body quite intriguing." Buu grinned, revealing that during their skirmish, he had shed 2 pieces of flesh from his legs, which were now hurtling towards Tian's position. "Your body will be mine." Buu laughed heartily. "Tian, be careful," Sun Wukong shouted urgently. With a swift motion of his hand, Tian made the flesh disappear in an instant. Buu's eyes widened in shock. "What just happened? Where did my flesh go? Why do I suddenly feel disconnected from it? What is happening?" Sun Wukong, too, stared in astonishment. "Is this the erasure technique the old Kai spoke of? Truly remarkable. With just a wave, it vanishes?" This marked Tian's inaugural demonstration of the erasure technique in front of others. Primarily, Tian had no intention of concealing his identity. There were numerous individuals orchestrating narratives, claiming that Tian was deliberately hiding who he was. Tian felt there was little merit in obscuring his identity. He merely wished to develop his abilities in a discreet manner. As for the flesh of Majin Buu, Tian had long since sensed its presence. Setting aside whether Tian could indeed obliterate the flesh, His comprehension of the ultimate freedom was sufficient to evade it entirely. Tian now pondered the peculiar phenomenon of his skin being covered in eyes, with eyes sprouting from every part of his body. Would he gain a clearer perception of the basket structure when playing basketball? For a moment, Tian's thoughts wandered, completely disregarding the slight terror reflected in Majin Buu's gaze. Sun Wukong was equally astounded. Truly, the god of creation was remarkable. Just then, Sun Wukong suddenly sensed another formidable aura rising from a distance. He felt both astonished and elated. It was Vegeta's energy. This was splendid news. Chapter 147. Vegeta. Why suddenly mention Tian? Tian. I shall be away for a moment, but I will return shortly, Sun Wukong declared before promptly utilizing instant transmission, vanishing from sight. Has Vegeta arrived? Tian inquired. If you were to fuse with him, I believe you would become extraordinarily powerful. What did you just say? Fuse? Majin Buu exclaimed in surprise. They absolutely must not fuse. What if I cannot defeat them? Although I have struggled to land a blow on this Tian, even if I did, he shows no signs of injury. However, it is equally challenging for him to inflict harm upon me. I shall set aside my concerns about him for now. I will return to settle matters later, as he cannot escape. For now, I must pursue Sun Wukong. I have a foreboding sense of dread. With that, Buu swiftly darted in the direction of Sun Wukong. In a flash, Sun Wukong reappeared beside Vegeta. Vegeta, it's you. How wonderful. Sun Wukong exclaimed with great excitement. Kakarot? Vegeta blinked in disbelief. Wukong, how are you revived? What on earth has transpired? The Crystal Grandma inquired from the side. Let us not dwell on that for now. Grandma, you must leave this place at once. Majin Buu is rapidly approaching, Sun Wukong urged. Oh, I shall take my leave then. Farewell. The Crystal Grandma hurriedly departed. It must have been King Yama who sent you back to Earth, right? Sun Wukong smiled. That is quite a clever thought. Vegeta remained silent. There is no time to waste, Vegeta. Quickly, put this earring on your right ear, Sun Wukong instructed, handing a patera earring to Vegeta. Why? Vegeta inquired with a calm demeanor. If you wear this, we shall merge and become a formidable warrior. Goku elucidated. Merge? Don't jest. Why would I wish to fuse with you? Vegeta scoffed. I anticipated you would respond thus, Goku remarked, feeling overwhelmed. Yet, to vanquish Majin Buu, there appeared to be no alternative. If merging with you is the option, I might as well let Buu slay me. Vegeta firmly rejected. Should you perish once more, you would vanish entirely. Neither this world nor any other would bear your existence, Goku countered. Vegeta, still seething in silence, ignored him. Vegeta, Majin Buu is rapidly approaching. Please, don this. Otherwise, we shall both meet our demise, Goku urged once more. I refuse, Vegeta resolutely replied. Goku exclaimed, when we battled, you evidently possessed greater energy yet deliberately concealed it. Do you seek to owe me a favor? Vegeta retorted angrily, I am well aware of everything in that realm. Super Saiyan 3 is an affront to me. I shall never merge with someone like you. I comprehend. However, transforming into Super Saiyan 3 comes with limitations. I will not resort to that unless absolutely necessary. Goku lowered his head. There is no need for further explanation. In any case, you did not exert your full strength against me, which is a sign of your disdain. Vegeta scowled. Are you aware of all this? Goku shouted. Everyone has been transformed into chocolate and devoured by Majin Buu. Bulma as well. Piccolo, Gohan, Goten, and Trunks have all been absorbed. His overwhelming strength stems from this. Vegeta, struck by shock, revealed a hint of confusion. Why did you choose to include that individual named Tian? Is it not rather obvious that he is no match for you? Vegeta, Goku called out once more, his voice resonating through the air. Finally, Vegeta was swayed by the words. In truth, he had been persuaded from the very beginning. He merely sought an outlet for his frustration. Vegeta had no desire for demise. As he sensed the increasingly formidable aura of Majin Buu approaching, he realized he could no longer maintain this fade. It would be best to acquiesce. Hurry. Bring it to me. Vegeta extended his hand. Goku promptly handed the patera earrings to Vegeta. Is it the right ear? Vegeta inquired. Indeed, Goku affirmed with a nod. Vegeta swiftly adorned his ear with the earring. Thank you, he said. A faint smile graced Goku's lips. In an instant, the two bodies drew together with remarkable speed. Ha ha. You are doomed. I will never allow your fusion. You had appeared nearby, gathering energy into a formidable sphere. In a flash, Goku and Vegeta fused into Vegeta. A brilliant golden radiance enveloped Vegeta, arcs of lightning entwining him as he ascended into Super Saiyan 2. Humph. What difference does your fusion make? Bu scoffed. That fellow named Tian has proven utterly ineffective against me. With that, Bu hurled the energy sphere towards Vegeta, observing the swiftly approaching attack. Vegeta countered with a swift strike, redirecting the energy sphere back towards Bu. Startled, Bu recoiled, retracting his head into his body to narrowly evade the blast. His expression shifted in surprise. He had not anticipated the strength of this fused warrior. Meanwhile, Tian was rapidly closing the distance. This is absurd, he thought. I must elevate my power promptly, otherwise I shall be left behind. Presently, Earth was devoid of any living souls. Tian could effortlessly obliterate numerous structures. Yet, why did he not eliminate those on the brink of being slaughtered by Majin Buu? It was because, should he choose that path, those lives would be irrevocably extinguished. Those erased would not be resurrected by the Dragon Balls, for they would vanish entirely. Whether the Eternal Dragon could restore them remained uncertain. Tian had never initiated the extermination of humanity, fully aware that once that precedent was set, he might later be compelled to erase innocent lives in his pursuit of power. Tian aspired to be the greatest deity in the universe, not a demon. I possess divine abilities. Why then should I choose to be a malevolent force? However, at present, Tian is capable of erasing a staggering 10,000 buildings for the purpose of enhancement. Chapter 148. Upgrading. Platinum level erasure technique. With a swift motion, Tian maneuvers through the air, his hands deftly gesturing as he obliterates the structures of the city below. The sheer number of 10,000 buildings is indeed quite substantial. Typically, an ordinary residential complex comprises merely a score of buildings, which is already considered remarkable. Thus, the erasure of 10,000 buildings equates to nearly half of a city. Previously, Tian had refrained from demolishing extensive areas of edifices. You have erased all buildings. What difference is there from committing murder directly? Tian does not wish to be a demon. However, the current situation is different. Humanity has already been eradicated. What? Why does Tian not endeavor to save humanity? He has no obligation to do so, nor does he aspire to be a saint. With a swift motion, one building after another vanished at Tian's command. Congratulations on completing the silver-level erasure technique. Congratulations on advancing to the gold-level erasure technique. Gold-level erasure technique. The physical strength is 1,000-fold that of Frieza during the Namek saga, capable of erasing any human or deity, excluding the god of destruction, angels, high priests, and the Omni-King. This includes, but is not limited to, living beings, entire buildings, demon races, and other species. It allows for mass erasure, enabling the erasure of multiple humans or a large city with a mere wave of the hand. Upon completing designated tasks, one may gain restoration techniques to revive what has been erased. In 3 months, it will automatically upgrade to platinum-level erasure technique. A stream of information unfolded on Tian's system panel. He quickly assessed his physical strength, which indeed surpassed his previous capabilities. 1,000-fold of Frieza's strength seems merely 10-fold of his former self. Tian mused, this upgrade feels somewhat modest. However, the criteria for advancing to platinum no longer hinge on the act of erasure, but rather on the passage of time. Time is acceptable. The most significant change this upgrade brings is the capability to erase the Kaishin. Kaishin, thank you for listening. Naturally, Tian would not idly erase the Kaishin. However, should any god of destruction dare provoke him, he would not hesitate to erase their Kaishin. With his physical strength increased 10-fold, he pondered whether he could contend with Majin Buu. Perhaps it was time to test that. Moreover, regarding the restoration technique, Tian had not received any tasks related to completing it. It seemed that only through fulfilling tasks would one gain the ability to restore. Presently, there was nothing he urgently needed to restore, so he remained unperturbed. In the distance, the battle between Majin Buu and Vegeta had officially commenced. Majin Buu was no match for Vegeta, who swiftly pummeled him, leaving him bruised and battered. With a swift strike, Vegeta's hand sliced through the air, pinning Buu against the ground. Why don't you say something? Vegeta taunted, chuckling. Have you lost your voice? Buu, in agony, let out a pained howl. Perhaps you have exerted your utmost effort, but regrettably, this is all you are capable of. You have truly disappointed me. Vegeta chuckled softly. Buu gritted his teeth, evading the onslaught of the hand strike, and swiftly transformed to restore his form. Immediately, a stream of white gas erupted from Buu's forehead and nostrils, rapidly enveloping the space in a thick haze. How about that? You can't see me now, can you? Come and strike me. Buu laughed heartily. Then I shall grant your wish. Vegeta declared as he charged forward, unleashing a flurry of blows upon Majin Buu. Majin Buu exclaimed, "This is the first time I have heard such an admirable wish. Let me have the pleasure of attacking you, Vegeta." That was exhilarating, if possible. I would like to experience it once more. Majin Buu's expression shifted dramatically. "You see, your silence implies consent, thus I must strike you yet again," Vegeta commented, launching himself at Majin Buu for another round of punches and kicks. Crack! Vegeta effortlessly tore off one of Majin Buu's antennae and tossed it behind him with flair. Boom! With a sweeping gesture, Vegeta obliterated the antenna into smithereens. "I shall methodically deal with you, just as I did with that antenna. As long as I eradicate the cells above, even if you regenerate, you shall remain unable to recover, correct?" Vegeta scoffed. Majin Buu's countenance shifted once more. "You beast! You beast!" Buu roared in disbelief. "This is impossible, absolutely impossible." "What is impossible?" Vegeta retorted. "You need not worry. I delight in making you dance in circles. You scoundrel! I will not spare you." Buu bellowed furiously, unleashing 6 phantoms in a single breath. "Is this your newfound skill gained from absorbing 2 children?" Vegeta paused, a condescending smile gracing his lips. "Attack!" Buu commanded, gesturing forward. "You know not their might. A mere touch will trigger a massive explosion." Swish! The 6 phantoms swiftly hurtled toward Vegeta's position. In an instant, Vegeta vanished from sight and reappeared elsewhere, unleashing energy blasts toward the phantoms. Boom! The 6 phantoms erupted in a tremendous explosion. Buu felt utterly defeated. "You dispatched that technique with such ease? I once thought it formidable. Ah, you dare to face me in your fused form, you shameless wretch." Buu cried out as he charged at Vegeta, launching a barrage of punches and kicks. Vegeta crossed his arms, countering with his legs. "You have absorbed one person after another, and yet you dare to accuse me?" Vegeta sneered. "How does it feel? Is using my feet sufficient to deal with someone like you?" Bang! As he spoke, Vegeta soared into the air, delivering a powerful kick directly to Buu's face. Buu's visage turned crimson, blood seeping from the wounds. Just then, Tian came rushing in from a distance. With a resounding thud, Tian landed a kick squarely on Buu's face. "Tian, you've arrived?" Vegeta exclaimed in surprise. Upon glancing at Buu, they noticed a fresh shoe print adorning his face. "Damn it! I will not spare you." Buu seethed with rage, suddenly struck by a thought. "Do you enjoy jelly beans?" "What?" Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. "Transform into jelly beans." As Buu declared this, the antennae atop his head emitted a burst of purple-white lightning, swiftly enveloping Vegeta. With a crack, Vegeta's form rapidly morphed into that of a jelly bean. Chapter 149. Vegeta is absorbed. Buu approached and gleefully collected the jelly bean, erupting into maniacal laughter. "Ha ha ha, you fool. Who told you to let your guard down?" Buu cackled uncontrollably. "What are you laughing at? Let me show you what I've got." Tian replied with a light chuckle. "Do you think you've secured victory so easily?" Buu scoffed, casting a disdainful glance at Tian. "You are nothing special. Once your energy is depleted, do you really believe you can still challenge me?" Buu's tone was icy. With no hesitation, Tian launched another kick, striking Buu squarely in the face. "Yow!" Buu held in pain, his expression shifting dramatically. "What? How is this possible? Just a moment ago. It didn't hurt when you hit me." Buu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Tian. "What happened then is not relevant now. My strength has unexpectedly surged tenfold. Can you believe that?" Tian replied with a grin. Buu exclaimed, "What does that mean? How did you suddenly gain so much power?" "Let us continue our battle from earlier." Tian gazed at Buu with a playful smile. "This is impossible." Buu shouted in despair, lunging at Tian with claws bared. Thud, thud, thud. In response, Tian unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks, leaving Buu battered and bruised. Buu was utterly flabbergasted. "I could hardly defeat that fused opponent before, but how is it that I cannot even overcome Tian now?" Buu clenched his fists tightly, gritting his teeth. Suddenly, Buu felt as if his fist was no longer under his control, and it struck his own face. He yelped in agony. "Such a pity, Buu." Vegeta, now a jelly bean, chimed in. "You can't even consume me? I can hardly contain my amusement. Is it a bit excessive for both of us to gang up on you?" Buu's expression shifted rapidly. "Hey, Tian, let me take over." Vegeta faced Tian and said, "All right, you may come." Tian nodded in agreement. "I truly appreciate it," he replied. Vegeta's voice resonated. "Buu, the situation is rather dire. I've shrunk so much. How do you intend to attack me?" Bang! Vegeta swiftly launched an assault, transforming into a candy bean that collided directly with Majin Buu's abdomen. Bang! Another powerful strike landed on Buu's chin. Majin Buu hastily attempted to swat the candy bean away, but it was simply too small for him to catch. Bang, bang, bang! Vegeta accelerated his barrage of attacks, unleashing a flurry upon Buu, who found himself powerless to retaliate. You scoundrel! Buu roared in fury. Uffed! Vegeta's form pierced through Majin Buu's mouth, emerging from the back of his head and severing one of his antennae. Ah, what a pity, you can't even swallow it. Vegeta sighed. Regenerate! Buu grit his teeth, and the severed antenna quickly sprouted back, emanating a flash of purple-white lightning that enveloped Vegeta. Smack! Vegeta transformed back to his original form. Oh, you've reverted again. Do you not wish to continue? Vegeta smiled. Buu glanced between Vegeta and Tian, feeling waves of despair wash over him. What should I do? Then let us conclude this battle swiftly, Vegeta suggested cheerfully. I shall count to 10. If you have not devised a method to defeat me by then, I shall have no choice but to obliterate you. After saying this, Vegeta turned to Tian. Tian, this fellow is my responsibility. You have no objections, do you? Go ahead. Do as you wish, Tian replied without dissent. Vegeta expressed his gratitude and began his countdown. Buu's expression shifted rapidly as he pondered how to deal with Vegeta. Aside from Vegeta, there was the individual named Tian. Indeed, and that hefty cat. If I cannot overcome both of them, how could I possibly defeat the hefty cat? Suddenly, he recalled that his antenna had been severed. That antenna should still be nearby. Buu swiftly connected with the severed antenna, which wriggled a few times before transforming into a small mass of flesh. Stealthily flying toward Vegeta's location, Buu had devised a plan. Rather than absorbing Tian first, he would absorb the combined form of Vegeta. The moment I attempted to absorb Tian, that piece of meat vanished. I am uncertain what transpired. Once I absorb Vegeta, I shall become the true champion of the universe. Whoosh! A pink slice of meat swiftly enveloped Vegeta, binding him like a zongzi. In a hurry, Vegeta conjured a protective shield around himself. Bang! The meat slice merged rapidly with Vegeta and the body of Majin Buu. Ahaha! It worked, it finally worked. Majin Buu cackled, dancing with excitement. This is splendid. That fool. I am now invincible, and soon it will all be over. As he spoke, Majin Buu cast a murderous glance at Tian. Next is you. Shall I absorb you, or end your life? He coldly declared. Boom. Tian retaliated with a kick that struck Majin Buu squarely in the abdomen. Pooh. Majin Buu spat out a mouthful of acidic fluid, feeling utterly unwell. What nonsense is this? I have absorbed Vegeta. Why has my strength not increased? I'm still no match for you. Buu was left dumbfounded. I thought absorbing him would make you formidable, but alas, you are disappointingly weak, Tian remarked, shaking his head. Buu felt a pang of despair. Suddenly, he regained his senses, realizing that his body had not changed. Strange, why has my body not altered? Buu's eyes widened in disbelief. Think slowly, Tian smiled. Could it be that I have not absorbed them? Buu seemed to grasp something, his expression shifting in fear as he looked at Tian. Could you please wait a moment? No, Tian replied, delivering another kick. Boom. Buu plummeted from the sky, crashing heavily into the ground, leaving a large crater behind. He lay there, unhurried to rise. Soon after, Buu quickly delved into his own body, checking his internal condition. Inside Buu's body, Vegeta had successfully infiltrated and let out a sigh of relief as he surveyed his surroundings. I must quickly find Gohan and the others, Vegeta murmured to himself. Without a moment's hesitation, he began searching within Buu's body. The tiny version of Majin Buu also noticed Vegeta flying inside. Indeed, I have not absorbed him. This guy had previously encased himself in a protective shield. No wonder I could not absorb him. But now, you are within my body. Your actions are tantamount to courting disaster. Are you offering yourself to me so readily? Majin Buu, without the slightest hesitation, unleashed streams of viscous liquid from within, ensnaring Vegeta completely. What is this substance? Vegeta swiftly waved his arms, attempting to break free from the sticky tendrils. However, more and more of the viscous liquid cascaded over him. Vegeta's body erupted with energy, vaporizing the liquid entirely. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, fibers emerged from Buu's body, wrapping around Vegeta. Vegeta's expression shifted dramatically. He could distinctly feel that these peculiar ropes seemed capable of absorbing his energy. This is not good. Vegeta hurriedly attempted to extricate himself, yet more and more fibers ensnared him. His energy dwindled rapidly. Crack! Buu revealed himself, standing directly before Vegeta. What? You? How can there be another you inside your body? Vegeta was taken aback. Humph, you can ponder that for yourselves. Bu laughed heartily. Did you think that by simply deploying a shield you could evade my absorption? This is within my body, where countless cells reside, as long as I entwine you slightly. I can siphon your energy. Vegeta exerted even greater force to break free. It is futile. Do not struggle. The energy you expend while resisting will only fuel my body. Bu cackled. Soon, you will be absorbed, becoming a part of me. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta suddenly released a surge of energy. Boom. The powerful force shattered the fibers that Bu had enveloped him with. Bu's smile began to freeze. Whoosh. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta swiftly fled. Humph, think you can escape? Bu sneered, immediately giving chase. The energy you expended to shatter those bindings has already been transferred to my body, making me stronger while you grow weaker. Whoosh. Bu accelerated, quickly catching up with Vegeta. Bang. Bu executed a reverse kick, sending Vegeta plummeting from the sky. Vegeta's body was forcefully embedded within Majin Buu as he struggled desperately. Yet, his strength waned with each passing moment. Less than a minute later, Vegeta finally succumbed to exhaustion, succumbing to Buu's tight embrace. Ha ha ha, this fool. Now, we shall see the outcome. Majin Buu laughed heartily. Outside, his form gradually transformed, adopting a resemblance to that of Vegeta. Majin Buu had successfully absorbed Vegeta. Ha ha ha. At last, I have succeeded. Bu cackled, soaring from the deep pit to confront Tian. You are celebrating prematurely, Tian replied with a smile. Having absorbed Vegeta. Just look at my attire to gauge the extent of my power. Bu pointed to his nose. You are indeed formidable, Tian sighed. To commemorate this significant day, I have decided to eliminate you first. Bu extended his hand, aiming at Tian from a distance. Tian remained calm, suspended in the air. In the Kaioshin realm, Videl and Android 18 were visibly anxious. What now? Tian is in danger. We must think of a way to save him. Videl exclaimed urgently. I am truly sorry. Even Goku and Vegeta have been absorbed. We are powerless now, the Kaioshin lamented, lowering his head. All we can do is pray for a miracle. The elder Kaioshin shook his head. Videl fell silent. Android 18 appeared composed on the surface, yet her heart was in turmoil. Run. Why are you still confronting Bu? Fleeing is not shameful. Why remain there to be killed? The elder Kaioshin ground his teeth in frustration. Vegeta, such a fool. He squandered a winning hand. It was clear that they could have easily defeated Majin Buu and revived Gohan and the others with the Dragon Balls. The Kaioshin sighed. But they chose to be absorbed by Majin Buu. This was indeed typical of Son Goku's character. I can no longer sit idly by, Android 17 declared. If necessary, allow me to challenge him. The Kaioshin and the elder Kaioshin ignored him. Even Son Goku and Vegeta were no match for Majin Buu. Why do you seek to join the fray? Standing opposite you is the creator god of the entire universe. If he cannot be vanquished, then it is an impossibility. Before your demise, there is a question I wish to pose to you. Majin Buu addressed Tian, inquiring about the whereabouts of that large, rotund cat. What? Are you searching for him? Tian smiled. Indeed, I vividly recall the moment I was struck by him. I seek vengeance. Bu snorted dismissively. Oh, he seems to be in the 6th universe, Tian replied candidly. The 6th universe? What is that? Bu was taken aback. You see, if you are unaware of the 6th universe, how do you intend to seek retribution on the fat cat? Tian chuckled softly. Bu felt a pang of distress at that moment. Enough of your nonsense. Bu roared in fury, unleashing a torrent of immense energy towards Tian. With a mere flick of his wrist, Tian effortlessly dissipated the energy in an instant. What sorcery is this? Bu's eyes widened in disbelief. Amusing, is it not? Tian grinned, for the true amusement lay yet ahead. With another wave of his hand, he obliterated Bu's limbs. Bu suddenly realized his arms and legs had vanished. He turned to inspect, his expression shifting rapidly. Where are my arms and legs? Bu was left dumbfounded. Oh, he swiftly regenerated his body. Breathing heavily, Bu gazed at Tian in terror. What manner of being is this? How can he cause my limbs to disappear? With another flick of his hand, Tian made Bu's limbs vanish once more. Chapter 151. Beerus descends upon Earth. You fear-permeated Bu's pupils. Oh dear, they've vanished again, Tian chuckled. King Kai's realm. What kind of magic is this? Android 17 momentarily stood in stunned silence. Android 18. Something mysterious has vanished? Biddily was also momentarily astonished. Android 18, suddenly realizing something. Did my clothes at home and those I wear now disappear because of you, Tian? Upon reflection, it indeed seemed to be the case. I have finally identified the true culprit. Tian, you are utterly shameless. You have completely removed all of my garments from my home. Where have you concealed the garments? The old Kai exclaimed, astonished. Is this truly the technique of erasure? The Kai stared wide-eyed. Indeed, no matter how formidable you are, it is merely a matter of a simple gesture. The old Kai murmured softly. Majin Buu has absorbed Vegeta. Yet that was insufficient. The Kai felt a profound shock. Now you comprehend the terror of Lord Zeno, do you not? The old Kai lowered his voice. Even with just a single skill learned from Lord Tian, Lord Zeno has ascended to become the greatest deity in the entire universe. The Kai fell silent, overwhelmed by the sheer dread. Before Lord Tian, Majin Buu appeared as nothing more than a mere puppet. Above Earth, in the heavens, Whis and Beerus finally arrived. From their elevated vantage point, they gazed downwards, and Beerus was met with the sight of Tian erasing Buu's limbs. Trembling with fear, Beerus stuttered. Is this truly the reincarnation of Lord Tian? He could now ascertain Tian's true identity. Indeed, Whis nodded in agreement. Why does Lord Tian not simply erase that Majin Buu? Beerus inquired with curiosity. Perhaps Lord Tian wishes to toy with him, was speculated. Toying with him? Beerus lamented for the unfortunate Majin Buu. How vast must the expanse of your psychological shadows be? You will be toyed with. By the way, Lord Beerus, if I happen to encounter Lord Tian later, have you remembered everything I mentioned earlier? Whis reiterated once more. Understood. I shall merely utter his name. It is imperative that we do not disclose his true identity, as it could have monumental repercussions for our universe. Beerus nodded, indicating his comprehension of the principle, dismissing the need for further emphasis. It suffices that Lord Beerus is aware. Whis smiled. Shall we descend? Proposed Beerus. Certainly, Lord Beerus. Whis nodded in agreement. On the ground, Majin Buu burst into laughter. Tian, aren't you capable of using magic to render my limbs non-existent? I can regenerate them. Buu exclaimed, restoring his previously erased limbs. Once more, Tian chuckled, waving his hand again, erasing Buu's limbs anew. How many times must I say it? Your magic is utterly ineffective against me. Buu scoffed, confident in his regenerative abilities. You can merely erase my limbs, can you not? However, as Buu continued to chuckle, he suddenly sensed something was amiss. Why do I perceive Tian growing taller? Hey, are you increasing in size? Buu inquired, perplexed. No, you are diminishing in stature, Tian replied with a grin. What did you say? Buu quickly examined his body. To his astonishment, he realized that he had indeed shrunk, seemingly by nearly 20 centimeters. What is happening? Buu was taken aback. I understand now. This fellow has caused my limbs to vanish, and upon regenerating, I did not restore those lost elements. Hence, my stature has been reduced. At this rate, I fear I shall become a mere doll. Oh no, Buu cried out. I shall fight you, he declared, charging swiftly towards Tian. Just then, Beerus descended from above, forcefully stamping Majin Buu into the ground. Did I just step on something? Beerus mused, stroking his chin with a smile. Tian was momentarily stunned. Has this fellow awakened? Are you not supposed to awaken after a year or two? Oh well, if you're awake, then so be it. With a swift motion, Whis descended beside Beerus. Oh my, I did not anticipate such significant changes occurring on Earth. Whis offered a friendly smile to Tian. You are the brother of Bardos? Tian inquired, glancing at Whis. You know my sister? Whis appeared momentarily taken aback. When did my sister arrive in our universe? Indeed, I am quite familiar with her. Tian nodded. Beerus cautiously turned his gaze towards Tian. This esteemed individual is the reincarnated god of creation, Lord Tian. Is there any method to secure his favor? I just heard this pink creature mention something about a fat cat. Has Majin Buu been here? With a slight grunt, Beerus stomped his foot, causing Majin Buu to emerge from the ground. Majin Buu widened his eyes in astonishment, staring at Beerus. He then appeared somewhat confused. When did you? This fat cat? Lose weight? You've slimmed down so quickly? You remarked, looking at Beerus. Beerus snorted. You arrived just in time. I was about to seek vengeance on you. As Buu declared this, he launched a powerful punch at Beerus. With a mere lift of his hand, Beerus effortlessly caught Buu's fist. Destruction, Beerus declared with a cold grunt, a flicker of destructive energy emanating from his hand. Wait a moment, Tian interjected suddenly. Beerus promptly retracted his destructive energy, refraining from obliterating Majin Buu immediately. Is there something you wish to convey? Beerus asked. Despite his icy demeanor, he was internally anxious. Would Lord Tian seek retribution against me later? Do not destroy him just yet. I promised Mr. Satan that I would find him a subordinate. Tian replied with a smile. I believe this fellow is quite suitable. So, do you concur with his assertion? Beerus inquired of Bu. Be someone's subordinate? Don't be ridiculous. Bu shouted vehemently. Bang, bang, bang. Beerus showed no restraint, seizing Majin Buu's arm and mercilessly tossing him around. Soon, Majin Buu was left on the brink of exhaustion. In the Kaioshin realm, the Supreme Kai was left dumbfounded upon witnessing such an event. Is this individual truly Lord Beerus? The Supreme Kai managed a bitter smile. Indeed, I did not expect him to awaken today, the Elder Supreme Kai confirmed with a nod. He is that formidable? The Supreme Kai wiped his brow, realizing that this was the Majin Buu who had absorbed Vegeta and Gohan. Ineffective. The old Kai shook his head, stating that the god of destruction is a ceiling that humanity can never surpass. The Supreme Kai fell silent. The others, witnessing this scene, were equally astonished. What is the origin of that cat? How can it be so powerful? Number 17 exclaimed in surprise. It defeated Majin Buu with such ease. Number 18 wiped the sweat from her brow. Haha, I know. He is the god of destruction. Satan proudly declared. Biddily remained silent, feeling a sense of relief upon seeing that Tian was unharmed. Bang, bang, bang. Beerus continued to mercilessly strike Majin Buu, who was completely incapable of resistance. Hey, it seems he doesn't want to be your subordinate. Let me just destroy him, Beerus called out to Tian. Please hold on a moment. Tian replied with a smile, directing his gaze towards Beerus. Beerus quickly turned his head away, not daring to meet Tian's eyes. Do not gaze at me in such a manner. As you gaze upon me, I find myself quite anxious. Whence did you and Beerus arrive? Whis? Tian inquired of Whis, who stood nearby. We have just arrived not long ago, Whis replied. Did you observe anything? Tian pressed further. What could there be to see? Whis feigned ignorance, asserting that he had seen nothing at all. Very well, it matters not, Tian conceded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. If you claim to have seen nothing, then so be it. Currently, I am merely at the golden level of Erasure technique. And I am no match for the god of destruction. I shall remain humble for now. In 3 months, when I ascend to the platinum level, my physical prowess will surpass that of Beerus by 10-fold. At that point, I shall hold no fear of Beerus. For the time being, it would not be unwise to foster a cordial relationship with him. Of course, should you target me intentionally, I would not hesitate to erase your Kai. While I may lack the power to obliterate you, I can certainly erase the Kai. Majin Buu, I shall grant you one final opportunity. Regurgitate all those you have absorbed, and I shall refrain from confronting you. Tian smiled. And what of this cat? Bu paused, then turned to Beerus. Oh, it seems you have absorbed quite a number of individuals, Beerus remarked with a slight smile. Of course, that is no trouble. Ending your existence would be trivial for me. Regurgitate those you have absorbed, and I may consider refraining from action. You have brought this upon yourselves. Whoever plays dirty shall be deemed a pup. Bu huffed defiantly. Still daring to talk back, Beerus declared, placing his foot upon Majin Buu's face, instantly flattening it. Just say whether you agree or not. You possess no right to choose. Beerus spoke coldly. I agree, Bu exclaimed without a moment's hesitation, promptly expelling Vegeta from his mouth. With a pop, Vegeta emerged, splitting into two, transforming into Son Goku and Vegeta. Bah! Shortly thereafter, Bu expelled Son Gohan, Son Goten, Trunks, and Piccolo, reverting to his original form of Fat Bu. You have indeed absorbed quite a number of individuals, Beerus scoffed, then inquired, is there anyone else? Nay, none remain. I previously absorbed several Kais, but time has melded them completely with my being, Bu responded. What? You absorbed a Kai? Beerus gasped. You imbecile. Do you not believe I could destroy you this very moment? Bu trembled in fear. You are being unreasonable. You are but a little dog. I thought we had an understanding that you would not lay a hand upon me. Nevertheless, my continued existence signifies that the Supreme Kai is unharmed. Beerus retracted his hand, relieved that he had managed to seal away that old fool. Otherwise, if he had vanished in the midst of his slumber, it would have been truly unfortunate. The old Supreme Kai, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head in the corner. Lord Beerus, you are exceedingly shameless. Your prowess is undeniable. You should have awakened sooner to address the menace that is Majin Buu. It nearly led to the annihilation of numerous Kaioshins. Ancestor, did you not assert that even should Lord Beerus awaken, he would not intervene against Majin Buu? The Kaioshin inquired softly, leaning closer to the old Kaioshin. Are you a fool? The old Kaioshin retorted, his voice laced with irritation. Ancestor, why do you scold me again? I have spoken no falsehood this time. Those words were yours, the Kaioshin replied, a wry smile upon his face. Clearly, Lord Beerus has come for you, Tian. The old Kaioshin exclaimed through gritted teeth, his frustration palpable. Otherwise, do you truly believe he would take action against Majin Buu? Have you lost even the most rudimentary capacity for analysis? The Kaioshin fell silent, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice. Such personal attacks are unwarranted. Their conversation was hushed, ensuring that the surrounding individuals remained oblivious to the details of their exchange. Majin Buu let out a series of piercing screams, and in an instant, his form underwent a remarkable transformation, reverting to that of Kid Buu. Under the imposing presence of Beerus and Tian, Buu resolved to unleash his true nature, returning to his original state. The Kaioshins he had previously absorbed were cast aside, yet their bodies had been assimilated by Buu's cells, rendering them unable to revert to their former selves. Oh, another transformation? Beerus remarked with a subtle smile. Majin Buu gasped for breath, eyeing Beerus and Tian with a hint of trepidation. Boring fellow, you can no longer stir significant turmoil, Beerus scoffed with derision. Buu, are you contemplating becoming my subordinate, or would you prefer to seek a worthy opponent? Tian inquired with a smile. Upon hearing Tian's words, Beerus's expression shifted slightly. Does Lord Tian desire a subordinate? Am I suitable? How splendid it would be for me to serve as your underling. Do you really insist on seeking such a useless fellow? The demon Majin Buu's eyes shifted, pointing a finger at both Son Goku and Vegeta, then gesturing towards the Patera earrings adorning their ears. What does that mean? Beerus inquired, perplexed. He means to challenge these two, was elucidated. But they are not permitted to utilize the Patera earrings. Chapter 153. Lord Beerus's actions may raise suspicion from Lord Tian. Those are Patera earrings? Beerus paused, immediately noticing the earrings on Son Goku and Vegeta's ears. The Kaioshin, that fool, actually allowed such a significant item to be used by humans. Naturally, Beerus also quietly berated Majin Buu for his foolishness. Lord Tian wishes to take you as his subordinate, yet you refuse. No one could be more foolish than you. Since you are so dim-witted, I cannot be bothered to destroy you. With a flick of his finger, Beerus summoned the two Patera earrings, which promptly fell into his grasp. He tucked the earrings away. Whis, heal them both and grant this fellow a chance to settle their dispute, Beerus instructed Whis. Very well, Lord Beerus, Whis nodded in acknowledgement. By the way, young man, I still do not know your name, Beerus asked Tian. I am Tian, he replied. Your demeanor suits my taste. You do not oppose what I just said, do you? Beerus flattered. All right, I too wish to witness their battle. Tian naturally had no objections. If he truly wished to confront Majin Buu, he could resolve the matter with a mere wave of his hand. Since he did not desire to become my subordinate, I certainly would not force him. Who would I seek as a subordinate if not you? To choose you as a subordinate would indeed be an honor. With a swift motion, Whis' staff emitted two beams of angelic energy, enveloping Son Goku and Vegeta. Their bodies rapidly regained vigor. As they opened their eyes and rose from the ground, confusion etched on their faces. Did I separate from Vegeta? Son Goku scratched his head in bewilderment. Soon after, he spotted Goten and Gohan lying on the ground. Goten, Gohan, are you all right? Son Goku hurriedly approached with concern. Vegeta, having noticed Trunks, initially intended to rush over and embrace him but hesitated, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Whis also took the opportunity to provide treatment to Son Gohan and the others. Son Gohan, Son Goten, Trunks, and Piccolo gradually regained consciousness. Majin Buu regarded Son Gohan with a wary gaze. Among these individuals, aside from Son Gohan, who I cannot defeat, the rest are still manageable for me. Buu hastily pointed at Son Gohan and shook his finger. Can you speak? Speak in human language. Beerus grunted. His implication was to prevent this Mr. Son Gohan from participating in the battle. Whis smiled. Hey, you too, did you hear me? Beerus waved at Son Goku and Vegeta. Son Goku turned to look at Beerus. Vegeta also displayed a puzzled expression, yet a fragment of memory suddenly flashed in his mind. Yes, Lord Beerus. Vegeta exclaimed in surprise, his expression shifting rapidly. Oh, you've remembered? Beerus grunted. I remember too. You are Vegeta 4, right? When I first met you, you were just this tall. As he spoke, Beerus gestured to indicate Vegeta's height. Vegeta fell silent, gazing at Beerus with a hint of trepidation. He never anticipated that Beerus would come to Earth. This Lord Yaishin has released those absorbed by Majin Buu. If you wish to express your gratitude, direct it towards him. Beerus said with a slight smile. Yaishin? Yaishin displayed a perplexed expression. It felt uncharacteristic of Beerus. Why do I feel as though you are deliberately trying to curry favor with me? Beerus's actions seemed rather intentional, and Lord Yaishin might grow suspicious. Whis observed keenly and quickly whispered to Beerus. Huh? Really? Beerus was taken aback, momentarily stunned. Of course, you all ought to express your gratitude towards me as well. However, I do not enjoy being thanked, Beerus grunted, hastily adding a clarification. So, you prefer others to harbor resentment towards you? Yaishin grasped the meaning. Beerus, that's about the gist of it. Resentment is fine by me. I wouldn't mind destroying it. Beerus grinned widely. Yaishin regarded Beerus thoughtfully. Internally, Beerus felt a surge of anxiety, yet he dared not reveal any sign of it. At that moment, Son Goku and the others stepped forward to express their gratitude. Only then did Yaishin gradually withdraw his gaze. Yaishin, it was you who saved me. I am truly grateful, Son Gohan said earnestly. No need for formality. We are classmates. Yaishin smiled. There was something Yaishin did not voice, that he had also taken Son Gohan's girlfriend. I have to save you at least once. Multiple times would be no trouble, he thought with a chuckle. Indeed. As Son Wukong chuckled lightly and nodded, he acknowledged, so? Vegeta and this fellow will challenge Majin Buu, and the rest must not interfere. Should anyone dare to intervene, I shall obliterate them. Do you all understand? Beerus stated with a cold snort. Were you referring to me and Vegeta? Son Wukong blinked in surprise, pointing to himself. It was Majin Buu who proposed it, Beerus replied. What, do you disagree? Not at all. I am in favor. I have longed for a one-on-one match with him. He has become weaker than before, hasn't he? Son Wukong's face radiated excitement and anticipation. That suits me perfectly, Vegeta nodded. We can commence. Beerus beckoned to Buu. By the way, where did the Patera earrings go? I can't seem to find them, Son Wukong suddenly recalled, touching his ear. I took them. They belong to the Supreme Kai. I shall return them, Beerus said nonchalantly. Enough chatter, let us begin. Who goes first? Kakarot? Vegeta inquired of Son Wukong. Let us decide with rock, paper, scissors, Son Wukong suggested. The two immediately engaged in the game. TCH, why don't these two fools go together? Beerus scoffed. I won, Son Wukong exclaimed, raising his fist in triumph. Vegeta gritted his teeth. By the way, Vegeta, is that guy really Beerus? Son Wukong whispered, lowering his voice. Indeed, Vegeta replied. I have heard the old Supreme Kai speak of him. He is immensely powerful, unmatched by anyone. That goes without saying. Vegeta nodded. He is the god of destruction, reputed to be the mightiest among gods. Understood. Now, let me engage in a proper battle with this Majin Buu. Son Wukong inhaled deeply. Show me your Super Saiyan 3. Vegeta proposed. If I do that, you won't get a chance to fight. Son Wukong smiled slightly. To be honest, had I gone all out last time, I might have defeated him. I merely wish for the younger generation to triumph through their own strength, especially since I was already deceased then. Vegeta remained silent. Son Wukong let out a fierce yell as powerful energy surged from him. When next observed, Son Wukong had transformed into Super Saiyan 3. Upon witnessing this transformation, Beerus appeared somewhat taken aback. Whis, what is this transformation? Beerus inquired. This is a transformation of a Super Saiyan, Whis answered. Moreover, it is worth mentioning that Frieza was defeated by him. What did you say? Frieza was defeated by him. Beerus was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, Frieza was no more. As Whis affirmed with a nod. It was no wonder, the intensity of his energy clearly surpassed that of Frieza. Beerus acknowledged this with a thoughtful nod. Stroking his chin in contemplation. Super Saiyan? I believe I have heard of this before. Is that so? Whis refrained from probing further. This is Super Saiyan 3, explained Yaishin. Previously, when Goku vanquished Frieza, he utilized Super Saiyan 1, and there is also Super Saiyan 2. I see, Beerus comprehended. Vegeta, upon sensing Goku's energy, was equally astonished. Kakarot truly is a genius. I find myself inferior to him. Goku's formidable energy propelled numerous stones, striking Majin Buu. The creature emitted a series of shrieks, relentlessly pounding its chest with its fists. What a peculiar being. What do you intend to do? Goku was momentarily startled. The battle is about to commence, Vegeta mused. Who will emerge victorious? With a swift motion, Majin Buu lunged toward Goku. Goku concentrated his energy into a powerful blast, enveloping Majin Buu in an immense energy wave. In the blink of an eye, a significant portion of Majin Buu was consumed by the attack. Goku dashed forward. With a swift regeneration, Majin Buu restored his form. In an instant, Goku appeared behind him. He delivered a powerful strike, sending Majin Buu tumbling through the air. Majin Buu quickly transformed into a sail, stabilizing himself. Goku soared toward him. Majin Buu grinned, suddenly thrusting his right foot into the ground, swiftly penetrating the earth and delivering a kick to Goku's chin. Goku winced in pain. Executing a graceful backflip, Majin Buu relentlessly attacked, with legs emerging from the ground. Goku rolled backward at high speed. With a sweeping gesture, Majin Buu unleashed a massive energy blast, hurtling toward Goku. In an instant, Goku utilized instant transmission to appear behind Majin Buu. He kicked Majin Buu on the head, causing the creature to fall to the ground, only to rebound and deliver a heavy elbow strike to Goku's face. In the sky, two individuals engaged in an intense confrontation, rendering it momentarily impossible to discern who held the upper hand. Upon witnessing the fierce battle, Vegeta fell into a contemplative silence. However, after a brief period of introspection, he found solace in his thoughts. Kakarot, that remarkable fellow, truly astounds me. I am utterly no match for Majin Buu. At last, I comprehend why I cannot rival you. It is because you possess a profound sense of responsibility and a heart devoted to justice. I have always acted according to my whims, engaging in combat for my own amusement. Yet Kakarot fights selflessly for the sake of others. It infuriates me to think such an admirable scion exists. Kakarot, I cheer for you. A smile graced Vegeta's face as he encouraged Goku. Is this it? Have you relinquished your dream of becoming the strongest scion? Tian suddenly appeared beside Vegeta, inquiring with a smile. This is none of your concern. What do you know? Vegeta retorted with a scoff. Suddenly, a swift rush was felt as Beerus descended, delivering a resounding slap that sent Vegeta crashing to the ground. I apologize, but I cannot assist with that. How do you converse with Lord Tian? Vegeta was left dazed, unable to regain his composure for quite some time. He turned to Lord Beerus. What do you mean? Lord Beerus? Vegeta inquired. I suddenly find you rather displeasing, Beerus huffed. As I mentioned earlier, this Tian aligns perfectly with my temperament, Beerus scoffed. Tian fell silent. What do you mean, Beerus? Yet, Tian refrained from asking further. He understood that even if he inquired, Beerus would remain tight-lipped. Beerus must have witnessed my erasure technique. Right? Even if Beerus did not see it, could Whis have missed it? If Whis had seen it, would he not inform Beerus? It would be strange if Beerus were not troubled by my ability to erase. Having come to this realization, Tian found nothing particularly curious about it. Vegeta, you could actually train with Beerus. This way, you could surpass Son Goku, Tian suggested. Can I really? Vegeta's eyes sparkled with newfound hope. Training alongside me is possible, but you must exchange something of value, Beerus grunted. Something of value? What do you desire? Vegeta inquired. I require delectable cuisine, Beerus replied. Once Earth is restored, I can let you sample its culinary delights, Vegeta promised. What kind of delectable cuisine can this unfriendly planet produce? Beerus scoffed. I recall that the earliest dinosaurs on this planet were rather unwelcoming, which is why I obliterated them all. By the way, I ask you, do you know the Super Saiyan God? Beerus suddenly questioned Vegeta. What? The Super Saiyan God? Vegeta was taken aback. What? You've never heard of it? Beerus huffed. No. Vegeta shook his head. Such a pity, Beerus lamented. Boom. A colossal energy wave swiftly enveloped Son Goku. He hurriedly crossed his arms to shield his head, preventing injury. Majin Buu grinned widely, displaying a face full of excitement. However, just as Majin Buu was reveling in his joy, Son Goku's energy wave surged from below, engulfing Majin Buu entirely. Majin Buu was reduced to mere chunks of flesh. Whoosh. Yet, shortly thereafter, the pieces of Majin Buu quickly coalesced, transforming into a flesh ball. The flesh ball solidified, restoring Majin Buu to his original form. Good heavens! After all this time fighting, it seems this fellow's stamina has not waned in the slightest. Son Goku gritted his teeth, realizing he had fully recovered through regeneration. TCH, what a truly primitive battle. Beerus cast a glance in that direction. Father, let me handle this. Gohan swiftly proposed to his father. Chapter 155. Can you last a minute? No, Gohan. I must defeat him through my own efforts, Goku replied, shaking his head. And didn't Lord Beerus say that no one is permitted to intervene? Only Vegeta and I are allowed to fight. Very well, Gohan nodded in acquiescence. Furthermore, I have heard that Lord Beerus is exceedingly powerful. It would be best for you to return. I will be fine. Goku lowered his voice, giving Gohan a reassuring remark. Gohan's expression grew serious as he promptly returned to his previous position. Brother, will father be all right? Goten asked, a hint of worry lacing his tone. I believe he will be fine. Father can defeat him, Gohan reassured. Leave it to Goku. Piccolo smiled faintly. Kakarot, Vegeta suddenly appeared beside Goku. Vegeta? Are you stepping in for me? Just let me have a little more time to fight. Goku stammered, taken aback. Humph. I have no intention of battling you at the moment. You know very well I am no match for him. However, give me a year, and I will surely surpass you. I intend to train under Lord Beerus. I will exceed Kakarot. Oh, is that so? Goku scratched his head. Majin Buu is far stronger than I anticipated. You need not worry about me this time. I want to compete with you. Just focus on your training, Vegeta encouraged. Ah, but the situation is rather dire. I feel my energy waning. I need a minute to gather enough strength. Goku gritted his teeth. A minute? Vegeta was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, continuing to fight him now will not lead to his defeat, so I require sufficient energy for a decisive strike, Goku contemplated. A minute? Very well. I can certainly hold that fiend at bay. You must gather your energy swiftly. Vegeta gritted his teeth. Wait, can you truly withstand Majin Buu for that long? A whole minute? Goku was slightly astonished. Vegeta felt a pang in his heart. Less chatter, and gather your energy. He commanded fiercely. Understood. Goku inhaled deeply, releasing a tremendous energy as he began to gather his strength. He reminded Vegeta, by the way, you are already dead. If you die again, you will cease to exist. Please do not perish, Vegeta. Thank you for your concern. Vegeta huffed, his aura radiating a golden glow, lightning crackling around him. Just as Vegeta prepared to charge at Majin Buu, he paused. Wait a moment. Tian spoke, causing Vegeta to pause momentarily and turn to face him. This won't do. I have a splendid idea, Tian declared with a smile. What is it? Vegeta asked, momentarily taken aback. Earlier, Beerus mentioned the Super Saiyan god. Is anyone willing to give it a try? Tian replied with a grin. Tian, you are familiar with the Super Saiyan god? Beerus looked at him with surprise. I know a bit. I once read an ancient book that contained information about the Super Saiyan god. Tian mused. What nonsense is this? You're not from Earth. Are you? How could you possess such a book? Vegeta exclaimed, bewildered. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Beerus slapped Vegeta to the ground. Let him finish speaking, Beerus huffed. There's nothing strange about it. The artifacts of your Saiyan heritage were sent to Earth long ago. Vegeta chose to remain silent. Your reasoning is rather tenuous. Tian, please continue. I am far more intrigued by the god of Super Saiyan, Beerus remarked with a smile. At that moment, Majin Buu also wore a smug expression, believing himself entirely capable of handling Goku and Vegeta. In truth, the transformation to a Super Saiyan god is quite simple. It merely requires 5 Saiyans to infuse a righteous light into one of their own. Tian replied. 5. So a total of 6 Saiyans are needed? Vegeta swiftly calculated the numbers. Indeed, Tian nodded affirmatively. This is quite a conundrum. We only have 5 Saiyans, don't we? Goku counted the Saiyans present and gently shook his head. Then there's nothing to be done. Tian smiled. As for the 6th Saiyan, you shall have to find a way. My brother Videl, his combat power is quite low. Would that suffice? Vegeta inquired. Of course. As long as he harbors no evil intentions, Tian responded. Vegeta, I sense you are alluding to me. Am I capable? Can Vegeta manage? Piccolo asked from the side. Vegeta shot a fierce glare at Piccolo. After the previous incident, Vegeta had undergone a transformation. He was now entirely capable. Tian smiled. Vegeta, do reach out to your brother swiftly. I too wish to see what a Super Saiyan god looks like. Goku prompted Vegeta. Humph. How would I know where my brother Videl is? Even if I did, he could be very far away. It might take months or even years to locate him. Vegeta replied, shaking his head in disappointment. Videl, is it? Whis interjected, immediately utilizing his staff to locate the planet where Videl resided, quickly providing an answer. Oh dear, it is indeed quite distant, on a planet at the edge of the universe. As he spoke, Whis provided the coordinates of the planet. Upon hearing those coordinates, Beerus was momentarily speechless. It would take us over half an hour just to fly there, making the round trip over an hour, Beerus sighed. But we have the Kaioshin, don't we? The Kaioshin can teleport instantly and bring Videl here immediately, Tian suggested with a slight smile. In that case, that resolves the issue, Beerus said. Visibly relieved, giving Tian a thumbs up. Hey, Kaioshin, are you listening? Tian called out loudly. If you can hear me, please proceed to that planet and bring Vegeta's brother back. All right, I'm on my way, the Kaioshin's voice promptly responded. Now, let us wait patiently, Tian chuckled. Turning to Majin Buu, you have no objections, do you? Boo, may I express my opinion? Should I take this opportunity to flee? I believe it would be more prudent to escape quickly. This fellow named Tian claims he will transform Sun Wukong into a Super Saiyan god. Although I am uncertain of what a Super Saiyan god entails, I sense they are digging a pit for me to leap into. Chapter 156. Beerus, do you think you can run away? Whoosh. Majin Buu, without a trace of hesitation, instantly transformed into a streak of light, rapidly soaring into the starry sky. I shall no longer engage with you. You are being quite unreasonable. The term unreasonable refers to a mischievous little dog. It was agreed that the two of them would engage in battle with me, yet you decided to summon a godly Super Saiyan instead. The speed of Majin Buu is astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he soared beyond the Earth's atmosphere. Hey, if you intend to flee, at least leave that rotund figure within you behind. Tian's voice immediately echoed. With a cheeky grin, Majin Buu turned back to the planet and made a face. Do you expect me to stay just because you asked? Absolutely not. With a swift motion, Majin Buu accelerated his escape. However, Beerus, moving with greater speed, effortlessly caught up to Majin Buu, appearing directly before him. Majin Buu abruptly halted in midair, his expression turning ominously grim. What? Did you think you could outrun me? Beerus remarked with a chilling sneer. Majin Buu trembled in fear. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He transformed his body into a mass of flesh, attempting to envelop Beerus. With a mere flick of his wrist, Beerus delivered a powerful blow to the mass of flesh. Majin Buu spewed a copious amount of blood, feeling utterly defeated. This is impossible. I am no match for him. With a resounding crack, Majin Buu regenerated, warily eyeing Beerus across from him. Just now, Tian mentioned that you have another fat one inside you. Release him at once. Beerus commanded with a huff. Without a moment's hesitation, Majin Buu expelled Fat Buu from his mouth, who then darted toward Beerus. With a casual gesture, Beerus swatted the airborne Fat Buu down with a swift strike. Fat Buu soared through the air, breaking through the atmosphere and plummeting toward the ground. Do you enjoy chocolate? Majin Buu gritted his teeth and asked in broken language. I see you can speak, Beerus chuckled. Suddenly, the antennae on Majin Buu's head emitted a flickering purple-white light, which quickly enveloped Beerus. But then, nothing happened. The magical attacks proved utterly ineffective against Beerus. Majin Buu's eyes widened in disbelief. This guy is impervious to magic? What? Can this magic turn me into chocolate? Beerus scoffed, shaking his body to dislodge the energy. With a swift point of his finger, Beerus directed a beam of white energy toward Majin Buu. Upon impact, Majin Buu let out a cry of anguish as his form transformed into a small piece of chocolate. With a cold huff, Beerus seized the chocolate and swiftly returned to Earth. A thunderous boom echoed in the distance. Before Beerus returned, Majin Buu plummeted to the ground like a shooting star, leaving behind an unfathomably deep crater. Goku and the others swiftly peered into the pit and discovered the hefty Majin Buu within. Shortly thereafter, Beerus reappeared, holding the chocolate-turned Buu in his grasp. Truly, Lord Beerus is remarkable, transforming him from a slender figure to a plump one. Goku chuckled heartily. With a cold smirk, Beerus casually tossed the chocolate Majin Buu to Goku. Momentarily taken aback, Goku instinctively caught the flying confection. Wait, is this chocolate? He pondered, slightly bewildered, wondering if Lord Beerus intended to offer him a treat. Just as he was about to take a bite, Vegeta urgently interjected, You fool, Kakarot. That's chocolate made from Majin Buu. Startled, Goku quickly withdrew the chocolate from his mouth, scratching his head sheepishly. At that very moment, the Supreme Kai promptly transported Tarble from a distant star system. Huh, brother? Tarble exclaimed, surprised as he gazed at Vegeta. Tarble? I knew you were still alive. Vegeta smiled. How did I end up here? Is this Earth? I've heard you came to Earth long ago, Tarble said, scratching his head. Vegeta, is this your brother? Goku approached him warmly. Hello, I am Son Goku. Ah, hello, nice to meet you, Tarble replied. All right, let's hurry and try the method Yekuin suggested to see if we can transform into Super Saiyan God, Beerus urged. Sure, Goku nodded, then proposed. How about I transform into Super Saiyan God first? Suit yourself, Vegeta conceded, though he remained skeptical about the existence of such a legendary transformation. Could a mere earthling casually utter a phrase that would allow a Saiyan to become Super Saiyan God? Even I, the Prince of Saiyans, was unaware of such a phenomenon. How did you, a mere earthling, come to know this? Vegeta, with a spirit of experimentation, decided to treat Goku as a test subject. Is there truly a Super Saiyan God? Gohan murmured, quickly ushering Goten and Trunks forward. In the next moment, Gohan, Vegeta, Goten, Trunks, and Tabber clasped hands, forming a circle around Goku. As for the method of operation, the Supreme Kai had already briefed Tabber. Consequently, Tabber was now aware of what needed to be done. Hey, you are the current Supreme Kai? Beerus glanced at the Supreme Kai and inquired. Indeed, Lord Beerus, the Supreme Kai affirmed with a nod. Why do you look this way? You seem as though you have merged with someone, Beerus remarked, furrowing his brow. The Supreme Kai is fused with Mr. Jebbet using earrings, was explained from the side. Ah, I see. That explains your peculiar appearance, Beerus comprehended. Haha. Well, I actually wish to separate, but I've heard that once fused, separation is impossible, the Supreme Kai admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. Do you wish to separate, Supreme Kai? Whis inquired. Is it possible? Can we separate? The Supreme Kai paused, looking at Whis. With a swift motion, Whis' staff emanated a radiant glow, enveloping the Supreme Kai. Before their eyes, the Supreme Kai split into two individuals. Huh. The Supreme Kai was momentarily stunned before suddenly realizing the change. Jebbet also examined his hands. We are separated, Whis smiled. Chapter 157. The Super Saiyan God defeats Buu with a single blow. You are truly remarkable. You must be the angel Whis, the Supreme Kai exclaimed, astonished. Indeed, Whis nodded, a smile gracing his face. Boom. As soon as the Supreme Kai finished speaking, Beerus pressed him forcefully to the ground. Supreme Kai? Lord Beerus. Why did you strike me? The Supreme Kai, taken aback, gazed at Beerus with confusion. You fool, do you have any idea what you were doing? Don't you know the Supreme Kai's responsibilities? Why would you attempt to confront that fiend Buu? You could simply have awakened me to deal with him. Isn't it true that Lord Beerus was in slumber and could not be roused? The Supreme Kai rolled his eyes. How can you even say that? Beerus scoffed, releasing the Supreme Kai, no longer wishing to engage with him. Meanwhile, Goku was also infused with the light of justice by Vegeta and the others. Suddenly, a fiery crimson glow erupted around Goku. Crack. Upon a closer look, Goku's hair had transformed into a vibrant red. Father, this is amazing, it worked. Son Gohan was filled with excitement. Oh, is that the aura of a god? Beerus gazed at Son Wukong with a hint of anticipation. Vegeta exclaimed, has it truly succeeded? Is there really a transformation into a Super Saiyan god? How infuriating. I thought it was merely a fabrication. However, he pondered how that fellow named Tian was aware of the Super Saiyan god transformation, something even I, the Prince of Saiyans, do not know. Vegeta cast a glance towards Tian. Son Wukong took a deep breath and stepped forward. Whis, restore that Majin Buu. Let them engage in a duel. I wish to witness the prowess of the Super Saiyan god, Beerus instructed Whis. Certainly, Lord Beerus, Whis replied, pointing his staff towards the chocolate that had transformed into Majin Buu. With a snap, the chocolate form of Majin Buu morphed back into his original shape. Gasping for breath, Majin Buu's face turned pale as he cautiously watched Beerus. You needn't look at me. Your opponent is him, Beerus said with a gentle smile, gesturing towards Son Wukong. Majin Buu turned to face Son Wukong. Buu, let us commence a new round of battle, Son Wukong declared, readying himself for combat. Hee. I was wondering who I would face. Upon seeing Son Wukong, my interest has been piqued. Do you believe you can defeat me? In our recent confrontation, although you held a slight advantage, you sustained considerable injuries. However, Majin Buu truly wishes to refrain from prolonging this encounter. If I manage to vanquish him, shall I be permitted to leave? Buu spoke. Certainly, as long as you defeat the individual known as Son Goku, I shall consent to your departure. Beerus nodded in agreement. Buu swiftly cast a glance towards Tian, his eyes seemingly inquiring. Do you also consent to my release? I have returned that plump fellow to you. Very well. I harbor no objections. Tian smiled. Yet, Buu remained somewhat apprehensive and glanced at Son Gohan. Me? I initially had no intention of agreeing, but if they all concur, I have no objections. Son Gohan nodded. But you must not harm any innocents. Buu vigorously nodded in response. Regardless, I will first grant my consent. Whether to take lives elsewhere is my prerogative. Even if I were to commit murder, would you truly be able to intervene? Hey, Majin Buu immediately prepared himself for battle. Do you think that merely transforming your golden radiance into flames will instill fear in me? Come, allow me to test the might of the Super Saiyan God. Sun Wukong also assumed a battle stance. Whoosh. Majin Buu transformed into a streak of light, rapidly charging towards Sun Wukong. As Majin Buu drew closer, Sun Wukong effortlessly blocked the incoming punch with a gentle parry. Bang. In the next moment, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful strike, landing a forceful palm on Majin Buu's chest. With a muffled thud, Majin Buu arced through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Then, with a tilt of his head, Majin Buu met his demise. Oh dear. That was impressive, Whis remarked, noting that the previous blow had gravely injured Majin Buu's spirit. Even with his regenerative capabilities, recovery was impossible. Indeed, he is dead. Beerus nodded in satisfaction. What? Vegeta's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Did Kakarot actually kill Majin Buu? He dispatched him with a single blow? What nonsense is this? Son Gohan was both astonished and elated. Father has become so powerful. I feel as though my energy, enhanced by the old Kai, pales in comparison. The Kai was utterly taken aback, unable to comprehend the situation for quite some time. Jebbet was left completely dumbfounded. Father is incredible, Son Goten shouted excitedly. Trunks remained silent, feeling overshadowed. Brother, what on earth is happening? Tabul was bewildered. Vegeta scoffed, dismissing Tabul's inquiry. Tian had anticipated this outcome all along. After all, the transformation into a Super Saiyan God is exponentially more potent than the Super Saiyan forms. If Super Saiyan forms 1, 2, and 3 signify a quantitative change, then the Super Saiyan God represents a qualitative transformation, converting ordinary energy into divine power. It is entirely reasonable for Sun Wukong to annihilate Majin Buu with a single strike. Let alone this minor Majin Buu. Even the one who absorbed Son Gohan would be no match for Sun Wukong in his current Super Saiyan God state. Indeed. Beerus smiled and nodded, gradually appearing directly opposite Sun Wukong. I never anticipated becoming this powerful. It was my intention to kill him. What a conundrum. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Enough with the idle chatter, Beerus huffed. In my dreams, I envisioned the Super Saiyan God challenging me, and I sensed he would become my true rival. Therefore, let us test our strengths against one another. Huh, you want me to battle Lord Beerus? Sun Wukong was taken aback. No way. The old Kaishin stated that Lord Beerus is an insurmountable pinnacle for us. Is that so? The old sage's words rang true. Beerus nodded in satisfaction. So you concede? Chapter 158. Beerus, shall we engage in a contest? Despite the old Kaishin's declaration, Sun Wukong was eager to measure his strength against Lord Beerus. His face was alight with unquenchable fighting spirit. Beerus remarked, all this talk has been in vain. Very well. I too wish to assess the prowess of a Super Saiyan God. A smile graced his lips. I shall not hold back. Sun Wukong readied himself for battle. Beerus beckoned with a finger. Whoosh. Sun Wukong dashed toward Beerus with incredible speed, throwing a punch that shook the very heavens. Smack. Beerus effortlessly raised a hand, catching Sun Wukong's fist. How does it feel? Not bad for a Super Saiyan God, I presume? Beerus inquired with a smile. I was taken aback. I never anticipated such a realm existed, Sun Wukong admitted, nodding. But it's unfortunate that I ended up defeating Majin Buu so easily. Humph. That kind of being was merely a waste of time, Beerus scoffed. He should have perished long ago. Bang. With that, Beerus struck at Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was sent hurtling backward, crashing through several structures. Beerus quickly pursued him. Sun Wukong swiftly adjusted his position, soaring into the air and weaving through the desolate cityscape. Beerus, faster still, soon caught up and delivered a powerful kick. Sun Wukong crossed his arms to block the incoming strike, executing a somersault in midair, only to vanish from sight. In an instant, he reappeared behind Beerus, launching a punch. Beerus effortlessly dodged Sun Wukong's attack, countering with a palm strike to his torso. Sun Wukong immediately retaliated. The two engaged in an intense aerial skirmish, unable to determine a victor. Bang, bang, bang. Their combat escalated in speed and intensity, the energy they released growing ever more formidable. After several exchanges, Beerus collided with Sun Wukong, sending him flying backward. Sun Wukong crashed onto a massive boulder, shattering it upon impact. He quickly regained his composure, landing on the ground while gasping for breath. Quite impressive. Your manipulation of divine power is passable, Beerus remarked with a smile. But you are still no match for me. Let us continue. With a resounding shout, Sun Wukong charged towards his opponent. Bang! The fists of the two collided, unleashing an increasingly formidable energy. Crack! Suddenly, fissures began to appear across the earth. The immense energy emitted by them nearly shattered the planet. Swiftly, Tian made a decisive gesture, effortlessly erasing the additional energy released by the two warriors. Thus, the earth remained intact. In the next moment, Sun Wukong and Beerus ascended into the sky, engaging in another fierce confrontation. They soared higher and soon reached the stratosphere where the air still prevailed. For the Saiyans, as long as they remained within the Earth's outer atmosphere and did not venture into true outer space, survival was assured. Consequently, in various anime, one might witness scenes of Sun Wukong and Beerus battling amid the cosmos. In truth, they were merely in the stratosphere or outer atmosphere surrounding the Earth, where air flowed outward, allowing Saiyans to thrive. After a brief exchange of blows, Sun Wukong found his energy waning significantly, his stamina utterly depleted. Impressive. But this is where it ends. Your strength has begun to falter, Beerus remarked with a slight smile. Indeed, Lord Beerus, the old Kaioshin was right. You are a pinnacle that humanity can never surpass, Sun Wukong mused. Humph, no need for flattery. It has been ages since I enjoyed a battle like this, Beerus chuckled, gathering a formidable energy in his hands. Now, let us see if you can withstand this. If not, prepare for your demise. Whoosh. A colossal energy sphere descended rapidly from above. Sun Wukong's expression shifted dramatically, gazing at the swiftly approaching orb. He abruptly raised his head and unleashed a massive Kamehameha wave from his hands. Boom. The energy wave consumed the sphere entirely. Quite remarkable. You exceed my expectations. Beerus nodded in satisfaction. Well then, that will suffice. Let us descend. With that, Beerus swiftly began to plummet towards the earth. Snap! Sun Wukong quickly regained his composure, following Beerus as they gracefully descended from the heavens. Before long, they returned to the ground. Humph, you all need to train harder. Your skills are lacking, Beerus lamented, shaking his head with disappointment. Is there not one worthy opponent among you? Perhaps I should give it a try? Tian broke into a broad smile. Beerus, feeling an overwhelming sense of dread, thought to himself, I absolutely do not wish to engage in battle with you. Suddenly recalling an urgent matter, he declared, I must take my leave for now. With a slight chuckle, he attempted to make a hasty retreat. Wait a moment. Tian interjected. Startled, Beerus swallowed hard, realizing he had perhaps overstepped with his bravado. This was indeed a precarious situation. How on earth was he to confront Lord Tian? As he pondered, he thought, I seem capable of besting him, yet I cannot possibly kill him, can I? Should his strength increase, I would find myself in dire straits. Let us engage in a trial of strength, for I am not entirely confident in my ability to defeat you, Tian remarked, his expression cheerful as he gazed at Beerus. Beerus responded, You lack the confidence to defeat me, yet you still wish to engage in battle? How might I refuse you gracefully? Alas, this planet has transformed into such a state. Should we not restore it before proceeding? Beerus swiftly interjected with a suggestion. Your words have reminded me. Did not Vegeta express a desire to train alongside me? Prepare a sumptuous feast for me, that I may indulge before we continue, Beerus remarked, shifting the topic with a glint in his eye. Once I have feasted to my satisfaction, then we shall spar. Tian mused. Why do I sense your trepidation towards me? My current abilities may not suffice to obliterate you. Very well, let us defer this discussion for another time, Tian contemplated, nodding lightly in agreement, refraining from any opposition. Chapter 159, Bardos, do you wish to wed Lord Tian? Tian indeed felt uncertain of his ability to vanquish Beerus. After all, his true strength was merely 10,000 times that of Frisia during the Namek saga. Had it been during Frisia's golden age, perhaps he could have posed a challenge to Beerus. At this moment, Tian surmised that Beerus must have sensed his obliteration capability, which instilled fear in him regarding their combat. Yet, this was fortuitous. He could spend the next 3 months cultivating in seclusion. Once those 3 months passed and his obliteration power reached platinum level, he would possess tenfold the strength of Beerus, enabling him to easily triumph over him. The thought exhilarated Tian. In merely 3 months, he would be capable of defeating Beerus, armed with the ability to obliterate the god of destruction. Then let us seek the Dragon Balls to restore Earth to its former state, while simultaneously resurrecting those who have perished, proposed Sun Wukong. However, the Dragon Balls were recently utilized. We must wait another 6 months for their revival. Piccolo shook his head. So, we must wait 6 months? Sun Wukong scratched his head, displaying an expression of dismay. We could journey to Namek and use their Dragon Balls to restore Earth, Piccolo suggested. Indeed. How could I have overlooked the Dragon Balls of Namek? Sun Wukong's eyes sparkled with realization as he turned to the Supreme Kai. Supreme Kai, would you be able to escort us to Namek to gather the Dragon Balls? Of course, it would be my pleasure. The Supreme Kai readily agreed. Subsequently, under the guidance of the Supreme Kai, Sun Wukong and Vegeta, along with others, arrived at planet Namek. The Namekians had long prepared the Dragon Balls and summoned the Eternal Dragon Purunga to grant 3 wishes. The first wish was to restore the Earth to its original state. The second wish was to resurrect all the Earthlings who had perished that day, excluding the evildoers. The third wish, made by Tian, was to ensure that Biddily and Android 18 would remain forever youthful. With the Earth restored, the fallen Vegeta and Jebet were revived, alongside all the virtuous souls on the planet, while the villainous Majin Buu was spared. Following this, at Bulma's suggestion, a grand feast was hosted at her residence, attended by Tian, Beerus, and Whis. Upon tasting the delectable Earth cuisine, Beerus and Whis were overwhelmed by delightful sensations on their palates, affirming that restoring the Earth was indeed a wise decision. Beerus felt a wave of contentment wash over him. Indeed, after all, Lord Tian still resides on Earth. Whis remarked softly. At that moment, Tian was dining with Android 18 and Biddily, while Majin Buu and Satan shared another table, where Satan's joy was evident, his grin stretching from ear to ear. It seems this chubby fellow has truly become my little brother, he mused. The banquet proceeded harmoniously. Meanwhile, on planet Kappa in Universe 6, Kappa inquired of Bardos, quickly, check on Lord Tian's situation. That unfortunate fan should have been erased by him. Let me see. Bardos replied, gently nodding as she projected Tian's location with her staff. Soon, however, Bardos widened her eyes in astonishment. Oh dear. I can no longer see Lord Tian clearly. It has become hazy. She gestured towards a shadowy figure on the projection. Are you implying that Lord Tian's memories have partially returned? Kampa was equally shocked. Yes, that seems to be the case, Bardos confirmed with a nod. Wait. Who is that? Isn't that Beerus? When did he awaken? Kampa pointed towards Beerus, who was enjoying his meal. Indeed, it is Lord Beerus. I never expected he would awaken so soon, Bardos smiled. And look closely. The food they are consuming appears quite appetizing, Kampa pondered. I also sense that their meal seems exceptionally delicious, Bardos remarked, smacking her lips. By the way, Bardos, how was that instant noodle pack I shared with you? Kampa inquired. It was absolutely delightful. I had never tasted anything so exquisite before, Bardos praised. That dish was brought from Earth, crafted by Lord Tian himself. Now that I think about it, it seems Lord Tian might have been teasing me. Xiangpa pondered. Why do you say that? Bardos looked taken aback. That instant noodle is clearly a mass-produced product, unlike the unique flavor of the 9-turn intestine that Lord Tian prepared for me. Xiangpa chuckled. 9-turn intestine? Is it delicious? Bardos was momentarily stunned again. Of course, it is exquisite. The taste is truly distinctive. Xiangpa beamed with joy. Now that you mention it, I too feel an urge to indulge. Bardos smacked her lips again. By the way, where is Earth in our universe? Given that the 7th universe boasts such exceptional culinary planets, it stands to reason that our 6th universe should have one as well. Xiangpa contemplated. Let me check. Bardos immediately searched for Earth in the 6th universe. After a thorough investigation, Bardos shook her head in disappointment. What's wrong? Does our 6th universe lack Earth? Xiangpa inquired. There is one, but unfortunately, due to a nuclear war, this planet ultimately faced annihilation. Bardos sighed in resignation. What a pity. Xiangpa lamented. After a brief silence of 2 or 3 seconds, he exclaimed, by the way, don't we possess the Super Dragon Balls? A grin spread across Xiangpa's face. What if we exchanged the Earths of the 2 universes using the Super Dragon Balls? Bardos looked slightly startled. Does this mean that Lord Xiangpa intends to invite Lord Tian to develop in our 6th universe? Isn't this a win-win situation? Xiangpa grinned mischievously. It happens that Lord Tian is on Earth. Directly using the Super Dragon Balls to transport him to our 6th universe is indeed a wise choice. Aren't you worried that Lord Tian might erase our 6th universe upon his recovery? Bardos questioned. I've thought it through carefully, and I believe the likelihood is minimal. As long as we treat him well, he has no reason to eliminate our universe, Xiangpa mused. Your reasoning holds merit, Lord Xiangpa, Bardos nodded. So what shall we do next? Of course, we must set out to find the Super Dragon Balls, Xiangpa replied eagerly. Darn it. There are still 2 Super Dragon Balls in the 7th universe. We must swiftly retrieve those. However, I believe it might not be prudent to venture into the 7th universe right now, as it could easily attract Lord Beerus's attention. Bardos gently shook her head. Then what do you suggest we do? Xiangpa asked. Why not take a more direct approach? Bardos proposed. What do you mean? Xiangpa inquired. Are you suggesting that you directly marry Lord Tian? Bardos responded. What kind of reasoning is this? You seem at a loss for how to respond to my words. Chapter 160. The New Message from the High Priest. This approach is the most straightforward, eliminating unnecessary complexities. Xiangpa smiled mischievously. No, what I mean is to have a martial arts competition between the 2 universes. Bardos articulated her idea. A martial arts competition? Xiangpa was taken aback. My Lord Xiangpa, consider this. For some time now, Lord Tian has been engaging with martial arts experts, indicating his deep interest in martial arts. Bardos remarked with a smile. If we showcase the strength of our universe to Lord Tian, he might just become intrigued by us. Oh, your words seem quite reasonable. Xiangpa nodded in agreement, studying the projection closely. It appeared there were few formidable fighters from Universe 7, and that being known as Majin Buu is rather mediocre. To be fair, our universe's hit alone could easily best all of their fighters. Indeed, Bardos smiled slightly. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. A confident expression adorned Xiangpa's face. I will seek out participants now. How many do you think would be appropriate? How about 5 against 5? Bardos suggested. That works. Xiangpa nodded, preparing to set off. But, my Lord Xiangpa, do not rush. It is prudent to first establish terms for the competition, as that would imbue it with greater significance, Bardos replied. You are right. Should Beerus disapprove of its participation, my efforts would be in vain, Xiangpa acknowledged. We shall depart immediately for Universe 7. Very well, my Lord Xiangpa, Bardos agreed. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next instant, Xiangpa and Bardos transformed into 2 streams of colored light, swiftly heading towards Universe 7. Universe 7, Earth. Ding. A new mission has been issued. Nurture Son Goku and Vegeta, assisting them in defeating the warriors of Universe 6 within 3 months. Upon completion, the reward will be a restoration technique, allowing the user to freely restore erased entities. Agree or decline. Just then, a line of text unexpectedly appeared on Tian's system. Tian was taken aback. Are you suggesting that I train those 2? Replace Whis with myself? Isn't this Whis's responsibility? Tian shook his head. It would be far better to spend this time playing with Biddily. As for the restoration technique, I can forego it. Why would I want to restore what has been erased? Tian promptly pressed decline. Declining to train Son Goku and Vegeta indicates the abandonment of this restoration technique mission. The next release date for the restoration technique mission is to be determined. Did the system provide a prompt? Without hesitation, Tian pressed yes. I simply do not have the time to nurture Son Wukong or Vegeta. Is it not acceptable to entrust such matters to Whis? I am exceedingly busy. The system ceased to provide further information. For Tian, in 3 months, he would ascend to the platinum-level erasure technique, enhancing his power to 10-fold that of Beerus. The mere thought of it filled Tian with excitement. He would finally be able to dominate Beerus. Meanwhile, Beerus and Whis indulged in delectable cuisine while engaging in casual conversation. How am I doing, Whis? Am I performing adequately, without revealing anything? Beerus grinned. Whis let out a resigned sigh. Isn't this a blatant oversight? Your display is exceedingly conspicuous. It seems you are deliberately ingratiating yourself with Lord Tian. Just then, the staff beside Whis trembled unexpectedly. However, Whis remained engrossed in his meal, oblivious to the staff's quiver. Son Wukong, noticing this, promptly turned to Whis and waved his hand from a distance. Hey, Whis, your black staff keeps shaking. Son Wukong called out. Oh, thank you for the reminder. Whis nodded and lightly gestured. Whoosh. The staff swiftly flew into Whis's hand. He immediately directed his gaze towards the crystal orb atop the staff. Oh dear, it is the Grand Minister. Whis exclaimed with mild astonishment. What do you mean? Is the Grand Minister contacting you regarding Lord Tian? Beerus inquired, momentarily taken aback. Perhaps. Whis nodded, swiftly establishing the connection. Subsequently, Whis's countenance underwent a series of transformations. Observing this, Beerus was left bewildered, struggling to comprehend the situation. What does this mean? What is happening? Soon, Whis's conversation with the Grand Minister concluded. Following that, he sighed wearily while holding the staff. What is it, Whis? What has transpired? Beerus asked, anxiety gnawing at him. Oh dear, the Grand Minister indicated that we might have made an error, Whis replied with a wry smile. What do you mean by error? What has been mistaken? Beerus queried, puzzled. It concerns the identity of Lord Tian. We may have been mistaken about it, Whis explained. What are you saying? Beerus exclaimed, his voice rising, drawing the attention of everyone present. However, he quickly masked his shock, though the astonishment in his eyes remained inexpressible. Whis, are you jesting? Such matters are not to be trifled with. Beerus exclaimed in disbelief. Are you implying that this fellow named Tian is not the reincarnation of Lord Tian? The Grand Minister just stated otherwise, Whis replied, shaking his head. Who claimed the probability is 99. 99? Beerus demanded angrily. I apologize for that, Lord Beerus, Whis sighed. Then please enlighten me. What exactly happened to his erasure? Beerus inquired through gritted teeth. Do you recall a peculiar race possessing a mysterious spatial storage technique? Whis responded. This race can place everything into their private space, effectively achieving an erasure effect. However, the nature of the two is different. Spatial storage transfers items to one's own space, while erasure means to eliminate or, in simpler terms, to erase. Are you suggesting that this individual named Tian possesses the spatial storage technique? Beerus paused momentarily, seemingly in contemplation. It appears so, Whis nodded. Beerus remarked, I no longer wish to speak. After all this, it turns out there was a misunderstanding. How vexing. I nearly rushed over to pay my respects, only to be told it was incorrect halfway through. This has left me quite unsettled. However, an inkling of doubt crept into Beerus's mind, leading him to suspect that Whis might be deceiving him. Are you attempting to trick me? What is this so-called autonomous ultimate of yours? Beerus inquired with a scowl. Upon reflection, Whis countered, was that truly the autonomous ultimate? Perhaps we have fallen prey to preconceived notions. Assuming he is the reincarnation of Lord Tian, leading us to mistakenly categorize his movements as the autonomous ultimate. Chapter 161. Is the Grand Priest truly misleading us? Beerus questioned. What do you mean? That clearly resembles the autonomous ultimate. Do you think I can discern the difference? Beerus huffed. Lord Beerus, consider this carefully. I have no reason to deceive you, Whis sighed. Mr. Tian's movements bear resemblance to a rudimentary form of the autonomous ultimate, yet they do not entirely align. If he were indeed the reincarnation of Lord Tian, he would not merely grasp the basics of the autonomous ultimate. After all, it is a technique imparted to us by Lord Tian. Should he seek to restore the autonomous ultimate, it ought to be at least at an intermediate or advanced level. Beerus pressed, so, after all this, where is the true Lord Tian? The Grand Priest has mentioned that he is still searching, but it is certain that this Mr. Tian is not he, Whis replied with a hint of resignation. Is Tian's erasure a form of spatial collection technique? Beerus mused, casting a contemplative glance in Tian's direction. Perhaps, Whis nodded in agreement. The methods of spatial collection bear striking similarity to the erasure technique of the Omni-King, nearly indistinguishable in execution. Of course, I am aware of this, Beerus scoffed. One is a deity, and the other a mere mortal. A spatial collection technique can at most encapsulate a galaxy, but it cannot encompass the entirety of the universe. Meanwhile, the Omni-King can effortlessly erase the entire cosmos with a mere wave of his hand. Indeed, Lord Beerus is correct, Whis acknowledged. How infuriating, after all this. It turns out to be a fade. Beerus gritted his teeth. Yet, a lingering skepticism remained in his gaze directed at Whis. What is with that look, Lord Beerus? Whis smiled. Tell me, Whis, could the Grand Priest truly be deceiving us? Beerus huffed. Perhaps this individual is genuinely the reincarnation of Lord Tian, and the Grand Priest concocted this mistaken identity to prevent us from revealing the truth. The Grand Priest would not deceive, nor is there reason to mislead you. Whis shook his head. Beerus fell into deep contemplation. Was the Grand Priest truly engaging in deception? It seems that the esteemed High Priest has never deceived anyone. Perhaps there has indeed been a misunderstanding. I have also heard of the existence of humans possessing spatial collection techniques, who proudly refer to themselves as spatial masters. Long ago, I encountered one of them, and I was taken aback, mistaking that individual for the disciple of the sovereign. Yet, I was mistaken. It is said that this lineage is passed down through generations, characterized by the singularity of its practitioners. Upon the death of one, another emerges to inherit the spatial collection art, though the identity of this successor remains uncertain, seemingly random in nature. Beerus has encountered two spatial masters. The first encounter left him utterly astonished, nearly bringing him to his knees. Subsequently, He learned from Whis about the affairs of the spatial masters, which incited a furious wrath within him, compelling him to seek the destruction of that particular master. However, he later discovered that the spatial master had been slain by another. With that revelation, Beerus ceased his pursuit of the spatial master and retreated to indulge in slumber. Years passed, and while obliterating a certain planet, Beerus once again crossed paths with a spatial master. Following this encounter, he gleaned further insights from Whis regarding the spatial masters. Reflecting on it now, Tian's abilities strikingly resemble those of a spatial master. It is truly baffling. After all this time, it turns out he is but a spatial master, not the reincarnation of Lord Tian Yi. The very thought infuriates Beerus, who is almost tempted to confront Tian with a swift blow. What an unfortunate choice of words. Must you insist on calling me Tian? Your name is remarkably the reverse of Lord Tian, yes. Hey, Whis, I'm going to confront him right now, Beerus declared with a grim expression. Is it because Lord Beerus was overly humble towards Mr. Tian previously? Whis smiled, now aware of his true identity. Feeling a bit embarrassed, isn't he? Of course. How could I, a dignified deity, almost bow before a mere human? How could that not be humiliating? Beerus huffed, rising suddenly, already rolling up his sleeves in preparation. Just then, a chef presented a freshly made takoyaki before Beerus. He inhaled deeply, the aroma enticing. Let me taste it first. Beerus took a bite, and the moment it touched his palate, he was overwhelmed by its delightful sensation. Ah, this is truly delicious. Whis expressed his own admiration. The two reveled in their enjoyment. Forget it. I won't confront him just yet. Beerus glanced towards Tian, hoping he wouldn't provoke him again. Should he dare to do so, I would not hesitate to obliterate him. Whis remained silent, relishing the delicacies before him. Who does Lord Beerus intend to obliterate? The Kaishin inquired, curious. You wouldn't understand. Summon that old man over here, Beerus commanded the Kaishin. The Grand Kaishin? The Kaishin paused. Naturally, who else could it be? Am I referring to that fellow with the turtle shell on his back? Beerus rolled his eyes. Ah, understood. The Kaishin nodded and went off to call the old Kaishin. At that moment, the old Kaishin was beside Son Goku, engaged in conversation. After Earth's restoration, the Kaishin had brought the old Kaishin along, who had insisted on coming. Hey, Goku, one must not go back on their word. The old Kaishin chuckled. What word? Son Goku scratched his head in confusion. You mentioned that if I guided your son Gohan's latent potential, you would grant me something in return, the old Kaishin said with anticipation, stretching out his 10 fingers. I almost forgot. Look over there, that woman named Bulma. She is the one I'm referring to. Not bad looking, right? Son Goku said softly while munching. The old Kaishin turned his gaze towards Bulma, scrutinizing her closely. Although she appeared somewhat aged, she certainly retained her charm. Quite pleasing indeed. The old Kaishin expressed his satisfaction. Go ahead, she is waiting for you over there. Son Goku grinned. Is that so? Then I shall not hold back. The old Kai, filled with delight, approached Bulma without hesitation, brazenly making advances towards her. Bulma, momentarily stunned, wondered where this lecherous old man had come from, so audaciously bold in his actions. What are you doing? She exclaimed, delivering a swift punch that sent the old Kai sprawling to the ground. Not far away, Vegeta witnessed this scene and felt an overwhelming wave of anger wash over him. In an instant, he soared through the air, delivering a powerful kick that propelled the old Kai high into the sky. With a fierce glare, Vegeta extended his hand toward the airborne old Kai. Chapter 162, Mistaken Identity? Is it not Tian? What are you doing, Vegeta? The Supreme Kai, who had been searching for the old Kai, quickly arrived and placed himself protectively in front of him. Get out of my way, Supreme Kai. Vegeta retorted coldly. Why are you so angry with my ancestor? The Supreme Kai inquired urgently. If you don't step aside, I won't hesitate to obliterate you, Vegeta warned, energy crackling in his hands. In the distance, Beerus, witnessing the unfolding chaos, felt his pupils constrict in surprise. With a swift motion, Beerus flew over and struck Vegeta down to the ground. How dare anyone bully the Supreme Kai in my presence? Such audacity is truly beyond comprehension. Do you wish to kill them? Vegeta questioned, a hint of defiance in his tone. You best be honest with me, Vegeta. Do you believe I won't obliterate you? Beerus replied coldly. Vegeta, unleashing a fierce roar, allowed the hidden energy within him to erupt. A golden beam of light shot into the heavens as he launched a relentless assault against Beerus. After several rounds of fierce exchanges, Vegeta found himself struck down by Beerus' hand. I had expected your power to surpass that of a Super Saiyan god. How utterly disappointing, Beerus remarked with a slight smile. This is fortuitous, as it serves to satiate my appetite. The Supreme Kai managed a bitter smile, hastily stepping forward to mediate. This is all a misunderstanding. I care not for misunderstandings. All I perceive is you and that old fool nearly meeting your demise. Beerus asserted coldly. Do you comprehend the consequences of your deaths? The Supreme Kai immediately lowered his head. And you, old man, what were you doing just now? Do not presume I am oblivious, Beerus continued icily. This was an arrangement I made with Goku, the old Kai said, scratching his head in embarrassment. Kakarot, what have you done? Vegeta exclaimed in fury. Why would you resort to such actions? Goku, Bulma added, glaring in frustration. It was a necessary measure to unlock Gohan's latent potential. I truly apologize, Goku admitted, taken aback by how the situation unfolded. Why not use your own wife? Vegeta bellowed. I felt a bit uncomfortable with him touching Chi-Chi, Goku replied candidly. And your discomfort permits him to touch my wife? Vegeta retorted, spitting in Goku's direction. Tian observed, I did not witness this scene in the anime. My existence must have altered history. Did the Supreme Kai, an old Kai, nearly provoke Vegeta to death? Whis, we must take our leave, Beerus declared, patting his belly and soaring into the sky, beckoning Whis from afar. Make sure to pack this, and this, Whis instructed the nearby chef. The chef promptly began to prepare the items for Whis. Hurry up, Whis, Beerus urged. The chef swiftly completed the packing, and Whis soon appeared at Beerus' side, carrying the packaged items. While the cuisine of this planet is rather enjoyable, I deem its continued existence unnecessary, Beerus proclaimed, gathering destructive energy in his hand. Supreme Kai, hurry and take your ancestor and depart. Lord Beerus, what are your intentions? The Supreme Kai asked, bewildered. Get up here at once. Beerus, with a dark expression, declared. I have had enough of this planet. He was already somewhat perturbed by the matter concerning Tian, only to discover that he had been mistaken all along. This individual was not the reincarnation of Lord Tian. Furthermore, just moments ago, Vegeta had nearly killed both the Supreme Kai and the Old Kai. If you were to eliminate those two, I would vanish alongside them. Thus, Beerus has become enraged and intends to obliterate the earth. Tian furrowed his brows and immediately stood up from his seat. With my current abilities, I should be able to prevent Beerus's destruction, Shun Ti. What is this fellow thinking? Just a moment ago, he was ingratiating himself to me, and now he suddenly wishes to annihilate the planet? Tian's expression shifted repeatedly. The Supreme Kai had already taken the Elder Kai and soared into the sky, promptly appearing beside Beerus. Lord Beerus, what are your intentions? The Elder Kai inquired. Humph. Of course, I intend to destroy this planet. What else would I want? Beerus scoffed. Are you out of your mind, Lord Beerus? The Elder Kai forced a bitter smile. Just moments ago, the Grand Minister contacted Whis and mentioned that there has been a misunderstanding. Beerus chuckled lightly. What? A misunderstanding? The Elder Kai momentarily appeared bewildered, then turned to Whis with a questioning gaze. Indeed, the Grand Minister did say so, Whis nodded gently. Could it be true? The Elder Kai stared at Whis in disbelief. This is what the Grand Minister conveyed, Whis replied with a slight smile. Is it really a mistake? The Elder Kai fell silent. Enough with the chatter. I shall destroy this planet at once. Beerus huffed. In the 7th universe, within the cosmic expanse, Kampa and Bardos were also hastening toward this location. During their journey, Bardos received a call from the Grand Minister as well. Bardos displayed a look of astonishment. A misunderstanding? What a farce. This is no laughing matter, Kampa exclaimed. Bardos sighed in resignation. Is it truly a misunderstanding? Is that fellow Tian a master of space? Kampa questioned, bemused. It appears so, Bardos nodded. How could such a mistake occur? Kampa pondered. You and Whis could not discern it. Could the Grand Minister have overlooked it as well? Initially, the abilities of a master of space are quite similar to those of the Erasure technique, Bardos explained. Kampa fell silent for 2 seconds. Even if they are similar, the Grand Minister should not have been mistaken, Kampa replied, exasperated. What a colossal blunder this must be. Upon further reflection, if Mr. Tian is indeed the reincarnation of Lord Tian, it should not be so easily discerned, Bardos mused. Your reasoning seems sound, Kampa wiped his brow. So what now? Shall we return? The Grand Minister implies that there remains an 11 possibility that Tian is the reincarnation of Lord Tian, Bardos responded. Chapter 163, The Celestial Erasure System 1. 0. Can you not just say everything at once? Kampa inquired. The Grand Priest is already aware of our quest for the Super Dragon Balls, Beerus said with a smile. Kampa shivered slightly, wiping the sweat from his brow again. The Grand Priest mentioned that this presents a splendid opportunity. Perhaps we could summon the Eternal Dragon through the Super Dragon Balls and inquire whether Yashin is indeed the reincarnation of Lord Tian. Beerus responded. If you handle this matter adequately, the Grand Priest may pardon your unauthorized collection of the Super Dragon Balls. Kampa was taken aback. Is there to be accountability for this? He exclaimed. Oh dear, it seems Lord Beerus intends to annihilate the earth where Mr. Yashin resides. Beerus scrutinized his staff and addressed Kampa. What is that fool doing? ISNT, there's still an 11 chance. Kampa shouted. Hurry and stop him. Very well, Lord Kampa, Beerus replied, promptly establishing contact with Whis through his staff. Upon hearing Beerus's words, Whis was momentarily taken aback. Ah, an 11 chance, indeed. Yes. Thus the Grand Priest has instructed us to consult the Eternal Dragon regarding this matter, Beerus proposed. Understood, Whis nodded. We shall arrive shortly. Let us prevent Lord Beerus from destroying the earth. Yes, sister, I will deter Lord Beerus, Whis assured. After concluding the call, Whis relayed the information provided by Beerus to him. Beerus felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Is there truly an accurate answer? How can there be an 11 chance once more? In disbelief, he hastily retracted his destructive energy. What does this probability imply? Perhaps Yashin could genuinely be the reincarnation of Lord Tian. The Eternal Dragon? What is that? Beerus queried. There exists a wish-granting entity scattered across our 7th and 6th universes. There are 7 Dragon Balls in total. Once all 7 are gathered, summoning the Eternal Dragon will allow for the fulfillment of any wish, was elucidated. The Eternal Dragon? I believe I have heard of it before. Is the intent to discern Yashin's true identity through this means? Beerus finally comprehended. Indeed, was affirmed with a nod. Very well, it doesn't seem matter if we delay for a while longer. Beerus did not express any opposition. Below, Goku and Vegeta promptly readied themselves for battle. Goten and Trunks had already fused into Gotenks. Gohan radiated the aura of Mystic Gohan, prepared to engage at any moment. However, all present were acutely aware that they were about to confront an extraordinarily formidable foe, one far more terrifying than Majin Buu by hundreds or thousands of times. What a jest! Wasn't it said that Tian is the reincarnation of Lord Tian? Goku lamented, puzzled as to why Beerus would still seek to destroy Earth. Tian, with a face full of confusion, questioned, What do you mean? Who am I said to be a reincarnation of? Goku, realizing there was little left to conceal, recounted what he knew to Tian. Indeed, Tian, I heard from the Kaioshin that it was so. Gohan nodded in agreement. Wait a moment. Who is this Tian you speak of? Tian inquired, perplexed. I have never heard of anyone named Tian before. It is said that Tian is the master of the Grand Zeno, the creator of the divine realm. Gohan elucidated. He is the founding deity of all our universes. Tian responded, such an impressive figure exists? You only tell me this crucial information now. Vegeta scoffed from the side. It was the Kaioshin's directive not to disclose. Goku replied, somewhat distressed. Kakarot, I will never forget how you carelessly promised that old man regarding Bulma. Vegeta seethed, his face turning green with anger. But he knew these matters could wait. First, they must resolve the immediate crisis. I understand now. They must believe Tian is not the reincarnation of Tian, which is why they intend to destroy Earth, Piccolo quickly deduced. Is that not the case? Goku gazed at Tian in astonishment. It must be the case, otherwise. If Tian truly were the reincarnation of that founding deity, how could he dare to destroy Earth? Piccolo remarked with a smile. You are quite right, Goku nodded. Tian felt somewhat speechless. What is this Tian? Why am I unaware of this? Am I truly the reincarnation of that Tian? This is impossible. Wait a moment. Let me ponder this closely. That name, Tian, rings a bell. Tian stroked his chin, lost in thought. Why does it feel as though I have encountered the name Tian before? Could it be because it resembles my own name? No, that can't be right. I must have seen it somewhere. As Tian pondered, a fleeting glance revealed a small line of text in the lower right corner of his system panel. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that it read Tian Erasure System 1. 0. The inscription was minuscule, almost imperceptible, yet not entirely elusive. Rather, it was easily overlooked. It was akin to navigating unfamiliar software that seemed enjoyable yet left one unable to recall its name, particularly with programs bearing English titles. Tian Erasure System? Tian was certain he had encountered this line before, thus the name Tian lingered in his memory, albeit faintly. What could this signify? Was it possible that the original founder deity had transmigrated into this system? That would indeed be a calamity. No wonder Vis and the others oscillated between believing he was the reincarnation of Tian and doubting it. If Tian had truly reincarnated as a system, who could he possibly turn to for an explanation? However, Tian understood that such musings were not pertinent at the moment. The pressing concern was to address the formidable threat posed by Beerus. If Beerus were to annihilate Earth, Tian's current erasure capabilities might prove insufficient to counteract the destructive energy he wielded. Nonetheless, Tian had resolved to prepare for the eradication of the Supreme Kai. If you dare to unleash destructive energy, I shall not hesitate to erase those two gods of destruction and make you vanish. After all, there are still two young ladies on this planet whom Tian holds dear. Tian is prepared for obliteration. However, just as he was about to take action, he noticed that Beerus had retracted his destructive energy. Chapter 164. The Super Dragon Balls gathered whoosh. Whoosh. In the next moment, two beams of light, each a different hue, swiftly approached from the distance, hovering high above, aligning themselves with Beerus and the others. Tian focused his gaze and recognized the figures of Kampa and Vados appearing in the sky. Reflecting on the past, Tian recalled that Kampa had previously seemed to extend a gesture of goodwill towards him. Could it be that Kampa had believed him to be the reincarnation of Tian? That would explain it. No wonder I sensed a hint of respect from them. It turns out that's what it meant. I fear you shall be disappointed. I am not the reincarnation of Tian. I am who I am. I am Tian. The reincarnated Tian may have become my system. Of course, that is merely a possibility. Whether or not it is true, I cannot say. Perhaps the system simply shares a name with him. Kampa, you scoundrel. How dare you sneak into our universe to collect the Super Dragon Balls? Beerus exclaimed darkly. Who told you to just sleep around? Kampa chuckled mischievously. I've been idle for nearly 10 years, and I finally managed to gather 5 of them. Enough. Quickly hand over those 5 Dragon Balls. We shall search for the remaining 2 together, Beerus commanded coldly. Understood. Let us locate those 2 Dragon Balls first, Kampa nodded. Glancing at the Supreme Kai. With the Supreme Kai present, it would be convenient to find the Dragon Balls. He could teleport us there. Did you hear that, boy? Beerus instructed the Supreme Kai. Yes, I understand, the Supreme Kai replied, nodding. Soon after, Whis and Vados utilized their staffs to search for the remaining 2 Super Dragon Balls. After about 10 minutes, Whis and Vados finally located the positions of the last 2 Dragon Balls. Let us go, Beerus signaled. Swish. In the next moment, the Supreme Kai activated instant transmission. And with a flash, he transported Beerus and the others away. They're gone. Sun Wukong blinked, surprised. What are they up to? It is certain that we have temporarily evaded disaster, Piccolo contemplated. How terrifying. It seems we must continue to train diligently, Sun Wukong said with a wry smile. Even transformed into Super Saiyan God, I am no match for Beerus. This is quite vexing. Cursed be it. Vegeta clenched his fists tightly. Tian, are you truly the reincarnation of Lord Tian? Son Gohan asked curiously. At this stage, Tian was already aware of the secrets surrounding Tian that had been previously mentioned, rendering further concealment meaningless. Perhaps not. I apologize for any disappointment. Tian replied with a faint smile. Ha ha ha, disappointment is not quite the word. I was merely adjusting to the idea that a classmate of mine could suddenly become the creator god of the entire universe, Son Gohan chuckled, scratching his head. If that were the case, you seem much more approachable. At that moment, both Bulma and Android 18 exhibited expressions of bewilderment. What on earth is happening? Is Tian really the creator god of the universe? It must be a misunderstanding, sighed Goku. At least everything seems fine now. Humph, Kakarot, don't rejoice too soon. Vegeta interjected with a scoff. If Beerus truly intends to obliterate this planet, its destruction is merely a matter of time, unless we possess the strength to defeat him. But how can we possibly fight him? Goku lamented, overwhelmed by the thought. Even the Super Saiyan God is no match for Lord Beerus. And I have heard from the old Kaishin that the god of destruction is a ceiling we cannot surpass in this universe. Bah, one day I shall surpass him. Vegeta declared, his fist clenched tightly. Tian, is there truly no connection between you and that creator god Tian? Bulma inquired. It should not be a significant connection. Tian responded, shaking his head. I don't care whether there is a connection or not, Bulma expressed, her eyes reflecting concern. What I worry about is you suddenly transforming into Tian. What if you forget me? That will never happen. I will always be your Tian. he assured her with a smile. Bulma sighed in relief, gently nodding her head. Although Android 18 remained silent. She too felt a weight lift from her heart upon hearing Yi Tian's words. We have no interest in who you are, be it Tian Yi or the Creator God. As long as you don't forget us, she stated. Wait, that feels off. Why did I say us? Bulma is my rival. 17 glanced over at Android 18, but chose not to comment. Since there seems to be no immediate danger, let us continue to enjoy our meal, Yi Tian suggested. Upon hearing his words, everyone resumed their festive atmosphere. At this point, even contemplating defeating Beerus seemed impossible, for he was simply too powerful. All right. I must be on my way, 17 stated as he rose, addressing Android 18. Are you leaving already? Android 18 asked, slightly taken aback. The wildlife sanctuary has only just recovered, hasn't it? Precisely because it has just recovered, I need to hurry back to see if there are any issues, 17 replied. Wait, are you really 17? Sun Wukong approached with a hint of surprise as he regarded number 17. Do you think you know who I am? Number 17 chuckled softly. I have never seen you before. Sun Wukong smiled warmly. Your transformation with the long hair is exceptionally powerful. Indeed, it is remarkable. Number 17 replied with a grin. Ha ha ha, have you witnessed it all? Sun Wukong laughed heartily. If we have the opportunity, we should spar together. Number 17 responded with a smile. All right, I agree. Sun Wukong readily accepted. Then, farewell. After number 17 spoke, he soared into the sky, quickly vanishing from sight. Yi Tian, however, remained unfazed, happily indulging in food and drink. He felt no concern regarding his identity, as the notion of being Tian Yi was of no consequence to him. Yi Tian speculated that the entity known as Tian Yi might have traversed into the realm of systems. One could say that this fellow had quite a lamentable fate. Why choose to traverse as a mere system, when there are countless other possibilities? One wonders if you possess any semblance of consciousness. If you were to possess consciousness, would you attempt to seize my essence? No, that's not right. This is the Dragon Ball saga, not a realm of cultivation. The concept of possession doesn't apply here. Regardless, let us not dwell on that. I must seize the opportunity to engage in a basketball match with either Biddily or Android 18. Before this system gains awareness, I shall pursue the activities I desire. Who knows when this system might unexpectedly awaken consciousness? In the 7th universe, within the vastness of cosmic space, through the combined efforts of Kampa, Beerus, and the Supreme Kai, they finally located the remaining 2 Dragon Balls. Now, all 7 Super Dragon Balls have been gathered. Arise, Eternal Dragon, grant my wish. I yearn to ascend. Bardos commenced the summoning of the dragon. Chapter 165, Bardos' wish. The 7 colossal Dragon Balls radiated an astonishing golden light. In an instant, a magnificent golden dragon coiled through the starry expanse. The dragon was immense, its form comparable to that of a galaxy. State your wish. I can fulfill any desire you hold. The voice of the Eternal Dragon resounded. Eternal Dragon, my wish is for all gods and mortals to forget that Yi Tian is the reincarnation of Lord Tian Yi, Bardos declared. Upon her utterance, the assembled deities were left in utter astonishment. Even Whis remained dazed for an extended moment, unable to collect his thoughts. Hey, Bardos, what are you doing? Kampa exclaimed. What? Yi Tian is truly the reincarnation of Lord Tian Yi? Beerus gasped, bewildered. Why deceive us? Oh dear, the Grand Minister stated that your behaviors are overly conspicuous, potentially exerting a tremendous influence on Lord Tian Yi. Thus, we must erase your memories, including mine and the Grand Minister's. Bardos replied with a smile. Oh dear. Does that mean this portion of our memory will vanish? Whis sighed. Eternal Dragon, please grant this wish. I implore you, Bardos smiled. With a hum, the Eternal Dragon's eyes shimmered with golden light. In an instant, the dragon's divine power enveloped the assembled deities. Simultaneously, a surge of divine energy directed itself toward Earth, descending upon Yi Tian and the others, erasing their memories. Your wish has been granted. Farewell. The voice of the Eternal Dragon echoed as it swiftly transformed into 7 streams of golden light, vanishing without a trace. The universe returned to tranquility. Whis, Bardos, Kampa, and Beerus stood frozen in place, exchanging bewildered glances. The Supreme Kai scratched his head in confusion. Bardos, what wish did you just make? I can't recall, Kampa inquired. Oh dear, I cannot remember clearly either. Bardos shook her head. Strange, what on earth transpired? Kampa turned to Beerus. Kampa, what brings you to our 7th universe? Beerus, with a furrowed brow, exclaimed. I offered a bitter smile akin to compass. What was that just now? Beerus inquired. Ah, that appeared to be the Dragon Balls. Gathering all 7 can grant any wish, Whis interjected, noting that the Dragon Balls are scattered between our 7th and 6th universes. So, Compa, did you come over here to steal our Dragon Balls? Beerus, gritting his teeth, glared at Compa. The question is, what wish did you make, Beerus? Compa hastily asked. To be honest, I can't recall. Perhaps it was a wish related to memory, Beerus speculated. Indeed, what could it be if we have lost a portion of our memories? Whis pondered. What memory has been erased? Surely, it must be something significant, Beerus exclaimed, taken aback. I don't know, Whis shook his head. What on earth transpired? Beerus glowered. Forget it, it no longer matters, Beerus suggested. Previously, Lord Compa mentioned a competition between our 2 universes. Yes, I did say such a thing, Compa scoffed, casting a challenging glance at Beerus. So what do you say, Beerus? Shall we see whose universe boasts the stronger warriors? Humph, who fears whom? Let the challenge commence. Beerus retorted defiantly. Then let us each select 5 fighters from our respective universes for the contest. What do you think? Compa smiled. The losing side shall serve the victorious one for 10 years. Does that sound fair? Certainly, but mark my words, Compa, you will come to regret this. Beerus huffed. Do you have 3 days to prepare? Compa queried. That's acceptable, Beerus nodded, showing no dissent. 3 days hence. We will construct a planet for the competition and will contact you then, Compa stated. Humph, you seem rather confident. Compa, Beerus chuckled lightly. Of course. Even if I cannot best you, do you really think our universe's warriors are inferior to yours? Compa laughed mischievously. Then we shall meet again in 3 days. With a swift motion, Compa and Beerus transformed into 2 streaks of light, rapidly departing the scene. As they flew, Compa scratched his head incessantly. Hey, Beerus. Which memory did we actually lose? Compa inquired. I have no idea, considering my own memories have also faded, Beerus replied. Wasn't it your wish? I distinctly heard you speaking. Compa teased. There is a strong possibility that it was a wish bestowed upon me by the Grand Priest. Beerus smiled. What is the Grand Priest concealing? Compa asked. Somewhat astonished. Should Lord Compa inquire with the Grand Priest? Beerus chuckled. I will contact the Grand Priest right away. As Bardos began to prepare to contact the Grand Minister through the staff, Compa hurriedly waved his hands, his face pale with fright. Wait. I was merely speaking casually. Since the Grand Minister does not wish for us to know certain matters, we shall remain in ignorance. Very well, Bardos replied without further comment. However, she did recall the intention to engage in a contest concerning humanity with that fellow Beerus from Universe 7. This matter had not escaped her mind. Compa chuckled. Indeed. I remember it as well. Bardos nodded. Humph. The level of their universe is rather mediocre. That pink, rotund creature has thrown their universe into disarray. I recall the Supreme Kai nearly being slain by that plump individual, Compa remarked with a hint of pride. Thus, if we were to employ it, we should easily triumph over everyone from Universe 7. Meanwhile, Beerus was perplexed. Hey, Whis, what exactly just transpired? What kind of memories have vanished from our minds? He inquired. Perhaps it is something the Grand Minister wishes for us to remain unaware of, Whis replied. What? Even you were kept in the dark? Beerus exclaimed, astonished. Yes, indeed. I too have experienced some memory loss, Whis nodded. Well, since it is the Grand Minister's desire for us not to know, it is best we refrain from inquiry. Beerus conceded. For now, let us find 5 suitable candidates for the competition in 3 days. Who does Lord Beerus intend to select for the contest? Whis asked. That Goku fellow possesses considerable strength, particularly in his Super Saiyan God form, which is indeed remarkable, but alas, his endurance is rather short-lived, Beerus mused. If he could receive proper training, he might become a promising contender. Shall I train Mr. Goku? Whis inquired further. 3 days seems insufficient for that. Beerus shook his head. Lord Beerus could utilize that other dimensional space, the Supreme Kai interjected. Yes, if we train in that other dimensional space, a year inside equates to a day outside. It is indeed an excellent option, the old Supreme Kai affirmed, even patting the Supreme Kai on the shoulder. Well done, young one, for proposing such a commendable idea. Hee. The Supreme Kai chuckled shyly. Training in the other dimensional space is indeed a splendid choice, Whis nodded. Let us proceed to Earth, Beerus agreed, finding the suggestion favorable. Then we shall trouble the Supreme Kai to transport us to Earth, Whis stated. Not a problem. Leave it to me, the Supreme Kai replied. The old Kai readily agreed. Then scratched his head and remarked, Lord Beerus was just contemplating the destruction of Earth. Fortunately, it remains intact. Otherwise, where would we find candidates for the tournament? Humph. That Vegeta nearly struck you down. You must understand, if both of you were to perish, I would vanish as well. Beerus grunted in acknowledgement. That Vegeta is indeed ruthless. The old Kai lamented, rubbing the spot where Vegeta had struck him, tears welling in his eyes. I merely touched his wife a few times. And yet you dare to criticize me. Beerus, his nostrils flaring with indignation, retorted, you touched his wife. It's no wonder he would retaliate. It was Son Goku who suggested that if I could enhance his son's power, I should seek the old Kai's counsel, he continued. Thus, with Vegeta and Goku's son, we now have 3 candidates. Beerus pondered thoughtfully. I recall another formidable individual, yet his identity eludes me, said the old Kai, scratching his head. Let us investigate further. Beerus proposed. I remember. It's Majin Buu. Let us invite him to participate in the tournament. The old Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Isn't that fellow the one expelled by the evil Majin Buu? Now, however, he has transformed into a good person. With this, we shall have 4 candidates. We only need to select one more to reach a total of 5. Beerus nodded in agreement. Kai. The old Kai, accompanied by Beerus and the others, utilized instant transmission, vanishing in an instant. On Earth, at Bulma's residence, as the Eternal Dragon appeared to grant wishes, a blankness enveloped the minds of all present. The memories of Tian being the reincarnation of Lord Tian were effortlessly erased by the Eternal Dragon. Along with the memories of Tian's immense power and his signature technique, the annihilation technique. However, Tian's own memories remained intact. As Son Goku and the others continued their feast, Gohan suddenly exclaimed, Tian? Biddily? You're here too? When did you arrive? Tian responded with a puzzled expression. What do you mean by that? Why do you ask that? We have always been here. Gohan, what seems to be the matter? Biddily looked at Gohan with a puzzled expression. Is that so? Have you truly been here all along? I have no recollection of it. Gohan scratched his head in confusion. Could it be that Majin Buu knocked some sense out of you? Biddily jested. That seems quite plausible, Gohan admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed. Is this your classmate, Tian? Goku smiled and said, I remember you. That kick you delivered to Beerus was truly remarkable. Tian's face was once again filled with confusion. Why do you say that? Why do you not speak of the scene when I battled against Majin Buu? Have you ever heard of Tian? Tian inquired of Biddily. What is Tian? I've never heard of it, Biddily responded, gazing at Tian with curiosity. Surely you all have heard of the Creator God? Tian asked the assembly. One by one, Son Wukong and the others shook their heads in confusion. What Creator God? All we know are Lord Kaioshin and Lord Beerus, Son Wukong replied. Forget it, Tian said, choosing not to elaborate further. He had surmised that perhaps Lord Beerus and Kappa had departed to seek the Super Dragon Balls. After the emergence of the Dragon of God, could it be that they erased any knowledge of my reincarnation as Tian? I truly am not the reincarnation of Tian. But now is not the time to dwell on such matters. The most pressing concern is to swiftly enhance my own strength. I have a nagging suspicion that the instigator behind all this is that Grand Minister fellow. What could his true intentions be? Why do you seek to eradicate everyone's memories of Tian? Do you exist for any other purpose? Tian currently finds himself perplexed as to whether the High Priest is targeting him. Why else would he erase their memories? As Tian pondered this, suddenly, the King Kai appeared alongside Beerus and others, having executed instantaneous movement to arrive at the scene. Upon witnessing Beerus's return, Son Wukong and the others immediately became alert, rising from their seats, fully prepared for another battle. I have not come to cause you trouble. Rather, I require your participation in a tournament. I wonder if you would be interested? Beerus remarked with a slight smile. A tournament? What kind of tournament? Son Wukong inquired, taken aback and hastening forward. It is a competition against the 6th universe, Beerus elucidated, where each universe will select 5 individuals to compete. If we win, does that mean Lord Beerus will refrain from destroying Earth? Son Wukong asked earnestly. Indeed, Beerus readily consented. However, should you lose, I would not hesitate to annihilate your planet. Although the cuisine here is rather delightful, I could always leave a few exceptional chefs on my planet to prepare meals for me. We will do our best, Son Wukong declared, his expression turning serious as he glanced at Vegeta. Vegeta, what do you think? Shall we participate? Humph, Vegeta scoffed, signaling his agreement. Gohan, what about you? Son Wukong then queried his son. I will participate as well, Gohan affirmed without objection. And what of this pink creature? His strength is considerable, Beerus indicated towards Majin Buu. who was indulging in food. Bu, what say you? Will you join the tournament? Will there still be food after the tournament? Bu grinned widely. Of course, Sun Wukong nodded. I will participate, Bu responded. We still need one more individual. Beerus surveyed the gathered crowd, swiftly diverting his gaze upon noticing Tian, effectively disregarding his presence. Beerus had, in fact, forgotten Tian entirely. We wish to join the tournament as well. Goten and Trunks chimed in unison. You two will need to employ the fusion technique to compete, won't you? The King Kai interjected. Can the fusion technique allow them to become one and participate in the tournament? Sun Wukong asked Beerus. No, it would be quite embarrassing to compete as a single entity. Even if you were to win, Beerus shook his head in disapproval. They are ultimately two separate individuals. What if they were to win the tournament? And that fellow Zampa refuses to acknowledge it? Beerus believed that Kampa could indeed accomplish it. Therefore, it would be prudent to refrain from employing the fusion technique. What do you think about Android 18 participating in the tournament? Proposed Goku. I have no interest, Android 18 replied, shaking her head, unless there is a reward involved. Goku then turned his gaze towards Bulma. With a swift motion, Bulma slapped Goku to the ground. I am still fuming over that old man's antics, she exclaimed angrily. I have already apologized to you several times. Please do not hold a grudge, Goku pleaded. Fine, Bulma rolled her eyes. If Android 18 participates and our universe emerges victorious, I shall grant you a reward of 10 million. Agreed, Android 18 nodded. But my brother 17 is stronger than I am. Having him join the tournament would also be an excellent choice. 17? He just left. Goku scratched his head. I could call him back, but the reward would need to be doubled, Android 18 said with a smile. All right, let it be doubled. Bulma nodded in agreement. We are not short on funds anyway. Just choose anyone. It matters not the number. Beerus grunted. Now, Goku and Vegeta. You two shall accompany Whis to the hyperbolic time chamber for training. It is imperative to solidify your Super Saiyan God form, and ideally, you should be able to transform into it at will. Wait, are we competing against the 6th universe with Super Saiyan God? Goku asked, astonished. Of course. Do you believe your Super Saiyan 3 can defeat the warriors of the 6th universe? To ensure absolute certainty, it would be wiser for Whis to train you both thoroughly. Beerus suggested. Under Whis's guidance, I am confident you will make significant progress. Even if you cannot transform into Super Saiyan God, your strength will undoubtedly see considerable enhancement. All right, when shall we commence our training? Goku inquired. As soon as we finish our meal, Whis replied, already indulging in his food. Goku and Vegeta, had you not eaten before? Why have you resumed eating upon your return? Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta found themselves helpless and continued to indulge in their meal. After finishing this feast, Sun Wukong and Vegeta followed Whis to commence their training. Before departing, Sun Wukong specifically asked Android 18 to summon Android 17 to join in the competition. Android 18 voiced no objections and promptly called 17. Why not earn some money if it's available? Android 17 responded that he could participate in the competition in 3 days, as he would take this time to make some arrangements regarding his work at the wildlife sanctuary. By the way, it suddenly occurred to me that Mr. Satan still owes me quite a sum of money, doesn't he? Android 18 gazed at Satan with a playful smile. Satan, startled, quickly concealed himself behind Majin Buu. Now that Satan had the formidable Majin Buu as his protector, he felt no fear toward Android 18. Satan, since you promised to pay Android 18, you should do so without delay, Tian interjected. Understood, Satan lowered his head. After careful consideration, Tian also resolved to venture into the alternate dimension. He intended to remain there for 3 months to see if he could elevate his level. I must grow rapidly, otherwise, I sense that the Grand Minister may act unpredictably. Subsequently, Tian immediately appeared atop the temple and entered the room of spirit and time. Oh, Tian, you've come in as well? Sun Wukong exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, and promptly greeted him. Yes, I came to take a look. Tian replied with a smile. I too wish to become stronger. All right, let us strive together, Sun Wukong responded without further elaboration. Vegeta scoffed, dismissing Tian's presence entirely. Does anyone dare to train here now? Let him be, it matters not. Whis regarded Tian with mild surprise but chose not to comment further. At this point, Whis had also forgotten Tian's identity, as the Eternal Dragon had erased all memories linking Tian to Lord Tian. This included the memories of Whis and Beerus. Now, our training is about to commence, Whis announced to Vegeta and Sun Wukong. They immediately stood at attention, ready for instruction. What I shall teach you now is the divine combat technique known as Ultra Instinct. Whis declared. Ultra instinct? Sun Wukong exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Vegeta remained silent. In simple terms, Ultra Instinct is a divine combat skill, once mastered. No matter how formidable the opponent, defeat will elude you, was explained with a smile. How powerful! This is truly marvelous. Sun Wukong was filled with excitement. Whis continued to explain to Sun Wukong and Vegeta the concept of ultimate freedom, and after finishing, he wandered off to indulge in some food. Both Sun Wukong and Vegeta gained their own insights. Tian, on the other hand, had little to learn and primarily relied on the passage of time. He planned to spend 3 months here, hoping to enhance his erasure technique. Days passed, and nearly 3 months had gone by. Sun Wukong was the first to achieve the transformation into Super Saiyan God. Vegeta, however, did not lag far behind. Just 2 days later, he too could transform on his own. Excellent. You two have finally grasped the fundamental skills of a deity. Whis nodded in satisfaction. Oh dear. Time has passed even more swiftly than I anticipated. It has been less than 3 months. Chapter 168. Advancement. Diamond Level Erasure Technique. Hee. Now we should be able to defeat the warriors of Universe 6, Sun Wukong expressed with anticipation. Let us not speak too confidently. There are formidable beings on the Universe 6 side as well, Whis replied with a smile. Then I shall remain here. I am to surpass Super Saiyan God, Vegeta declared. I too wish to continue my training, striving for a higher level, Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. It is wonderful that you both think this way. Let us continue our training here, Whis affirmed. By the way, is Tian all right? Sun Wukong pointed at Tian, who was sound asleep in the room. This fellow has trained at all. He is either eating or sleeping. Nearly 3 months have passed, and I truly wonder what he is doing here. Is he here to experience life? Vegeta shook his head. Forget about him. Whis smiled, not particularly concerned about Tian. Indeed, Tian had been there for nearly 3 months. With just 5 minutes remaining until the 3-month mark, he had no need for training. He would automatically level up. Tian was uncertain if he could level up in this place, as he did not know if the time was calculated according to the outside world or based on his current location. If it was based on his location, then he had indeed been there for 3 months. Just 2 minutes remained. Tian felt a small thrill of excitement. The possibility of leveling up hinged on these final 2 minutes. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was announced. Congratulations, you have successfully advanced to Platinum Level Erasure Technique. Platinum Level Erasure Technique. Physical strength is 10 times that of Beerus, with the ability to create and erase a planet. It can eliminate any being except for angels, the Grand Minister, and the Omni-King, as well as any deities of human or cosmic origin. After 6 months, you may advance to Diamond Level Erasure Technique. I did it. Tian felt a profound sense of joy within. He had truly succeeded. In just 6 months, he would attain the coveted Diamond level. Given the training progression of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, it was likely they would remain immersed in their training for at least another 2 years. This meant that by the time he emerged, he might very well have reached the stellar level. The erasure technique at the stellar level boasted a physical strength tenfold that of an angel, granting the ability to obliterate angels. Tian was filled with anticipation. Of course, he had no intention of erasing angels. Rather, the enhancement of his own power would imbue him with a sense of security. With strength 10 times that of an angel, he should be capable of defeating the Grand Priest. If the Grand Priest dared to target him again, he would relish the opportunity to retaliate. Tian let out a slight sigh of relief. For now, he would continue to bide his time in this realm. Why bother with anything else? Thus, 6 more months passed. Congratulations! You have successfully advanced to the diamond level of the erasure technique. Diamond level erasure technique. Physical strength is 100 times that of Beerus, capable of erasing an entire star system with a mere wave of the hand. In 1 year, you may progress to the stellar level erasure technique. At last, he had reached diamond. Tian was elated, even tempted to test his newfound strength by erasing a planet. This time, the upgrade to diamond level did not imply the ability to erase beings such as humans or gods. It was likely akin to the platinum level, allowing him to erase gods below the rank of angels, including destroyer gods. Unbeknownst to him, his physical strength had already reached 100 times that of Beerus. This level of strength was simply remarkable. Moreover, in a year, he could ascend to stellar. He would continue to remain here for now, or perhaps he should emerge and flaunt his prowess. He decided to linger for a few more months, timing his exit to coincide with the approach of the 1-year mark. A sudden upgrade in a moment of crisis would add a touch of ceremony to the occasion. Although Tian's strength had witnessed significant enhancement, he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. Ah, he thought, Perhaps he should check on the training progress of Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Tian stepped outside. At that moment, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were engaged in a fierce battle. Both were currently fighting at their normal states. The first to defeat Lord Beerus will be me, Vegeta. Vegeta huffed, catching Sun Wukong's incoming punch and deftly throwing him aside. Enough of you always being one step ahead. Vegeta exclaimed, transforming into a streak of light and swiftly darting towards Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong swiftly employed instantaneous movement, appearing in the blink of an eye behind Vegeta. Vegeta, equally quick to react, executed a graceful turn and struck with a powerful punch. Yet, Sun Wukong vanished once more, utilizing his remarkable speed. Vegeta rapidly pursued, launching a barrage of fierce attacks at Sun Wukong. However, Sun Wukong evaded Vegeta's relentless punches and kicks with his agility, refusing to engage him head-on. After an extended exchange, Vegeta found himself increasingly agitated, veins throbbing on his forehead. Darn it! Vegeta gritted his teeth, feeling more and more unsettled. Whis observed, this will not do. Vegeta's composure is beginning to falter. He then glanced towards Tian, who had just emerged. Ah, Mr. Tian, you are awake? Whis greeted with a smile. Indeed. Just taking a stroll, Tian nodded in response. Whis looked at Tian again, momentarily taken aback, as he sensed a significant enhancement in Tian's power. How has Mr. Tian trained? Can one grow stronger simply by sleeping? Such a fortunate circumstance. However, Whis, not one for idle gossip, refrained from further inquiries and returned his attention to the clash between Sun Wukong and Vegeta. Suddenly, a dark shadow appeared behind Vegeta. Over here, Vegeta exclaimed, launching a tremendous punch at the shadow. Yet, upon contact, he realized he had been deceived. It was merely a large block of ice that Sun Wukong had brought back from a distant realm. This is bad, Vegeta gasped, only to discover that Kakarot had now appeared behind him, preparing to strike. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta irradiated a brilliant blue aura, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue. Blue? Whis furrowed his brow in surprise. With a powerful sweep of his hand, Vegeta unleashed a torrent of energy that crashed into Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong was engulfed by the blue energy, howling in pain as the entire extra-dimensional space trembled violently. A rift in space was created by Vegeta's attack. Whis pointed his staff at the rift, which was immediately mended by his angelic powers. Chapter 169, The Ascension of Sun Wukong and Vegeta to Super Blue. That hurt a lot, you know. Sun Wukong shouted, rubbing the sore spot. Did we not agree to refrain from transforming into Super Saiyan while in Super Saiyan God state? If you were to transform into a Super Saiyan in the state of a Super Saiyan God, then I too would have to revert to the form of a Super Saiyan prior to that transformation. With a swift motion, Goku declared and immediately ascended to the form of Super Saiyan Blue. This new transformation has yet to be named. However you choose to transform. We are all transitioning into Super Saiyans from the state of Super Saiyan God, undoubtedly. My transformation into a Super Saiyan from the state of Super Saiyan God is far more formidable. Vegeta chuckled heartily, intrigued by the notion. That is far from the truth. It is my Super Saiyan in the state of Super Saiyan God that reigns supreme. As he spoke, Goku inadvertently bit his own tongue, yelping in pain. Vegeta, are you a pig? Hey, Vegeta, that name is rather lengthy. Can we not bestow a different name upon this transformation? Sun Wukong proposed. Let us name it Super Saiyan Blue, suggested Tian from the side. Oh dear, Mr. Tian and I had the same thought. I too wish to suggest this name. Whis nodded in agreement. Very well, let us call it Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta, do you name things so casually? Even Sun Wukong is silently wiping his sweat. This name is a bit too straightforward. Why don't you refer to the god of Super Saiyans as Super Saiyan Red? Although Sun Wukong internally complained, he refrained from saying much more. You too. This match prohibits transformations if you do not adhere to the agreed-upon training. I will find myself in quite a predicament. Whis' expression turned somewhat serious as he immediately used the staff in his hand to repair the damaged dimensional space. With a snap, Whis pointed his staff at Sun Wukong and Vegeta, adorning them in heavy garments. This is a punishment for your disruption of this space. You shall wear these burdensome clothes, Whis smiled. It became impossible to move freely. Vegeta felt an immense heaviness. Indeed, it's all your fault, Vegeta, Sun Wukong remarked. What did you say, Kakarot? Can this be blamed on me? Vegeta shouted loudly. I assent to it, Sun Wukong replied. After observing the enhancement of their abilities, Tian felt a profound sense of satisfaction. These two have ultimately transformed into Super Saiyan Blue within a mere 9 months. It seems that in due time, they will emerge from this training. They shouldn't remain here for too long. I have taught you all I can. The rest is for you to explore on your own. With smiled. I shall go out to indulge in some delightful cuisine. Will you two continue your training here, or join me outside? I want to stay and continue training. Sun Wukong answered. Of course, I shall continue training as well, Vegeta responded. Very well, continue as you wish, was nodded before courteously inquiring of Tian, and you? Mr. Tian? I will also remain to train, Tian replied. Whis, Vegeta, and Sun Wukong each expressed their bemusement. Have you remained behind to cultivate your skills? Besides sleeping, do you merely indulge in eating? Why must you endure such discomfort here when you could indulge in fine dining elsewhere? It's truly beyond my comprehension, especially you. Vegeta, who seems rather displeased. That rascal Tian has claimed a bed for himself, leaving me to share a bed with Kakarot. Whis, unconcerned with the necessity of sleep, has no such worries. Consequently, Vegeta, with no other options, has resigned himself to slumber on the floor, a predicament he has endured for quite some time. You may choose to stay, but you must return the bed to me. Vegeta huffed, having cared for you for far too long. I had almost forgotten, Tian remarked, patting his forehead as he swiftly retrieved a universal capsule from his pocket and tossed it aside. Bang! The capsule instantly transformed into a magnificent house. Henceforth, I shall reside within, and that small bed shall be yours, Tian cheerfully declared to Vegeta. Vegeta, you possess this item yet still occupy a bed. Should I also venture out to request a capsule house from Bulma? Never mind, we Saiyans are not one to dwell on such trivialities. Was soon departed, leaving Tian, Son Goku, and Vegeta behind. Tian continued to pass the time within the room of spirit and time, while Vegeta and Son Goku once again engaged in a fierce confrontation outside. Vegeta, do you think the warriors from Universe 6 will be formidable? Son Goku inquired. Undoubtedly powerful, Vegeta responded. Why are you so certain? Son Goku asked, taken aback. The god of destruction named Kampa has visited our universe several times. He must be confident of victory to host this so-called martial arts tournament, Vegeta speculated. Oh, I see. You are indeed correct, Son Goku nodded in agreement. Compared to someone as dim-witted as you, I am certainly far more astute, Vegeta huffed, delivering a punch to Son Goku. Son Goku swiftly dodged and descended rapidly from the air. I am quite excited. I eagerly anticipate facing the warriors from Universe 6, Son Goku smiled. Are you still a child? Have you looked at your own age? All you know is fighting. Vegeta scoffed. Vegeta, you shouldn't say that. Your tone sounds remarkably like Chi-Chi's. Son Goku remarked, scratching his head. Furthermore, did you not say that Saiyans remain youthful until the age of 80? Son Goku queried. I was referring to appearances. Not your mentality, Vegeta retorted with a scowl. Ah, I see. Son Goku scratched his head again. Enough of this idle chatter, Vegeta bellowed, his body radiating a blue aura as he transformed into Super Saiyan Blue. Very well, I shall also assume Super Saiyan Blue. Son Goku smiled slightly, transforming as well. Whis had mentioned that he had reinforced the space to a certain extent, ensuring that their battle would not cause significant disruption. That is splendid. Vegeta readied himself for combat. Bang, bang, bang. The two soon engaged in an intense clash. After exchanging several blows, Vegeta unleashed an energy blast from his hand, hurtling it towards Son Goku. Son Goku swiftly slapped the energy blast, redirecting it through the air towards the house where Tian resided. Not good. Tian is in danger, Son Goku exclaimed. Realizing too late that instant transmission was not an option, Vegeta, upon sensing a sudden shift, swiftly set out to pursue. However, Goku's energy blast was astonishingly swift, and both were momentarily caught off guard. At that moment, the energy blast was rapidly approaching the residence of Tian. This was troublesome. Goku, in a state of urgency, exclaimed. Just as the energy blast neared Tian's home, it mysteriously vanished, effortlessly erased by Tian. What just happened? Goku stood in bewilderment. It vanished? Vegeta pondered aloud. How peculiar. How could it have disappeared so abruptly? Goku scratched his head in confusion. Indeed, there is something amiss. Vegeta glanced towards the direction of the disappearance. How did it vanish? Goku inquired again. It is noteworthy that the memories of the things Tian had erased in Satan City were also obliterated by the Dragon of God. In other words, the enigmatic hero had consequently faded from existence. In the minds of all, the mysterious hero was no longer present. The unfortunate Babidi now found himself devoid of anyone to blame. Previously, at least Babidi could be mentioned as the scapegoat for Lord Tian Yi, But now, the pitiful sorcerer Biddily was on the verge of being forgotten. This is strange. Goku's perplexity deepened, but he soon shook his head, dismissing the matter. Let us continue, Vegeta. Though I find it odd, nothing will deter me from defeating you, no matter how bizarre the circumstances may be. Vegeta scoffed. Thus, Goku and Vegeta resumed their intense battle. Tian remained inside for several months before finally emerging. Upon his return, Biddily and Android 18 were there to greet him. After all, from their perspective, Tian had only been gone for less than 2 days. You both came? Tian exclaimed with excitement, rushing forward to embrace Biddily warmly. As he attempted to hug Android 18, she coldly stepped back with a huff. No need to be shy, 18. Tonight, I'll take you both to play basketball. I particularly enjoy shooting hoops in different baskets. Tian grinned widely. Biddily, 18. Wait, what did you just call me? 18 inquired. I find the name 18 to be more distinctive. While Azuli is pleasant, I prefer calling you 18, Tian responded. Suit yourself, 18 rolled her eyes. Let us head home first. Tian stepped forward, grasping the hand of the girl numbered 18, while his other hand clasped that of Biddily. With both enchanting young ladies in tow, he departed from the temple. Initially, Tian intended to seek out Beerus for some training. However, Beerus was conspicuously absent from the temple. Tian surmised that Beerus was likely indulging in food and drink at Bulma's residence. There was no need to rush. He could afford to wait. Meanwhile, Krillin and Piccolo, along with others, remained in the temple, awaiting the return of Son Wukong and Vegeta. Krillin, having noticed Tian holding hands with a girl, was nearly drooling in envy. Are scoundrels really this popular nowadays? He questioned indignantly. No, Krillin, you are mistaken. Leping interjected, shaking his head. What did I get wrong? Krillin inquired, puzzled. It's not that scoundrels are in vogue. It's simply that he is exceptionally handsome. Leping replied with a smile. Are you implying that I am not handsome anymore? Leping chuckled. Look, I have several girlfriends. Although they are from rather unconventional places. I have come to understand that it's all just for fun. Next time, could you help me find one as well? Kling gazed at Leping expectantly. Of course. When the opportunity arises, I will take you along to enjoy. Leping readily agreed and then leaned closer to Kling's ear, whispering, actually, not having a nose can be advantageous. I've heard some basketballs have quite peculiar odors, and you likely wouldn't perceive them. What do you mean? What basketball? Klin appeared somewhat perplexed. Klin, I truly need to enlighten you about the fundamentals of basketball, Leping sighed. In Satan City, at Tian's residence. Tian shared a room with Biddily and Android 18. Although Tian yearned to engage in a game of basketball with Biddily and 18, the reality was often harsh. As neither of the girls consented, you truly have a delightful imagination, thinking you could join us for a game of basketball. Do you wish to shoot into this hoop for a moment, and then into that hoop? Tian, feeling somewhat displeased, did not insist further and casually wiped away the clothing of the two girls. What on earth is happening? Why have their garments suddenly vanished? Biddily exclaimed in astonishment. Number 18, on high alert, immediately grasped a bed sheet to cover herself and rushed to the window to take a look. Yet, there was nothing to be seen. Could it be the work of that demon Buu? Number 18 furrowed her brow. Why don't you suggest that it is the mysterious hero at work? Tian asked, momentarily taken aback. Have you all forgotten this? Oh, High Priest, you are truly ruthless. Who is the enigmatic hero? Biddily inquired. Tian, indeed. Has even the enigmatic hero been forgotten? Subsequently, Tian ventured onto the streets to inquire. And it was evident that no one was aware of the existence of the enigmatic hero. Tian held his forehead, at a loss for words. The memory of the enigmatic hero has vanished. Remarkable indeed. Very well, I shall observe what tricks you, High Priest, can conjure. In this system as well, would you suddenly awaken consciousness to replace me one day? In truth, this is the very concern that weighs heavily on Tian's mind. Another day has passed. Son Wukong and Vegeta have finally emerged from the room of spirit and time. Everyone has gathered at Bulma's residence. Whis has produced a large flying cube, inviting everyone to enter. Tian also stepped inside the cube, accompanied by Biddily and Android 18. Aside from Tian, even King of the Galaxy and Galactic Patrolman Jocko decided to join in on the excitement. As it happened, Jocko was visiting Bulma's home and, upon hearing of this competition, called the King of the Galaxy over. In the eyes of these individuals, Tian now appeared as an ordinary person, exhibiting no remarkable traits. This, in fact, brought Tian a sense of comfort, as it meant fewer inexplicable instances of people approaching him with undue admiration. Imagine, if you will, walking down the street when suddenly someone approaches and kneels before you in an act of subservience. The absurdity of the scene is truly overwhelming. To make matters worse, the individual engaging in this peculiar display is none other than a middle-aged man with unkempt habits. Can you endure this? As a result, Tian now feels considerably more at ease. This is precisely the rhythm Tian desires. Chapter 171. Bardos, shall we play basketball? Approximately 2 hours have elapsed. The flying cube, carrying Tian and his companions, has finally descended upon an unnamed planet. As they emerged from the flying cube, Tian's gaze immediately fell upon Bardos and Xiangpa in the distance. He chuckled. It seems you did not flee after all. You actually came. Xiangpa smiled warmly at Beerus. Hey, Xiangpa, I figured it out. You stealthily pilfered the Dragon Balls from our universe while I was asleep. Beerus retorted, his expression darkening. Ha ha ha, you're only just realizing this? Xiangpa grinned mischievously. Don't be so stingy. After all, you have no idea how to utilize the Super Dragon Balls. Never mind. As a brother, I shall forgive you this time. Beerus huffed, however. You are not permitted to steal the Super Dragon Balls from our universe again in the future. Understood, understood. Now, we should discuss matters concerning work, Xiangpa declared confidently. The losing party must work for the other universe for 10 years, correct? Beerus smiled gently, indeed. Xiangpa nodded. You are aware of how dreadfully tedious our duties as gods of destruction can be. Not a problem. Beerus readily agreed. I must emphasize, if you lose, you will immediately commence work in our 6th universe, and you are not allowed to sleep on the job. Xiangpa insisted. Humph. Beerus grunted in response, offering no rebuttal. Hey, isn't that Lord Kaioshin? It has been a while, Lord Kaioshin. Son Goku stepped forward to greet him. What are you saying, Goku? For us. It has only been 3 days since we last met. Lord Kaioshin scratched his head. Ha ha, you are right, Son Goku nodded. Then turned his attention to the Kaioshin of the 6th universe, curiously examining him. Ah, you must be the Kaioshin of the 6th universe, right? Indeed, the 6th universe is Kaioshin. Fuwa nodded lightly. Pleased to make your acquaintance. Son Goku replied, Do I know you? You are quite the social butterfly, aren't you? Tian remarked, observing the peculiar individuals around. Indeed, they hail from the 6th universe, Tian acknowledged. Android 18 remained silent as the competition was about to commence. All participants gathered on the arena. The contestants from the 7th universe included Son Goku, Vegeta, Son Gohan, Android 17, and Majin Buu. The fighters representing the 6th universe were Bardos, Vegeta, Cabba, Frost, and Hit. Ah, that fellow bears a striking resemblance to Frieza. Vegeta, do you not think so? Son Goku inquired of Vegeta. Indeed, he is remarkably similar to Frieza. Vegeta admitted, somewhat taken aback. According to Mr. Vegeta's suggestion from the 7th universe, a written test is required before the competition commences. Bardos proposed. Son Goku and the others proceeded to their seats. Shortly thereafter, Son Goku and Vegeta encountered Cabba. Are you also a Saiyan? Cabba asked. Yes, it seems you are quite familiar with our kind. Vegeta nodded. Do you have Saiyans in your 6th universe? I am also a Saiyan, Cabba replied with a smile. What? Really? Son Goku exclaimed in astonishment. Vegeta was equally surprised. Upon scrutinizing Cabba's attire, Vegeta suddenly realized. Ah. Your style of dress resembles that of Saiyans before joining Frieza's army. Frieza's army? Cabba was taken aback. Have you occupied any planets as a base? Vegeta inquired. None. We reside on planet Sadala. Cabba shook his head. What? Does your planet Sadala still exist? Vegeta asked, incredulous. Has your planet Sadala ceased to exist? Cabba was stunned. Yes. Our planet Sadala was destroyed in a civil war, Vegeta explained. Subsequently, we conquered other planets and renamed one as Planet Vegeta. But it too was obliterated due to a conspiracy. How different our circumstances are, Cabba remarked. Enough, Vegeta, do not dwell on it. The destruction of Planet Vegeta was ordered by me, as I commanded Frieza, Beerus candidly stated. Vegeta felt as though the ground had shifted beneath him. Son Goku widened his eyes, turning to Beerus. Hey, Vegeta, does this mean that if we seek vengeance for our parents, we should target Lord Beerus? Son Goku whispered to Vegeta. Vengeance? As if you could ever defeat him, Vegeta sighed. Ha ha, I was merely jesting, after all. The Saiyans have committed numerous transgressions in the past. Son Wukong replied, never mind. Vegeta had little to add. So they agreed to regard it as Frieza's destruction of Planet Vegeta. After all, that wretch had caused the death of his son. which could be seen as a form of vengeance for his grandfather. Sun Wukong scratched his head, feeling that Vegeta's words were quite accurate. By the way, where's your tail? Sun Wukong inquired of Gabe. We indeed had tails in the past, but we have since evolved beyond them, Gabe answered candidly. Indeed. We too have undergone evolution here. Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Vegeta, is the absence of a tail considered evolution? Vegeta inquired. Well, we do not conquer other planets, rather. We are employed to eliminate villains, and that is our customary duty, Gabe responded with a smile. It seems you are indeed good individuals, quite unlike us, Goku chuckled. Have you concluded your conversation over there? Please take a seat for the written examination. Beerus called out to Goku. However, after Beerus spoke, she noticed someone standing beside her. Turning her head, she glanced at Mr. Tian. Ah, Mr. Tian. Beerus greeted him with a smile. Indeed, Tian nodded, taking in Beerus's appearance. You have become even more beautiful in just a few days. Beerus remarked, I have never seen blue frames before. After this competition, may I invite you to play basketball? Tian asked courteously. Of course, Beerus readily agreed. Then it is settled, Tian replied with satisfaction. Beerus pondered, basketball? This sport seems quite intriguing. But are you certain you wish to play with me? Can you surpass me? Not far away, Biddily and number 18 were both left speechless. Isn't it enough with just the two of us? Must you seek a blue-haired girl as well? Chapter 172, the first match if given the chance. I would like to visit Shadara, Vegeta remarked as he strode toward his seat. Rest assured, we no longer conquer others' planets. You're always welcome, Gabe replied. But I shall not show any mercy during the competition. Vegeta chuckled. Neither will I. Both parties then commenced the written examination. For those with even a hint of intelligence. The 10 questions posed were exceedingly simple. Bardos announced that the time allotted for the test was 10 minutes, and a score of 50 or above would be deemed satisfactory. As the examination began, Majin Buu, upon encountering the questions, could not help but scratch his head in confusion. The 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, and Buu ended up scoring a dismal 0. Upon hearing this result, Beerus was left utterly astounded. Goku and Vegeta were equally taken aback. Buu, how could you not answer a single question? Number 17 silently wiped his brow. This is ridiculous. I have never encountered such questions. Buu exclaimed, rolling his eyes. What a joke. So it appears we are down to just 4 contestants, Vegeta lamented, feeling utterly defeated. It was you, Vegeta, who insisted on a written test. Adding unnecessary complications, Goku sighed. If I happened to miss another question, I too would forfeit my eligibility. Goku shook his paper, revealing he had merely scored 50. Beerus, veins bulging on his forehead, bellowed, What on earth are you doing? Stop embarrassing yourselves. Quickly determine the order of participation. I shall go first. Goku proposed. I'll be second. Number 17 smiled slightly. I'll take the third position, Vegeta declared. Then I shall be last. Gohan raised his hand. Haha. Gohan, you might not even get to compete. Goku laughed. I actually prefer not to participate, so that works perfectly for me, Gohan nodded. All right, it's settled then. Beerus did not object. Meanwhile, Tian, accompanied by Biddily and number 18, watched the proceedings from the sidelines. Tian was more eager to meet the Omni-King after the match concluded than to concern himself with the competition itself. However, observing the match was still a pleasant diversion. He believed there was a reasonable chance the Omni-King would appear after the contest's conclusion. I wonder if the Omni-King will recognize my identity? By this logic, shouldn't the Omni-King refer to my system as ancestor? Competitors, please hold on for a moment. The martial arts tournament between the 6th and 7th universes is about to commence. The referee announced as he stepped onto the stage with a microphone in hand. First, let us sing the cosmic anthem together. As the voice faded, a small singer resembling a penguin stepped onto the stage. Ah, the cosmos. The mirror universe of the first cosmos is the 12th. The mirror universe of the second is the 11th, and the mirror universe of the third is the 10th. In no time, the little penguin singer completed a melody. Bowing gracefully to the audience, the little penguin performer acknowledged their presence. Do you dare to call this a cosmic song? Very well, the competition now officially commences. The referee announces that the first round features the contestant from Universe 6, Bardos, facing off against the contestant from Universe 7, Sun Wukong. Both combatants ascend the stage. The match begins. Bardos immediately launches a fierce assault on Sun Wukong, who effortlessly evades all of his blows. However, in a moment of carelessness, Sun Wukong is struck on the nose by Bardos' punch. What is the matter with you? Can you not take this seriously? Beerus scowls at Sun Wukong. Oh, I may have indulged a bit too much before arriving. Let me warm up first, Sun Wukong chuckles. Kampa and Vados silently observe Sun Wukong on the arena. Vados, this fellow can transform. Kampa remarks with a smile. Indeed, indeed. I recall he can become resplendent in golden light. Vados nods. That is known as the Super Saiyan transformation. Tian smiles slightly from the sidelines. Yes, I remember now. It is indeed called Super Saiyan, Kampa replies. From a distance. Beerus notices Tian casually chatting with Universe 6 and feels a surge of irritation. Hey, the one called Tian, which universe do you belong to? Beerus frowns. I am from Universe 7, I believe. Tian responds with a smile. Then what is your purpose in approaching Universe 6? Beerus huffs. I merely came to have a heartfelt conversation with Vados. Do not concern yourself with such trivialities, Tian laughs. Beerus thinks to himself, this fellow is truly audacious. Daring to engage in a heart-to-heart with Vados. Do as you wish. I shall not concern myself with you for now. You may act as you wish. On the arena, the battle between Sun Wukong and Bodhidharma continues unabated. Sun Wukong has elevated his speed to its zenith, while Bodhidharma pursues him relentlessly. However, despite his prolonged chase, Bodhidharma has been unable to catch up to Sun Wukong, leaving himself breathless and fatigued. With a shout, Bodhidharma lunges at Sun Wukong, brandishing his limbs. Bang! Sun Wukong retaliates, landing a light punch that sends Bodhidharma crashing to the ground. Kampas is taken aback, sensing something amiss. This fellow named Sun Wukong was not so formidable before. He furrows his brow, contemplating the significant enhancement in Sun Wukong's prowess. It seems Mr. Sun Wukong has undergone remarkable development, he muses, as if Whis had guided him through rigorous training. What did you say? Kampas inquires, momentarily taken aback, before shaking his head. Even if Whis had trained him, 3 days would hardly suffice for such a transformation. He has indeed progressed rather swiftly, Bardos praises. This is inconceivable. How could one grow to such an extent in merely 3 days? Kampas expresses his disbelief. Perhaps Whis introduced him to a realm with a slower flow of time. Bardos conjectures. Hey, kid, isn't Bardos correct? Kampas turns to inquire of Tian. Tian remains silent. I'm speaking to you. Can you hear me? Kampas presses further. Were you the one speaking? Tian replies, locking eyes with Kampas. What do you think? Kampas responds, his expression darkening. I didn't hear you. Could you repeat that? Tian smiles. Kampas, what Lord Kampas means to ask is whether Whis has taken this Mr. Wukong to an alternate dimension for training, Bardos interjects. Not only did he take Sun Wukong, but he also brought Vegeta along for training, Tian states candidly. Chapter 173 Kampas. Why do I feel a twinge of fear? So, do you know to what extent they have trained? Kampas queries once more. Tian lapses into silence again. Kid, what do you mean by that? Kampas snaps. I simply do not wish to converse with you. Bardos, please ask. Tian smiles. Bardos is left speechless. Kampas glares at Tian, contemplating a confrontation, yet inexplicably. As this thought arises, a sense of dread washes over him. What is happening? Who is this individual? Why do I feel this fear? How peculiar. Kampas remains silent. Lord Kampas, what is transpiring? Bardos inquires. Nothing of consequence, Kampas replies dismissively. Xiangpa shook his head. After observing for a moment, Tian returned to his seat to accompany Biddily and number 18. Once Tian departed, Xiangpa lowered his voice and remarked to Bardos, Bardos, I find this fellow named Tian quite peculiar. Earlier, I entertained the notion of dealing with him, yet I was suddenly overcome by an inexplicable sense of dread. Really? What could provoke such a feeling? Bardos replied, slightly perplexed. Who exactly is he? Xiangpa furrowed his brow. In my recollection, he seems rather ordinary. I am at a loss as well. Bardos shook his head. Let us focus on the match for now, Xiangpa suggested. Bang. Sun Wukong once again sent Bodhidharma crashing to the ground. That rascal Beerus actually had Whis take those two individuals to a different dimension for training, Xiangpa said, his expression darkening. Had I known, I would have sent someone in as well. In 3 days, they could have trained for at least 2 years, Bardos conjectured. Just 2 years should not pose a significant issue, Xiangpa reassured himself. Bang, bang, bang. On the stage, Sun Wukong had firmly grasped Bodhidharma's arm, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon him. Bodhidharma's physique resembled that of rubber, reminiscent of Monkey D. Luffy from One Piece. Bang. Sun Wukong delivered a powerful kick, sending Bodhidharma flying. Bodhidharma rebounded off the stage several times before reappearing opposite Sun Wukong. It seems my attacks have little effect on you. Sun Wukong scratched his head. Then allow me to demonstrate this technique. Kamehameha. Sun Wukong unleashed a Kamehameha wave towards Boda Mo. Boda Mo ascended to a considerable height, performing several spins in midair before returning. Bang, bang, bang. Subsequently, Boda Mo retaliated against Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong found himself in a bit of a quandary, yet amidst the skirmish, a sudden inspiration struck him. Bang. Sun Wukong forcefully pushed Boda Mo to the ground, then seized his legs and began to drag him towards the edge of the stage. In a spectacular display, Sun Wukong executed a back suplex, hurling Boda Mo out of the ring. Boda Mo was eliminated. Xiangpa's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated such a swift defeat in the first round. The contestant from the 7th universe, Sun Wukong, emerges victorious as Boda Mo falls outside the arena. The referee proclaimed loudly. The audience from the 7th universe erupted in cheers. Next, the contestant from the 6th universe, Frost, who bore a striking resemblance to Frisia, stepped forward. Frost approached Sun Wukong with a friendly gesture, extending his hand. "I look forward to working with you," Frost smiled. "Huh?" Sun Wukong paused, then joyfully returned the gesture. "Hello." "Hello. I look forward to our battle." Frost wore a charming smile. "What on earth? This Frost is completely different from the Frost of our universe," Krillin remarked. He appeared quite gentlemanly. Bulma nodded in agreement. "Do not be deceived by his facade. He might very well be a hypocrite," Tian interjected suddenly. His voice perfectly pitched to reach the arena. Frost shot Tian a fierce glare. "Are you the one who talks too much?" The second round of the match begins. The referee announced loudly. Without the slightest hesitation, Frost charged towards Sun Wukong and unleashed a flurry of fierce attacks. After exchanging several blows, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful kick that sent Frost crashing to the ground. Yet, Frost quickly regained his footing and lunged at Sun Wukong once more, ensnaring his ankle with his tail. Bang! Frost swiftly struck, landing a blow directly to Sun Wukong's chest. Sun Wukong was propelled backward. Frost relentlessly pursued him, launching a series of assaults. Bang! A heavy punch from Frost struck the ground where Sun Wukong once stood, sending debris flying in all directions. Tian, feeling a bit restless, casually waved his hand, erasing the scattered stones. However, the onlookers were so engrossed in the match that they failed to notice the details. Nevertheless, was caught sight of Tian's actions, momentarily taken aback, but choosing not to comment further. The battle between Sun Wukong and Frost raged on, escalating from the ground to the skies. After several more exchanges, Sun Wukong finally managed to bring Frost down. He descended slowly to face Frost. "Just as I thought." Sun Wukong smiled. "What do you mean?" Frost asked, taken aback. "You're testing me, aren't you?" Sun Wukong chuckled. "Huh? I am not," Frost denied. "Transform. Take on your ultimate form and fight me," Sun Wukong proposed. "Frost, how did you know I would transform? Are you planning to observe my fighting style before making your own transformation?" Sun Wukong inquired with a smile. "How do you know all this?" Frost asked. "In our universe, there exists a being who resembles you closely, named Frisia, with whom I have battled. However, that individual is not as formidable as you," Sun Wukong explained. "I see," Frost acknowledged. It is worth mentioning that in the world where Tian exists, Frisia has not been resurrected, as the Dragon Balls on Earth are still in a cooldown period and have not yet restored. Consequently, there is no possibility of Frisia's revival, nor any narrative concerning his golden transformation. In fact, Frost's base form is already comparable to Frisia's golden form, though it may be slightly weaker. One could assert that at present, should Frost encounter Frisia, he could easily overpower him. "You should transform without delay," Sun Wukong urged with a smile, "or else, before you have the chance to display your full strength, you may find yourself eliminated." Chapter 174. The Hypocrite. Frost, thank you for your advice. Please allow me to assume my final form," Frost proclaimed as he erupted with formidable energy. In the next moment, Frost transformed into his third form. The third form of Frost resembled a creature with an elongated head. Sun Wukong was taken aback, as he had never witnessed this form of Frisia and thus was unfamiliar with Frost's transformation. "This fellow has not truly attained his final form," Vegeta scoffed. "This is likely the first time Wukong has seen this form. He was undergoing treatment at that time," Krillin remarked. "This form brings back many unpleasant memories," Piccolo grimaced, recalling how he had been pierced by Frisia's third form like a beehive. "Is this sufficient?" Frost smiled. "Well, although it differs from what I know of that individual." Sun Wukong nodded. "By the way, did that version of me from your universe defeat you?" Frost inquired. "It is perhaps better that you do not know," Sun Wukong replied. "Seems like he did not win, Frost lamented. But as you mentioned, I am somewhat stronger than him. Come. Sun Wukong readied himself for battle, and the two engaged in an intense clash in the air. After several rounds of combat, Frost landed a punch that sent Sun Wukong crashing to the ground. How was that? Did my transformation meet your expectations? Frost chuckled. It would be wise to concede before you sustain any injuries. Smack. With a swift leap akin to that of a carp, Sun Wukong sprang from the ground. That move was quite commendable, thus I shall take this more seriously. He mused with a subtle smile as a radiant golden aura enveloped him, transforming him into a Super Saiyan. What? Frost's expression shifted dramatically. Humph, he has indeed transformed, thought Zampa, remaining silent. Is this truly wise? Sun Wukong chuckled, then declared, I shall not hold back. He surged towards Frost with remarkable speed. Startled, Frost ceased all hesitation and shifted into his final form. Sun Wukong momentarily halted his assault. At last, you have assumed a form I recognize, he remarked with a grin. Frost's demeanor turned gravely serious. Let us now determine the victor. Sun Wukong beckoned. Aya! Frost unleashed his energy to its utmost limits. Sun Wukong, too, erupted with golden brilliance. The two engaged in a fierce clash once more. After several rounds of combat, Sun Wukong delivered a powerful kick that sent Frost soaring into the sky. Frost cried out in pain, rapidly descending to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks upon Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong effortlessly parried his attacks. Hey! Frost swept his hand forward. A surge of formidable energy enveloping Sun Wukong. Crossing his arms to shield his head, Sun Wukong slid back approximately 10 meters before coming to a steady stop. Here's a return gift. Sun Wukong mimicked Frost's earlier motion, sending a wave of potent energy towards him. Frost was taken aback, hastily retreating until he nearly teetered off the edge of the arena. You are truly impressive, Frost remarked, his expression less than favorable as he took a deep breath, then smiled lightly. However, I shall not be defeated by you. With that, Frost charged at Sun Wukong once more, only to be sent crashing to the ground by a swift slap. Undeterred, Frost rose defiantly and launched a fierce punch at Sun Wukong. At that moment, the poison needle on his wrist struck Sun Wukong's arm, leaving him momentarily paralyzed, his mind clouded. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Frost kicked Sun Wukong out of the arena. Sun Wukong was eliminated. Competitor Wukong has fallen out of the ring. The victorious contestant is Frost, the referee announced loudly. Vegeta and Gohan stood in stunned silence, while Piccolo was equally astonished. Number 17, however, remained silent. Wukong has lost. Klin wiped his brow as the medical team swiftly appeared beside Sun Wukong to attend to him. However, Sun Wukong soon regained consciousness, scratching his head as he rose from the ground. Wait, did I lose? He inquired, glancing at Frost. You are truly remarkable. I couldn't even discern your technique. Thank you for the compliment, Frost replied with a smile. Oh dear, Wukong has lost, Weiss remarked with a sigh. What a fool. If only he had transformed into a Super Saiyan god sooner, this predicament could have been avoided. Beerus grumbled in frustration. Dad, what just happened? Gohan asked, bewildered. I saw you were clearly dominating him, Piccolo added. I don't know what happened. I lost consciousness after taking a single hit, Sun Wukong admitted, scratching his head again. You're just too dismissive of your opponent, which led to your oversight, you fool, Vegeta scoffed. It's truly unbelievable. If only we had someone like him in our galactic patrol, the Galactic King mused. Isn't having Meruz enough for you? Tian interjected. You know Meruz? The Galactic King looked at Tian in surprise. I've heard of him, Tian replied with a slight smile. Meruz is indeed impressive. He is an exceptional member of our team. The Galactic King nodded in approval. One could even say he's the foremost figure in our galactic patrol. Indeed, his status is quite unique, Tian concurred. What is his status? The Galactic King inquired, puzzled. It's not important, Tian shook his head, just as the Galactic King was about to ask further. He noticed Gak deep in thought, resting his chin on his hand. Gak, what troubles you? The Galactic King asked. You typically have something to say whenever Meruz is mentioned. Oh, it's nothing. I just sensed something was amiss earlier, Gak replied. What was it? The Galactic King pressed. Let us discuss it later, Gak suggested, shaking his head. Now, let us proceed to the next match. The referee announced, introducing Frost from Universe 6 to face off against number 17 from Universe 7. Go, number 17. Sun Wukong encouraged. I've heard you were quite formidable in the past. I'm here for the prize money, number 17 chuckled, confidently stepping onto the stage. The match begins. The referee declared loudly. Chapter 175. Number 17 versus Frost without a moment's hesitation. Number 17 launched into a fierce confrontation with Frost. In no time, Number 17 quickly established the upper hand. Number 17 is incredibly strong now, Sun Wukong exclaimed in astonishment. This guy is significantly more powerful than he was during the Cell Saga. Piccolo was equally astonished. Vegeta fell silent, shocked to discover that the strength of Android 17 was nearly surpassing that of Kakarot's Super Saiyan 3. How could this be possible? Vegeta found it hard to believe this reality. Had I not accompanied Whis to that peculiar little house for training, would I have been unable to defeat this android? Once again, Vegeta felt a pang in his heart. An insufferable android has surpassed me? Piccolo was also filled with deep reflections. In the past, my power was on par with that of 17. It was 17's advantage of inexhaustible energy that led to my defeat. After so many years, has 17 grown to this extent? Hey, 17, do you train regularly? Goku inquired. Suddenly, a resounding smack. Beerus sent Goku crashing to the ground with a single blow. Rubbing his head, Goku climbed back up. Lord Beerus, why did you hit me? Goku asked, puzzled. Fool, do not disturb him during his match. Beerus huffed. It's fine. I wasn't too distracted, 17 replied calmly while engaging in battle with Frost, smiling at Goku. Of course, I train, but it was out of necessity. What do you mean? Goku asked, confused. Years ago, when Cell released the 7 little cells, Gohan did not destroy them, 17 explained with a smile. What? They're still alive? Gohan was equally surprised. Indeed, they can regenerate and have restored their bodies, 17 clarified. Later, those 7 little cells began to harass me in my wildlife sanctuary. I had to continuously strengthen myself to defeat them. So that's how it is. No wonder you've become so powerful, Goku remarked. If you had dealt with Buu, perhaps the battle would have been resolved by now. Really? 17 smiled slightly. Don't be naive. He would only end up being absorbed by Majin Buu, Vegeta scoffed. Vegeta is right, 17 did not refute. Suddenly, with a powerful punch, 17 knocked Frost to the ground. Frost grit his teeth and rose, his expression shifting rapidly. How can there be such formidable individuals in Universe 7? Kappa thought to himself, feeling rather uneasy. I will eliminate you. On the 17th, he swiftly soared towards Frost. Delivering a powerful punch, Frost quickly raised his fist to meet 17's strike. Simultaneously, the poison needle concealed on Frost's wrist pierced through 17's skin. Although 17 is an artificial being, he was created through the injection of a certain genetic modification, akin to Captain America, rather than being transformed into a robot. Thus, Frost's poison needle proved effective against 17. In an instant, 17's mind went blank, and he lost consciousness. Bang! Seizing the opportunity, Frost delivered a swift kick that sent 17 flying off the arena. As 17 collapsed to the ground, already unconscious, Frost wore a triumphant smile. Sun Wukong was taken aback. And the other contestants from Universe 7 were equally stunned. Outside the arena, Frost's victory was announced loudly. Hey, look, Kakarot, just like you did earlier. Vegeta remarked to Sun Wukong. Waha! The delighted Pata exclaimed. Sun Wukong approached and gently tapped 17's face. 17 opened his eyes. Are you alright, 17? Sun Wukong inquired. It's strange. I feel fine, but what exactly happened? 17 furrowed his brow. Be careful, Vegeta. That guy is more formidable than we anticipated, Sun Wukong cautioned. Now it's your turn to step up. Vegeta felt uncertain, pondering the unknown techniques employed by Frost. This is dangerous. We're in trouble, Beerus exclaimed, his head spinning with anxiety. Tian, how did we lose? Biddily asked, bewildered. Logically, 17 should not have been defeated by that individual. That guy cheated, Tian responded. What? Cheated? How? I didn't notice anything. Biddily queried, perplexed. He concealed a poison needle in his wrist, capable of paralyzing human nerves. That's how my little brother fell victim, Tian explained. Little brother? 18 echoed. Isn't that title a bit too affectionate? Biddily suggested. No need to rush. Someone will report it imminently, Tian chuckled. Just as Tian finished speaking, a voice rang out. I object. It was Jack, raising his hand. All eyes in the room shifted towards him. The referee was momentarily taken aback. Cheating. Frost's competitor has used a weapon. He is cheating, Jack declared loudly. A weapon? The referee turned to glance at Frost. You cannot escape my gaze. My eyes are equipped with myriad compound lenses. I can detect the subtlest of movements, Jack exclaimed, inspecting Frost's right hand, which concealed something needle-like. I suspect that object is poisonous, Frost thought. How did he see through it? Even the destroyer overlooked this. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiangpa remarked, slightly irked. As Frost was a proud warrior. Then check it, if you dare, Jack retorted confidently. Very well, but if you are fabricating lies, I shall destroy you. Xiangpa scoffed. What? Jack's complexion changed, and he hurriedly sat down, saying, forget I mentioned it. I'm sorry, but I cannot assist with that. You cannot play this game. I refuse to engage with you. No, it is imperative that I receive a thorough examination, Beerus declared loudly. Immediately. A referee rushed forward to inspect Frost's arm and indeed discovered something suspicious at his wrist. With a sudden snap, a poison needle emerged from Frost's wrist. The referee gently touched the tip of the needle, only to be overwhelmed by a wave of dizziness. Chapter 176. The metallic centaur Magetta with a thud. The referee collapsed to the ground. In the next moment, he sprang back to his feet and nodded lightly at Kampa. That is not a weapon. It is merely a part of my body, Frost attempted to argue in his defense. No, there are evidently signs of tampering, the referee countered. Well, you have seen through my ruse. There is no helping it. They should be grateful I did not eliminate them, Frost scoffed. Frost has committed a foul and is disqualified from the match. The victorious contender is contestant number 17, the referee promptly announced. The audience of Universe 7 erupted in cheers. Gak, splendid job, Bulma praised. Gak struck a pose, sporting a triumphant smile. This guy has an impressive gaze, Krillin chuckled. Thank you, Flyman. Contestant number 18 nodded appreciatively at Gak. I am not a Flyman. Do not assign me such nicknames. Gak retorted, feeling utterly exasperated. Yaishin, how did you know? Biddily inquired of Yaishin. I saw it as well, Yaishin replied with a smile. What? So that fellow was cheating? Sun Wukong expressed his disdain for Frost's actions. Frost strode down from the platform. You have brought shame upon the 7th universe. Kampa glared at Frost, veins bulging on his forehead. I merely wish to conclude this match. Which bore no prize. As swiftly as possible, Frost responded. I shall destroy you. You have embarrassed me greatly, Kampa declared, preparing to take action. Wait a moment. Vegeta interjected. There is no need to disqualify him. The next match shall be mine. I will handle this scoundrel myself. Ah. Is contestant Vegeta about to face him in the next match? The referee asked. Indeed. This bout will serve as an excellent warm-up for me. Vegeta replied with a slight smile. However, since contestant number 17 has been eliminated, the next match should rightfully involve contestant number 17, the referee suggested. 17, forfeit your match. You will still receive your prize, Vegeta proposed. That sounds splendid. I agree, contestant number 17 nodded. Frost stood by, speechless. You see, why do the contestants from the 7th universe receive a reward? Frost inquired indignantly, addressing Kampa. Are you questioning my authority? Kampa's expression turned a deep shade of anger. This reward is personally sponsored, number 17 added. Frost found himself at a loss for words, feeling an awkward tension envelop him. Allow me to handle this. I shall personally deal with this individual. You all have no objections, do you? The countenance of Vegeta radiated an unquenchable fighting spirit. Do as you wish. Kampa conceded without protest. Then, the next match shall be between Frost and Vegeta, the referee announced loudly. Wait. Beerus interjected, appearing before the referee and beckoning Goku. Goku, come here. Goku pointed to himself and swiftly approached. Beerus grasped Goku's arm, pointing at the red mark upon it, and addressed the referee. You ought to examine this wound. He has also been ambushed. That match should be deemed a foul. Indeed, that is true. What should we do? Should we allow him to compete? The referee hesitated. I can still participate? How wonderful! Goku exclaimed, feeling an unexpected wave of happiness. Wait, let that guy come in last. The next one to compete should be me. Vegeta shouted emphatically. Should we place Goku behind Gohan in the lineup? The referee inquired of Beerus. No need. I shall enter before Gohan, Goku proposed. Very well, Beerus acquiesced. Visibly relieved, the referee promptly agreed. Thank you for your patience. The match continues. With Frost pitted against Vegeta, the referee announced loudly. Humph, you fool. I hope you don't come to regret this, Frost sneered. The one who should regret this is you, Vegeta retorted. Golden light emanating from his being as he instantly transformed into a Super Saiyan. Without delay, Vegeta charged towards Frost. Frost's expression shifted as he hurriedly raised his hands to defend himself, but Vegeta's tremendous force shattered his defenses. Frost grimaced in pain. With a swift motion, Vegeta embraced Frost's shoulders, delivering a sharp knee strike to his abdomen. Frost was engulfed in waves of excruciating agony. with a powerful sweep of his hand. Vegeta unleashed a surge of energy directed at Frost, who was sent flying off the stage, thus eliminating him from the competition. The onlookers from Universe 6 were left in a state of shock. Hurry and treat him. I disdain the thought of exterminating such trash. Vegeta let out a snort. Frost was swiftly carried away on a stretcher. Next to enter the arena was the contestant from Universe 6, Vegeta. Vegeta was a metallic being. Upon stepping onto the stage, he immediately poured a cup of magma into his mouth and drank it down. How impressive! Bulma exclaimed. Can you refrain from making such remarks? Yaishin replied. Android 18. Say something for me to hear. Yaishin turned to look at Android 18. What should I say? She responded, slightly taken aback. What Bulma just mentioned, Yaishin clarified. I refuse to say anything, Android 18 huffed. You truly lack cooperation, Yaishin sighed. Yaishin, is that a robot? Bulma inquired. That is referred to as a metallic being. There should be similar entities in our universe, Yaishin answered. Metallic being? How peculiar. It feels almost like a robot, Bulma mused. You belong to carbon-based life forms. While metallic beings are classified as metallic life forms, Yaishin explained. In this universe, various forms of life exist. There is nothing unusual about it. Just like that blue-skinned individual over there, she is composed of pure energy, her skin smooth and flawless, and her basketball court exudes an array of charms. Both Bulma and Android 18 turned their gaze towards the stunning goddess, Bardos. They indeed recognized that this blue-skinned woman was the epitome of perfection. Her figure and beauty were exquisite. If Yaishin were to describe it, her body possessed an impeccable proportion. How could such a woman possibly exist? Chapter 177. The Science of Universe 6. She is a true, celestial being. Yaishin marveled. Celestial being? Is she a deity? Android 18 asked. Indeed, a genuine deity, Yaishin nodded. Android 18 no longer hesitated. A brief silence enveloped them. You've always wanted to play basketball with a deity, haven't you? She queried. You truly understand me. Yaishin affirmed with a vigorous nod. The battle in the arena officially commenced. Vegeta struck the metallic being with a punch, yet immediately felt excruciating pain in his fist. The metallic being shook its arm and swiftly knocked Vegeta to the ground. Vegeta cried out in agony. The metallic being advanced, preparing to stomp on Vegeta. In a flurry, Vegeta rolled on the ground and ascended into the sky, where golden light erupted from his hands. With a swift motion, Vegeta unleashed an energy attack at the metallic being. The metallic being braced itself and endured the energy assault. When the smoke cleared, it revealed the metallic being unscathed. What? Does this fellow not suffer any injuries? Vegeta exclaimed in astonishment. Vegeta, toss him out of the ring, just as I did with that rubber dummy, suggested Goku to Vegeta. Indeed, you make a valid point. Vegeta nodded, agreeing that Kakarot's approach was feasible. In that instant, Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan and swiftly appeared beside the metallic being, seizing its lower leg with all his might. However, the metallic entity remained utterly unmoved. With a resounding thud, the metallic being delivered a powerful punch directly to Vegeta's head, leaving him feeling disoriented. You fool. The weight of that metal exceeds 1,000 tons. Beerus chastised Goku. Is that so? I was unaware of such details, Goku replied, scratching his head in bewilderment. Vegeta quickly ascended to the skies, gasping for breath. That scoundrel Kakarot, always concocting such absurd schemes. Vegeta seethed, his teeth clenched in frustration. Realizing that physical strikes were futile, he resolved to unleash his energy in an attack against the metallic foe. In midair, Vegeta released a barrage of energy blasts directed at the metallic being below. The metallic entity immediately crossed its arms to shield its head. The energy blast struck the arena, sending debris flying and exposing the earthy ground beneath. The metallic being's expression changed as it swiftly attempted to flee. Ha ha ha, you better run. I intend to obliterate this entire arena. Vegeta laughed heartily. Seeing no other option, the metallic being unleashed a torrent of lava from its mouth to counter Vegeta's energy blasts. The lava and energy blasts collided, neutralizing the energy assault. Hey, referee, isn't this a foul? Vegeta questioned, momentarily taken aback. No, it is not. This is merely the saliva of the Vegeta contestant, not a weapon, the referee clarified. Anger flared on Vegeta's face. You wretched creature, resorting to filthy saliva to attack me. He exclaimed, cursing vehemently, you pile of scrap metal. Upon hearing Vegeta's insult, the metallic being instantly lost its color. With a thud, it collapsed to the ground. Disqualified from the match. Vegeta stood nearby, bewildered. What just happened? How did I win so easily? Biddily turned to inquire of Tian. Biddily, you just spat on me, Tian replied. Biddyly's face flushed crimson. The metallic being is quite sensitive and possesses a weak spirit. Being insulted caused it to lose its will to fight, Tian explained. Biddily fell silent, choosing not to respond. What you just said has left me quite embarrassed. Vegeta exhaled a sigh of relief. After all, he had emerged victorious. Thus concluded this match. While Beerus was about to use his staff to restore the damaged arena, Tian swiftly flew to his side. Allow me to give it a try, Tian proposed. Try what? Bardos inquired, taken aback. I wish to see if I can create a new arena, Tian replied with a smile. Having attained the diamond-level erasure technique, Tian now possessed the ability to create. He intended to manifest a new arena. With a swift motion of his hand, he waved at the arena. In an instant, the arena vanished into thin air. Immediately thereafter, Tian, utilizing his formidable creative prowess, conjured an entirely new arena. Bardos stood by, astonished. Not only Bardos, but even Beerus and Kappa widened their eyes, rubbing them in disbelief. Whis, who is that fellow? What just happened to the arena? Beerus inquired. Oh dear. It seems to be a form of creative ability, Whis analyzed. Create? Is he a supreme Kai? Can he truly create an arena? Beerus muttered curiously. I cannot say for certain, but I can assure you he is not a supreme Kai, Whis responded. Beerus gazed at Tian with a solemn expression, refraining from associating him with Erasure. This was primarily due to the swift connection between Tian's Erasure and creation techniques. After erasing the arena, Tian directly created a new one, leaving most of those present unaware of the existence of the Erasure technique. Tian, I never imagined you possessed such an ability, Sun Wukong remarked, filled with admiration. It's all right, Tian smiled modestly. Indeed, quite remarkable, Sun Wukong nodded. Bardos regarded Tian thoughtfully. Tian then winked at Bardos. Sporting a mischievous grin, Bardos declared, the match shall continue. The next contestant from Universe 6, Kappa, took to the stage. The referee announced the commencement of the match. Kappa swiftly surged toward Vegeta, his body shifting in midair. In no time, Kappa appeared behind Vegeta and delivered a swift kick to his calf. Vegeta nearly lost his balance. Kappa then leapt into the air, soaring down to deliver a powerful kick to Vegeta. Vegeta fell to the ground with a thud. Kappa concentrated energy in his hand, launching a surge of energy toward Vegeta. With a slight smile, Vegeta executed a graceful backflip, propelling himself into the sky. Bang! Vegeta delivered a powerful kick to Gabe's face, forcefully sending him crashing to the ground. Gabe left a crater upon landing, but swiftly emerged from the air, clutching his injured arm, his expression one of bitter defiance. Chapter 178. The battle commences indeed. It seems you possess the customary traits of a warrior race. You are truly a Saiyan, Vegeta remarked with a smile. Your base form surprisingly matches my own. Base form? Gabe's countenance grew grave. Shall we transform into Super Saiyans? Was it not agreed that we would fight with all our might? Vegeta chuckled lightly. Is Super Saiyan the dazzling golden form you previously assumed? Gabe inquired. Indeed, Vegeta nodded. Is that not what you call it? Not at all. I cannot transform into that form. This is my first encounter with such a Saiyan transformation. Gabe replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. What? Vegeta furrowed his brow. Could you teach me? Gabe implored. What did you say? You fool. Why would I teach you? Vegeta erupted in fury, his body radiating golden light as he transformed into a Super Saiyan. Bang! Vegeta delivered a heavy punch directly to Gabe's abdomen. Gabe staggered, spitting blood as he clutched his chest and fell to the ground. You are truly naive, Vegeta scoffed, placing his foot on Gabe's body, relentlessly rolling him over. Did you not promise to fight with all your strength? With your level of skill, do you still believe you are fit to compete? In quick succession, Vegeta stomped on Gabe's face, distorting it underfoot. Did you not anticipate encountering such a formidable opponent? Vegeta laughed. Is that not the case? I surrender. I concede. Gabe hastily raised a white flag. Vegeta's anger intensified as he hoisted Gabe off the ground. You, a proud Saiyan, are resorting to such tactics? Vegeta shouted furiously. I can't go on. I believe there is still hope for me. Gabe pleaded. Vegeta, seething with rage, flung Gabe high into the air. A Saiyan devoid of confidence has no reason to exist. Vegeta scoffed. Once I eliminate you, I shall proceed to obliterate your planet, Sadala. Gabe's expression shifted dramatically. Vegeta unleashed an energy blast. What did you say? Sadala? Gabe shouted, his voice rising. What does this have to do with Sadala? Boom. As Gabe spoke, a torrent of golden light erupted from his being. In the next moment, he successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, radiant and resolute. I will absolutely not allow such a thing to transpire. Gaby fell from the sky, engaging in an intense clash with Vegeta. Indeed, it was precisely as it should be. Vegeta felt immense satisfaction with Gaby's performance. The initial transformation into a Super Saiyan stemmed from anger. Remember this feeling, he instructed, and you shall be able to transform at will in the future. Huh? Was it to bring Gaby back to his senses? The golden aura around him suddenly dissipated. Try transforming again, Vegeta chuckled. Ah, very well. Gaby nodded, attempting to recapture the state he had just experienced. With a resounding clap, Gaby transformed once more into a Super Saiyan. May I interject? Tian appeared near the arena. Addressing Vegeta and Gaby, both turned their attention to him. Gaby, do you not ever experience moments of extreme anger? Tian inquired. Huh? Not really. Gaby scratched his head in response. If I did, I would have transformed into a Super Saiyan ages ago. Your temper is remarkably mild. Tian remarked with a hint of admiration. Haha, indeed, Gaby agreed with a nod. Since you have never felt such intense anger, what of your kin? Have none of them transformed into Super Saiyans? Tian continued his questioning. I cannot say for certain. Perhaps some have, but I am unaware. Gaby shook his head. No matter, you may continue. Tian returned to the side of Biddily and Android 18. That means among your people. There must be those capable of transforming into Super Saiyans, Vegeta remarked with a slight smile. Perhaps, Gaby nodded, but among the Saiyans of our universe. Instances of extreme anger are quite rare. After all, there is little that warrants such fury. Regardless, your perceptiveness is commendable, Vegeta chuckled, suddenly radiating a blue aura. What? Blue hair? Gaby's eyes widened in disbelief. What a joke. How is there such a transformation? Was this the result of his training in the alternate dimension with Whis? Zampa was equally astonished. This is the latest Super Saiyan Blue transformation, Vegeta explained with a smile. If you train diligently, you too may achieve it. In the distance, Hit, who had been resting with his head bowed, seemed to sense the formidable energy emanating from Vegeta, momentarily lifting his gaze towards him. With a swift motion, Vegeta struck, delivering a dazzling elbow strike that rendered Gaby unconscious. Vegeta is certainly training him, Piccolo remarked to Goku, who stood nearby. Indeed, Uncle Vegeta's actions are quite rare. Gohan nodded. It's commendable, but I wonder why Vegeta is doing this. Son Wukong felt a tinge of confusion. Vegeta was once the prince of the Saiyans, right? I suppose we are all Saiyans, so he must be feeling nostalgic, he mused. Piccolo smiled and replied, I am also a Saiyan. Yet he is not particularly amiable towards me. Wukong scratched his head, pondering, you don't actually believe that fellow would hold any fondness for you, do you? Piccolo chuckled. At the very least, he doesn't despise me. Wukong responded, you always seem to irritate him. Piccolo offered a slight smile. Have I? Wukong asked, somewhat perplexed. Piccolo sighed, choosing to remain silent thereafter. Do you think you can? The referee announced loudly, next to take the stage is the final contestant from the 6th universe, Hit. Even though our universe only has Hit left, I believe it should not be a problem, Bardos mused. Indeed. It would have been wiser to have Hit enter the competition first, which would have spared us much trouble, Compa nodded. Even if those two fellows trained for 3 years, they might not be Hit's match. After all, he is the foremost assassin of our universe. In a contest that involves killing, the fighters from Universe 7 would scarcely stand a chance against him. Yes, indeed, Bardos agreed. Hit strode confidently toward the arena, soon facing off against Vegeta. Chapter 179, Vegeta, on what grounds do you get to keep your hands in your pockets? Finally, it's that guy, Goku remarked, his expression turning serious. As the match commenced, a surge of blue energy erupted from Vegeta, elevating his power to its zenith. It was evident that Vegeta recognized the formidable nature of Hit. He was undoubtedly the trump card of the 6th universe. In stark contrast, Hit maintained an air of calm composure. Without a moment's hesitation, Vegeta launched himself toward it. With his hands still in his pockets, Hit executed a swift kick, striking Vegeta in the abdomen. The impact sent Vegeta hurtling backward, nearly losing his footing. Stunned, Vegeta exclaimed, I didn't even see how he attacked me. Regaining his composure, Vegeta charged forward once more. Once again, Hit, with his hands tucked away, delivered another kick, sending Vegeta spiraling backward. Wincing in pain, Vegeta wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his thumb. Gohan, Piccolo, did you see that? Goku inquired. Both Gohan and Piccolo shook their heads in unison. This is bad. You both couldn't see it. Goku's expression grew grave as he swiftly approached Gak. Gak appeared taken aback. Gak, can you see how he is executing his attacks? Goku asked. I can't see it either, Gak replied, shaking his head. Are you joking? Aren't you supposed to have the eyes of a fly? Goku exclaimed in astonishment. I'm not a fly. You could say I possess the eyes of a bee. Gak rolled his eyes. Do not compare me to that kind of pest. This is quite a conundrum. You cannot see it either? Goku lamented. It's not that I can't see it. Rather, his movements completely vanish midway, Gak analyzed. Bang, bang, bang. In the arena, Hit continued to keep his hands in his pockets while delivering a flurry of kicks toward Vegeta. Goku scrutinized the scene, his expression increasingly somber, and slowly remarked, Is he utilizing instantaneous movement? I cannot utilize instant transmission to such an extent. Amidst Hit's rapid-fire assaults, Vegeta found himself swaying perilously close to the ground. The azure aura surrounding Vegeta had dissipated. How infuriating. The one who should be standing with his hands in his pockets is me, Vegeta. He bellowed. In another novel, I triumphed over everyone with my hands tucked away. You childish fool, do you truly take the tales from those novels to heart? It scoffed disdainfully before delivering a kick that rendered Vegeta unconscious. In the stands. Oh, Vegeta has read Dragon Ball, that year. The novel where Vegeta had his hands in his pockets, remarked the old Kai with mild surprise. Indeed, it was I who recommended it to Vegeta, after all. The protagonist is him, replied the Kai with a nod. By the way, did you not inform him that the book has undergone a title change? Questioned the old Kai. It is not so much a change as it is an addition of an alternate title, Dragon Ball, the beginning with Bardock as a partner. What? I still find the previous title more melodious, sighed the Kai. There is little we can do. Perhaps the readers prefer the new title, the old Kai speculated. Ha. That may very well be the case, nodded the Kai. Nonetheless, returning to our competition with the sixth universe, what rewards await us should we emerge victorious? Inquired the old Kai. It is said that the losing party must serve the victor for 10 years. Although this pertains solely to the role of the destroyer and does not involve us Kaiashins, answered the Kai. A mere 10 years? I have no desire to witness such a contest, the old Kai lamented, shaking his head. In that novel, Dragon Ball, the beginning with Bardock as a partner, the terms typically commence at a millennium. The destroyer of Universe 11, Lord Beerus, lost to the universe Vegeta hails from for over 8,000 years, which implies that Beerus must serve the universe of Vegeta for those 8,000 years. Beerus cast a glance towards the old Kai. Hey, old man. What are you babbling about? He queried as he approached. Ah, it pertains to a novel, the old Kai replied as he handed the book. Dragon Ball, the beginning with Bardock as a partner, to Beerus. Beerus promptly perused its contents. Humph, this weakling can become the protagonist? Vegeta scoffed, obliterating the book entirely. The old Kai remarked, however, the prospect of 8,000 years of servitude is indeed quite tempting. We should consider wagering something substantial next time. Beerus pondered. Swish. Goku approached Tian once more. Tian, do you comprehend how Hit attacks? Goku inquired. Why ask me? Tian smiled. I could sense you were somewhat extraordinary. You ought to know. Goku chuckled heartily. Hit employs time skip. Tian elucidated that it essentially entails a brief suspension of time, approximately around 0.1 seconds. The notion of temporarily halting time for about 0.1 seconds, indeed? Sun Wukong pondered in silence. Let us proceed to the next match, the referee announced, declaring a contest between Sun Wukong and Hit. Swiftly, Sun Wukong descended beside Vegeta. Vegeta, do you have any useful advice? He inquired. None, just give it your all. Vegeta replied, feeling somewhat disgruntled. In another tome, I could vanquish the Kaioshin with a punch and obliterate the god of destruction with a kick. Yet, in this genuine world, I find myself in such a lamentable state. It is truly vexing. I yearn to possess strength akin to that Vegeta from the book. I wonder if emulating his fervent consumption of super divine water would be effective? I shall endeavor to try upon my return. On the arena, Sun Wukong commenced his stretching exercises, swiftly preparing for battle. It remained nonchalantly with his hands in his pockets. Shall we begin? I look forward to your guidance. Sun Wukong greeted with a smile. The match commences, the referee declared. Sun Wukong promptly readied himself for combat. Do not forget to transform, Hit observed. Noting that Sun Wukong remained in his base form. Ah, very well, but that transformation consumes too much stamina. I cannot engage you in a protracted battle, Sun Wukong chuckled. Why would you assume this is a prolonged confrontation? Hit queried with a light laugh. Because I have yet to discover how to defeat you. Thus I wish to buy some time, Sun Wukong candidly replied. You revealed your true intentions rather easily. You are still quite youthful, Hit remarked, feeling a newfound admiration towards Sun Wukong. Though I may appear youthful, I am, In truth, over 40 years of age, Sun Wukong retorted with a grin. I have surpassed 1,000 years, Hit answered. Over 1,000 years. Sun Wukong exclaimed, astonished. Is that truly the case? You are significantly older than I. Upon realizing this, Sun Wukong's demeanor grew notably serious, and he promptly bowed to Hit. Once again, I kindly ask for your guidance, he stated earnestly. Hit responded, then. I shall commence. Upon Sun Wukong's declaration, he immediately soared into the air. With a swift motion, Hit leisurely withdrew his right hand from his pocket and landed a punch squarely on Sun Wukong's nose. Sun Wukong staggered backward, nearly tumbling off the stage. Ouch! It truly hurts. Clearly, I cannot see. Sun Wukong rubbed his throbbing nose. Moreover, your attacks are genuinely painful. It is futile. I advise you to concede promptly, Hit chuckled. I shall never concede, Sun Wukong retorted, for I have devised a strategy to counter you. Is that so? Hit chuckled lightly, a blusterous individual. You shall never decipher my techniques. Let us put that to the test, Son Goku declared, charging forward once more. Bang! Hit's fist collided with Son Goku's face. In midair, Son Goku transformed his stance and surged ahead again. Hit swiftly flickered, vanishing from sight. With a mighty roar, Son Goku unleashed a powerful punch to the right. Hit, taken by surprise, inadvertently received a glancing blow from Son Goku's fist to his face. Hot hop, gotcha, Son Goku exclaimed with a grin. Hit, astonished, rubbed his cheek and replied with a subtle smile, it was merely a coincidence. That may be true, so let us try again, Son Goku nodded, refraining from argument. And charged forth once more. Bang! Son Goku raised his hand high and struck Hit squarely on the chin. Hit immediately felt disoriented. See, I hit you again, didn't I? Son Goku shook his fist triumphantly. How did you achieve that? Hit queried, astonished. You can leap through 0.1 seconds of time, correct? Son Goku inquired. Thus, I predict your position and attack method 0.1 seconds ahead based on your movements before you vanish. Hit comprehended the explanation. But why reveal that? If you do, I might intentionally feign a move, Hit questioned, perplexed. Your hands. Son Goku smiled slightly. You conceal them in your pockets, draped by your coat, to obscure your movements from view. Hit fell silent. I never imagined Gohan's father to be so formidable. He even managed to unravel that, Biddily remarked. If such a novel existed in our world, Gohan's father would undoubtedly be its protagonist, Tian added with a smile. Why do I feel as though the protagonist of this world is you? Biddily turned her gaze to Tian. Well, it is plausible. Perhaps the three of us, myself, you, and number 18, are the protagonists, Tian nodded. If that were the case, such a novel would certainly be deemed irregular. Number 18 interjected. You truly understand me. Number 18, Tian affirmed with vigorous nods. Biddily remarked. You've led us astray from a good rhythm. With a resounding clap, Son Goku transformed into a Super Saiyan on the arena. Now, I shall reveal my true abilities, Son Goku declared with a smile. Are you not going to turn your hair blue? Or is it that you cannot? Hit inquired. I can transform, but it is unnecessary at this moment, Son Goku replied. It seems I have underestimated you. With a gentle smile, Hit withdrew his hands from his pockets, readying himself for battle. In the next instant, without further ado, the two engaged in a swift and intense clash. Well done, Hit mused, but even if you can anticipate my moves, you can only follow in my wake. Then allow me to predict your next moves. Sun Wukong chuckled heartily. The pace of their combat escalated, their bodies weaving through the air in a dizzying dance. However, Hit's use of time skip hardly drained his stamina, while Sun Wukong's energy began to wane significantly. After a brief skirmish, the two descended slowly from the air. Your speed and stamina have diminished, haven't they? Where has that earlier vigor gone? Hit remarked with a grin. Damn it. It seems winning against you is no simple task, Sun Wukong conceded. At this rate, I will exhaust myself and succumb. There seemed no other recourse. Sun Wukong cried out, flames igniting fiercely around him. So you finally decided to unleash your blue-haired form? Hit chuckled. Yet, as Hit finished laughing, he sensed something amiss. The fire enveloping Sun Wukong had transformed him into a Super Saiyan god. Red hair? Hit was taken aback. Why is that guy's transformation more perplexing than Piccolo's? Vegeta thought. Increasingly irked. Kakarot intends to retain the energy of Super Saiyan Blue. Does he? You have quite the array of transformations, but regardless of the color. You shall never surpass me. Hit laughed heartily. Is that so? Let us put it to the test. Sun Wukong declared, dashing towards Hit. Instantly, Hit activated his time skip and struck at Sun Wukong. In a flash, Sun Wukong retaliated, landing a swift slap across Hit's face. Hit's expression shifted dramatically. The duration of the time skip had shortened. Bang, bang, bang. Sun Wukong launched a counterattack, toppling Hit to the ground. Hit's eyes widened in disbelief. What is the meaning of this? The time I stopped has become even shorter. Tian, what is happening? Biddily inquired curiously. It's because the energy disparity between Hit and Sun Wukong has diminished, Tian explained. His time skip is only effective against opponents with lower energy levels. Are you suggesting that his time skip is somewhat ineffective? Biddily quickly grasped the implication. Should one not simply defeat those weaker than oneself with sheer strength? Android 18 interjected, shaking her head. Precisely, Tian affirmed. Hit felt a wave of despair wash over him. Tian, what you say is not entirely accurate, is it? Clint scratched his head and inquired. Just now, Vegeta transformed into Super Saiyan Blue, which should be more powerful than Super Saiyan God, right? Such matters are for you to ponder. Tian replied with a slight smile, offering little explanation. Chapter 181. Whis. He articulated what I wished to convey. Whis. Is that fellow Tian correct? Beerus turned to Whis and asked. Indeed, he expressed my thoughts precisely. Whis nodded affirmatively. Are you suggesting that? Beerus was taken aback. Son Goku's Super Saiyan God has surpassed Vegeta's Super Saiyan Blue in energy intensity? One could interpret it that way, Whis smiled. Vegeta, at that moment, perked up his ears, his expression transforming into one of utter dismay. What do you mean? Has Kakarot's Super Saiyan God surpassed my Super Saiyan Blue? Vegeta was trembling with rage at that moment. This is infuriating. Why has this happened? Have I once again allowed that Kakarot fellow to leave me in the dust? Boom. Hit dared not be complacent. His energy surged, elevating him to his utmost capacity. How splendid. That fellow Hit is yet to unleash his true power. Passan exhaled deeply. Indeed. He usually resolves most opponents with just his time skip, thus he need not fight with full strength. Bardos nodded in agreement. Hit, your expression has become somewhat serious. This is all my energy. Hit responded, I have not utilized it in a long time. I fear my body can only endure for a minute, and I can only use the time skip once. Goku, however, this final attempt will surely immobilize you. Then I shall defeat you. Hit's expression grew increasingly grave. You have revealed your thoughts as well. Goku smiled faintly. Thus, this time I shall conceal my hands. As Hit spoke, he tucked his hands into his pockets. Goku and Hit prepared themselves once more for battle. Goku swiftly launched an attack, dashing towards Hit. Hit activated his time skip immediately. Yet, at the very moment Hit's time skip was engaged, crack, Goku transformed into Super Saiyan Blue in an instant. What? Hit's expression changed dramatically. The time skip has been unraveled. Goku grinned, delivering a powerful kick to Hit's chest. Hit let out a cry, hurtling into the sky. I have awaited this moment for so long. Let me defeat you with this technique. Goku proclaimed, beginning to gather the Kamehameha wave. Whoosh. A brilliant blue energy soared into the sky, swiftly racing towards Hit's position. Hit's expression shifted rapidly, and in this critical moment, he hastily dodged the oncoming energy assault. You evaded it. Goku chuckled. Crack. Hit descended from the heavens, landing on the arena floor, gazing at Goku across from him. I never expected there to be someone like you in this world. Hit smiled. Though you are my opponent, I am truly moved by you. Hit, you are an assassin. Aren't you? Goku inquired. Hit, why should I care what you are? So what? Hitler scoffed. In truth, you were constrained by the rules of the match. If we were to truly engage, I fear you would have long since vanquished me, Sun Wukong candidly replied. Hitler fell silent. I misunderstood you. I thought you regarded me as a mere assassin, perhaps looking down upon me. Let us find a proper venue for a rematch next time. Sun Wukong said with a smile. With that, he leaped off the stage. Hitler was left in a daze, utterly perplexed by Sun Wukong's intentions. Hey, referee, I've fallen out. Sun Wukong called out to the still stunned referee. Contestant Sun Wukong has fallen outside the ring. Contestant Hitler is declared the victor. The referee announced loudly. Sun Wukong, are you out of your mind? Do you even realize what you've done? Beerus admonished sternly, appearing behind Sun Wukong. But we still have Gohan. He hasn't entered the match yet, Sun Wukong replied with a smile. You fool, Beerus exclaimed, his teeth grinding in frustration. I had previously told Gohan that I wanted to witness his growth by his side. Sun Wukong chuckled, since the Elder Kaioshin unlocked Gohan's latent power. I have yet to see him fight. Well, that doesn't count, Beerus grumbled, baring his teeth. Gohan remained silent, gently nodding to his father before stepping onto the stage. Son Wukong, I'll remember you, Hitler remarked, glancing at him. Gohan, give it your all. The final victory rests upon you. Videl cheered, waving to Gohan. Understood. Gohan replied with a nod. Let us proceed with the final match, contestant Gohan versus contestant Hitler. The referee announced loudly. Gohan immediately readied himself for battle. If my father can counter his blunders, then I should manage as well. Moreover, my father has already expended a significant amount of his energy. I believe I stand a chance against him. So Gohan is it? Hitler inquired, observing him. Yes, Gohan affirmed. You bear a striking resemblance to Son Wukong, Hitler noted. He is my father, Gohan responded. Oh, I see. He wishes for his son to claim victory in this match, Hitler smiled. I will not disappoint my father's expectations. Gohan declared, clenching his fists as a surge of energy coursed through him. Gohan immediately entered his mystic state. Upon sensing Gohan's formidable energy, a subtle smile appeared on Hitler's face. I shall commence my attack. As Son Wukong spoke, he refrained from any superfluous chatter and swiftly charged toward it. Delivering a powerful punch. With a resounding smack, Hit raised his hand and effortlessly caught Son Wukong's fist. What? He caught it? Son Wukong was momentarily stunned. Hit glanced in the direction of Son Gohan. Do you think I would be grateful to you? Since you intentionally lost to me, I shall deliberately concede to your son. In the next instant, Hit's body slid backward and he fell off the stage, landing squarely on the ground. No one had anticipated such an outcome. Kappa was left in a state of shock, while Beerus was filled with delight. Hit has been eliminated. Son Gohan is the victor, the referee proclaimed loudly. Therefore, the ultimate champion of this martial arts tournament is Universe 7. Cheers erupted from the audience in Universe 7. Chapter 182, Zeno, Grand Minister, what are you watching? Videl, overjoyed, embraced Yaishin. Yaishin, not one to be overly polite, took the opportunity to wrap an arm around Android 18 as well. The sensation of holding them both was delightful. Has Gohan truly become this powerful? Son Wukong scratched his head in bewilderment. Don't pretend you can't see it. It's obvious that Hit let him win. Vegeta scoffed. But why would Hit do such a thing? Son Wukong was perplexed. Hey, Hit, what is your game? Don't think I didn't notice your intentional concession. Kampa barked darkly. I no longer want the flight cube you promised me, Hit replied. Don't think this ends here. Do you believe I will forgive you? Kampa retorted furiously. In the Zeno's palace, Zeno was wandering about when he suddenly noticed the Grand Minister gazing intently at a particular spot. Grand Minister. What are you looking at? You've been staring for quite some time, Zeno inquired. Do you still remember Lord Yaishin? The Grand Minister asked. Yaishin? Of course, I remember. He even held me when I was very young, Zeno replied, his face lighting up with excitement. The Grand Minister, you are presently so diminutive that he can easily cradle you within his arms. Why has the mention of Lord Tian arisen so abruptly? The Omni-King inquired. Has he perhaps been reborn? I cannot say for certain, the High Priest pondered. That individual bears a striking resemblance to the reincarnated Lord Tian. What is there to deliberate? Let us hasten to investigate. The Omni-King exclaimed with fervor. Do inform me of his whereabouts. It is peculiar. I sense he is indeed the reincarnation of Lord Tian, yet there is an unsettling feeling. The High Priest gently shook his head. Do you still recall the essence of Lord Tian, Your Majesty? The Omni-King nodded vigorously. Then it is imperative that Your Majesty take the lead in this quest. We should uncover the truth, the High Priest proposed. Where is he located? The Omni-King inquired. Currently, he resides on an unnamed planet in the 7th universe. The High Priest revealed the whereabouts of Tian, whose name is Tian. At present, the 6th and 7th universes are hosting a martial arts tournament, which has just concluded. I shall make my way there at once. The Omni-King replied, brimming with excitement. 2 attendants promptly materialized behind the Omni-King. What? Lord Tian has already been reborn? The 2 attendants were equally astonished upon hearing this revelation. Your Majesty, it would be prudent not to disclose Lord Tian's identity just yet. If he truly is the reincarnation of Lord Tian, the High Priest cautioned as the Omni-King prepared to depart. Huh? Why is that? The Omni-King paused. Does his identity require secrecy? Have you forgotten, Your Majesty? The High Priest sighed. When Lord Tian entered the reincarnation apparatus, it seemed he split into 2 entities. My concern lies with the other portion of him. I recall, the Omni-King nodded. The part that was differentiated embodies the dark thoughts within Lord Tian's heart. The High Priest elaborated. Given the current circumstances, it remains unclear whether this reincarnated Tian possesses the malevolent aspect or the virtuous one. Should it be the malevolent side? Then Your Majesty would likely be in peril. The Omni-King was taken aback, swallowing hard. You two must diligently safeguard your majesty. The high priest reiterated to the two attendants. Yes, high priest. The attendants' expressions turned grave. Thus, high priest, do you suspect that this individual named Tian is indeed the malevolent reincarnation of Lord Tian? The Omni-King queried. Indeed, the high priest affirmed, when Lord Tian bifurcated. Apart from myself and your majesty, only the two attendants were privy to this knowledge. Even the angels were unaware. Previously, a god of destruction from the 7th universe detected Lord Tian's anomaly and deduced his identity, leading to an ever-growing number of those in the know. So, does that mean everyone is aware of his identity now? The Omni-King asked, momentarily stunned. Yes. The Grand Priest nodded, noting that Mr. Kappa was currently in the process of gathering the Super Dragon Balls. I employed the wish of the dragon to erase their memories, thus preventing any potential issues. Therefore, my primary purpose for visiting this time is to ascertain whether he is the reincarnation of his malevolent aspect or his normal self. The Omni-King inquired. I initially intended to observe as well, but it is more appropriate for your majesty to go first. The Grand Priest concurred, adding a cautionary note. Hoping that upon encountering Lord Tian, the Omni-King would maintain a facade, pretending to address the matters of their two universes' competition. Details regarding Lord Tian's identity can be discussed upon your return. I understand what must be done. The Omni-King responded with a grave expression. I will keep a watchful eye on the situation here, replied the Grand Priest. Let us proceed. The Omni-King beckoned to the two attendants. The attendants immediately heightened their vigilance. If it is indeed the malevolent reincarnation of Lord Tian, one wonders whether the Omni-King might be in danger. Perhaps we too could be at risk. The two attendants appeared anxious, beads of sweat trickling down their faces. There is no need for concern, the Grand Priest reassured them. Even if it were the evil reincarnation of Lord Tian, I believe his power has not yet reached its zenith. If that is the case, why not seize this opportunity to eliminate him? One of the attendants proposed. The primary issue is that it remains uncertain whether he is indeed the malevolent Lord Tian. The Grand Priest gently shook his head, for if we misjudge the situation, it could lead to a more tragic outcome. You speak wisely, the other attendant acknowledged. Let us first investigate, the Omni-King declared, promptly employing instant transmission, vanishing with the two attendants in the blink of an eye. In an instant, the Omni-King appeared at the scene of the competition between the two universes. At that moment, Kappa was preparing to obliterate that fellow hit. You truly do not show me any regard. You have inadvertently caused our universe to lose the contest. Consequently, I am obliged to serve the 7th universe for a decade. The mere thought of it fills me with discontent. I have shattered you, and yet you have no grounds for complaint. Kappa extended his hand, aiming it at Hit's body from a distance. Hit's expression shifted dramatically. Beerus's pupils contracted sharply as he spotted the Grand Zeno and his two attendants appearing in the distance. Hey, Kappa, Beerus urgently called out. What is it, Beerus? Kappa retorted angrily. Is it not merely 10 years of service to you? You need not remind me. I am aware. Is it not acceptable for me to work in your universe? No, I meant the one over there, you fool. Quickly, take a look. Beerus pointed towards the distant Grand Zeno, raising his voice to alert Kappa. Startled, Kappa turned his gaze towards the Grand Zeno. Upon seeing him, Kappa trembled uncontrollably. Lord Beerus. Is it polite to point at Lord Zeno like that? Whis remarked with a smile. Beerus broke into a cold sweat, nearly frightened to the point of losing control. What a disaster. How could I be so disrespectful to Lord Zeno? Kappa stuttered in his speech, Lord Zeno. In the next moment, both Beerus and Kappa swiftly flew towards Lord Zeno and knelt before him. What? Who is Lord Zeno? Vegeta inquired curiously as he observed Whis take flight. Lord Zeno is the supreme deity of the 12 universes, Whis replied with a smile. What? The supreme deity of the 12 universes? Vegeta's expression changed dramatically. Yachting also looked at Lord Zeno with curiosity and even waved gently at him, but to no effect. Is it possible that I cannot erase Lord Zeno now? Lord Zeno regarded Yachting with caution, though he quickly returned his gaze to a state of unusual calm. The two attendants heightened their vigilance. Yet they did not dare to act rashly, maintaining an appearance of nonchalance. Ah, the esteemed Lord Zeno graces us with his presence, Kappa awkwardly chuckled. May I inquire if there is a significant matter you wish to announce? Beerus, pale with fear, hastily ventured a tentative question. Due to your unauthorized organization of this contest today, I have come to remind you to exercise caution, Lord Zeno stated expressionlessly. Yes, we sincerely apologize. Kappa and Beerus fervently nodded in apology. Furthermore, is it true that the losing side must serve the winning universe for 10 years? Lord Zeno added nonchalantly. Who decreed that a god of destruction could work in another universe? Kampa and Beerus trembled in terror, hastily prostrating themselves. The matter of work was merely a jest. It is not true, Beerus immediately replied. I am capable of managing the responsibilities of our universe myself. You have been slumbering for quite a while, haven't you? The Grand Zeno gazed at Beerus with his wide, bean-like eyes. Beerus, taken aback, nearly lost his composure once more. However, there was one matter worthy of commendation. The Grand Zeno shifted his tone and remarked, after observing your match, I found it quite intriguing. I am even contemplating hosting a tournament across the entire universe next time. Indeed. Kampa and Beerus bowed their heads once more. Is that true? A tournament across the universe? That would be splendid. Surely it will be quite entertaining. Goku eagerly chimed in, wanting to join the excitement. Come on, let us make it happen. Goku, you fool, do not be so familiar. Beerus seethed, wishing he could swat Goku away. Yes, let us proceed with the event. The Grand Zeno nodded in agreement. It is settled then. Goku extended his hand towards the Grand Zeno, while Beerus seethed with irritation. That imbecile Goku. Do you wish for our universe to vanish? The Grand King cast a surprised glance at Sun Wukong, who had extended his hand. The two guards glared furiously at Sun Wukong. The Grand King had come this time primarily to ascertain whether the reincarnated Lord Tian possessed any malevolent tendencies. Why are you, a mere mortal, trying to join the fray? After a brief moment of hesitation, the Omni-King stepped forward and clasped hands with Sun Wukong. Very well, the Omni-King nodded in agreement. Upon witnessing this exchange, Whis and Beerus felt a weight lift from their hearts, each wiping the cold sweat from their brows. Thank you. Sun Wukong expressed his gratitude as their hands parted. I shall take my leave now, the Omni-King declared, waving to the assembled crowd while casting a seemingly casual glance at Tian. What are you staring at? Tian suddenly spoke up. Beerus, nearly startled to death, reacted with a scowl. In an instant, the Omni-King vanished along with his two attendants. Beerus stood in shock for a few seconds before turning his furious gaze toward Tian. What did you just say, my friend? Do you wish for our universe to vanish? Observe how I shall rectify you. Just as Beerus was contemplating this notion, an inexplicable wave of dread suddenly washed over him. He shuddered. Bang! In the next moment, Beerus unleashed his pent-up resentment upon Son Goku, striking him sharply on the head, which sent Goku crashing to the ground. Goku yelped in pain, writhing on the floor. Lord Beerus, what are you doing? That hurts terribly. Goku grimaced, baring his teeth. You scoundrel! How dare you involve even the Omni-King? Beerus retorted angrily. Do you understand? If the Omni-King becomes displeased, he could obliterate our universe in an instant. What? Is such a thing possible? Goku's expression shifted dramatically. Enough. Let today's affair end here. Everyone return to your respective homes, Beerus huffed. Supreme Kai, please escort them back. Ah, certainly. The Supreme Kai nodded. So, is this how the matter of work concludes? Kampa displayed a smug expression. The Omni-King has declared it so. I refuse to believe you would dare summon me for work again. Beerus, resigned, waved his hand dismissively. If the Omni-King has spoken, what more can I say? Can I still demand Kampa to continue working? So, we invested so much time hosting a competition merely for the sake of solitude? The Supreme Kai sighed. Beerus rolled his eyes. Subsequently, each Supreme Kai escorted their respective universes' participants back. In the Omni-King's palace. Whoosh. The Omni-King and his two attendants swiftly returned. The Grand Minister immediately turned his gaze towards the Omni-King, whose expression had grown unusually grave. How did it go, my lord? Can you discern anything? The Grand Minister inquired. The Omni-King lowered his head. So, this Tian is a manifestation of the evil aspect of Lord Tian Yi reborn? The Grand Minister furrowed his brow. No. That is not the case. I did not perceive such a thing. The Omni-King scratched his head. The Grand Minister found himself at a loss for words. Did you not notice the expression? Great Priest, what is your opinion? Asked the Omni-King. I cannot quite articulate it. He seems to embody both his malevolent side and his more benign aspect, each occupying roughly 50% of his essence. Thus, I hesitate to draw any conclusions and will merely observe him in silence, the Great Priest replied with a sigh of resignation. I feel the same way, the Omni-King responded. Chapter 184. The basketball match with number 18. It appears that observation is our only recourse, the Great Priest remarked, shaking his head. But if he truly is more malevolent, shall we allow him to continue his growth unchecked? The Omni-King expressed his concerns. I attempted to erase him, yet my efforts were futile. He is completely immune to my attempts at elimination. This confirms that Tian is indeed the reincarnation of Lord Tian Yi, that much is certain. However, it remains unclear which aspect he represents. Oh, There seems to be another course of action, the great priest mused, his eyes alight with inspiration. What is that? Inquired the Omni-King. In the 10th universe, there is an apprentice god of destruction who is veering toward extremism. According to my analysis, he is highly likely to traverse time and space, potentially amplifying this extremism in another dimension. The great priest smiled slightly. This indeed presented a splendid opportunity. Why do you say that? The Omni-King asked, perplexed. If events unfold as anticipated, that dimension will be significantly impacted, the great priest replied with a smile. At that juncture, the Mr. Sun Wukong who shakes hands with you, my lord, could venture into that dimension to bring back its Omni-King. With the two of you together, I would feel much more at ease. Another version of me from a different dimension? The Omni-King pondered, nodding thoughtfully. Through the other you from that dimension, we may gain deeper insight into which aspect of Lord Tian he embodies, the great priest elaborated. Will Sun Wukong truly manage to bring that other version of me here? The Omni-King further inquired. As long as we guide him properly, there should be no issues. The great priest chuckled. Currently, that apprentice god of destruction has embarked on a journey to a future dimension to collect Super Dragon Balls. Is he that swift? The Omni-King was taken aback. When time permits, my lord, let us invite Mr. Wukong for a visit, the great priest suggested. Indeed, the Omni-King readily agreed. However, this individual named Sun Wukong is genuinely a good person. I have never encountered such a pure-hearted and kind human being. I have noticed that as well. The great priest nodded, offering a succinct assessment. He is indeed a remarkable human. Why the sudden mention of him? The Omni-King queried, somewhat bewildered. You shall soon find out. My lord, the great priest replied with a mysterious smile. Is it possible that Wukong shares some connection with that apprentice god of destruction? The Omni-King inquired. During the competition between these two universes, the apprentice Kaioshin had been closely observing Mr. Son Goku. The Grand Minister smiled faintly. What could he possibly be up to? The Omni-King furrowed his brow. As time passed, in Satan City, within Apartment 8 of Tian, he finally achieved his desire to play basketball with Android 18. Perspiring, she felt invigorated from the game. The ball went in, and Android 18 was impressed by Tian's skills. Although she had never played basketball before, it did not mean she had not watched others play. She had secretly observed in the past. Now, experiencing the joy of basketball firsthand, Android 18 was genuinely delighted. Once the game concluded, Tian cheerfully asked, "So, how was it, Android 18? Isn't basketball enjoyable?" She nodded, her cheeks flushed. "Are you shy about playing basketball?" Tian teased. "Is this what you call basketball?" Android 18 rolled her eyes. "What else would it be called? This is the finest basketball match," Tian asserted confidently. However, Android 18's voice grew softer with each word. "You are truly remarkable," Tian exclaimed. "How do I compare to Biddily?" Android 18 suddenly inquired. "I merely held her hand, nothing more." "Can you truly believe that?" Tian replied with a smile. "Is that really so?" Android 18 asked, somewhat skeptical. "Indeed. If you do not believe me, you can investigate," Tian said, maintaining a serious demeanor while fabricating his tale. Android 18 fell silent, sensing that his words lacked sincerity. "Your fanciful tales have convinced even me to a certain extent. Let us take a break," suggested Tian, for at times, one must balance work and rest. Excessive toil is detrimental to one's health. The number 18, in a state of bemusement, came to mind. "I suddenly recalled that your stamina is inexhaustible, is it not?" Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement. "My vitality remains unspent, yet you, number 18, hastily interjected. "Indeed, I shall be mindful of that. Let us proceed," Tian replied. "Number 18, you truly have come. After finishing the match, do you not wish to take a moment's respite?" Tian and number 18 continue their game. Tian has already formulated a plan. While that fellow, Tian Yi, has yet to awaken, it would be wise to swiftly engage in the endeavors he longs to pursue. It would be quite a pity to visit the Dragon Ball world and return without having experienced anything. While Tian was immersed in a game of basketball with No. 18, a sudden knock echoed through the air. Utilizing his innate senses, he gazed towards the door. There stood Biddily. "Isn't that your little girlfriend?" Number 18 chuckled. "Hurry up. I can only imagine the expression on her face upon seeing you. Do you think I lack the courage?" Tian retorted with a huff. "Ah, my rebound," number 18 exclaimed. "Tian, are you home?" Biddily's voice called from outside. "Coming, coming." With a swift gesture, Tian erased the door. Biddily's eyes widened in disbelief as she took in the scene. "Where's the door? How did it suddenly disappear? Come in quickly, don't disturb my basketball game." Tian beckoned to Biddily. Confused, she stepped into the room. Tian waved his hand once more, conjuring a new grand entrance. Such occurrences were bound to happen eventually. He could no longer concern himself with trivialities. Tian's greatest aspiration was to cohabit with Biddily in number 18. For that would impart true significance to his life. Upon entering the living room, Biddily habitually glanced towards the bedroom. "Oh, Tian, you too," she gasped, her face draining of color. "Biddily, come join us for basketball. Look, I have transformed the bedroom into a court. How meaningful is that?" Tian called out to her. "You two play without me," Biddily retorted angrily, preparing to storm out. Chapter 185. Biddily, come play basketball with us. "Do not be upset. Once number 18 and I finish this game, I will play with you," Tian replied. Biddily, in her haste, nearly stumbled as she ran. "Why do you speak so eloquently?" Today, Tian ultimately did not achieve his desires. Biddily disagreed. Naturally, Tian could not force a layup, as that would only inflict irreparable damage on the hoop. However, Biddily essentially turned a blind eye to the matter. After all, who could resist the allure of such a charming rogue? Upon further reflection, Biddily concluded that Tian wasn't truly a scoundrel. He treated both me and Lazili with great kindness. Moreover, he had long declared his affection for both of us. If he were to secretly date Lazili behind my back, that would indeed constitute a betrayal. But this situation hardly qualifies as such. Biddily often reassured herself with these thoughts. At times, she even pondered, has Tian manipulated me psychologically? At the headquarters of the Universal Capsule Corporation, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were engaged in a spirited game of basketball. No, they were embroiled in an intense battle. Whis and Beerus lounged nearby on recliners, indulging in snacks at Bulma's residence. "Though you have trained with Whis for a time, your strength remains woefully inadequate," Beerus remarked. "At this pace, you shall never ascend to the rank of God of Destruction." "I never expressed a desire to become a God of Destruction, and I have no interest in that role," Sun Wukong replied, shaking his head. "Becoming a God of Destruction has its perks, a rare job that allows one to wake up naturally," Beerus chuckled. "All you need to do is occasionally obliterate unnecessary planets. Quite simple, wouldn't you agree?" "Not at all. I have no intention of destroying planets or the lives upon them. Such a terrifying act is beyond my capabilities," Sun Wukong vehemently shook his head. "You find it terrifying?" Beerus's expression darkened slightly. "During battle, do not let your gaze wander," Vegeta bellowed, landing a decisive punch that sent Sun Wukong plummeting from the air. Sun Wukong descended towards Beerus. With a swift flick, Beerus struck Sun Wukong with his tail, sending him crashing into a nearby artificial lake, causing waves to surge. "Lord Beerus, what are you doing?" Sun Wukong exclaimed in surprise. "Who told you to disrespect the work of a God of Destruction?" Beerus huffed. "It seems, Lord Beerus, that you have not been working much lately," Whis interjected. "Do not meddle in my affairs," Beerus grunted. A brief silence ensued. "Nonetheless, speaking of which, what has that fellow Tian been up to lately?" Beerus inquired with curiosity. "Allow me to check," Whis replied, promptly using his staff to locate Tian. In no time, the staff pinpointed Tian's whereabouts. However, the crystal ball on the staff revealed nothing at all. "Strange, why is there no display?" Whis mused, momentarily taken aback. "What is occurring? Why is Beerus so strange?" he inquired. "I'm uncertain," Whis shook his head. "Inside, there is nothing visible, just a haze. How could such a thing occur?" Beerus grew even more perplexed. "I recall during our competition with the Sixth Universe, several fragments of the arena mysteriously vanished." Whis elucidated. "Mysteriously vanished?" Beerus turned to Whis. "What do you mean?" "At present, I'm not entirely certain," Whis speculated. "It's quite possible that this Mr. Tian is a master of space." "What? A master of space?" Beerus tapped his forehead with his finger. "I remember now. You mentioned this before, saying he seemed to possess the qualities of a space master." "Indeed. I did say such a thing," Whis nodded. "Humph, I detest space masters the most." Beerus bared his teeth. "When I encounter him next, I shall definitely teach him a lesson. It's likely that Lord Beerus mistook him for Lord Zeno's disciple the first time he met a space master." Whis chuckled behind his hand. "Mind your words." Beerus huffed. "What kind of space master is that?" Son Goku chimed in. "A skill akin to Lord Zeno's erasure technique, capable of creating an almost indistinguishable effect," Whis succinctly explained. "However, this technique merely transfers objects to one's own space rather than erasing them." "Is that so? Such a wondrous skill exists?" Son Goku scratched his head. Suddenly, as they conversed, a time machine materialized in the sky. Son Goku, Vegeta, Beerus, and Whis all gazed upward at the time machine, which began to descend slowly. Son Goku swiftly flew forward for a closer inspection. Hey, isn't that Trunks? He is already unconscious. Son Goku exclaimed. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and fetch the Senza beans. Vegeta barked. All right. Son Goku hurriedly executed instant transmission away. Vegeta personally carried Trunks to a nearby pavilion. Trunks' arrival also caught Bulma's attention. She rushed over from a distance, her face etched with concern for her son from the future. Though Trunks was in a faint state, his expression bore signs of anger and anguish. What on earth happened? How could he be so severely injured? Bulma lamented, gazing sorrowfully at her son. Suddenly, Son Goku returned, tossing a Senza bean to Vegeta. Vegeta caught the bean and promptly administered it to Trunks. Trunks opened his eyes and immediately spotted Son Goku amidst the crowd. Enraged, Trunks hurled a punch at Son Goku. Smack! With a gentle lift of his hand, Sun Wukong caught Trunks' incoming fist. You damn creature! Trunks exclaimed in anger. What is the matter, Trunks? Sun Wukong inquired with curiosity. Trunks paused for a moment, seemingly coming to a sudden realization, and joyfully asked, Are you Mr. Wukong? Didn't you perish in the explosion with Cell? Oh. This tale is rather lengthy. In any case, I later returned to life. Sun Wukong scratched his head and chuckled heartily. Trunks, what troubles you? Bulma asked. Mom. Trunks turned. Astonished and elated to see Bulma, tears streaming down his face. It's wonderful. You're still alive. Bulma felt overwhelmed in that instant. Should I sing a song to express my gratitude? What has transpired? Please, do explain. Vegeta urged. Father, at last, I have successfully returned to the past. Trunks exclaimed with tremendous excitement. Hey, kid, I recall your name is also Trunks, right? Beerus inquired, glancing at the younger Trunks. The young Trunks nodded vigorously. This cat is incredibly powerful. I cannot provoke him. Chapter 186. You actually manipulated time? Ah, I see now. They have indeed tampered with time. Was deduced. What? Beerus furrowed his brow and immediately stood up. Wait a moment. You must be the future version of this little brat, correct? Ah, yes, yes. May I ask who you are? Trunks replied, taken aback as he looked at Beerus. The younger Trunks exclaimed, This is me from the future? What a joke. Oh dear. You are truly remarkable for having created such a device to control time, Whis marveled. I had thought humanity lacked such capability. It was created by future me. Am I not impressive? Bulma smiled with a hint of pride. Ms. Bulma, manipulating time is a grave offense, you know. Haven't you heard? Whis sighed. Even if I were to destroy it, you should bear no grievances. Beerus snorted. Wait, it was future me who did it. I had no part in it. Bulma quickly distanced herself from her future self. So, Trunks, what exactly is the origin of the enemy? Vegeta asked. He claims to be fighting for justice. Intending to annihilate all Earthlings, Trunks responded. He said he has already destroyed countless planets and the inhabitants of those worlds. We fought valiantly for a year. But now there are hardly any people left on Earth, and he has killed my mother. So, future me indeed perished, Bulma murmured. Who on earth is he? Vegeta's forehead throbbed with veins. That fellow is Mr. Wukong, Trunks explained. Me? Son Wukong was momentarily taken aback. Not exactly, he replied. But he bears an uncanny resemblance to Mr. Wukong. Trunks responded. Is that for real? Son Wukong was at a loss for words. What on earth is happening? Vegeta furrowed his brow. I have no idea. Trunks shook his head. Trunks, isn't your world's Wukong already deceased? Bulma inquired. Indeed, that was my thought as well. Yet that individual is an exact replica of Mr. Wukong, albeit with a completely different disposition, Trunks elucidated. That guy is inherently cruel. It's evident he is not the true Mr. Wukong. So, he attacked me as soon as he regained consciousness, Son Wukong finally comprehended. It was so easy to confuse him that my mother decided to call him Black Wukong, Trunks explained. What a peculiar name, Son Wukong chuckled wryly. Humph. My future self certainly has a knack for naming, Bulma remarked, shaking her head in disbelief at the lack of taste in names. So, to put it simply, you need us to eliminate that fellow, correct? Son Wukong's spirits lifted instantly. No problem, I've got this covered. Actually, I can't go back, Trunks interjected, shaking his head. Why not? Son Wukong was taken aback. The time machine's fuel can only bring me to this timeline, Trunks explained. Then what brought you here? Vegeta asked. My mother said as long as I survive, there is hope, Trunks lowered his head. Thus, with no place to go, I could only escape to this timeline. You actually escaped? Don't you want revenge? Vegeta chastised. Wait, stop arguing. Trunks has done his best. Bulma interjected. Can't you put yourself in his shoes and let him rest a bit? Don't treat him like you two battle maniacs. Ah, you have a point, Sun Wukong nodded. My apologies, Vegeta, he quickly said. Trunks looked utterly perplexed. Dad, when did you learn to apologize? I remember you were never like this. Trunks, you needn't return. Vegeta and I can manage that ourselves, Sun Wukong chuckled, then casually asked Trunks, what kind of energy does your time machine fuel use? It uses aqua blue 15 power liquid. Trunks replied, that substance is precisely the new energy source we have recently been researching. It's quite complicated to produce. Depending on the size of your time machine's fuel tank, it would take at least a day to fill it completely, Bulma elaborated. A day? That's remarkably quick. Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. In the future, we need to charge it for a whole year. So, we can indeed return, right? Sun Wukong smiled, looking at Vegeta. Vegeta. Shall we go together? Bulma, since things have come to this, may we proceed? Vegeta first sought Bulma's opinion. It's up to you, after all. I know that no matter how much you try to stop them, it will be futile. Bulma nodded, however, you must exercise caution and ensure you return alive. Yes. Goku and Vegeta immediately stood at attention. Wait, that fellow is truly formidable. I have trained earnestly and reached a certain level of strength. Yet I still fall far short of him, Trunks hurriedly explained. Then how about a match between the two of us, Trunks? Goku replied with a slight smile. Trunks solemnly nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Goku and Trunks positioned themselves at a distance. Trunks, unleash your full power, Goku encouraged with a smile. Without hesitation. Trunks transformed into Super Saiyan 2. Impressive, Trunks, you've managed to elevate your energy to this extent, Goku remarked, promptly transforming into Super Saiyan 2 himself. The two engaged in a brief sparring session. Trunks, you have become remarkably strong, even surpassing Gohan of the past, Goku said with a smile. Years have passed. And I have trained with utmost dedication, Trunks replied. Now, allow me to show you a transformation you may not be familiar with. Goku declared, transforming into Super Saiyan 3. Trunks was taken aback by Goku's transformation. This is Super Saiyan 3, Goku chuckled while rubbing his nose. I see, such a transformation exists, Trunks marveled. But I have not yet reached my limit. With a thunderous shout, Trunks enveloped himself in a blue aura. Goku paused for a moment, astonished. This kid has transformed to such a degree. His energy intensity is nearly on par with Kakarot's Super Saiyan 3, Vegeta noted, slightly surprised. Trunks, you truly are remarkable. Goku grinned. To be honest, you surpass your father. Huh, really? That can't be true, Trunks replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. Chapter 187. The Grand Priest calls again Kakarot. Shut your mouth. Vegeta scowled. However, Trunks, let me show you my new realm, Goku declared as he was enveloped in a fiery red aura. Having transformed into Super Saiyan God. What is this transformation? Trunks exclaimed in astonishment. This is the latest form of Super Saiyan God. As Sun Wukong spoke. He swiftly appeared directly in front of Trunks and gently delivered a palm strike. Unfortunately, Trunks fell to the ground, the golden aura surrounding him dissipating in an instant. Trunks. Are you all right? Sun Wukong inquired with concern. Did I strike too hard? Ah, it's nothing, Trunks replied, shaking his head. So, do you think in this state I can defeat the Black Wukong you mentioned? Sun Wukong smiled. I'm not sure, Trunks pondered. Let's wait and see. Nodding. Sun Wukong immediately turned to Beerus. Lord Beerus, would you like to join us? It could be dangerous, and your assistance would be invaluable. Stop joking around. Let me make it clear, the Earth in another timeline is of no concern to me. I have no time to meddle in such trivial matters, Beerus decisively refused. Come on, Lord Beerus, aren't you being a bit stingy? Sun Wukong complained. I've already stated, manipulating time is a grave offense. Beerus huffed. But I'll pretend I didn't TC this. However, you can forget about me joining you. All right, Sun Wukong scratched his head and turned to Trunks again. Trunks, have you encountered Majin Buu in the future? I did, but Majin Buu never emerged from his seal. Trunks recounted the events of his future. In Trunks' timeline. With the assistance of the Supreme Kai, they defeated Biddily and Dubra, preventing Majin Buu from awakening. However, the Supreme Kai paid the ultimate price for his efforts. Not long after, Black Wukong appeared. Trunks sighed. Indeed, it seems in Trunks' future timeline, Lord Beerus does not exist, was analyzed. It appears that Black Wukong took control of that timeline with this knowledge in mind. Beerus added, however, very few are aware that the death of the Supreme Kai would lead to the disappearance of the God of Destruction, even among gods. Only those of the highest rank would be privy to such information, was stated. In other words, that being known as Black Wukong could potentially be a god, Beerus deduced. Moreover, he has targeted a timeline devoid of a god of destruction, and without Wukong's presence, Whis mused, there's a significant possibility he traversed parallel worlds. Trunks. Does your world truly lack the existence of a god of destruction? Beerus asked once more. Yes, this is the first time I've heard of a god of destruction. Trunks replied. Trunks nodded in acknowledgement. A lively conversation was underway when Tian, brimming with vitality, flew in from his home and landed at Bulma's residence. Having just concluded a basketball game, he was in high spirits. This time, Tian did not bring Biddily or Android 18 along. His visit to Bulma's home was prompted by the sighting of Trunks. After advancing to the diamond-level erasure technique, Tian's sensory abilities had evolved to the point where he could perceive the entirety of the universe. Indeed, it resembled a form of divine awareness. By merely closing his eyes, he could visualize any corner of existence. Tian was somewhat surprised by Trunks' swift appearance. According to the usual timeline, he would not have expected him for at least another year. It seemed that his own actions had significantly altered the course of history. However, it appeared that the situation with Zamasu had not changed much. Zamasu still occupied Goku's body, causing chaos in Trunks' timeline. Tian had merely come to observe and was also curious about exploring the future realm. He mused that once he ventured into that timeline, he would likely ascend to the star-level erasure technique. He wondered if there would be even higher levels beyond that. Tian? You've arrived. Goku waved at him. Yes. Tian nodded. Trunks, allow me to introduce you to Tian, a high school classmate of Gohan, Goku said. Ah, hello. Trunks greeted politely. Don't be deceived by his unassuming appearance. I sense that Tian possesses remarkable strength, Goku chuckled. Reminiscing about the moment when Tian had kicked Beerus squarely in the face upon his arrival. Really? Impressive, Trunks acknowledged with a nod. Beerus glanced at Tian but remained silent. Trunks, do you truly have no other companions in your future? Goku casually inquired. Indeed. Black Goku has stated that he eliminated all the gods, leaving no one to oppose him, Trunks affirmed, noting that he was the last remaining warrior. This suggested that the other Kaioshins from different universes had also met their demise, as Whis lamented. No wonder that Fiend can rampage freely in your world, Beerus sighed. Moreover, it's not confined to just that world. Black Goku may very well manifest in our realm and wreak similar havoc. Should we consult the Supreme Kai? Whis proposed. It would be prudent to inquire if he is aware of any gods who have recently fallen, Beerus agreed. There's no need for such trouble. I can calculate that the instigator of this matter is likely to appear in the direction of Universe 10. Exploring towards Universe 10 will undoubtedly yield fruitful results. Tian spoke, and Whis and Beerus immediately turned their attention towards him. The 10th universe? Beerus paused, puzzled. How can you be so certain? Just take a look. And you'll understand, Tian replied with a smile. Very well, then I shall accompany Lord Beerus to the realm of the Kaioshin of the 10th universe, Whis suggested. That sounds prudent. Given your confidence, we may uncover something worthwhile. Beerus nodded in agreement. Let us depart at once, Whis declared. Preparing to set off with Beerus towards the 10th universe. At that moment, Whis' staff suddenly trembled, and the crystal orb atop it began to flicker with a brilliant light. Oh dear, it appears the Grand Minister is contacting us, Whis announced. What? The Grand Minister? Beerus exclaimed, taken aback. Greetings, Grand Minister. It has been quite some time since we last communicated, Whis promptly answered the call. The conversation concluded swiftly, and Whis turned to face Son Goku. Chapter 188. A single slap sending Beerus flying. Mr. Goku, Whis said. The Omni-King wishes to see you and requests your immediate presence at his palace. Huh? The Omni-King? What could he want with me? Son Goku scratched his head, puzzled. Is it regarding the Universal Martial Arts Tournament? I cannot say for certain, Whis replied, shaking his head. Tell him I'm rather busy and we can discuss it another time, Son Goku responded. At that moment, Beerus felt as though the world had turned upside down. I would appreciate a more respectful tone. Who do you think you are? You fool, the Omni-King wishes to see you. And you must go to pay your respects at once. Beerus exclaimed. Is it really that urgent? Goku scratched his head. Is it far from here? Even flying would take me 2 days. 2 days. I truly do not have the luxury of time to travel such a distance, Goku lamented. Regardless, you must go. Do you hear me? Beerus shouted at Goku. But that is far too long, Goku replied, rendered speechless. Let us summon the King of Worlds. He can teleport you there instantly, suggested Whis. Yes, that sounds like a splendid idea. Whis, contact the King of Worlds and have him send Goku, Beerus instructed Whis. Understood. Whis agreed without hesitation. The King of Worlds arrived promptly. Whis, you shall accompany him, Beerus commanded. Very well, but aren't you coming, Lord Beerus? Whis inquired. Are you jesting? Absolutely not. Beerus firmly declined, then turned to Goku. Goku, remember, do not offend the Omni-King. Your demeanor will determine the fate of the entire universe. Then let us make haste, Goku nodded. Wait, are you planning to wear that outfit? Beerus quickly interjected. Go change into something more formal. If it's going to be such a hassle, I might reconsider going. Goku shook his head, growing somewhat impatient. After all, this meeting was arranged in haste. I shall apologize to the Omni-King on his behalf, Whis chuckled. One more thing. Keep the matter of Black Goku a secret. If the Omni-King learns of it, he will surely erase all universes in a fit of rage. Beerus warned. Indeed, Whis nodded. Goku remained silent. One last reminder, Beerus continued. Are you finished yet? Goku interjected. This is not directed at you. It is meant for the King of Worlds. Beerus retorted. The King of Worlds looked utterly perplexed. You must not die, Beerus stated gravely. Huh? What? The King of Worlds scratched his head in confusion. Let us depart swiftly, Goku suggested, glancing back at Tian. Do you wish to join us? Beerus felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Quickly, make your move. What are you waiting for? He urged. Do you still dare to let Tian go? Are you aware of what Tian did last time? Lord Quan Wong cast a glance at him, and he audaciously inquired, What are you looking at? Fortunately, Lord Quan Wong did not stoop to his level. Had he chosen to retaliate, our universe would have ceased to exist long ago. Well, I shall also take a look. Tian pondered and expressed his agreement. You cannot go. Beerus immediately interjected. Why? Please elucidate your reasoning. Tian replied with a smile. I said you cannot go, and that is final. There is no reason. Beerus shouted vehemently. You are quite amusing. Tian chuckled heartily, giving Beerus a gentle pat on the back. Bang. With a dull thud, Beerus was sent flying. Bang, bang, bang. His body tumbled across the ground, rolling an indeterminate number of times. Boom. In the next moment, Beerus crashed into a nearby artificial lake, sending water soaring several meters high. Everyone present was utterly astonished, gazing at Tian without blinking. Oh dear. I have not been very adept at controlling my strength lately. I truly did not intend for that to happen, Lord Beerus, Tian remarked apologetically. Whis cast a profound gaze at Tian, revealing boundless astonishment. Who exactly is he? Should I take him to the Grand Minister? No, perhaps I shall refrain. I ought to inquire about Tian's status with the Grand Minister first. Lord Kaioshin, we should depart promptly, Whis whispered to Kaioshin. Are we not taking Tian with us? Kaioshin inquired. It is best not to, as Lord Beerus said. It may lead to further complications, Whis nodded in agreement. Understood. Kaioshin reflected carefully. Kai. In the next instant, Kaioshin instantly transported himself, Goku, and Whis away, vanishing in a heartbeat. Just after Kaioshin departed, Tian also cast his gaze in the direction they had left. Whis is not bringing me along. What are you afraid of? Never mind. If you don't want to bring it, then don't. Truth be told, I am not particularly eager to go either. After all, my current strength is merely 100 times that of Beerus. Confronting an angel should pose no significant challenge, yet facing the Grand Priest seems somewhat daunting. I shall remain humble for now. Once I advance to the level of stellar erasure, I will seek out the Grand Priest. Can I venture into Trunks' timeline to locate the Grand Priest? That should present no issues. Boom. Beerus erupted from the lake, soaring swiftly into the sky. His furious gaze directed at Tian below. Vegeta stood beside him, utterly astonished. Trunks widened his eyes, displaying a look of incredulity. Kid, you are becoming overly arrogant. Beerus exclaimed, immediately charging toward Tian. Without hesitation, Beerus unleashed a powerful punch aimed at Tian. Calmly, Tian extended a single finger. It is noteworthy that Tian's physical prowess had reached 100-fold of Beerus. If he couldn't withstand Beerus' attack with just a finger, that would be rather unreasonable. Smack. Tian effortlessly blocked Beerus' assault with his finger. Beerus stood there in stunned silence, gazing at Tian with a hint of terror. How is this fellow so powerful? Trunks inquired of his father. Didn't Mr. Goku say that the god of destruction is an insurmountable pinnacle? Vegeta replied. Who knows what is going on? Why has Gohan's classmate become so formidable? Or was he always this strong? Still want to fight? Tian grinned, revealing a set of pearly white teeth. Beerus' expression rapidly shifted, fear washing over him as he hastily retreated. Chapter 189. Is it the evil reincarnated? Forget it. I won't bully you any longer, Tian said with a smile. Beerus was completely at a loss. He was acutely aware of the vast gulf between himself and this individual named Tian. Who exactly is he? Beerus trembled in fear. Bulma, could you fetch me something to eat? Tian called to Bulma. Of course, Bulma promptly replied, also preparing some delicacies for Beerus to calm his nerves. Tian added, "This Bulma is at a loss for words, unsure of what to do," and cast a glance at Beerus. "Why are you just standing there? Get to it," Beerus bellowed. Bulma found herself at a loss for words. "If you cannot surpass them, then vent your frustrations upon me. You are indeed quite timid. I had thought that the god of destruction feared nothing, yet it seems even he can feel intimidated when faced with an insurmountable adversary." Tian nonchalantly found a seat and sat down. Bills hesitated briefly before also taking a seat at a distance. "What level are you at? Choosing the same seat as me?" Tian smiled warmly at Bills. Bills immediately stood up, his expression shifting dramatically. "All right, I was merely teasing you. Please sit down." "Am I truly that terrifying?" Tian chuckled. A brief silence ensued. Vegeta, gathering his courage, promptly appeared by Tian's side. "Teach me," Vegeta declared through clenched teeth. Tian glanced at him. "All this time, I have been in cockroach shadow. I must surpass him," Vegeta said earnestly. "If you truly wish to surpass Son Goku, I suggest you train under Bills and learn his god of destruction techniques," Tian advised. "But Bills is hardly your match," Vegeta whispered, wary of being overheard. "Though he may not be my equal, he is more than capable of instructing you," Tian replied with a smile. "Once you return from the future, you can study under him diligently. For now, time is of the essence." "Understood." Vegeta nodded gravely. Meanwhile, Bills was increasingly bewildered, utterly unaware of the unfolding events. Who exactly is this individual? Why do I feel such an overwhelming sense of dread in his presence? At the Grand Minister's palace, with a swift motion, the Supreme Kai appeared at the entrance alongside Son Goku and Whis. The Grand Minister awaited them at the threshold. "Welcome," he greeted with a smile. "It has been a long time," Whis replied with a courteous bow. "Is that child the Grand Minister?" Son Goku inquired, turning to the Supreme Kai. "Indeed, Goku. Do not be impolite. Bow quickly," the Supreme Kai urged, pressing Goku's head down to show respect to the Grand Minister. "You must be Mr. Son Goku," the Grand Minister said, smiling at him. "Hi, I'm Goku." Son Goku waved cheerfully. "What are you so cheerful about, Goku? You must adhere to decorum." The Supreme Kai felt utterly exasperated and hastily reprimanded him. "Ah, my apologies, it was unexpected, and he did not don formal attire," Whis explained. "Please do not mind." Perhaps that is formal attire in his eyes, the Grand Minister chuckled. Indeed, Son Goku grinned widely. "You cannot say that, Goku," the Supreme Kai lamented, finding Goku's behavior excessively rude. "Then how should I phrase it?" Son Goku scratched his head. "Let us proceed." The Grand Priest, seemingly indifferent to the minutiae, turned and led the way ahead. Though his demeanor appeared rather ordinary, there was an undeniable aura of strength about him. Sun Wukong whispered in astonishment. "You can actually discern that?" Wai smiled and replied, "As far as I am aware, the Grand Priest is the most formidable being in our universe." "What? Is that truly the case?" Sun Wukong exclaimed, taken aback. "You must refrain from suggesting any form of sparring with him, as that would be highly disrespectful," Weiss cautioned. "Understood. If I cannot even surpass Lord Beerus, how could I dare challenge the Grand Priest?" Sun Wukong scratched his head, acknowledging his limitations. "I can only say that I am far from being a match for the Grand Priest," Weiss remarked with a smile. "Ah, so powerful," Sun Wukong mused, realizing that this journey was not in vain. However, he pondered whether he should seek the Grand Priestess' assistance with the issue of Black Wukong. "Regrettably, we angels must maintain neutrality and cannot intervene in battles," Weiss explained. "Oh, is that a stipulation?" Sun Wukong was taken aback. "Indeed," Weiss nodded. "What does that mean? So even if we encounter danger in the future, you won't be able to help us?" Sun Wukong inquired. "Correct. Have you ever seen me engage in combat outside of mentoring you?" Weiss asked with a smile. It seemed he had not, and Sun Wukong nodded in agreement. Moreover, if such matters were disclosed to the Grand Priest, he would inform Lord Zeno, and the universe in question would be eradicated by Lord Zeno himself, Weiss elaborated. "I understand now. I will remain silent," Sun Wukong gulped, taken aback by the implications. Weiss then swiftly approached the Grand Priest, walking alongside him. "Weiss, have you seen something?" The Grand Priest inquired with a smile. "Is it related to Tian?" Weiss asked. Indeed, the Grand Priest gently nodded. "He truly is remarkable, effortlessly sending Lord Beerus flying." Weiss affirmed, adding, "Moreover, he possesses the ability of Erasure. Initially, I believed him to be a master of space. However, it appears he is not." He is the reincarnation of Lord Tian. What? The reincarnation of Lord Tian? Weiss was momentarily stunned. Originally, you were all aware of this matter. But I had Bardos gather the Super Dragon Balls and, through the Dragon of the Gods, erased your memories, the Grand Priest explained. Oh, so the blank in my memory was due to this, Weiss realized, yet he expressed his confusion. But why would the Grand Priest do such a thing? There were too many individuals aware of it, including several humans who had already uncovered his identity, the Grand Priest replied. I see, Weiss nodded, then asked. But the reincarnation of Lord Tian is a positive occurrence. Why not let it be known? When Lord Tian reincarnated, he split into two distinct parts, one benevolent and the other malevolent. The High Priest let out a resigned sigh. Could it be that this Mr. Yi Tian is the reincarnation of the malevolent aspect? Weiss was astounded. Chapter 190. The High Priest, each constituting 50. It remains uncertain, perhaps a 50-50 chance, the High Priest replied. Weiss inquired, not even you can discern it? Indeed. I currently lack a more definitive conclusion, the High Priest acknowledged, shifting the topic. You need not concern yourself with this matter. I have my own arrangements. At this moment, the High Priest had led Weiss and the others to meet the King of All. Weiss immediately bowed in respect, while the Universe King knelt in reverence. Yukong, welcome. You have finally arrived, the King of All greeted warmly. Ah, hello. If you were not Son Yukong, I would not even know how to greet you, he continued. I wish to be your friend. The King of All stated directly, I admire you. May I count you as a friend? Thus, Son Yukong was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? The King of All asked. What must I do to become your friend? Son Wukong inquired curiously. The Universe King was horrified at the exchange, and the two guards shot him a furious glare. If it weren't for Lord Tian's affairs, we would have taken you down. Come play with me. The King of All invited. Ah, I suppose I could. Son Wukong scratched his head, but is this the reason you summoned me? Is that not acceptable? The King of All queried. Certainly not. The Universe King interjected, unable to contain himself, hastily speaking on Son Wukong's behalf. Son Wukong paused, glancing at the Universe King. It was indeed a stroke of fortune for him to befriend someone of the king's stature, and he was filled with joy. The Universe King was drenched in cold sweat. Silence. The King of All glared at the Universe King. At your command. The Universe King bowed once more, burying his head to the ground. What do you wish to say, Son Wukong? The King of All turned his attention back to him. You may simply call me Wukong, Son Wukong replied with a grin. Wukong? Very well, you may also use a nickname for me, the King of All nodded. What do you intend to call me? How about I call you Xiaoquan? Son Wukong suggested. The two guards could no longer contain their outrage, ready to pounce upon Son Wukong. The Universe King, thoroughly frightened, fainted on the spot. This is disastrous. Our universe may vanish. I should never have brought Son Wukong here. Xiaoquan sounds rather pleasant, the King of All conceded helplessly. Were it not for Lord Tian's matters, I would have erased the seventh universe merely for you calling me Xiaoquan. Did you come seeking me because of the Universe Martial Arts Tournament? Son Wukong inquired. That is indeed one of the reasons, but I wish to play with you first, the Omni-King replied with a smile. I apologize, but I am truly busy at the moment. Shall we play once I have completed my tasks? Son Wukong requested. Very well, then we shall wait until you're finished. The Omni-King nodded, casting a knowing glance at the Grand Minister. Everything is proceeding according to our prior expectations. By the way, I will also bring other good friends to play with you, Son Wukong casually remarked. Is that true? You must promise to keep your word, the Omni-King emphasized. Of course. You can count on me, Son Wukong assured, patting his chest. Then it's settled. The Omni-King produced a peculiar button and handed it to Son Wukong. What is this? Son Wukong asked, taken aback. Simply pressing this button will bring me instantly to your side, the Omni-King explained. All right, I understand. Thank you, Son Wukong said, placing the button securely in his bosom. May I return now? Remember to find a suitable friend to join us, the Omni-King reminded once more. Yes, of course. Son Wukong readily agreed. Subsequently, Son Wukong and Whis bid farewell to the Omni-King and the Grand Minister, departing from the Omni-King's palace with the unconscious god of the universe. Whoosh. Upon awakening, the god of the universe promptly took Son Wukong and Whis back to Earth. Beerus, relieved to see them safe, hurried over. However, he dared not glance at Tian, who feigned indifference while savoring delicacies. Mr. Wukong, you promised the Omni-King to bring a friend. Who do you intend to invite? Whis inquired. I have yet to select a specific individual. Do you know anyone suitable? Son Wukong responded. Whis remarked, you truly dare to say that. Were you merely speaking off the cuff? Wiping the sweat from his brow. If I hadn't said so, he wouldn't have let me go, Sun Wukong nodded. What a joke. The god of the universe felt utterly dismayed. How could you be so dismissive towards the Omni-King? Should he find out, our seventh universe would vanish instantly. I understand. I will find someone, all right? Sun Wukong scratched his head, glancing at Beerus. By the way, isn't Lord Beerus usually quite idle? Wouldn't it be fun to have him join the Omni-King? What a ridiculous notion. I would never go, not even if my life depended on it. Beerus exclaimed vehemently. Then what about you, Tian? What do you think of him? Sun Wukong asked, looking towards you, Tian. Absolutely not. That is out of the question. Beerus quickly interjected. Yi Tian, what is your stance? Sun Wukong called from a distance. Forget it. I cannot befriend someone like him. Yu Tian shook his head in refusal. Beerus, the god of destruction, trembled in fear. How could you refer to Lord Zeno in such a manner? The mere fact that our universe has survived until now feels like a miracle. With so many restrictions, it seems we can only defer this matter for later. Sun Wukong wore an expression of helplessness. Let us postpone the quest for a companion for Lord Zeno. With suggested, Lord Beerus, shall we venture to Universe 10? We could investigate the matter concerning Black Goku. You raise a valid point. Let us first examine the realm of destruction in Universe 10. Beerus concurred. Take me along. Yu Tian called out to Whis. Certainly, it would be my pleasure, Whis replied respectfully, careful not to display his eagerness too overtly. Then, let us depart, Whis proclaimed. Without hesitation, as he transformed with Yu Tian and Beerus into a dazzling stream of light, hurtling swiftly towards Universe 10. Shortly after Yu Tian and the others entered Universe 10, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and Trunks embarked on a journey to the future via their time machine. In Universe 10, within the realm of destruction, Ramses and Kes were basking in the sun. What splendid weather we have today, Ramses remarked, swaying his elephantine trunk. Indeed, Kes nodded in agreement. I would rather not work today. Soaking up the sun is far more enjoyable, Ramses chuckled. It's as if Lord Ramses frequently engages in work, Kes smiled. Bah. Repeating the same task for nearly 1,000,000 years would wear anyone down, Ramses scoffed. Currently, the gods of destruction from the 1st, 12th, 5th, and 8th universes are diligently at work. Why should Lord Ramses not do the same? Kes suggested. They're them, and I am I. Ramses shook his head defiantly. Kes sighed softly, choosing not to press the matter further. She had already voiced her concerns multiple times. If he chose not to heed them, there was little she could do. Should any issues arise in the universe, I would not be the one to vanish. After sunbathing a while longer, Ramses leisurely retrieved a tablet, opened a reading app, and began to delve into a novel. What is Lord Ramses reading? Kes inquired, momentarily taken aback. Hee. I have some free time, so I thought I'd indulge in this interesting novel, Ramses replied, waving his trunk. How rare it is, Lord Ramses, to see you reading a novel. Kes expressed her surprise. Indeed, it's captivating enough to warrant my attention, Ramses chuckled, as Kes leaned closer to observe. She was struck with astonishment. Oh my, this novel features Lord Ramses? Kes exclaimed, realizing why Ramses was so engrossed. Of course, had it not been for my presence, I would not have bothered to read it at all. Ramses nodded in acknowledgement. The title was Dragon Ball, starting with Bardock's marriage. Upon seeing this title, Kes silently wiped the sweat from her brow. She couldn't help but wonder how Bardock would react to this book. Ramses chuckled and said, by the way, the title you mentioned is an alternate name. The original title is Dragon Ball, that year. Vegeta had his hands in his pockets. I see there are extensive sections about Lord Ramses in here, Kes remarked as she glanced through the pages. Indeed. It details my collaboration with that fellow named Vegeta as we tricked various gods of destruction across the universes, Ramses nodded. This book has piqued my interest. I too wish to find someone to deceive the gods of destruction from other realms. Look here, I partnered with that Vegeta fellow to con them for 8,000 years. Goodness, 8,000 years. That is quite remarkable, Kes exclaimed, filled with admiration. Alas, who shall I find for such endeavors? Ramses mused, swaying his elephantine trunk. It also features Lord Guvaz's disciple, Zamasu, Kes remarked, just as she stumbled upon Zamasu's narrative. Indeed, that fellow Zamasu has been portrayed as the antagonist, Ramses said with a slight smile. Surely, Lord Ramses doesn't take this to heart? Kes inquired. It's merely fiction. How could I take it seriously? Ramses shook his head, then pondered as he grasped his trunk. Nonetheless, I should seek out this Zamasu fellow sometime to discern if anything is amiss. Though fictional, I sense it reflects reality. As they conversed, Ramses suddenly noticed a radiant light in the sky, sparkling like the stars, momentarily taken aback. Who could it be? He muttered. In the next instant, Whis descended with Yeti and Beerus, landing beside Ramsey and Kess. Oh, who do we have here? Is that Beerus? Ramsey remarked, squinting at Beerus. What brings you here? What? Do you have a problem with my presence? Beerus retorted. Ramsey set his tablet aside, his expression darkening as he gazed at Beerus. You are not welcomed here. Kindly leave. Don't be so hasty. I need to speak with you, Beerus huffed. Do you think I want to be here? What is it? Ramsey asked, casting a brief glance at Yeti before disregarding him entirely. Has any god from your universe recently fallen? Beerus inquired. Humph. Stop with your nonsense. How could any god from our universe fall? Even if there were, it would surely be one of your gods. Ramsey retorted angrily. I knew you would deny it. Beerus shook his head and cast a glance at the tablet computer that Ramsey had placed aside, casually picking it up. He promptly opened the device and was greeted by the sight of a novel. Is it popular to read such novels these days? Beerus paused. Noticing that it was authored by someone named Dong Yuan, Ramsey paid him no heed. After a while of reading, Beerus found himself inexplicably engrossed. Deciding to delve deeper into the narrative. Quite intriguing, he mused. The only thing that irks me is why I am portrayed as the god of destruction. Humph. It only underscores my charm. Ramsey chuckled in delight. TCH, can someone like Vegeta truly be the main protagonist? Beerus sneered. Oh, in this novel, his strength is already comparable to that of a god of destruction. Even in this chapter, he seems nearly on par with you. Ramsey refrained from commenting. As he continued reading, Beerus suddenly stumbled upon a scene where Zampa had wagered against Ramsey and lost. Subsequently, Beerus discovered that Zampa had come to his castle and kicked himself repeatedly. Infuriating. How dare they depict me this way? Beerus fumed, his nostrils flaring in anger. Immediately checking the author of the book, Dong Yuan, is it? You better not let me find you. I shall obliterate you. And that so-called tomato novel platform. I shall destroy it as well. TCH, you actually took this seriously? Ramsey scoffed. Just as Beerus was about to annihilate the tablet, he unexpectedly came across a deity named Zamasu. Zamasu? Beerus was taken aback once more, scrutinizing the narrative closely. Oh, Zamasu is actually in this story. Tian also approached, peering intently at the text. After reading for a while, Beerus stroked his chin thoughtfully. Although the plot of the novel is purely fictional, the portrayal of Zamasu by this author, Dong Yuan, is rather malevolent, isn't it? Beerus mused. We could pay a visit. Tian suggested. I concur. Beerus nodded, gesturing to Ramsey. I shall take this tablet. You have no objections, do you? What do you mean, Beerus? Ramsey was somewhat bewildered. Do you intend to seize someone with a novel in hand? What? Do you have any objections? Beerus huffed. Ramsey, Whis, let us depart. We should first investigate this fellow named Zamasu. Beerus beckoned Whis. Chapter 192. Kess, once I catch you, you shall be my wife. Whis silently wiped the sweat from his brow. Surely you are not truly planning to apprehend someone with a novel in hand? However, Whis did not decline. Whoosh. In the next moment, Whis and Beerus transformed into a dazzling stream of light, akin to the brilliance of stars, swiftly vanishing from sight. As they soared into the celestial expanse, Whis suddenly realized someone was missing. Oh dear, did Tian you not follow us? Whis paused in surprise. Never mind him. Let us proceed to the Kaioshin realm. I wish to see this fellow named Zamasu. Beerus declared. Whis nodded in agreement, refraining from further commentary. Tian indeed had not departed. He chose to linger for a while. Having made the arduous journey to the 10th universe and encountered the charming little angel, Kusu, it felt somewhat remiss not to spend time enjoying her company. My strength has escalated to 100 times that of Beerus. I believe entertaining Kusu should pose no difficulty. He mused. Greetings, Kusu. I am Tian Yi. It is a pleasure to meet you, he said warmly, extending his hand in friendship. Kusu, taken aback, reciprocated the gesture. With no hesitation, Tian Yi grasped Kusu's hand and gently kissed the back of it. Kusu exclaimed, Oh my, that is a custom from my homeland. I hope you do not mind. Tian Yi smiled in response. Enough of your pretentiousness, lad. Do you think I have not read that novel featuring Vegeta? That fellow behaved in precisely this manner. Ramsey taunted Tian Yi. Do you have a complaint? Tian Yi replied with a grin. You would do well to refrain from provoking me. Here, you are not the principal destroyer. What did you say? Do you realize who you are addressing? Ramsey's nostrils flared in indignation. I am speaking to a pig, Tian Yi retorted. Ramsey, infuriated, declared, Boy, I see that unless I teach you a lesson, you will remain oblivious to the might of a destroyer. He charged toward Tian Yi. Ramsey's massive hand lunged at Tian Yi. Slap. with a mere flick of his wrist. Tian deflected Ramsey's hand aside effortlessly. Thud. Ramsey stumbled, his shoulder hitting the ground. Kusa stood nearby, utterly astonished. Who is this person? How can he be so powerful? Even Lord Ramsey is no match for him? What? This is impossible. It cannot be. Ramsey erupted in fury, springing to his feet, seething as he glared at Tian. Oh dear, Lord Ramsey. Is that not a line from that novel featuring the delectable adult? Kusa chuckled from the sidelines. Kusu, can you not see the situation? Did you not witness my humiliation? And yet, you dare to laugh. Ramsey bellowed angrily. Fighting is wrong, Kes advised. You needn't say anything. I haven't even begun to get serious yet. I will make this brat understand that there are greater powers beyond. A crimson light erupted from Ramsey's form. Kes. Soon you shall witness what it means to be surpassed. Tian turned to Kes and uttered a remark. Kes replied, Ramsey, you truly have some audacity. You dare to provoke even an angel. Ramsey snorted, his fist clenched tightly. Whoosh. In the next moment, Ramsey transformed into a streak of crimson light, hurtling towards Tian. As he sped forward, he also threw a punch. Observing the incoming attack, Tian merely raised his hand and effortlessly caught it. Ramsey's pupils dilated, his expression shifting to one of disbelief. What nonsense is this? How is it possible? He caught my full force strike with just a casual lift of his hand. Bang! Tian delivered a sharp tap to Ramsey's forehead. With a muffled thud, Ramsey was sent flying, tumbling across the ground. Once he came to a halt, his head tilted, and he promptly lost consciousness. So easily defeated, he truly can't take a hit. Tian sighed, a hint of disappointment in his gaze. Kes remained silent. Kes, it appears it is just the two of us now. Let us engage in something meaningful, Tian proposed. Kes, after a brief silence, inquired, What do you mean by something meaningful? Shall we play a game? I will blindfold myself and try to catch you. If I succeed, you shall be my wife. Tian smiled, presenting the idea with enthusiasm. Kes, your silence indicates agreement, so I shall not hold back. As Tian spoke, he conjured a black strip of cloth and handed it to Kes. Please inspect this cloth for any issues. Kes was at a loss for words. Is this truly about the cloth? I never consented. She wiped her brow. I certainly didn't agree to your proposal. Then I shall wait here until you do. Tian chuckled. Kes was left speechless. What makes you think I would agree? In the 10th universe, the realm of the Kaishin, Whis and Beerus swiftly descended upon the ground, appearing at the entrance of the Kaishin palace. Is that not Mr. Whis and Lord Beerus? It has been quite some time. Gavas remarked, opening the door with a hint of surprise as he glanced at the tablet in Beerus's hand. Is Zamasu present? Beerus inquired directly. Zamasu? Gavas was taken aback. So, you are not here to see me, but rather to find Zamasu? He just stepped out and has yet to return. What business do you have with him? Gavas asked. Then we shall wait here until his return, Beerus replied with a calm demeanor after a slight grunt. During the interval, Beerus instructed Whis to contact the Kaishin and convey his thoughts. After approximately 15 minutes of waiting, Zamasu finally returned from outside. My apologies, Lord Gavas. My successor, the Kaishin, summoned me for a matter of urgency, Zamasu said, bowing respectfully upon his return. However, as Zamasu lifted his head, he was greeted by the sight of Beerus and Whis. Oh, you have returned, Zamasu. We have guests, Gavas smiled. May I inquire who you are? Zamasu asked, slightly bewildered. These two are Lord Beerus, the god of destruction of Universe 7, and Mr. Whis, the angel, Gavas introduced. Greetings, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Zamasu, Zamasu responded promptly. Chapter 193, The Sorrow of Zamasu. Have you read this novel? Beerus asked, tossing the tablet he held directly to Zamasu, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Are you here to read a novel with me? Out of courtesy, Zamasu caught the tablet with both hands and opened it to take a glance. He discovered a book titled Dragon Ball, engaged to Bardos from the very beginning. Zamasu, perplexed, admitted, I have never read it before. Unsure of how to respond. He looked at Beerus, who remarked nonchalantly, You should be able to read quickly, being a deity. I trust one won't have to wait long. Zamasu wore an expression of utter confusion. What do you truly mean? Nevertheless, Zamasu carefully continued to read. Soon, he came across the passages that pertained to him, causing his expression to fluctuate dramatically, especially when he observed the issues that arose during his competition with Vegeta for the title of King Kai. His brow furrowed even more deeply. Who is this audacious author? How dare they write such things? I shall seize the opportunity to eliminate you. How do you know this? Do you have anything else to say? Beerus snorted. Zamasu, ahem, What on earth has transpired? Guava stood aside, momentarily taken aback, addressing Beerus. Humph. You ought to inquire with your esteemed disciple, Beerus retorted coldly. What do you mean? Do you intend to condemn me based on this novel? Zama's huffed, his nostrils flaring in indignation. The narrative claims I have obliterated several galaxies. Yet in this reality, have I truly done so? A novel? Allow me to see. Guavas took the tablet that Zama's handed over and began to peruse the text. Upon reading its contents, Guavas found himself at a loss for words. This must be a misunderstanding concerning Lord Beerus, he thought, bemused. Oh, is that so? Beerus sneered. Do you truly believe it is a misunderstanding? Although the novel is an adaptation, it undoubtedly draws from reality. If this individual had not engaged in similar actions, why would the author target Zama's? It must be that during my tenure as the Supreme Kai, I inadvertently offended the author, hence the portrayal. Zama's huffed in protest, loudly defending himself, and furthermore. If all of this were true, is your universe's Vegeta truly that formidable? Beerus, Vegeta is indeed not that strong. Ahem. You wouldn't be using this novel to condemn me, would you? Zama's questioned through gritted teeth. What? Do you have an objection? Beerus retorted coldly. Even if this matter escalates to the Grand Minister, I shall be entirely justified. Zama's declared vehemently, I refuse to accept this. It is a blatant slander. Beerus felt a twinge of unease at that moment. This is absurd. How can this be permissible? I wonder how the Supreme Kai is managing this situation. If it turns out that Zama's is innocent, and this escalates to the Grand Minister, it could become quite troublesome. Lord Beerus, surely this incident is a misunderstanding. You cannot possibly condemn someone based on a mere novel, can you? Guavas hastily intervened as a peacemaker, but what exactly transpired? Could you elaborate? Indeed. A significant event has occurred, albeit in another dimension, a parallel universe. Was interjected, explaining in that realm. A deity eradicated all the Supreme Kais across the universes and sought to annihilate all humanity. What did you say? Guavas' expression shifted dramatically. Zama's regarded was thoughtfully. The deity of the future certainly executed his plans well. If I were to do the same and eliminate all the Supreme Kais, would not all the destroyers vanish as well? What a splendid strategy. We have come specifically regarding this matter with Lord Beerus, was elucidated. You don't think it was I who did this, do you? Zama's, his face darkened, exclaimed, Oh dear, how rude of me. This is merely a preliminary conjecture based on the novel. I hope Mr. Zama's will not take offense. Whis smiled faintly. Can I truly remain indifferent? How could I not be concerned about such matters? Zama's felt utterly disheartened. Whis, let us not waste time. Beerus interjected with a huff. Has the Supreme Kai not sent word yet? In that very moment, as Beerus spoke, the Supreme Kai appeared instantaneously on the scene. Zama's. You just visited our Universe 7 sage, Zuno, the Supreme Kai stated. Humph, you finally arrived. Beerus responded with a grin. The Supreme Kai nodded towards Beerus, indicating that it was indeed Zama's who was the issue at hand. Speak, what did you inquire of our universe, Zuno? Beerus asked coldly. Zama's expression shifted dramatically. Did you not just mention that your Supreme Kai had tasks for you? Why then did you venture to Universe 7? Beerus chuckled. You sought Zuno regarding the Dragon Balls and Son Goku, did you not? The Supreme Kai interjected. Zama's countenance changed once more. It appeared that the novel was not misleading. Beerus smiled gently. Go on. Do not say I did not afford you the opportunity. Zama's replied, I became interested after watching Son Goku's matches on TikTok. What then do you mean by asking about humans and gods exchanging bodies? The Supreme Kai demanded. Zama's grew increasingly anxious. I merely inquired if such a possibility existed. Zama's. What on earth is going on? Explain yourself. Gawas's brow furrowed tightly. Could it be that the one creating chaos in another timeline is you? Zama's responded, Indeed. Lord Gawasu is correct. I did visit the future and encountered Zama's. The Supreme Kai nodded in acknowledgement. Zama's fell silent. Gawasu's expression shifted as well. Zama's, how could you engage in such actions? Gawasu retorted in anger. Humph, it seems we ought to be grateful to this author. Beerus chuckled. Whis. Make sure to send this author a little extra remuneration. It would be beneficial for him to earn more and produce even better and more authentic novels. Very well. Lord Beerus, Whis nodded, adding, previously, Lord Beerus mentioned wanting to destroy him. That was merely in jest. That fellow has been of great assistance, Beerus remarked with a smile. We solved a mystery through a novel. Is that not remarkable? Whis then inquired, what of the incident in the novel where Compa kicks Lord Beerus? Forget it. Those are trivial matters, Beerus replied nonchalantly. It's a novel, after all, filled with fictional elements, it is of little consequence. Lord Beerus possesses an admirable sense of detachment, remarked Whis with a nod. Humph, Zamasu, do you have any final words? Beerus sneered. I have discovered my justification for your destruction. Though a god of destruction need not require a reason at all. Zamasu, you must speak. Surely, there has been some misunderstanding. Guas implored urgently. Moreover, how could the narrative of a novel possibly mirror reality? Shouldn't Lord Beerus conduct a thorough investigation? Humph, crimes. Do not jest. You must be mistaken, Zamasu retorted coldly. It is more accurate to refer to my actions as righteous. As a deity, everything I do is just. That is merely your delusion, not justice. Beerus replied icily. Since my future self has already commenced the plan, I cannot perish here. Humph, indeed, humanity is a wretched existence. By what right do you question me using a mere human-written novel? Zamasu scoffed. With that, Zamasu declared, then I shall have to expedite my plans. As he spoke, a purple energy blade coalesced in his hand, which he violently swung towards Beerus. With a simple motion, Beerus raised his hand and caught Zamasu's wrist. Zamasu's expression shifted dramatically. At last, your true nature is revealed? Beerus chuckled lightly. Ah, Zamasu struggled desperately. Beerus lifted his hand, aiming at Zamasu's for destruction. A surge of destructive energy swiftly struck Zamasu, who had no time to scream before he was reduced to nothingness, completely vanishing from existence. Zamasu, Guas exclaimed in shock. Hastily inquiring, what on earth just transpired? Has the future truly become so dire? I shall escort Lord Beerus and company back to Earth. And then I will return to explain the situation in detail, proposed the Supreme Kai. Lord Guas, in the future, when selecting disciples, prioritize their spirit over mere strength. Whis advised, if you choose such peculiar students again, I might just have to destroy you. Beerus declared loudly, leaning closer to Guas. I just remembered I cannot do that. But I can certainly teach you a lesson. Lord Beerus, let us return. There are pressing matters to discuss with Goku and the others, urged the Supreme Kai. What matters? Beerus inquired, taken aback. We shall speak of it upon our return, the Supreme Kai suggested. In an instant, the Supreme Kai, along with Whis and Beerus, departed from Universe 10, heading back to Earth. What is happening, Lord Supreme Kai? Whis asked. What else did you witness in the future? Beerus questioned. Black Goku is not fighting alone. The Supreme Kai replied gravely. What? He has an accomplice? Beerus was taken aback. Indeed, there exists a formidable ally, Zamasu, who possesses immortality and healing abilities. Oh dear, this is quite remarkable, Whis sighed. By the way, where is Mr. Tian? The King of Worlds noticed Tian was not with Beerus and the others. Did I not recall that you all left together? He remained in the God of Destruction realm of Universe 10, Whis explained. Let us seek out Goku, the King of Worlds suggested. Together, they arrived at Bulma's residence, only to learn that Goku and Vegeta had already departed. The King of Worlds reluctantly conveyed the forthcoming events to Bulma, whose expression shifted dramatically. The reason Black Goku recruited another version of himself is to enhance his powers through continuous healing, maximizing the Saiyan traits, the King of Worlds stated solemnly. Thus, Black Goku can perpetually elevate his strength. Humph, Beerus scoffed. Whis remained silent. At that moment, young Trunks hurried over, announcing that his father and the others had returned. Exiting outside, they beheld the time machine descending. As the time machine's door opened, Goku emerged, supporting the unconscious Vegeta. Dad, young Trunks exclaimed. Where is Trunks? Bulma's expression morphed with concern. First, give Vegeta a Senzu bean. He is gravely injured. I will explain everything shortly, Goku suggested. Soon, Vegeta consumed the Senzu bean, swiftly regaining both vitality and consciousness. Goku recounted the events that transpired in the future, confirming the King of Worlds' assertion that Black Goku had an accomplice, another immortal who could heal. Initially, Vegeta had the upper hand in his battle against Black Goku, but with his ally as continuous healing, Black Goku's strength surged, ultimately leading to Vegeta's defeat. Trunks proposed that Goku and the others retreat while he stayed behind to hold off Black Goku and Zamasu. I am sorry for leaving Trunks behind. But it is the only option we have, Goku expressed remorsefully. Next, I shall learn the Mafuba technique. Once mastered, I will rush to rescue Trunks, Bulma declared. Even if you make haste, it will take a day for the round trip. By then, I cannot fathom the calamity that may befall Trunks, Bulma lamented. Kakarot, are you truly willing to abandon Trunks, knowing full well the implications? Vegeta's forehead throbbed with tension. This cannot be blamed on Goku. The situation with Vegeta was indeed perilous. Vegeta defended. Bulma expressed her apologies, saying, I truly am sorry. Goku, reflecting on the situation, pondered aloud, if that device is a time machine, then even if we spend an entire day, we could simply adjust the time to return to the moment we left. Couldn't we? You are mistaken. Think carefully. Bulma replied, shaking her head. Although it is indeed a time machine, it functions more like a means of traversing parallel universes rather than transporting us to a future world. This is due to the initial premise that has been adhered to. Once the parameters are altered, returning to the same future becomes impossible. What do you mean? Vegeta's expression shifted. Thus, the parameters cannot be modified, Bulma stated gravely, which implies that while a day passes for us, a day will also elapse in the future. Goku fell silent. Chapter 195. The Sleeping Angel. Suddenly, the Supreme Kai slammed his palm on the table and stood up abruptly. Everyone turned their attention to him, noticing his serious demeanor. What is it, Supreme Kai? Beerus inquired. Oh, it's nothing. I just remembered that I need to return to find granola, the Supreme Kai chuckled. I'll head back to explain the situation, so I must make a trip to Universe 10. Is that so? Your disciple has been affected in this way. It may weigh heavily on him. Please guide him well. Whis nodded. Yes, I understand, the Supreme Kai affirmed. By the way, if possible, please bring Mr. Tian along as well, to see if he is willing to accompany you in seeking out Lord Granola, Whis suggested. Understood, the Supreme Kai said before departing immediately. By the way, I absolutely refuse to go to the future, Beerus remarked, glancing at the direction in which the Supreme Kai had vanished, addressing Goku and the others. Huh? Why not? Goku asked, puzzled. I have already obliterated the current Zamasu. From here on, you must figure out how to resolve the issues of the future yourselves. Beerus declared with a huff. I intend to remain here, comfortably awaiting your return. So do your best. I agree. Whis cheerfully clapped his hands. Wait a moment. Aren't you all being a bit irresponsible? Bulma exclaimed, exasperated. By the way, what about the Whis of the future? Goku inquired. The angel remains in slumber until the next deity appears after the destruction of the current god of destruction, Whis explained with a smile. Oh? So? Does that mean there are truly no companions left in the future? Goku lamented. What do you plan to do? Bulma asked. Regardless of the circumstances. I must learn the Mafoba technique within a day, Goku replied solemnly. Therefore, I need to seek out Master Roshi. Vegeta, what about you? Bulma turned to Vegeta. Humph. I will, of course, engage in training, he responded. After Vegeta spoke, he transformed into a streak of light and swiftly flew towards the temple. He plunged into the temple, entering a dimension of alternate space to commence a new round of training. In the 10th universe, in the realm of the destroyers, Tian, with a black cloth wrapped around his eyes, quickly lunged at Keisai. Keisai, unable to evade, had no choice but to utilize her innate freedom to dodge Tian's attack. Tian, unperturbed, continued to accompany Keisai in playful pursuits within the realm of the destroyers. I never agreed to this, Keisai remarked, exasperated. Keisai, have you misunderstood? I intend to take you back as my consort, Tian chuckled. Do you think your consent matters? Keisai chose silence and once again evaded Tian's onslaught. With a swift motion, Keisai appeared high in the sky. Tian soared after her, determined. In a state of helplessness, Keisai radiated a dazzling light reminiscent of stars. With a whoosh, Keisai hastily departed the realm of the destroyers, accelerating into the vastness of space, with Tian in pursuit. Keisai felt stunned by his incredible speed. In an instant, Tian embraced Keisai. Ha! I've caught you. From this day forth, you shall be my wife, he exclaimed with a grin. Keisai coughed. I certainly did not agree to this, as she wiped the sweat from her brow. At that moment, the Supreme Kai appeared in the sky above the realm of the destroyers, accompanied by guavas, and immediately noticed Tian holding Keisai. Someone's coming. Keisai quickly alerted. Tian reluctantly released her. Isn't that the Supreme Kai of the 7th universe and Lord Guavas? Keisai greeted, approaching the two deities. Ah, we came to find Mr. Tian, the Supreme Kai stated. Are you looking for me to embark on a journey to Trunks' future timeline? Tian inquired with a smile. Wait, you already knew? The Supreme Kai responded, taken aback. I sincerely apologize. Zamasu committed grave offenses, bringing immense disaster to that future timeline. Guavas expressed his regrets to Tian. Why apologize to me? If anyone should apologize, it is you to that Trunks, Tian replied with a smile. Then, Mr. Tian, do you wish to join us? The Supreme Kai asked. Very well, I shall accompany you, Tian nodded. Excellent, please come closer and hold on to me. We shall depart immediately, the Supreme Kai instructed. By the way, how are the angels in the future? Tian turned to Keisai and inquired, I heard that Zamasu killed all the Supreme Kais. and the destroyers vanished as well. Chris was profoundly shocked. If that were the case, our angels would likely fall into a deep slumber. Chris sighed. We can't move. Can we? Tian revealed a mischievous smile. Chris was left speechless. What do you mean? If I were to do something inappropriate to you from that future timeline, would you sense it here? Tian chuckled playfully. Kasi wiped the sweat from his brow. Let's go, Tian said with a hint of anticipation. The king of the universe, Gervis. Suddenly, the two kings of the universe no longer wished to take Tian along. What do you intend to do? The angel has become immobile. Do you still wish to pursue such excessive actions? Tian immediately placed his hand upon the shoulder of the god of destruction. The god of destruction displayed an expression of helplessness. At this juncture, it was inadvisable to refuse any further. Then let us embark, the god of destruction stated. Guavas nodded gravely. As they were about to depart, he inquired, is Lord Ramsey not present? Lord Ramsey is over there, asleep. Cress pointed to the figure of Ramsey, sprawled on the ground in the distance. Ramsey had yet to awaken from his faint. What an unusual sleeping posture, Guavas remarked, rendered speechless. In the next moment, the two gods of destruction activated their time-space rings, transporting Tian through the fabric of time. In an instant, they materialized within the realm of the god of destruction of the 10th universe. Lord Ramsey, Guavas called out loudly. Lord Ramsey has likely vanished, the god of destruction sighed. Well, I had hoped for a miracle, Guavas shook his head. However, Tian surveyed his surroundings and easily spotted Cress, who was peacefully slumbering in a reclining chair. The angel has fallen asleep, Tian remarked. Indeed, it is said that if a god of destruction disappears or perishes, the angel will succumb to slumber until the next god of destruction is born, Guavas nodded. You may carry on with your duties. I shall remain here to conduct thorough research, Tian addressed the god of destruction and Guavas. What are you intending to investigate? Do you find this appropriate? However, the two individuals were unable to afford any further delay, so they bid farewell to Tian and promptly executed their instant teleportation to depart. Synopsis. Tian traverses into the Dragon Ball universe, awakening the Omni-King's Erasure technique, granting him the ability to obliterate, with a mere wave of his hand. Regardless of one's formidable strength, he can ensure complete annihilation. Sun Wukong. Tian, do you not engage in training at all? Vegeta, this is absurd. Tian remains so powerful despite idling all day. Beerus. Tian, what do you mean by waving at me? Bardos. Tian, did you have a hand in this? Did you erase my clothing? Tian, I have no interest in combat. My sole passion lies in obliteration.